Since the disaster came to the Blue Star 300 years ago, the awakened have begun to appear one after another. According to data released by the state, almost 50% of citizens can successfully awaken, have their own abilities, and become awakened people. Once you become an awakened person, after passing strict review and testing, you can choose to join the Awakened Academy, systematically learn knowledge related to abilities, and may be able to fight against virtual beasts in the future, or become a scholar specializing in virtual beasts. Although most of the awakened people's abilities do not have combat effectiveness, but are more of special functions that assist in life, a very small number of people have the opportunity to become virtual hunters, hunt virtual beasts, and defend the country through cultivation. And today's Awakening Day is a critical moment to test whether you are qualified to become an awakened one. In a classroom in Jinchang, a teacher with Mediterranean skin color is telling impassionedly. At this moment, a white light was reflected on his heavy glasses, and the chalk in his hand suddenly flew out like a cannonball, heading straight for the back door of the classroom. Su Yi, you're late again. Chalk drew a strange arc and hit a student next to the back door on the head with unmistakable accuracy, and the student screamed. At the same time, a young man with a handsome face grabbed the classmate's shoulders with both hands, skillfully used it as a shield, coughed dryly, and poked his head out from behind in a strange way. Yo, good morning, Teacher Wang. This is the 22nd time you've been late this month. Teacher Wang slapped the lectern angrily and opened his eyes angrily. Isn't there still 8 days left? And it's not like I'm late for the whole month. Su Yi drove Wang Pang, who was full of resentment, back to his seat, while muttering to himself and standing up, returning to his position. Those 8 days are weekends. Teacher Wang was so angry that his head was smoking, and his voice was a little sharper. And after 8 o'clock, the school gate closes automatically. How the hell did you slip in? That electronic access control? Su also touched his nose and blinked. During the previous information class demonstration, I secretly left a back door. You actually hacked the school server? Teacher Wang's eyes widened and he was about to have a seizure when a teacher walked in at the door. Teacher Wang, it's time, let's gather and go to the auditorium. Considering the importance of Awakening Day, Teacher Wang could only glare at Su Yi fiercely, and then waved his hand and said loudly, all the students gather and line up to the auditorium. At the end of the line, Wang Peng and Su Yi walked side by side, giving a thumbs up with admiration. Brother Yi, as expected of you, you actually dare to hack the school server. Su also yawned and replied nonchalantly, it's okay, after all, the school's firewall is the basic configuration, and the national. As soon as the conversation changed, he continued smoothly, it's similar to the working principle in the past, and it's not difficult to crack it. But let me tell you, when I entered the school server this time, I saw a lot of things. Our principal actually sent to the female teacher privately. They whispered in the line and finally arrived at the school auditorium. With the bustling crowd, the auditorium, which can accommodate thousands of people, gradually fell silent after a few people in suits and leather shoes took the stage. I heard that there are a lot of teachers from the Awakened Academy this time. Wang Peng whispered, there are also the top 10 colleges. I also saw the news a few days ago that the #1 Longxia Academy also sent people to our city. I just don't know if they have come to our school. It is said that in the awakening test, as long as you awaken your ability of a level or above, the teachers of these academies are rushing to ask for it. If you can awaken to the S class, the teachers will have to fight on the spot. If they awaken to SS class, they will probably have to kneel down and beg to join their academy. As for the legendary SSS class, alas, after so many years, only 3 are known, and our school cannot have them at all. I don't have high requirements. As long as I can awaken an A-level ability, I will be satisfied. He looked up ahead, his eyes full of anticipation, and he muttered to himself, is it capable? Su Yi looked calm, his eyes flickered, looking forward, but his heart was full of thoughts. It has been 3 years since he crossed into this world. Although this is still Blue Star, it has a completely different world pattern and background from his previous life. The existence of awakeners, abilities, and virtual beasts completely subverted his 3 views. He spent a whole month concentrating on studying and collecting all kinds of information and intelligence before finally investigating the relevant information clearly. 300 years ago, during the disaster day, Blue Star encountered a racial invasion called the Void Demon. During this period, the Void Demon released a creature called the Void Beast, which slaughtered millions of humans in the first hour of the first day of the Void Beast's arrival with the power of absolute crushing. In the next 200 years, the Void Demon launched a full-scale invasion and extermination of mankind. At the same time, a group of people with special abilities were born among humans, known as the Awakened People. They possess superpowers and engage in fierce battles with the Void Demons, slaying down the raging Void Beasts. The war lasted for 200 years, until the Dragon Kingdom gave birth to the first Kunlun realm powerhouse, Tao Tai, and the tide of the war began to change. Under the leadership of Tao Tai, nearly 70% of the Void Demons in the Dragon Kingdom were killed, and its strongest were also severely injured by Tao Tai, and were finally forced to retreat to the border of the Dragon Kingdom. In this cataclysm, the vast majority of countries on the Blue Star were destroyed, and only 5 countries survived. After the Void demon was frustrated, he established his own kingdom between the 5 major countries, occupying nearly 70% of the land of the Blue Star, and always waiting for an opportunity to invade the 5 countries again. Blue Star thus entered a short period of 100 years of peace. Over the past few hundred years, humans have rapidly studied matters related to awakeners, and finally arranged awakening tests to be conducted uniformly when students are 18 years old and in their 3rd year of high school. On the high platform, the teacher in a suit and leather shoes gave an impassioned speech, and Suya's consciousness had long been free, and only a buzzing sound remained in his ears. Finally, the lengthy speech ended, and under the guidance of several teachers, the students entered the backstage of the auditorium in turn to conduct an individual ability test. After a while, the students walked out of the backstage one after another with different expressions. From the expressions on their faces, you can intuitively see the state of their mood and ability awakening. Suddenly, Wang Peng's voice came into Suya's ears again. "Brother Yi, why do you think we have to take the awakening test when we are 18 years old? Obviously everyone's birthday is different, which is not reasonable. From a common sense point of view, the body is fully mature at about 18 years old." Su also came back to his senses and replied without thinking. According to government data reports, it is only at this age that the abilities of the awakened are truly manifested and detected. Some people will overload their bodies if they wake up too early, so they are uniformly set at this time period. And by the way, they will be diverted to ordinary people who have not awakened or have weak awakening ability. The so-called ability test on the day of awakening is actually a special ability stone used by government personnel to stimulate the latent abilities in our bodies. Therefore, even if some people are a few months away from reaching adulthood, they can stimulate their internal abilities in advance through this stimulation. As far as I know, some wealthy families will buy special ability stones at high prices to awaken their children in their teens and use expensive materials to recuperate. In this way, compared to students who only begin to awaken on the day of awakening, they have several more years to familiarize themselves with their abilities and practice in advance. Wang Peng was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard of this content from books and the internet. "Brother Yi, where did you get these data?" Su Yi was about to make up a few lies to perfunctory, when suddenly the horn in front of him sounded. "Next, Su Yi from the 3rd and 4th classes of high school, please go backstage and conduct an ability test." Under the guidance of several teachers, Su also walked into a small room in the backstage of the auditorium. Inside the house, a man in overalls was standing there, looking focused, with a name tag on his chest with his name written on it. He is a government worker who specializes in conducting aptitude tests for students in major high schools on Awakening Day. Regarding the specific process of Awakening Day, Teacher Wang has repeatedly explained it in the class countless times. Su also skillfully took out his identity ID from his pocket and handed it over. A staff member named Wang Ji immediately took the card and inserted it into a machine to verify Su Ye's identity. After confirming that it was correct, he returned the ID card to Su Yi and said in a loud voice, "Su Yi, before starting the awakening test, I need to explain to you the basic level division. Are you ready?" As he spoke, he lightly tapped the recorder on his chest. This is a procedure set up by the government to prevent some students who have not awakened or are dissatisfied after awakening from taking the opportunity to throw the blame on the staff and create incidents for personal gain. In the past, there have been several incidents of awakening, with parents and students dissatisfied with their inability to awaken their ability and indiscriminately accusing the staff of operating in the dark. There are also some people who failed to enter the Awakened Academy because they did not listen carefully but shifted the responsibility to the staff, saying that they did not explain clearly, resulting in several staff members being unable to work normally and eventually forced to resign. In this regard, the government quickly adjusted the awakening process and formulated comprehensive protection measures to protect the rights and interests of staff and ensure that the process was fair and transparent. With the logger and process instructions, similar incidents are avoided to the greatest extent. Su also nodded, already familiar with this kind of procedural regulations. "Ready." Wang Ji cleared his throat, and his voice suddenly accelerated dozens of times, but every word was extremely clear, hitting Su Ye's mind. Since the day of disaster came 300 years ago, there have been awakened people on the Blue Star. After hundreds of years of evolution, successive generations of researchers have worked hard to collect countless awakened intelligence, and finally divided all awakened abilities into different levels. The highest level of the awakened person is SSS level, the lowest is D level, and each level is subdivided into multiple types. The division of ability levels has its own unique criteria. First of all, there is a D level ability, which is the most basic and the highest level among the awakened people. About 60% of the awakened have D level abilities. D level abilities are mostly auxiliary, and their combat effectiveness is ordinary, and they only have some special abilities than ordinary people. C level abilities have basic combat effectiveness, but some abilities will bring greater side effects. B level abilities are the elite among the awakened and have strong combat effectiveness, but they also have some disadvantages or side effects. And A level ability can be called genius. They can be admitted to the Advanced Awakened Academy without examination. Their abilities are relatively complete. They are the top of the future awakeners, and they have a great chance of becoming virtual hunters. S-level ability is a genius among geniuses in 1,000. The ability of this level is close to perfection. The ability is powerful, and it can have strong combat effectiveness with a little practice. Every S-level ability has at least one special effect. A higher level SS-level ability is rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom in 10 years, and it is a peerless demon. SS-level abilities have two special effects, each of which is extremely powerful, and SSS-level abilities only exist in legends. According to the data released by the government, Blue Star has only given birth to 3 awakened people with SSS-level abilities so far. After Wang Ji introduced the classification with a serious expression, his expression relaxed and he patted Su Yi on the shoulder. I'm telling you this, I don't mean to make you think that the ability level is insurmountable. Strong abilities are important, but the awakened one's own cultivation is equally crucial. Even if it is a D-level ability, after cultivation, it is possible to defeat the S-level ability. So, don't feel inferior. Even if you awaken to a D-level ability, you must work hard to cultivate and contribute to resisting the Void Beast in the future. If you don't succeed in awakening your ability, you can also choose to enter an ordinary university to continue your studies. Even as a researcher, you can make your own contribution. Wang Ji's speech speed gradually returned to normal, obviously activating some kind of ability just now. These contents seem to be lengthy, but in fact, they were all told in just 10 seconds, and every sentence was clearly imprinted in Suya's mind. This is exactly the effect of the D-level ability, quick words. In the face of Wang Ji's chicken soup-like words, Su was also unwavering, just staring at the place with dead fish eyes, his face full of tiredness and boredom. He had already read these contents countless times, ostensibly as introducing the matters of awakening, but in fact they were just disclaimers. His expression was as if he had no interest in the upcoming ability test. Wang Ji was slightly stunned. He had never seen a student behave so coldly on awakening day. Senior high school students should be full of enthusiasm and second-form temperament. After more than 10 years of edification, everyone's attention and expectations for awakening day are very high, and a calm student like Su Yi was the first time he had seen him. He blinked and didn't think much about it, so he had to continue to proceed with the awakening ceremony according to the process. He solemnly took out a fist-sized pale blue stone from his arms. The surface of the stone is covered with patterns, which seem to form some kind of mysterious pattern, like a breathing lamp constantly swallowing and exhaling light. This is an ability stone made of special materials. You can test your ability by holding it with both hands and concentrating on the stone. Su also took the ability stone and felt a cold in his hand, as if his whole heart had calmed down. He held the ability stone in both hands, and his mind seemed to be being pulled, flowing into the stone continuously. Soon, the ability stone flashed with a pale white light and enveloped his body in it. Oh, Wang Ji showed a smile, and a wisp of green smoke floated out of the ability stone, transforming into a line of text in the air. Congratulations, Su Yi, you have successfully awakened your abilities. Although it is a D-level ability, you have already qualified to enter the Awakened Academy. As he spoke, he pointed to the text above his head. Su also raised his eyes and looked, and the words composed of green smoke came into view. D-level ability, Repairman. The Government Technology Department implants a special device in the ability stone, which automatically queries the database according to the stone's reaction and appears in the form of green smoke text. This is the ability to repair objects with energy, although it has no direct combat effectiveness, but has good development potential. Whether it is a repair shop, a precision instrument maintenance unit, or a special item maintenance department, your ability is very welcome. Looking at all D-level abilities, this practical ability has a very broad job prospect. Wang Ji nodded and smiled kindly at Su Yi. You can leave first, and the information about your awakened abilities will be uploaded directly to your ID card. He deliberately avoided the deeper content of the Awakened Academy for fear of hurting Su Yi's self-esteem. After all, as a D-level ability person, it is extremely difficult to enter the Awakened Academy, becoming a void hunter. Looking at his D-level ability, Su also raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. When Wang Ji was introduced, he had already put the hand holding the ability stone behind his back and avoided the recording of the recorder. The ability stone he was holding faintly emitted a faint red light, which came out from his fingers, but was not noticed by Wang Ji. He looked calm, quickly pulled out his left hand with his right hand, held the power stone with only his right hand, and handed it back to Wang Ji. After leaving the touch of both hands, the red light immediately disappeared without a trace. Because Su also deliberately covered up, Wang Ji didn't notice anything unusual at all. Su also thanked Wang Ji and turned around and left the cabin. As soon as he pushed open the door, Wang Pang was walking out of another room backstage. Seeing Su Yi, he walked over excitedly. Brother Yi, how is it? Have you succeeded in awakening? Let me tell you, I just awakened my C-level ability. This is a very rare level in our school. Su also blinked, a little surprised that Wang Pang could awaken his C-level ability. But as one of the few friends friends in the school, he still smiled faintly and responded calmly, I have also succeeded in awakening. It's just a D-level ability. D-level ability? Wang Peng was about to speak when footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, there was an angry low roar. Su Yi, you bastard, you have finally found you. Die. Su Yi took a gentle step to the side, and his figure flew out like a football goalkeeper, slammed his face to the ground in front of him, and then slid straight out 2 meters away. Su Yi and Wang Peng looked down and saw a burly boy with a height of about 1.85 meters, struggling to get up from the ground with grin. He was wearing the same school uniform as the two of them, with an arrogant expression and staring at them viciously while constantly rubbing his cheeks. Su also looked the person in front of him up and down, and turned to Wang Peng with a puzzled face. Who is this guy? Is it your friend? The corners of Wang Peng's mouth twitched slightly, and he replied in a low voice, have you forgotten, brother Yi? This is Liao Wei from the 3rd class next door. Last week you kicked him into a well, and it took him 3 hours to crawl out. Oh, so it's that guy. Su Yi suddenly realized and finally remembered the person in front of him. How many people have you harmed? And you actually forgot what happened last week? Liao Wei listened to the unabashed whispers of the two, his eyes widened suddenly, and his heart roared with anger. But he didn't show it, he just snorted coldly and stared at Su Yi proudly. I just succeeded in awakening. Now I have B-level abilities, one of the best in the entire school, and it is not a problem to enter the Awakened Academy. He clenched his fists and looked up at the ceiling, his voice filled with excitement. Let me tell you, if you bow to me immediately and apologize to me for what happened last week, I can still let you go. If you don't know what to do, he sneered, his eyes swept forward. However, Su Yi and Wang Peng, who were supposed to be standing in front of him, had already walked forward more than 10 meters and didn't hear him say anything at all. The two of them seemed to regard him as air and didn't take him seriously at all. Several students passing by saw him talking to themselves, showed horrified expressions, and hurriedly took a detour. Stop me! Liao Wei was furious and quickly caught up with the two of them, standing in front of them. This guy is really difficult. Su also touched his nose and turned to look at Wang Peng. Do you remember why he was kicked into the well by me? Wang Peng immediately replied, he seems to be Tang Xiaowan's suitor. Since you rescued Tang Xiaowan with a princess hug in public last week, her fanatical fans have listed you at the top of the assassination list. What a troublesome woman. Su also heard this and showed a headache on his face. Last Monday, he was late as usual. Because the main entrance was guarded by the uncle of the security office, he specially chose the side door to enter the school. At that time, the school was holding a flag-raising ceremony, and all the students gathered in the playground. As the school's first grade and recognized school flower, Tang Xiaowan is standing on the high platform as a flag raiser, and the position where Su Yi entered the school was exactly behind the high platform. However, for some reason, the guardrail and floor of the high platform where Tang Xiaowan was located suddenly broke. She stumbled and fell from the high platform. At this time, Su Yi, who happened to appear behind him, in order not to break the pancake fruit he had just bought, could only catch her in the position of a princess and protect his breakfast. Su Yi, who wanted to quietly return to the classroom, became the focus of the whole school. I don't know who spread rumors that he deliberately destroyed the floor and directed and acted as a hero to save the United States. For a time, he became a thorn in the side of Tang Xiaowan's fan group. Therefore, he was not only reprimanded by teacher Wang for being late, but also included in the assassination list by Tang Xiaowan's fanatical fan group. The top of the list is his hands holding Tang Xiaowan, the second place is his eyes, and the other body parts are arranged according to the distance in contact with Tang Xiaowan. Liao Wei in front of him was one of Tang Xiaowan's suitors. At the end of school last week, he wanted to block Su Yi, but was tricked into a well pit by Su Yi, and climbed for 3 hours before crawling out. Su Yi, I won't finish with you last week. Liao Wei glared at Su Yi angrily, his voice was loud. Since you have also awakened, then we will solve it in the way of the awakener. At the graduation ceremony the day after tomorrow, I will challenge you, I hope you don't be afraid. In the face of Liao Wei's provocation, Su Yi and Wang Peng were not surprised, as if they had experienced similar scenes countless times, and sighed at the same time and walked behind Liao Wei. When he walked to him, Wang Peng finally relented and stopped. If I'm not mistaken, Liao Wei, you only transferred 2 months ago, right? He put his hand on Liao Wei's shoulder and said in a heavy and sincere tone, have you ever wondered why Tang Xiaowan's fan base is so huge, but only you dare to block Brother Yi? What's even stranger is that the place where you blocked Brother Yi happened to have an unsealed well hole. What do you mean by this? Liao Wei's body tightened inexplicably, and he looked back at him. Wang Peng showed a hint of sympathy and said meaningfully, our school has an organization called GA Alliance, which has nearly 200 students joining, and its sphere of influence covers 3 surrounding universities. There are also many people from outside the school mixed in. He patted Liao Wei on the shoulder. I hope you don't become one of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he trotted to catch up with Su Yi, and the two gradually walked away and left the auditorium. Annihilation Alliance? Liao Wei stared blankly at their backs, and a chill spread from his spine. What kind of organization is that? After the aptitude test, students are free to leave school. Tomorrow you can rest at home for a day, and the school will start preparing for for the graduation ceremony according to the awakening of all students. The day after tomorrow, the school will hold a graduation ceremony for all the awakened. After Su Yi and Wang Peng left the school, they exchanged a few casual greetings and then said goodbye to each other. The two have different home directions, so naturally they cannot go together. Su also got on the bus and returned home soon. He lives in an old community. He has been living here since he crossed into this world 3 years ago, and a month before he traveled, his parents in this world mysteriously disappeared. He opened the shoe cabinet, skillfully changed into slippers, and walked straight into his bedroom. Closed doors, windows, and closed curtains. After almost isolating the bedroom tightly, Su Yi sat back at the desk. He gently pulled open the drawer on the left, took a pale blue stone from it, and carefully placed it on the tabletop. If Wang Ji, who was doing the ability test for him today, was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize this light blue stone, which was the ability stone he used to test the ability of his students. It's just that this ability stone is several times larger than the one in Wang Ji's hand. The shape is like a bowling ball, with complex patterns carved all over and a faint blue light. Su also pressed both hands on the ability stone at the same time, concentrating quietly. Soon, the ability stone turned white, symbolizing his D-class ability awakened today, the repairman. However, Su Yi looked calm, still holding his hands against the ability stone, waiting silently. 3 seconds later, the ability stone, which originally emitted milky white light, was suddenly stained by a wisp of red, and then quickly turned red, flashing with a bright red brilliance like blood. In an instant, his entire bedroom was shrouded in the red light emitted by the ability stone. This ability stone made of special materials will shine differently depending on the ability, and what red represents is actually SSS level. The ability stone in Su Ye's hand does not have a built-in chip connected to the government database, so it neither smokes nor shows the name of the ability. This ability stone was found in the relics left by his parents, and there is no so-called chip at all, and the level of ability can only be judged by its shining light. In the first year after the time travel, Su also found this ability stone at home, and with his own ability to investigate, he figured out the purpose and use of the ability stone. The results of the investigation are consistent with the information he previously had. Although most students can only stimulate their abilities through the stimulation of ability stones on the day of awakening, but some children from wealthy families can awaken their abilities in advance through special means as early as the age of 16 or 17. 3 years ago, when Su Yi found this ability stone, he made it flash red and successfully awakened the ability in advance. It stands to reason that he should awaken to an extremely rare SSS-level ability, which only 3 people in the world have. But no matter how much he searched the government database and collected a large amount of information, he could not find the name of his ability, or even test its specific effect. This ability can only be triggered by ability stones, but it cannot be used at all. He flipped through countless materials and finally came to a vague conclusion. He may be an awakener of twin powers. Only a very small number of people have the opportunity to become twin power awakeners. They will awaken both abilities at the same time on the day of awakening, and these two abilities often complement each other. Levels can also be very different and extremely rare. Just after today's awakening, Su also successfully awakened the D-level ability, Repairman, which made his guess seem more reliable. However, he did not show his SSS-level abilities in front of Wang Ji, but chose to hide. Now, both of his abilities have been awakened, which means he can try to perceive the specific effects of these two abilities. Su also slowly removed his hand from the ability stone and put it back into the drawer. He pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes. As an awakened one, he is able to perceive the effects of his abilities by connecting with his own spiritual power. The so-called mental power is actually attention or concentration. After awakening, an energy is born in the awakened person's body, which is the source of the driving ability. Soon after, in a subtle perception, the effects of the two abilities gradually appeared in Su Ye's mind. Seeing the appearance of his ability, he immediately opened his eyes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. No wonder I haven't been able to perceive the effect of that SSS-level ability before, he muttered to himself, his face full of helplessness and embarrassment. On the day of awakening, his awakened D-level ability, Repairman, was quite simple and simple. Its function is to repair damaged non-living objects through energy, but depending on the repair substance, the energy consumed and the time required can vary greatly. With the perception in his mind, Su also began to test this ability. He casually picked up a pencil from the desk and broke it hard, and the pencil suddenly broke into 2 pieces. He then grabbed half a pencil and said to himself, if I remember correctly, how does energy work? In an instant, his palm glowed with a faint white light. The white light wrapped around the pencil, and a thin milky white thread stretched out from the break, connecting the other half. Soon, the 2 pencils were combined into one, and they were restored to their original state. Su also raised the pencil and examined it carefully. The pencil was intact and did not even have a single break. He broke the pencil again. This time, he threw his other half out of the window until the half disappeared into the darkness, and then raised the half of the pencil in his hand again and cast a repair hand. The white light shrouded the pencil pencil again, and the fracture quickly grew out of thin air. Energy expenditure has increased significantly. When there are no broken parts to repair, will the ability rely on energy to reshape its form? Su also put the pencil back in the corner of the table and did not continue to study deeply. He is now more concerned about the SSS-level ability in his body that has never appeared in the government database and has no name. After perceiving the effect of the ability, Su also decided to name it himself SSS-level ability, natural selection. As an SSS-level ability, most of them have 3 special effects, and he is no exception. And the 3 special effects of natural selection, he can roughly feel it. Special effect 1, evolution, permanently improve your own abilities by consuming special materials. Special effect 2, fade ordinary, within a limited time, randomly increase a certain ability level of oneself and return to its original state after use. Special effect 3, wizard, after completing certain conditions, randomly comprehend new abilities, but only D-level. These special effects are the concepts that appeared in Suye's mind after perceiving them. Although the specific conditions are still a little vague, there is no doubt that this is a real SSS-level ability. He finally understood why he couldn't feel the effect of this SSS-level ability until he awakened the repair hand on the day of awakening, because this ability is almost tailored for twin abilities. However, the restriction can only comprehend D-level abilities, and can only be used with D-level abilities, which makes Su also feel quite a headache. Although the effect and growth potential are very strong, looking at the present, it is not even as strong as some A-level abilities. After all, it doesn't have any active effect, and it completely relies on the D-level ability he has at hand, and most D-level abilities lack direct combat effectiveness. Even if the level is increased, the combat effect is difficult to guarantee. Su didn't think much about it, but took a deep breath, silently urged the energy in his body, and began to run natural selection. The specific effect depends on actual combat testing to draw conclusions. The way he works his energy is extremely rudimentary. With this method, he could not successfully perceive the activation conditions of special effects 1 and 3, so at this time, he can only enable the second special effect of natural selection, fade away. Target, repair hand. A faint red light flashed in Suye's palm. At the same time, a clear concept also emerged in his mind. Fade the ordinary. D-level ability repairer. The level is randomly upgraded to SSS level, and it returns to its original state after using it once. A strange feeling instantly surged all over Suye's body. In his perception, the repairman seems to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Although it is not yet possible to accurately and carefully feel what kind of effect the repairman has achieved, but he vaguely realized that this ability was no longer just a repair. It was as if he could make amazing changes by using a repair hand on an ordinary pencil. As the realm improves, the ability will naturally become stronger. The specific manifestation is that energy consumption is reduced and the ability effect is greatly enhanced. If this is the case, then the repairman who forcibly rose to the SSS level may be able to bring about a similar qualitative change. Suye's expression kept flickering, and his heart moved slightly. Perhaps, the current repairman already has the potential to turn ordinary things into treasures. He stood up, unable to contain his excitement, and couldn't wait to verify it for himself. Pushing open the door, he went straight into the small room full of clutter at home. There was a small hollow attic at the top of the room. He climbed the ladder, hunched over and groped for a while, and finally found a quaint box from the thick dust. It was an old thing left by his parents in this world. His parents, archaeologists, disappeared 3 years ago after triggering a trap during a major ruins expedition. When Suyi crossed over 3 years ago, his parents had been missing for several months. But there are still a lot of things left at home. The bowling ball-sized ability stone was what he found from this box. The chest is full of archaeological tools. But in addition to these tools and ability stones, there was only a severely broken ancient pot inside. This ancient pot is about the size of a palm, with a bronze texture and a surface covered with complex patterns. But it seemed to be hit by a heavy object, full of cracks and broken. When he discovered it 3 years ago, Suyi felt that this was by no means extraordinary. Therefore, it has been carefully stored in the box. He solemnly picked up the ancient pot and returned to the bedroom. There is a label on the back of the pot, which is obviously pasted by parents for easy identification. It says the 3 words Julie Pot, which seems to be the name of the ancient pot. What will happen if I cast an SSS-level repairer on this antiquity? Su also gently touched the Julie pot, and this thought flashed through his heart. Fade is not an easy effect to use. He clearly felt that after the repairman was promoted to SSS level, he could not use Fan again for at least a certain period of time. This This means that this is the only attempt by the repairman to choose the most important object. This is also the reason why he deliberately found the Jolie pot. This antiquity is almost the most valuable thing in his home. What's more, the pot left by this parent is likely to be related to their disappearance. Even if the original appearance cannot be restored, the Jolie pot can be restored to its original state, and it can be sold at a good price. Su also smiled slightly, and without hesitation, he covered his right hand on the broken part of the Jolie pot and urged the repair hand. His palms suddenly burst out with a blazing red light. The red light quickly enveloped the Jolie pot, and then, extremely strong energy fluctuations emerged from the broken pot body. This fluctuation flashed by, as if swallowed by a black hole, and was directly sucked into the mouth of the pot. Subsequently, the Jolie pot was quickly repaired in the dazzling light. The originally broken pot body is like going back in time, constantly recovering its defects. The bronze texture of the pot gradually became complete, and even a bronze stopper appeared at the mouth of the pot, tightly blocking the mouth. Su also felt a rapid loss of energy and physical strength in his body, but he did not withdraw immediately. Instead, it carefully measures its limits. The repair process lasted only 30 seconds. After a while, the red light gradually dissipated. The Jolie pot is quietly placed on the table like an ancient bronze that has just been unearthed. Just looking at the appearance, it is impossible to detect anything unusual in it. And the red light on his palm quickly faded and returned to his original D-level ability. His body suddenly collapsed, slipped off his chair, and fell to the ground. Suya's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. At this moment, he only felt as if his whole body had been drained of strength, and he couldn't lift up the slightest bit of energy. Not only that, but his brain also became dazed, and the whole person seemed to have not eaten for several days. His whole body was limp and extremely weak. Just for a while, it actually drained my energy and made me so weak. Even with his precautions, this sense of collapse still far exceeded his expectations. He barely raised his hand, held onto the table, and sat back in his chair staggeringly, his eyes full of shock. What the hell did I fix? Could it be that this is the Juebao mentioned in government materials? Jincheng, the old town. A girl in a short JK skirt chewing bubblegum and walking leisurely on a dimly lit street with her slender legs. The night was deep, and the street lights flickered, pulling her shadow long, and there was silence all around. Soon, she walked to the end of the alley, and there was a high wall in front of her, as if she had reached a dead end. It should be here. The breeze blew, and her long hair was gently raised, reflecting an extremely delicate face. She whispered to herself and spat out the bubblegum in her mouth. At the moment when the bubblegum flew out, she snapped her fingers gently. The bubblegum was like a bomb, gently exploding in the air, and then turning into nothingness. Then, she pulled open her clothes slightly, reached into her chest, and took out a mobile phone. If I had known that I couldn't bring a bag on a mission, I wouldn't have come in this dress. She muttered a few words dissatisfiedly, turned on her phone, looked at it against the map, and then stuffed the phone back into her chest. After doing this, she stretched out and gently pressed the headset that had already been worn in her ears. Report to senior, I'm already in place. Received, others have been waiting for you for a long time, hurry up. I know. The girl dragged out her tone, squatted down gently, and pulled out a yellow talisman from the side of her over-the-knee socks. She slapped the wall in front of her, then raised her thumbs up, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. This hesitation didn't last long, and she endured the pain and bit her fingertips. A drop of blood slowly oozes from the wound, and she frowns and presses her thumb on the yellow talisman. In an instant, a strange aura rose from the yellow talisman into the sky, straight into the sky. After all this, she looked up at the night sky and muttered to herself, Juebao, the world in the mirror. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've used it myself. I hope it's really that magical. At the moment when the girl put the yellow talisman on it, in the four directions of the old city, four invisible energies surged at the same time, reaching the sky. These four invisible forces converged in the air, colluded with each other, and finally condensed into a square and transparent barrier, tightly enveloping the area covered. The air stagnated slightly, and then calm returned. The world in the mirror has opened. A solemn announcement came from the girl's headset. At the same time, several figures rushed through all directions of this area. The virtual beast is locked in this range. Be sure to find it as soon as possible and complete the task. Once you find out, report it to me immediately. Don't act alone. The strength of this virtual beast far exceeds that of ordinary rock realms. With your ability, you are not its opponent at all. In the end, what is the use of this pot? Su also sat at the desk, fiddling with the well-restored Jolie pot in his hand, his face full of confusion. After a short rest, he regained some strength and was finally able to move normally. Taking advantage of this time, he carefully examined the Jolie pot in his hand, trying to find out its specific effect. But no matter how you fiddle with it, or even open the spout to inject energy into the pot, there is no response. Thump! Is this just an ordinary ancient bronze? The pot slowly rotated at his fingertips. But how can an ordinary ancient pot consume so much energy from me? You know, he used up an extremely precious SSS-level repair phone to restore this Jolie pot completely. Forget it, at least it's a complete bronze. When you are short of money in the future, you should be able to sell it at a good price. Su also pondered for a moment, casually stuffed the Jiuli pot into his pocket and stood up. When he used the repair hand just now, he almost overdrew all his strength. At this moment, he was weak all over his body, and a burst of hunger hit him, making him uncomfortable. He dragged his heavy steps to the kitchen, looking at the only slice of bread and 2 eggs left in the refrigerator, and couldn't help but sigh. This was originally his breakfast tomorrow, and he planned to buy some new ingredients after eating. But the previous repair consumed a lot of physical strength, and this food was not enough to fill the stomach. It seems that I can only go to the convenience store. Su also reluctantly put on his shoes, pushed open the door and walked out. Although his community is the old town of Jinchang, it is located in a remote location. But outside the community, there is still a 24-hour convenience store. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't want to endure the strong hunger and chose to buy something to eat first. Roar! The deafening roar sounded like it was about to tear the entire night sky. Fang Xian's face turned pale, his steps staggered, and he took a few steps back. She didn't expect that as soon as she had arranged the world in the mirror, she would encounter the virtual beast head-on. This is the shadow beast of the virtual beast. She whispered the name of the monster in front of her, her expression becoming more and more solemn. Even among all the virtual beasts, the shadow beast is an extremely powerful category. Only the monster in front of me was about 2 meters tall, on all fours on the ground, and its fangs flashed white in the moonlight. Its whole body was shrouded in black energy, and a large-scale armor was faintly visible, and its red eyes flashed with fiery killing intent. Fang Xian suppressed the panic in his heart, and quickly stretched out his right hand to the Bluetooth headset in his ear. Senior, I. Her pupils contracted sharply and she hurriedly turned her head. A black scale cut through the night sky and brushed her cheek. At the next moment, a red bloodstain was drawn on the fair and delicate face, although not deep, but bloody. The headphones in her ears instantly broke in half and fell to the ground. Fang Xian looked straight ahead, his eyes showed surprise, and he gently wiped the blood from his face. Then he looked down at his blood-stained thumb, and his vision stained slightly. A strong momentum surged out of her body. You, how dare you hurt my face? She repeated this sentence to herself, her eyes flashing with anger, and she stared up at the virtual beast not far away. The surging power instantly wrapped her whole body. It seems that you have asked for your own death. Finally regained my strength. In the convenience store, Suyi took a big bite of bread, and his face showed an extremely happy look. The feeling of hunger gradually recedes from the body. The discomfort caused by the previous depletion of energy is also quickly dissipating. Brother Yi, haven't you eaten for a day? The cashier in front of the convenience store counter stared at Suya's gobbling appearance with a puzzled face, and couldn't help but speak. He has been working in this store for 2 years. 2 years ago, a theft occurred in the store, and he was suspected by the store manager of being a suspect and was about to be sent to the police station. At that time, it happened that Su also came here to buy something, helped him break the siege, and found the real thief. It was with this opportunity that Zhuo Gu was able to continue to work here, and the two became acquainted. Although he is older than Su Yi, because of his respect, he will still call him Brother Yi affectionately. But at the moment, Su Yi was so hungry that he had never seen it before. Su also took a big sip of mineral water, swallowed the food in his mouth, and replied without raising his head, "Isn't it common for young people to replenish their physical strength in order to welcome the nightlife? Oh, Brother Yi, have you found a girlfriend?" When Zhuo Gu heard this, he immediately showed a lewd smile and winked at Su Yi. "Do you want a box of combat equipment? I'll give you a 20% discount, guaranteed to be affordable." Girlfriend? It's so vulgar. Su also drank the last drop of water, threw the garbage in his hand into the trash can, snorted softly, and his tone was full of disdain. "My comrade in arms, only this golden right hand." Zhuo Gu rolled his eyes, stood aside and teased, "Then brother, you have been squeezed dry by your comrades in arms, right? Now that you are only a high school student, it is better to be moderate. Don't talk nonsense, I'm going home." Su didn't bother to pester with him, shrugged his shoulders, and walked straight to the outside of the convenience store, ready to go home and continue to study his abilities. "Brother, be careful on the road." Zhuo Gu smiled and waved his hand. "I heard that there have been several accidental disappearances in the old town recently. You have to pay attention." Accidental disappearance? Su also walked out of the store and muttered in a low voice. He happened to notice this news in the past 2 days. In the past 2 or 3 days, there have been many disappearances in the old town, and the police are busy. It's not really such a coincidence, but it hit me on the head. He complained to himself, put his hands in his pockets, and walked straight home. A gust of night wind whizzed by, blowing the dim and dilapidated light swaying slightly. Under the silent night sky, Suya's ears suddenly sounded muffled. He stopped abruptly and looked in surprise in the direction of the sound. The muffled sound seemed to come from another world, distant and real, which made his heart tighten. Is it an illusion? He squinted his eyes and listened with bated breath, but only the sound of the wind whistled in his ears. Just when he thought it was just an illusion and was about to move on, there was another muffled sound, which suddenly sounded in his ears. This time, Su was also completely sure that he had not heard wrong, nor did he hallucinate. The muffled sound from the distance, although the sound sound was far away, was extremely real, and it was by no means his delusion. He closed his eyes, stood where he was, and listened carefully. After a while, the same muffled sound suddenly sounded. Is it right here? Su also quickly opened his eyes, took 2 steps forward quickly, and his eyes fell on the alley on the left. It was a dead alley, surrounded by walls, dark and empty. However, those muffled sounds seemed to come from this alley. So, he stood at the entrance of the alley, his eyes flickering and his face hesitating. In terms of his personality, Su was actually very afraid of trouble, but the strong curiosity in his heart made him unable to ignore this strange voice. This curiosity is like someone shouting in the square that someone is running naked, knowing that it is most likely a pervert, but I still can't help but look back at it with a hint of fantasy of, is it really a beautiful woman running naked? He stood hesitantly at the entrance of the alley for a long time, but the muffled sound in his ears sounded again. This time the voice became extremely loud, with the faint screams of girls mixed in. Suyi squinted his eyes and stared ahead, suddenly took a step back, and said to himself, I always feel an ominous premonition. It's better to go back. Instinct told him that there was danger lurking ahead. Rather than curiosity, he finally chose to avoid possible trouble. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave, but as soon as he took 2 steps, there was a roar behind him. Oh dash! The sound of a broken mirror suddenly sounded, and Suyi turned around suddenly, only to see that the air at the entrance of the alley was like a mirror, suddenly cracking. In that crack, there was a world vaguely existing, exactly the same as the environment around him. At the same time, the vague roar that had been blurred before became deafening at this moment, clearly coming out of the cracks. The beast roared angrily, and the impact was violent, making people dizzy and surging with blood and blood. Immediately afterwards, an exclamation came from the crack. The world in the mirror is broken? How strong is this guy? Ha! Is there someone next to me? Suyi hurriedly took 2 steps back, with surprise in his eyes, staring at the crack, his mind spinning rapidly. Immediately afterwards, a pair of stunning beautiful eyes passed through the crack and looked at Suyi in the air. You are also an awakener? When Fan Xan saw Suyi, his expression changed slightly, and his voice became louder. From Suyi, she sensed an imperceptible energy fluctuation. Do me a favor? She quickly took out her phone from her chest and threw it at Suyi. However, before the words fell, Suyi turned his head like the wind and ran away quickly. The phone fell straight to the ground, and the back cover was thrown away. Fan Xan stood in the crack in a daze, stunned, looking ahead in disbelief. That guy actually ran away? Her shock didn't last long, her face quickly turned serious, and her body jumped up. The shadow beast's claws swept across the earth, roaring. Fan Xan cleverly dodged the attack, stabilized his figure, and threw a stone with his right hand. The stone fell quickly and smashed into the huge body of the shadow beast. Then, she snapped her fingers gently, and the stone exploded on the shadow beast, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. At the same time, the crack was quickly repaired under the wrap of invisible force. That guy ran too fast. I wanted him to help me call my senior. Fan Xan muttered dissatisfiedly. His face was solemn, and he stared down. She knew that she could not deal with this shadow beast on her own. In the dust and smoke, the huge body of the shadow beast rushed into the sky like a cannonball, dispersing the smoke. However, its attention was no longer on Fan Xan, but its crimson eyes staring in the direction of Suya's escape, as if it sensed something. Su also shuttled between the streets, with a complicated expression on his face. What was that monster just now? Is it a virtual beast recorded in the database? The nameplate on that girl's chest, if I remember correctly, is from Longxia Academy. According to what Wang Peng said, this is the awakened person of Longxia Academy who came to Jincheng? It seems that they came to Jincheng not to recruit awakeners, but to hunt virtual beasts. In his mind, countless clues quickly intertwined and converged, and he came to a conclusion in just a few seconds. Because of this, just the moment he saw the girl, he made a decisive decision: run away. After all, he was just an awakened person who had just awakened, and his combat effectiveness was almost zero. Although the girl from Longxia Academy seemed to want him to help, but Su would never take risks easily, and soon chose to leave. However, before escaping, he vaguely saw a mobile phone thrown out. It seems that this virtual beast has been wandering around the old city for a long time. Could it be that the disappearance case a few days ago is also inseparable from it? Suyi rushed in the direction of home while reasoning quickly in his mind. However, less than half a meter away from him, the air suddenly broke again. Suyi turned his head in a daze, only to see a huge black claw suddenly slash down, tearing the air and slashing at him fiercely. Hey, what are you kidding? Although the brain instantly gave the order to dodge, but his body didn't have time to react. Seeing that the terrifying giant claw was about to hit, a red light rushed over at a faster speed and suddenly blocked Suya's front. A roar came from his eyes, and the strong wind that rolled up made him stumble a few steps and almost fell. He stopped abruptly, only to see Fan Xan lying between him and the shadow beast. Her skirt and hair fluttered in the wind, her arms were wrapped in a hint of red light, but her face was slightly white. If you hurt the innocent, you will have to deduct credits, she muttered to herself, trying her best to hold on to the giant claw, her eyes full of obsession. However, the shadow beast roared again. A black scale broke out of the sky, turned into a black light, and rushed towards Su Yi. "Hey, be careful!" Fang Xian's face changed suddenly, and he shouted urgently. But the giant claws in front of her became heavier, and she couldn't get out to help at all. Facing the black streamer that hit quickly, Su Yi got goosebumps all over his body, his blood seemed to be boiling, and his adrenaline was soaring. The life and death crisis instantly surged into his heart, but it made his mind unusually calm. The next moment, he actually rushed forward, went straight to the gap that had been broken, and rolled in. Click! The chip, which was cracked like a mirror, began to be repaired quickly. The gap continued to narrow, and the black light that was flying through the sky finally failed to catch up with Su Yi and disappeared beyond the repaired crack. Su Yi turned over from the ground and sat up, looked at the huge virtual beast in front of him, and whispered, "I always feel like I have broken into a more dangerous place." "Senior, Fang Xian's voice over there is broken." Two figures shuttled between the rooftops of the old town, and suddenly a teenager rushed over from the side and joined them. "I've noticed it." The man at the head was wearing a blue robe, his hair was neatly combed, and his face was solemn. Not only that, the mirror world on Fang Xian's side leaked energy twice, as if it had been broken. "Energy leakage?" The senior frowned and pondered. "This is not right. It stands to reason that the world in the mirror is indestructible and almost impossible to destroy. Unless there is an external force intervening, find the mirror world from the outside world and smash it directly." As soon as he said this, his face suddenly changed, the light under his feet flashed, and his speed suddenly increased a few points. "Hurry up, time is tight, hurry over immediately." Fang Xian sighed. "Life is in danger." On the street, Fang Xian shouted, and a fiery red light erupted from his body, finally shaking the virtual beast shadow beast away. She gasped slightly, turned her head to look at Su Yi, who was rolling up from the ground, her face full of anxiety. "What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to help? I'm a hot gut and helpful." Su Yi's face was full of righteousness, but his heart was uneasy. He looked around and found that the location was exactly the same as the previous street. The surrounding walls and buildings are lifelike, but there is no trace of life. "Then what did you run at first?" Fang Xian was very angry and glared at him angrily. "I love sports, can't I?" Su also muttered, looking forward. At this moment, the shadow beast's fangs were exposed, and his scarlet eyes stared at him, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It kept rubbing its palms, and the energy in its body surged, ready to swoop down. At this moment, two stones suddenly flew from the side and threw them accurately in front of the shadow beast. With the snap of his fingers, the stones exploded like bombs, rolling up dust and smoke in the sky, and making a roar. Before Su could react, a figure instantly grabbed him and rushed forward. He looked back at Fang Xian, who was pale next to him, quickly adjusted his posture, and ran with her, while asking, "So, what the hell do you want me to help you?" Fang Xian didn't say much, directly put his hand into his chest, took out his spare mobile phone, and said hurriedly, "Make the first call, quickly call the senior to save us. The lock screen password is 1019. She was staring at the shadow beast intently at the moment, not daring to be distracted at all. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stepped on the ground, and actually pulled Su Yi to jump 3 or 4 meters high from the street and landed on the wall of the alley next to her. As soon as they jumped up, the shadow beast's giant claws slammed down, and a big pit smashed out of the ground. If I hadn't dodged it in time, I am afraid it would have been filmed into meat paste. Fang Xian's face became paler and paler. In order to protect Su Yi, she forcibly resisted the attack of the shadow beast, and the energy in her body was almost exhausted. But the shadow beast was only slightly injured, and it was not a big problem at all. If she continued to fight, she couldn't hold on to the seniors and the others at all. No signal. Su also shouted loudly, waving his phone. "Can this guy's energy actually block the signal?" Fang Xian's expression became more and more solemn, and while running fast, he threw 3 stones behind him without looking back. The stone exploded in the air, briefly blocking the shadow beast's pursuit. But her breathing became more and more rapid, and the severe consumption of energy made her unable to hold on. If she was the only one, even if she fought desperately, she would not be so embarrassed. But the world in the mirror is shattered, and civilians are inadvertently involved. Whether it's for the school motto or the credits, she must protect these innocent people. Her ability, Christmas Gift, cannot cause fatal damage to the shadow beast, but it can temporarily block its pace. As long as she holds on until the senior arrives, she can get out. 8 meters per second, abdomen. A whisper suddenly came from his ear. Fang Xian looked back and saw Su Yi running fast while muttering to himself. "What are you muttering?" Fang Xian couldn't help but ask. "Analyze the guy's running speed and weaknesses." Su also replied casually, his eyes were unexpectedly calm, like a cold machine. Fang Xian was stunned for a second. She didn't expect that this guy next to her, who looked like a high school student, could analyze so calmly at such a critical moment. "Wait, you just said that this guy's weakness is in the abdomen?" She reacted quickly and stared at Su Yi with wide eyes. Impossible. At the beginning of the battle, she had already tried to attack the key points of the shadow beast: eyes, throat, abdomen, etc. But the other party was covered with scales, especially the abdomen, which was always tightly wrapped by that layer of black scales, and it was difficult to cause substantial damage at all. "Didn't you notice?" Su also responded responded quickly. If I'm not mistaken, this guy's scales are very evenly distributed. The explosion you caused can't break its defenses. You threw stones 3 times in total. During the first 2 attacks, it didn't have any defensive action at all, and it resisted stubbornly. But the third time just now, you threw 3 stones. The moment those stones touched its body and were about to explode, it quickly curled up. It will have such a reaction, which means it's worried that it will get hurt. Fang Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately took Su Ye's words, and the shadow beast curled up to protect its waist and abdomen. But its abdomen obviously has scales. I just noticed that at the moment it attacks, the scales on its abdomen will open like a muscle, which means that at the moment it attacks, the abdomen is actually unprotected. Fang Xian looked at Su Ye in surprise, but he didn't expect the young man next to him to have such keen observation. She quickly cheered herself up, jumped off the wall with Su Ye, and picked up a few stones. I advise you not to attack directly. Su also calmly heard a voice from his side. This guy's IQ is not low, and once an attack fails, it will definitely be prepared in advance. At that time, it will be even more difficult to hit its weak point again. Then what are you going to do? Fang Xian frowned and asked in a low voice. Use this. Su also spread his right hand, and there was a pebble that was only half in his palm. Roar! A deafening roar came from above the two of them. The shadow beast finally caught up, stepped all 4 legs, kicked a wall, and galloped through the wind. In just a few seconds, it has rushed to a distance of less than 10 meters. At the same time, Su also quickly read out the plan, and Fang Xian listened word for word. Are you sure this will work? Fang Xian's eyes widened, looking at Su Yi in disbelief. We don't have many choices. Su Yi stared intently ahead, and at the critical moment of life and death, he was still calm and firm. Okay. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, stomped on the ground with his right foot, threw the ball like a baseball player, and threw half of the pebbles at the shadow beast with all his might. This time, I believe you. The pebbles cut through the night sky, like arrows off the string, shooting straight towards the abdomen of the shadow beast. In the face of this sudden attack, the black light on the shadow beast's body surged, as if there was a warning, and quickly curled up its body into a ball and rolled forward. Although the pebble was unpretentious, it hit its extremely hard scales and immediately bounced to the ground. The shadow beast rolled up and propped itself on all 4s, showing a hint of confusion and ignorance on its hideous and terrifying face. It actually stopped in place, staring at the 2 people in front of it with crimson eyes, and even tilted its head slightly as if it was selling cuteness. Hey, you liar! Fang Xian grabbed Su Ye's shoulder and shook him desperately. It's useless at all. And the way this guy looks at us, he's clearly looking at idiots. I was actually despised by a virtual beast. Hey! She began to regret it and easily believed Su Ye's words. Just now, Su also asked her not to use her abilities, just throw the pebbles out. But after she did it, she realized how much damage could be done to the virtual beast with half a pebble. Roar! A deafening roar came out of the shadow beast's mouth. Stepping on all 4s, he flew in again and sprinted towards the 2 of them. The distance of less than 10 meters is just a leap distance for it. Fang Xian's face changed suddenly. He quickly grabbed Su Yi and turned around to dodge. But Su Ye's body did not move at all, but his eyes were staring ahead, and he quickly read a string of numbers in his mouth. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Enough! His eyes flashed, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pointed straight ahead. At this time, Fang Xian noticed that Su Yi was holding half a piece of pebble in his palm. Judging from the break, it seems that it is the half she threw out just now. The huge figure of the shadow beast turned into a shadow at this moment, enveloping the 2 of them. Fang Xian could even see the white light reflected from the hideous fangs. It waved its claws, and the scales that originally wrapped its abdomen cracked, revealing flesh and blood. But at this distance, she didn't have time to fight back, and even escaped in a hurry. She held Su Yi tightly, but saw that his expression was unusually calm and unfluctuating. You only have 1 chance, don't miss it. Suddenly, Su Yi shouted, and a white light appeared between his right palm. Activate the ability, Repair Hand. In an instant, half of the pebbles in his palm shone with a white light. A milky white energy thread flew out of the fracture. At the next moment, the half pebble thrown by Fang Xian seemed to be pulled through the air by the silk thread. The speed is extremely fast, shuttling several meters in half a second, directly hitting the shadow beast directly below when it flies. Fang Xian's eyes flashed with light, and he reacted quickly. At the moment when the pebbles flew under the shadow beast, she rubbed her fingers and snapped her fingers skillfully. A-level ability, Christmas gift, Rumble. The surging airwave directly blew Su Yi and Fang Xian back a few steps. The fire caused by the explosion turned into smoke obscuring the view. Half a second later, a heavy body landing sound came from the front. The shadow beast smashed to the ground, setting off a strong wind and blowing away the smoke. I saw that its abdomen seemed to have been blown through, and blood flowed wantonly. The dark energy streamer flowed through its body, but after struggling twice, it lost its breath of life and lay motionless. A pale blue light rushed out of the shadow beast's mind invisibly, and quickly drilled towards Su Yi. Su Yi's face changed slightly, and he clearly sensed that the light had drilled into the jewelry pot in his arms. The wind blew Fang Xian's hair and skirt, but a hint of strangeness appeared on Su Yi's calm face.
Chang. It worked? Fang Xian's eyes widened, looking ahead in disbelief.
The shadow beasts that were both rock realms, but whose combat effectiveness was far better than her, were actually killed by them.
Hey, did you see it?
She suddenly turned her head to look at Suyi behind her, her tone full of excitement and happiness for the rest of her life.
Saw, it's a blue and white striped.
Suyi spoke subconsciously, but suddenly felt a murderous intent welling up in his heart.
The next moment, he was choked by Fang Xian on the spot,
and the whole person waved his hand desperately as if he was drowning. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. After a while, Fang Xian finally let go of Suyi. His cheeks were stained with a touch of crimson, and he stood in place, his eyes full of incredulity.
You know, this shadow beast, they have been tracking for nearly a week.
Even in the rock realm, the strength of the shadow beast belongs to the extremely strong level. However, with Suyi's assistance, she managed to kill him.
Ahem, cough, cough.
Suyi muttered in a low voice while coughing quickly. I didn't take the initiative to see it.
Again, believe it or not, blow up all your hair. Fang Xian's face turned even redder. He stomped his feet suddenly, staring at Suyi threateningly.
She turned around fiercely. Her eyes fell on the corpse of the shadow beast on the ground, and she took a deep breath with an unbelievable look in her eyes.
Is this shadow beast really killed me?
Everything has weaknesses. As long as you seize the weakness to attack, it is not surprising that the weak defeat the strong. Suyi's voice suddenly came from the side.
He stared down at the shadow beast, his eyes flashing.
In my mind, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly flashed by.
Weakness. Fang Xian muttered this sentence, but suddenly remembered that she had heard similar words many times when she was in school.
She suddenly woke up. It was not so much that he killed the shadow beast himself, but rather Suyi's amazing insight and judgment, and even his ability to use it in the end, was the key to victory. And in his calculations, he even included his own ability effects.
Who are you? Fang Xian's expression immediately became serious, staring at Suyi, and asked, I'm just an ordinary high school student passing by. Su also had a sincere face. If possible, he didn't want to be involved in this inexplicable incident.
But for some reason, the moment the shadow beast saw him, it seemed to regard him as prey, chasing him relentlessly.
Hearing Suyi's answer, Fang Xian's chest tightened slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Ordinary high school students actually have this kind of judgment and analytical ability?
She frowned and whispered to herself, it's really strange. According to the senior, the world in this mirror shouldn't have been torn apart so easily.
How did this guy break the world in the mirror and then affect reality?
If it weren't for the shattering of the mirror world, Su would not have been involved in this battle at all.
It stands to reason that this kind of accidental implication of innocent people is a serious dereliction of duty. The sound of heavy footsteps broke the silence. Immediately afterwards, Fang Xian and Suyi's faces changed in unison, and they raised their heads suddenly. Impossible. Suyi frowned and looked forward in disbelief.
Not far away, a shadow beast that was 2 laps larger than the shadow beast just now was staring at the two of them fiercely.
The aura on its body was extremely eerie,
bursting out with fiery killing intent. I finally understand why the mirror world was shattered.
Fang Xian's face changed suddenly, and he finally found the answer to the question. The world in the mirror is the most frequently used in Juebao.
When mirror symbols are arranged in a rectangle around the city, they can connect to each other to create a complete mirror world. In this mirror world, it is possible to quickly screen and transfer virtual beasts into the mirror world according to energy. Theoretically, the defense of the mirror world is extremely strong, and ordinary battles cannot be destroyed at all, let alone the real world. But if there is a virtual beast outside the mirror world and attacks the mirror world, the barrier will be destroyed to a certain extent, and the mirror world will also be shattered. Fang Xian stared at the shadow beast in front of him in disbelief, and the conclusion in his heart gradually became clear. The world in the mirror was shattered before, precisely because this guy launched an attack from the outside. Moreover, this time there is more than one virtual beast, but 2. This is very different from the information they received before the mission. If 2 shadow beasts appear at the same time, even if they join forces, they are very likely to fall into a bitter battle. However, at this moment, she had just tried her best to kill a shadow beast, and her energy was almost exhausted. In the face of the second shadow beast that emerged, she had little power to fight back. 2 jet black scales flew rapidly and went straight to Suyi and Fang Xian. Suyi's face changed again and again, and the sudden situation caught him off guard, and he couldn't react in time. At this moment, Fang Xian pushed suddenly, protecting him behind him, his right arm stretched out forcefully, and the energy suddenly appeared.
With 2 muffled sounds, Fang Xian's body was slammed away and slammed into the wall behind him. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body slid down, and looked at Suyi weakly. Run away. After saying that, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Roar! The deafening beast roar sounded, and after the shadow beast shot out 2 scales, it slammed on the ground and quickly rushed towards Suyi. It seems that from the beginning, its target was Suyi alone. Su also desperately tried to make his body react, but this shadow beast is far faster than the previous one. In just one breath, it spanned more than 10 meters and swooped in front of Suyi. At this almost close distance, Suyi could even clearly see its sharp fangs, but his body didn't have time to dodge,
so he could only watch the white fangs fall towards him. At the moment when the shadow beast's attack distance was less than a meter, Suyi suddenly heard the sound of rapid running in his ears. A figure shuttled past him at a faster speed than the shadow beast. The blue robe danced with the wind, and Suyi saw the figure rushing forward quickly, directly under the shadow beast. He waved his right hand, and the palm that was empty actually appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with a resolute face, about 25 or 16 years old, with a firm expression and no hesitation. He swung his dagger and slashed diagonally towards the shadow beast's abdomen. Roar! In the face of the sudden attack, the shadow beast reacted quickly. It curled up and tried to protect its abdomen with its scales to withstand the attack. At this moment, a young man's low shout sounded in Suya's ears. Definitely. The movement of the virtual beast curled up as if it were an electric shock. At this moment, the young man in the blue robe stabbed the dagger deep into the abdomen of the shadow beast and pulled hard. Accompanied by the mournful roar of the beast, blood rained everywhere. The huge shadow beast's body was disemboweled and fell to the ground. Its eyes showed a strong sense of unwillingness, and it desperately shot out two black scales from its body, shooting towards the young man in the blue robe. At this time, the young man was in free fall. Faced with these two black lights, he looked calm and didn't even make any defensive moves. Suyi saw a metallic round shield appear in front of the young man out of thin air, blocking the black light. The huge body of the virtual beast landed heavily, and with it, there was the young man in the blue robe. Then, a light blue light quickly drilled into the Jolie pot, but this light seemed to be visible only to Suyi, and the others did not notice it at all. Suyi's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, and he looked forward in surprise. Is this the strength of the Awakeners of Longsha Academy? From the nameplate on the chest of the young man in the blue robe, he had recognized that they, like Fang Xian, were all awakened people from Longsha Academy. To be more precise, they should be the Void Hunters. The tacit cooperation between them made Suyi surprised. In the old city of Jinchang, two shadow beasts were killed. Please send someone to clean up the battlefield. The young man in the blue robe took out his mobile phone from his pocket and walked towards Suyi while reporting. After reporting, he put away his mobile phone and stretched out his right hand to signal to Suyi. Longsha Academy, Xiao Sha. Su also held the other party's hand and was directly pulled up and stood firm. He blinked and calmly reported the name of his tablemate, Wang Peng. Don't worry, I'm fine. Senior, Sister Xin is too powerful. She actually killed a shadow beast by herself. A childish voice came from behind him. Su also looked back and saw a short-haired boy walking out with a surprised face. If we had come a little late, her life might have been in danger. On the other side, a girl wearing denim shorts and slender legs walked out slowly, looking cold, and saw Fang Xian unconscious against the wall at a glance. She shook her right hand slightly, and the shield that had been suspended in the air immediately dissipated. If I'm not mistaken, you are also an awakener? Xiao Sha stared at Su Yi and asked suddenly, high school student? Awakening day today just awakened ability? Su also hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. With Fang Xian alone, it is absolutely impossible to kill that shadow beast. Xiao Sha said bluntly, but his eyes were fixed on Su Yi. Did you help her? If you can you change places with us and talk about this matter in detail? Don't worry, we are from the 5th team of Longsha Academy, and we have no ill will towards you. I believe in you. Su also nodded, but surprisingly honest, but Sister Fang Xian just saved me. I want to see her first. She's fine, she's just unconscious due to the impact of energy. Xiao Sha nodded, but if you're worried, you can take care of her for a while. After saying that, he turned around, looked at the two shadow beast corpses in front of him, and ordered, Guiyan, Xiaoli, collect blood samples and collect about 5 pieces of scales. He stood there, staring at the shadow beast corpse with slightly dazed eyes, his expression full of thought. A high school student who was caught up in the mirror world was able to assist Fang Xian in killing the shadow beast. Could it be that the kid just now has the ability of A-level or above? Fang Xian and the high school student, how did they kill that shadow beast, which made him particularly concerned? Senior, it's all collected. Just as he was lost in thought, the voices of Guiyan and Xiaoli pulled him back to reality. Xiao Sha nodded. Take Fang Xian and that high school student with you. We are ready to leave. As he spoke, he turned his head, only to find that his eyes stayed in place. Not far away, except for Fang Xian, who was leaning against the wall and was unconscious. Suya's figure disappeared. Where did that guy go? Su also pushed open the door, returned to his home, and let out a long breath. I almost got caught up in those troubles. He muttered in his mouth, but he couldn't hide his tiredness in his eyes. This was the first time he faced a real virtual beast, and his whole body was tense, and he finally relaxed at this moment. Although Longsha Academy is famous in the country, it is almost the strongest awakened academy, but Su also didn't want to have anything to do with them at all. For him, after understanding the dangers and background of this world, the most important thing is to find a stable place to gain a foothold and keep himself safe. As the most well-known academy, Longsha Academy is saddled with a high reputation and naturally bears corresponding responsibilities. According to the data he has, the mortality rate of Longsha Academy students is nearly 10% higher than that of other awakened academy. Without absolute certainty, Su never
never wanted to put himself in danger. Another reason why he left the scene so quickly was, he quickly returned to the bedroom and took out the jewelry pot from his pocket. This jewelry pot, which was originally simple and unresponsive, was now slightly swallowing and exhaling light blue light. Sure enough, what did it absorb from those two virtual beasts just now? Suye's eyes flashed and he whispered to himself. He clearly remembered that at the moment when the two virtual beasts died, light blue light gushed out of their bodies and drilled directly into the jewelry pot. And those two rays of light seemed to be seen only by him, and others couldn't detect them at all. The seemingly ordinary jewelry pot obviously still hides an unknown secret. He gently lifted the lid of the pot and looked down into the pot. However, the inside of the pot was pitch black, and nothing could be seen at all. The pale blue light that kept swallowing and spitting out gradually dimmed and slowly dissipated. Su also hesitated for a moment and injected the energy in his body into the jewelry pot again. He had tried before, and even if he injected energy, the jewelry pot did not react at all. But this time, just as soon as the energy was injected, his eyes suddenly spun around, and his consciousness seemed to be sucked into the pot, only to feel a burst of churning and shuttling. After a while, his drowsy consciousness gradually returned. When he looked at the world in front of him, he was stunned. What comes into view is a paradise with birds singing and flowers and lush branches, waterfalls gurgling, sunlight hanging high, and breeze blowing. All the sights seemed so illusory. In a trance, Suyi even suspected that he had crossed over and came to another world. Looking down at his body, it was as real as reality. But compared to the original body, this one is lighter, as if there is no restraint. This is your spiritual body, which is naturally lighter than the real physical body. Suddenly, a slightly old voice suddenly sounded. Su also raised his head suddenly and looked around. Who is talking? Go to the right and you will see the old man. The voice sounded again, guiding him. Oh no, it's your left hand. Faced with this strange voice, Suyi narrowed his eyes, but still walked towards the left. About 5 steps, that's right. The voice continued to guide him forward. Here? Yes, that's it. Take 3 more steps. Just as Suyi took a few steps, the voice suddenly shouted, Oh, you have gone too far. You stepped on the old man. Suyi immediately felt that the soles of his feet seemed to have stepped on something hard and quickly raised his feet and looked down. Before long, his expression became weird. I saw a piece of bronze shell peeking out of the soil under my feet. The exposed part made him feel a familiar atmosphere. Very good. Now please help me pull it out. Suye's face was even more eccentric. Could it be that the thing that has been talking to him is this thing buried in the soil? He didn't rush to pull out the pot, but kicked it with his foot. Why are you buried in the soil? Oh, don't kick. The old man's waist is about to be broken by you. A cry came from the pot. The world in the pot has changed before. The energy is surging. The old man has slept for too long. The power has not yet been unsealed, and he was accidentally shaken into the soil. Since you're here, hurry up and help me. Suyi looked suspicious and calmly touched his chin. No, if you are a monster sealed underground, I will release you. Isn't it just to let the tiger return to the mountain? Little friend, have you ever seen anyone with only their heads sealed? A muffled voice came from the pot. Besides, if I am really sealed, how can you unlock it easily? When Tang Sung unveiled the talisman to Sun Yukong, he had to recite the scriptures again. There is some truth to this. Su also took advantage of the gap between the pot to speak, and circled the pot to confirm that there was no abnormality around it and that the soil was soft. He no longer doubted, squatted down, grabbed both ends of the bronze shell with both hands, and pulled it up sharply. Fortunately, this thing is not buried deeply. With a slight force, he pulled the bronze out of the soil. When he saw the whole picture of this thing, Suye's expression instantly became wonderful. Jewelry pot? He stared at the bronze in his hand in shock, and it looked exactly like the jewelry pot he had repaired before. Just as he was stunned, a force suddenly came from his hand. The jewelry pot actually flew up and floated in the air. Then, an incomparably mysterious aura gushed out from the pot body. The lid of the pot trembled slightly, and wisps of ethereal fairy mist spread out from the gaps. For a while, Suyi was like a fairyland on earth filled with flying mist. Could it be? Su also trembled slightly with excitement. The scene in front of him quickly flashed through his mind the many legends he had seen in his previous life. Aladdin's magic lamp, the ring grandfather. Could it be that there is a peerless and powerful soul hidden in this jewelry pot, and he is the one who was destined? Just when his heart was surging and excited, the trembling of the lid became more and more violent. Suye's excitement gradually subsided, and he stared at the lid with dull eyes and trembled for a whole minute. After a while, the lid stopped vibrating. The old voice from before sounded slightly again. That little friend, can you help me open the lid of the pot? The old man has been sleeping for too long, and the power has passed violently. For some reason, there was a hint of embarrassment and guilt in his voice. Su was also silent for a few seconds, couldn't help but roll his eyes, and lifted the lid of the pot. A pure fairy mist sprayed out from the mouth of the pot like a fountain. In the immortal mist, a figure slowly drilled out of it. This figure is not big, half of his body is still hidden in the jewelry pot, but it exudes a strong mysterious aura. But it didn't last long. Not long after the figure got out, he coughed violently because he inhaled too much fairy mist. As if sensing Suye's speechlessness,
lifeless gaze, he quickly coughed dryly, exhaled gently, and blew away the fog around him.
His appearance was finally seen clearly by Su Yi.
It turned out to be an old man who had shrunk countless times. Half of his body was still in the Jolie pot, only his upper body was exposed. If you put aside his performance of losing his temperament just now, the 4 words of fairy wind and bones are perfect to describe him. But the appearance of this little old man just now, no matter how you look at it, makes it difficult for Su to respect him. I don't know if I want to save face, or if I feel too embarrassed. The old man stroked his beard and looked at Su Yi, showing an unfathomable look, and spoke lightly. The old man is the spirit of the world in this pot.
You can also call the old man immortal in the pot. The world in the pot, the immortal in the pot?
Su Yi's eyes flashed quickly, and in just 2 seconds, all the questions were clarified. So, now it's my consciousness that is involved in the Jolie pot.
He looked up and down at the old man in front of him. And you, an unreliable guy, are the spirits of the instruments here, the little pot? What is the name of the little pot?
The immortal in the pot almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood and scolded angrily. The old man is a spirit, not a eunuch.
Why, you don't like this title? Su also hurriedly answered. How about calling you Xiangong? From a little eunuch to a factory man?
Hey, tisk. Su also curled his lips. Okay, since you are not happy, then I will call you the second pot from now on. Boy, I advise you to restrain yourself. The immortal in the pot was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. The old man is called the immortal in the pot. Don't give me any weird nicknames. Su also looked at him for 2 seconds, and finally chose to compromise. Then I'll take a step back and call you Hulao.
No matter how I say it, I'm still a fairy. Give me some respect.
The immortal in the pot was dissatisfied with this title and insisted that Su also call him an immortal.
No more nonsense. I really put the lid on you.
Su was also a little impatient, and raised the lid of the Jolie pot and threatened.
Look at your appearance. The title of Hulao is not bad. Hulao's face changed, and he immediately admitted it.
Su also stared helplessly at the instrument spirit in front of him. His heart was full of speechlessness. But he still sighed and asked, then why did my consciousness enter this world in this pot? He had some doubts in his heart. Obviously he was injecting energy into the Jolie pot, but he was inexplicably involved. But he vaguely guessed that it might be related to the light blue light emitted by the 2 virtual beasts. Because you are the first person to successfully restore the Jolie pot in hundreds of years,
Hulao said calmly.
The souls of the 2 virtual beasts before were absorbed by the Jolie pot, allowing the Jolie pot, which had been silent for many years, to operate again. And you inject the energy in your body into the pot, and you have completed the recognition of the Lord. In other words, from now on, you will be the owner of this Jolie pot.
Bang! The soul of the virtual beast.
Su Yi also had a flash of light in his eyes, and finally understood the origin of the 2 pale blue rays. But in the face of the reality in front of him, he was still a little confused.
Then what can this Jolie pot do for me after recognizing me as the master? Ha!
Hulao suddenly showed a proud look. When it comes to the abilities of the world in the pot, there are really countless of them. Then he gushed like a live broadcast salesman. Soak in fairy springs, plant fairy grass, and keep spirit beasts in captivity. Refining spiritual weapons, cultivating puppets, alchemy refining tools, spirit talisman formations. A lot of functions were thrown, and Su was also excited to hear it.
Is this his golden finger?
In this world full of energy and ability, he could actually choose a path of immortal cultivation that was different from ordinary people, and step to the top with the help of cross-dimensional power. He thought to himself that the way of cultivating immortality in his cognition was far more powerful than those who awakened.
These are all functions of the Jolie pot? Su Yi asked excitedly. What do you want? How is that possible?
Hulao rolled his eyes and responded helplessly.
The above functions cannot be done by Jolie pot.
After all, this is not thousands of years ago. The spiritual power of the planet has long since declined. The excitement on Su Yi's face gradually dissipated. He and Hulao looked at each other, and the air fell silent. After a while, he didn't speak. He directly picked up the lid of the pot and covered the Jolie pot heavily. In an instant, the lid of the pot rolled, and the old pot's voice came out of it. Hey, let me out. I just want to ease the atmosphere and make a joke. Su also lifted the lid of the pot again, and the pot old drilled out. He gasped and muttered in a low voice, today's young people are really impatient and can't even afford to joke. It wasn't until he felt Su Yi's murderous gaze that he coughed and quickly said, ahem, although the function just mentioned cannot be realized now, but some of the basic functions of the Jolie pot are still preserved.
For example, what? Su also squinted at him, rekindling anticipation in his heart. Sexy pot spirit, online chat? Hulao also made a wink to Su and blinked mischievously. Enough, I'm not kidding.
Seeing that the lid of the pot in Su Yi's hand quickly closed, Hulao quickly raised his voice. His attitude became serious, and he no longer dared to make the slightest joke. At this moment, Su Yi felt as if he had been tricked, pinching the lid tightly and staring at the pot elder fiercely. He had made up his mind that as long as the old guy dared to joke again, he would immediately close the lid of the pot and make sure not to let him come out again. Hulao was keenly aware of the danger, coughed dryly, his expression became solemn, and he quickly spoke. Today's Jolie pot is still incomplete, and most of the functions functions of the past are no longer usable.
Unless you can reach the Kunlun realm, you can completely repair it with your ability.
Otherwise, if you want to completely repair the Jolie pot, you must find the fragments that were originally missing. Seeing that the impatience on Suya's face became more and more obvious, Hu Lao did not dare to sell Guanzi anymore, and quickly added, "Of course, although the Jolie pot is incomplete, some basic functions can still be used. For example, I can help you see the two special effect unlock conditions of your internal ability, natural selection."
In addition, the Jolie pot also retains its original refining function. As long as you provide enough materials, I can control the Jolie pot and refine it.
Also, the Jolie pot has the most basic space function. This world in the pot is now 100 feet long and wide, and you can access items at will.
Of course, if you want to store a living body, you must ensure that it is unconscious.
As long as you provide enough energy, or find the fragments of the Jolie pot and repair them, these functions will become more and more perfect.
Listening to Hu Lao's introduction in one breath, Suya's expression finally eased a lot.
Even these functions mentioned by Hu Lao were beyond his expectations and far exceeded his expectations. But at this moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the Jolie pot hanging in the air, and suddenly pulled Hu Lao in front of him.
"How do you know that my ability is called natural selection? Moreover, from the very beginning, I noticed that you knew me very well."
"That's naturally because, after the Jolie pot recognizes the Lord, I can perceive the situation around you to a certain extent, little friend. Although I can't see your specific memories, I can capture the common sense and some basic information in your mind. Just like when you see a beautiful woman, you can judge the other person's measurements at a glance. What I perceive is just this superficial appearance." Hu Lao hurriedly waved his hands and hurriedly explained.
"Count the time, the last time I woke up briefly, decades have passed. My understanding of this world comes entirely from you and the two previous hosts. This can be regarded as one of the old man's abilities."
"Okay."
Su also pondered for 2 seconds, easily opened the Jolie pot, and temporarily chose to believe Hu Lao's words.
After all, he took the names of these abilities himself,
and Hu Lao can accurately call out the name, and this is the only reason that makes sense.
Soon, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Hu Lao and asked, "Then can you perceive the specific effects of the two special effects of natural selection, evolution, and wizard?" Hu Lao floated back in the air and pretended to tidy up his clothes. Then, he stroked his long beard and replied slowly, "Regarding the specific perception of ability special effects, as long as you have some control over your own energy, you can perceive it yourself.
But since you're so curious, I can tell you in advance.
The SSS-level ability you have, the first special effect, evolution, of natural selection, can use some special materials to upgrade your existing D-level ability, Repairman. And if you want to upgrade, Repairman, from D-level to C-level, you need a Starseed meteorite as an evolution material."
"Starseed falling iron?"
Su also frowned, he had never heard of this name.
"This is a special material that only exists in the Void Realm."
Hu Lao replied indifferently, "With your current means, I'm afraid it's hard to obtain."
"Virtual realm."
Hearing this word, Su Yi raised his eyebrows. Since 100 years ago, after the strongman Tao Tai expelled the Void Demon from the Dragon Kingdom, those Void Demons kept trying to invade the Dragon Kingdom again. Their method is to open the Void Realm and establish a special teleportation channel to connect the world occupied by the Void Demon and the Dragon Kingdom. The Void Demon took the opportunity to invade the Dragon Kingdom through the Void Realm, or sent the Void Beast into the Dragon Kingdom through the Void Realm. So far, the emergence of the Void Realm has brought great losses to the Dragon Kingdom. The Void Hunters cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom will use some method to locate the entrance to the Void Realm, enter the Void Realm before the Void Demon invades, and destroy it.
The establishment of the Void Hunter system was born from the Void Realm.
Sure enough, it is not easy to permanently evolve the ability level. Su also took a deep breath, anticipating this outcome. After all, the ability level has increased, and this kind of thing is simply unheard of.
"Are you okay?"
Although the effect of the ability will increase with the realm, the essential level is determined at the time of awakening and cannot be changed.
The special effect of natural selection has never left a trace in the Dragon Kingdom database.
What about the third special effect, wizard?
Su also spoke calmly and continued to ask.
The effect of wizard is to awaken and comprehend new D-level abilities after completing certain conditions.
Hu Lao's eyes flashed with amazing light,
and his spirit was flying. This means that in theory you can master countless D-level abilities.
And currently, if you want to comprehend the new D-level ability, you need.
He seemed to see something, suddenly froze, and his face became strange.
"What do you need?"
Su Yi hated the situation halfway through the conversation and frowned and asked. "You need to kill a rock realm virtual beast yourself." Hu Lao blinked and confessed the perceived conditions. The two virtual beasts that Xiaoyu met today are both beings in the rock realm.
"Do you want me to kill the shadow beast myself?" Su Yi's expression suddenly changed.
Although he successfully cooperated with Fong Xian to kill a shadow beast before, but the main damage and kills are basically due to Fong Xian's Christmas gift. With his current level, coupled with the repairer who has almost no combat effectiveness, it is even more difficult to kill a virtual
virtual beast himself. Su also rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Although natural selection is an SSS-level ability, it looks powerful. But in fact, all he can use now is the second special effect, Fade Away. The remaining two special effects, for him, could not be activated at all. By the way, the second special effect of your ability, Xiaoyu, the cooldown time will also be different with the different upgrades. The cooldown time required to upgrade the ability to C-level and SSS level is very different. Hu Lao still added indifferently, and you upgraded Repairman to SSS level before, and actually repaired the old man's body. This also means that the next time you use Fade Fan, you will have to wait at least a month. The corners of Suya's mouth twitched, and his eyes were full of helplessness. Doesn't that mean that in this month, natural selection is not useful at all? In fact, there is another way to reset the cooldown of Immortal. Oh, what way? Suya's expression moved, and he looked at Hu Lao with a little expectation. As long as you successfully activate the third special effect, Wizard, you can reset the cooldown of Fade Away. Don't say it. Listening to Hu Lao's nonsense, Su also rolled his eyes and directly covered the lid of the pot. Somewhere in the rental house, Fang Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he finally opened his eyes slowly. Oh, Sister Xian is awake. Gui Yan, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, noticed her movements, immediately became excited, and shouted loudly. As soon as the words fell, two figures pushed the door in and quickly came to the bed. Shayan, Sisterly, and Seniors? Fang Xian looked at the few people in front of him in confusion. His consciousness was still a little dazed, and he barely supported himself to sit up. She rubbed her eyebrows, and the last picture in her mind was still stuck in the scene where he pushed Suyi out and she was knocked away by the second shadow beast. Then the second shadow beast. We have already killed them. Gui Yan replied with a smile, gesturing with a V shape. By the way, there was a high school student next to me at that time. Fang Xian suddenly came back to his senses, looking nervous, and hurriedly asked. As a void hunter of Longsha Academy, protecting civilians is a great responsibility, and if it fails, it will be extremely serious. That guy, don't worry, he's fine. Gui Yan shrugged his shoulders and shook his head helplessly. He lied to his seniors that he wanted to take care of you, but when we were collecting materials, he slipped away. Poof. Xiaoli snorted coldly, his eyebrows full of disdain. A man who can only run away. Escape? Fang Xian smiled bitterly. Countless pictures flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill that shadow beast at all. Sure enough, you didn't hunt that shadow beast alone. Chao Sha's eyes flashed with a strange light, showing a look of sure enough. He was full of doubts about what happened last night. The high school student who had just awakened his ability on the day of awakening was able to cooperate with Fang Xian to hunt a rock shadow beast. For Su Yi, he became more and more curious. And Fang Xian looked down at his clothes, his eyes showing a strange look. I don't think he should have left directly. She pointed to her clothes and looked at the three people in front of the bed. My clothes are new. Are your clothes new? Xiaoli looked at the JK uniform on Fang Xian's body and tilted his head in confusion. Yes. Fang Xian's eyes fell on his brand new dress, and an indescribable light flashed in his eyes. In the battle just now, I was attacked by the shadow beast many times, and my clothes were already tattered. But now, it's surprisingly intact, like brand new. I guess it should be that guy who used his ability to fix my clothes. Could it be that his ability is an S-level ability, River of Countercurrent? Chao Sha touched his chin and guessed thoughtfully. That's the ability to control time and space. If you cultivate it well, the prospects are limitless. I don't think so. Fang Xian looked strange, shook his head, and recalled the abilities Suyi had used in his mind, as well as the energy fluctuations he felt. If I'm not mistaken, his ability should be a D-level, Repairer. What did you say? Gui Yan's eyes widened. The D-level ability that has just awakened can actually cooperate with you to kill a shadow beast in the rock realm? Chao Sha's curiosity is also getting stronger and stronger. Although D-level ability is the lowest level, as long as the realm is improved, the ability of the ability person to develop skills in place may not be as strong as S-class. However, there are many restrictions on D-level abilities and a narrow scope of application, and it is rare for those who can enter high-level awakening with this. He had never heard that a high school student who had just awakened his D-level ability on the day of awakening could actually assist Fang Xian in killing the rock realm virtual beasts in seconds. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. Chao Sha smiled slightly. On this mission, the principal once told me that if he meets a talented high school student, he can give him a Dragon Jade and let him participate in the entrance test. Didn't the principal ask you to find a few S-level or above awakeners? Gui Yan tilted his head and asked, puzzled. The battle with the void demon must not be judged by the ability level alone. Chao Sha replied lightly. Compared with the so-called talent, actual combat experience is the most critical. Personally, that guy just now has a lot of potential. Fang Xian, wait until you tell me all the details of the battle. I want to see how that kid cooperates with you to kill the shadow beast. I remember he just said his name was Wang Peng, right? He turned to Gui Yan. You go get his information and confirm your identity. There shouldn't be any need to confirm. Will he report a fake name? Gui Yan took out a badge. This is what I picked up when I first disposed of the corpse corpse, and it should have been dropped by him. Xiao Sha's eyes locked on the badge that read, Jincheng No. 3 Middle School, Wang Peng. His expression froze, and he suddenly asked, have you ever wiped this badge after you picked it up? No, just take it like this, Gui Yan replied. Xiao Sha chuckled. It seems that he reported a fake name. Fake name? Gui Yan was surprised. Impossible, right? You see that this badge is clean and there is no dust at all. Xiao Sha pointed to the badge and said, and his chest was full of dust just now. Isn't his ability to be a repairman? Gui Yan asked puzzledly. If this badge was dropped when he dodged the Shadow Beast's attack, he wouldn't have a chance to repair it with his ability. Xiao Sha said, this kid is quite meticulous, which is really more and more interesting. He looked around, and then pointed to the camera on the street next to him. He should have been photographed on his face before he entered the world in the mirror. You go to the surveillance and ask the people in the technical department to check his identity. Speaking of this, he shook his head and smiled again. Maybe he knew for a long time that he would be caught by the camera, and if we wanted to check him, he couldn't hide his identity, so he didn't bother to disguise this badge. Is this a test of US? That high school student put it aside in advance. At this time, Xiaoli spoke coldly and handed over the mobile phone screen. Just now there was news from the school's technical department. The appearance of two shadow beasts in Jincheng this time is not accidental. She glanced at everyone calmly with her eyes, and said in a calm tone, a week ago, the 38th Hunting Void team that suppressed the Void Realm was completely wiped out. They severely damaged a mountain demon at the cost of their lives, and that virtual demon has broken away from the virtual realm and entered the Dragon Kingdom. In addition, due to the turmoil in the Void Realm, several virtual beasts left the virtual realm together with the virtual demon. After the death of our defender, Bai Mian, a new defender has not yet been elected. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the other party chose this city. Are you saying that the two shadow beasts we encountered actually escaped from that void realm? Fang Xian spoke in surprise. Since the shadow beast can appear in Jincheng, it means. Gui Yan quickly thought of other possibilities, and his face changed slightly. That seriously injured virtual demon is probably lurking in Jin City. A cold light flashed in Xiao Sha's eyes, and he quickly concluded the facts. Under the guidance of Hu Lao, Suya's consciousness finally receded like a tide and returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, his thoughts surging in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was pondering. Just now in the Jiuli pot, he got a lot of information from the old man. Even in Juaba, the mystery of the Jiuli pot is still among the best. In addition, it has its own world in the pot and a special function that can devour souls. Its existence has a fatal temptation for the virtual beast. It was precisely because of this that the two shadow beasts would pounce on him like crazy after noticing Su Yi. Of course, after devouring the souls of the two shadow beasts, the old pot as an instrument spirit woke up and had cleverly hidden the breath of the Jiuli pot. So Su Yi could barely rest assured that he would not be hunted by the virtual beast again because of the Jiuli pot. At this moment, my mind was completely relaxed and a sense of fatigue surged through my limbs. He also urgently needed time to digest the large amount of information he absorbed in a short period of time. Forget it, let's sleep first. Su also turned over and lay down, placing the Jiuli pot on the bedside table at will. A strong feeling of exhaustion kept hitting me. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. That night, the long-lost dream came again, a dream he had repeatedly experienced countless times. It is not so much a dream as a memory hidden deep in his heart. An extremely deep memory. In a dilapidated park, Sui sat on a swing with a girl, swaying gently. The girl smiled brightly, swung her swing hard against the wind, her hair fluttered in the wind, and under the sunlight, the whole person seemed to glow. And Sui next to her had a sleepy face, sitting on a rocking chair like an old man, slowly shaking the swing. Sui, thank you so much just now. Suddenly, the girl jumped off the swing, stood steadily with her hands flat, and looked at Sui with a smile. Ah, it's just a matter of raising your hand. Su also yawned and replied indifferently. You say you, why are you always world-weary and have no energy at all? The girl walked up to Sui lively and pouted dissatisfiedly. Ha! In the face of the girl's complaint, Sui laughed awkwardly and said in a complaining tone, if you appear in a strange world inexplicably, you will be as world-weary as me. Strange world? The girl tilted her head in confusion, her face full of confusion. It's nothing, I'll just say it. Su also shook his eyes and prevaricated at will. Don't you have a dream? The girl sat back on the swing and asked curiously. Do you dream? Sui looked forward with empty eyes, his face full of boredom. Only those children who know nothing about reality will have such an ethereal thing as dreams. Aha, you're too negative. The girl smiled like a flower and didn't care about his negativity at all. She swayed her swing gently, and her eyes shone with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. I have always had a dream since I was a child. Oh, what is your dream? The girl's hair flew in the air, her whole body was bathed in the sun, and her smile was pure and flawless. I hope that on the day of awakening in 3 years, I can become an awakener. At that time, I must enter the Awakened Academy, strive to become a void hunter, and fight to completely destroy the void demon, to protect our country, and to protect all people. When Sui opened his eyes, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. The memory of 3 years ago
ago came to his mind again in the form of a dream.
Is it a void hunter?
He turned over, and the girl's words sounded in his mind again.
Boring dreams.
After a simple wash, Suyi returned to his desk.
Last night's battle exhausted him, and a lot of information and intelligence had not yet been sorted out.
He crossed his fingers with his hands, his elbows on the table, his thumb gently pressed against his eyebrows, forming a triangular gap, and slowly closed his eyes. This is his habitual action when thinking, which can help him calm his mind. According to last night's test, the effective range of the repair hand is about 10 meters. Although his eyes were closed, Suyi quickly reproduced the picture of last night in his mind, and the details were as clear as before. 10 meters away, the repairer cannot connect the damaged parts, and can only repair the object itself through energy, and the energy consumed depends on the material of the object. Within 10 meters, the broken parts can be connected with the help of energy, and other parts can be adsorbed with my palm as the origin, and the energy consumption is less. I was able to successfully kill that shadow beast last night, and it was precisely because of the characteristics of the repairer. Fang Xian's ability, Christmas gift, should be to transform the touched object into a bomb. Let her throw half of the pebbles first, and I will use the repair hand to retrieve the half of the stone, and when the shadow beast attacks, it will release its ability and directly blow through its bare belly, completely killing it. This also shows that the abilities do not cover each other, but can they be used in superposition?
His mind is like an orderly library.
The information and experimental results obtained during last night's battle were quickly sorted out and archived by him, and he kept them firmly. For Suyi, continuous reflection and summary are the key to his foothold in this world. After a while, he let go of his hands, stood up, and stretched lazily. Then, he took out the jewelry pot from his pocket, put it on the table, gently lifted the lid of the pot, and knocked on the body.
However, the jewelry pot did not respond and fell into a dead silence. That old guy lied to me?
Su also looked puzzled and stared down at the jewelry pot, but there was still no movement. He was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly grabbed the jewelry pot and shouted at the mouth of the pot, "Old Hu, come out for me." As soon as the words fell, a cloud of mist erupted from the mouth of the pot. Hu Lao appeared, his face was frightened, and there were a few traces of saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. He quickly looked around, put his hands on his chest, put on a posture of a man, and asked nervously, "What happened?
Is the end of the world?"
A few seconds later, his eyes finally fell on Suyi, and he was shocked and reacted.
"So it's you, little friend.
Don't shout at the mouth of the pot next time, my ears are about to explode."
He yawned and finally eased up. "That's what you said, knocking on the body of the pot can summon you?"
Su also stared helplessly at this unreliable instrument spirit, his eyes speechless.
Cough.
Hu Lao's face turned red, and he touched his beard awkwardly. "Didn't the old man accidentally fall asleep? I didn't hear."
"You still need to sleep?"
"You also know that the old man has just woken up. His strength is weak, and he needs to recover his mental strength through sleep." He said more and more guilty, quickly cleared his throat, and changed the topic stiffly. "That little friend, you called me out. What's the matter?"
"The refining function of the jewelry pot that you didn't finish yesterday." Su also stopped entangled and went straight to the point. "Tell me in detail again."
Hu Lao blinked, and then spoke. "Jewelry who now has another function, which is refining. However, due to the damage to the pot body, this refining function is not perfect. As long as you find an object with energy and use the soul body of the virtual beast as a glue, the old man can activate the refining function and refine it. According to the current statement, the results of the refining of the jewelry pot should have reached the so-called Juebao level.
In other words, as long as I find an item with energy, you can refine Juebao, right?"
Su also raised his eyebrows slightly and asked quickly. "Now the power of the jewelry pot is not enough. If the energy of the refining material is insufficient, at most it can only refine the incomplete Juebao, which is useless and can hardly play any role."
Hu Lao quickly responded.
"This kind of incomplete thing, for you, little friend, I'm afraid it's just a piece of scrap metal." Suya's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't take it to heart at all. He seemed to have other plans and continued to ask, "What kind of thing is easier to attach to energy? It stands to reason that the longer an object is stored, the more likely it is to absorb energy."
"Understood."
After Su also got the answer he wanted, without saying a word, he directly fastened the lid of the pot and took the jewelry pot into his arms.
"Hey, little friend, where are you going?"
The old pot's dull voice came from the pot, with a bit of earned sound.
"Antique Street."
Suya replied without looking back. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "I want to test the ability characteristics of repair hand."
"Rent out the house."
Xiao Sha and the four of them stayed awake all night. Their eyes were red and swollen, they were flipping through various materials, and a map was spread out in front of them, which was densely scribbled.
"What news from the technical department?"
Xiao Sha stared at the map of Jincheng in front of him, scanning back and forth.
"According to the on-site investigation and judgment, that virtual demon belongs to the spiritual influence ability."
Guo Yan looked at the contents on his mobile phone and responded tiredly. Although the 38th Hunting Void team was completely wiped out, it also caused extremely serious damage to it. Judging from the energy traces, it is seriously injured, and if you want to recover, you must replenish your energy as soon as possible.
And according to tracking, it has been 8 days since since it escaped. Since the two shadow beasts have appeared in Jin City, there is a high probability that they are still here, and there should not be enough strength to escape elsewhere. Humph. Xiao Sha listened to Gui Yan's report. His eyes became more and more cold and piercing. For the void demon, the most effective way to restore energy is to hunt the awakened one. If I guessed correctly, those two shadow beasts were deliberately released by it to probe the distribution of the awakened people in Jincheng. For it, time is life. This also means that in the near future, it will definitely launch an attack and hunt the awoken to recover from its injuries as soon as possible. But Jincheng is so big, how can we be sure where he wants to attack? Fang Xian's injury had improved a lot at this moment. She frowned and sat cross-legged on the bed, her face full of irritability and confusion. You should also know that since the death of the defender of Jincheng, Bai Mian, 3 years ago, Jincheng has not had a new defender to replace it. At present, in the entire Jin City, only the 4 of us can move freely for the void hunters of the rock realm and above. There are some ordinary rock realm hunters in the city, but they are in the stage before and after the awakening day, and they are basically guarding the school near the city center for defense. Don't forget, that's a virtual demon of the mountain realm, and there is a wolf of the rock realm beside you. The other void hunters have their own tasks, and if they are mobilized, there will be vacancies left in the area they guard. Xiaoli was still calm, his tone was cold, and there was no superfluous expression on his face. They will not take the risk to help us until there are no conclusive clues to the virtual demon. Besides, the senior is also a mountain realm, and in the face of a seriously injured void demon, he is enough to deal with it, which is also the meaning of the existence of our void hunting team. Our most important task now is to locate the location of the void demon and kill it before it attacks. So Fang Xian dragged out his voice and muttered, how on earth should we locate the position of the void demon? Unless it takes the initiative to show up. Looking for it in the whole of Jincheng is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. Think about it from another angle. Xiao Sha, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Since we can't directly locate the void demon, let's speculate where it might go. It is in dire need of recovery from its injuries now and must absorb a large amount of the awakened energies. In other words, the place where it attacked is likely to be the place where the awakened people gathered during this time? Gui Yan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he immediately followed Xiao Sha's ideas. If that's the case, he quickly swiped on his phone and then showed the map. There are about 6 places in the city where there are activities and gatherings in the past 2 days. Most of the people gathered in these places were ordinary people and some ordinary awakeners. Xiao Sha shook his head lightly. According to the awakened person's ability level, the energy they provide to the void demon is also different. That is, in addition to quantity, quality is just as important to it. He quickly circled 10 red circles on the map. Don't forget, the day of awakening has just passed. Graduation ceremonies in different high schools have different times. In addition to today's public holiday, there are a total of 10 high schools that will hold graduation ceremonies tomorrow. There are a large number of awakened people at graduation ceremonies, and their strength is generally much stronger than ordinary awakened people. Xiao Li muttered, his eyes flashing. That's right. Xiao Sha stared at the map, his expression solemn. The void demon wants to recover from his injuries. Attacking the school is undoubtedly the best choice. What we have to do is to analyze and judge the location where the void demon wants to attack before tomorrow, so as to find where it is hiding. According to the data of previous years, the quality of awakened students in Jincheng No. 1 middle school should be the highest among these 10 high schools. Gui Yan analyzed in a low voice. The void demon is very likely to choose No. 1 to attack. The wisdom of the void demon is no less than that of humans. Xiao Li said coldly, what if it realizes that we will give priority to protecting No. 1 middle school, but deliberately chooses a high school that is far away from No. 1 middle school? Sister Li makes sense. Fang Xian nodded in agreement. The farthest away from No. 1 is the No. 5 middle school in the south of the city. If we intercept it in the No. 5 middle school, maybe we can really catch it. But what if it also expects us to think so and uses reverse logic to attack other universities? Xiao Li continued to retort, by then, it may be too late for us to rush back from the south of the city. Hey, aren't you a pure gang spirit? Fang Xian finally reacted and looked at Xiao Li with twitches at the corners of his mouth. If you continue like this, there will be no end to it. What Xiao Li wants to express is that we can't judge the location of the attack just by speculating on the other party's mind. Xiao Sha spoke lightly and explained for her, if you really want to find out the other party's purpose, you have to start with more objective clues and analyze it. Fang Xian, you need to use your brain more than just acting on combat intuition every time. Judging from the 2 shadow beasts we killed, they are obviously stellant, and they are controlled by the void demon, and they are collecting intelligence for it. If we act rashly, we will only fall into the trap of the other party. Fang Xian pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly, then can't we let these high schools postpone their graduation ceremonies? For example, only 1 or 2 schools are arranged to hold graduation ceremonies every day, so that we can also defend. Sister Xian, you really should use your brain more. Gui Yangon laughed twice and looked at Fang Xian. If we do this, the void demon will definitely be vigilant, and our combat power is concentrated
concentrated near the school, and when the time comes, he can completely retreat and attack other places far away from the school. In that way, our position will not only be exposed but also clamped by the other party. The reason why he hibernated for a week and deliberately acted after the awakening day was because most of the void hunters or awakened people in the city were scattered to different schools for protection.
If we delay graduation, they will miss out on admission to the Awakened Academy.
Even if the government agrees, those students and parents who have just awakened will not accept it, which will delay their entrance exams and undoubtedly ruin their future.
Okay, you dare to say I'm stupid. Fang Xian's face turned red, and he tapped Gui Yan's shoulder with his fist in anger.
She stood up and walked out the door angrily. This kind of thing that requires brains, leave it to you. I'll go out and buy you breakfast.
Fang Xian left the rental house straight away, his eyes full of boredom.
She thought that this outing was just an ordinary void hunting mission, but she didn't expect that a virtual demon would run out of the void realm.
This is completely different from fighting in the virtual realm.
The other side lurks in the city and can attack civilians at any time. On the contrary, they were a little restrained and even had to predict the location of the virtual demon in advance.
And this kind of problem that requires brains gives her a headache when she thinks about it. For some reason, Suya's face from yesterday suddenly appeared in my mind.
That guy seems to have a pretty smart mind, she said to herself. With his mind, he may be able to deduce the attack point of the void demon.
And the senior is also very interested in him.
Just as she was muttering, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her peripheral vision, holding a piece of bread in her mouth, strolling leisurely on the street. That person grew up very similar to yesterday's high school.
Much like, well, Fang Xian's eyes widened, and that familiar face came into view. She would never admit her mistake.
The next moment, she kicked her feet the ground and rushed towards the figure like an arrow off the string. Su also seemed to notice something, turned around suddenly, and the bread in his mouth almost fell to the ground. His whole body was shocked, and without saying a word, he grabbed the bread and quickly turned around and ran away. At this moment, he was wailing loudly in his heart. Isn't it just going to the antique street? Why are you so unlucky and meet this JK girl with a not-so-smart mind? If you want to be entangled with her, you will definitely get involved in trouble. Su also relied on his familiarity with the lanes, quickly turned a few turns, and finally disappeared from Fang Xian behind him. He looked back at the empty back, breathed a sigh of relief, and patted his chest. Fortunately, her brain is not smart. Just chase me like this, don't think about catching up in the next life. A sound of breaking wind came from overhead. Suya's expression stiffened and he turned around sluggishly. With a loud bang, Fang Xian fell from the sky, stepped on the ground heavily, and the ground under his feet shattered. She put on the appearance of a bad girl and glared at Suyi viciously. Suyi, who did you just say that your brain is not good? This sister, who are you? Suyi had doubts on his face, looked at Fang Xian who was angry in front of him in confusion, and asked, you kid, dare to pretend to be garlic with me? Fang Xian pressed his knuckles and slowly approached him. Sister, you may have recognized the wrong person. In fact, I still have a twin brother. Su also blinked and explained sincerely. Then why did you run when you saw me? I'm the school sprint champion, and my legs suddenly itched so much just now that I don't know why I want to run 2 steps. Do you dare to say nonsense again? Believe it or not, I blew your hairline 3 centimeters higher? Spare your life. Hearing this, Suya's face changed drastically, and he quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. The hairline is the lifeblood of men.
Fang Xian stepped forward, stretched out his hand without hesitation, and sandwiched Suya's head under his armpit. Come with me honestly, I just have something to ask you.
Suya's eyelids jumped, and he shrugged his shoulders helplessly, knowing that he couldn't escape. He could only endure the pain and feel the soft bounce next to his head, and was pinched by Fang Xian and walked forward. Where are we going to talk?
Just go over there and have an early stall. Fang Xian casually pointed to the stall not far away and walked over with Su Yi. How do you know the...
Of my name? Su Ye's eyes were clamped in confusion, and his head was constantly being hit in the waves.
Do you think you can get away with it with a fake name?
The captain has already found out your identity through outside surveillance.
Fang Xian snorted softly. You already know this kind of thing, don't you? What else is being tested here?
Boss, come 3 bowls of tofu brain and 6 fried dough sticks.
She shouted loudly, sat down and ate it. Su also blinked. 1 bowl is enough. I can't eat so much.
Fang Xian glanced at him, and then shouted, 4 bowls of tofu brains, plus 2 fried dough sticks.
Su Yi.
After a while, the boss came with a plate and put 4 bowls of tofu brain and fried dough sticks on the table.
Fang Xian quickly brought 3 of the bowls to him and began to eat happily.
Su also took 2 bites casually, but his eyes kept scanning the surroundings.
I advise you not to try to escape. Fang Xian spoke vaguely, with a relaxed expression. The range of my ability is 25 meters, so it's no problem for you to run 20 meters first. If you dare to run, I will blow you up into the Mediterranean. Is it really okay to tell all the range of your ability? Su also gave up the idea of escaping and looked at Fang Xian on the opposite side. What's the matter? Fang Xian swallowed the food in his mouth, his eyes fixed on Suya's face, and his tone was calm. Anyway, you reasoned about this distance last night, right? Actually, I'm not that powerful. Suya's eyelids jumped, and he subconsciously wanted to prevaricate.
This is not an interrogative sentence, it is a declarative sentence.
Fong Xian bit off a piece of fried dough sticks and stared at him intently.
Su also felt like sitting on a needle felt, and a chill rose from his spine.
Although Fong Xian doesn't seem to be very smart, his intuition is so accurate that it's frightening.
Before he could speak, a voice came from the opposite side. Tell me your analysis of my ability last night.
Her expression seemed to gnaw off Suya's scalp.
Suya's scalp was numb, and he hesitated for a moment, but he still said honestly, your ability should be to turn the objects you have touched into bombs. The destructive power is almost equivalent to that of a grenade, and the range of damage will vary depending on the size of the object. At the same time, you can turn up to 3 objects into bombs, and you can detonate them separately.
If a new bomb is made, the first one will be replaced.
I judge that the distance of your ability is about 23 to 26 meters, and it is not accurate to 25 meters. But you snap your fingers every time you use your ability. I'm not sure if it's handsome, or because of the limitation of ability.
Fong Xian's face did not change, but he was secretly shocked in his heart.
Although she intuitively knew that Su Yi had already speculated the secret of her ability, but I didn't expect that what he reasoned was almost exactly the same as her real ability. At the same time, she had already finished her first bowl of tofu brain. He wiped his mouth casually, smiled, and looked at Su Yi. Snapping my fingers is a necessary condition for me to release my ability.
You must have heard of this during the Day of Awakening. Abilities above D level and below S level will more or less have some side effects or restrictions.
My ability is an A level Christmas gift, and naturally it is no exception, with corresponding restrictions.
Other than that, your judgment of my ability is almost all accurate. It's funny, it's so interesting.
She looked Su Yi up and down, her eyes full of appreciation for rare treasures. Su was also stared at by this gaze, and immediately became alert, with goosebumps all over his body.
Your brain is really flexible. Fong Xian withdrew his eyes and began to drink the second bowl of tofu brain, while continuing to eat fried dough sticks. It just so happens that I have something here, and I want to ask you to help analyze it. If you can analyze 1 or 2, I won't pursue you for yesterday's incident.
Su Yi flashed the blue and white stripes in his mind, and muttered awkwardly, that's not what I deliberately looked at.
A murderous aura immediately locked on his body. His expression froze, he quickly squeezed out a smile, and quickly said, heroine, please speak. If I can help, my brother is obliged. Fong Xian rolled his eyes, but still quickly told Su Yi in detail what they encountered and the current predicament.
Originally, the matter about the false demon lurking in the city must not be disclosed to the general public in order to avoid causing panic among the public. But based on Fong Xian's observation of Su Yi and last night's contact, she was sure that Su was also trustworthy and had a bright mind. Not only that, but he is also a current high school student and must have a deeper understanding of the relationship between colleges and universities. Su Yi's expression was nonchalant at first, but after hearing the word virtual demon, he suddenly cheered up and listened to the whole content extremely seriously. Fong Xian ate while talking, and at this time he had already drunk the third bowl of tofu brain, and there were only 2 fried dough sticks left. Su Yi's face was heavy after hearing this, his hands were intertwined, and he placed them in the center of his eyebrows, posing in a contemplative posture. After a while, he pondered and spoke. So what you are struggling with now is, which university will the void demon choose to attack? That's right, do you have any ideas? Fong Xian chewed the fried dough sticks and replied vaguely, if I were it. Su also spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and said in a relaxed tone, 90% of them may choose the 3rd middle school.
When Fong Xian heard this probability, he was very surprised, and his eyes stared at him widely.
After all, they had been analyzing the rental house for a long time just now, and they were still confused about the situation. And Su Yi can make such a firm judgment based on what she told alone, which is really unbelievable.
Why? The reason is simple.
Su also said as he pulled up the city map from his mobile phone and showed it to Fong Xian. Xiao Sha's analysis is correct. If the void demon really needs to recover from its injuries by hunting the awakened as you said, then it will inevitably choose to start at the graduation ceremony of the university. There are a total of 10 colleges and universities that will hold graduation ceremonies tomorrow. Among them, number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school and experimental middle school are all located in the center of the city. Number 3, number 6, and number 12 are distributed in the west of the city.
The remaining schools are evenly distributed in the east and south of the city.
He zoomed out the map and used the drawing function to directly cross out the 4 schools.
First of all, these 4 institutions must be excluded. The 2 schools in the east of the city are located in remote locations, with no one around, and the quality of awakened people is generally not high. Instead of choosing there, it is better to find a square casually. The number 5 middle school and number 7 middle school in the south of the city are too remote, there is no downtown around, and the environment is relatively empty. Ha! Fong Xian looked at the map, frowned and asked suspiciously, if so, wouldn't it be more suitable to choose these 2 schools in the south of the city? Wouldn't it just run away after attacking? I ask you, with your means, can you detect energy fluctuations fluctuations when it starts hunting? Su also looked at Fong Xin lightly, his tone calm. Of course. Then if you notice the energy fluctuation and rush to the south of the city as soon as possible, how long will it take? About half an hour, right? For half an hour, it will hunt the awoken and prepare to escape and deal with you. Su also knocked on the table lightly, his tone still relaxed. Once it appears, you can quickly lock it down, and there is basically no way to escape. But the situation you said is also applicable to other schools. Fong Xin frowned, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. I have already said that there is no downtown area near the two schools in the south of the city. Su also responded calmly. How would you feel if it attacked several schools in the city and then broke into the downtown area? Helpless, chasing difficult. Fong Xin's face changed, and he immediately understood the truth. So the so-called geographical remoteness is not an advantage for it at all. Su also said lightly, instead, it has become a trap for drawing the ground as a prison and burying it. As for the three high schools in the city, because of the superior geographical environment and strong teachers, this means that at the graduation ceremony, more college teachers will come to recruit students. Among these teachers, there are many awakened people with combat effectiveness. In addition, awakeners from nearby government departments can support them as soon as possible. If it chooses to do it in a high school in the city center, it will be difficult to get out of trouble. So, in the end, it can only choose these three schools in the west of the city. These three schools are not far away and are surrounded by downtown areas. Number 3 Middle School is located in the most central position, connected in all directions, and connects all directions. If I were it, 9 times out of 10 would attack from this school. More importantly, the number of awakeners in the west of the city is small. Even if the teachers of several major awakener academies come, most of them are data scholars, and they are generally only at the level of the stone realm. After all, the teaching quality of these three schools is much worse than that of several in the city center. He smiled and shrugged. If you search around number 3 Middle School, you are likely to find traces of the virtual demon. Su also finished speaking, took a slight breath, and then added, by the way, I am a student of number 3 Middle School. Fong Xin was thrilled to hear this, and felt that Su Ye's analysis was impeccable. But when she heard this, she showed a hint of suspicion, looked at him, and asked with a slight question, you don't want to lure us near your school to protect you, do you? How is that possible? Su also lengthened his tone and looked at Fong Xin half-jokingly. You are crossing the belly of a villain with the heart of a gentleman. I can see that you are very confident in your judgment. Ha! Su also put away his phone and snorted softly. There is another reason why I concluded so. That is, the two virtual beasts we encountered in the old city. If it's the same as what you said, those two virtual beasts should be released by the virtual demon. Then he is most likely hiding near the old town. And the closest high school to the old city happens to be the three schools in the west of the city. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the other party deliberately created an illusion and wanted you to make a mistake in judgment, but based on the distribution of combat power in the entire city and the difficulty of evacuation, I think it is unlikely that he will make an illusion. You really make sense. Fong Xin suddenly realized and couldn't help but touch his chin. Just because the virtual beast appeared in the old city, it is difficult to conclude alone. But combined with Su Ye's previous analysis, the location of the virtual beast they encountered last night just became an important evidence. I'll tell the senior all your analysis. Fong Xin finally finished the last fried dough stick and patted his stomach with satisfaction. If your inference is correct, as long as we investigate all the places in the west of the city that may hide false demons before tomorrow, we can prevent him from attacking the school. Now that I've analyzed this matter for you, can I go? Su Yi smiled awkwardly, stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. Fong Xin suddenly stopped him and smiled slightly. Given that your analysis is very valuable, if you help me, I will also give you a reward. You have not awakened for a long time, and your knowledge of the awakened person should still be very shallow. As a senior, I will teach you some knowledge about abilities in advance. Because nearly half of the students cannot wake up, and the awakening date is set in the 3rd year of high school, most schools in order to avoid students from having a sense of gap and at the same time prevent them from becoming uneducated reckless men after awakening. Therefore, before the awakening day, all students receive general basic education plus some basic awakening knowledge. Su also blinked, secretly complaining in his heart. He has already seen everything about the awakened person clearly in the government database, and I am afraid he knows more than Fong Xin. But he is now just an ordinary high school student and cannot show his flaws. He could only barely squeeze out a smile, put on an interested look, and looked at Fong Xin. Then I'll listen. Then you have to listen carefully. Fong Xin raised her eyebrows and smiled with satisfaction. She had long imagined that she could teach others like a teacher. She cleared her throat and slowly spoke. The ability level is fixed when we awaken and cannot be improved. But the awakened can enhance the effect and scope of their abilities by improving their own energy realm. As long as the energy is strong enough, even D-level abilities can exert great power. According to the country's years of measurement and judgment, we roughly divide energy into 6 realms. Energy is like a stone, scattered and accumulated in the
body, sparse and scattered. This is the first realm, stone realm. The energy is gathered and compact like a stone. This is the second realm, rock realm. The energy is like 10,000 rocks stacked, high and heavy. This is the third realm, mountain realm. The energy is like a mountain peak, majestic and dense. This is the fourth realm, peak realm. The energy is like a series of peaks that stretch continuously. This is the fifth realm, ridge realm. And above these 5 realms, there is the most powerful sixth realm, Kunlun. This means that its own energy has become like the legendary fairy mountain Kunlun, vast and unfathomable, which means boundless.
Suyi nodded thoughtfully. The content was almost no different from what he knew. However, he still pretended to ponder for a moment, pretending to hear it for the first time, and asked, if you want to enter the rock realm, how long does it usually take? At least a few months, at most. Fong Xin smiled, changed his subject, and did not continue.
But Su also quickly understood what she meant. I understand that only those who step into the rock realm are qualified to become void hunters. Most awakened people will stay in the stone realm for a long time.
You understand quite quickly. Fong Xin nodded in agreement, but there are exceptions.
If the awakened person performs well in the stone realm, or has S-level or above abilities, he can join the void hunting team in advance and become a void hunter.
How is the hunting void team generally composed? Su also couldn't wait to continue asking. These contents are not a secret to the awakened one. Therefore, Fong Xin answered Suya's question without reservation and knowingly. At present, there are only 10 awakened academies in China that are qualified to form a hunting team.
Each academy is divided according to its ranking and has 10 hunting teams. The serial number of the hunting void team will increase in turn according to the ranking of the academy. In other words, there are a total of 100 hunting teams in the Dragon Kingdom now. In terms of member composition, it is generally led by a captain of the mountain realm, supplemented by 3 to 5 members of the rock realm. When the hunting team is formed, the responsibilities and abilities of each member need to complement each other, and the entire team must cooperate closely.
The 5th team we are in is one of the teams under Longsha Academy.
Of course, in addition to joining the void hunting team, you can also become a lone traveler and act alone after assessment, which is also the choice of many powerful void hunters.
After saying this, Fong Xin looked at Suyi with a smile. Is there any other question?
Not for the time being. Su also responded calmly. In his heart, he had a new judgment on the strength of the rock realm virtual beast.
Just in time, I have something else I want to ask you. Fong Xin suddenly blinked, looked directly into Suya's eyes, and smiled slightly.
She deliberately talked about these things first, in order to foreshadow Suya's emotions and prepare to raise this question.
I refuse. Su also didn't even raise his eyelids, and responded almost instantly. I haven't asked yet. Fong Xin was stunned for a moment and pouted dissatisfiedly. Don't you just want to invite me to join Longsha Academy?
Suyi had a hint of laziness on his face, and he had already seen through Fong Xin's thoughts.
You can see this? Fong Xin's eyes widened in surprise, his face full of doubts. And why did you refuse? Longsha Academy is the first among the awakened academy. Others want to go in, but you refuse? If you want, I can ask my seniors to help you introduce me and enter without examination.
The trees are beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy them. Su also said lightly, entering Longsha Academy may not be a good thing. Behind the high returns, the danger is also multiplied. As far as I know, the casualty rate of awakened people in Longsha Academy should be the highest among all academies. And the people of the Void Demon Council especially like to target the students of Longsha Academy.
You even know about the Void Demon Council? Fong Xin's eyes showed a stronger weirdness.
Since she met Suyi yesterday, she felt that this high school student was so mysterious that people couldn't get their heads across. Isn't it an organization established by a group of lackeys of false demons, specifically targeting awakened people, coercing and luring, and coercing them to join the council and serve the virtual demons? Su also recited casually. He had read a lot of awakened information in government databases, and the matter of the Void Council was one of them. A genius like me who is on the rise will soon be targeted.
You're really not modest. Fong Xin squinted at him. He had never seen such a narcissistic person.
Obviously he pretended to be an ordinary high school student yesterday, trying to fool the past.
Moreover, there is another reason.
Su also drank all the tofu brain in front of him and stood up in front of the breakfast stall. At this moment, his expression was extremely indifferent, and even made Fong Xin feel a little strange. I don't trust the Void Hunter very much. For me, the vast majority of Void Hunters choose this profession for fame, fortune, and selfish desires. You enjoy privileges above the awakened one, but you are unwilling to take on your responsibilities at all. IMHO, I don't think it's any good for me to join such an organization.
Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Fong Xin couldn't accept that someone had insulted the Void Hunting team like this, and
he was so angry that he immediately jumped up. We are fighting to the death to protect the people, fighting the Void Demon.
Do you know how many Void Hunters die every year because of the fight against the Void Demon? Using the person who should be protected as bait, using this to kill the virtual beast and save merit for himself. Can this kind of person still be regarded as protecting the people?
Su
also didn't know why, his voice suddenly raised a few points, and his emotions rose and fell. The two looked at each other, and the sound of the quarrel even attracted the attention of the diners around them. I'm sorry. Su also quickly restrained his emotions, and his face regained that indifferent and lazy look. I have already told you what you want to ask. I'm just a selfish person who only cares about my own safety. So I won't join Longsha Academy. I just want to be an ordinary awakener quietly. Hopefully this is the last time we meet. Thank you for treating me to breakfast. After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly, turned to leave. Fang Xian stood in place, his chest rising and falling, and he was so angry that he almost exploded. The Void Hunter, for her, has been a dream since childhood. In her eyes, this is a sacred mission, worth her life. But this is just a high school student. How dare he slander the identity of the Void Hunter like this? The Void Hunter is not the kind of selfish person you said. Fang Xian caught up with Su Yi and shouted in an extremely firm tone. It is our duty to protect the people and hunt virtual beasts. Really? Su also stopped and responded in a calm tone, that I hope you can find that virtual demon within a day and prevent him from attacking the school in advance. We will. Fang Xian replied firmly, not knowing whether he wanted to promise Su Yi or swear to himself. Never let anyone be harmed by the virtual demon. I will do my best to protect everyone. That's great. Su Yi's tone was still flat, and he stepped forward again. His attitude made Fang Xian so angry that he clenched his fists and stared ahead angrily. She waved her fist indignantly, stared at Su Yi's back, and muttered in a low voice, Void Hunter, by no means what you said. Jinchang, a house somewhere in the west of the city. The sound of heavy breathing came in bursts. On the big bed, the man wrapped in black energy sat cross-legged, slowly exhaling. His face looked ordinary, but there was a dark gem embedded in his eyebrows. The gem was hidden deep in the eyebrows, and with the breath it continued to refract a dark black streamer. Suddenly, the man's face changed. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a large mouthful of blood in front of him. Damn Void Hunter. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he cursed in a low voice, his voice dull and full of anger. We must replenish our energy as soon as possible and recover from our injuries. Both virtual beasts were killed by the Void Hunters, and they will definitely set up defenses in advance to search for my location. But the strength of these Void Hunters is just average. He jumped up from the bed, a sneer curled up on the corner of his mouth, and his right hand suddenly stretched out. In the palm of his hand, a cloud of mist surged, vaguely revealing the outline of a ferocious wolf spirit. With this wolf, it is enough to make that group of Void Hunters burn out. The information collected by the virtual beast is almost over, and I have already figured out the environment around the school. Next, wait for the time to come. He turned his palm to put away the mist, clenched his fists, and his eyes became sharper. Brother, this time, I must let you see my strength. Ha dash. At the intersection of Antique Street, Su Yi took a deep breath and tried to calm down the fluctuations in his heart. I almost lost control of my emotions just now. He touched his nose, shrugged his shoulders, and his face regained that careless look. Let's focus on what is in front of us first. Shaking his head gently to dispel distracting thoughts, Su also walked into the Antique Street. As the most famous street in the old town in the west of the city, although it is not noon, it is already crowded. There are many stalls on both sides, filled with all kinds of goods. The vast majority of them are just broken copper and scrap metal found from nowhere, and the merchants want to rely on these to deceive those big injustices. But occasionally one or two precious treasures emerge from this rag. Once such news spreads, people flock to find treasures from the garbage heap. However, often these people end up being harvested by profiteers, thinking that they have picked up treasures. The more people who want to be greedy for small gains, the easier it is to fall into the trap. In Su Yi's view, this mentality is no different from those who want to get rich overnight by relying on lottery tickets. He shuttled through the streets, ignoring the shouts of the vendors on both sides, but put his hand in his pocket and knocked gently. After a while, a wisp of mist rushed out of his sleeves, slightly enveloping his ears. How is it? Can you perceive it? Su also asked softly, only he could hear it. Fortunately, there was a lot of noise around, and people didn't pay attention to his strange behavior at all. Hu Lao's voice came from the fog, clearly ringing in his ears. The energy contained in this antiquity is difficult to search through fluctuations, and I can only perceive it roughly. You go west first. Hearing this, Su Yi immediately turned around and walked towards the west. Passing through countless stalls, Hu Lao finally shouted in a slightly excited tone, stop. In the stall on your right, there is an antiquity with energy. Although there is not much energy, it is enough to meet your current needs. Oh, Su also stopped and looked to the right. I saw a middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a mouth full of profiteers, shaking a fan and setting up a stall. The stall in front of him was full of all kinds of vase antiquities, many of which were badly damaged, and looked more like valuable old things. Sensing that Su Yi stopped, the stall owner's eyes lit up, and he stood up from his chair with an enthusiastic smile. Little brother, do you want to see something? The things I have here are all antiquities that have been passed down for hundreds of years. They are all treasures of our family, and they are all from a lot of background. Su Yeshu shook his eyes and said half-jokingly, you really have a lot of treasures in this family. The stall owner didn't notice his ridicule at all, but grabbed a few
few bottles and began to introduce them with great interest. You see, this is a bowl from 500 years ago, and this is a 300-year-old court jade bottle. Amazing, this spoon is said to have been used by the queen mother of the previous dynasty to eat. Su also took the bowl that was said to be 500 years old and played back and forth. His face suddenly became strange. He turned the bottom of the bowl towards the stall owner and blinked. What does the suitable for microwave written on the bottom of the bowl mean? There were microwaves 500 years ago? The stall owner coughed a few times in embarrassment, quickly snatched the bowl back, threw it away, and laughed dryly. Maybe I went out in a hurry and took the wrong one. Little brother, don't worry, except for that bowl, all the treasures I have here are real, and you will definitely not lose money if you buy them. Su also rolled his eyes and didn't believe a word about the stall owner's words. At this moment, Hu Lao's investigation finally came to fruition. The broken sword on your right hand is the only antiquity here with a little energy. This should be your goal this time. Su also followed the guidance and quickly noticed the severed sword on the stall. The hilt is simple, the blade is broken, rusty, and looks dilapidated. From the appearance, even if it is an antique, it is definitely not worth a few dollars because it is seriously damaged. Su also picked up the broken sword, looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly asked, "How much is this broken sword worth?" A glimmer of light flashed in the vendor's eyes, and he immediately smelled the business opportunity. The next moment, he actually snatched back the sword, hugged it tightly to his chest, and quickly spoke, "Oh, I can't sell this to you, this is my family heirloom. I accidentally put it here, it's definitely not for sale. Come to this set, right?" Suyi sneered in his heart, but his face was calm. Although he really wanted to buy the broken sword, he immediately showed an indifferent look, stood up, shrugged his shoulders and walked forward. "Okay, since it's your family heirloom baby, then I won't take away people's love." The vendor held the broken sword, his face full of confusion. "Well, how is it different from the script? This plot is not right. Hey, brother." Seeing that Suyi was really about to leave, the stall owner finally couldn't hold back and hurriedly called out to him. Su also turned around and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Ahem." The stall owner coughed dryly twice, and then took out the broken sword in his hand and shook it. "This broken sword is my family's ancestral treasure. However, look at the little brother, you are still quite interested. Today I reluctantly give up my love. As long as the little brother pays a suitable price, I will sell this broken sword to you." He put on a reluctant look, holding the broken sword in both hands, and showed it to Suyi sincerely. "Actually, I'm not that interested." Suyi's eyes were slightly weak and he looked at the other party. However, he still pretended to walk back to the stall, took the broken sword and examined it carefully. "Since you said so, boss, let's quote a price. This broken sword has been passed down in our family for thousands of years, and today I meet the Ming Lord, so I will entrust it to you." The stall owner made it up and was not embarrassed at all. "I see that Xiao Yu and I are destined. Give you 2,000 dragon coins, and this heirloom will be sold to you." 2,000 dragon coins? You really have the face to offer this price. Suyi twitched the corners of his mouth, and he was also well informed about the routines of these vendors. Besides, the treasure that has been passed down for thousands of years, you sold it for 2,000 yuan, ask your ancestors if they agreed? He didn't even raise his eyelids, and spoke directly, "One price, 10 dragon coins." The stall owner was stunned, his head buzzing. "Although the price of 2,000 dragon coins is indeed inflated, you are cutting too hard, right? Cut me 1,909 at once, doesn't this directly cut my main artery?" He forced a smile and looked at Suyi with a wry smile. "Brother, it's not so cheap for you to go out to buy scrap iron." "Well, I'll reluctantly cut you again, 1,000 dragon coins, take it." "No, just 10 dragon coins." Su is also determined not to eat this set. "This kind of baby, you buy it for 10 yuan, don't you smash my stall?" The stall owner was also anxious. "I will cut another knife at most, 300 dragon coins, whether you buy it or not." Only then did Suyi truly realize the routines of these profiteers. Just now, he said that 2,000 dragon coins were cut down to 300 by himself in a few breaths. This is obviously profitable. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he stared at the stall owner. "You have a few things here that have just been unearthed." "Little brother, what did you say?" "I didn't understand." The stall owner's temples beat slightly, his expression flickered, and he immediately squeezed out a smile. "This, that, and this." Su also pointed to a few pieces of broken porcelain on the stall. Looking calm, "There is still undried dirt stuck to the bottle. This dirt is the same place as the wet soil on the edge of your shoes, and you still have a few osmanthus petals on your feet. In the past week, only the outskirts of the west of the city have rained, and there is only one place in that suburb where osmanthus trees are planted. Wet soil, osmanthus petals, plus these porcelain with mud. The only thing that meets these conditions is the ancient tomb group in the suburbs. And there are calluses between your index and middle fingers, which are obviously left with tools." His tone was calm, but it was like a thunderbolt, which made the stall owner sweat on his forehead and swallow his saliva involuntarily. Su also raised his eyes slightly, looked at the other party, and said coldly, "You should have just come out of the tomb robbery cave before rushing over to set up a stall." "You, what the hell are you talking about?" The stall owner wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around in a panic, for fear that someone would hear him. You should know that going to the tomb without permission is an act of tomb robbery and should be sentenced. Su ignored the other party's defense and continued aggressively. As soon as the conversation changed, he showed a smile. But don't worry, I won't report you. I'm a little interested in this broken sword. In this way, I will give 50 dragon coins, and you sell it to me, and I will pretend I didn't see anything just now. He was full of confidence, and with this coercion and temptation, it was enough to buy the broken sword cheaply. Unexpectedly, after listening to the quotation, the stall owner widened his eyes and hurriedly stuffed the broken sword into Suya's hand, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. His eyes flashed with a hint of joy and the expression of the rest of his life. Suyi saw this look. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he cursed in his heart. Damn, I'm still losing. The door of the rental house was pushed open by Fang Xian forcefully. She angrily threw the breakfast she bought on the table and sat on the bed. Sister Xian, what's wrong with you? Did you step on the poop when you went out? Gui Yan raised his head and tilted his head, unable to help but complain. You just stepped on the poop. Fang Xian fought back angrily, slamming his fist on him. His eyes were terrifying. Gui Yan covered his head in pain and looked aside aggrievedly. Senior, look at Sister Xian. She is simply a violent woman. Who made your mouth unforgiving? Chao Sha yawned and came out of the toilet, wiped the water from his face, and asked calmly, Fang Xian, what happened to you when you went out? Fang Xian slapped the table angrily, and his tone was straightforward. The target of the void demon is the third middle school. Ha! As soon as these words came out, the other three were stunned, their faces full of confusion. Immediately afterwards, Fang Xian began to quickly repeat Suya's previous analysis like a machine gun. The expressions of Chao Sha and the three of them gradually became solemn from the initial ignorance, and finally they were stunned and shocked prevailed. After she finished speaking, Wei Yan jumped up from her chair and almost shouted in surprise, Sister Xian, when you go out, did you get hit in the head by an apple and suddenly enlightened? These analyses are interlocked, although they are not as sure as Su Yi, but they are at least 70% sure that they can determine the target of the void demon's attack. Fang Xian, did you reason about this conclusion yourself? Chao Sha's breathing also became a little faster, and he asked excitedly. Nonsense, of course it's me. Fang Xian folded his arms around his chest and pouted. But soon, even the three pairs of eyes, including Xiaoli, narrowed slightly, staring at her with suspicion. Well, not me. Fang Xian curled his lips with a bitter face, and finally sighed. It was the high school student yesterday who reasoned about it. I just ran into him downstairs. She briefly talked about how she met Su Yi, but did not mention the conflict between the two. That guy is really a genius. Chao Sha didn't worry too much, exclaimed, and then quickly sat back at the table and drew a red circle on the map near the west of the city with a pen. If his reasoning is correct, that virtual demon must be lurking in this area. Gui Yan, pass this conclusion to the technical department and ask them to call up the city surveillance in the west of the city. Within today, be sure to find out all the places where the virtual demon may be hiding and find it out. The world in the pot. Suyi stared at the broken sword he had bought for 50 yuan in his hand, with a slight doubt on the corner of his mouth. Just such a broken sword, after refining, can it really become a treasure? Hu Lao was full of confidence, stroked his beard and chuckled. You really underestimated the power of the Jiuli pot. If it's a complete Jiuli pot, let alone Juebao, elixir, puppet building. As long as you can think of anything, you can refine it. You can even refine your soul body into a puppet and build a house in this pot world. Although the current Jiuli pot is still incomplete, it is still easy to refine a mutilated Juebao. Su also curled his lips, squinted at Hu Lao, and mocked. The mere incomplete things can be said by you. Hu Lao waved his hand and said with a smile, okay, don't talk nonsense, let's start refining directly. After saying that, he sat down cross-legged, wanting to witness with his own eyes how Hu Lao refined this broken sword. Hu Lao cleared his throat, and his face immediately became solemn. He stretched out his hand and pointed his finger, and the broken sword was suspended in the air. Immediately afterwards, a pure fairy mist gushed out from the depths of the pot. The immortal mist continued to change and condense in the air, and finally formed a shape similar to a refining furnace. Under the guidance of Hu Lao, the broken sword was quickly sucked into the fairy mist. Then, with a wave of his right palm, a light blue aura galloped from afar. Su also recognized at a glance, and the outline of yesterday's shadow beast vaguely appeared in the spiritual light, and immediately understood that this was the soul of the shadow beast that the Jiuli pot had devoured. The shadow beast's soul was injected into the refinement furnace, and soon dyed the pure white fairy mist blue. Then, the blue light of the refinement furnace flowed, and the pot body seemed to ignite a flame and began to burn fiercely. Su also sat cross-legged on the ground like that, resting his chin and quietly watching the burning of the refining furnace. Half an hour later, the refining furnace condensed by the immortal mist suddenly stopped burning. 2 seconds later, it suddenly exploded in the air, and a broken sword fell straight down, plunging into the soil under its feet. Hu Lao looked exhausted, slumped on the edge of the Jiuli pot, wiped the non-existent beads of sweat on his forehead. I'm tired. Little friend, look, if there is no mistake, this broken sword should have been refined into a treasure. Su also jumped up and picked up the broken sword. The sword in his hand was shining, and his eyes were amazed. The once rusty and broken sword is now renewed, as if it had just been cast. The hilt of the sword is carved with gorgeous patterns, and the blade is extremely sharp, but obvious broken marks can still be seen. The rust has long since disappeared, and the sword body is so smooth that it reflects Suya's handsome face. Hu Lao explained, the refining function of the jewelry pot makes it difficult to completely recast the broken sword. Although with the help of the void beast soul as a glue, the energy of the sword body is refined to make it a treasure. But this energy is extremely weak, and it can hardly exert the true power of Juebao, and it can only be regarded as a mutilated product. He couldn't help but wonder why Su also deliberately refined such a useless broken sword. However, Suya's expression moved slightly, as if he had other plans in his heart, and repeatedly examined the broken sword in his hand. This broken sword, which was only half the length of the forearm, was unexpectedly heavy. After a while, he asked casually, "Can the refining function of the jewelry pot refine things that do not contain energy? What do you want to refine?" "Make a scabbard for this broken sword." Hu Lao rolled his eyes and waved his right palm. Several pieces of ore flew in from afar and floated in the palm of their hands. The fog shrouded and the ore was rapidly deformed. A few minutes later, a scabbard that could hold a broken sword was refined. "This function is much more powerful than a 3D printer." Suya's eyes lit up. He took the scabbard and put it in his arms. "Then little friend, what do you want to do?" Hu Lao was full of curiosity and finally couldn't help but ask, "Didn't I say it?" Suyi held the sword in his right hand, and a pure white energy instantly wrapped around the sword body. "I want to try it. Repair the characteristics of the hand." The repairman began to operate under his control. In an instant, the broken sword body changed. Immediately afterwards, a wave of pure energy suddenly burst out from the sword body. Hu Lao noticed this fluctuation, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? Is this?" Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the whole night slipped by quickly. It's 4:30. As an important city in the north of the Dragon Kingdom, even in the middle of summer, the night sky at this time is still as dark as ink. On the roof of a certain building, 3 figures stood side by side, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, they seemed to have sensed something, and they all turned their heads to look behind them. The pale blue robe fluttered gently in the night. Xiao Sha tapped his toes and slowly fell from the air, his movements as light as butterflies, silent. He skillfully put on the headset and said calmly, "The final location has been investigated. According to the screening of the technical department, in the past 10 days, suspicious people have appeared in the west area of the city, and there are 5 places suspected of hiding false demons. We have checked the remaining 4 places one by one, and now only the last one remains." His gaze pierced the night sky, staring straight at a bungalow at his feet. This is an urban village, sparsely populated, and most young people go out to work. There were 2 old people living in this family, but about 8 days ago, they never left the house. Now it seems that it is likely that he has encountered the poisonous hand of the false demon. "Damn the false demon." Hearing this, the other 3 suddenly looked solemn, and their eyes burst out with strong killing intent. "How is the layout of the mirror world?" Qiao Sha asked calmly. "It has already been arranged." Guo Yan quickly replied, "Our battle will not affect any civilians. Lock the shroud in that bungalow." Qiao Sha nodded slightly. The night wind blew his hair, revealing a deep and cold look. "In this operation, Fang Xian is on standby, and Gui Yan, Xiaoli, and I enter the mirror world to fight." Fang Xian curled his lips, although he was a little dissatisfied, but he still nodded obediently. "Very good, the action begins." Xiao Sha calmly gave the order, and then jumped down from the roof, like a javelin, and fell straight to the bungalow at his feet. Gui Yan and Xiaoli on both sides also jumped down, their expressions calm and unfazed. At the same time as they jumped off the roof, Fang Xian, who was still on the roof, looked serious, his hands touched each other, and he drew a triangular hollow on his chest. The reddish energy gushed out of the hollow, and then 4 waves of energy rose in the 4 corners of the urban village, quickly condensing into a square and transparent barrier, enveloping the area in the night sky. Juebao, mirror world. In an instant, the urban village is shrouded in a mirrored world. From the outside, everything here is still the same, almost the slightest difference from before. However, the interior has been cut into 2 completely different spaces, and no matter how fierce the fighting is, it cannot affect the surrounding buildings and residents. You actually used the excuse that my injuries were not healed and asked me to stay outside." Fang Xian sat gently on the roof, his legs swaying at will, his eyes full of dissatisfaction and unwillingness. But as the captain of the 5th team of the hunting void team, Xiao Sha's order, as a team member, she must carry it out unconditionally. Moreover, having learned her previous lessons, she must also prevent the mirrored world from being destroyed from the outside, so that it does not affect the nearby residents. Just as Fang Xian was holding his chin with his hands and staring at the night boredly, a mobile phone ringtone suddenly came from his chest. She tore open her clothes, reached in and groped for it, and after a while she took out her phone and quickly pressed the answer button. "Hey dash." As soon as she spoke, a hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sister Xin, what I investigated has finally been found." The voice of a teenager on the phone was excited but a little tired. "In order to help you find this information, I went
went to the intelligence department for a long time. Ha, well done.
When Fang Xian heard this, a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. When I go back, I will definitely treat you to a good meal.
He.
The boy laughed a few times, as if he didn't have much hope for this promise. I just pray that you don't wake me up again, so that I can sleep peacefully. I have packaged all the information and sent it to your mobile phone. Check it yourself.
But Sister Xin, why are you so interested in a high school student who has just become an adult? Could it be that guy my future brother-in-law? Beep. Fang Xian hung up the phone abruptly and stared at the phone screen viciously. Brother-in-law, wait back and see how I clean you up.
While muttering, she quickly opened the document sent by the teenager.
The document is Su Ye's personal information. Age, experience. Fang Xian browsed quickly like checking the household registration book until his eyes suddenly stopped in one place, slightly concentrating.
At the end of the document, in dark red font, it reads, survivors of the Sea City Rebellion who have confronted the virtual beast head-on have completed psychological counseling. The timestamp is clearly displayed, and it is a record from 3 years ago.
Sure enough, that guy once encountered a virtual beast. Fang Xian frowned and quickly opened another document in the document bag.
That is the detailed record of the Sea City Rebellion 3 years ago. She read quickly, and after a few minutes, her face was as heavy as lead, her eyes were filled with anger, and her phone was clenched tightly in her hand. No wonder he is so disappointed in the Void Hunter. 3 years ago, he experienced such a tragedy. Suddenly, her face changed, and she suddenly looked down at her feet.
Although it was only an instantaneous energy fluctuation, it was enough for her to recognize that it was the unique aura of the Void Demon.
This means that the Void Demon is indeed hidden here, and the seniors and the others have already come into contact with the Void Demon.
You are here.
In a slightly old bungalow, a man dressed in black stood with his hands on his back, his eyes calmly staring at Xiao Sha and the three who walked in through the door. His tone was calm, as if he had already expected their arrival.
It seems that you have known we were coming. Xiao Sha responded calmly, looking directly at the other party. Void Demon Night. Nightmare, is this the code name you gave me? It's not bad.
Nightmare smiled faintly and accepted this title calmly.
But your statement is a bit off. He smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Sha, not caring at all about Gui Yan and Xia Li, who had quietly surrounded him. I didn't know you would come. It's that you're already ready for what you might do. Being able to find this means that you are not too stupid. It seems that you are a thoughtful person.
Xiao Sha didn't care, and said with a faint smile, since you like to prepare so much, why did you end up like this? A trace of displeasure flashed in Nightmare's eyes, but he just snorted softly. It is common for plans to deviate.
But judging from the results, those few Void Hunters have all been killed by me.
I still remember the tragic situation they were dying of. Speaking of this, his face gradually became vicious and cruel. However, Xiao Sha's expression sank suddenly. You shouldn't insult them. His right palm slowly opened, and a tang knife appeared out of thin air and landed steadily in his palm. A sharp momentum surged out of him, and the dim light seemed to sense this sense of oppression and began to sway continuously.
I don't care what you have prepared. You have only one ending today, die here.
The right hand behind Nightmare gently stretched out and made a pleased gesture like an invitation. With a smiling look on his face, I'm waiting to see your performance. The pitch-black energy burst out of his body like a flood beast, like an exploding smoke bomb, instantly enveloping the entire house. With the alarm set at 7 o'clock ringing, Suyi rarely did not stay in bed, but bounced off the bed like a carp leaping over the dragon gate.
Graduation ceremonies are extremely important for every awakened person. Even Suyi didn't want to be half late on this day.
He quickly tidied himself up, held a piece of bread in his mouth lazily, and stepped out of the house. And the moment he stepped out of the threshold, the figure hiding behind the tree suddenly tightened and quickly dialed the phone. Boss,
that guy Suyi has already gone out. A harsh shout came from the other end of the phone and asked, what clothes is he wearing? He is wearing.
The man looked up and immediately replied, white shirt, black pants.
Isn't it all white tops and black pants on the road? How do you let me recognize him?
Was reprimanded. The man was full of shame, frowned and thought carefully, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, he has a very conspicuous red cuff tied to his left arm, which can immediately identify him.
Did you hear it clearly?
In a narrow alley, a man in a school uniform put down the phone in his hand and looked around. Today, Suyi has to wear a red cuff above his left arm.
Everyone, keep an eye on me. Don't miss anyone.
Yes, boss. More than 30 students beside him responded in unison, all of them in high spirits, with the fire of revenge flashing in their eyes.
This is the only way for Suyi to go to number 3 middle school.
As soon as the graduation ceremony is over, it is even more difficult to see him again than to ascend to the sky. The boss squatted on the trash can, raised his arms and shouted fiercely, how much have we suffered because of Su in the past 3 years?
Today, it's our last time to take revenge. Kicked down the well, mistaken for a small advertisement by the police, bitten by a dog released by the dog market.
He clenched his fists and indignantly told the history of blood and tears in the past 3 years. We victims formed the Annihilation Alliance just for today.
Oh.
The crowd around them was suddenly excited, raising their arms and shouting, and their faces
faces were full of anger. Hey, get out of the way, I'm going to collect the garbage. Suddenly, a cleaner came from the side and interrupted his passionate speech with a face full of disgust. Oh, I'm sorry. The boss, who was still menacing just now, immediately jumped from the trash can and bowed respectfully. I'm sorry. Suddenly become well-behaved? The onlookers secretly complained in their hearts, shocked by the 180-degree turn of the boss's attitude. So, the opportunity is rare, and we must complete our revenge today. The boss turned around and waved his fist to encourage everyone. Humph, what kind of system is it to be a straggler? An inopportune snort came from one side. More than 30 students glared angrily, but the owner of the voice was the cleaner who had just carried a garbage bag. Uncle, what do you mean by this? The boss's face darkened, staring at him and asking, you little dolls, you don't even have a little cohesion. It's really not as good as a generation. The uncle threw the garbage bag onto the garbage truck, put his hands behind his back, and showed a proud look. I think when I was in school, for the sake of loyalty, hundreds of people fought with other schools, and the scene was much more magnificent than yours. People like you who are not cohesive, in our era, are not even miscellaneous soldiers. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone who was not convinced before suddenly cast admiring eyes. Uncle, please advise. The boss hurriedly bowed, his face full of respect. The uncle lowered his head leisurely, as if he was an outsider, looked at the boss calmly, and said, the so-called cohesion is to unite everyone into a powerful force. You don't even have a decent logo, how can you be cohesive? In my time, except for the cadres, the other little brothers all shaved their heads and went into battle. Logo. The boss frowned and pondered, and couldn't help nodding in approval. Indeed, we need something to distinguish our own family. If Sue also finds a helper, it will be a big trouble. A plastic bag was thrown in front of the boss. He looked up and saw the cleaner pushing the garbage truck away. This is what I just dug out. Maybe you can use it. The boss opened the plastic bag, and his eyes immediately lit up. Inside is neatly placed a bunch of unopened yellow cuffs. Everyone, tie the yellow cuff to your right arm. If Suyi really brings helpers, this is the sign that we distinguish between friend and foe. Just across this alley, in another alley, more than 30 young people in different clothes crouched in the corner, their faces fierce, staring at the passing crowd. The leader was a coxcomb head, who was talking to someone with his mobile phone. Are you sure that bastard Suyi has a yellow cuff tied on his right arm? Very good. Hanging up the phone, he spat out a puff of smoke and stood up. Brothers, be spirited. Suyi, this little bastard, is about to pass by here. Keep an eye on me. He stepped on the cigarette but fiercely, burning with anger. 2 years ago, he broke our Qinglong Hall apart, and I will never let him go easily. Humph, what kind of body is a straggler? At this moment, an inopportune snort came from behind the group of young people in society. The combhead turned around suddenly, and saw a cleaner uncle standing next to the garbage truck with a bit of arrogance on his face, holding a plastic bag full of red cuffs in his hand. It's almost time. Sue also looked down at the time and muttered to himself, hey, you too. He put away his phone, turned his head to look at the two people who were tied to the ground and terrified, showing an innocent smile. He squatted down, hugged the two of them under his armpits, and glanced at them with a smile. Now, call your boss. As for what to say, I don't need to teach you more, right? The two nodded like chickens pecking at rice, not even having the courage to refute at all. Sue also picked up their mobile phones, quickly dialed a call, and put it in their ears. While the phone was connected, the two swallowed their saliva and spoke. Boss, big brother, Su Yi, has already appeared on the target street. What? In the 2 lanes, the 2 bosses who answered the phone had excited expressions on their faces. They waved their hands, pointed to the street, and shouted sharply, show 'em, catch Su Yi for me and take revenge. A noisy and chaotic footsteps sounded, and more than 60 people from both sides rushed out of the alley in a swarm and stood opposite each other on the street. Their eyes instantly locked on the armbands on each other's arms, and their expressions suddenly became tense. On the students' side, they were wearing yellow cuffs on their right arms, and the crowd was excited. On the side of the delinquent youths, red cuffs were tied on their left arms, and they all looked fierce. The student boss and the coxcomb head lit up at the same time, pointed their right hand forward, and shouted almost in unison, they must be the helpers brought by Su Yi. Su is also in this group. Brothers, rush! Dust is flying, and scolding, and noise fill the streets. And on the side of the street, Su also put on a lazy look, holding bread in his mouth, and slowly walked past the back of the fighting crowd as if nothing had happened. Not far away, the cleaner also pushed the garbage truck to his side. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Su also took out a 50 yuan dragon coin and handed it to the uncle beside him. Then, the two stopped and turned their heads to look at 2 groups of young people who were fighting fiercely in the morning sun. They breathed a sigh of relief meaningfully and sighed in unison. Young people, they are really vigorous. When Suyi stepped into the campus, he was surrounded by excited students. They all managed to awaken their abilities on Awakening Day and were looking forward to today's graduation ceremony. After a day of rest, everyone has a preliminary understanding of their abilities. But most high school students have never learned how to run energy, so even if you can use the ability, the effect is quite limited. At most, it is to move a stone and blow up a piece of paper, and the level is very rudimentary. Their control over energy is not even considered
considered a stone realm. And Su can also use the repairman so skillfully because he awakened his ability a few years ago. For the past 2 years, he has been trying to run energy. Although there is no systematic method and the operation method is still very rough, it can basically be used normally. Just as Su Yi walked leisurely to the classroom at the rhythm of the old man's walk, a sneaky figure was squatting down, cautiously approaching him. "Su Yi!" Wang Peng shouted as soon as he approached, rushed out suddenly, and hugged Su Yi with both hands. But Su Yi seemed to be unaware before, and the moment he pounced, he gently moved a step to the left. Thump! Wang Peng fell face to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Next time I call me not to use such an ambiguous tone, I plan to move my hands and feet." Su Yeshu looked at his tablemate with his eyes wide open, and couldn't help but complain, "I'm afraid that others will misunderstand my sexual orientation. Damn it, how did you find out I was approaching?" Wang Peng got up, slapped the dust on his body as if nothing had happened, and muttered in his mouth, "Before the next sneak attack, choose a good angle." Su also pointed to the shadow on the ground and rolled his eyes. Long before Wang Peng approached, he noticed the abnormality of the shadow under his feet. "I see." Wang Peng tapped his left palm with his right hand, showing a look of sudden enlightenment. "Staying with you will really affect my IQ." Su Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and sighed on his forehead. "Ah, Brother Yi, I seem to see the guys from the Genie Alliance on the road just now, fighting with the gangsters of Qinglong Hall." Wang Peng ignored Su Ye's sarcasm, but laughed loudly. "Yes, they squatted on the road and asked me for trouble, so I let them collide with each other." Su also shrugged, not caring. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "I remember that Qinglongtang was still a big bad organization 2 years ago. I didn't expect that in less than 2 months, it would be completely disintegrated by you, Brother Yi. If you hadn't taken me lost that day and mistakenly broke into their gathering place, I wouldn't have conflicted with them." Su Yi glanced sideways at Wang Peng and said dissatisfiedly, "They just scolded us a couple of words, and you smashed their organization. No matter how you look at it, it's all your cruelty." Wang Peng looked at it in surprise, not expecting Su to put the responsibility on himself. Ahem. Su also coughed dryly twice, and felt that he had gone a little too far. However, it is also a good thing to let these delinquent young people disband the organization and concentrate on their studies. "That's all when I was young, there's nothing to mention. It's only been less than 2 years. Wang Peng complained again, and then his expression lifted and he looked at Su Yi. "By the way, Brother Yi, have you tested your ability after you went back?" When he mentioned ability, he immediately became excited. "I checked a lot of information after I went back. What I awakened is a C-level ability called Metal Mastery, which is quite powerful." As he spoke, he spread his palms and stopped at the door of the teaching building with Su. A faint energy fluctuation gathered in his palm, and in a moment, a few nails flew from nowhere and fell into the palm of their hands. "See it, Brother Yi." Wang Peng excitedly grabbed the nail and showed off to Su Yi. "As long as I activate my ability, I can control the metal around me." Su didn't know how to evaluate, just looked up at the top of his head. Although Wang Peng only sucked a few nails, it was not easy to activate his ability without knowing how to manipulate energy. However, if this ability can be cultivated well, the potential is not small. "Yes, your ability is." Su also spoke softly, and was about to comment a few words, when suddenly the ground under the feet of the two was shrouded in a shadow. Looking back, Liao Wei's strong figure was standing behind the two of them, staring at them with a sneer on his face. "Su Yi, we met again." Su Yi and Wang Peng turned around at the same time, quickly took a step back, and walked into the teaching building. "I remember you, you are Yang Wei from the 3rd class next door." Su also opened his eyes wide and caught the name of the person in front of him like lightning. "My name is Liao Wei." Liao Wei was furious and couldn't help but roar, "You only nourished your stomach, your whole family nourishes their stomachs." This roar immediately attracted the attention of passing students. Hearing this, everyone showed strange expressions and began to look at Liao Wei. Several female classmates blushed even more and quickly bowed their heads and left quickly. Alas, Liao Wei. Su Yi patted him on the shoulder earnestly and sighed softly, "Don't be afraid if you have this disease, treat it as soon as possible. You're still in high school, if you treat it early, you still have a chance to find a girlfriend." Liao Wei's temples burst into blue veins, and his anger rushed upwards. He had a dark face, his knuckles were rattling, and he smiled and said word by word, "I originally wanted to fight you to the death at the graduation ceremony. It seems that you want to fight me now." His face was hideous, and a wave of energy surged out of his body. "What I awakened is a B-level ability, much stronger than you half-hangers." Wang Peng. Su Yi suddenly turned his head sideways and asked in a low voice, "Can you use the ability you just used again?" Try to the right a little." Although Wang Peng did not understand Su Ye's intentions, he still honestly activated his ability. In the next second, several nails flew quickly from above his head and landed in his hands without error. "What the hell do you want to do? Let me tell you." Liao Wei frowned and stared at the two of them, continuing his domineering declaration. But then, the shadow above his head suddenly shrouded him. Losing the support of 2 nails, the door plate at the door of the teaching building fell with a bang, hitting Liao Wei accurately and knocking him to the ground. On the other side, Wang Peng stared at a few nails
nails in his palm in a daze, as well as Liao Wei, who was lying on the ground not far away, carrying the doorplate. Is this nail on the doorplate? Beside him, Su also patted him on the shoulder, turned around and left. This is your ability to activate. If the school wants to compensate, don't rely on me. Hey, brother, this is too unreasonable. Wang Peng shouted with a bitter face and hurriedly chased after him. After returning to the classroom, Teacher Wang quickly walked in. The classroom, which was originally overcrowded, now has less than half of the number left. Looking at the entire blue star, only about 50% of people can successfully awaken. Whether or not you can become an awakened person is actually destined as early as birth, but it is not until you become an adult that you can see your future clearly. Those who have not awakened can only take the general college entrance examination and contribute to the fight against the false demon in other ways. As the graduation ceremony approached, Teacher Wang's expression was particularly melancholic. He briefly explained the precautions at the graduation ceremony, and it was soon 8 o'clock. Okay, students. Teacher Wang stood up from the podium and clapped his hands. Let's go to the playground and gather. The graduation ceremony will be held in the playground. The teachers of the 6 awakened academies have all come to the school. After the ceremony, there is a demonstration of abilities and an interview. Students who perform well may even have the opportunity to obtain examination-free admission. This is another important significance of the graduation ceremony. In order to recruit excellent awoken people, the competition between the awakened academies is extremely fierce. As of now, there are 20 awakened academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the top 10 academies all have void hunting teams, which are the academies that all awakened people dream of. In these academies, not only learn the basics, but also hone combat skills, improve strength, and eventually join the void hunting team to fight against the void demon. Only awakened people with mediocre combat effectiveness or eliminated will choose the last 10 academies to study. Although they cannot directly confront the virtual beasts, most of them learn to assist in the logistics of the void hunting team. It is with these reserve forces that the hunting void team has been able to persist to this day. The so-called graduation ceremony is not only the end of high school life but also an interview for awakened people. Those who perform well will have the opportunity to enter the awakened academy directly without examination. Although most of the teachers who came to the school this time are ordinary teachers or civilian staff, their strength is average, but their theoretical knowledge is solid, which is enough to judge the talent of students. Su Yi and Wang Peng walked out of the classroom slowly and walked towards the playground. He looked around and thought to himself, it seems that the virtual demon should have been intercepted by them. Students gathered in pieces to the playground. Only 110 people participated in the graduation ceremony, accounting for less than half of the total number of senior high school students. Most of the students who have not awakened are disheartened, and many have not yet recovered from the impact of the awakening day. In the center of the playground, more than 20 teachers from the major awakened academies, as well as the principal of number 3 middle school, and the head teachers of each class, sat behind the neatly arranged tables and chairs, looking at the students with serious expressions. Su Yi! A roar came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, Liao Wei rushed over like a grumpy wild boar and stood behind Su Yi. At this moment, he was quite embarrassed, and a lump was obviously bulging on his head. You guy, why are you still endless? Su also sighed, frowning slightly. Liao Wei glared at him and gritted his teeth and said, I want to launch an awakened duel against you. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Even the teachers of the Awakening Academy sitting not far away had a trace of interest in their eyes, and they all cast meaningful glances. The world in the mirror. The houses that were originally copied by the mirror image have all collapsed at this moment. This urban village seems to be in ruins, and none of it is intact. The dust and smoke filled the air, and after a while, it was blown away by a gust of wind, revealing several figures. Nightmare's arms hung weakly in front of him, shaking as if dislocated, covered in blood, and gasping for breath. On the opposite side, Xiao Xia, Wei Yan, and Xiao Li were also injured, besieging the Nightmare in a triangle shape, adjusting their breathing halfway. Is this guy really seriously injured? Wei Yan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and stared ahead in disbelief. We have besieged him for so long, and he can still be so energetic. Don't compare me to those ordinary virtual demons. Nightmare let out a light breath. His arms were enveloped in black energy, and he pushed it upwards with all his might. With the sound of the misalignment of the bones, he actually took the 2 dislocated arms back and waved them at will. Poof! This level of injury is nothing at all. His tone was still calm, but there was a faint hint of weakness in his eyes. I'm very good now. You mean that we fought against you, but we consumed your energy and didn't even hurt you? Xiao Li snorted coldly, and there was a hint of anger mixed in his cold tone. He's right. Xiao Xia waved the tang knife in his hand, shook off the blood stained on the blade, and said coldly, from the beginning, he has always used energy to protect himself. The injuries we gave him were just skin traumas, and they couldn't touch his roots at all. It seems that this captain has seen it very thoroughly. Nightmare smiled faintly, and actually showed a gentleman's appearance. But, how much energy do you have left? Xiao Xia sneered. You rely on energy to constantly defend and dodge, and
use your own ability to disrupt our sanity, but you have never taken the initiative to launch a deadly attack.
Your remaining energy can't hold on to protect your body, right?
Your current energy intensity is almost impossible to even sustain the level of maintaining the mountain realm.
He stared at the Night Nightmare intently, consuming so much energy, only for defense. What the hell do you want to do?
Yes,
what the hell do I want to do? Night Nightmare asked rhetorically, with a strange expression on his face.
Why don't you guess, Mr. Captain? Seeing his expression, Xiao Sha's heart tightened suddenly, and he faintly felt a little uneasy. He quickly turned his head to look at Gui Yan and asked eagerly, "Tell me, how long has it been since we entered the mirror world?"
How long has it been?
Gui Yan was stunned for a moment, and said in confusion while taking out his mobile phone, "We will only come in for an hour at most." But when he saw the time on his phone clearly, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is it possible? It's already 8 o'clock in the morning.
My phone is broken? Oh no!"
Xiao Sha finally understood where the uneasiness came from. This guy, he used his ability to confuse our sense of time.
He's been stalling here.
What? Gui Yan and Xiao Li were both surprised. But others are here. What's the use of delaying time? It's a virtual beast. Xiao Sha had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and immediately drew his sword and rushed forward. This guy, let that wolf out. Before, he had been worried about whether the nightmare would hide his trump cards, so he didn't make a rash move, but adopted a prudent tactic. But now he couldn't care so much at all.
Bingo! Night Nightmare smiled brightly. That's right.
The next moment, his smile converged, and several streams of black energy gushed out from behind him, entangled towards the three of them.
Unfortunately, there is no reward.
Xiao Sha swung his knife and slashed out, and the bright sword light instantly shattered the black energy in front of him. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his left hand, two daggers appeared out of thin air and quickly stabbed towards the Night Nightmare. A smile appeared on the corner of Nightmare's mouth, and he retreated and supported his energy to block these two attacks.
Compared to the Void Hunter team that hurt me, you are too weak.
He stood firmly and said in a calm tone,
"You should be a team that has just been formed.
Both the number and the strength are far from meeting my expectations.
Let me guess, your last hunting squad should have just been killed, right?
Form a team with a group of fledgling novices. Mr. Captain, your situation is really not easy." These words obviously hit Xiao Sha's sore spot. Anger suddenly ignited in his eyes, and he rushed towards the Night Nightmare with murderous intent.
Certain.
At this time, Gui Yan broke free from the shackles of the nightmare energy, crossed his hands and shook them hard, and shouted loudly.
Nightmare's body seemed to have been hit by the immobilization technique, and it instantly froze.
But the next second, he returned to his original state, and his right palm slapped out suddenly, facing Xiao Sha.
Countless phantoms suddenly appeared in front of me. Xiao Sha was already prepared, and immediately concentrated and dispersed the phantoms one by one.
Even so, that moment of trance still caused him to deviate from the knife that was supposed to hit, and was slapped away by the Night Nightmare's palm. The Night Nightmare stabbed out with his left hand like a sword, stabbing Xiao Sha in the abdomen. At this moment, a shield suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Sha, but the shield burst like a bubble under the impact of the nightmare energy. Taking advantage of this short pause, Xiao Sha blocked the attack with a horizontal knife with force. The blade trembled, and Xiao Sha flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through half of the wall of the ruins and raising dust.
The Night Nightmare quietly looked at the dusty place, and said with a smile, "Use light refraction to cast immobilization, and you can ignore ordinary protection. With energy stronger than the protective energy, you can break it. In my opinion, you two little guys in the rock realm can't even restrict me."
Mr. Captain, your two team members are really useless. Hearing this, Wei Yin and Xiao Li's faces turned slightly pale, and anger burst out in their eyes. So, two wind-breaking sounds sounded at the same time, cutting through the dust and quickly approaching the nightmare. His face changed slightly, and he quickly picked up his energy, deflected the two throwing knives, and bounced them to the sides. But there was a flying knife that broke through the energy on his body and scratched a bloodstain on his face.
The throwing knife landed and instantly turned into energy and dissipated.
At this moment, a figure jumped up from the ruins.
"My teammates, you don't deserve to point out."
Xiao Sha calmly walked out of the smoke, and a broken wall beside him collapsed and smashed towards him. He swung his knife at will, and the wall shattered into countless fragments and scattered on both sides. Xiao Sha's bravery surprised the nightmare a little.
He smiled lightly, wiped the blood from his face, and said, "Mr. Captain, do you really want to fight me here? My pet, it's going to kill soon. Even if we want to leave, you will obstruct it."
Xiao Sha's face was expressionless, and the tang knife in his hand scratched the ground lightly, and then he quickly raised it and pointed at the Night Nightmare in the distance.
"As a Void Hunter, I must be here and kill you. As for the wolf,"
he gently raised his left hand and pressed the switch on the headset in his ear. "My team members will do their best to stop it."
"Senior, why are they so slow?" On the rooftop, Fang Xian yawned and frowned and looked at his feet.
It has been nearly 4 hours since they entered the mirror world as seniors. If she hadn't sensed their energy fluctuations, she would have rushed in long ago.
That seriously injured virtual demon, how could he delay the seniors and the others for so long?
As a Void Hunter, she must trust her companions and strictly carry out her orders. No matter how anxious she is, she must stick to her post until she
receives instructions from her seniors. Suddenly, there was a sound of electricity coming from the headset. Half a second later, Xiao Sha's voice came out of it. Fan Xian. His tone was more solemn than ever. Fan Xian, who was originally a little loose, immediately tightened his expression, quickly stood up from the roof, and pressed the switch on the headset. Xiao Sha's calm voice came from the headset, accompanied by the sound of fierce battle in the distance. The night nightmare has confused our perception of time, and has also sent the wolf of the rock realm to prepare to attack the school. His tone was calm and firm, and he gave orders unequivocally. According to the analysis of that high school student, rush to the school immediately to protect the people. I command you to protect everyone no matter what happens, and not let them be harmed. You only have one person, but no matter what, stop that wolf. Protect everyone as much as possible. Almost the moment Fang Xian heard the word ganglang, he began to move quickly, shuttling between the rooftops of the building and running towards the direction of number 3 middle school. Hearing Xiao Sha's almost ruthless order, instead of being unhappy at all, her face raised a resolute arc. Long hair constantly rises back in the rapid shuttle. Her gaze became more and more determined. Since the moment she became a void hunter, she had already been prepared. She gently pressed the headset, her tone calm and resolute. Fan Xian, the one who hunts the void, received the order. I swear with my life that I will definitely protect all the people and do my best to stop that wolf. Fan Xian stepped on the edge of the roof with his feet and jumped hard towards the empty front. It was early morning, the sun was shining, and there were no clouds. At her feet, on the busy streets, countless office workers were in a hurry. People had smiles on their faces and looked forward to a better tomorrow. I will never let anyone destroy this peaceful world. Fan Xian jumped out suddenly, and his body was instantly wrapped in a cloud of crimson energy. The next moment, she was like a rapidly falling meteor, bursting out at an astonishing speed and instantly disappearing into mid-air. Awakened Duel. This is a special challenge between the awakened in a contest of ability. At the graduation ceremony, the awakened can not only show their strength to the teachers of the Major Awakened Academy, you can also express yourself through duels. As long as it does not get out of control and hurt people, this kind of duel is still very popular with teachers. After all, in the future, these children may go to fight against virtual beasts and virtual demons. Only by accumulating combat experience in advance can the risk of casualties be reduced. As soon as Liao Wei's words of challenge to Suyi fell, countless eyes immediately poured in. The place where the two stood suddenly became the focus of the playground. Alas, women are really red-faced. In the face of Liao Wei's provocation, Su also sighed helplessly and shrugged his shoulders. Just because you wanted to show your masculinity in front of Tang Xiaowan, you impulsively launched a duel with me. Zhang Wei, you are too childish. My name is Liao Wei. Liao Wei gritted his teeth and responded, his eyes filled with anger. Hearing Tang Xiaowan's name, he was obviously flustered for a moment, and quickly snorted angrily, I just don't like you, it has nothing to do with Tang Xiaowan. In the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes swept over. Xiaowan, it seems that you are your suitor over there. A lively girl beside her said with a smile. Suitors? Stop talking nonsense, Xiaoyu. Tang Xiaowan's voice was gentle, and there was a touch of helplessness on his face. Next to her and her girlfriend, dozens of pairs of eyes kept scanning over. Their presence has almost become the most eye-catching scenery on the playground. But Tang Xiaowan's eyes stayed on Suya's face, and a scene flashed in his mind, and his ears were slightly red. Last week, she accidentally fell off the flag-raising platform and happened to be rescued by Su Yi, who was passing by, in front of the princess. She has never been in contact with the opposite sex and will never forget the scene at that time. What impressed her the most was Su Yi's plague-like expression. Before she even had time to thank her, she was thrown to the ground by Su Yi, and he ran out. That guy is also a man of the hour. Xiaoyu, the lively girl beside him, continued to smile. I don't know why, many boys in our class chant his name every day. Every time I mention it, I say terrifying words such as killing and annihilation. Not Su Yi, Tang Xiaowan whispered, his eyes flashing, as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, most of the students have gathered in the playground with smiles on their faces, looking forward to the start of the graduation ceremony. However, just above the school, a mist wrapped in black energy kept deforming and rotating in the air, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a black light flowed in the mist. The next moment, the fog seemed to have received an order, and a mournful wolf howl came. Then, the fog began to surge violently and expand wildly. The wolf's shadow kept flickering in the mist, sometimes roaring, and the energy quickly climbed. The change above his head was not noticed. On the playground, the students were still happy, smiling and looking at Su Yi and Liao Wei. Liao Wei saw that Su Yi still looked careless, and he was even more angry. He said viciously, Su Yi, are you afraid? In the face of provocation, Su also rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said lightly, graduation is approaching, I wanted to be at ease and didn't want to cause trouble again. But if you pester me again and again, then I can only. Before he finished speaking, he raised his head suddenly, and his face changed suddenly. The next moment, before Liao Wei could react, he was kicked out by Su Yi. Get down quickly. Su Yi's roar sounded on the playground, and he quickly lay down. Wang Peng beside him heard this and fell to the ground with his head in his hands without hesitation. realization. Su Yi, you actually attacked me. Liao Wei rolled on the ground twice, his blood surged, and he sat up halfway, full of anger. But before he finished speaking, a terrifying pillar of light fell from midair, like a laser, rapidly sweeping the ground diagonally. The hot energy melts the rubber floor of the playground. A long ravine appeared on the playground and burned everything. Liao Wei, who had just gotten up, sat down directly, his eyes full of horror. If it weren't for Su Yi, he would have kicked him away in time. At this moment, he may have been completely burned by that pillar of light. The surging air current swept from around the ravine, making Su Yi and Wang Peng's clothes rustle. Fortunately, apart from the three of them, there was no one else around the pillar of light, and there were no casualties. Su also raised his head suddenly, his eyes locked on the source of the pillar of light. A behemoth nearly 3 meters high fell from the sky and stepped heavily on the playground. It was a giant wolf covered in black hair. Its eyes were fierce, its body was surrounded by dark energy, and smoke and dust were faintly emitting from its open wolf's mouth. In the center of his forehead was inlaid half a purple crystal, which emitted a faint purple light under the light, adding to the ferocity. Many people on the playground noticed this sudden change, and when they looked back and saw the giant wolf, they immediately screamed in horror, and their voices came and went. They scattered and fled, desperately fleeing in the direction away from the giant wolf. And the teachers of the Awakened Academy, who were originally sitting on the playground, all jumped up, ignoring the overturned tables and chairs, and exclaimed, "The virtual beast wolf of the rock realm? How can there be virtual beasts here? Although they come from the Awakened Academy, but he is not a combatant, nor is he a virtual hunter, and he has almost no experience in fighting virtual beasts. After all, on the day of awakening, the strong go to famous schools to recruit new students, and schools like number 3 middle school can only select students." One of the teachers' faces changed suddenly, quickly squatted down, and pressed his palms on the ground. In an instant, 4 thick vines rose from under the feet of the void beast, firmly wrapping around its limbs. After completing this move, he roared angrily, his voice shaking the sky, "This is the virtual beast of the rock realm. I can't hold it back for too long. Everyone run." How did the virtual beast appear here? Suya's heart was shocked, but he still remained calm. His mind was running rapidly. That group, didn't you find the void demon? No. If it is really a false demon attack, it should be the virtual demon appearing here, not the wolf. He didn't hesitate, suddenly grabbed the stunned Wang Peng from the ground, and roared loudly, "Run!" Wang Peng then came back to his senses, roared angrily, and ran in the opposite direction. Su didn't follow immediately, but crossed the ravine and went straight to a short distance, picking up Liao Wei, who had weak legs. "What are you still stunned for? Run quickly!" Liao Wei was originally in panic and fear, but at this moment he finally woke up in Suya's roar. "It's a deal." He stared wide-eyed, looked at Suyi complicatedly, and finally bit his lip and lowered his head and ran forward. "Rock Realm Void Beast, the people here can't match it at all. The nearest awakened person should have sensed the energy fluctuations. I don't know how long it will take to rush over." Although Suyi looked anxious, he was extremely calm in his heart. The only thing they could do was to take advantage of the short gap between the gang wolf and be bound by the vines, quickly evacuate and minimize casualties. At this moment, the students and the teachers of the Awakened Academy scattered and fled, and none of them dared to stay in front of this terrifying virtual beast. Just as Suyi was about to escape, an eager cry suddenly came from behind him. "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Su also turned around. In the crowd, Tang Xiaowan looked anxious, squatting on the ground, trying to help his friend beside him. The girl Su also knew Nie Xiaoyu, who was in Tang Xiaowan's class, and the two had an excellent relationship and were inseparable almost every day. However, at this moment, Nie Xiaoyu's face was full of horror, and blood flowed from his right foot. Just now, the wolf's breath shattered the ground, and the splashing stones cut her feet and calves, causing her to fall to the ground. Her eyes flashed with fear, and she wanted to stand up several times, but her body couldn't use her strength at all. Click, click. The sound of vines breaking came from the distance. Suya's pupils contracted suddenly, and he soon noticed that the vines that had wrapped around the wolf's four-legged earlier could no longer support its strength at this moment and began to break inch by inch. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of several boys who passed by Tang Xiaowan, and they rushed in her direction, wanting to be a hero to save the beauty. But at this moment, a deafening wolf howl sounded from behind them. The shrill howl was like a sharp blade, hitting their minds and scattering their souls. At this moment, where could they care about heroes saving beauty? All of them looked terrified and ran forward without looking back. Within a few seconds, all the students behind Tang Xiaowan rushed in front of her. Many people fell to the ground in a panic, but passers-by did not stop to help them at all. Everyone could only support themselves, regardless of their injuries, and continued to run away. At this time, almost everyone has only one thought in their hearts, to save their lives, which is the instinct to survive. Tang Xiaowan's body kept trembling, and he was obviously extremely scared. She could have left her friends behind and fled for her life, but her eyes were still firm. She grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm tightly, desperately trying to pick her up. "Xiaoyu, hold on, let's run." Su also imprinted this scene in his eyes, and the memory of 3 years ago seemed to resurface. "Uncle, run. Auntie, take your daughter and get out of here. Are you okay? Don't stop." The girl in the white dress was like an elf, shuttling back and forth in the crowd. Even though a terrifying monster was approaching behind her, she did not choose to run away, but continued to help every victim. It's simply carved out of a mold. The memory flashed by, and Su also did not hesitate and ran back against the crowd. What a fool. He usually exercised and was strong, and ran to Tang Xiaowan in a few strides. Tang Xiaowan looked up at him, his expression trembling. Unbelievable. At this critical juncture, there were still people willing to come back to help her. Su didn't say much nonsense, pulled Tang Xiaowan up, pulled it with one hand, and lifted Nie Xiaoyu on the ground as well. Why are you stunned? He yelled at Nie Xiaoyu, who was still frightened. Run, don't look back. If you don't want to die, you have to run even if your foot is broken. His roar abruptly stimulated Nie Xiaoyu's desire to survive. She barely stood up, shouted, and staggered forward. Roar! The wolf's howl was getting closer and closer, and the huge figure of the wolf crossed more than 10 meters in just a few steps, less than 20 meters away from the three of them. Tang Xiaowan took a deep look at Su Yi, understanding in his heart that the situation was critical, so he quickly turned around, grabbed Nie Xiaoyu's arm, and ran forward quickly with her. Su also saw the two running up, and without hesitation, he quickly fled in the other direction. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 of them left on the playground. The wolf stepped on the ground again. The sound was like an earthquake, and the ground kept shaking. It galloped on all fours, with incredible speed, and approached quickly. The wolf's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and the target was directly aimed at Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. Their faces turned pale, and they felt the airwaves coming behind them, their hearts beating faster, and they were extremely frightened. At this moment, a breaking wind suddenly sounded. Half a brick smashed into the wolf's face. You idiot! Su also scolded angrily in the other direction and continued to run without looking back. Gang Lang roared angrily, unwilling to be humiliated, quickly turned around, gave up pursuing Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu, and rushed towards Su Yi. Su also shuttled under the fitness equipment next to the playground and fled quickly towards the teaching building. He could feel the surging airflow coming from behind him, but his face was still cold. His right hand was holding something tightly, and he kept calculating the speed and distance in his heart. The wolf was amazingly fast, and his whole body was like an out-of-control train, rampage across the playground. Those iron single and parallel bars were hit by it and scattered on both sides, but its speed did not decrease at all, and it still pounced on Su Yi. The shadow above Su Ye's head gradually covered, and out of the corner of his eye, the white fangs were clearly visible. Even at this close distance, he could smell the fishy and pungent smell in the wolf's mouth. Seeing that the fangs were about to bite him and tear his body apart, Su Ye's eyes suddenly flashed and he waved his fist violently. In the palm of his hand, a white silk thread quickly shuttled out and instantly connected to the horizontal bar that was knocked away and broken behind him. The next moment, his body seemed to be being pulled faster than the wolf's bite and flew backwards. The development of capabilities is endless. As long as you know your own abilities enough, you can perform completely different effects. Su also spent a whole day testing the ability of Repairman, and what he was using at this moment was one of the effects. Repair is carried out mainly on objects that are attached to energy. When he was running just now, he had attached his own energy to half of the horizontal bar and at the same time removed half of the loose iron plate. Now, with the help of this ability, he was pulled by the half piece of iron and returned to the repaired horizontal bar. Su also grabbed the horizontal bar, and inertia caused him to stagger back 2 steps. Not far away, the wolf pounced on the air, landed steadily on all fours, and quickly drifted around. Immediately afterwards, it opened the wolf's mouth, and a beam of light shot out of its mouth, pointing directly at Su Yi. In the face of this pure energy attack, Su also had nowhere to hide. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and the white figure flashed in front of his eyes. I didn't expect that I would do such a stupid thing like you. It seems that I, like you, are both hopeless fools. His eyes were calm, knowing that he couldn't dodge, and calmly met the impending attack. At this moment, 3 red lights flew from behind him and crashed directly into the breath launched by the wolf. At the same time, a familiar shout came from behind. Don't be in a daze, grab the horizontal bar in front of you. This voice is also very familiar to Su. He didn't hesitate and clung to the horizontal bar in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a snap of fingers sounded behind him. The explosion exploded right in front of him, and the terrifying airwave almost blew his whole body away. If it weren't for the horizontal bar in time, I am afraid it would have been blown out. This sudden explosion surprised even the wolf, and responded with a low roar. Su Ye's arms began to tingle, and he didn't let go of his arms until the wind gradually dissipated. I didn't expect you, a heartless guy, to almost die to save people. Fan Xian fell from the sky, stood in front of Su Yi, and said with a chuckle. Today, she didn't wear the JK skirt but changed into black long clothes and trousers. The waist is slightly tight, outlining her figure, and the whole person looks heroic. Since you're here, show up early. Su also gasped and said with a little helplessness, I've come with all my might, but I'm good to catch up in time. Fan Xian's eyes were firm, looking straight ahead, and his eyes met the wolf's eyes, and his momentum suddenly climbed. However, I do have to thank you. Thank you? Su was also a little confused. That's right. Fan Xian took a deep breath, took out a hair rope from his arms, and gently put it on on his wrist. I want to thank you for not failing in my promise.
The breeze blew up her hair, and she tied her long hair into a ponytail, no longer letting her hair sway in the wind. Then, the fighting spirit in his eyes ignited, his fists were clenched, and he staggered back and forth, posing in a fighting posture.
From now on, I will do my best to stop it and not let anyone get hurt. Su-yi, you have to see clearly what the real Void Hunter looks like.
Her heroic posture made Su-yi stunned for a while, but soon her face changed suddenly, and she reminded in a hurry, "Be careful."
Not far away, the wolf shook the dust and smoke, landed on all fours, and pounced on Fong Xian fiercely.
Su-yi looked solemn, and when he looked forward, he saw that Fong Xian had no idea of dodging.
"Are you crazy?" he yelled, trying to get her to dodge the blow. But the corner of Fong Xian's mouth raised a smile. "I'm not afraid of being exposed today."
The next moment, Su-yi was stunned and looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. In the face of the pounced wolf, Fong Xian flew up, completed a roundhouse kick with amazing speed, and kicked the wolf in the face with his right foot. The body of the wolf froze for half a second, and then the huge body was kicked out. It slammed into the playground, let out a low roar from its mouth, and quickly turned over and stood up, its eyes flashing with anger and surprise.
Su was also stunned and looked at Fong Xian in surprise. Void Hunters don't fight by ability alone. Fong Xian landed lightly, laughing heartily. The cultivation of physical skills can even break the gap in ability levels. She glanced back at Su-yi and said in a firm tone, "Get out of here, don't stay. The awakened will arrive soon. Evacuate people around the school as soon as possible and let them."
Before she could finish speaking, a deafening roar interrupted her.
The wolf opened its huge mouth and roared furriedly.
The four black energy masses under its feet spread like a tide. In an instant, these black energies surrounded the school, as if forming an enchantment.
This is. Fong Xian's face showed shock. A-level ability, Colosseum. The virtual beast can also have abilities? Suya's face changed, and he quickly looked around.
At this moment, the school is shrouded in hemispherical black energy, like a pot lid covering the entire campus. Almost all the teachers and students who tried to escape from afar were blocked by this energy. They desperately attacked, but were bounced off, and could only slap the barrier in front of them in horror, looking flustered. Only a very small number of people with their agility or abilities escaped from the campus before the barrier was formed.
The remaining more than 100 people are all trapped in the school.
Several figures in the distance rushed over. All of them were awakened people who had come to perceive fluctuations, but they were all blocked by black barriers and could not enter.
According to the information, virtual beasts and even virtual demons have abilities. Fong Xian stared at the enchantment that shrouded the surroundings. His expression was extremely solemn. The A-level ability, Colosseum, which can form an enchantment within a certain range, is a domain law type ability.
This field cannot be destroyed unless the person who casts the ability takes the initiative to release it, or after the person with the ability dies, the ability will dissipate over time.
Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for people in the Colosseum to escape. This guy intends to wipe out all the people in the school.
Gang Lang suddenly turned on his ability and stepped on the ground with his right foot. A huge hole was instantly stepped out of the playground by it, and the wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light, staring at Fong Xian. Then, it suddenly jumped forward and rushed in front of Fong Xian.
So fast.
Su's pupils shrank suddenly, and he clearly felt that the speed of the gang wolf had increased significantly. Obviously, in this Colosseum, its speed and power have been enhanced. Although Fong Xian protected his body with his arms in time, he was still slapped out by one of the wolf's claws. She quickly adjusted her figure in the air, pulled out 3 fruit knives from her arms with her right hand, and quickly swung them down in the shape of a pin glyph, snapping her fingers. The fire spread everywhere, and the explosive air wave instantly enveloped Ganglong's body. However, in less than half a second, a blazing pillar of energy light penetrated out of the airwave and rushed straight into the air.
Fong Xian quickly turned to avoid it. The beam flew close to her body and accurately hit a school building behind her.
A corner of the teaching building was shattered by a beam of light.
The gravel splashed and turned into countless hard stones and fell with a bang.
Nearby students screamed and fled, and the scene was chaotic. Stones fell all over the sky, and a student couldn't dodge, falling to the ground with a pale face, looking desperately above his head. Fortunately, a teacher from the Awakened Academy reacted quickly, shouted angrily, his arms suddenly thickened, and he rushed towards the stone, smashing it with a punch and saving the student.
Fong Xian stared nervously into the distance, and she barely breathed a sigh of relief until she confirmed that the student was saved.
But anger quickly welled up in her heart, and she turned around sharply and glared fiercely at the wolf who came out of the smoke. "I will never allow you to wantonly destroy here." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out 4 yellow talismans from her arms. She held the yellow talisman tightly and threw out 3 fiercely, and the yellow talisman quickly shot out and flew in all directions. The last yellow talisman she stuck at her feet, biting her fingertips without hesitation, and blood slowly dripped onto the yellow talisman.
The world in the mirror, Chi.
The rising energy quickly enveloped the range delineated by the 4 yellow talismans.
A second later, the wolf howl stopped abruptly in front of Su-yi.
The playground returned to silence, and the breeze blew, as if hiding everything.
The world in the mirror turned out to be the Juebao before.
Suya's face changed slightly, and he immediately reached out to touch it. But it was blocked by a transparent barrier in the palm of his hand.
He looked back and was still surrounded by black energy. Even though the wolf has been sent to the mirror world, its power still looms around it. Suya's expression kept changing, and finally he looked deeply in front of him, or turned to leave. They couldn't waste the precious time Fang Xian had bought for them.
He wanted to see for himself if there was a way to crack the Colosseum so that everyone in the school could get out smoothly.
The wind blows gently. The playground in the mirror world is no different from the real world, full of traces of wolf destruction.
At this moment, in this space, there was no one else except Fang Xian and Ganglang.
Ugh dash.
The wolf's black fur danced with the breeze and roared softly, but there was contempt in its eyes, and she didn't feel that the woman in front of her could stop her.
Fang Xian also noticed that the explosion he had caused before did not seem to have caused any harm to the wolf. Although she and Ganglang belong to the same rock realm, the actual combat power gap is obvious.
Fang Xian gently pushed aside the bangs in front of his forehead, let out a long breath, and took out a bubblegum from his pocket and put it in his mouth.
After a few moments, she skillfully blew a bubble in the air. The bubble burst gently, and Fang Xian looked forward helplessly.
I really don't know if there will be a chance to chew bubblegum in the future. The wolf's right foot stomped heavily on the ground, like a vicious dog devouring stars and devouring the moon, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression.
With each step of the huge body, it stirred up bursts of airflow, blowing the false lawn of the playground to make a loud noise. From a distance, its nearly 3-meter-tall body looked like a moving house.
If you think about it, there are still many things that I haven't had time to do.
Fang Xian chewed bubblegum while muttering softly to himself.
I've always wanted to go to the south to see the sea.
I also promised to take Xiaoyu to the playground to play once. The hot pot in Shucheng has long wanted to taste.
Since becoming a void hunter, it seems that he hasn't taken a vacation for a long time. They always joke that I didn't fall in love and didn't have a chance to try. She scratched her hair annoyedly, as if complaining, alas, it's really miserable to be a void hunter.
I get up at 6 o'clock every day to train, and I don't even have a weekend, and the tasks are one after another. If I continue like this, I feel like I'm going to be 10 years old.
Ganglang dragged his paws irritably, staring at Fang Xian intently, as if he had lost his patience. Sensing this, Fang Xian finally closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and took out a strangely shaped stone from his arms. The stone was made of a special metal and was shaped like a 5-pointed star, just in the palm of her hand by her 5 fingers. She looked at the wolf, smiled softly, and said calmly, "It has been my dream since I was a child to be able to become a void hunter. I will never fall here easily. Moreover, I also want to prove to that kid that the void hunter is by no means what he said." A gust of wind suddenly rose, blowing a leaf and landed right between her and the wolf. The leaves fell gently, and the moment they landed, one person and one wolf began to move almost at the same time. The wolf's claws were like the wind, and he quickly slapped Fang Xian, and the claw wind drew out 5 ravines. The crimson energy burst out on Fang Xian's body. She jumped to dodge the pounce, quickly jumped directly above the virtual beast, and held the special metal with her right hand, pressing at its back. She actually had a crazy smile on her face.
Do you know?
My ability not only changes the material of the object, but also increases its power over distance. The crimson light in the palm of his hand kept flashing, shining as dazzling as the sun.
Ganglang instantly felt extremely dangerous, roared and twisted his body, trying to get rid of Fang Xian. But Fang Xian firmly grasped the hair on its back, motionless, and let the light in his palm become brighter and brighter.
Although today is not Christmas, but
Merry Christmas, Brother Yi.
As soon as Wang Peng saw Su Yi walking from the other side of the playground, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted excitedly and rushed towards him. His voice was full of worry and anxiety.
"Don't worry, I'm fine."
Su Yi looked calm, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and gently patted him on the shoulder.
"Su Yi, I." Another figure approached quickly. Liao Wei appeared in front of him again, his face full of mixed emotions. Half a second later, he suddenly bent down and said solemnly, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have, long ago. That, Brother Yi is gone."
Wang Peng interrupted him helplessly, looking at this silly big man, his face full of helplessness. Liao Wei straightened up, his face flushed with embarrassment.
"Brother Yi didn't save you to get your thanks."
Wang Peng shook his head lightly, his eyes turning to Suya's back. "He just follows his heart and has no other intentions." Su also didn't see Tang Xiaowan and Nie Xiaoyu. They seemed to be running in the other direction and did not appear here. In the face of the wolf's encirclement and interception, the students and teachers had already scattered and fled, distributed in all corners of the campus. He ignored this and went straight to the edge of the Colosseum, covering his hands with energy and trying to touch the barrier. The black energy flashed by, and he immediately retracted his palm quickly like an electric shock, and the energy in his palm was almost devoured in an instant.
"Don't try." A teacher from the Awakened Academy leaned against the barrier, half crouching on the ground, muttering to himself. Colosseum is a domain law type ability. Unless there are void hunters above the mountain realm here, it is absolutely impossible to destroy this realm. We can't get out, and people outside can't come in either. He looked up at Su Yi, his eyes full of despair. In the Colosseum, the strength, speed, and even defense of that wolf will increase by at least 30%. That little girl of the rock realm is not its opponent at all. She's going to die. Once she dies, we won't be able to escape this cage. We finished. What did you just say? Suya's expression changed slightly, staring closely at the teacher of the Awakened Academy beside him, and asked eagerly, "You said that the wolf will increase its speed and strength by 30%? That's right." The teacher grabbed his head and whispered with a desperate face, "I specialize in ability data in the academy. According to the data of Awakeners with Colosseum abilities that have appeared in the past, the Colosseum increase in the rock realm is about 30%. It's over, that beast has been hiding his amplification degree." Suya's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction of the playground. After Gang Lang displayed his ability just now, the increase in speed and strength was only increased by 10% at most. But if it is really as the teacher said, the increase in that guy's strength has reached 30%. This shows that the wolf has been deliberately hiding. Let me ask you, is there a big gap between the Void Hunter and the Void Beast who are also in the rock realm? He squatted down, unceremoniously, and asked the teacher as if questioning. The teacher didn't care about his attitude and said in a low voice, "The division of realms is only related to one's own energy. But in actual battle, due to its size advantage, the strength and speed of the virtual beast far exceed that of the awakened people in the same realm. Unless there is a very strong physical technique, or the ability is extremely destructive. Otherwise, it will be difficult for awakeners in the same realm to single out the virtual beasts. Because of this, the Void Hunters will form a void hunting team and cooperate with each other to hunt the void beast. That girl will definitely die." Sui stood up with a heavy face, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Fang Xian behaved calmly just now, and seemed to be able to deal with the wolf freely. But she must have felt the terrifying nature of the wolf. What's more, Gang Lang was extremely cunning, and he actually hid his amplification power. In this way, Fang Xian is likely to fall into a trap. Fang Xian's fearless appearance in front of him quickly appeared in his mind. "Su Yi, you see clearly, what does the real Void Hunter look like? What a real Void Hunter, what a fool." Su Yi stood up suddenly, the last hesitation in his eyes instantly dissipated, and he rushed towards the playground without hesitation. The tragic scene of 3 years ago was vivid in his mind, and he no longer wants to watch the tragedy repeat itself. "Hey, brother Yi!" Seeing this, Wang Peng's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. But Suya's figure did not pause and quickly disappeared from sight. The teacher who was squatting on the ground just now muttered to himself, watching Su Yi go away, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Does this kid want to die? A virtual beast that even the Rock Realm Hunter is difficult to deal with. What can he do as a high school student who is just awakened? However, for some reason, there was a ripple in his heart, and he seemed to be infected by Suya's courage, and he stood up from the ground tremblingly. "Maybe, what else can I do?" The ponytail tied behind the head was scattered by the violent impact. Fang Xian's figure flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed to the ground. The soil in the playground was shattered by her impact, cracking into cobweb-like cracks. This guy has been hiding his power. Fang Xian coughed up a large mouthful of blood, half of his body was stained red, and his eyes were full of shock. She could clearly feel that at least 3 ribs were broken. At this moment, the blood and flesh on his right arm were blurred, scorched and weak like an explosion, hanging beside him. She barely got up, her body swaying, and her eyes flashed with unwillingness. Not far away, the roar of the wolf came like a sound wave, and its huge body was covered with scars. It seemed to have been blown up behind it, and the blood stained the hair red. However, it is still alive, and the wolf's eyes are sinister and cunning. In order to give Fang Xian a fatal blow, it deliberately hid the amplification power, just for the blow just now. I didn't expect that the close-range explosion would only hurt it so much. Fang Xian staggered to his feet, almost blown down by the sound waves. She stared silently ahead, a wry smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, her chest rose and fell violently, and she gasped desperately, "It seems that I'm going to fall here." Unwilling emotions burned like fire in her chest, almost setting her on fire. "I clearly promised my senior to protect everyone here." Gang Lang adjusted his body and began to pounce on her. She gritted her teeth, her left hand was still intact. She clenched the red ore in her palm and threw it forward suddenly. Immediately, she snapped her fingers with her left hand less skillfully. The red ore instantly exploded in the air, filling a red mist. This piece of red blood ore was the last weapon on her body. The power of the explosion obviously hit the wolf hard, and it roared and rolled to the rear. Despite the injury, the wolf is still full of vitality and ferocity. However, the airwave generated by the violent explosion blew Fang Xian, who was already standing unsteadily, directly to the ground. She got up again, and although her legs trembled, the corners of her mouth were firmly pursed, her eyes fixed on the front. "I said I want to protect everyone here. I will never let you take another step forward." The hesitation that flashed in her eyes quickly dissipated, and she finally pressed her palm to her chest. Crimson energy flashed in the palm of his hand. That's the ultimate trick of Christmas gift, parting gift. Once activated, she will transform into into the final bomb. 10 times more powerful than a normal bomb. As long as the distance is enough, this power is enough to blow through the entire body of the gang wolf. At this moment, her eyes flashed with a crazy light. Even if I give my life to you, I will never let you leave here. The wolf rolled up from the ground, his body covered in new scars. Its eyes burned with anger, and its forelegs stepped on the ground again, pounced towards Fong Xin. She looked ahead and silently calculated the distance. The index finger and thumb of the left hand are close together, ready to snap their fingers at any time. The wolf didn't notice anything unusual at all, and still charged fearlessly. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. Fong Xin stared ahead, waiting for the wolf to step out of the last meter, ready to activate his ability and die with it. At this moment, a whisper, as if coming from another world, suddenly sounded. Is it probably here? Crash! The air was like a mirror shattering, and the harsh sound spread all around. The wolf suddenly stepped on all fours, stopped suddenly, and looked to the side vigilantly. Fong Xin also stopped moving, looking in disbelief in the direction where the sound came from. In the middle of the two, Suyi held a broken sword and stabbed the mirror fiercely, and the figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the gap like that, panting slightly from running violently, but when he saw Fong Xin, he showed a smile. Yo, I'm here to save you. At this moment, not only Fong Xin looked confused, but even Gang Wolf looked confused. Who would have thought that someone would break into this battle? Why did you end up here? No, how the hell did you get in? Fong Xion's face kept changing, staring at the vicinity in disbelief. Get out of here, it's not something you can handle. Syllable. At this moment, the wolf suddenly opened its mouth and bit it out, pounced on the place where the two of them were. The distance was too close. Fong Xian did not dare to easily cast the parting gift, otherwise Su would definitely be affected. She gritted her teeth and threw something forward sharply. In an instant, a transparent barrier unfolded, covering the wolf. The wolf desperately hit the barrier, but could not break through for a while. You hurry up, this is the artificial Juabao ceiling, given to me by my brother. This is a biphasic barrier, it can block it for a minute at most. Fong Xian quickly said, you leave now, I have enough ways to deal with it. Moreover, you are preparing to release some kind of move to kill me together, and you don't want to implicate me, right? Su also stepped in through the gap without hesitation. Soon, the broken mirror behind him was repaired at an astonishing speed, re-enclosing the place. You know you're still. Fong Xian looked at Su Yi, who stepped into the mirror world and stood in front of him in shock. I want to apologize to you. Su Yi quietly stared at the wolf desperately hitting the barrier in front of him, holding the broken sword in his right hand, and said lightly, for some reason, I have a prejudice against the group of void hunters. I have always believed that most people in this world are refined egoists. Even if you have extraordinary abilities and are a void hunter under the banner of protecting the people, it seems to me that there is no difference. Even after gaining status and prestige, they value their lives more. Fighting with virtual beasts and virtual demons is just to improve your status and reputation. In case of danger, they will choose to save their lives as soon as possible. But I didn't expect you to fight so desperately to protect the students of this school. He looked calm, his words were calm, and there was no intention to leave in his eyes. The wolf still hit the barrier wildly, and in just a few seconds, multiple cracks had appeared on the cover. At this moment, Gang Lang was trapped in the Ye seal and could not escape, but Fong Xian's attack could not affect it inside the cover. Suyi said calmly, his hand breaking the sword brighter and brighter, and he was constantly accumulating energy in his body. Fong Xian was breathing rapidly, his body was flashing with energy, ready to self-destruct at any time. As void hunters, it is our duty to protect civilians. This is also my childhood dream, and I have worked hard for it to this day. Fong Xian looked at Suye's back, gritted his teeth and said, I want to prove to you that the void hunter is by no means what you see. Those people you met in Haicheng 3 years ago must not represent most of the void hunters. She stepped forward and shouted, get out of the way. This is a battle between me and it, and you are not qualified to intervene. She was ready to go, and when the wolf broke free from the cover, she would do her best to deliver a fatal blow. As a void hunter, there are hundreds of civilians behind her, and she must not back down. It seems that you have investigated me. Su did not back down, but continued to speak calmly. 3 years ago, by chance, I met a girl. She is lively and cheerful, with a simple personality, so naive that she thinks the world is full of sunshine, and she is hopelessly stupid, and her clumsy dream is to become a void hunter. After we met for 3 months, because I lost the bet, I accompanied her to Haicheng next door to participate in an art exhibition. Unexpectedly, a virtual beast was raided at the exhibition site that day. In the face of the terrifying virtual beast, everyone scattered and fled for their lives, and more than a dozen people were devoured in front of my eyes. Only her, constantly shuttling through the crowd, helping those who are in trouble and have a hard time escaping. Fong Xian looked ahead in a daze and clenched his fists. These episodes are not mentioned in the materials. Because of this, she understood more and more the anger in Suya's heart, and the source of his huge prejudice against the void hunter. Suya's face was still calm, and he continued to tell, in the end, in the face of the approach of the virtual beast, she chose to push me away, but she was bitten off half of her body by the virtual beast. At this moment, several void hunters suddenly appeared and killed the void beast. They have been hiding in the crowd, watching the masses be devoured by the virtual beasts, but doing nothing. It wasn't until that fool stepped forward and made the virtual beast's movements pause for a second that they took the opportunity to kill the virtual beast. The reason for all this is simply because they want to wait for a good opportunity to kill the virtual beasts and obtain merit, and even do not hesitate to watch the people they should protect be devoured. Speaking of this memory, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it again. And that fool, who finally fell into my arms, said the last thing he said was, "Suyi, look, do I look like a void hunter just now?" Fang Xian's body trembled slightly, his breathing was rapid, and a trace of unbearability and anger flashed in his eyes. She couldn't imagine that the extremely noble void hunter in her heart would have such a selfish person. However, Suye's voice came from in front of her. "I never thought that the extremely noble void hunter in her eyes was worth pursuing, but I saw a little shadow of her from you. If she were still alive, she might be like you, standing up and standing in front of the people she wants to protect. This may be the light she has always mentioned." The barrier that sealed the wolf was covered with cracks and crumbling, and it was about to be unable to support it. The wolf kept roaring, ready to go, ready to destroy the barrier with one blow, and bite the two people in front of him deadly. "Get out of the way, don't stay here." Fang Xian noticed the wolf's movements, and his expression became more and more anxious. Now, the only thing that can stop the wolf is her last, parting gift. But Suyi stood in front of her, so that she couldn't play this last trump card at all. "I used to think that fools like you couldn't survive in this sinister world." But Su was still unusually calm, and did not show the slightest panic because the barrier was about to collapse. "But perhaps, in this world, there should be more fools like you." He raised his broken sword and pointed at the wolf in front of him, his eyes burning with fiery fighting spirit. The words fell, and the gathered energy exploded at this moment, and the sword body fluctuated strongly. Only then did Fang Xian notice the broken sword and showed a look of surprise. "This is the fluctuation of Juebao? No wonder you can break into the mirror world with it." But her face quickly changed, and she reminded urgently, "The broken sword in your hand is a mutilated treasure, and it can't exert its power at all. Get out of the way, that wolf is definitely not something you can deal with." The wolf roared angrily and broke through the barrier, pounced on Su Yi. However, the broken sword in Su Ye's hand was suddenly wrapped in a white light, and the light was like a patch, gradually extending upwards, as if reshaping the missing sword body. At the same time, an amazing energy burst out from the broken sword. "I almost forgot to tell you." Su Yi clenched the broken sword with both hands, facing the rushing airflow. His hair and clothes were blown behind him, revealing a hint of madness in his calmness. "My ability is called a repairman. As long as conditions permit, even if the sky falls, I can fix it too. A day ago, the world in the pot. This is." Hu Lao stared at the bronze ancient sword in Su Ye's hand in shock, but he didn't expect him to be able to restore this antiquity. Not only that, the remaining energy in the ancient sword actually expanded rapidly with the repair, emitting strong energy fluctuations. Indeed, Su Ye's face turned slightly pale, and the energy in his body was almost 80% drained by this ancient sword. But his gaze was unusually firm, and through this repair, the guess in his heart was confirmed. The characteristic of the repair hand is to turn incomplete into complete. Conceptually, those incomplete Juebao can naturally be repaired to a complete state. Or rather, this is also somewhat related to the refining function of the Jiuli pot. Holding the bronze ancient sword in his hand, Su could also clearly feel the power contained in the sword body. "Hu Lao, I remember you once said that every Ju treasure contains special abilities, right?" "That's right." Hu Lao stared at the bronze ancient sword in surprise, nodded in response. "These abilities are similar to those of the awakened one, but they are not limited by the energy realm. The strength and effect of the ability only depend on Juebo himself." "Then can you sense the ability of this bronze ancient sword?" "To be able to sense is to be able to perceive." Hu Lao's expression became strange, and he looked straight at Su Yi. "But Xiao Yu, I have to remind you of two things. First, this sword was once a fragment of a powerful treasure like the Jiuli pot, but its origin was almost completely broken and could not return to its peak state. Owning it may cause you some unnecessary trouble. But even so, it can still work well after you fix it." "Well, what about the other thing?" Su also nodded slightly, expressing acceptance. Hu Lao stared at the sword in Su Ye's hand and slowly spoke. "The second thing is." In the face of the flying wolf, Su Ye's eyes were firm, and the bronze ancient sword in his hand had been repaired. Although the sword body is heavy, he can still swing it flexibly after injecting energy. His left hand quickly threw half a tile at the top of the wolf's head and then activated the repairer. The other half of the tile in the palm of the hand is immediately connected to the aerial tile. The white silk thread made of energy pulled Su Yi to fly rapidly into the air. This D-level ability repairer shows amazing results in his hands. Fang Xian stared at Su Yi's movements in surprise, his eyes flashed, and his heart was shocked. Is this really a D-level ability repairer? Why is he using it so flexibly? Generally speaking, D-level abilities are mostly auxiliary, and very few people can use it so cleverly in combat like Su Yi. The wolf wolf's pounce almost brushed Suye's side. Under the traction of the silk thread, Su also quickly rose into mid-air, and the tiles in his hand were reassembled into a complete state. The wolf flexibly rotates on the ground on all fours, turning its head and spewing out a beam of blazing white energy. The beam of light instantly approaches Su. However, he was in mid-air and could not dodge, but put himself in danger. Be careful. Fang Xian's heart seemed to be tightly grasped, and he exclaimed. But Su Yi had a smile on his face. He threw out the tiles in his palm at will, clasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and slashed down with all his might. Immediately afterwards, in Fang Xian's shocked gaze, Su Yi held a sword in both hands and actually split the blazing white breath in half. Under the traction of gravity, he slashed all the way and fell back to the ground. The severed breath turned into two shock waves, hitting the building behind him, and suddenly exploded into countless rubble. I actually cut off my breath, Fang Xian muttered in a low voice, but his eyes stayed on the bronze ancient sword in Suye's hand. This line. She stared at the lines on the ancient sword, and a picture she had seen in a textbook suddenly appeared in her mind. Impossible, right? Juebao, ancient knight? Isn't that the treasure that was shattered by the void demon in the war 200 years ago? It turns out that this thing is called Gushao. Suye's ears moved slightly, and when he heard Fang Xian's whisper, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to Hu Lao, this sword was once an extraordinary treasure, and it was reasonable to be included in the information. After landing, Su did not pause, kicked his feet, and flew abnormally towards the wolf. Gang Lang saw that his breath was cut off, and anger suddenly rose in his eyes. Seeing Su Yi rushing towards him, it suddenly felt despised, and its right palm waved out like the wind. Its beast claws contained its own powerful energy, extremely hard, full of confidence, and vowed to smash the human in front of it. According to historical records, Fang Xian stared intently ahead, whispering, Juebo, ancient knight, its attached ability is S-level, Nightbreak, and its effect is. Facing the fierce pounce of the beast claws, Su Ye's eyes moved slightly, and he slashed upwards with a sword in both hands. Poof! In the shocked gaze of the wolf, as soon as its right claw touched Gu Shao, it broke instantly like tofu cut by a sharp blade, revealing an extremely flat incision, and the broken claw flew high. At the same time, Fang Xian's whisper finally fell. Indestructible, nothing is unbreakable. It has the power to break the absolute defense. Roar! The wolf let out a deafening roar. Blood gushed out from the broken beast claws like a fountain, and Su Yi had sharp eyes, almost without pause, and continued to sprint forward. In front of Gu Shao, he couldn't break through without defense. Because of this, even if he holds the mutilated Gu Shao in his hand, he can still easily tear apart the world in the mirror and break into it. Because of this, the seemingly hard wolf claws will be cut by him as easily as cutting vegetables. Ouch! Gang Lang's eyes flashed with a strong sense of fear, and in the face of this sword that could cut through all things, it no longer dared to fight hard with its body, but jumped on 3 legs and quickly jumped back. Immediately, it shook its head suddenly, and 3 slender black rays shot out of its mouth, shooting at Su Yi in an inverted triangle. In the face of this sudden change, Su Yi's face changed slightly. He almost instantly judged that he could not block all 3 attacks. In that case, his eyes froze, and he immediately made up his mind, without slowing down, and continued to rush forward. Then I won't stop it. Su Yi's shoulders were suddenly pierced by the 2 black ons, and 2 blood holes suddenly appeared, and the black on directly below was cut off by him with Gu Shao. He snorted, his body trembled slightly, but his speed did not slow down at all, and he still rushed forward. The pain spread from his shoulders all over his body, and blood kept gushing out. However, his movements did not pause at all, and he jumped up, pointing the blade of the sword in his hand directly at the wolf. The wolf didn't seem to expect that someone would eat its attack and rush straight in front of it. It showed an angry look. The pain of the broken claw made it lose some of its mind, and its left paw swung down sharply, slapping it towards Su Ye's body. The giant claw covered Su Ye's body, and the approach was fierce. At this moment, Su Yi obviously didn't have time to turn around and block it with his sword body, but his gaze was fixed on the front, and then he threw a scabbard from his arms and threw it into the air. Anything that is recognized as one can be repaired. The repairman started instantly, and he was forcibly driven by Gu Shao in his hand, drawing an arc of nearly 100 degrees in the air, and heading straight for the top of the wolf's head. Gang Lang's attack failed again, and taking advantage of this gap, Su was also inserted into the scabbard by Gu Shao in his hand. However, this scabbard was originally prepared for a broken sword, and the size could not accommodate the repaired Gu Shao. The scabbard was cut off by the blade almost instantly, splitting in half and falling to both sides. There are 5 seconds left. Su Ye's face was solemn, and he kept counting the time in his heart. Hu Lao's words that day are still echoing in his mind. The second thing is, D-level ability has its upper limit after all. With your current energy realm, it is at most a stone realm. This means that even if you repair this bronze ancient sword, make it a complete treasure, after a minute, the energy you filled will dissipate, and it will change back to its mutilated appearance. The energy in your body can only support you to restore it once in a short time, so you must not be overly dependent, and cherish this precious minute. 55 seconds have passed since he repaired the ancient knight. Su also silently calculated the time accurately
rapidly in his heart. Years of training have made him never have a half-second error. Time was tight. He would rather eat hard and attack than rush to the top of the wolf's head. The wolf's whole body was full of a sense of crisis, his hair stood on end, and he felt extremely dangerous. It roared angrily, its tail shook like a whip, and it whipped Suyi hard. Although he noticed it immediately, his body could not react at all. Cough! Suyi spat out blood, his body was unbalanced, and he was slapped out of the air, with a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Oh no, I'm careless. There is always a gap in the 100 secrets, and the wolf is very similar to the wolf in terms of form and attack method. He subconsciously regarded it as a canine. Unlike cats, canines have tails that are mostly used for information exchange and balance, and their movements are not flexible. The wolf had never attacked with its tail before, and he didn't expect it to win with its tail at all. This hidden attack method suddenly had a miraculous effect at the moment. In addition, his body reaction was far inferior to that of the void hunter who had been training all year round, and even if his brain reacted, his body would not have time to dodge. Suya's chest seemed to be hit by a car, the weight was unbearable, his head was almost unconscious, and his body flew to one side uncontrollably. And, for seconds, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain, forcibly regained consciousness, and had no time to indulge in mistakes and quickly make up for them. Barely adjusted his figure, grabbed Gu Xiao and threw it at the wolf's head with all his might. Gu Xiao's speed shuttled in the air, pointing directly at the top of the wolf's head. 3 seconds. The distance was too close, and the wolf's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, and he suddenly opened his mouth, and a beam of energy condensed in his mouth. 2 seconds. Cough. Su also landed heavily, and the impact of the landing exacerbated the injury, coughing up blood again. But he rolled with the trend, desperately looking up ahead. Seeing the energy light cluster gathered in the wolf's mouth, his face changed suddenly, and his heart was uneasy and surging all over. At such a close distance, Gu Xiaoduan kept attacking this way, and I would inevitably be blown away by the energy impact. He grabbed the fake grass on the ground hard, his eyes flashed with unwillingness, and his mind ran fast. There is still 1 second. Is there any other way? Even if he had tried his best, he still couldn't ignore the huge gap beyond the realm. Gu Xiao still flew forward rapidly, and the attack accumulated in Ganglong's mouth was all ready. There was a fierce light in its eyes, and it was determined, after knocking this broken sword away, it would tear those 2 humans to pieces. At this critical moment, the 2 stones drew 2 red trajectories and inserted them abruptly between Gu Xiao and Ganglang. Su also quickly turned his head, only to see Fong Xian maintaining a throwing posture, his eyes flashing with red light, and he tried his best to snap his fingers. A stone exploded in the wolf's mouth, and the surging energy fluctuations surged out, and it actually blew up the energy light mass accumulated in the wolf's mouth. White smoke came out of the wolf's mouth, as if it were a blur of blood and flesh like an explosion. It showed an angry expression, and its afterglow swept towards Fong Xian, its heart burning with anger, wanting to tear this human woman to pieces. However, the air wave of the close-range explosion also swept Gu Xiao in mid-air, causing him to spin and fly backwards, failing to continue to land. Su Ye's joy that had just risen was instantly extinguished by cold water. But the next moment, the snapping of his fingers rang in his ears again. The second stone thrown by Fong Xian, with the help of the air wave of the previous explosion, landed just above the diagonal above Gu Xiao's upside down. At this time, under her detonation, the stone exploded again, and Gu Xiao was swept away by the explosive air wave, spinning and slashing downwards at a faster speed. Gang Wolf looked up in disbelief, and in the wolf's pupils, the ancient sword rotated rapidly enlarging in its pupils. This speed is enough. Su was also excited, clenched his fists, and the flame of hope that had been extinguished before burned again. The lilac crystal that had been hidden on top of the wolf's head suddenly flashed with a strange purple light. The purple light shone in mid-air, almost dyeing the sky purple. Immediately afterwards, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from the gemstone. The purple light gathered above the wolf's head, and a figure vaguely transformed. Immediately, a burst of presumptuous laughter came out of the figure's mouth. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, by the time you arrive, I will have already recovered and slaughtered the people in these schools. If you're not afraid of death, just chase me, Mr. Captain. The sound was from far to near, as if it was approaching rapidly from a very distant place. The figure quickly solidified, and a man dressed in black appeared out of thin air, standing above the wolf's head. With a smug smile on his face, he looked around and carefully observed the environment in front of him. However, he soon heard the wind whistling in his ears. A rotating bronze ancient sword flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. This is... What? The man's smile suddenly froze, and his voice stopped abruptly. In midair, a dead wolf's head and a broken arm flew high. Blood splattered. 10 minutes ago. The village in the west of the city, the world in the mirror. The black energy in the sky filled the air, condensed into a spherical shape, tightly wrapping everything around it. Hui Yan and Xia Li were seriously injured, leaning on the rubble and barely catching their breath, looking ahead in disbelief. Is this the power of the mountain realm void demon? It's too scary. Hui Yan muttered in a low voice, and a trace of fear surged in his heart for no reason. Compared with those veterans of the battle-hardened Hunting Void team, he and Xia Li had only joined the 5th team of Hunting Void it for 3 months, and this was the first time they had encountered the mountain void demon head-on.
Are the other hunting teams usually fighting with this kind of monster?
Xia Li's face was cold, but there was a hint of solemnity, and there was a strong unwillingness in his eyes.
As the nightmare said,
the combat ability that she and Gui Yan are proud of can't even do basic support in this battle, but they have to let their seniors distract themselves to protect them. Just when the two were desperate, a light blue light and shadow cut through the darkness, tearing through the dark curtain like an aurora, and galloping from afar. I saw Cao Sha holding a light blue long sword in his hand, and the sword body condensed an extremely long sword light, tearing abruptly through the black energy and making the moonlight sprinkle again.
The time of the mirrored world is frozen at this moment.
Even though the real world is as bright as day, it is still shrouded in a late-night atmosphere. Cao Sha's eyes were calm, his body was like the wind, and the blue robe behind him made a rustling sound, shattering the surrounding black energy in just a few seconds.
Clang!
At this moment, the long sword in his hand was like a round of shining stars, becoming the only focus of this world.
It's over, nightmare!
Cao Sha roared angrily and slashed down with his long sword. The night sky seemed to be torn apart, a figure was forced out, and it fell heavily to the ground, and the sword blade was pressing, unable to move. A hem dash this time. Nightmare could no longer maintain his previous composure, and the fierce energy collision affected the injuries in his body, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, as expected of Mr. Captain. The Nightmare wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, and still maintained a calm demeanor at the moment of life and death. He stood up slowly, Cao Sha's sword blade always pointed at the top of his head, and slowly rose as he got up. At this time, Cao Sha was also scarred, his energy fluctuations were weaker than before, and his aura was even difficult to maintain in the mountains. But even so, he still looked firm, his eyes fixed on the Nightmare.
This S-level ability, Sword Mound, is indeed extraordinary.
Nightmare turned pale, smiled softly, and looked at Cao Sha.
Randomly summon all kinds of swords with your own energy, and there is also a probability to summon Juebo and ancient weapons.
This sword in your hand is a powerful treasure. In order to summon this blue shadow, I did put a lot of thought into it, Cao Sha said calmly, but since you have successfully summoned, you have only one ending. That's to die under my sword. He held the blue shadow tightly, and the sword body dragged a pale blue trail floating in the air, but it did not fall.
Why don't you take out the sword?
The Nightmare smiled, staring at Cao Sha with his eyes.
Are you worried that I will use my abilities without your knowledge?
The smile on his face gradually enlarged in Cao Sha's eyes. At the next moment, Cao Sha's frightened appearance appeared in front of Cao Sha's eyes. Senior, wake up, it's me.
Don't kill me, he's behind you.
Cao Sha's sword edge hesitated for a moment, and then quickly slashed down. Poof! The blade of the sword slashed, Gui Yan's shoulder was cut off, and blood splattered. He roared, his face changed suddenly, and he returned to his nightmare appearance.
Although the shoulder injury was slowed down by the energy body, it was still cut open by a wound.
I didn't expect you to cut off the sword without hesitation. Nightmare looked at Cao Sha in disbelief with gloomy eyes.
Aren't you afraid that I really used my abilities, and the person who was beheaded in front of you is actually your teammate?
Although that kid Gui Yan is usually unreliable, he will never beg me for mercy like you at critical moments. Cao Sha drew his sword hard and whispered calmly. If it was him, he would definitely take the initiative to hurt himself so that I could see through the truth.
The next sword, I will never cut it off again.
After confirming that it was a Nightmare in front of him, Cao Sha no longer hesitated and swung his sword and slashed down. However, at this moment, a trance vision appeared in front of his eyes again. The surrounding scenery changes rapidly, as if you are in a deep forest, and in front of him, there were 4 seriously injured and mutilated people. They wore the same blue robe as Cao Sha, dragging their broken bodies, and turned around in unison, their faces full of resentment.
Cao Sha, why did you abandon us?
The moment he saw the 4 of them, Cao Sha was like being struck by lightning, and he had been calm, but his emotions suddenly surged at this moment. You bastard! The picture in front of him suddenly shattered, and the blue shadow in Cao Sha's hand drew a cold light sword mark, slashing to the ground. With a bang, the ground touched by his sword blade immediately cracked a long crack. With his brief pause, the Nightmare quickly dodged and got into the other side. A strange smile appeared on his face and he laughed out loud. Sure enough, painful memories will always overflow you fragile human emotions.
Boring game, stop here. I think my pet should be in control by now. He slid his feet on the ground, stabilizing his figure, and in the face of Cao Sha, who was furious and quickly rushed over, he still calmly took out a lilac gem from his arms and crushed it suddenly. A purple barrier suddenly rose into the air, wrapping his body firmly. The blue shadow in Cao Sha's hand slashed the purple barrier, but it was firmly blocked, making it difficult to advance. This is Juebao, purple influence turn,
he exclaimed, but he didn't expect that the Nightmare was holding such a rare treasure in his hand. Soon, his expression changed suddenly, and his heart moved.
Could it be that another piece of purple influence turn is on that gang wolf?
The Nightmare's figure was wrapped in purple light, and this barrier gradually became illusory and transparent, as if it was about to take him away from the mirror world. Quick, leave the mirror world and rush to number 3 middle school.
Senior, I'm here. Fong Xin, she is in danger.
Cao Sha turned his head
head and roared angrily at Gui Yansheli, looking anxious like never before. And the Night Nightmare looked at Cha Sha, who was full of anger and eager to chase him, and laughed wildly. Don't worry, by the time you arrive, I have already healed my injuries and slaughtered the people in these schools. If you don't want to die, chase me, Mr. Captain. His voice gradually faded away, and his figure quietly disappeared under the guidance of purple light. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. The Night Nightmare appeared in a new world with a smile. However, the next moment, there was a sudden sound of wind in his ears, and he quickly looked up, only to see a cold light rapidly amplifying and falling rapidly. What is it? Nightmare's smile froze, and his voice stopped abruptly. The Nightmare looked into the air in astonishment. The rapidly rotating bronze ancient sword slashed down. His left arm was wrapped in energy, and as soon as it was touched by the blade, it was cut off like tofu, and the broken arm flew high. At his feet, the wolf let out its last roar, and the sound stopped abruptly. The wolf's head flew up and fell to the ground along with the broken left arm. It was only at this moment that the Night Nightmare finally saw the scene in front of him. The severe pain caused by the broken arm instantly spread throughout the body. He had always maintained a gentlemanly and calm posture, but finally showed his hideous face, roared, and blood splattered. The wolf's huge body smashed to the ground heavily and fell from the top of his head with the Nightmare, stirring up a cloud of dust and smoke. The ancient knight that rotated and cut down, at the moment of cutting off the wolf's head, quickly restored the original shape of the broken sword and inserted it straight into the ground. Su Yi and Fang Xian's faces were full of confusion. Looking at the sudden figure, their hearts suddenly tightened. They tried their best to barely kill the wolf, but they didn't expect to be stabbed horizontally at this time and appeared suddenly. You guys, how dare you? The Night Nightmare staggered to the ground, his right arm tightly covering the wound of his broken left arm, blocking it with energy to stop the bleeding, and his face was distorted by severe pain. Even if he was injured in the battle between the Void Realm and the Hunting Void team, it was not as serious as it was at this moment. Fang Xian noticed the fluctuations in the aura on Night Nightmare's body, as well as the pitch-black gem in the center of his eyebrows. His face changed suddenly, and he exclaimed, "This is that virtual demon? How did he end up here? What about the seniors?" At this time, there was a murmur from the headphones she was wearing, followed by Chasha's urgent voice, "Fang Xian, that virtual demon used purple influence turn, and there is a high probability that it will be transferred to your side. We must hold on, as long as we last 10 minutes, we can." A black light shot from a distance. Fang Xian quickly reacted and turned his head. His headphones were shattered, and his cheeks were also marked with blood by the airwaves. Night Nightmare's eyes burned with extreme anger, and the index finger of his right hand was slowly lowered, and the mountain energy in his body surged out. The momentum is like a mountain. Both Fang Xian and Su Yi felt heavy on their shoulders at this moment, as if they were facing a savage beast. Su Yi's heart sank, and he staggered up from the ground, and the joy of killing the wolf was long gone. One wave is not flat, is another wave rising? His chest rose and fell violently, and his body swayed unsteadily. The impact damage caused by the wolf just now was extremely great. The wolf was killed by you. The Nightmare was furious, muttered in a low voice, and walked forward slowly. With every step he took, the pressure on Su Yi's shoulders became heavier. However, at this moment, a flash of light flashed in Su Yi's eyes, and the whole person seemed to be fixed, stunned in place. A light red light shone into his pupils. Although this step is not in my plan, even if it dies, the Colosseum, maintained by the energy in the body, can still hold out for 5 minutes. The Nightmare took another step, and pale black energy spread from the soles of his feet. Only the sound of broken mirrors sounded around. This indestructible mirror world collapsed under the impact of his energy. Fang Xian's face turned pale, and his expression changed drastically. The hastily arranged mirror world is really not stable enough. She suddenly looked up into the distance. Over the entire school, the black energy of the Colosseum was still shrouded in it. These 5 minutes are enough for me to crush and trample all your ants to death. In the whisper, the Night Nightmare had appeared 2 meters away from Su Yi. A mere rock realm waste human, how dare you cut off my arm? He stepped forward, his right palm stabbed out like lightning, pointing directly at Su Yi, who was standing still. A red light shot out and exploded in the palm of the Nightmare. The explosion spread around, and smoke and dust filled the body. Fang Xian staggered to his feet, gritted his teeth in severe pain and walked here. I'm still here. How can I let you hurt others? At the same time, the explosion and airwaves finally regained Su Yi's consciousness. Sensing Fang Xian's movements, his face changed suddenly, and he shouted urgently, "Don't come here, get out of the way." A cloud of black light rushed out of the smoke and dust, instantly hitting Fang Xian. Fang Xian had no power to resist, was knocked away by a black light, and hit the outer wall of the school heavily. The violent shock made her vomit blood again, and her body slipped off the wall softly, and she couldn't stand up for a while. The wind blew away the dust, and the Night Nightmare's ability to face Fang Xian was not damaged at all. He was not in a hurry to put Fang Xian to death, but his eyes were locked on Su Yi, his eyes burning with anger. "My carefully planned perfect plan was ruined by you, the little devil of the stone realm. I want you to die." He flipped his palm and struck, and his palm condensed powerful energy. In his opinion, this palm was enough to beat Su Yi to pieces. However, at this
this moment, a bloody breath suddenly floated into his nose. Suya's palm clasped his wrist tightly, and he stopped the fatal blow. At this moment, his hair seemed to burst, and the blood in his body evaporated quickly like boiling. The blood-colored mist wrapped his body tightly, and his speed and strength seemed to have received some kind of strange blessing, and he was able to block the nightmare's attack out of thin air. D-level ability, Boiling Blood. This is a new ability given by the third special effect, Wizard, of Natural Selection, after he killed the wolf. Perfect plan? Su also mocked in a low voice. His voice was dull, as if he was under great pressure, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Do you mean that you are a plan full of loopholes, no backup plans, and as simple as a kindergarten child? His mockery instantly ignited the nightmare's anger. A layer of energy suddenly shook on the other party's wrist, shaking Suya's palm away, and the anger in his eyes almost turned into substance. However, even so, Suyi still sneered and whispered, "Do you dare to talk to me like this, relying on your ability, Boiling Blood? If I remember correctly, this ability is the weakest D-level in your human-level evaluation. IMHO, this ability to burn one's own blood in exchange for speed and strength is simply weak in my eyes." Suyi suddenly smiled, his hair fell back down, and the blood in his body no longer burned. "You know, I've always felt that my luck was pretty good." He clenched his fists, feeling the new abilities he had gained from killing the wolf, and took a slow breath. "I hope your luck will allow you to survive my next attack." The nightmare sneered and stared at Suyi condescendingly. Suyi looked directly at him, closed his eyes gently, and a red light in his palm quickly spread throughout his body. Half a second later, he opened his eyes again, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that the card's drawn this time. It's Xiao Wan. At the moment when Suyi killed the wolf, the third special effect of Natural Selection, the Wizard, was successfully triggered, allowing him to instantly comprehend a new D-level ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of this ability is simple and straightforward. By burning one's own blood, it is exchanged for several times the speed and strength. Among D-level abilities, skills that can be directly used in combat are extremely rare, and Boiling Blood is one of the very few abilities with great side effects. According to the calculations of the national database, ordinary people can only last for 3 minutes at most when using Boiling Blood. Once the timeout is over, it will quickly enter a state of anemia, and if it is not relieved in time, it may even die from ischemia. At this moment, in the face of the suffocating, terrifying coercion of the nightmare, Su also triggered the second special effect regained by the activation of Wizard, Fading. This time, the object of action of Immortal is this brand new ability, Boiling Blood. The effect of Fading is to randomly upgrade the ability to any level between C and SSS level, but it only takes effect once and then disappears. Su also boasted that he was lucky. His luck did not disappoint him at the critical moment. Although I didn't draw the strongest SSS level boost, but at this moment, the Boiling Blood has undergone earth-shaking changes. SS rank, Boiling Blood. Base effect, Boiling, burning blood increases the full body's ability by 5 times. Special effect 1, Blood Face, consumes 5% of your own blood, condenses into a blood mask, and obtains an explosive attack. Special effect 2, Blood Burning, the power is increased by 50% through the move released by burning blood. 2 special effects and basic effects activated by leveling up quickly flashed through my mind. The corners of Suya's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes stared at the nightmare calmly and firmly. Although he is only a stone realm cultivation, but the nightmare's aura was decaying at this moment, and his arm was broken, which was by no means at its peak. With the blessing of SS-level Boiling Blood, Suyi barely had the strength to fight this false demon. Seeing Suya's expression, the anger in Nightmare's eyes grew stronger. He couldn't understand how a mere little ghost in the stone realm had the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of him. Death! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the nightmare wrapped his right fist with energy, and suddenly bombarded Suya's face. The original imagined picture of the human head being smashed did not appear. His fist was steadily caught in midair by Suyi. At this moment, Suyi, his beard and hair stood on end, and his blood was boiling. The blood mist that boiled rapidly filled the surroundings, turning into pieces of blood steam and slowly rising. I said, "My luck is really good." Suya's low voice had a hint of indifference. The right fist suddenly flew out, so fast that it brought out a sonic boom. The nightmare was punched in the chest, and the whole person was shaken away like a cannonball. The powerful impact shook and dispersed the energy covering his body, and the sense of shock swept through his body. The nightmare broke through the wall on the edge of the school, and the hard wall was blasted through. It then crashed into the black barrier of the Colosseum and was projectile to the ground. He forcibly suppressed the chi and blood rolling in his body, and just got up. A bloody light rushed over and appeared in front of him in an instant. "Tell me, who is trapped in the Colosseum now?" Su also spoke coldly, and stepped on the nightmare body with his right foot. The nightmare vibrates all over his body, manipulating energy to roll his body to the side. Su also stepped on the ground, and the hard ground instantly cracked into cobweb-like cracks. The power of the concussion continued to spread, bouncing the nightmare up. Struggling to maintain his balance, he staggered back, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? A mere D-level ability can burst out with this kind of power? The absurd feeling
feeling spread in his heart. If it weren't for the cultivation restrictions, I am afraid he would have scolded, "This is a D-level ability?" But Su didn't give him time to react. The duration of boiling blood is up to 3 minutes. He would never dare to lift it easily. Once deactivated, the boiling blood that was upgraded to SS rank will be immediately returned to D rank. He stomped his feet on the ground and rushed quickly in the direction of the nightmares, dodging, swinging his right fist. However, at this moment, the picture in front of him suddenly changed. What appeared in front of him was Fong Xian, who was leaning against the wall and showing a look of horror. She stared at him in astonishment and shouted, "Su Yi, what are you doing?" Su Yi's fist did not pause at all, and it hit Fong Xian in the face with precision. Fong Xian's face instantly distorted, and his body suddenly flew backwards, and at the same time returned to the original face of the nightmare. His face was beaten hideously, and his eyes flashed with shock and disbelief. "Why don't you stop hitting without hesitation?" His ability is called Mirage, which belongs to the A-level ability of the Psychic Influence category. As long as it is activated, it can create extremely realistic illusions, which are difficult to distinguish between true and false. Even if he is as strong as Cao Sha, he will hesitate for a moment in front of his ability. But Su Ye's attack did not pause at all, as if he really wanted to break through Fong Xian. The human brain is extremely sophisticated. Su also landed steadily, and the load on his body made him frown slightly. He adjusted his breathing as he approached in the direction of the nightmare. As long as you are properly trained, you can even have the ability to compete with a computer. I modeled all the surrounding scenes in my head in great detail. Sudden hallucinations like yours can't affect me at all. Even if I close my eyes, I will never miss. Before the words fell, Su Yi had caught up with the nightmare that flew backwards to the ground. At this time, he was like an evil ghost, and a hint of hideousness appeared on his face due to the boiling of blood. This appearance was reflected in the eyes of the nightmare, and it actually made him feel a creepy fear. The sense of danger of death enveloped his heart for the first time. "This punch will send you back to the West." Su also did not hesitate and threw a heavy punch. But at the moment he punched, the nightmare in front of me changed again. Su Yi was in a trance in front of his eyes, and a girl in a white dress appeared who only had half of her body left, but still barely squeezed out a smile. "Su Yi, look, what I look like just now, is it like a void hunter? You should never be her." Su Yi's eyes instantly ignited with anger, and a blazing blood flame erupted from his right fist. His fiery punch smashed to the ground, and the ground instantly sank into 3 points, and a deep pit with a radius of 3 meters appeared. "And you shouldn't have that momentary hesitation." Crazy laughter came from the side of the nightmare, full of madness and mockery. Su also turned his head suddenly, only to see the nightmare taking advantage of this brief moment to quickly dodge into the distance. At this moment, nightmare's eyes flashed with a vicious light, and he whispered with a hint of madness, "If I hadn't been seriously injured and had my arm cut off, how could you, a mere little ghost in the stone realm, force me to this?" Although his abilities were not directly destructive, he was a master of the mountain realm after all. If he hadn't been injured, coupled with the fact that he had consumed a lot of energy by Cao Sha and others before, he would never have ended up in this situation. "I am the younger brother of the 10th Emperor. How could I be stopped by an ordinary human imp?" The energy in his left palm condensed, and it actually formed a black energy ball, which was suddenly thrown behind him. The energy ball was extremely fast and instantly hit the floor in the distance. The building was hit and exploded, and a huge stone half a story high quickly fell and smashed to the ground. Su Yi's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked up in that direction. If I remember correctly, that is exactly where Wang Peng and the others are. More than 20 students are gathering there. If you are hit by that boulder, you will surely die. You weak and stupid humans. Nightmare laughed wildly. "Are you going to save them, or continue to fight me?" Su Ye's eyes flashed with anger. He turned around suddenly, and rushed out quickly. He didn't want to be the kind of void hunter he had hated. A touch of coldness flashed through the nightmare's eyes, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. "Boring guarding is the root of your human stupidity." He didn't say anything more, and immediately moved in the opposite direction. "Anyway, I have to devour some humans first to restore my injuries and energy." However, as soon as he rushed out not far away, a strange change came from behind him. At this moment, not only the nightmare, but also Su, who rushed out of more than 10 meters, stopped. Several thick vines were pulled out of the ground and supported under the stone. Although the force of the stone falling was greatly weakened, it soon smashed through the vines and continued to fall. At the same time, several forces rushed in from all directions, and abilities of different strengths and shapes attacked the stones one after another. In an instant, the boulder and countless falling bricks and stones were shattered by energy and scattered all over the ground. In the dust, dozens of figures slowly emerged. As the smoke and dust dissipated, nearly 100 students and teachers appeared in Su Ye's eyes. The person at the head was the teacher of the Awakener Academy who had previously curled up next to the barrier and was extremely desperate, and his deskmate Wang Peng. At this time, the despair in the teacher's eyes was gone, and although he was still fearful, he shouted loudly, "I have gathered everyone in the school. If you fall, it's useless to run away. Let's give it a try. Don't worry about us, we can protect ourselves." Behind him, familiar classmates and teachers gathered nervously, staring at the playground. Although they were far apart, they could still feel the energy fluctuations and surging power of qi and blood coming from the void demon in Su Yi. Wang Peng plucked up his courage, ran 2 steps hard, and shouted loudly with his hands in the shape of a trumpet, "Brother, beat this virtual demon to death. With you, there will be no problem." His eyes were full of trust, as if he was fearless, shouting desperately, "Damn humans!" Nightmare's face changed suddenly, and his figure suddenly froze as he turned away. He originally planned to disperse and break down students all over the school, devouring them one by one to restore their injuries and energy. But he never expected that this group of humans, who only knew how to escape in the crisis, would have the courage to reunite. They seemed to pin all their hopes on Su Yi and Fang Xian, believing that they could defeat the wolf and defeat themselves. Su Yi stared blankly at the nearly 100 figures gathered in front of him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The next moment, he turned around abruptly and said as if he was talking to himself, "Perhaps, this is what a fool like you wants to protect." He raised his eyes slightly, his eyes locked on the nightmare, and the boiling and burning blood in his body was approaching the limit, almost touching the limit of 3 minutes. "This time, I will never miss." He stepped on the ground hard, and with the cracking of the ground, his whole body was like a blazing blood flame, rushing towards the nightmare almost in an instant. He threw 2 punches in a row. Despite the nightmare holding up its energy defense in time, it was knocked back a few steps. His chest rolled violently, blood gushed out, energy concussed, and his eyes were full of madness. "How could I be stopped here by you? I want to prove to my brother that I am not only the younger brother of the 10 emperors, I can also stand on my own and become a true demon." In his mind, the faces of those false demons who complimented him on the surface but treated him coldly behind his back flashed in an instant. There was also my brother's slightly disappointed gaze, and the cold and piercing words, "With your strength, rashly opening the virtual realm and entering the Dragon Kingdom is tantamount to seeking death. Don't waste my time here. If you have nothing to do, go and hone your abilities. You are my younger brother. Don't always think about these childish things. Don't lose face to the name of the 10 emperors." "Ah dash." The nightmare roared angrily, did not flinch, waved that one arm, and pounced on Su Yi suddenly. "I am the only winner. I will never admit defeat." At this moment, the black gem in the center of his eyebrows burst out with dazzling light, and the energy intensity of the whole person suddenly increased by a few points. Su also waved his fist to meet him. His eyes were cold, and he roared, "That guy Fang Xian, in order to protect the group of people behind him, almost gave his life. I will never let you hurt them." In an instant, the blood in his body seemed to be evaporated, and the blood mist in the air quickly condensed into a blood-colored mask that covered his face. As soon as the blood face appeared, the speed of his right fist suddenly increased, almost turning into an afterimage, slashing into the nightmare. Click! The solid coliseum shattered above the sky. Several figures rushed out from one side. It was Cao Sha and the 3 who were accelerating, as well as other awakened people who were constantly trying to break through the coliseum, and even several groups of police officers with weapons rushed in, trying to protect civilians. Cao Sha held the blue long sword in his hand, maintaining a slashing posture, and looked forward anxiously, but suddenly froze. The blazing blood flames rose into the sky. On the already embarrassed playground, Su Yi and Nightmare intertwined their fists, and his fist hit Nightmare first, penetrating his chest and smashing a blood hole. Nightmare's face twitched violently. He looked ahead in disbelief and muttered, "Brother." Long. Su Yi's face was cold, and the blood on his face suddenly shattered, turning into a blood mist and dispersing behind him. Nightmare's fist froze in front of him, unable to take a step forward. In the next second, his body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, which was actually blown up in place by Su Yi. "Hey!" Cao Sha muttered and looked ahead. The blue shadow in his hand turned into a streamer and dissipated. "I remember Fang Xian once said that guy's ability is a D-level ability, right?" At this moment, not only him, but also Guiyan and Xiaoli behind him were stunned, staring ahead in disbelief. The 3 of them swallowed in unison, and the same sentence kept echoing in their minds. "What is this, a D-level ability? You care about this? It's called a D-level ability?" The pure white ceiling caught Su Ye's eyes. He stared at the ceiling silently for about 3 seconds, adjusted to the light, and then sat up. Su Yi, you are awake." Guiyan, who had been sitting next to him, saw this, immediately put down his mobile phone, with a surprised expression on his face. His voice was very loud, and a few seconds later, Cao Sha actually walked in from outside the door. "Yo, wake up." Su also looked around, and then looked at the 2 of them. "What is the number today?" Guiyan looked solemn and replied in a calm voice, "It's August now, and you've been in a coma for 2 months. It's not funny at all." Su also refuted without hesitation, picked up Guiyan's mobile phone, and looked down. "Did you stay in a coma for 3 whole days? I thought the first thing you woke up would be, where is this?" Cao Sha smiled and sat down on the chair next to the bed. "Isn't this a hospital?" Su also raised his left hand, with an infusion tube connected to the back of his hand. "Judging from the hospital bed and equipment, this place should not be difficult to recognize. You can also see the billboard of the trade building outside the window, which should be the West Qingxi Central Hospital. And I will appear here, probably because of excessive blood loss. boss. What about the reaction time? Xiao Sha turned his head to Gui Yan and asked, his tone with a smile. 42 seconds. Gui Yan looked at his watch, his eyes full of surprise. You see, it only took 42 seconds to judge the time, place, and current condition of your coma. Xiao Sha said approvingly. This kind of observation and judgment can be called a genius. Having such speed in battle is enough to preemptively strike and seize the opportunity. He smiled and patted Gui Yan on the shoulder, then turned to look at Su Yi. You killed a mountain realm virtual demon, and also killed a rock realm virtual beast. In addition, 110 students from number 3 middle school were saved by you. These merits will be recorded in your name. The government will also give you corresponding rewards in accordance with the rules of the Void Hunter. Su Yi's face remained unmoved, and after thinking for a while, he responded, can you just give me a reward? Bang! Merit can be counted on your heads. I don't want to be too ostentatious so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Are you sure? Although Xiao Sha had expected it, he still asked with a faint smile, you know that this merit is extremely prominent among the Void Hunters. Rumble. With this merit, even if you join Longxia Academy, you can become the best among the freshmen. Others will also be impressed by you. Those false names are boring. Su also pulled out the needle on the back of his hand, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently sensed the condition of his body. Where is Fang Xin? He suddenly thought of Fang Xin, who was knocked unconscious by the night nightmare during the battle, and asked, don't worry, I'm fine. A slurred voice came from the door. Su also looked up, and his face suddenly became strange. I saw a bloated man like a mummy limping in with Xia Li's help. Are you a bloodline awakening and a mummy? Su also held back his smile and tried to stay serious. Less nonsense. Fang Xin, who only showed one eye, muttered, his voice dull, that's the virtual demon of the mountain realm. It's not easy to survive. She was seriously injured and could only be treated urgently by this method. Xia Li was still cold, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It seems that everyone is together. Xiao Sha looked back at Fang Xin and then stood up. Gui Yan also got up immediately. Fang Xin was helped by Xia Li to walk to the side of the two of them, and the four of them lined up in a row, and their faces suddenly became serious. Salute! Xiao Sha shouted lowly. The four of them looked solemn, their right fists pressed to their left chests, and they stood still. Su Yi, in the name of the captain of the 5th team of the Hunting Void, I thank you. The four of them bent down in unison, not caring about the dignity of their status, and solemnly saluted Su Yi. Although Fang Xin moved clumsily and slowed down by half a beat, he also sincerely bowed to Su Yi and thanked him. This time the virtual demon and the virtual beast appeared on campus. It was a major dereliction of duty on my part. Xiao Sha spoke calmly, with a bit of guilt in his voice. If you hadn't sacrificed your life to stop it, you would have suffered heavy casualties. Your actions have made up for our mistakes and saved 110 lives. Thank you very much. His voice was extremely solemn, his expression was particularly sincere, and his tone was extremely sincere. However, what was originally expected in Xiao Sha's heart, the picture that Su Yi was moved, did not appear. After seeing the actions of several people, Su Yi seemed to see something unclean, and immediately shrank to the other side of the bed, with an extremely disgusted look on his face. Do you all like to play such embarrassing tricks? Ha 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 ha. Fang Xin smiled forward and backward in the mummy costume. Senior, I said a long time ago that this guy won't like this routine at all. Xiao Sha sat up awkwardly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The atmosphere that had been brewing disappeared instantly with Fang Xion's loud laughter. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and muttered in a low voice, obviously it's all played like this on TV. 4 pairs of strange eyes fell on him in unison, causing him to quickly cough dryly and look at Su Yi seriously. We have already dealt with the aftermath of this incident. Ha! Those students who witnessed the situation at that time will only take Su Mo and Fang Xian were seriously injured and happened to be killed by you as a conclusion, and will not bring you unnecessary trouble. Although I am very interested in your situation, the Academy has sent an urgent contact and we must rush back as soon as possible. Syllable. He took out a broken sword from his bosom. It was Gu Xiao, who had not had time to recover it at that time, and the scabbard that had been cut in half. This is your thing, and I will help you recycle it too. Regarding your rewards, someone will contact you later, and they will be distributed on time. Nevertheless, after placing the items on the table next to the bed, Xiao Sha's expression became serious again, and he took out a simple jade pendant from his pocket and threw it to Su Yi. I heard Fang Xian say something about you. I also know that you were a little prejudiced against the Void Hunter before. I don't expect you to change this prejudice right away, but I hope you can use your own eyes to see with your own eyes what kind of group of people the Void Hunters are. After the jade pendant fell into Su Yi's hands, Xiao Sha turned around and left with the other 3. As he approached the door of the ward, he turned his head slightly, revealing his side face, and smiled slightly. If possible, I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. Su also stretched out his hand to take the jade pendant and looked down carefully. The jade pendant is carved with a lifelike green dragon, which is cool and refreshing to the touch and extremely comfortable to the touch. The back is engraved with the word Longxia. As the oldest academy in the Dragon Kingdom, Longxia Academy is famous and is a coveted academy
academy for all awakened people. Su also heard about the origin of this jade pendant. This dragon jade is made of special materials extracted from the void realm and spiritual jade, which is unique. The jade pendant not only contains energy, can warm the body, but also has a crucial role. It is an invitation to enter Longsha Academy. Other awakened academies recruit students through interviews or grades. Longsha Academy, on the other hand, implements a strict invitation system. Only if it is recognized by special personnel of Longsha Academy or members of the hunting void team will Dragon Jade be issued as an invitation to admission. Therefore, the number of admissions to Longsha College is very small every year, but the selected ones are all the elite of the elite, and at least 80% can become virtual hunters and fight against virtual demons. In terms of comprehensive strength and overall resources, Longsha College is far ahead, far exceeding the second place by several times. Ha! Sui pinched the Dragon Jade in his hand, with a complicated expression on his face. I didn't expect to be able to get a Dragon Jade. If you want to enter Longsha Academy, you must have at least a B grade or above, and the average is an A grade. And he, a D-level ability, actually obtained the admission qualification, which is really rare, the first person ever. In the past, Su also had a great prejudice against the Void Hunter, but Fang Xian's appearance, as well as the act of sacrificing his life to stand in front of everyone, gradually changed his opinion. Many past events flashed in my mind. After experiencing all kinds of things in school, he understands the importance of strength more and more. If you want to find out the truth, you must become stronger. The figure of the girl who had died in front of his eyes resurfaced. He whispered to himself, many answers need to be found by me myself, whether it's her death or those who killed her. Before the awakening day, my abilities were not awakened, and many things could not be clarified at all. He used to distrust anyone and only wanted to uncover the truth on his own. There were still many mysteries in the events of that year, and he was eager to find the hunting team, question them face to face, and find out. Although he has changed his view of the Void Hunter now, he still does not want to rely on others. Faced with the choice of the Awakened Academy, he only considered a few with lower risks, but the light of Longsha Academy never entered his sight. If I want to quickly improve my strength and find that hunting team, I must quickly become stronger. Su also planned to throw the jade pendant directly into the trash can, but at the moment when he was about to throw, he suddenly stopped, touched his chin, and thought, I don't know how much this dragon jade can be exchanged for if it is sold. At the entrance of the central hospital, as soon as Cao Sha and the others left, a long black car stopped in front of them. Two people dressed in black and with a bodyguard-like temperament got out of the car and opened the door for everyone. The crowd rushed in, sat in the car, and the car started and drove towards the airport. Senior, why are we going back so soon? Hua Yan looked at Cao Sha suspiciously and asked questions. The night nightmare that died this time, there is, Void Jade, in the middle of his eyebrows. Cao Sha's face immediately became solemn. You should know that there is also a strict hierarchical division within the Void Demon. Owning Void Jade means that he belongs to the aristocratic class in the Void Demon and has a noble status. After I reported his details to the school, the board replied today. He paused for a moment and said with a serious expression, Night Nightmare is probably one of the 10 emperors of Void Demons, the younger brother of Ning Day. What? 10 emperors? Fang Xian's eyes widened from the mummy, incredulous and shocked. The board of directors assesses this as extremely dangerous. Cao Sha nodded and continued. 50 years ago, after the disappearance of our strongest human being, the predecessor Tao Tai, the Void Demon began to move. Despite our efforts to hide it, they obtained the news through special channels. They are trying to make a comeback and invade the Dragon Kingdom again. Now that the 10th Emperor's younger brother is dead in our country, it is hard to imagine whether they will take this opportunity to retaliate. That's why the board called us back so quickly to get to know more details. Isn't Su extremely dangerous? Fang Xian was the first to think of this question, and his face immediately showed an anxious look. If the Void Demon really wants to take revenge, he will definitely find him as soon as possible. That's why the senior just handed Long Yu to that guy. Xia Li's voice was cold, and he said with a deep thought, and we have blocked the news. Even if the Void Demon wants to take revenge, he can only find us. It was Long Yu who was thrown out by the senior just now? Fang Xian then reacted, and his face showed a look of sudden realization. Xia Li rubbed his eyebrows helplessly, and then said, but that guy really doesn't look like an ordinary person. Didn't you pay attention? Although he pretended to be disgusted just now, he deliberately shrank aside. In fact, he just rejected our affection and deliberately pretended to be like that. Yes. Cao Sha smiled slightly, as if he had already seen through it. He is careless on the surface, but he has justice in his heart. If he can really join Longsha Academy, it may cause an uproar. He looked sideways out the window, a smile slightly curled up on the corner of his mouth. Virtual country. Lord Mingzhou, you really can't open the virtual realm without authorization. A virtual demon anxiously chased after the figure in white in front of him, trying to stop the 10 emperors. He caught up quickly, his eyes full of panic. You should know that the Dragon Kingdom is now protected by Wuji nature. With your identity and strength, once you open the Void Realm, it will definitely attract those Kunlun realm human race
powerhouses to besiege. His Majesty the Void King has already said that now is not the time for us to go to war. Mingzhou's footsteps stopped suddenly, and his right palm was like the wind, instantly clasping the neck of the virtual demon and lifting him up. He looked similar to the nightmare, but extremely serious. The black gem between his eyebrows glowed slightly, and his eyes burned with monstrous anger. So you mean, my own brother died in the Dragon Kingdom, but I can only be helpless, watching and watching, there is no way at all? His voice was thunderous, and it rang out, and his palm burst out with a blazing white light, almost illuminating half of the sky. Mingzhou, your extremely stupid brother will die, isn't it because you put too much pressure on him? A slightly coquettish mockery sounded from the side. You are now angry with your clan, it is too incompetent. Mingzhou let go of his hand, threw the void demon on the ground, turned around in anger, and locked his eyes on the sexy woman standing against the wall and dressed in red. Hong Yu, do you think you are one of the 3 stars? I don't dare to touch you? The light flickered behind him, and the terrifying energy surged. Hong Yu smiled sweetly, unmoved by the momentum of Mingzhou. Her red lips opened slightly, and she said lightly, Your Majesty the Void King, your Majesty asked you to go to the Void Temple to meet you immediately. On the side of the Star Kingdom, there is a desolate fragment appearing. You need to open the Void Realm and enter the Star Kingdom to capture. Hearing His Majesty's name, Mingzhou's pupils shrank suddenly, and the energy behind him suddenly dissipated a little. As for the human who killed your brother, Hong Yu smiled faintly, gradually retreated, and his figure gradually disappeared. It's the guy, Bliss, who has sent a counselor to kill him. If there are no accidents, soon the human corpse will be delivered to you. Brother Yi, here. Inside McDonald's, Wang Ping waved to Su Yi at the door, and the table was full of sumptuous family buckets. I just got out of the hospital, and you called me here. Su Yi sat down and unceremoniously grabbed a few French fries and stuffed them into his mouth. Is there anything important to say? Isn't this to celebrate your successful recovery, Brother Yi? Wang Ping said with a smile, but his eyes flickered, as if he was hiding something. I've never seen you so generous. Su also laughed twice and began to gobble up the food in front of him. Wang Peng also smiled, grabbed a few fries at random and threw them into his mouth. Brother Yi, do you know how amazing you looked at school 2 days ago? Those female classmates' eyes are almost straight. The students in other classes who joined the Genie Alliance were frightened by your scene. It seems that I must have been handsome at that time. Su Yi chewed in his mouth, said vaguely, drank the cola in one go, and burped happily. It's really handsome. The corners of Wang Peng's mouth twitched. If you didn't lie face down on the ground immediately after punching, you would definitely be more handsome. Damn. Su also stopped chewing and widened his eyes. My posture of falling to the ground is so embarrassing. Damn it, my lifelong fame. If I had known that I would faint, I would have to pose and faint again. He muttered in annoyance and angrily stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. After that virtual demon was blown up, several virtual hunters from Longsha Academy came immediately. The other students thought that they had greatly weakened the void demon, so you could blow it up. But I know that the virtual demon must have been killed by you, Brother Yi. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have made it to school at all, and we might have finished playing. What they said is not entirely wrong. Suya's face was calm, and he had no intention of taking credit. If they hadn't weakened the void demon, I wouldn't have had a chance to confront them head-on. Tang Xiaowan was very concerned about your injuries after you fell into a coma, asked me for your contact information several times, and asked me to thank you for her. And Liao Wei, I have always wanted to thank you in person. Did you give them my contact information? Su also paused and looked at Wang Ping nervously. How is that possible? Wang Ping patted his chest proudly. I refused them. I told them, who deserves Brother Ye's contact information. Ha, he. Su also complained helplessly. In fact, if the school flower wants to add my contact information in private, you can also give it to her. After he finished speaking, he casually took a piece of paper and wiped his mouth, showing his usual lazy expression, and looked at Wang Peng. You are very abnormal today. Tell me, call me out on purpose. What's the matter? I really can't hide it from you. Wang Peng smiled bitterly, suddenly looked at Su Yi, and said with a slight hesitation, actually, Brother Yi, let me declare first, my sexual orientation is normal. Su also interrupted him suddenly, staring at Wang Peng vigilantly. Of course I like women. Hey! Wang Peng was interrupted, and the emotions that had just brewed dissipated in an instant. His face turned red, and he responded loudly. It was this sudden interruption that eased the tension in Wang Peng's heart a little. He took a deep breath and said quickly, I'm going to join the Awakened Academy. Ah, I know. Su also leaned lazily on the back of the chair, not surprised. It's Shuqing Academy. Ha! Wang Peng was stunned, and then asked in surprise, huh? How do you know? You have awakened your C-level ability, and with my evaluation of you, there are only 3 colleges that can admit you. Besides, your parents' hometown is in Shuqing, so it should be the most suitable to choose the college there. This college ranks 5th in China, which is not bad. It is very suitable for you. Wang Peng didn't expect what he wanted to say. Su Yi had already guessed it. This unexpected situation made him scratch his head, but he continued, actually, I am here to say goodbye to you today. Tomorrow morning, my parents and I will go back to Shucheng. There are still a lot of bits and pieces to deal with in the school registration, which is estimated to take a lot of of time. See you then. I'm afraid it's a long time later. Well, I know. Su also responded lightly. I want to thank Brother Yi for taking care of me in the past few years. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Su also slapped Wang Peng on the head. Becoming an awakened person should be your dream. Although his expression was calm, there was a bit of encouragement in his eyes. He looked at himself like this, the first friend he made in this world and the only friend in school after crossing over, and gently stretched out his fist. Since you have successfully awakened, keep working hard. It seemed that the girl in the white dress sitting on the swing, gently shrouded in the sun, appeared in front of her again. But this time, his response was very different. Dreams are a great thing, aren't they? Longsha College, principal's office. Xiao Sha pushed the door in, and at first sight he saw the principal Xiao Wu sitting behind the desk. This is an old man with white hair and beard, and the vicissitudes on his face depict the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Legend has it that the principal Xiao Wu was born on the day of disaster 300 years ago and is one of the few long-lived people in the Dragon Kingdom. He is also an awakener, and his strength is unfathomable, but almost no one has seen him make a move with his own eyes, let alone how high his realm is. At this moment, the principal crossed his fingers and looked forward expressionlessly. His eyes were bright, as if he had not noticed Xiao Sha's arrival at all. Principal, I'm here. Xiao Sha stood at the table, spoke seriously, and then waited silently. However, Xiao Wu still maintained this posture. His eyes did not blink, just stared quietly ahead. Principal? Xiao Sha shouted again in confusion and looked at the principal. After a while, a slight snoring came into his ears, and he noticed something unusual, and his temples quickly bulged up with blue veins. Syllable. Xiao Sha slapped heavily on the table and shouted loudly, Principal, you draw eyes on your eyelids again and sleep secretly. This sound resounded throughout the room, directly waking up the sleeping Xiao Wu. The old man suddenly became excited, and his bright eyes actually rolled out, revealing the real eyes hidden behind his eyelids. Ha! He looked around blankly, with a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? What's wrong? Earthquake? Xiao Sha stared at the unreliable principal in front of him with empty eyes, and sighed helplessly. This is Longsha Academy. How can an ordinary earthquake affect the school? Oh, too. Xiao Wu showed a look of a sudden realization and finally came back to his senses. At this moment, he noticed Xiao Sha standing in front of him. Xiao Sha, how did you end up here? Didn't you call me? In just a few minutes, Xiao Sha's anger had risen, and the blue veins on his forehead burst out. I remembered. It seems that there is indeed such a thing. Xiao Wu stood up with a ha and stretched. Sure enough, people are forgetful when they are old. By the way, what am I looking for you for? You ask me. Xiao Sha finally couldn't help it and slapped the table heavily. I want to know too. Xiao Wu hugged his chest, tilted his head and thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. That's right. He looked at Xiao Sha. Have you eaten? Xiao Sha couldn't bear it anymore and slammed his fist on the table in front of the principal. The tabletop made of mahogany suddenly had an extra fist mark. Xiao Wu's eyelids jumped, and he immediately hugged the table and shouted, Hey, this is the table I customized at a lot of money. Today's young people, why are they so unmeasured? I still have a lot to deal with. Xiao Sha gritted his teeth and said word by word, If you have nothing else, principal, I will take my leave first. Ah, I remembered. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly came from the table. Is the student you recommended called Suyi? The mischievous expression on his face disappeared, and his tone became much calmer. Xiao Sha stopped turning away and looked back at him. I have read the report you submitted. He has awakened D-level abilities? Yes, principal. Xiao Sha responded seriously, his voice low, but according to our contact with him, maybe he is a twin ability awakener, but the two abilities he masters should be D-level. Speaking of this, his expression suddenly became strange, and the image of Suyi shattering the night nightmare with a punch appeared in his mind. Although it can be vaguely identified, the ability Suyi uses should be boiling blood in the D-level, but he still couldn't understand why the D-level ability had such terrifying explosive power. In other words, even if he awakens to a D-level ability, do you still think he is qualified to enter Longsha Academy? Xiao Wu sat back at the desk and asked in a deep thought. That's right. Xiao Sha nodded. His talent is extremely high, and he is definitely worthy of joining Longsha Academy. That void demon night nightmare was killed by him, but to protect him, we have blocked the news. Even if he did not choose to join Longsha Academy, he was unlikely to be threatened. One of the reasons I came to you is because of this. Xiao Wu crossed his fingers and gently placed them in front of him. You should know that the night nightmare has void jade, which is considered a high-level void demon, and it is far better than ordinary void demon in terms of strength and status. I've heard about it. Xiao Sha pondered. It is precisely because of his special status that the board of directors is in a hurry to summon us back. Then do you know? Xiao Wu raised his eyes lightly, and his energetic eyes stared straight at Xiao Sha. Shuyu has the function of recording. What did you say? Xiao Sha's face changed slightly, and his tone suddenly became urgent. He only knew a little about the existence of Shuyu in the past 2 years, but it was only scratch. After all, a nobleman like this in the Dragon Kingdom has only appeared less than 5 times in the Dragon Kingdom so far. The void demon with void jade, at the moment of death, will transmit all the pictures he experienced before death
back to the Void Kingdom. Xiao Wu's words were like a bombshell that fell into Xiao Sha's mind, instantly changing his expression.
Then that doesn't mean.
This means that all the disguise you made for that child is useless.
Xiao Wu calmly took over the conversation.
At the same time as the Night Nightmare died, his brother, the 10 Emperors Mingzhou, had already seen the picture before his death.
And the child who killed the Night Nightmare is bound to be retaliated against by the Void Demon.
Xiao Sha's mind was violently shaken, and he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. I'll rush back to Jincheng now. He must be protected.
Even if you go back now, you may not be able to catch up.
Xiao Wu's voice came slowly, and his tone was extremely calm. Xiao Sha's eyes flashed with anger, and he stared at the front suddenly, about to explode. But the principal's next sentence came leisurely. So I sent a reliable guy to pick up that child.
That guy just finished his mission and just brought him back on the way. Reliable guy?
Xiao Sha was stunned, and didn't remember who the principal was referring to for a while.
That's the guy.
Xiao Wu suddenly frowned, tilted his head and thought, what is his name?
He was silent for a full minute.
It wasn't until Xiao Sha was a little anxious and almost impatient that he suddenly became enlightened. Oh yes, I remember that the child's title was
Ice King. It's him.
Xiao Sha's brows jumped, and a hint of strangeness flashed in his eyes, but his heart relaxed a lot. Since it's him, there's really no need to worry too much. So I'm looking for you today. There's one more thing.
Xiao Wu spoke softly, his eyes on Xiao Sha.
Principal, please speak. Xiao Sha immediately regained a little respect, with respect in his tone. You go to the airport and pick up Instructor Lian Shou. He should be on the plane at 8 o'clock in the evening.
Instructor Lian Shou?
Hearing this name, Xiao Sha immediately remembered a bad memory, and his whole face became weird and shocked.
Wait, is it this time? That's right.
Xiao Wu smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and said lightly, the entrance assessment in 10 days will be the responsibility of Instructor Lian Shou.
These freshmen are really unlucky.
The corners of Xiao Sha's eyes twitched involuntarily, recalling the scene when he entered school a few years ago. That's the guy known as the Devil Instructor. He sighed softly and said to himself, that kid, you should be able to survive the entrance examination. He shook his head and turned to leave. I'll go to the airport now. Watching Xiao Sha leave the office, Xiao Wu showed a deep gaze and looked out the window gently.
SS-level awakener, the son of the Qin family in Lincheng, the daughter of the Tang group. Now a D-level little guy has popped out again.
It seems that this year's entrance assessment is really exciting. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his palm gently brushed the fist mark left by Xiao Sha before. The mahogany tabletop that he touched immediately recovered to its original intact appearance.
It's still pleasing to the eye like this.
Well, please send him to his destination. Thank you. Su also closed the car door, watched the taxi take Wang Peng away, and then shook his head and laughed lightly.
After the two came out of McDonald's, they went directly to KTV.
Wang Peng sang and drank, shouting vaguely, I must become a void hunter. I will never drag Brother Yez back in the future, and finally drank one glass after another, and he was so drunk that he fainted directly. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the night wind blew on Su Ye's face, making him a little more sober. Although he didn't drink much, he drank a lot with Wang Peng, and the whole person was a little dizzy.
Void hunter,
he murmured in a low voice, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the past, he never thought that such an idea would sprout in his heart. There is still some time before the admissions assessment of the major awakener colleges. Before that, he can think carefully about which college is more suitable to take the entrance exam. Gently patting his face, Su also continued to move forward and walked to a vending machine. He dropped a coin and quickly took out a bottle of mineral water. The cold water flowed into his throat, making him a little more conscious.
There are still many things in front of us.
After successfully turning on the third special effect of natural selection, Wizard, he gained a new ability, Boiling Blood.
The wizards entered a month-long cooling-off period.
Only after waiting for a month can he perceive the conditions that trigger Wizard again. However, according to Suya's analysis, the next trigger condition will most likely not be as simple as killing the Rock Realm virtual beast. After obtaining Boiling Blood, he can also sense the conditions for evolving Boiling Blood to sea level through the first special effect, Evolution. This time the condition was no longer a rare material unique to the void realm of Star Sea Meteorite. However, to successfully evolve Boiling Blood, you still need a special material called Blood Lotus. It is said that it only grows deep in the snow-capped mountains, and even if it is sold on the market, the price is as high as more than 100,000 dragon coins, which is extremely expensive. At least for Suyi now, he can't afford it at all. As for the second special effect, Fading, after the Boiling Blood is upgraded to SS level, it also enters a 2-week cooldown period. During these 2 weeks, he could no longer use Fan to enhance his abilities.
Sure enough, you can't completely rely on the ability of natural selection.
You must practice these 2 D-level abilities at hand to the extreme, and cooperate with each other in order to stabilize your combat power. In the moment he thought about it, he had already drunk all the mineral water. Just as I was about to tighten the bottle cap, a strange night wind blew. The lights of the vending machine in front of him and the street lights behind him flickered on and off. After a while, the lights suddenly went out. Darkness envelopes the surroundings for about a second.
second, and then the lights come back on. Suyi also moved for a moment and immediately noticed something unusual. Although it was late at night and there were few pedestrians around, there were always people coming and going, and many young people were enjoying the nightlife. But as soon as the strange night wind blew, the pedestrians around disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. He seemed to be the only one left in this world, and his ears were extremely quiet, only the sound of the wind was rustling. Impossible. Suya's drunkenness suddenly dissipated, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, and he turned around suddenly. This is the so-called limited void realm, and the effect is similar to the mirror world you are using. Behind him, a man in a tuxedo stood smiling, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. By the way, the world in the mirror is the treasure that was researched by imitating the limited virtual realm. Su also crushed the empty mineral water bottle in his hand, threw it aside, stared at the man and said in a deep voice, "Let me guess." In the middle of the night, a man in a tuxedo, at me, a high school student in his prime, showed a perverted smile like a tailgating fool, and locked me in this special space. "You're a longhorned, right?" The smile on the man's face stiffened, the corners of his mouth twitched for a moment, and then he regained his composure, and his eyes were fixed on Suyi. "If I were the kind of person you said, you would be lying on the vending machine by now and would not stand and talk to me." "Ha, I think so too." Su also laughed dryly twice, then restrained his smile, looked forward with a firm gaze, and said categorically, "You are a member of the Void Demon Council." "Oh, you actually know the name of the council?" The man looked a little surprised, staring at Suyi with a hint of curiosity. "Yes, I also know that you are just a group of lackeys who work for the demons." Su also smiled indifferently, but his words were full of sarcasm. "Oh no, it should be called a traitor." The man was unmoved at all, his face was not angry, he just smiled faintly. "All beings don't understand us at all, nor do they understand the true goal of Lord Void Demon." He looked at Suyi with a bit of compassion. "There is only one meaning of our existence, that is, for the greater good, and only by helping Master Void Demon achieve that ultimate goal can we save this world." "It sounds like this council is more like a cult." Su also sneered, his words becoming more and more sharp. "Are you going to say the next sentence, 'I believe in the false devil is sincere'? You cannot understand until you are baptized." The man regained his composure and smiled faintly. Immediately, he smiled slightly and looked at Suyi. "According to Lord Bliss, you are a very smart guy. Why don't you guess why I'm here?" "It's because of the nightmare." Su also spoke lightly. As early as the moment the other party appeared, he had already deduced the other party's origin. "Fang Xin and the others won't lie to me, so my killing of the nightmare must have been properly handled, and my identity information has been kept confidential. But you still appeared in front of me. This shows that the news of my killing of the nightmare was conveyed to the Void Demon in some special way. That guy from the nightmare said before he died that he was the younger brother of the 10th Emperor. I think you are probably the one sent by the damn 10 Emperors to deal with me." His analysis was clear and unpanicked. Instead, he delayed the conversation and quickly calculated a way to get out in his heart. "Sure enough, you are indeed smart." The man in the tuxedo nodded approvingly, but suddenly stretched out his hand. At this moment, Suya's face changed, and he suddenly felt as if his whole body was being suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move. This is not some kind of special ability, but suppression applied purely by energy. Because of this, you are going to die here today. The man was always smiling, and his eyes were calm. He even put his right palm on his chest and his left hand behind his back in an extremely gentlemanly manner, and bowed to Suyi. "Member of the 17th Council of the False Demons. Don't try to resist, you have no chance of winning. Because my realm is peak realm, completely immobile." Suya's face changed slightly, and he tried his best to swing his body, but there was no reaction at all. At this time, in addition to his face, he could move freely, and his whole body was firmly suppressed in place by an invisible force. No matter how much he activated the energy in his body, he could not shake this powerful sense of oppression. Previously, the nightmare of the mountain realm had also tried to suppress him with energy, but at most, he felt a little heavy on his shoulders. And now, the energy released by the number 17 parliamentarian was like a landslide tsunami, completely imprisoning him and immobilizing him. Is this the strength of peak realm? Su also felt the huge gap brought about by the increase in energy level again. Still, he raised his eyes slightly and looked straight ahead. "Mr. Congressman, you actually sent a peak realm awakener to kill me. It's too much of a fuss. I'm just a little ant in the stone realm. Even if you send a master of the rock realm, I am not an opponent at all." He. Senator number 17 chuckled twice gracefully, and then spoke lightly. "In the Void Demon Council, except for a few elite seeds, there is no existence below the mountain realm at all. If you want to be a counselor, you have to be at least a mountain." His words stopped abruptly, his face changed slightly, and then he chuckled. "How dare you test the secret of the council under this situation? At a young age, his heart is extraordinary, and he is really a little smart." He waved out his right hand, and Suyi suddenly felt that his neck was tightly choked by an invisible hand, and his breathing instantly became difficult. Su also desperately clenched his right fist and tried his best to break free from this force, but it was still ineffective. "It's easy for me to kill you." Just when Su was about to suffocate, Congressman
number 17 spoke again and slowly let go of his right hand. For me, it's like strangling a chick.
Suya's body fell heavily and began to cough and wheeze.
He inhaled oxygen frantically, and his slightly purple face due to lack of oxygen gradually returned to normal.
At that moment, he even thought he was going to die here.
Luckily, you still have one chance to survive. Congressman number 17 smiled and looked at Su Yi, his face showing no hostility, as if conveying some kind of divine will. Only Su also knew that if he held on for 3 more seconds, he would probably fall into a coma due to lack of oxygen.
What do you want to do? Su also asked with a big breath.
Lord Bliss ordered that he would give you a chance. Counselor number 17 said softly, as long as you are willing to join the Void Demon Council, that Lord will do his best to train you and save your life. Lord Mingzhou will also take care of it for you, and you won't have any worries.
It's really an old-fashioned recruitment method. Su also regained some strength, chuckled, and stared ahead. Didn't you just say that there are no awakeners below the rock realm in the council?
As long as you are willing to return to the council with me, Lord Bliss will naturally have a way for you to break through to the rock realm in a short period of time. Member of Parliament number 17 responded lightly. Even if you want, it is not difficult to become a mountain in 2 years.
Tempting conditions. Su Yi sneered. Aren't you afraid of my betrayal? As long as you pass baptism, you can understand us.
Member of Parliament number 17 replied.
Why, is baptism some kind of brainwashing ritual?
Baptism will let you see the truth of this world. The parliamentarian's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, as if recalling an experience.
When you see this real world clearly, you will naturally thoroughly understand the goals of the Void Demon adults. At that time, you will be willing to join the council and fight for the goals of the adults. The truth of the world? What exactly is that? Suya's eyes flashed and he asked eagerly. Don't you think you're asking too much?
Congressman number 17 regained his previous indifference and ended the conversation coldly. Parliament can give you power far beyond your peers.
I can help you pursue supreme happiness, money, power, woman, strength, knowledge, life, even death. It is also possible to be reversed.
Hearing this, Suya's eyes flashed with a strange light.
Whatever you desire, I can help you get everything you want.
The voices of the parliamentarians gradually became agitated and then slowly calmed down.
Parliament has never forced anyone to join. I'll just ask you this time. His eyes were firmly locked on Su Yi, and Su Yi slowly spoke. Are you willing to join the parliament? You just said that after joining the council, even death can be reversed? Suya's tone suddenly sank, staring straight at Congressman number 17.
That's right. Counselor number 17 showed a smile. As long as you become a counselor, you can make a wish to Lord Bliss.
No matter what your wish is, adults will help you make it come true, even including the desire to bring the dead back to life.
Su Yaru was struck by lightning. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and a figure quickly appeared in his mind.
Is what you said true?
He asked quickly, his voice trembling slightly.
Senator number 17 noticed his change, and his eyes showed an extremely peaceful expression. Of course it's true. My wife Lianxiang died 7 years ago for some reason. It was Lord Bliss who resurrected her and brought her back to me. I witnessed the whole process of her resurrection with my own eyes, and because of this, I have full respect for Lord Bliss. If that's the case, then I'll.
Suya's body trembled slightly, and the long-buried regrets in his heart sprung up like mushrooms after rain at this moment.
If it really could, maybe she can.
Senator number 17 spread his right hand and looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to make that right decision.
However, in the next moment, the desire on Suya's face instantly dissipated, replaced by a mocking smile, and even stuck out his tongue. How can I join this kind of organization that sounds like a cult? Do I look that stupid?
He had a sneer on his lips, and his eyes looked forward with sarcasm.
How is it? My acting skills just now are pretty good, right?
The relief on the face of Congressman number 17 quickly turned into astonishment, and then his expression suddenly became cold. In that case, then go die. Almost without hesitation, he quickly stretched forward with his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and launched a fatal blow at Su Yi. Su Yi immediately felt an invisible force pressing from all around, as if he was about to fall back into the previous state of suffocation.
At this moment, he finally understood the depth of determination and danger in the other person's heart. Once he gets an answer he doesn't want to hear, he will ruthlessly erase it. Such an organization is really extremely dangerous. Senator number 17 stared coldly ahead, activating his abilities, ready to completely eliminate Su Yi. However, the next second, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. A fiery bloody light erupted from Su Ye's body. He let out a dull and vague roar from his mouth, and a white silk thread slowly stretched out from his palm. In the next instant, his body turned into a blood shadow, broke free from the restraints, and rolled aside as if attracted. Congressman number 17 could see clearly that Su Yi was holding a bottle cap in his palm, and the bottle cap was just connected to the mineral water bottle he had thrown out before. The water bottle, which was originally deflated, quickly inflated as if it were inflated at the moment. Su Yi, who successfully escaped to the side with cough, finally regained his mobility. He held his knees, gasped heavily, wiped the saliva that flowed out of the oppression
expression, and looked forward with a sneer. It's a pity that I didn't plan to die so easily. As he spoke, he had lifted his boiling blood state. Facing a strong enemy in a peak realm, even if the blood in the body is exhausted, it is difficult to cause effective damage. It's better to save your physical strength and make other plans. Oh, surprise flashed in the eyes of Congressman number 17, but he didn't expect Su to break free from his shackles. D-level ability repairer and D-level ability boiling blood. I didn't expect you to be a twin power awakener. It's just that these two abilities are the lowest level of D-level. I really don't understand how you killed Master Nightmare. He glanced at the mineral water bottle in Suya's hand. When you see me, you throw out the water bottle and leave the cap in your hand to trigger the ability. You've been thinking about getting out of this way for a long time? But I'm curious, do you really think that if you break free from my shackles temporarily, you can escape? For me, suppressing you in place is as simple as breathing and drinking water. I see, this is the truth of your ability? Su was not afraid at all, but laughed lightly, as if he had seen through something. What did you say? Congressman number 17 froze and looked directly at him. I thought you relied on the energy of the peak realm to suppress me and couldn't move. Su also stood up straight and pretended to answer easily. But I found out I was wrong. If you can suppress me with energy alone, you don't have to raise your hand when you just attacked. He looked at Congressman number 17, his eyes flashing with a sudden realization. The energy of the peak realm is indeed very suppressed by me, but it is not enough to make me motionless. What really limits my actions should be your ability. Let me guess, is your ability an invisible hand? Surprise flashed through the eyes of the 17th counselor. His face was slightly solemn, but he quickly smiled relievedly. That's right, the B-level ability, invisible hand. This is exactly the name of my ability. It's really worthy of your perverted faggot's bad taste. Su also sneered sarcastically. The counselor ignored his mockery and continued to smile and look forward. Maybe Lord Nightmare will die at your hands. It's no accident. But because of this, I can't let you leave alive. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his right hand. With your strength, even if you know my ability, how can you resist it? Suyi suddenly became alert in his heart, and his right hand quickly dived into his waist. The next moment, a broken blade was pulled out by him and held in his hand, and a white light enveloped it. With the help of the repairman's ability, Gu Shao was repaired in an instant. He waved the bronze ancient sword and slashed forward sideways. The air suddenly made waves. 3 arms as black as ink fell from the sky. You can actually cut off my invisible hand? The 17th MP looked shocked for the first time. As a peak realm being, he wanted to kill the high school student in front of him who had just entered the stone realm, but he had already suffered 2 consecutive failures. He quickly noticed Gu Shao in Suya's hand, and his expression changed slightly. Is this actually a treasure that can ignore my energy slash? In that case, his face was cold, and he waved his palm again. This time, the surging energy was so overwhelming that Suyi was almost out of breath, and a shocking scene was also reflected in his eyes. Behind Congressman number 17, more than 20 pitch-black arms stretched out like spider legs. Each one is so dark that it seems to stretch infinitely. 3 of the arms were broken, which Suyi had cut off before. There was a surge of dark energy surging at the fracture. Shockingly, the 3 palms grew back from the break. The counselor obviously deliberately exposed his abilities to Suyi and no longer hid them, as if he wanted him to understand the meaning of death. In the next second, more than 20 arms shot out in unison, like a dense encirclement net, shrouded in Suyi. Suyi looked solemn and hurriedly waved Gu Shao, wanting to cut off these arms. However, an arm suddenly shot out, quickly blocking Gu Shao. A strong impact came from the front. Su also clearly felt that Gu Shao, who was waving his hands, was blocked in the air by a powerful force. He looked forward and saw the jet-black arm that flew quickly, with his palm turning into claws, pointing down on all sides and thumbs up, pinching Gu Shao tightly in a seized posture, hanging in the air. As long as you don't touch the blade, won't you be cut off? Congressman number 17 showed an indifferent expression again. It's really a simple and direct way. More than 10 arms quickly climbed up Suya's body, imprisoning him firmly again, unable to move. Even Gu Shao fell off his palm and inserted directly into the ground. His body was lifted high, and the cold voice of Congressman number 17 came from his ears. This time, you have nowhere to escape. A palm quickly went down towards Suya's face, and the parliamentarian didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to break his neck in one fell swoop. However, Suyi suddenly let out a long breath as if he had given up resistance, looked directly behind Congressman number 17, and shouted in a long tone, although I don't know your name. But that's senior, you should have seen enough. If I don't make a move, I'm really going to die here. What did you say? The 17th counselor suddenly became alert and hurriedly looked back. But his head just turned. A biting cold wind came from behind him, instantly sweeping through the entire space. The cold wind was biting, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. A figure slowly walked out of the shadows and walked in the direction of Congressman number 17. The dim light reflected his face. It was a man with short pale white hair. He looked about 27 or 18 years old, wearing a close-fitting robe and boots, and his hair and clothes were meticulously neat, without a trace of curls or folds. His face was angular, but his eyes were cold cold and piercing, as if he was one with the cold wind howling around him. Trample, trample. The boots stepped on the ground, breaking the dead silence around them. Immediately afterwards, a continuous ice surface spread from under his feet, covering the entire ground in an instant. Who are you? Congressman number 17 was shocked, and an indescribable sense of crisis quickly filled his body. He was unaware that someone had quietly broken into this limited void. The man didn't answer, just stared coldly ahead and took another step. This time, the frost spread rapidly, directly covering and wrapping more than 20 arms that imprisoned Su Yi. The dark arm was instantly covered with frost, and then cracked and shattered. The sky was full of ice flowers scattered and splashed, and Su Ye's body immediately fell from midair. The bone-chilling cold made him tremble slightly, and he rubbed his hands involuntarily, looking forward, and secretly relieved in his heart. This force, combined with the power of ice. The invisible hand of Congressman number 17 was broken, and his face changed dramatically in an instant. The broken black arms immediately disappeared behind him. He stared intently at the white-haired man. A name flashed in his mind, and his shock was beyond words. You are Ice King, Ruan Rui. Ruan Rui. The Peak Realm Hunter is famous. He has the most powerful energy transformation ability in S-level abilities, Ice Age. He once single-handedly froze a virtual realm on the entrance together, and even froze the two Peak Realm virtual beasts, and became famous in one battle. Ice King. Su also rubbed his sore neck, looked at the white-haired man, and thought secretly in his heart. At the beginning of the opening of the limited void realm, he noticed the existence of this man. He guessed that the other party was probably sent by the Void Hunter to protect him, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. The invisible hand that made him helpless was frozen into ice chips in the sky in just one breath. Hey, it seems that I miscalculated this time. The face of the 17th counselor was gloomy. Although his invisible hand can be reborn, it also consumes a lot of his energy. Since the Void Hunter sent the Ice King, it is obvious that I can't kill him this time. He snorted coldly, his energy surging, trying to escape. Did I allow you to go? Ruan Rui stared at him indifferently, his tone cold as if it had been cold for 10,000 years. In the next moment, Congressman number 17 was horrified to find that his feet had been frozen at some point. His expression changed drastically, and he burst out with energy and smashed the ice on his feet. Then, his whole body floated directly in the air. Do you use invisible hands to support and create a floating effect? Su also touched his chin and pondered, already seeing through the end of this battle. At this time, all the arms of Congressman number 17 turned invisible and were hidden in the void. The existence of the invisible arm was completely undetectable to the naked eye. His face was cold, and the energy on his body was surging, like a mountain shouting in a tsunami, gushing towards Ruan Rui. Your Excellency the Ice King, we are both peak realms. Do we really want to be so aggressive? I admit that you may be better than me, but if you push me, I will never make it easier for you. He was both soft and hard, his eyes were cold, and his eyes burst with the determination of fighting to the death. Oh, Ruan Rui looked up lightly and glanced at Congressman number 17 in midair. The next moment, an ice shadow remained in place, and Ruan Rui had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a cold and piercing voice came from the ears of Congressman number 17. I'm curious, why did you have the illusion that I am on the same level as you? The 17th counselor was shocked, his blood seemed to flow backwards, and his hair stood on end. He didn't even notice Ruan Rui's moving breath. With a shout of anger, more than 20 invisible hands behind him smashed towards Ruan Rui's side with 10,000 pounds of power. Ruan Rui just looked forward indifferently and gently stretched out his right palm. Rumble! A burst of ice mist burst out from the palm of his hand, spreading in a cone shape. The frost suddenly condensed the invisible hand in the air, and the originally invisible arm revealed its true form under the action of cold freezing. Not only those invisible hands, but even half of Congressman number 17's body was covered with frost at the moment, all over the frost. The bone-chilling cold hit his body like a knife, and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. This, how can it be? Will it be so strong? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with the cold, but his eyes were crazy. This is what you forced me. When I unlock this limited virtual realm, everyone nearby will have to be buried with me. I want to see, do you protect them or kill me first? He began to mobilize the energy in his body with all his might, trying to break the limited void that bounded the space. However, soon his face turned gloomy. No matter how hard he tried to activate the energy, the surrounding space was still the same, and the limited void realm had not been dissolved at all. Do you think I don't hesitate to spend energy and freeze the surroundings just to put on a shelf? Ruan Rui stared at him expressionlessly. The layer of frost that covered the earth was by no means used to make him look good, but to prevent him from escaping. In fact, he had not shown up before, and it was secretly using energy to freeze the surroundings and block the escape route. You actually froze this space? Member number 17 made incredible waves in his heart. The horror in his eyes had reached its peak. Obviously they are the same peaks. Why is the difference in strength so great? Same peak realm? Ruan Rui whispered to himself and pressed his right palm against the face of the number 17 counselor. At this moment, Su Ye's eyes moved. He noticed something strange, and shouted urgently Urgently, Senior Ice King, be careful behind you. I saw two thick and dark arms suddenly rushing out of the ground and rushing towards Ruan Rue silently.
Congressman number 17 looked crazy. This is his last trick, a blow that condenses the energy of the whole body. As long as it hits, even the Ice King will be seriously injured. Click on the click.
His crazy smile was instantly frozen on his face by the layers of ice that rose. Along with one was frozen, there were also two black arms less than half a meter away from Ruan Rue.
Hard ice spread from the ground, sealing them tightly.
Roar! Ruan Rue was expressionless and clenched his fists gently. In an instant, the frost-covered body of Congressman number 17, along with the two black arms, shattered into countless ice chips and scattered all over the ground. At the same time, his long whispers slowly spat out from his lips.
Is it worthy of being compared with me? The strength shown by this Ice King shocked Su Yi.
After all, this was the first time he had seen the contest between the peak realm powerhouses up close. Ice chips flew around, ice flowers fluttered. Ruan Rue landed lightly from the air and walked straight towards Su Yi.
Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Su Yi saluted slightly and thanked him politely. Before he finished speaking, Ruan Rue interrupted. When did you find out about me?
Su also blinked and hesitated for a moment before replying.
At first? Why?
A hint of surprise flashed in Ruan Rue's eyes, but his face was still calm.
My brain is constantly remembering and reconstructing the pictures around me. Su did not hide it and said frankly, this is a skill and instinct that I deliberately trained.
When this limited virtual realm unfolded, I noticed that the light of the light over there was deviated. He pointed to a beam of light in the far corner, so I guess someone must have used the light to cover up the breath and figure. The Void Demon Council will not send more than 2 counselors to deal with ants like me, so I roughly deduced that Senior may be a hunter who came to protect me.
Good analysis. Ruan Rue nodded and affirmed.
At this moment, he finally stopped in front of Su Yi, his tone calm. Since you have already noticed my existence, then when the parliamentarian sent you an invitation just now, did you sincerely refuse, or did you have to refuse because I was present? At this moment, Su Yi suddenly felt a piercing chill coming to his face. Ruan Rue's eyes were extremely cold, staring at him intently, as if to penetrate his eyes and gain insight into his soul. Under such oppression, he had little time to think. In the face of such a tough question, Su Yi inexplicably felt anger in his heart. He wrapped his whole body with energy, withstood the pressure, looked directly at Ruan Rue, and his tone became cold. Judging from the results, what is the difference? I don't believe their nonsense.
Is the heartbeat you showed just now really acting skills? Ruan Rue did not give up and continued to question.
Su Yi's previous temptation didn't look fake at all in his eyes. The revival of the dead violates the laws of the world and cannot really exist.
Su also looked calm and responded lightly. How could I be deceived by the rhetoric of this cult? Very good. Ruan Rue didn't care about his attitude, just nodded coldly.
The pressure on Su Yi's body suddenly subsided, and the chill quickly dissipated. The Ice King just looked at him indifferently and said calmly, I hope you don't do anything that betrays humanity. If you really plan to join the Void Demon Council, I will kill you with my own hands.
I hope that day will never come.
Su also moved his stiff limbs and snorted softly. Only he understood what he was thinking just now. Perhaps for those who are desperate, the words of Congressman number 17 have become a lifesaver. But his heart always remained clear and calm. As for whether he is really excited, only he knows. The air suddenly fell silent.
Ice King Ruan Rue stood like that, not saying a word.
Su also touched his nose, feeling that the atmosphere was extremely awkward. He looked at Ruan Rue with empty eyes, and muttered to himself, is this guy creating a cold face persona?
At this time, shouldn't he take the initiative to explain his intentions? Ruan Rue seemed to notice Su Yi's gaze and looked back.
After a while, he finally spoke. It was the principal who sent me to protect you. You guy thought about it for a long time, but you held back such nonsense. Su Yi complained loudly in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. For some reason, he vaguely felt that this Senior Ice King,
a bit of social fear?
He took a deep breath, barely squeezed out a smile, and replied, it seems that the principal has expected this situation and knew that this situation would happen. Obviously, the Ice King and Xia Xia were both from Longsha Academy, and after discovering that he was in danger, they sent someone to protect him. Ruan Rue responded coldly, and was silent for a while. After a few seconds, he looked at Su Yi in confusion. Don't you have anything you want to ask?
I'll ask a hammer.
Su also roared in his heart, you threatened me a second ago, do I want to please you with a smile? He sighed lightly on his forehead, and his dissatisfaction with the Ice King suddenly disappeared. He had already seen that this Ice King seemed to be just a simple social phobia, plus he couldn't speak, and there was actually no malice. In any case, the other party saved his life, and there was no need to make the atmosphere so awkward. Su also took a deep breath before asking, the principal sent you here, it shouldn't just be to protect me.
Ruan Rue nodded, but didn't continue. Just the word you make it clear.
Su also complained frantically in his heart, almost jumping.
You were so aggressive just now, why are you too lazy to say anything now?
This is the first time he has met such a difficult person to communicate with. Ruan Rue seemed to realize
realize what he should say, frowned slightly and thought for a moment before continuing. To be precise, I happened to be nearby, and I stopped by to protect you. He looked at Su Yi and said expressionlessly, you should have Dragon Jade in your hand. This is an invitation to enter Longxia Academy. Rumble. The principal asked me to ask you, do you plan to join Longxia Academy? Actually, I'm still thinking about this. Su also almost guessed another layer of meaning from the other party's appearance, and pretended to hesitate to respond. Of course, this is just a polite remark. He already has several alternative colleges in his mind, and he is planning to take the assessment in the next few days. This is not only to learn about energy and ability, but also to obtain resources that can only be obtained by joining the academy. If his ability wants to be improved, if the required materials can be obtained through official channels, the difficulty will naturally be reduced a lot. The principal said that you have been targeted by the Void Council. Ruan Rue tilted his head, as if recalling the principal's advice on the phone. The Void Hunter is short of manpower, and it is impossible to send someone to protect you 24 hours a day. His uncles. Suya's face changed suddenly, and he cursed secretly in his heart. At this moment, under Ruan Rue's reminder, he suddenly realized that today's attack was just the beginning and would never end easily. If you can enter Longxia Academy, I can take you there. No one in the academy dares to touch you a hair. Of course, if you don't want to, I can also take you to the nearest protection facility. There are Void Hunters patrolling and protecting there, but you may have to stay for months or even years until you feel safe before you can apply to go out. Don't worry, you are a passive victim, and the government will issue protection money on a monthly basis to ensure your basic life and the environment is very safe. Of course, if you are confident that you can escape the pursuit of the Void Demon Council, you can also move freely. In fact, I have long wanted to enter Longxia Academy, and it is my lifelong dream to join this college. Su also quickly took out the Dragon Jade and looked at Ruan Rue with a sincerity on his face. At this moment, he was particularly glad that he did not lose Longyu in the first place, and he was not in a hurry to sell it. He was not stupid. He didn't plan to join Longxia Academy before, but he felt that this academy was too unique and the mortality rate was too high. But now that his life is under great threat, he can't expect someone to come to his rescue every time, and he can't waste time staying in the protective facility, otherwise he will miss the assessment of other academies. Based on various circumstances, joining Longxia College is the choice to ensure safety to the greatest extent. Just now he saw the strength of the Ice King with his own eyes, and he was quite relieved about the Ice King. Being able to bend and stretch is not a disadvantage, but his passport to a bright future. Very good. Ruan Rue nodded and waved his right hand. The frozen space around it immediately began to shatter, and the real world reappeared. At this moment, then let's set off now. Ha! Su Yegang put Gu Shao back into the scabbard of the sword that was stuck in the ground, and suddenly froze in place. At this time, he had returned to his original world, still standing next to the vending machine. People came and went, and no one noticed that there were suddenly two more people here. You say, go now? Su also looked around, feeling that this matter was a bit absurd. It's already late at night, although he promised to join Longxia Academy, but there is no need to leave in such a hurry, right? The death of the counselor must have made the Void Demon Council scrupulous, and it was impossible to continue to send people to attack him in a short time. I can accompany you to say goodbye to your parents and take some luggage, by the way. Ruan Rue said expressionlessly, not joking. My parents have long been missing, and there is nothing special to pack in my luggage. Su Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and responded lightly. Key things, such as ability stones and parental relics, have already been put into the world in the pot. As long as he has an idea, he can take it out at any time, and he doesn't need to go home to prepare his luggage at all. Ruan Rue stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, my parents also died when I was very young. Don't apologize at this time. Su Yi secretly complained in his heart, and your way of comforting people is too strange. What do you mean by also? My parents are just missing, and I haven't even found their bodies. He was an orphan before the time travel, and his parents in this world have long since disappeared. He actually has no special feelings for his parents. But when Ruan Rue said this, he still felt strange. I'm curious, why do you have to leave now? Isn't school in September? Is there anyone in school so early? And before entering school, I have to prepare well, right? The battle just now made me quite tired. Why don't you let me go home and sleep and set off tomorrow? Su Yi said with a dry smile. The fatigue in his eyes could not be hidden. Who told you that you will definitely be able to enroll? Ruan Rue looked at him in surprise, tilted his head, and looked a little confused. Ha, what do you mean? Su Yi suddenly felt uneasy, his expression tense. Don't I have Longyu? This thing is not. Look up. Longyu is just an invitation to enroll. Ruan Rue interrupted. Only if you get it will you be eligible to take the entrance test. Wait, you mean, only those who pass the entrance test can really join Longxia Academy and complete the admission? Ruan Rue explained lightly. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the entrance test will officially begin. This is to screen out unqualified students. This way, students still have time to participate in interviews and assessments at other Awakened Academy. The next moment, only those who can pass the test are eligible to participate
participate in the entrance assessment after 10 days for ranking.
Other qualified students have rushed to school one after another to prepare for the exam. You're already the last batch.
Suye's head was buzzing, and he suddenly remembered the sentence Cao Sha left before leaving.
If you can,
I hope to see you at the entrance ceremony. It turns out that the "if you can" has a deeper meaning.
Time is running out. We must leave tonight.
Ruan Rui looked at Suyi expressionlessly.
Do you want me to accompany you home to get something?
No need.
Su also sighed and rubbed his eyebrows. Then how do we set off?
Sure enough, it is not that simple to enter the top Awakener Academy in the country. At this moment, there was an exclamation from the crowd behind him. Immediately afterwards, the roaring sound of the engine quickly approached. A luxury car stopped next to Suyi with a beautiful drift. Su also looked back and saw that it was a Rolls-Royce. Just as he was surprised, an elegant old man walked out of the driver's seat, opened the back door straight, and respectfully motioned for the two to get into the car. He was dressed in a suit, behaved elegantly, and smiled. Master Ruan Rui, according to your instructions, I am here on time. Please get in the car, and we'll set off immediately. Ruan Rui didn't look back, sat straight into the back seat, and shouted to Suyi, why are you stunned? Get in the car. Click. Su also pinched the mineral water bottle in his hand again, and the corners of his mouth twitched and complained, the rich second generation of all evils. He got into the car, instantly disappeared into the eyes of many envy, and quickly walked away. The outskirts of Jincheng, a barren mountain, presents an extremely strange scene. The area above halfway up the mountain was covered with a thick layer of ice, and even the hot sun in midsummer could not melt this frost. On the top of the mountain, several fierce-looking virtual beasts were frozen into ice sculptures, motionless. I don't know how long it took. One of the ice sculptures suddenly trembled violently. A few seconds later, the ice sculpture suddenly exploded, and the energy rolling around it suddenly smashed several other ice sculptures together. A bird-shaped virtual beast with wings broke free from the ice sculpture. Its whole body seemed to be still frozen, trembling violently. It looked fiercely and angrily at the sky, and the energy in its body kept surging, desperately trying to dispel the biting chill.
Damn, Ice King!
The virtual beast actually spat out human words, and his voice was full of hateful roars.
His eyes flashed with resentment, as if he still reflected the expressionless and cold man. I must make you pay.
It closed its eyes and sensed it for a while, then suddenly flapped its rethawed wings, quickly flew into the sky, and disappeared into the night. I don't know how long it took, so he vaguely heard the sound of the car stalling in a half-dream, and finally woke up vaguely.
We're here?
He rubbed his eyebrows, his voice a little confused with fatigue after the battle. The elegant old man gently opened the door and motioned for him to get out of the car. It was already late at night, so he walked out of the car, and the night wind howled across his face, making him slightly sober. However, when he saw the surrounding environment, he was stunned again. Don't tell me, Longsha Academy is in this place? There was a wasteland all around, not even a single mosquito, let alone buildings.
Where are you looking?
Yes, here.
Ruan Rui's voice came from behind.
Su also looked back, and his pupils contracted suddenly. I saw a helicopter parked in the open space behind me. After the elegant old man got him out of the car, he walked straight into the cockpit of the helicopter, controlling the propeller from slow rotation to rapid rotation, making a deafening roar. Ruan Rui sat in the back row and shouted to him expressionlessly. The capital is very far from here, and I don't have the patience to take a car there. Come up quickly. If nothing else, I can send you back to the academy before the entrance test starts.
Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?
Ruan Rui looked at Suyi lightly and asked.
It takes at least 4 hours to fly from here to the academy.
It takes almost 6 o'clock to arrive. How can you cope with the entrance test if you don't replenish your physical strength? Su also rolled his eyes helplessly, leaned on the chair, his face full of puzzlement, and said through his headphones, this is my first time flying in a helicopter. He pointed to the top of his head, and the buzzing sound of the propellers continued to come into the cabin. The fuselage has been shaking, and with such noise, how can I sleep? He sighed softly. I slept in the car for a few hours just now, which should be enough. Jincheng and the capital, where Longsha College is located, are geographically very close. But since the disaster 300 years ago, the capital has almost become the core area of the Dragon Kingdom, and the city area is also the largest in the Dragon Kingdom. Longsha College is located on the outskirts of the capital. If you go by car, it will take at least 8 hours. Because of this, Ruan Rui decided to take his own helicopter to save time.
After getting Suya's answer, Ruan Rui was silent again and did not speak again.
Su was also silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask, is there anything to pay attention to in this entrance test? Time was running out, and he didn't have time to investigate. Thinking that he would have to prepare for the exam as soon as he landed, he could only hope that the Ice King in front of him could give some hints. The content of the test is different every year, Ruan Rui said lightly, but it is mainly a comprehensive quality assessment of freshmen.
Bang!
However, because all students have taken combat combat tests before entering the school. The entrance examination will not be too strict for combat requirements, basically a comprehensive ability test.
Combat test? Su also frowned when he heard this word. Do I have to make up for it after I go back to school?
No, your combat test is over. Ruan Rui replied calmly, if you can hold out for 2 minutes without dying under the attack of the Peak Realm Awakener, you have already exceeded 90% of the new life.
So you haven't made a move. Are you doing a combat test on me? Su Ye's expression changed.
Yes, I was originally in charge of your combat test, but I just have this opportunity, and I want to take this opportunity to see how far you can go under high pressure.
Ruan Rui did not refute and admitted it frankly. Aren't you afraid that I will be killed by that counselor? Su Ye asked.
I'm 100% sure that I will stop him before your life is in danger.
Ruan Rui was still calm. Aren't you all peaks?
The ability realm only represents the degree of ability development and the amount of energy, and is not equivalent to real combat effectiveness. Ruan Rui patiently explained, the level of physical skills, the realm of ability, and the combat talent will greatly affect the strength. Under certain conditions, it is not impossible to fight across realms. Although I am in the same peak realm as him, I can't even use 30% of my strength to kill him. Su also listened carefully, and the concept of the awakened person in his mind became a little clearer.
In the mirror world before, Fong Xian also mentioned the matter of taijutsu.
His expression moved slightly, and he asked, this martial arts.
Rumble.
A gust of wind suddenly rushed in and the helicopter shook violently. Su Yi almost slipped off the chair, and quickly grabbed the armrest to stabilize his figure.
What's going on? Ruan Rui's face changed slightly. He stood up and looked at the driver's seat. What happened? Fong Lao. Young master. Fong Lao on the driver's seat turned his head calmly. You may have to deal with some trouble. We were attacked. Attack? Su also turned around. Just kidding. This is 4,000 meters in the air. He looked forward along the lights of the cabin, his pupils contracting suddenly. In this dark night sky, the lights faintly reflected a huge figure more than 4 meters high. The figure was suspended high in the sky, blocking the front of the plane. Judging from its appearance, it looks like a huge strange bird, with its wings spread out, and the wind howls between its wings, blowing the plane constantly shaking. It's that night owl.
As soon as Ruan Rui saw the monster's figure clearly, his face immediately changed. It's still alive. Obviously, in his perception, this virtual beast had already been sealed to life by his freezing power.
Ice King.
In the night sky, the night owl let out a roar. The sound was like thunder, deafening. You may not have thought that my ability is King of the Night. Today, I will definitely avenge you for those compatriots who have died. The energy fluctuations of the peak realm suddenly gushed out of its body, surging and continuous. I see, it used energy to keep a trace of vitality, hide the chi, and break free from my freeze with the help of strength in the middle of the night. Ruan Rui said to himself, but there were not many waves on his face. It seems that I was careless. Humph, a beast who doesn't measure his own strength. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he reached out to grab the hatch without hesitation. Su also reacted quickly, and as soon as the hatch opened, he immediately grabbed the handrail beside him.
The strong suction came from outside the cabin. Ruan Rui stood on the edge of the hatch, and turned his head faintly to look ahead. This guy, I'm going to trouble you, Fong Lao. Ha 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 ha.
Don't worry, young master. Fong Lao gave a thumbs up. There was no trace of panic on his face, only full trust in the young master.
Hey, are you really going out and fighting it?
Su Ye's face changed, staring at the door.
This is 4,000 meters in the air.
The opponent is a strange bird that can soar in the air, and he is a strong person in the peak realm with Ruan Rui.
If the battle is a little careless, anyone can fall from a height.
Leave me alone, take care of yourself first. Ruan Rui ignored Su Ye's shout, turned over and jumped out of the hatch.
I'll win.
The moment he rushed out, a powerful airflow suddenly closed the hatch again.
Just jump down like this?
Su Ye's face was solemn, and just as he was about to see the situation clearly, the entire fuselage suddenly tilted violently and flew forward rapidly. He could only hold on to the handrail and desperately stabilize his figure so as not to be thrown out. Through the slanted window, he saw Ruan Rui's figure soaring into the sky, and behind him, 2 huge wings made of ice were fanning hard. Little brother Su Yi, please hurry up.
Fong Lao's calm voice came from the front.
Even though there was a peak realm virtual beast towering in front of him, he still remained calm and did not show any panic. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter began to shake violently. But under the control of this skilled butler, the helicopter was still as steady as a rock, flying steadily forward to the side. Su also grabbed the handrail tightly and stared out through the window. I saw Ruan Rui's wings suddenly unfold behind him, instantly turning into an afterimage, quickly skimming over the plane and sprinting forward. Ice King, you will surely die today. That night, a piercing roar came from the owl's mouth, and the sound waves were like thunder rolling, deafening. His huge body was shrouded in pitch-black energy, and with a wave of his wings, countless black blades rained down on him. In the face of such a huge attack range, the helicopter seems to be unspared, as if it will be swallowed up at any time. Just as Su Ye's heart was beating faster and nervousness was surging in his heart, Ruan Rui waved his right hand calmly. In an instant, ice blades appeared all over the sky behind him.
With a light finger, those ice blades crashed smashed into each black blade with precision as if they were navigation. Dash.
The black blade and the ice blade collided violently, dissipating in an instant, and a continuous frost air exploded in the air, but there was no trace of it affecting the speeding helicopter. Fong Lao drove the helicopter through the frost air. The speed did not decrease at all, and flew steadily to the side, trying to stay away from this thrilling air battle. Soon, the two figures gradually shrank. Suye's pupils contracted, and from the narrow window, he saw a shocking scene. Ruan Rui waved his ice wings, turning into an afterimage and clashing fiercely with the night owl in the air. The violent black energy and frost power continued to collide, and each impact bloomed with brilliant and colorful energy fluctuations. From a distance, it seems that countless fireworks are blooming in the night sky, and the scene is magnificent.
Is this the battle of the Peak Realm Awakeners?
Suye's heart beat violently, and an indescribable luster flashed in his eyes. Previously, when limiting the virtual realm, Ruan Rui killed the number 17 counselor in seconds with just one move.
They both belonged to the Peak Realm, but the counselor couldn't let this Ice King use any powerful moves at all. However, the Peak Realm virtual beast in front of him made Ruan Rui move his real personality.
Suye finally truly felt the strength of the Peak Realm Awakener.
The Peak Realm is already so terrifying, how appalling will the Ridge Realm and the Kunlun Realm be?
These thoughts flashed in his mind, and waves were set off in his heart. The sound of fierce battle faded away. Under the leadership of Fong Lao, they finally got out of the combat range, and the fuselage returned to stability.
Did we just leave like this?
Su also looked out the window, and in the dark night, he only vaguely saw two blurred lights appearing and disappearing. Don't worry, the young master will never lose.
Fong Lao responded indifferently, I will follow the young master's instructions and send you to Longsha Academy safely.
You really trust him? Su also looked at the elegant old man and raised his eyebrows slightly.
Young master, I grew up watching him.
Fong Lao smiled faintly, and some memories flashed in his eyes.
Since he said he would win, then he would definitely win. I hope so.
Su also looked out the window again and muttered softly, there may be some detours, but we should be able to reach the academy on time.
Fong Lao operated the helicopter steadily and glanced at the dashboard at random.
After the battle, the young master will try to rush to the academy by himself.
Syllable.
Wei. Before Fong Lao's words fell, a mournful scream suddenly sounded. Su also turned his head suddenly, his pupils contracting suddenly. I saw that in the night, a dark shadow turned into a gust of wind and quickly flew towards them.
Do you dare? Ruan Rui's angry shout was like thunder.
Immediately afterwards, Su also saw a huge ice spear 2 meters thick shooting rapidly from a distance, pointing directly at the black shadow.
The black shadow spread its wings, revealing the cold appearance of the night owl.
After a brief battle, it was covered with scars, staring straight ahead, and had a plan to deal with the Ice King in mind. Facing the huge ice spear, it was covered in dark energy, and its entire body quickly tilted 90 degrees, passing by the ice spear. The ice spear rushed straight for the helicopter with the momentum of breaking through the air. But near half a meter, the spearhead began to fall apart, turning into ice chips and gradually dissipating.
At the same time, the afterimage of the night owl finally swooped down, and the huge bird's claws rushed straight at the helicopter. I want you to see with your own eyes how my compatriots died tragically in front of you. This guy actually wants to threaten Senior Ruan Rui with our lives. Suye's heart was shocked, and he immediately understood the night owl's intentions. A hint of solemnity flashed in Fong Lao's eyes, and he desperately shook the lever, trying to reverse direction and avoid the night owl's attack. However, the night owl is extremely fast. No matter how he operates, he can't avoid it. The bird's claws smashed heavily on a layer of ice.
Suye looked out the window in surprise and saw a transparent ice barrier, which actually wrapped the helicopter in a spherical shape, protecting it to keep moving forward. The bird's claws grabbed the ice, and the ice chips splashed, but they could not penetrate. In the distance, a trail of ice flew rapidly and suddenly stopped in midair. Ruan Rui's face was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent and chill. You are asking for your own death. He didn't say anything more, vibrating the ice wings, turning into a streamer and swooping down towards the night owl. Layers of cold air condensed in his hand, turning into an ice spear, and stabbing the night owl without hesitation.
The night owl quickly flew backwards, seeing that he couldn't dodge, and suddenly folded his wings in front of him.
The ice spear stabbed into the wings, and the hum of metal clashes erupted. The wings of this night owl were as hard as steel.
Under the protection of the King of Night, I am invincible in the night.
The night owl waved its wings violently, and the violent airflow forced Ruan Rui to retreat involuntarily. He quickly flew backwards, catching up with the helicopter wrapped in an ice barrier in the blink of an eye. With a cunning light in his eyes, he sneered and said, "You are still distracted to protect these two weak wastes.
What are you fighting with me?"
The bird's claws fell rapidly again, slamming into the ice barrier. The hard ice instantly splashed ice chips, and cracks were all over the place. Although the helicopter fuselage was not affected, Suye and Fong Lao's faces in the cabin suddenly became solemn. Another roar came from overhead. The blow of the condensation of energy all over the night owl completely shattered the ice barrier, and ice chips scattered from the air. Looking at the helicopter at his feet, the night owl's eyes flashed with cruelty, and his left paw suddenly grabbed in the direction of the cabin. cabin. The bird's claws got bigger and bigger, and Suya's heart was tightly pulled. Poof! A few drops of blood floated and dripped on the window. Under Fong Lao's control, the helicopter flew obliquely in front of the night owl. Ice chips scattered everywhere. Su also saw Ruan Rui standing sideways next to the helicopter through the window. His defensive ice armor was pierced by the bird's claws, and a bloodstain was torn open in his chest, and blood flowed down. You see, you humans are always like this, doing something that moves you. A cheerful smile appeared on the night owl's face, as if all the plans had succeeded. It suddenly pulled out its right claw, and a bloodshot immediately floated between its claws. You have to fight hard with me, but you also have to be distracted to protect those weak companions. Bang! This will only make you defeated in the end, Ice King. It laughed fiercely, and the laughter was full of smug pleasure. Are you talking about this kind of painless attack? Ruan Rui responded coldly, and a layer of ice began to appear on the wound on his chest. Under the infiltration of blood, this layer of ice flour quickly turned into a blood flower, freezing the wound. His face turned slightly pale, but his eyes were still as cold as frost. I promise, this time, I will definitely let you die ugly. Ruan Rui waved his palm, and his palm burst out with a surging frost aura like a wave, sweeping towards the night owl. However, the night owl only flaps its wings gently, dodging while chasing the helicopter. No matter what kind of creature it is, as long as the weakness is discovered, it is equivalent to stepping into the abyss of hell with half a foot. It whispered with a fierce smile. Black energy burst out of its body, resisting the impact of the ice waves. Obviously, the two wastes on this plane are your weaknesses, the Ice King. It waved its paws and slapped it towards the plane. Ruan Rui's eyes were cold, but he could only helplessly control the ice wave, turning into half an ice wall to block the attack. Ha! The night owl laughed loudly, and two feathers flew out of his body. The feather pierced the night sky and instantly stabbed Ruan Rui's shoulder, and blood splattered. That's it. Ruan Rui snorted, anger burning in his eyes. This A-level ability, King of the Night, brought a great increase in ability to this peak realm night owl. Whether it's energy, speed, or destructive power, it's at least 3 times stronger than usual. In this late night, this is undoubtedly the most difficult existence. Then, the night owl frantically attacked the plane. Ruan Rui was able to block the attack every time he swung the ice wall, but he was repeatedly attacked by the night owl. Although he was not fatally injured in a short period of time, his face became paler and paler. Hey, it's not good to go on like this. Suya's face changed, and he witnessed everything from outside the window. In terms of personal strength, Ruan Rui is far better than the night owl. But the night owl received some kind of blessing in the night state, and Ruan Rui had to be distracted to protect them, and he couldn't go all out at all. Fan Lao, who has always been calm, also looked extremely solemn at this moment. We have become a burden to the young master. In order to protect us, the young master can only exert 50% of his strength. 50%? How can it be so restrictive? Suya's heart tightened. Unbelievable. The difficulty of protection is far more than attacking, at least 3 times more. Fang Lao explained in a deep voice. Didn't you find out? Since just now, the young master's energy has been wrapping around us. These energy consumptions seriously dragged down his combat power and made him have to be distracted. After listening to Fang Lao's words, Su also observed carefully and finally vaguely noticed. At this moment, there were countless fine shell ice chips floating around the plane, moving with the plane. It was these ice chips that made every attack of the night owl blocked by Ruan Rui in time. Consuming so much energy and being distracted, he can still draw with the night owl? Su also secretly marveled, looking at Ruan Rui with an expressionless face. While protecting the plane, he resisted the night owl's sneak attack. In this situation, the Ice King Senior could still find time to counterattack the night owl. In terms of strength, even if the night owl has the blessing of the King of the Night, it is by no means Ruan Rui's opponent. But it is sinister and cunning, firmly locking Ruan Rui's actions. In just over 10 minutes of fighting, the energy fluctuations on Ruan Rui's body were significantly weakened, and the consumption was huge. If this continues, even if the night owl can be killed, Senior Ruan Rui will definitely be seriously injured. Su also had a solemn expression and almost saw the ending. If it weren't for protecting them, Ruan Rui wouldn't have wronged himself so hard at all. Elder Fong, let me ask you. Su also did not hesitate, leaned over and asked, if you give up protecting us, how sure is Senior Ruan Rui to kill the night owl? 10%. With the strength of the young master, if you are not distracted, killing this virtual beast is easy. Fong Lao replied in a deep voice. Now, all he can do is believe in the young master and desperately keep the plane away from the night owl. Very good, I see. Su also retracted his head, with a firm look in his eyes, and kicked the hatch open, clasped his hands tightly on the handrail, and poked his head out. The huge bird's claws fell at this moment, and an ice wall suddenly rose in front of Su Yi, blocking the fatal blow. What are you doing? Hurry back! Ruan Rui shouted angrily and scolded Su Yi sharply. But Su also didn't care at all. His hair was torn by the wind and flew outward, but his eyes were extremely solemn. He turned on his energy and roared against the wind. Senior Ruan Rui, don't protect this plane anymore. Use all your strength to kill this strange bird. Noisy ants. A cold light flashed in the night owl's eyes, and 2 black rays shot out quickly, approaching
Suyi. However, an ice flower appeared above Suya's head again, blocking these two attacks abruptly. Go back quickly. This beast, I will naturally kill it. Ruan Rue's face was cold, and he ignored Suya's shout at all. I'm not joking with you, I can protect this plane. You just need to let go of your hands and feet and kill this strange bird with all your might. Just as Ruan Rue frowned and was about to scold again, he caught the look in Suya's eyes. Trust me. Su also shouted these three words loudly, staring at Ruan Rue through the night. Ruan Rue was slightly stunned, but he saw a touch of confidence and firmness that could not be ignored in the eyes of this young man. After Su also shouted, he got back into the plane. He smashed the glass beside him with a hard punch. His expression became extremely calm at this moment, and the expression on his face gradually disappeared. Elder Fawn, listen to my command next. We have to start protecting ourselves. Very good. Ruan Rue's eyes focused on the front again, and he muttered in a low voice. Although he felt that this requirement was extremely absurd, Suya's eyes made him feel an inexplicable sense of trust in his heart. He himself didn't understand why he would believe the words of a Stone Realm boy. However, a frenzy welled up in his heart. He waved his hand, and the ice chips surrounding the helicopter instantly dissipated without a trace. After the protection was removed, the energy in his body suddenly exploded, and a compelling chill burst out from his cold eyes. I will believe you this time. He looked at the night owl from a distance, stretched out his right hand forward, and coldly pronounced the verdict. Beast, are you ready for your death? Ha! The night owl stared at Ruan Rue with a mocking look, and laughter resounded in the sky. My death is here? Do you know who you're talking to? He roared angrily. The sound waves shook the sky, and the feathers on his back instantly turned into countless black ons, shooting frantically towards Ruan Rue. However, this time, Ruan Rue devoted all his energy to the battle. His face was cold, and his right fist suddenly swung out. A gust of cold air spread instantly, freezing the night sky and condensing the feathers in the sky. At this moment, the sky dome seemed to turn into a galaxy condensed by cold air. Frost fist. Ruan Rue read softly. The night owl's eyes widened, and he bowed his body and flew into the air. A fist of condensed ice shot into the sky, bombarding its huge abdomen and sending it flying, while condensing a layer of frost on its chest and abdomen, freezing it. Abandoning the distraction defense, it finally showed its true strength. Ice King. The night owl roared angrily. The energy shattered his fist violently. His body trembled continuously, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Two jet black energies flew out of its body. One went straight to Ruan Rue. The other one turned sharply in the air and shot at the helicopter. It tried to threaten with helicopters again, forcing Ruan Rue to distract from defense. Tilt the fuselage to the far left. Su also saw the energy rushing towards through the window, and shouted loudly without hesitation. Fan Lao was already ready to go, and almost at the same time as his order, he suddenly pulled the joystick to the left. The helicopter tilted quickly and flew rapidly to the left. However, this speed could not escape the attack of that energy at all. Suya's eyes flashed. He clutched half of the glass in his hand and threw it out of the broken window. A white silk thread stretched out of the broken glass and attached to the plane's broken window. Under the traction of the silk thread, the helicopter seemed to be pulled suddenly by an invisible rope. The speed suddenly increased, and the angle of inclination also increased, deflecting to the left. The strong energy shock brushed against the chassis of the plane. The hard shell instantly cracked, revealing a large hole, but the helicopter managed to dodge the fatal blow. The broken glass spun backwards and fell back onto the broken window. Before it could be repaired, Suyi grabbed it back in his hand. His face turned slightly pale and he whispered to himself, "It's more energy consuming than I imagined." Forcibly towing the entire plane with a repair hand consumed 70% of the energy. Next, I'll leave it to you, Senior Ice King. What? The night owl turned his head in disbelief and looked away. The situation he envisioned did not appear. Ruan Rue was not distracted to stop his attack. The helicopter was still flying steadily and was not shot down. Hey, beast. The temperature plummeted, the night owl was shaken, and Ruan Rue's voice was only 2 meters away from him. Rumble, where are you looking? Ruan Rue flew head-on and slammed his punch into the night owl's head, sending it crashing downwards. His eyes burned with surging fighting spirit, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That kid, he really did it. Then I have to make a quick decision. The night owl waved its wings, desperately counteracting Ruan Rue's momentum, barely stabilizing his figure, and his pupils contracted suddenly. I saw a huge ice meteorite like a hill high in the sky, like a meteor cutting through the sky, falling rapidly. Ice fall. The ice meteorite slammed into the night owl. It let out a shrill scream, and its back instantly became bloody. However, as soon as the blood flowed out, it was frozen by the cold, and half of the body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ice King. The anger drove the night owl to let out an unwilling roar, and the energy in his body surged. The black energy wrapped around the wings and began to vibrate violently. A beam of energy was ejected from its mouth, shattering the meteorite, forcibly flying up again, and rushing into the sky. Ruan Rue waved his ice wings, and also swooped down day and night. The eyes of both sides were full of killing intent. The energy waves of the peak realm collided violently in the air, and the clouds were blown to pieces. At this moment, they unreservedly launched their lore, just to completely defeat the opponent. Night Veil. The night owl's whole body was wrapped in energy as if it was draped in a light veil. Its speed skyrocketed again on this basis, and the volatility became more powerful. Ice God. Ruan Rue's pale white hair fluttered in the wind and his body was filled with ice. These ice chi condensed and did not disperse, and actually transformed into a half-man-tall giant body behind him. The giant was only half of his body, his whole body was condensed from ice, and he was about 3 meters tall, and he didn't need to roar and had his own majesty, and that face was exactly the same as Ruan Rue. The thick hands maintained the exact same posture as Ruan Rue, and pounced fiercely downwards. At this moment, he was like a god who fell from the sky, murderous. Rumble. People and beasts, wrapped in fiery energy, collided with each other. The black energy was intertwined with the sky-high cold, as if splitting the sky in half. However, this violent impact did not last for half a second, and the cold air spread rapidly, completely enveloping the night owl. As Fang Lao said, Ruan Rue, who goes all out, has the combat effectiveness to absolutely crush everything. The ice god behind him grabbed the right wing of the night owl with both hands, and with force, he tore off the wings of the virtual beast. Blood rained down from the sky. Impossible. No way. The night owl roared like a madman, and the pain spread throughout his body, and he couldn't accept the scene in front of him at all. I am invincible at night. I am the king of the night. I can't lose. It doesn't matter if you are the king of the night or the king of the sun. Ruan Rue was covered in blood at the moment, and casually threw away his broken wings. Dare to stand in front of me, even if you are a god, I will make you die ugly. The ice giant fist smashed down, and the night owl could not avoid it, and was punched through the chest, and a huge blood hole appeared in his chest. I said it long ago, it will make you die ugly. Ruan Rue's eyes were cold, with the ice fist as the center, the frost spread like ripples, ready to freeze the night owl again. That bastard, if it weren't for him, how could I lose? The night owl looked at the sky fiercely, his eyes locked on the wobbly and trembling helicopter, his eyes full of hatred for His Majesty the Void King. It let out its final roar, its whole body seemed to be boiling, and the energy was raging. You want to blow yourself up? Ruan Rue glanced coldly, and the ice god behind him immediately stretched out 2 giant hands, grabbed the night owl and held it firmly in his palm. Rumble. The terrifying energy impact exploded, and the ice god's arms were instantly shattered, and even Ruan Rue's body was shaken up and fell heavily to the ground. At the moment when the night owl blew itself up, a black feather flew out of it and rushed straight to the helicopter in the sky, extremely fast. It looks like it's over. The frost covered the entire sky, and Su also saw Ruan Rue's crushing victory through the broken window. He breathed a sigh of relief, just about to repair the window, but suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation coming from below. What is that? Suye's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw a black light tearing through the night, instantly hitting the side of the plane's fuselage. The plane roared as if it had been hit hard. In the next second, the entire fuselage shook violently, flew forward several meters with inertia, and then began to fall rapidly to the ground. What's going on? Su also desperately grabbed the chair and asked loudly. At this time, the plane was shaking, falling extremely fast, and the clouds were passing by quickly. Even Fang Lao did not expect such a situation on the plane. He pulled the joystick hard, operated quickly on the dashboard, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted urgently, "Propeller! The propeller is out of order." For a helicopter, the propeller is almost the only power for it to stay high in the sky. The black light rushed straight at the plane, and it actually blasted through the propeller. Suya's face suddenly turned white, looking at the white clouds rising rapidly on both sides. His heart trembled slightly. I thought that the Ice King Sr. had successfully killed the night owl, but I didn't expect such an accident to happen at this moment. The plane fell while spinning, and Su immediately gave up the idea of skydiving. In this case, skydiving is tantamount to seeking a dead end. In other words, this is the only way left. He gritted his teeth, approached the hatch, pressed his palm the roof of the cabin, and activated the repair hand. The white light quickly enveloped the entire machine, and under Suya's energy operation, the propeller, which was almost scrapped, immediately began to be repaired. But the previous consumption of the whole machine had consumed 70% of his energy. Now that he was forcibly repaired with energy, the little power left in his body began to be lost rapidly. The white light receded like a tide, and Suyi collapsed on the chair. Did it work? He was forced to interrupt his ability due to energy depletion and could not determine whether the propeller was repaired. I'm still trying. Fang Lao remained calm in the midst of the crisis, holding the joystick tightly and trying to restart the propeller. However, the helicopter is still spinning and falling faster and faster. The propeller is not moving at all and does not seem to be completely repaired. Move quickly, move quickly. Fang Lao clenched his fists and roared lowly. Suya's face was pale, and his heart was anxious. It would be nice if there was a little more energy. He angrily threw his fist into the chair, full of unwillingness. At this moment, a wisp of mist flew out from Suya's waist and poured into his body. For some reason, the white silk thread flew out of his body again and spread to the top of the plane, but it only lasted for a second and quickly dissipated. Click! The sound of fan blades turning came from the top of the camera. Although it is weak, it means that the propeller is successfully started. Elder Fang. Suya's eyes eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he didn't have time to think about what happened, so he shouted loudly, "I'm already operating." Fong Lao looked excited and quickly pulled the joystick back to try to stabilize the plane. However, the propeller takes time to start. Although the fan blade changed from slow to fast, it could not stop the helicopter from falling at high speed. Under Fong Lao's control, the fuselage finally stopped rotating, but the fall momentum was still fierce. Through the window, Su also saw the ground under the moonlight. At his feet seemed to be a desolate wasteland on the outskirts of Jinchang, surrounded by deserted people, not even a village. Falling at this speed, there is only one ending. The machine was destroyed and people died. Click, click, click. The propeller speed is getting faster and faster, and although the fall speed of the fuselage has slowed down, it is still rushing downwards with an unstoppable momentum. 300 meters, 200 meters. The ground became clearer and clearer, and it seemed as if it was too late. And yet, at this moment, the falling fuselage seemed to hit something, and the speed suddenly froze for a moment. Through the window, Suyi saw a continuous patch of ice mist below. Hadashi lay on his back in his seat tiredly, finally relieved. It looks like we're saved. 6 lines of ice mist scattered in succession, as if building a buffer barrier, abruptly slowing down the falling speed of the fuselage. Under the protection of this layer of cushioning, the propeller finally barely rotated, and the feeling of weightlessness of the aircraft was reduced a lot. At the same time, the helicopter finally approached the ground. Bang! Dusty was flying, and in the impact of this series of cushions, the plane finally touched the ground. Although this crash landing was extremely dangerous, Su Yi and Fong Lao in the cabin were unharmed and unharmed. Nourishing bang! There was a noise outside the fuselage, followed by a burst of black smoke. Fong Lao seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief, leaning on the back of the chair, his back already soaked with sweat. Half a minute later, Su Yi and Fong Lao walked down from the plane, the night breeze blew, and a figure slowly landed from mid-air. At this moment, Ruan Rue looked embarrassed. His clothes were torn, and there was only one ice wing left behind him, which was already tattered. Immediately afterwards, the frost giant's arms were shattered, and his body was covered with cracks. As he walked, the giant gradually turned into ice chips and drifted away. There was a little fatigue in his eyes, but when his eyes fell on Su Yi and Fong Lao, who were intact, there was a smile on their usually cold faces. The night wind blew his short white hair, and under the moonlight, his eyes refracted a faint blue light like a sapphire. Well done. His smile was fleeting, and then he nodded to Su Yi to express his gratitude. Young master, it seems that our plan has to be adjusted. Fong Lao's voice came from the side of the helicopter, his brows furrowed, and his eyes stared at the place where the fuselage was smoking. That's the part that the night owl touched when he first attacked. Under the broken shell, the helicopter's engine is exposed. The high-speed fall caused the engine to fail, and now there are no tools, and it cannot be repaired in a short time. He turned to look at Su Yi, and a hint of apology flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to take the entrance test this time. In this deserted and remote place, there was no means of transportation to rush to Longsha Academy. Su Yi's expression froze slightly. He didn't expect Longsha Academy to postpone the entrance exam for him alone. Taking a deep breath, he barely squeezed out a smile and pretended to be calm. It's okay, this sudden situation. The responsibility for this time is all mine. Ruan Rue interrupted him expressionlessly. If it weren't for my mistake, that beast wouldn't have appeared here at all. Then, he looked at Fong Lao and asked, what time is it? Fong Lao glanced at his watch and quickly responded, 3:30 in the morning. Su Yi's face changed slightly. Even if the helicopter is not damaged, it will take at least nearly 3 hours to arrive. In any case, it seems that he will not be able to make it to this entrance test, although it may be later. A cold air suddenly rose, pulling Su Yi's attention back. He turned his head to look, and a pair of ice wings condensed again behind Ruan Rue. But I can guarantee that you will definitely arrive at the academy before the entrance test starts. Hey, you don't want to. Su Yi didn't finish speaking, his expression froze. The next moment, before he could react, Ruan Rue grabbed him by the collar and suddenly soared into the sky. The two of them rushed straight into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. In the office, a teacher spoke in shock, staring at the middle-aged man with sunglasses and inch head in front of him in disbelief. Are you going to take over this entrance test yourself? Is there any problem, Teacher Songwei? The inch-headed man smiled slightly and responded indifferently. No, nothing. Songwei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said hesitantly, it's just that I'm worried that if you are in charge of the test, I am afraid that even half of the 120 students who took the entrance test this time will not be able to be retained. He looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but mutter. This Lianshou instructor, known as the Devil Instructor and almost retired, was invited back to the school by the principal at this moment to be responsible for the entrance assessment after 9 days. Unexpectedly, he actually offered to take over the entrance test at this time. A strange smile appeared on Lianshou's face. Don't you think that the quality of students in the academy is declining recently? Instead of wasting resources on some waste, it is better to reduce the enrollment and only recruit children who are truly qualified to be virtual hunters. Songwei felt more and more embarrassed, and couldn't help but blurt out, our academy recruits about 100 people every year. The students who were able to take the test were all the elite of the elite. It is a bit excessive for you to describe them as waste. Teacher Tsangwei, you are so stupid. Lien Shou shook his head lightly, his expression full of disappointment. Haven't you noticed it yet? His gaze suddenly became sharp, like a sharp sword ready to go, exuding a compelling momentum. In the past 2 years, the actions of the virtual demon have become more and more frequent. In recent years, the number of virtual realms opened in the 5 countries has increased exponentially, and the casualties of the virtual hunters have also surged. So, shouldn't we expand enrollment and cultivate more elites? Song Wei was very confused. And then let them die? Lien Shou interrupted him mercilessly. In my opinion, people without strength, even if they become virtual hunters, are just dying in vain. You, Song Wei frowned, and was about to continue arguing. Enough! An old voice suddenly interrupted the argument between the two. Principal Xiaowu's face was solemn, and his eyes were fixed on the 2 people in front of him. After a while, he slowly spoke. You two, why did you appear in my office? Silence enveloped for a few seconds. Lien Shou sighed. I have only been away from the academy for less than 2 years, and your amnesia is getting worse and worse. Principal Song Wei seemed to have been used to it for a long time, and hurriedly stepped forward and told the reason why the 2 of them came here. I see. Xiaowu nodded, and suddenly waved his hand. I agree, this entrance test will be handed over to instructor Lien Shou to be fully responsible. As for teacher Sunwei, you will be a teaching assistant and assist instructor Lien Shou in his work. The test plan I spent 3 days making. Song Wei wailed secretly in his heart, but he could only respond in a deep voice. Yes, principal. Lien Shou nodded to the principal, turned around and walked out. Then I will entrust it to you, teacher Tsangwei. It's half an hour until 8 o'clock. Let's go to the test site in advance together. I don't like being late. Song Wei shrugged his shoulders and walked out. Since the principal had given the order, he naturally had no way to question. Instructor Lien Shou, how many students do you expect to pass the test this time? Preliminarily settled. Lien Shou walked forward with a smile on his lips. About 30 people. Longsha Academy, on the vast plain. Dozens of students came from all directions and gathered towards the center of the plain. They came from all over the country, holding dragon jade in their hands, and rushed to take the entrance test. Almost everyone had a faint smile on their faces and a confident expression. They are the best among their peers, far exceeding their peers in terms of ability and overall quality. It is precisely because of this that they are eligible to obtain dragon jade and come to this top academy of the awakened Longsha Academy. As expected of Longsha Academy, any test venue is so big. Someone exclaimed in the crowd and slowly stopped in front of the sign with the 3 big characters test site. In order to avoid being late, they got up early and arrived. Your name is Tang Xiaowan. The name is so nice. Not far away, a young man with a frivolous face and red hair diligently circled around a beautiful girl, his expression full of excitement. Such a beautiful girl is a style he never saw in high school. If Su was also here, he would definitely recognize that this girl was his former high school flower, Tang Xiaowan. My name is Han Hao, and I have awakened to S-level abilities. It's amazing. The red-haired boy proudly introduced himself, completely ignoring Tang Xiaowan's slightly frowning brows. Tang Xiaowan had no interest in this young man who suddenly came to talk to him, and was about to speak, but he saw 2 figures standing in front of the sign in an instant, as if they appeared out of thin air. They wore pale blue suits, and the coat of arms on their shoulders clearly showed their identity. Hello, instructor. The students at the scene immediately fell silent, and many saluted respectfully. Yes, there are so many punctual little guys. Lien Shou smiled slightly, turned his hand and took out a pocket watch from his pocket. He ignored the students who were greeting him, just looked down at his pocket watch and stood silently. The students suddenly became nervous and walked up to Lien Shou to stand up. Even if they talked in a low voice, they were trembling for fear of angering the 2 instructors who were about to test them. Students came from all directions, all gathered in front. Song Wei looked around, his eyes fell on the motionless instructor Lien Shou beside him, secretly guessing what kind of test this legendary devil instructor would bring to the freshmen. Time passed minute by minute, and it was 7:58 in the blink of an eye. There are still 2 minutes left until 8 o'clock. At this time, the number of students gathered had reached 117. According to the list, exactly 120 people are expected to take the entrance test this time. Song Wei thought to himself, his eyes swept forward. There are still 3 people who haven't arrived. Is it late, or? When the stopwatch hands passed 12 o'clock again, Lien Shou raised his head slightly and simply counted the number of people. There is still 1 minute left until 8 o'clock. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked not far away, and the girls screamed, covering their eyes with their hands and looking ahead through their fingers. I saw a burly man walking step by step on the road in the distance. He is at least 1.9 meters tall, with an ordinary plank and a strong physique, without a shirt to hide it, and his angular pectoral and abdominal muscles are in front of him. His eyes were wild, and he didn't care about everyone's gaze. Is this it, the freshman test site? He ignored the eyes of others and walked straight into the crowd, his voice low as thunder. After a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and start, I can't wait. There are are still 2 people who haven't arrived. Songwei's heart moved, and his eyes swept to the stopwatch in Lian Shou's hand. There are less than 5 seconds left before 8 o'clock. It looks like they're going to miss this test. He sighed softly, and Lian Shou beside him was still smiling. It seems that the remaining 2 don't have to wait any longer. Lian Shou was about to close his pocket watch, but he suddenly stiffened, showed a strange smile, and looked up at the sky. This sudden action caused all the students in the audience to look up. Soon, they exclaimed. A black dot slowly enlarged from high in the sky, pointing directly at their location. 2 figures were faintly visible, and one of them actually had wings behind him. So, the figure fell like a meteorite, 1 second still in the air, and the next second it smashed into the middle of the plane. A cold wind mixed with dust spread out. At the same time, the stopwatch on Lian Shou's pocket watch just jumped back to the 12 o'clock position, and the pocket watch that had not yet closed trembled slightly in his hand. In the dust, a cold voice slowly sounded. Not much in a second, not a lot in a second. It looks like we're catching up. This sudden and shocking appearance immediately shocked more than 100 students at the scene. They never expected that someone would show up in this way. In the smoke and dust, who is that person? Why can it fall from the sky? There were obviously 2 people just now. Could it be that the other one, like them, was a freshman at Longsha Academy this time? Everyone's eyes were on the billowing smoke. The cold wind howled. Ruan Rui's scarred body gradually appeared, and the wings fluttering in the wind behind him slowly emerged, which shocked the hearts of this group of students. His eyes were full of deep exhaustion. First, he fought fiercely with the night owl, and then personally flew with Suyi for 4.5 hours. Both the mental power and the energy in the body are almost exhausted. As the smoke and dust completely dissipated, another figure gradually appeared. Su also lay on the ground without any image, retching. The weightlessness caused by the rapid fall just now made his chest churn. If he hadn't eaten a bite since last night, I'm afraid he would have vomited all the rice long ago. I still wonder how anyone can be so ostentatious. Lian Shou put away his pocket watch and looked at Ruan Rui with a smile on his face. It turns out to be you, a sullen boy. Long time no see, teacher Lian Shou. Ruan Rui's face was as calm as water, but there was a faint hint of unspeakable nervousness. He reluctantly pulled the corners of his mouth and walked into the distance without looking back. This student is this year's freshman. I have already delivered him on time, so I will take my leave. After saying that, he dragged his tired body away quickly without stopping. Suyi wiped his saliva at this time and stood up from the ground. Looking at Ruan Rui's distant back, his heart tightened inexplicably, feeling that this senior of the Ice King seemed to be running for his life, and his steps were fast. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared at him in unison, with different expressions. There is shock, contempt, curiosity, and surprise. All the freshmen were impressed by Suya's sudden arrival and looked at him back and forth. Tang Xiaowan in the crowd, his beautiful eyes flowed, staring at Suyi in amazement. It actually appeared with a pinch. Lian Shou withdrew his gaze and glanced at Suyi with a bit of playfulness. Anyway, you arrived on time, let's be in the lineup. Yes, instructor. After just a few seconds of observation, Suyi had already recognized the identity of the person in front of him. His pupils flashed, and he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Quietly walked to the end of the crowd, stood still at will, and finally let out a sigh. Anyway, he finally caught up with the entrance test. You guy, you're amazing. As soon as Suyi stood firm, a whisper came from beside him. When I looked back, I saw a boy with pigtails giving him a thumbs up. The boy was handsome, but his steps were erratic, and there was a very incongruous sense of strangeness between his expression and movements. Under Bai Tao, I don't know the name of my brother, Suyi. Suyi replied lightly, finally understanding the source of that strange feeling in his heart. The temperament exuded by Bai Tao can only be described in 4 words: thief eyebrows and rat eyes. Whether it is movements or wandering eyes, there is a faint hint of obscenity. This temperament is in sharp contrast to his delicate face. It's like a thief who has done bad things for many years and is always on guard against the police. Brother Suyi, your luck is really good, Bai Tao said with a smile. His attitude was extremely familiar. If you are late for a second, it will be miserable. Miserable? Su was also curious. What will happen if you come a second late? It seems that you haven't heard of. Bai Tao raised his eyebrows and pointed to Lian Shou in front of him. That is the notorious devil instructor, Lian Shou. Devil instructor? Su also showed interest. This information is quite important to him. What does this have to do with me being late? Am I going to do 1,000 push-ups a second late? The consequences are much more serious than that. Bai Tao shook his head and smiled, and as soon as he finished speaking, a shout came from the distance. Report dash. A boy ran panting, quickly ran to the sign, held his knees and gasped. Report. I was so excited yesterday that I didn't get up in the morning. He touched the back of his head, and a smile appeared on his face that was both excited and a little shy. Instructor, how you punish me, I admit it. Lian Shou looked at him with a smile. His expression was gentle, and he took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. You are late, 1 minute and 10 seconds. Sorry, instructor, I will never be late next time. The boy stood upright, his face full of serious assurance. There are not so many next time in life. Lian Shou smiled and took back the pocket watch, his eyes falling on the boy. You can go home, classmate. Ha! The boy's expression froze instantly, as if he had heard it wrong. What did you say? I said, you can go home now.
Lian Shou's smile was still there, his sunglasses covered his eyes, and no one could see what he really thought.
But today is the entrance test.
The boy immediately became anxious, his tone was urgent, and the previous excitement had long since dissipated. I thought that people who could get into this academy would be at least smarter than their peers. Lian Shou's smile was slightly withdrawn, and his eyes stared at him calmly. Then I'll say it more clearly.
This classmate, your entrance test is over. Syllable. The result is unqualified. Please go home. Why?
The boy's face instantly gloomy, and it was difficult to accept this result. I have Dragon Jade.
I have S-level abilities. Shouldn't it be natural to join Longxia Academy? Am I disqualified just because I was 1 minute late?
I am the instructor here, and I am the person in charge of this entrance test.
Lian Shou's face was as usual, and he said lightly.
Although the voice was not loud, it exuded an invisible majesty, which shocked all the students present. Punctuality is the only standard I have here, and it is also the lowest bottom line. Anyone who is not punctual has only 3 words in my heart.
Not qualified. People like you are also worthy of being an instructor?
The boy was angry and asked angrily. No one knows how excited he was when he learned that he had Longyu.
How much he longs for this coveted supreme university. As a result, just because you were a minute late, you were turned away? I want to see the principal. You have no right to disqualify me.
Anger churned in his heart, and there were ripples of energy surging on his body.
How dare you use your ability against me?
Lian Shou's face showed a surprised and playful smile, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Almost in the next instant, the boy's body was knocked away like a cannonball and fell heavily to the ground. Among the more than 100 students present, only 3 of them lit up their eyes and noticed the strangeness that had just happened. A strong man who was 1.9 meters tall grinned and stood there looking at Lian Shou. Another boy wearing a pale blue coat, meticulous hair, and glasses, a white light reflected off his lenses.
Suyi looked serious and said with a slight shock, it's actually this ability.
Lian Shou stood motionless, in everyone's eyes. He didn't even move a finger just now. The sunglasses emitted a faint glow in the sun, and the coercion spread invisibly. I don't care if you're looking for the principal or whom. His voice was calm, but no one dared to despise the instructor.
At least in the entrance test, and even in all the entrance examinations after that, my orders are absolute. Understand? His eyes behind his sunglasses swept over the 119 students present. Your first entrance test, start now. Domineering, powerful.
At this moment, all the students made such an evaluation of this devil instructor. Su also finally understood what Bai Tao meant by serious consequences.
He was even a little glad that he was able to arrive here on time.
If he was half a second slower, I am afraid he would end up like the unconscious student in the distance.
This is the devil instructor.
Bai Tao stared nervously ahead and whispered, as far as I know. In previous years, he served as an instructor 3 times, responsible for entrance tests and assessments.
And every time, among his subordinates who participated in the test, the elimination rate exceeded half. You must be careful, Suyi.
Suyi's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and before he could react, Lian Shou in front of him announced in a loud voice, your first entrance test, start now. After saying that, he turned at Song Wei next to him and whispered, I remember teacher Song Wei, your ability is...
Hearing Lian Shou's words, Song Wei's face gradually became weird.
He opened his eyes wide and lowered his voice to look at Lian Shou. Are you serious, Instructor Lian Shou?
According to your meaning, at least dozens of these children will be eliminated. So what? Lian Shou raised his chin indifferently. How about it? Can you do it?
Yes, but this test looks like a temporary idea. Song Wei muttered secretly in his heart, but he could only rub his eyebrows. He is now a teaching assistant, and everything has to be arranged by Lian Shou. I don't care if these children are eliminated, it has nothing to do with me.
Song Wei muttered and walked leisurely towards the front right.
The students looked curiously at the teaching assistant who suddenly left, and just as they were confused, Lian Shou's voice sounded again.
The first test I give you is, climb the mountain.
As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately became noisy, and doubts came one after another.
Climbing a mountain? Where did the mountain come from?
The test site they were at was a flat field, surrounded by undulating conditions, and there were not even buildings within a radius of several kilometers.
Coming from the dormitory building in the morning, it took nearly half an hour just to walk. Where are the mountains to climb on this plain? Well, that's almost it. Song Wei walked about 30 meters, stopped, looked ahead and muttered to himself. Teacher Song Wei, please tell the children, where is the mountain?
Lian Shou smiled faintly, looked into the distance, and shouted softly. All the students turned their heads and looked at the magnificent 30 meters away.
Could it be that this mountain has another meaning? Could it be that it refers to the mountain-level awakeners?
Song Wei shrugged his shoulders helplessly, lifted his right foot slightly, and kicked the ground suddenly.
Isn't the mountain right under your feet?
At the moment he kicked down, there were bursts of roar from the depths of the plain.
The next moment, the earth cracked, and amidst the exclamation, a majestic mountain peak rose from the ground into the sky and appeared instantly.
The peak is about 200 meters high, the mountain road is winding, and the jungle
jungle on the mountain is lush and lush. The students stood stunned, looking up at the sudden peak and swallowing nervously. They are not stupid and recognize almost immediately. The mountain in front of him was created by teacher Sangwei with his ability. He can create a mountain out of thin air. How terrifying is his strength? It turns out that it also exists in the peak realm. Su also clearly felt the energy fluctuations surrounding the mountain peaks, and couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. This is the teacher of Longsha Academy, the highest university, and anyone is a peak realm awakener. You know, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the awakened people who can step into the peak realm are extremely rare, almost rare. Now I announce the rules for the first test. Lian Shou's voice pulled everyone's attention back. He stood quietly behind his hands and explained, the test content is very simple. As long as you can climb to the top of the mountain within 30 minutes, you will be considered to have completed the test. So simple? Dozens of students looked surprised and slightly surprised. Climbing a 200-meter high mountain in 30 minutes can be completed by even an ordinary person with a little training. And they are not only awakeners, but the energy movement in their bodies greatly improves their physical fitness. Climbing to the top of the mountain in half an hour is not a problem at all. Lian Shou had a faint smile on his lips, and then said, of course, in addition to time, there is a special rule. He slowly scanned everyone's faces and whispered, only 80 people passed the first test this time. If you reach the top of the mountain and there are already 80 people who have arrived first, then unfortunately, you will not be able to pass this first test. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar all around. The students, who originally felt relaxed, became like facing a great enemy at this moment, with a nervous look on their faces. In the first test, only 80 people could pass. This means they have to compete fiercely with others. Otherwise, even if you can reach the top in 30 minutes, but slower than others, it is meaningless. The opportunity to enter Longsha Academy is extremely rare, and no one wants to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity easily. This is really bad. After Suyi listened to these two rules, a drop of cold sweat immediately rolled down his forehead. This test is a complete test of physical strength and my own ability, which is simply too bad for me. Since a battle with the number 17 counselor, Su was also dragged to school by Ruan Rui. Except for taking a short nap when I first got in the car, I almost didn't sleep all night. A few hours ago, he was fighting wits and courage with virtual beasts at an altitude of 4,000 meters. Both physical strength and energy have been exhausted, and now, he actually has to fight with more than 100 geniuses of the same age. No matter how you look at it, the chances of him passing this test are slim. What made him vaguely feel that something was wrong was that he always felt that this test was by no means as simple as it seemed. If you want to pass, you have to find another way. Su Ye's eyes kept scanning each student, and his mind was quickly searching for countermeasures. But Lian Shou didn't give this group of students room to think at all. After explaining the rules, he waved his hand and laughed heartily. The first test, start now. Almost at the moment when Lian Shou's words fell, someone took the lead in activating his ability and rushed out. Su Ye's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he saw a student flying out of thin air and speeding forward. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out of more than 10 meters and went straight for the mountain peak. Just as he rushed out, the rest of the students also sprinted with all their might, as if they had been injected with strong motivation. They were like students scrambling to the cafeteria after class, and everyone was brisk, eager to rush to the top of the mountain and complete the test in one go. Su also reacted quickly and rushed out with the crowd. But when he looked back, Bai Tao, who was still beside him, had already disappeared without a trace at this moment, and he didn't know where he had gone in. He shook his head, without thinking too much, injected energy evenly into his legs, mingled with the crowd and kept approaching the mountain peak, but kept thinking about ways to break through in his mind. As expected of teacher Sangwei, your ability as a mountain god has become more and more proficient. Lian Shou walked at Songwei's side and looked at the students who were swarming in front of him, with a faint smile on his lips. Songwei glanced at him with empty eyes. Compared with your instructor Lian Shou, I am still far behind. Even if you want to defeat me now, I'm afraid you only need one move, right? Teacher Songwei is too modest. Lian Shou responded with a smile. Since I was injured, the energy improvement has long stagnated, and the realm has even regressed. You have been working hard to improve your strength over the years. How could I knock you down with one move? Oh, Songwei raised his eyebrows, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Instructor Lian Shou, do you really think so? Yes, now I have at least 2 moves to defeat you. Lian Shou sighed and shrugged helplessly. The corners of Songwei's mouth twitched, and he stood in place, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why do you have to ask that sentence so much? He sighed, looked at the student who was knocked unconscious by Lian Shou not far away, and gently tapped the ground with his toes. Instructor Lian Shou, you are really neither light nor heavy. This is just a child. The ground shook slightly, and then a rock jumped out. The rock has hands and feet, and its arms are piled up from rock blocks, and it looks like a muscular strong man from a distance. Although it was only the size of a palm, it walked lightly to the unconscious student and grabbed it gently. The student was easily carried on top of his head by it and rushed straight towards the medical building of the college. The speed is fast, but the students on top top of their heads are steady and without bumps. He didn't finish it on time and broke the rules. Lian Shou said lightly. Not only that, but he also wants to unleash his abilities on me. The eyes under the sunglasses became sharp, and Song Wei felt a serious atmosphere. The abilities of the awakened should never be directed at their companions. Not punctual, conceited, always doing things with a playful mentality, lack of respect and seriousness. If he is allowed to join Longxia Academy. Lian Shou paused, his voice becoming more and more cold. He will die. Song Wei was silent, and a mix of emotions surged in his heart. Perhaps instructor Lian Shou is not ruthless. He was so strict just to minimize the harm to those children who were still incapable. For this former legend, the original prejudice gradually dissipated, and there was a little more respect in my heart. The two talked for less than half a minute, and the few people who rushed forward the most were approaching the foot of the mountain and were ready to start climbing. The most advanced of them is still the student who can fly out of thin air. With a smile on his face, he felt that the test seemed to be tailored for him, without difficulty. The first place in this test is none other than me. He swooped down to the foot of the mountain, fine-tuned his body, and then rushed straight to the top of the mountain like an arrow off the string. Mountain climbing? Who would do such a tiring thing? Lian Shou took out a cigarette from nowhere, lit it leisurely, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and stared at the movements of the students not far away. It's almost time. Teacher Sangwei, please start. Don't steal a little convenience. Got it. Sangwei shook his head and smiled bitterly, half squatting, and pressed his right hand on the ground. A ray of blue light flew out of the palm of his hand and instantly disappeared into the distant mountain peaks. A muffled sound caused a scream. I saw the student who had just flown straight down, falling from the sky like a kite with a broken thread, and only when he was close to the ground did he barely use his ability to stabilize his body and staggered to the ground. He covered his nose with a bloody nose and looked halfway up the mountain in disbelief. I saw a giant fist as thick as a meter wide, sticking out from the depths of the mountain. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of low hum from the mountain peaks. A huge stone giant actually drilled out of the mountain. When it drilled out, the original mountain wall was restored to its original state, leaving no trace at all. The stone giant was about 3 meters tall, and his body seemed to be made of countless rocks, and his body was full of explosive power, and he jumped down from the middle of the mountain. As it landed heavily, the entire mountain shook violently, shaking like an earthquake for a moment. Seeing someone fall from the sky, the few people who were originally the fastest also tightened their hearts and stopped. Hey, look at the above! Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone looked up one after another, and their pupils contracted suddenly. I saw the earthquake trembling continuously. On the ground around this mountain, several stone giants were drilled out one after another, each of which was majestic and full of a heavy sense of power. At this moment, the students have rushed to different positions on the mountain according to their speed, and the appearance of these stone giants happened to be evenly distributed all over the mountain, blocking and separating all the roads up the mountain one by one. I see. At this time, Suyi was standing in the last group of people, just stepping into the foot of the mountain. Looking at the extremely strong stone giant in front of him, his expression changed slightly, and he finally understood the source of the uneasiness in his heart. These monsters are the real test of this first test. Not only do you have to avoid the pursuit of the stone giants, but you also have to climb to the top of the mountain in half an hour, and you must be in the top 80. Suya's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes quickly became extremely calm. And I am not full of energy now, and my energy has long been exhausted. Do you want to find a way to crack it under such harsh conditions? His eyes were sharp, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a trace of arc. What a test of hellish difficulty. These stone giants have reached the rock realm in strength. Su also stared at the energy fluctuations on the stone giant's body and quickly came to this conclusion. In a flash, from the energy level, every stone giant can be compared to the wolf that attacked the school in the first place. Are there 5 in total? He looked up and saw about 5 stone giants scattered on the mountain peak, guarding the road to the top of the mountain. The stone giant closest to Suyi suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot, breaking more than 10 trees, staring at dozens of people under his feet like a torch, and smashed down directly with his fist. The faces of more than 10 students in front changed suddenly, and they retreated one after another. Although they were surging with energy, before they could use their abilities, they were punched away by the stone giant and fell down the mountain. More than a dozen figures rolled down from the mountain to the foot of the mountain, rolled their eyes, and passed out on the spot. Several of them suffered severe injuries to their chests and abdomen. Their ribs were smashed abruptly, and their injuries were serious. Hey, it's really fake. When many students saw this scene, their faces suddenly turned pale. They had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. Isn't this an ordinary entrance test? Why is it so ruthless? No matter how talented they are just high school students who have just awakened. For a while, several people's legs went weak, and they had the intention to retreat in their hearts. Elimination: 13 people. Lian Shou, who was sitting on a chair made of stone, looked forward leisurely with a faint smile on his face. Song Wei sat next to him, sighed lightly, and the blue light flashed on his toes. Immediately, 13 rock villains emerged from the ground and sent the unconscious students to the medical building. saying, "You told me not to release water, but these children have just entered the stone realm. What if someone can't resist the attack and their lives are in danger?" Song Wei asked. "Don't worry, there won't be this problem." Lian Shou looked calm and responded lightly. "They are all geniuses of the same age, and each piece of dragon jade is personally issued by the academy and has been tested in battle. Although the realm is only the stone realm, they have already had a preliminary grasp of the use of energy, and it is impossible to be easily killed. What if someone is just an auxiliary or detective ability?" Song Wei continued to ask. "The actual combat ability is insufficient, but it can still play a role on the battlefield. In the face of forced fighting, their weaknesses will be exposed." Lian Shou asked, "On the real battlefield, will the enemy show mercy because of your weak actual combat ability?" The ability to survive, cooperation, how to break the situation in the face of difficulties, and how to use everything to save their lives are also the issues they must face. He pushed his sunglasses and said with a smile, "Teacher Sangwei, you have to have some confidence in this group of children. Moreover, only in this high-pressure environment can we see clearly whether they are really qualified to step onto the battlefield." The corners of Song Wei's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, "So as long as no one dies, it doesn't matter how seriously injured it is?" He glanced at Lian Shou. "What a veritable devil. Wei, should we join forces and find a way to kill this golem?" In the crowd, a girl's voice trembled and she made a suggestion. Many people's eyes lit up and they echoed, "Why don't you all work together to break this stone giant first and then talk about other things?" As soon as the words fell, the stone giant in front waved his hand. The few people who had just proposed cooperation no longer flinched, the energy in their bodies surged, and they released their abilities together. On the left side, a ball of fire suddenly exploded, shooting directly at the stone giant's face. At the same time, a water dragon was ushered in on the right side. Two diametrically opposed energies collide in the air, instantly cancelling each other out, and dispersing into a large amount of water vapor. Not only did it not cause the slightest damage to the golem, but the pervasive water vapor also blocked their view. The two people who released these two abilities looked stunned and looked at each other from a distance. Before the words fell, the stone giant's fist had already smashed down. The strong shock wave shook several people away and rolled on the ground. One of them was at the forefront of the shock wave and was swept down the mountain, unconscious. Another person was eliminated. "It's so stupid." Suyi groped the mountain road along the side of the mountain and forest and squinted at the group of students who were trying to unite. "How can we reach cooperation when we are completely unfamiliar with each other's abilities?" The nature and intensity of ability, coupled with the cooperation between people, are by no means something that can be figured out and adapted to in a few words. This is not a street fight, and a large number of people does not mean an advantage. If we go to war in a state of unfamiliarity with each other, there is a high probability that we will only contain each other, but drag each other down. In this case, they will not be given time to exchange tactics, let alone use their abilities. In other words, this test still has to rely on yourself. His eyes were fixed on the front, his eyes locked between the stone giant's legs. Because of its huge size, the stone giant stood with his legs apart, leaving a wide gap in the middle, enough for more than 10 people to pass through. There are many people who have the same idea as Su. On the forest path where he was located, several people were approaching the stone giant together. Suddenly, out of the corner of Su Ye's eye, he caught a figure approaching rapidly. That was the guy who rushed to the front and could fly before, a conspicuous coxcomb hairstyle that had just been shot down from the sky by the stone giant, and it was hard not to remember. He had just been knocked down and fell back to the foot of the mountain, and happened to be stopped by the first stone giant with Su Yi and the others. At this moment, his eyes were sharp, about a meter from the ground, and he sprinted forward rapidly, wanting to single-handedly break through the blockade of the stone giant. "Oh, this guy is..." The speed of this comb had suddenly increased, and he rushed to the feet of the stone giant, which was the same as Su Ye's thoughts, and he got under the giant's crotch. At this time, the stone giant had just finished swinging a punch in front of him and was about to close his fist to launch the next blow. In the blink of an eye, this comb head had already flown into the crotch of the stone giant, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Successful. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped his body. He looked up, and his face suddenly changed drastically, and his soul was scattered. It turned out that the stone giant sensed his presence, and suddenly bent his legs and sat back, trying to block his progress. The huge body fell extremely fast at this moment. At this speed, he didn't have time to get out, and he would soon be crushed under the stone giant. At that time, even if you don't die, your bones will fall apart. "Oh no, oh no." He hurriedly wanted to stop his figure. It's too late to reverse now. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind, grabbed his foot fiercely, and dragged him out suddenly. Rumble! The earth shook, and the stone giant sat down heavily, instantly shotting the ground and plunging into a large deep pit. Before the coxcomb head came to his senses, the whole person was thrown away and rolled into the woods next to him. Only then did he realize that it was a black-haired boy who saved him and suddenly came to help. "Hey, brother." Su also grinned, looking at the still frightened coxcomb. "Do you want to cooperate? I have a way. Maybe I can help us get through here." The huge body of the stone giant on the ground slowly stood up, and instead of chasing facing Su Yi and the two, he launched an attack on several students who were trying to rush through the gap. Due to its enormous size, it covers a range of several meters with every wave. Seeing that no one can pass through its defenses safely. Thank you for saving me. The coxcomb looked at Su Yi and said sincerely. He stood up from the ground and patted the dust on his body. But I've never been used to working with others. I'm sorry, I still want to act on my own. Don't say that. Su also smiled slightly. You might as well listen to my plan. It might be helpful to you. Believe me, the risk is very low this time, and the chance of passing is very high. The footsteps of the coxcomb had paused, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. After a while, he stretched out his right hand. Shui. After reporting his name, he quickly said, you just saved me, and I can cooperate with you this time. If we can break through this stone giant, we will go our own way, each with our own abilities. Of course, our cooperation is limited to the present. Su also nodded in agreement. Tell me, what is your plan? Shui stood up and looked cautiously at the stone giant who kept waving his arms, and the more he thought about it, the more tricky he felt. Check it out first. Su also looked at Shui. Your ability should be to change your own gravity, right? Shui turned his head suddenly, his eyes full of shock. How do you know? Every time his abilities were used, others always thought he was flying on flat ground. But this strange Suyi was able to accurately tell the essence of his ability. From the trajectory you started your run to the top, your flight path has always been straight. Su also shrugged his shoulders and explained easily. If you really fly, you can fly diagonally to the top of the mountain. In the face of Golem's attack, you can also change direction at will. But you didn't do this. Just now you almost got hit by the stone giant because you couldn't turn. So I preliminarily judged that your ability is to create a flight-like effect by changing the direction of your gravity. Shui was stunned when he heard this, looking at Suya's expression as if he were looking at a monster. Since the beginning of the test, he has only used his ability twice at most. But I didn't expect the ability effect to be seen through so easily by the other party, and the analysis was almost correct. Sure enough, there is no simple person who can participate in the Longsha Academy test. A-level ability, Geocenter. Shui did not hide it, and simply replied, you can reverse the direction of your own gravity. It can also temporarily change the direction of gravity on objects touched, but it can only be twisted in 6 directions, up, down, left, right, front and back, and cannot be moved diagonally. And because of inertia, before reversing direction every time, you have to change and accumulate kinetic energy. In an emergency like just now, I didn't have time to reverse the direction. Very good, just like I thought. Su also nodded, and after confirming that it was correct, he continued, then listen up, my plan is, someone has already broken through the 4 stone giants. Songwei looked at the mountain peak in front of him in surprise and sighed. As expected of an SS-level ability, it is indeed extraordinary. Lian Shou, who has been paying attention to the students' movements, also nodded slightly. In this case, he may be the first to reach the top. At this moment, several students with strange abilities had already broken through several stone giants in a row and advanced to the top of the mountain, but most of them were still firmly held back by the first 2 stone giants, making it difficult to break through. In order to pass the stone giant, the students did their best to show good strength, but the Rock Realm stone giant is far superior to them in terms of strength, speed, and destructive power. In a short period of time, nearly 20 people have been eliminated. I didn't expect someone to. So fiercely Songwei raised his eyebrows, noticing the abnormality on the side of the second stone giant, and his face suddenly sank. He never expected that someone would choose to break through in this way. Oh, what is that guy going to do? Lian Shou on the side suddenly showed curiosity and looked at the mountain peak with excitement on his face. Songwei followed his gaze and also showed surprise. The location of the first stone giant? Wait, is that guy crazy? The golem waved his thick arms and legs and continuously launched a fierce attack on the students who tried to break through. Several students who tried to force their way through were forced to retreat again and again, panting and stopping in place, their faces full of unwillingness. How can this guy be so powerful? Even the first stone giant can't break through. What will happen next? They are not only anxious about the number of people clearing customs, but more importantly, about the clearance time. Once the 30 minutes are up, the test will be forcibly terminated. If you have not reached the top of the mountain by this time, you will be disqualified. Just when this group of students was anxious and at a loss, a figure suddenly rushed out from the left. He was not in a hurry to pass through the gap, but stood steadily on the slope and shouted loudly at the stone giant who was blocking the way. Hey, fool! Everyone looked at him in shock. These people even struggled to avoid the stone giants, and someone dared to provoke them in person? Looking up, he found that the student who fell from the high altitude was the one who shouted loudly at the stone giant. Su also stood on the slope, staring at the stone giant in front of him, pointing his index finger at it. A stupid and stupid stone like you, and you still want to stop us from advancing. It's really a fool's dream. This guy must be crazy. The students behind them widened their eyes, full of confusion at Suya's actions. He is so close, he will definitely be punched away by the stone giant. Sure enough, the stone giant guarding one side seemed to have spiritual wisdom, and suddenly turned his head to stare at Suyi. It seemed to be able to think, and suddenly swung its huge right fist and smashed towards Su Yi. Okay, right now. Looking at the fist that was getting closer and closer, Su Ye's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he shouted. The next moment, he suddenly jumped down the slope, as if he was about to jump directly off the mountain. The stone giant's fist smashed into the air, and the tree where Su Yi was standing collapsed. Everyone watched Su Yi keep falling to the side of the mountain incomprehensibly, and they didn't understand the intention of his move at all. Although it dodged the attack of the stone giant, it seemed meaningless. At this moment, another figure jumped up from the other side of the stone giant at a very fast speed and quickly shuttled over. The curved wing adjusted its gravity direction, and the whole person suddenly fell forward. In the eyes of everyone, he seemed to be flying out of thin air, extremely fast. In his mind, Su Ye's plan kept echoing. These stone giants have simple spiritual intelligence. When I take the initiative to attract their attention, you have to rush out from the right side as fast as possible. At the moment when Chewie rushed out, the stone giant sensed his presence, immediately waved his left arm to try to block him. But at the moment when his left arm was about to touch the curved wing suddenly fell diagonally downwards, as if predicting the movement of the stone giant, and happened to graze its arm. The previous memories echoed in his mind, and his eyes were full of disbelief. It's really just as that guy said. A few minutes ago, Su also found a blank piece of paper from somewhere, smeared with densely written formulas. You should have studied high school physics. He took a blank piece of paper and showed it to Chewie. If you can change the direction of gravity, then the gravity and gravitational acceleration you suffer still have to conform to the laws of physics. From my observation, the stone giant's punching speed is about 6 meters per second, and it remains constant. Combined with the range of its punch, the time it takes you to adjust gravity. There is also a deviation caused by inertia, which is analyzed by force. He quickly swept his fingers over the formulas, trying to make Chewie understand. Chewie had a severe headache and couldn't help but shout, "How can I understand what you said? By the way, are you a monster? These calculations and measurements rely on mental arithmetic and visual observation? Of course there will be errors, but the range will not be too large." Su also touched his nose and replied, "The key is not here at all." Chewie held back his complaints, gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me the conclusion directly. I believe you won't lie to me." Oh, Su also stopped explaining, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Okay, then you just need to remember the 4 points in time and the direction of gravity you need to reverse, and do as I say." He casually crumpled the white paper into a ball and threw it behind him, his eyes full of confidence. "I'll let you get through here." At the first time node, after rushing out of the forest, turn gravity downwards within 5 seconds. Chewie silently calculated the time in his heart, repeating Su Ye's words repeatedly. A huge stone arm flew over his head and smashed into the mountain wall, knocking down a piece of rubble. His body slowed down as he fell diagonally, and then rushed forward again. Then, immediately turned gravity back to the front and continued sprinting. The crowd behind him exclaimed, shocked by Chewie's movements. He was almost shot down by the stone giant's airsweep. At the same time, they saw another amazing scene. I saw Su Yi, who had just jumped down the hillside and seemed to be about to jump to the bottom of the mountain, but at this moment he was swinging high, as if he had floated from the ground. He tied a long rope around his waist and attached it to a tree, pulling his whereabouts back. Surprisingly, among the trees that were smashed by the stone giant just now, this tree was the only one intact. Su also swung around like an ape, and when he was about to swing, he quickly untied the rope around his waist, rolled back to the road, and then went straight forward. Along this long mountain road, he and Chewie went left and right, up and down, rushing towards the stone giant's strong body like moths to a flame. With the help of the swing of the rope, Su also flew a long distance, which was almost the same distance as the curved wing rushing forward. The stone giant swung his left fist into the air, and when he saw that Chewie was about to cross the mountain road from his armpit, he immediately became furious, waved his right arm that had smashed down the mountain forest, and grabbed it fiercely towards his armpit, trying to grab Chewie from the air. But just as it was about to touch the curved wing, the flight trajectory of the curved wing shifted again. He first fell diagonally down for half a second, and then quickly shifted to the left. At the second time node, after 3 seconds of forward rush, reset gravity to the bottom, and then immediately turn to the left with all your might. The stone giant's right hand grabbed the air and hit his hard stone, making a roar. With the help of left-facing gravity guidance, Chewie drilled into the vicinity of the right half of Golem's body. The stone giant trembled all over his body, and suddenly withdrew his left arm that was about to smash into the mountain. At this moment, its movements were as if it was hugging itself, crossing its arms, just to block anyone from passing by it. Sure enough, this thing has limited spiritual intelligence and will only follow the rules set by the maker. Witnessing this scene, Su Ye's eyes flashed with a light, and he was even more sure of his judgment. No matter what happens, Golem's first task is to prevent anyone from passing. At this moment, its left hand quickly grabbed to the left and attacked Chewie. However, Chewie's body froze again, and then tilted and fell to his feet. The third time node, after flying to the left for 3 seconds, directs gravity back down. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and he felt the giant hand that grabbed quickly, less than 30 centimeters from the tip
tip of his hair. Despite this, he still firmly carried out the instructions Suyi had given earlier.
At the last time node, after half a second, guide gravity to the front and sprint with all your might.
His eyes were fixed on the front, and at this moment he was near the stone giant's chest. Keep rushing forward, you will only crash into the stone giant.
Do you want to change the gravity upwards and make it higher? This thought flashed through my mind, but the next moment, he firmly denied himself.
No, since you promised him, you have to believe it to the end. Desperately, he directed gravity forward with all his might and sprinted fast. The stone giant hugged his arms tightly to his chest, but he could only helplessly watch Chui approach step by step, and he didn't have time to block it with his hand. At this moment, it suddenly lowered its head and caught a glimpse of another figure. Su also took advantage of the cover of the curved wing and quickly drilled under its crotch, trying to rush to the rear through the gap.
Hey, they're about to crash.
The students behind him became inexplicably nervous, staring intently at the curved wings in front of them. The body of the curved wing rushing forward was about to hit the stone giant, but there was no slowdown or buffering in the slightest. His face changed slightly, and he also noticed Suyi, who was drilling under the stone giant's crotch. All his previous actions seemed to have become stepping stones for Suyi, just to attract the attention of the stone giant and let Suyi take the opportunity to pass.
Did I get used by him? Is he lying to me?
This thought suddenly flashed through Chuyi's mind, but at this critical moment, he gritted his teeth and chose to trust. In the face of the rapid approach of the two, the stone giant's instinct drove it to block Suyi, who was trying to get through his crotch. The huge body sat down suddenly, imitating the action of blocking the curved wings, trying to flatten Suyi with his buttocks and block the mountain road behind him. As the giant body fell, Chuyi's eyes flashed with astonishment. The stone giant, who was originally blocking in front of him, suddenly lowered his body at this moment. The eyes suddenly opened up, and there were no obstacles. The curved wing's head grazed the stone giant, quickly passed through the blockade, and rushed behind it at great speed. However, he immediately turned around and looked at the place where the stone giant was sitting with a shocked face.
Oh no, that guy, you can't escape.
The weight of the rock realm stone giant was enough to crush Suyi to pieces. Screams came from the crowd. No matter how you look at it, Suyi seems to be cornered, and he is about to be overwhelmed by the stone giant. However, at this moment, a white silk thread suddenly passed out from under him and connected to Chuyi's body from afar. After a while, with the help of this white silk thread, a figure drilled out at a very fast speed close to the stone giant's butt. The roar is continuous, and the dust is flying. The giant's huge body sat down suddenly, raising a cloud of dust. The figure came out of the dust and fog and quickly caught up with Chui. The two figures slammed into each other, and the curved wings were carried by this impact and rolled down from the air and rolled to the ground. After a while, he turned over and noticed his cuffs, and the torn fabric was quickly repaired under the white light at this moment. Beside him, Suyi was also facing the sky on his back, with a smile on his lips. Look, didn't I say, can we succeed? The stone giant stood up again, but ignored the two people running behind him, and continued to block the crowd in front of him.
That's why you asked me to tear off the cuff fabric?
Shuyi's face was full of disbelief, and he looked at Suyi absurdly. They had just finished discussing the plan, and Su also deliberately asked him to tear off the cloth on his cuff. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment.
Yes, this is my ability. How about it? It's amazing enough.
Suyi still smiled, gasped slightly and sat up. Do you know that you were almost crushed to death by that guy just now?
Shui was not moved by his smile, but seemed to be in a hurry and scolded angrily. If I hadn't chosen to believe you just now and changed the direction of gravity, you would have been seriously injured by now, understand? But didn't you also choose to believe me?
Suyi still had a faint smile on his face and responded calmly. Shui was speechless for a while, and the doubts that had flashed in his mind turned into an inexplicable guilt at this moment.
What a madman!
He stood up and walked forward without looking back. Our cooperation ends here. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. I am grateful that you trust me and admire your plan, but this approach is too risky for you to succeed every time. He seemed to remember something, and his tone gradually cooled. Not everyone can choose to trust at such a critical moment. As soon as the words fell, he flew up and quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests. Looking at the distant Chui, the faint smile on Suye's face gradually disappeared. He spread out his clenched palms and threw out half a stone casually.
It seems that the backup plan is not used for the time being. This guy is really an honest person. He never pinned all his hopes on Chui, let alone expected Chui to fully trust him. For him, once Chui agrees to his plan, the goal will be achieved. According to his calculations, unless the stone giant has the ability to accelerate suddenly, as long as the curved wing acts according to the plan, there will be almost no mistakes. The only thing that could go wrong is the final time node.
If Chui hesitates at all and gives up accelerating or changing direction on his own, he will definitely be intercepted by Golem due to deceleration. But before that, he had charged and changed direction many times, which had firmly attracted the attention of the stone giant. Therefore, Suyi was able to rush under the stone giant almost unhindered. Long before Golem sat down, he threw half a stone forward. Even if Chui did not continue to rush forward due to hesitation,
hesitation, Su was able to pass under the stone giant with the help of the power of the repair hand. No matter what the curved wing chooses, it will not affect Su Yi. The fabric on the curved wing is the first line of insurance. Using curved wings to attract attention, and then throwing stones behind the golem is the second line of insurance. In a way, he did take advantage of the curved wing, but he also fulfilled his promise. As long as Chui fully trusts him and acts according to his guidance, the two will be able to successfully break through the first stone giant. In other words, the reason why the flying boy was able to successfully break through was because he chose to trust. Lian Shou smiled and explained in detail what Su Yi had done to Song Wei beside him. If he hesitates, or has the slightest idea of distrust, it will only become a bait in the end, attracting attention to the kid named Su Yi, and he will be stopped by the stone giant because of slowing down. So, whether the flying kid chooses to trust or not is ultimately only his own result and fate. And Su Yi kid has double insurance, and there will be no accidents at all because of the flying boy's decision. Wonderful, wonderful. Watching Su Yi and Chui successfully break through the stone giant's obstruction, Lian Shou did not hide his inner amazement, laughed heartily and applauded. With his strength, he could sense all the movements happening on the mountain, even if he was far away. You mean, that student had already anticipated two possible outcomes from the beginning of the plan, and prepared backup plans? Song Wei looked in the direction of the mountain peak with a face full of astonishment, and only felt extremely ridiculous in his heart. Not only that, he also accurately judged and calculated the speed and curved wing ability of the stone giant in just a few minutes. Is such a person really a student who has just graduated from high school? His eyes were fixed on Su Yi, who was climbing up from the ground on the mountain peak and continuing along the mountain road, with a complex and incomprehensible look flashing in his eyes. Moreover, the ability he just used is a D-level repairer. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first freshman with D-level abilities recruited by the academy? Ability levels can never fully represent strength. Lian Shou smiled and shook his head. How many of those so-called A-level and S-level students can successfully pass the first golem? In my opinion, this kid can at least be ranked in the top 5 of this batch of freshmen. A loud noise came from halfway up the mountain, instantly attracting all the attention of Lian Shou and Song Wei. That was the second stone giant station, and there was such a huge noise at this moment. After noticing the abnormality, both of their expressions froze. Immediately afterwards, their reactions were completely different. Song Wei's face turned pale and he looked at the mountainside, full of disbelief. Are you kidding? How can there be such a monster in the freshman? But Lian Shou's face showed ecstasy, and the corners of his mouth were raised high. This freshman is really exciting. Watching Chui leave, Su also turned over from the ground. Next to the stone giant behind him, there were a few noises. Su Yi and Chui successfully broke through the golem's defense, which also allowed them to discover the golem's weaknesses. As long as they make good use of its characteristics, they can also be expected to advance by blocking. Are there still 4 stone giants? Su also looked forward in contemplation, and couldn't help but feel a little troubled in his heart. Judging from the current situation, it is really difficult for him to reach the top of the mountain in half an hour. Without thinking much about it, he was about to move on, but suddenly a deafening roar came from his ears. The earth shook, and layers of concussion waves came from afar, and even his body shook with it. What happened? He quickly held on to the trees beside him to stabilize his figure and looked ahead in surprise. Judging by the distance, this seems to be the location of the second golem. Is it possible that each golem attacks differently? This thought flashed through Suya's mind, and he did not hesitate, and immediately quickened his pace and rushed forward. Walking through a jungle, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a shocking scene. I saw that on the ground, the stone giant more than 3 meters high actually lay down and fell to the ground, and his stone-like body was scattered all over the ground, surrounded by more than a dozen students who were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Several of them were even pressed under them by the stone giant, screaming and fainting. These students rushed here before the golem appeared, and were not stopped by the first golem, but at this time, they were in a state of astonishment and confusion, staring at the fallen stone giant in disbelief. This is knocked down? Suya's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect the stone giant to fall to the ground like this. The earth shook again, and the stone giant trembled and struggled to get up. Although it couldn't speak, Su also seemed to feel the anger surging in its body. The scattered stones seemed to be attractive, returning to their bodies and reassembling into complete forms. It stomped the ground hard, turned over and stood up, and swung its fist forward violently. Ha! This hell thing is really hard stubble. There was a heroic roar in the air, and the voice was full of wild momentum. Su also looked up and saw a strong man with a naked upper body falling rapidly from mid-air. Just now the stone giant fell, obviously his masterpiece. He had a hideous smile on his face, his right fist was wrapped in blood-red energy, and he roared loudly, "Get away from me, I don't care if I accidentally hurt you." As soon as these words came out, the students who had gathered around did not hesitate and rushed forward. The stone giant was held back by him, and it was the best time for them to climb. Several rock figures suddenly appeared under the feet of several students who had just been crushed, quickly carried them up, and jumped down the hillside. Seeing that the wounded were rescued, several students who helped
helped were also relieved and hurriedly rushed forward.
Su also didn't see Chu-yi in the crowd.
He probably had already taken the opportunity to drill through the second golem and headed towards the top of the mountain. Su did not hesitate, quickly blended into the crowd and ran towards the mountain. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and looked back behind him. The strong male student was falling rapidly, and his right fist slammed into the stone giant's chest. The stone giant who had just gotten up fell to the ground again. The stone on its chest seemed to be shattered, and the rubble was scattered all over the ground.
What kind of humanoid beast is this guy?
Suya's heart was shocked, and he was shocked to witness this scene with his own eyes. The energy fluctuations on the strong man's body were obviously the same stone realm as they were, but in the face of the stone giant in the rock realm, the situation was completely tilted, and the stone giant was completely suppressed. The strong man's legs were bent, and he landed heavily like a steady horse, and the ground under his feet cracked into cobweb-like cracks. He stared at the struggling stone giant with a fierce smile, grabbed its feet with his thick arms, and slammed its huge body into the mountain wall. The rocks collapsed, and the walls were shattered. The stone giant was smashed into the mountain wall, and the strong man laughed. But that's it. I didn't expect that you, a monster with a pile of stones, would also feel fear. He turned around without looking back, shook his neck and walked forward. If this is the entrance test, it will be too simple. I saw him step on the ground, and the ground under his feet instantly sank, and the whole person jumped forward like a cannonball. Within a few seconds, he jumped over the crowd in front of him, flew to the high mountain wall, grabbed the rock on the edge of the cliff with his right hand. It's boring. It's better to just go to the top like this. Su also looked up and saw the strong man's arms exerting force, and the whole person rushed straight to the top of the mountain with the help of this strength. When the speed slowed down slightly, he casually slapped the mountain wall and leaped up again. He climbed the mountain wall in this way, which was simply shocking. Just as he was climbing halfway up the mountain, a huge stone arm suddenly stretched out from the mountain wall and tried to slap him down. Obviously, this test does not allow anyone to easily reach the top in this way. However, the strong man just sneered. His speed did not decrease at all, and he smashed out with a sudden punch. The thick stone arm shattered and fell into flying stones. At the same time, a black shadow quickly rose from the ground, taking advantage of the gap between the broken stone arms and climbing to the top of the mountain. Su also immediately recognized that it was Chu-yi who had just left. He actually took advantage of the opportunity of the strong man to break the stone arm and used his ability to quickly climb to the top of the mountain. The strong man noticed that Chu-yi was passing over him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care and didn't take Chu-yi seriously at all. He exerted his strength with his arms again and soon caught up with Chu-yi. The two went one after the other, disappeared to the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye, completing the test in this way. Su also withdrew his gaze, and ripples appeared in his heart. Longsha Academy, could it be that there are so many monsters hidden? The strength and momentum that the strong man burst out just now were extremely domineering, making him ashamed of himself. He put away a little contempt, and his gaze became firm. The most important thing now is to complete this test. It had taken him 15 minutes to break through the two stone giants. A half-hour limit set by Lianshou is less than half the time left, and in front of him, there were three stone giants standing in the way. In front of the mountain road, there was a roar and vibration again. Looking from a distance, Su also vaguely saw the silhouette of the third stone giant. It is being besieged by several students, waving their arms in an attempt to block the advancers. At this moment, together with the students who rushed from the side of the second stone giant, there were more than 30 students gathered here. After 15 minutes of confrontation, most people already knew something about Golem. In the face of the third stone giant, everyone did not hesitate, quickly spread out the formation and rushed forward. The stone giant's attention was completely focused on the few people in front of him, and he couldn't take care of the new students at all. Suyi was about to blend into the crowd and pass through the stone giant, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure at the stone giant's feet. That was the familiar face he had been paying attention to since he entered Longsha Academy. She's actually here. At the feet of the stone giant stood 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Suya's eyes stayed on the girl, slightly stagnant. That was the school flower who used to be in the same school as him, Tang Shaoan. At this moment, her face was resolute, no longer as helpless as when she faced the wolf, and she had obviously mastered the skills and methods of using her abilities. The 4 of them were very close to the golem and were trying to rush to the top of the mountain through the gap under its feet. But the stone giants also waved their arms frantically, desperately trying to block them. Its right fist slammed hard, and a student quickly rushed forward and blocked his arms in front of his chest. The stone giant's powerful and heavy punch seemed to be bounced off, and his body retreated back. The fist seemed to be impacted, and the stones at the end of the fist exploded inch by inch and scattered all over the ground. Succeeded! The student was pale, but shouted excitedly, "Take advantage of now!" In his shout, the 4 of them rushed forward quickly. With the gap in the stone giant's arm damaged, they could well rush out of here. However, as soon as they ran a few steps, the stone giant raised his right foot and stepped on them. "Hey, I can't resist 2 attacks, think of a way." The student who had just resisted the stone giant's punch turned pale and shouted urgently. Standing beside him, a flash of light flashed in the red-haired Han Hao's eyes, and he slammed on the ground. In an instant, the soil under the stone giant's left foot turned into sand and gravel, collapsing in depression. For a while, it involuntarily fell to one side and lost its balance. The stone giant fell heavily to the ground, leaning against the rock wall, but still refused to give up to stop the four people. It grabbed a boulder and threw it forward with force. At the same time, Tang Xiaowan, who had been silently accumulating, suddenly opened his hands. The stone she was originally holding in her hand turned into a handheld gun in the flickering of energy. Well, this ability is... Su also saw the moment of the cannon gun, an inexplicable brilliance flashed in his eyes, and his breathing couldn't help but speed up a little. If it's this ability, maybe I can use it to help me pass this trial smoothly. But how can I get her to help me with her abilities? Tang Xiaowan fired at the flying boulder. With a roar and explosion, her body took 2 steps back, as if she had endured a great backlash. But the boulder was also bombarded into powder. After firing a cannon, the gun in her hand immediately turned back to stone and was thrown to the ground by her. Quick, fast, hurry! A short student shouted hurriedly and rushed forward. While shouting, he clapped his hands. The stone giant's body seemed to be hit by an air cannon, and he suddenly froze, and just wanted to get up, but he crashed back into the mountain wall. The 4 of them had joyful faces on their faces and rushed forward without looking back. However, at this time, the mountain wall suddenly shook and a black shadow fell quickly. Hey, that's it! The student who was the first to resist the stone giant's attack looked up, and his face changed drastically. The impact of the stone giant shattered the mountain wall and fell down a boulder more than 2 meters wide. The others also changed their expressions suddenly, desperately accelerating forward. They had just used their ability to attack the stone giant, and at this moment they had no strength to block this boulder. The 4 desperately rushed forward, trying to escape the range before the boulder fell. Ouch! The short student tripped under his feet and fell to the ground in nervousness. The other 2's faces changed slightly, and they hesitated for a moment, but did not stop. If you stop, you will definitely be seriously injured. But Tang Xiaowan, who was the closest to the short man, stopped without hesitation and stretched out his hand anxiously. Get up quickly! The short man was rescued, and quickly grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand. At this moment, the boulder above them was only 5 meters away, and the shadow shrouded them all. The wind whistled in his ears, and looking at the rapidly falling boulders, fear instantly filled the short man's heart. He screamed, suddenly grabbed Tang Xiaowan's hand, jumped up, and rushed forward. Tang Xiaowan's eyes widened, looking forward in disbelief, and his body was dragged forward by the short man. The short man sprinted without looking back, ignoring Tang Xiaowan's safety. He kept muttering in his mouth, looking nervous. Dad spent a lot of money and added favors to ask for this piece of dragon jade. I tried my best to pass the combat test. How could I just fall down? In his mind, there was only one thought: to break out of the coverage of the boulders, rush to the top of the mountain, and complete the test. Hey, Xiaowan! Han Hao, who was rushing to the front, swept his peripheral vision and saw Tang Xiaowan, who was dragged down, and his face suddenly changed. He wanted to step forward, save the beauty, and turn around and pull her. But seeing the rapidly falling boulder, if you look back at this moment, it is very likely to be crushed under the stone. While hesitating, he still chose to save himself, and his body quickly rushed out of the range of the boulder. It's over. That girl is going to be suppressed. The students behind him noticed Tang Xiaowan. Their expressions changed one after another, and they exclaimed. Tang Xiaowan, who was dragged down, happened to be in the middle of the stone, and he didn't have time to get up and escape. She didn't seem to expect that she would fall into such a dangerous situation by saving people. At the moment of life and death, countless pictures flashed through my mind. The most is the scene where Su Yi went against the trend in the crowd and pulled her and Nie Xiaoyu up. It turns out that saving people requires such great courage and cost. At this time, several people were already desperately rushing forward, trying to save Tang Xiaowan, who was about to be crushed by the stone. They joined Longxia Academy in order to demonstrate the justice in their hearts and become void hunters, so they naturally couldn't bear to see people in danger. However, a figure rushed out faster than them. It was a figure with blood, so fast that it passed everyone in an instant, and without hesitation, it got under the boulder that was about to fall. Su Ye's eyes were calm, and he suddenly jumped to the left, kicked a kick towards the rock wall, and with the help of recoil, he picked up Tang Xiaowan and rushed to the side. The blessing of boiling blood greatly improved his speed. At the same time, the boulder fell with a bang, hitting the ground. The dust and smoke raised made several people who were preparing to save people stop one after another, and their faces changed drastically. A sharp-eyed student suddenly lit up and shouted, "Look!" In the dust and smoke, 2 figures rushed out. Su Yi actually hugged Tang Xiaowan like this, and rushed out from under the stones in a dangerous way. But the direction they rushed out was actually on the side of an empty mountain road, with a cliff below. Falling at this speed, they will only fall from halfway up the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. A student who reacted quickly activated his ability. He threw out a rapidly stretching rattan from his hand and drooped down the cliff, trying to hold Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan. However, after the rattan was stretched, it was bounced off by a certain force and lifted high. His face was full of confusion, and he felt
felt that his ability was actively rejected by a force. What's going on? He looked at the bounced cane in confusion and turned his gaze forward. By the way, why didn't that guy save people forward but rescued the cliff? If they fall like this, even if they don't die, they will never be able to climb to the top of the mountain again. Under the cliff, Su also hugged Tang Xiaowan tightly and fell rapidly. At the moment of falling, he had turned off the boiling blood and his eyes were calm and indifferent. Originally, he planned to find an opportunity to contact Tang Xiaowan alone, but with the help of her ability, he didn't expect the opportunity to jump into his sight. And the method he wanted to use was inconvenient to use in front of people, so he took her off the cliff and fell straight to the bottom of the mountain. The scenery on both sides kept sweeping upwards, and he reached into his arms with his right hand, took out a rope, and threw it hard to the side. The collar of the rope wrapped around a branch growing across the mountain wall, and the speed of falling slowed down instantly. He shook the rope, swung it gently, and rolled down the mountainside with Tang Xiaowan. It is between the first stone giant and the second stone giant here. Since Su Yi and Shui successfully crossed the first stone giant, other students have followed suit and tried to pass each other. Although a few were eliminated, most managed to bypass the golem and run up the mountain road. There are only 10 minutes left before the half-hour time limit. At this time, there was no trace of students near the mountain road. Ha-dash! Su also turned over and stood up, and let go of Tang Xiaowan in his arms when he landed. Tang Xiaowan was a little confused at the moment, and after sitting for a while, he stood up with a complicated expression. Su Yi, you saved me again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saving you. Su also waved his hand and quickly took a few steps back, keeping his distance from Tang Xiaowan. Tang Xiaowan's eyes flashed with complicated light, staring at Su Yi, hesitating for a moment, and suddenly spoke. In the past 2 years, you have saved me at least 5 times. What are you talking about? Su Yi's expression did not change, and his eyes swept forward, as if he was judging his current position and what he was looking for. I told you, I'm not saving you. Even if you think I'm saving you, the flag raising, the playground, and now this time, it's only 3 times. Where did the 5 times come from? He continued to walk forward quickly, and Tang Xiaowan followed closely behind him, while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Finally, Tang Xiaowan seemed to have found an opportunity to talk to Su Yi face to face, staring at his back intently, and said, 2 years ago, a gangster from Qinglong Hall wanted to harass me when I was out of school, but he was suddenly smashed down by a falling billboard, and I took the opportunity to escape. A week later, the Qinglong Hall organization collapsed for some reason, and the internal collapse completely collapsed. Ha! Su Yi kept walking. What does this have to do with me? What Qinglong Hall? I haven't heard of it at all. He walked briskly, with clear goals, and kept going. Tang Xiaowan quickened his pace, stared at Su Yi's side face, and kept saying, a year ago, Xiaoyu and I were followed by stalkers. As a result, the next day, the stalker was stripped naked and tied to a tree in the park. Really? It's really gratifying. Could it be that he did too many bad things and was punished by a superhero? Su also responded half-jokingly. Tang Xiaowan didn't get the answer he wanted, frowned slightly, and hurriedly ran to Su Yi's side and walked side by side with him. I fell from the flag-raising platform a few weeks ago, and you just happened to be there to save me. But the flag-raising platform was not damaged naturally, but a girl in the class deliberately destroyed it while she was out of school. The girl never showed up at school afterwards and chose to drop out. Obviously, there is only a week left before graduation. How could she drop out of school at this critical moment? What the hell do you want to say? Su also frowned and looked aside, his eyes wandering. These things are all behind your back. Tang Xiaowan stared at Su Yi's eyes, trying to find clues from them. Her eyes are like amber, shimmering with a charming luster in the sun. Tang Xiaowan, are you too narcissistic? Su also rolled his eyes, looking at the school flower in front of him with disgust. If you say so, I'm the perverted stalker, right? Now is not the time to say this. There are 10 minutes left in the test, and I still have to. Sure enough, you are the pretending to be cool boy mentioned by my sister. Tang Xiaowan said categorically. She wanted to ask the doubts in her heart more than the test. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Yi's eyes, and then disappeared. You must know my sister. Tang Xiaowan saw that he was indifferent, and suddenly became anxious. She stared at Su Yi, and there was a prayer in her eyes. Can you tell me? My sister, what did she die for? Before she died, the person who accompanied her to the art exhibition should be you, right? Why did the building of the art exhibition suddenly collapse, and was my sister really just smashed down? What exactly happened there? Why didn't the hospital let me see my sister's body? Su Yi didn't have the slightest expression on his face, but his right hand trembled slightly involuntarily. I don't understand what you're talking about. Tang Xiaowan shouted loudly, this is my sister's name, have you really forgotten? Su Yi's body trembled slightly, and the figure in the white dress appeared in his eyes again. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang of ephemeral flowers, it's good. Do you know, Su Yi, I actually have a younger sister. I heard that she is in the same school as you. If I have a chance, I will take you to meet her. You're not interested? My sister is a super beauty. Very cute. Su Yi, I don't seem to be able to hold on. If you can you help me take care of my sister more? She has been simple and introverted since she was a child, and she is easily bullied. If I'm gone, there's no one to protect her. Ahem. Suyi, look, did I look like a void hunter just now?
Memories flashed in his mind, and Suyi was expressionless and stared at Tang Xiaowan calmly.
I told you, I don't know the person you were talking about. The things you mentioned have nothing to do with me at all. I'm not saving you, I just want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Tang Xiaowan was stunned and stood still. Don't forget, the entrance test is not over yet, and I don't want to stop like this.
Su also said lightly, directly stopping the topic.
If you have any misunderstandings about me, wait until the test is over.
Tang Xiaowan had many doubts in his heart, but he could only suppress it temporarily, and his eyes showed firmness. She came here to inherit her sister's unfulfilled dream.
Time is running out at the moment, and there is no extra energy to entangle others. But now that we have fallen back to the bottom of the mountain, how can we cooperate to climb to the top of the mountain in 10 minutes? To be precise, it's 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Su also turned around and walked forward quickly.
But as long as nothing else, we are still expected to successfully reach the top.
But I have to confirm one thing first, he said, tilting his head slightly, and swept towards Tang Xiaowan behind him with his peripheral vision. Is the effect of your ability really as I thought?
Suya's speed became faster and faster, quickly shuttling between the mountain roads, and heading straight for the top of the mountain. Tang Xiaowan followed closely, without the slightest hesitation, and directly pallet out his ability.
My ability is S-level, power of creation.
Its effect is the ability to materialize unconscious objects.
Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed.
Suya's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
In other words, you just used your ability to transform a stone into a handheld gun, right?
Tang Xiaowan nodded in response, but I must have enough knowledge about the transformed substance. For example, if I want to convert a handheld gun, I have to understand its specific structure in advance. Otherwise, at most, you can only conjure up a useless empty shell. If I want to turn stones into substances like diamonds or pearls, I have to have a deep understanding of their molecular structure.
So you, the #1 student in the school, would take the initiative to study the structure of artillery guns in private? Su also raised his eyebrows, with a bit of ridicule.
Tang Xiaowan's face turned slightly red, and he said a little shyly, I'm actually quite interested in machinery and weapons.
What about the speed and duration of conversion?
Su didn't pay too much attention to her unusual interest, but continued to ask questions. The speed of transformation is related to the material of the object itself. Tang Xiaowan quickly replied, for example, it takes about a minute to turn a stone into an iron gun.
But if it's steel in your hand, it might only take 30 seconds. The more complex things you transform, the longer it takes energy and time. As for the duration, as long as the energy is sufficient, it can achieve complete transformation.
Su also turned to look at her. So you use a special technique to complete the material transformation in a short period of time, and it will return to its original state after using it?
Tang Xiaowan nodded. That's right.
Very good. It's about the same as I judged. Su also stopped abruptly and arrived at his originally planned destination.
Directly in front of him was the location of the second stone giant.
It was still embedded in the rock wall at the moment, and the stones were scattered all over the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. As if sensing the arrival of Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan, the stone giant struggled, the rock wall trembled, shook his body, and tried to climb out of it. The gravel on the ground flew up one after another, slowly condensing into it, trying to reshape its body. But the wound on its chest that was pierced never healed. Su Yi did not bypass the stone giant and continued to advance towards the top of the mountain, but stopped, as if waiting for it to recover.
Hey, what does that mean? Tang Xiaowan was surprised when he saw him suddenly stop. Shouldn't we run to the top of the mountain while it hasn't recovered? Even if we run with all our might, we won't be able to climb to the top of the mountain in a few minutes.
Su also stared calmly ahead and suddenly took out his mobile phone and started operating.
Let me ask you, do you know about rocket booster?
Although Tang Xiaowan did not understand Su Ye's intentions, he still replied, of course I know. Isn't that the device used to accelerate when the rocket is launched?
Can you translate it?
Su also asked suddenly.
Are you kidding?
Tang Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and he felt ridiculous when he heard this. I just said that transformation must first understand its specific structure. Not to mention that the rocket booster is a state secret. We can't get its specific structure at all.
Even if it can be made, the energy and time required are amazing. I don't need you to be a full rocket booster.
Su Yi had a firm gaze, looking at the stone giant who was jumping from the rock wall and gradually reorganizing his body, and said without looking back, how long will it take for you to scale it down to the same scale and make two 1-meter-wide models? Tang Xiaowan muttered in a low voice, feeling that he was not joking. After thinking for a while, she replied, it's such a big size, it will take about 5 minutes. If you don't count the energy consumption and make it with all your might, maybe about 3 minutes.
However, it is still the same sentence. There is no specific structure and blueprint. Is this design drawing detailed enough? Su also threw a mobile phone with his backhand and asked without looking back.
Tang Xiaowan picked up the mobile phone, looked down in a panic, and his eyes suddenly widened. On the mobile phone screen, an extremely complex and cumbersome blueprint is displayed.
Each part is accompanied by by detailed data and is extremely precise. How did you have a blueprint for a rocket booster? She couldn't help but ask, her face full of disbelief. This can only be stored in the national database, and it is definitely a confidential document. Wait, could it be you? She stared at Su Yi, and a ridiculous guess popped up in her mind. Su Yi calmly took out a scabbard from his arms and said indifferently, I was curious for a while before, and accidentally saved a few pictures. Is this a question that can be prevaricated for a moment of curiosity? Tang Xiaowan was immediately stunned, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, this is too foul. Less nonsense. Su Yi's eyes froze, and he shouted, I've already given you the blueprint, tell me, can you transform it? At this moment, most of the stone giant's body had recovered, and he finally struggled to jump off the rock wall. But there are so many places that it cannot be completely restored in a short period of time. Tang Xiaowan's face instantly became solemn. She glanced down at her phone, and the data of countless parts in her eyes swept by like a flashing data stream. At the same time, these parts seemed to transform into a solid body in her mind, and they were quickly assembled and assembled. After a while, she opened her eyes and said with an extremely serious expression, it's easy. Within 3 minutes, I will definitely be able to transform it. She actually exuded a firm confidence. Very good. Su Yi was filled with blood mist, quickly grabbed Tang Xiaowan, and rushed forward without looking back. In just 3 seconds, the two rushed to the side of the stone giant who had recovered most of his body. His steps did not pause at all, and he rushed upwards without looking back. Su Yi climbed the stone giant's body while pulling Gu Shao out of the scabbard, and the white light instantly covered the broken sword. The stone giant seemed to feel provoked, and angrily slapped Su Yi with his newly reorganized right arm. Su also protected Tang Xiaowan steadily behind him, and greeted him with a horizontal sword. This time, he didn't dodge, and directly waved Gu Shao to slash at the stone arm. The extremely hard stone arm broke and was neatly split in half, and the rubble flew around. Su Yi's clothes were blown by the fist wind, and he ignored the gravel shuttling on both sides of his body. His eyes were calm and firm. There are still 5 minutes left until the end of the test. I'll delay it for 3 minutes with all my might. You transformed this guy's 2 legs into a rocket thruster. Don't worry, I will never let you be hurt in the slightest before the transformation is completed. After experiencing the initial confusion, the students gradually figured out the characteristics and attack methods of the stone giant. Although these stone giants are all rock realms from the energy realm, their attack patterns are very simple. They have no special abilities, and they will only block them with huge fists and feet. After a comprehensive evaluation, their strength is at most a little stronger than that of the stone realm awakeners, and their strength has reached the standard of the rock realm. The students who were able to obtain Dragon Jade and enter Longxia Academy have all experienced combat tests. After slowly calming down, they observed the stone giants, gave full play to their respective advantages, broke through obstacles one after another, and marched towards the top of the mountain. As the half-hour countdown approached, the number of students who successfully reached the summit gradually increased. They were all more or less scarred, but each had excitement on their faces, motivating themselves to break through the defenses of the 5 golems and get here. Do you see it, teacher Sanwei? Lianshou smiled and pointed in the direction of the top of the mountain. I said earlier that these children are all geniuses, and they will not be hindered by this at all. This difficulty is not a test for them at all. The corners of Sanwei's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought silently in his heart, in just half an hour, there are more than 30 students who have been eliminated, including S-level ability. 5 more students were seriously injured, and if I hadn't taken action in time, they might have died on the mountain. You still say this is not a test? All the students who were eliminated in the first 5 years together are less than half of the number eliminated in today's test. Of course, he could only complain secretly in his heart, but a smile appeared on his face and he smiled dryly. Ha, the time is coming. Yes. Lianshou put away his gaze, nodded and stood up. We also went to the top of the mountain to pick up the wind and wash the dust for these children who passed the test. Sanwei also stood up, following Lianshou. The next moment, a breeze blew, and the figures of the two disappeared in an instant. At the same moment, on the top of the mountain, Lianshou and Sanwei tapped their toes on the ground and suddenly appeared like teleportation, immediately attracting the attention of the resting students around them. They looked nervous, some still maintained the habits of students, and quickly got up. Hello, instructor. They were amazed by the means by which the two instructors could teleport out of thin air. One of the blue-haired, glasses-wearing students raised his eyebrows lightly and said to himself, this is the flying shadow in the 5 arts. It can cross such a long distance. It is worthy of Longxia Academy. Lianshou smiled and nodded. His eyes swept over everyone present, and after a while, he counted the number of people, 78 people. It seems that there are still 2 places. He took out his pocket watch from his arms again and looked down. There is a half-hour time limit left before the test, and there are 5 minutes left. After about 30 seconds, a panting figure climbed to the top of the mountain and sat down directly on the ground, showing an excited expression. Catch up, catch up. This is the small student who pulled Tang Xiaowan down before. After breaking through the 3rd golem, several people who had cooperated with him stayed away from him and discussed. The guy who abandoned his companion at a critical moment
moment, no one wanted to partner with him again. Although he was unwilling, he relied on his strength to pass through the two stone giants behind him and climb to the top of the mountain. Seeing him appear, more than 10 people in the crowd frowned and cast their eyes unhappily. Just now, he pulled down Tang Xiaowan at a critical juncture, and their behavior of escaping for his life alone was seen by them. In their eyes, this kind of person is extremely disgusting. The little man naturally noticed the eyes around him, shrank his neck, and although he was a little embarrassed, he still patted his butt and stood up. I didn't mean to harm her. In that situation, who can take care of so much? The opportunity to join Longsha Academy this time is too precious. How could I fall in that kind of place? Besides, she was not held down by the stone and was rescued. Isn't it a good thing? He had a lot of thoughts in his heart, constantly making excuses for his actions just now. Soon, the guilt in his heart gradually dissipated, and he secretly vowed, as long as I can successfully join Longsha Academy, I will never do such a thing again in the future. In self-consolation, he smiled again, secretly happy that he had passed the first trial. The only thing that made him feel a little apprehensive was whether his actions just now would be seen by the two instructors. Instructor, when I just came over, there was no one behind me. He looked at Lian Shou in front of him and cautiously tentatively spoke. We should have passed this first test, right? At this moment, he just wanted to confirm whether he had passed the test as soon as possible to ensure that he could successfully join Longsha Academy. Lian Shou looked up at him lightly. Rules are rules. The time hasn't come yet, and the test is naturally not over yet. The little man shrank his neck and sat back down with some embarrassment, but he was also relieved. The instructor did not question him, let alone blame. Think about it, with so many students, it is impossible for the instructor to stare at everyone in detail. Besides, he didn't violate the rules, but he had to give up his companion in a hurry. He kept comforting himself, and instead of pleasing the crowd, he sat alone in the corner. One way or another, he has passed the test and is one of the top 80. Anyway, there are only a few minutes left until the end of the test, so it doesn't hurt to wait. The big deal is that after the test, apologize to Tang Xiaowan, she should understand herself. He held his chin, and his mind recalled his life after successfully entering Longsha Academy, and a smile appeared on his face. The hands turned second by second, and the end was getting closer and closer, with less than 2 minutes left. As the little man said, there were no other students behind him. In addition to the more than 30 people who were eliminated, only a few people were struggling to rush past the fourth stone giant, and they couldn't make it to the top of the mountain anyway. A trace of regret flashed in Songwei's eyes, and he silently read in his heart, it seems that only 79 people can pass this first test. In his perception, the students trapped in the fourth golem were exhausted and almost gave up on the struggle. On the side of the second stone giant, the two students who fell from the cliff inexplicably fought with the stone giant. If you don't choose to continue climbing the mountain but fight hard with the stone giant, this behavior is really meaningless. He retracted his senses, looked forward, and sighed softly. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. The shockwave rushed straight to the top of the mountain, like an earthquake, which shocked the people who were resting. What happened? The little man in the corner was so shaken that he fell to the ground and looked around blankly. Lian Shou, who has always been expressionless and holding a stopwatch, raised the corners of his mouth high. That guy, he really did it. The roar came from far and near, instantly rushing to the top of the mountain. Immediately afterwards, a huge shadow rose into the sky, obscuring half of the top of the mountain. At this moment, almost 80% of the students stared wide-eyed, their mouths open as if they could stuff an egg, and looked into the air in shock. What the hell is this? Everyone looked up. A huge stone giant actually soared into the sky from the side of the cliff. The stones in the sky continued to fall as it rose. The stone giant had a big hole in his chest, his arms were all shattered, and his legs, which were originally condensed from stone, were now connected to two thrusters that sprayed tongues of fire, and the blazing flames continued to spray out. The two thrusters seemed to grow on it out of thin air, and the connection was tightly sealed, and the fire soared into the sky, emitting a deafening roar. How did the stone giant appear here? What happened? Can the stone giant fly? Astro Boy is here. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone stared at the sky in surprise. With the powerful thrust of the thruster, the stone giant continued to climb upward. However, two figures jumped down from above it and stepped heavily on the top of the mountain. Rumble! The stone giant in the air rose several meters higher, and then suddenly exploded in midair, like a blooming stone fireworks. The sky is full of rubble, raising billowing dust and smoke. In the smoke, a tired voice slowly sounded, "Look, I said we can reach the top of the mountain." Suyi and Tang Xiaowan's figures walked out of the dust and smoke. Suyi's clothes were already tattered and obviously seriously injured, and Tang Xiaowan, who was standing behind him, was unscathed. His eyes flashed, but he seemed to be immersed in the shock just now. After a minute of fierce battle with Gu Xiao, Su also abruptly delayed Golem for 2 minutes to buy time for Tang Xiaowan to use his ability. Tang Xiaowan also made every effort to activate his ability, successfully transforming the stone giant's legs into thrusters within 3 minutes, and directly took the two of them to the top of the mountain. The crowd saw the two finally appear, with different expressions. Everyone stared at Su Yi. It seemed that this guy made a huge splash every time he appeared. Shui and Bai Tao looked at each other and smiled in the crowd, seeing Suya's face with relief. Han Hao also noticed Tang Xiaowan, and immediately rejoiced, thinking that he had more opportunities to contact this beautiful woman. And the short man standing on the edge showed an extremely strange expression as if he had seen a ghost, and he didn't expect Tang Xiaowan to be able to climb to the top of the mountain.
Congratulations on reaching the top.
Lian Shou laughed and looked at Suyi and Tang Xiaowan, his eyes full of admiration under his sunglasses. But his smile quickly subsided and he took out his arms to express his intentions.
It's a pity that there are now 79 people on the top of the mountain. There is still 1 minute and 47 seconds left until the end of the test. In other words, between the two of you, only one person can pass the test. As soon as the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar again.
The two reached the top of the mountain in such a gorgeous way, but only one person was left.
No matter how you look at it, it's a pity.
Song Wei next to him was full of surprise, and turned his head to plead with Lian Shou. Instructor Lian Shou, these two children also arrived within the time limit.
It doesn't hurt to have one more place. Why don't you let them all pass?
No. Lian Shou's expression did not fluctuate, but his eyes were firmly stared ahead. Rules are rules. He held his pocket watch, stubbornly maintaining his position, and his eyes fell on Suyi.
In the face of this situation, what would you choose? Only one person can pass through. Tang Xiaowan's original joy was instantly extinguished by cold water. She and Su finally rushed to the top of the mountain, but only one person succeeded?
A trace of unwillingness and loss flashed in her eyes, and she smiled bitterly and took a step back. I quit.
If it weren't for you, I would have been eliminated long ago. This place should be left to you.
Suyi frowned slightly and glanced at her. You tried your best to come here. Do you really have the heart to give up like this?
Without your ability, we wouldn't be able to reach the top at all. Don't you want to try again, such as guessing the winner?
Tang Xiaowan did not hesitate after making a decision, and said softly, my sister once taught me that we must be grateful to those who have helped us. I came here because I wanted to inherit my sister's last wish.
But you are more suitable to be a void hunter. Regardless of reason, this qualification should belong to you.
Heh, what a stupid theory. Su also sneered and turned his head to ignore it.
Have you decided? There is still 1 minute.
Lian Shou looked at the two of them. Which of you will be the last one to pass?
Su also walked straight forward and responded lightly. Ah, it's decided.
Seeing his actions, the crowd showed all kinds of complicated expressions. They didn't expect that Tang Xiaowan would give up the customs clearance quota so neatly. If it were them, they would never give up this rare opportunity so decisively. Suya's footsteps did not stop, nor did he walk towards the crowd, but walked towards the corner. So, are you here to get the last spot?
Lian Shou's eyes followed Suyi and asked.
No. When Suyi replied, he had already stood in front of the little man and stopped. Both of us, we will pass this test.
You, what do you want to do?
Seeing Suyi suddenly appear, the little man stood up suddenly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. An inexplicable uneasiness surged in his heart, and he said urgently, there are already 79 people here. You too, at most one can pass the test.
Do you want to break the rules? Rule 1.
Suyi stared at the little man coldly and said lightly, you must climb to the top of the mountain in 30 minutes.
Rule 2. The number of people who finally pass the test is only 80.
If you climb to the top and there are already 80 people, then I'm sorry you couldn't pass the first test. He repeated the rules that Yamashita Lianshou had said, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised a sneer. So, Suya's right hand reached out like lightning, instantly grabbed the little man's neck, and lifted him up directly.
Here is in the corner, and within a few steps, he carried the little man to the edge of the mountain. You, what are you doing?
The little man with his neck strangled suddenly had difficulty breathing, his face was full of horror, and he waved his arms desperately. He gathered energy in his palm, and an invisible shockwave hit Suyi. But Su also seemed to have a premonition, tilted his head slightly, and easily dodged the attack. That is, as long as the time is over, there are no more than 80 people on the top of the mountain. His hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were extremely indifferent, but the corners of his mouth hung with a dangerous arc.
A person like you who betrayed his companions and fled alone is also worthy of being a void hunter?
The next moment, he let go of his right hand. The little man suddenly lost control and fell down. He was terrified, waved his body desperately, grabbed the rock wall with his hands, his eyes were full of unwillingness, and shouted in a scream, you are murder.
Instructor, stop him quickly.
Suyi raised his right foot expressionlessly and stomped hard. The little man screamed, his hands were released due to severe pain, and the whole person fell off the cliff out of control. At the same time, Lian Shou didn't seem to see this scene at all, and closed the pocket watch in his hand.
It's time. The number of people on the mountain is exactly 80.
Congratulations, you have completed the first test. There was a dead silence in the crowd, and everyone looked forward in shock.
Suya's ruthless methods made their hearts tighten. Falling off the cliff like this, won't you die?
Song Wei's face changed slightly, and the blue light in his palm flashed. I saw a rock villain come out of the rock wall and catch the falling little man in midair. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by extreme fear.
If he really falls like this, he will definitely die. Song Wei frowned and looked at Suyi with a little anger. There is no buffer under this cliff at all. This is a living human life. Isn't this too much for you? As a student who has just become an adult, Suya's actions seem unacceptably cruel in his eyes. Isn't the teacher always there? Su also turned his head, and his face hung on that lazy look again. Would you really let him fall like that? Songwei was stunned for a moment, and replied subconsciously, of course not. That's fine. Su also thought lightly, turned around, and walked straight into the crowd. Tang Xiaowan stood on the edge of the mountain in a daze, his brain down for a while. She inexplicably passed the test. But Su also threw the man off the top of the mountain, but a chill surged in her heart. That look in action seemed to not care about the life and death of the little man at all. She stared at Suyi complicatedly, but her heart was shrouded in a layer of fog, and she couldn't see through him at all. Songwei was blocked back by Suya's words, and a hint of strangeness flashed in his heart. Could it be that he took this into account and threw the little man off the cliff? No. After a few seconds, he cleared his mind and frowned. Don't steal the concept. Is there any inevitable connection between whether I will save people and your so-called cruelty? In the future, your goals will be void hunters. If you are all like this, how can I believe that you can protect the people and the country? At this time, Suyi was extremely tired, and after a fierce battle, his physical strength and energy were exhausted. He sat on the ground, too lazy to argue, and only calmly replied, it's none of my business? Is it a good thing to let this kind of person who abandoned his teammates become a void hunter? I'm just helping you clean up a piece of garbage. Songwei didn't expect a freshman to be so rude and full of distortion. He frowned and was about to attack, but was stopped by Lian Shou beside him. Well said. Lian Shou smiled, didn't mind Suye's attitude, but praised it loudly. After a while, he turned to look at Songwei, who was unhappy, and said lightly, Teacher Songwei, you are too particular about form. What do you mean? Songwei didn't expect Lian Shou to stop him, and frowned. Why did he appear last? Lian Shou pointed at Suyi and asked, because he went to save that girl. Songwei naturally witnessed the picture of Suyi saving people, and he was deeply impressed. What did the student who was kicked off the cliff by him do? He pushed down the person who saved him and fled for his life. Songwei replied according to Lian Shou's words, but his brows became tighter and tighter. This is the instinct to survive in danger, although it is not right, but as long as it is guided and educated, it can still be cultivated into a qualified void hunter. But he was so ruthless to his classmates just now, he was too cruel, and the student was not guilty of death. So I hate you idealists. Lian Shou shook his head and smiled. I always think that people can change. That kid chose to give up saving his companions in this situation. Why do you believe that in times of crisis, he will protect the people instead of fleeing for his own life? Songwei was slightly stunned, and a thick confusion flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, people can be changed, and the profession of the void hunter is sacred, and he should not be as ruthless as Su Yi. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that Su Ye's approach is right. When he broke through the first golem, he seemed to use Chui, but as long as Chui trusted him, he would take the other party through with him. When Tang Xiaowan was hit by a stone and her life was in danger, he was the first to rush forward and rescue her despite the danger. As for the little man who was thrown down, there was also a problem with his character itself. Although Su Ye's actions were so cruel that he seemed to be putting people to death, he seemed to have already determined that he would save people. Judging from the results, everything he did was not only wrong, but also full of a sense of justice. It's just that there is a big difference between this justice and the justice in his heart. The justice that Songwei adheres to and abides by is selfless and pure, and the justice that Su Yi practiced was completely contrary to him. Songwei stood silently, falling into deep thought. Is it that the justice he adheres to is wrong, and Su is the one who is truly right? Lian Shou glanced at Songwei with profound meaning. Now that the situation has changed drastically, the entire Dragon Kingdom is facing an unprecedented crisis. If all the Void Hunters adhere to justice like Batman, then humanity will eventually perish. Their compassion and unattainable moral bottom line will become a sharp blade for the attack of the vanity, and in the end, they will only hurt themselves. He completed the test within the rules, so naturally there was no problem. Lian Shou's calm words put an end to this fierce debate. The discussion between them also made the surrounding students frown and ponder, and their hearts began to struggle with right and wrong. Lian Shou smiled slightly and slowly walked to the students. You can take a break. In half an hour, we will have a second test here. His words directly interrupted everyone's thoughts and immediately caused a lot of surprise. Can you only rest for half an hour? Oh no, I just consumed too much energy from climbing the mountain. Everyone is in a different state. Isn't this too unfair? There were bursts of complaints from the crowd, expressing their dissatisfaction. Lian Shou smiled and took out a pure golden ball from his arms and gently threw it to the ground. Of course, in order to ensure the fairness of this test, I will not let you participate with your current state. The golden ball shattered on the ground, and suddenly a golden mist filled the air, quickly enveloping most of the top of the mountain, tightly wrapping the figures of all the students. Su also looked around curiously, only to feel that these golden mists seeped into his body along the pores. In a few breaths, he felt that the injuries, physical strength, and even the almost exhausted energy on his body were recovering quickly at an astonishing speed. He showed a shocked expression
impression and immediately realized that this was obviously a one-time treasure.
This is Bao, catching the wind and washing the dust.
Lian Shou looked at the surprised students in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Recover with all your might, get ready.
In the next second test, less than half of the people can be left.
Lian Shou's words were like a depth charge, exploding in everyone's hearts.
In the next test, less than half of the people will survive? Doesn't this mean that they will be eliminated almost half the time?
They struggled to climb to the top of the mountain, but they couldn't accept the reality. The top of the mountain suddenly fell into a dead silence, and everyone desperately absorbed the golden mist, using the power of Bao to try to restore their physical strength and energy.
Lian Shou looked at everyone indifferently, tilted his head slightly, and walked to the corner away from the students with Songwei. Songwei's brows furrowed, as if he was still thinking about the situation just now.
Since he was born, he has been immersed in the stories of his predecessors. Since he was a child, he has envisioned this sacred profession and regarded it as a lifelong pursuit. When he grew up, he entered Longxia Academy as he wished and became a glorious void hunter. Over the years, he has traveled through countless virtual realms, fought fiercely with virtual beasts and demons, and even injured several times to protect the people. In his eyes, the void hunter should be like him, full of justice, shouldering the highest morality and responsibility. He adheres to this justice and regards it as an honor. However, Suye's behavior just now deeply shocked him. The result was obviously just, but the process was difficult for him to accept. Lian Shou took out a cigarette from his arms, lit it in his mouth, and said with a light smile, "Teacher Songwei, you should rarely have contact with other void hunters, right?" Songwei turned his head and nodded. When the hunting void team was recruited, my ability was not easy to cooperate with others, so I have always been a lone traveler. There are a total of 100 hunting teams in the Dragon Kingdom, but not all void hunters join the team. Some people with special abilities and difficulty in cooperation will become lone walker and hunt virtual beasts alone. Of course, the minimum threshold to become a lone traveler is to reach the mountain realm. The masters who surpassed the mountain realm did not need to join the hunting void team at all. The team will restrict their movement and waste manpower. For example, Ruan Rue usually acts alone and only cooperates with other lone travelers when he encounters extremely dangerous virtual realms.
I think so.
Lian Shou spat out a smoke ring and chuckled. You have never seen other void hunters, let alone cooperated. No wonder you were so naive. Although Songwei is a teacher, he is only 26 years old. Only 2 years after graduating from Longxia College, he became a teacher of the college with his strength and theory. Most of the people he came into contact with were teachers and students of the academy.
Instructor Lian Shou, what do you mean? Songwei frowned and looked at him suspiciously. There is no single form of justice. Lian Shou said meaningfully, as a virtual hunter, everyone has their own unique justice. Although the paths are different, in the end, they are all fighting for the realization of inner justice.
Of course, at all times, we must stick to the basic bottom line. If you only look at the results, justice will be reduced to a selfish guise. But if you pay too much attention to the process, it will also lead to judgment bias. Sometimes, you can't judge a person just by his behavior, but by his essence. Think about it carefully. Is the essence of that child justice or chaos? Does he have his own bottom line? After saying that, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and trampled it out at will. By the way, do you remember the request I gave you before? When the time comes, please prepare the venue for the second test. Lian Shou turned around and left without looking back.
Songwei stood in place, silently digesting Lian Shou's words. Essential.
In his mind, Suye's actions in the test flashed one after another. After a while, the confusion gradually dissipated, and the furrowed brows slowly relaxed.
This is his unique of justice. 20 minutes are fleeting.
Almost all students regained their physical strength and energy with the help of catching the wind and washing dust. They were full of energy, their eyes solemn, and they stared at Lian Shou, who had returned leisurely from afar. Faced with the upcoming second trial, everyone was apprehensive for fear that they would be eliminated.
Don't be so nervous, relax.
Lian Shou smiled slightly, his eyes swept around. Since your state is almost restored, then let me tell you the rules of the second trial. Everyone suddenly cheered up, sat down cross-legged, staring at Lian Shou intently, for fear of missing any detail. I believe that everyone here, the purpose of joining Longxia Academy is to become a real void hunter. Lian Shou looked at everyone from a distance and slowly spoke. But you also know how high the risk index of becoming a void hunter is. As a void hunter, you not only have to shuttle through the major virtual realms, but also face the ferocious attacks of virtual beasts and virtual demons. In the face of these crises, what do you think can greatly increase your chances of survival? The crowd sitting around immediately whispered and thought about the issue of Lian Shou.
Soon, someone spoke. Strong enough? Lian Shou shook his head gently. Speed? As long as you run fast enough, you may be able to avoid danger.
He still shook his head. Then, various answers emerged. Energy, wisdom, and powerful treasure. All kinds of voices blurted out, but Lian Shou just shook his head lightly.
After a while, an extra cautious voice came from the crowd. Luck?
Everyone looked along the voice, only to see a boy with a beautiful face but a strange temperament, and said cautiously. Su also insisted instantly recognized that this was Bai Tao, who disappeared immediately after the first test began. I don't know what means he used, but his body was unscathed, as if he had never experienced any battle at all.
That's right, it's luck. When Lien Shou heard this answer, the corners of his mouth immediately raised and said loudly,
in the face of the same crisis, it is not Nisis that the strong who survive. Many times, it is often the lucky person who survives.
As soon as the words fell, the mountain peaks under everyone's feet began to tremble violently. In the next second, the entire mountain slowly sank.
Everyone looked around in panic, not understanding what was happening. Half a minute later, this majestic mountain peak became shorter little by little.
The jagged summit gradually flattened.
The entire peak was like a raised piece of paper, slowly flattened. The trees that originally grew halfway up the mountain were all compressed to the same plane at this moment.
Here, the peaks turn into a forest.
The forest covers an area of about 200 meters square, vast and difficult to walk with dense trees. The slightly raised stone walls on both sides surround the forest like a barrier, forming four natural boundaries. Lien Shou stood there with his hands behind his back, a meaningful smile on his face.
This is the second test I have prepared for you, and it is also a test of your luck. Its name is called Dash. Ghost Catch People. Who are you catching, people? Hearing the name of the test, many people looked surprised. Isn't this exactly the game that children often play? How did it appear here and become a test item? And what does this game have to do with luck?
Lien Shou smiled and glanced at everyone, his eyes flashing strangely under his sunglasses. After a while, he slowly spoke. The rules of this test are very simple.
In the next test, I will play the role of a ghost. And you are the people who run away and hide in all directions. I'll give you 5 minutes to hide. No matter where you hide in the forest, you can hide it however you want. In 5 minutes, I'm going to start catching people.
A strange smile curled up on the corner of his mouth, which made the students present shiver involuntarily.
Anyone who is caught by me and loses consciousness will be eliminated and lose their admission qualifications.
As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone's faces changed suddenly, and they looked forward in astonishment. They vividly remember the scene where the late student was knocked away. Instructor Lien Shou's strength was unfathomable, and his shooting speed was so fast that almost no one could catch him.
Bang! Now, they actually want to hide and survive in front of such a master?
Feeling the panic of the students, Lien Shou smiled slightly, and a wave of energy gradually emanated around his body. This fluctuation went from weak to strong, and soon stabilized, surrounding him. After feeling this power, everyone's expressions were different, and they all felt a sense of oppression. I can guarantee that when I fight you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the rock realm.
Lien Shou's tone was calm.
After sensing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it is only the strength of the rock realm, not irresistible. Although everyone is an awakener of the stone realm and has different strengths, they have their own fighting talents. Even if you can't defeat the rock realm, the chance of survival is still very high. Confidence gradually returned to their faces, and some of them were eager to try. Lien Shou noticed their changes, smiled even more, and withdrew the energy fluctuations on his body. This test lasted a total of 10 minutes.
As long as you hold on for 10 minutes and don't get caught by me, you will pass. Finally, I have a word of advice for you.
He stood with his hands on his back, looking relaxed.
Time is money.
I hope your luck can help you pass this test. After he finished speaking, he took out his pocket watch and waited quietly for the second hand to turn. Just when the second hand was about to reach the hour, he shouted loudly, "Instructor Tsangwei, I'm sorry to trouble you." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 rock walls rose under his feet in an instant, forming a closed cuboid that completely covered him. At the same time, the pointer fell on the hour, and Lien Shou's dull voice came from inside the rock wall. Now, the test begins. As soon as the sound fell, the students who were ready to go instantly burst into extreme speed and ran towards the edge of the forest without looking back. With the effect of catch the wind and wash dust, they have returned to their best condition.
The thinking is also very clear.
The rule is that ghosts catch people, and Lien Shou must find the target from the spot. He is in the center of the forest, and as long as the students hide on the edge, they can greatly reduce the probability of being caught. In a matter of seconds, the forest center was sparsely populated, and most of the 80 students disappeared. Su also frowned slightly, staring at the rock wall in the center of the field. His eyes narrowed slightly. The damaged clothes on his body had already been restored to their original state by repairers. At this moment, he was pondering the rules of this test. The rules seem simple, and Lien Shou has limited his own energy realm,
but he always felt that something was wrong.
If these rules were the only ones, they could reduce their chances of being caught by simply hiding at the edge of the forest.
But why does Lien Shou specifically mention the word luck? This has nothing to do with luck at all.
He thought quickly, didn't stop any longer, and ran straight in one direction. At this time, there were not many people left in the forest, and the other students were scattered and hiding in their respective corners. They tried their best to stay away from others, lest they be found by Lien Shou, and took them all in one pot. Su also secretly observed the footprints on the ground, the traces everywhere, and the energy fluctuations, trying to infer where the others were hiding. 2 minutes later, he stopped by
by a tree and said to himself, here it is. This is located between the edge of the forest and Lianshou. Neither hiding in a corner like most people, nor keeping a certain distance from Lianshou. In Su Ye's view, this position is just right. He casually picked up a branch on the ground and started the repair hand. In the next second, under the traction of the white light, he soared into the air and jumped onto the trunk with the help of branches. This ancient tree was lush and leafy, enough to cover his entire figure. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he flew to the tree, the leaves behind him shook, and then there was a strange scream. Su also turned around suddenly, only to see a figure climbing on the tree trunk in an extremely strange posture, looking nervous, about to jump off the tree. The man's movements were extremely smooth, and his escape posture seemed to have been practiced countless times. Bai Tao? Su Yi looked puzzled and recognized the person who was running away. Ha! Hearing someone calling his name, Bai Tao, who was about to jump off the tree trunk, stopped moving, turned his head to look. It's you, Su Yi's little brother. He maintained a posture of running away at any time, carefully kept his distance from Su Yi, and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect it to be you. Why are you here? Su Yi frowned and looked at Bai Tao puzzled. There is no trace of anyone passing by here. Before he chose this place, he deliberately checked the surrounding environment to make sure that no one had passed by. My ability is a bit special, hee hee. Bai Tao touched the back of his head and smiled, but didn't reveal more. Su Yi was full of doubts and looked at him carefully. Why don't you go to the edge of the forest to hide? There are too many people on the edge of the forest, and although I am the farthest from the instructor, I always feel unsafe. Bai Tao squatted on the branch, touched the back of his head and smirked. With my many years of experience, if you want to avoid pursuit, you must avoid convention, and the more unexpected the better. What we can think of, that instructor must be able to think of it too. Pursuit, experience? Su also heard two extremely interesting words from Bai Tao's mouth. Just as he was about to ask questions, the roar of rocks suddenly shattering came from his ears, accompanied by Lianshou's loud laughter, resounding in all directions. It's time. The ghost is coming to arrest someone. Su Yi and Bai Tao stopped talking almost at the same time. They looked at each other, silently hiding among the trees, nervously waiting for the next movement. Is the so-called ghost catching people really that simple? However, only half a second later, the faces of the two changed suddenly, and they looked up together. A violent energy fluctuation quickly passed over their heads. I saw Lianshou's figure, speeding through the air at an astonishing speed, unabashedly surging the energy in his body, and rushed straight to the edge of the mountains and forests. In the next second, an earth-shattering roar rang out. The two looked into the distance and saw that the edge of the forest seemed to have been attacked by a missile, dusty and vibrating. At the same time, Songwei's calm voice came from the air. The three have been eliminated. As a teaching assistant, his responsibility at the moment is to inform each student of the number of eliminated students. Eliminated 3 people at once? Su also heard the news, and his face suddenly sank. This test was far more dangerous than he expected. Although the realm was restricted, Lianshou's terrifying strength was still far beyond his imagination. Is that kind of speed really something that can break out in the rock realm? On the edge of the mountains and forests, Lianshou stepped on the ground, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked into countless cracks that spread like a spider web. The forest was dimly lit, and occasionally a few rays of sunlight shone on his sunglasses, reflecting a dazzling light. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the tree on his right suddenly crumbled out of thin air. A student fell from a tree, his face full of horror. What happened? Before he finished speaking, his body seemed to be under an invisible attack, and he flew out suddenly, falling unconscious. Lianshou kept walking, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the bushes 20 meters away. Another student was knocked out of the air and fainted to the ground. He did not pause at all, jumped sharply, and jumped tens of meters. With the breakage of the tree, another student was eliminated on the spot. His face was still relaxed, looking ahead, and he said to himself, I'll go over there next. I saw him squatting down and flicking hard as if he were a horse. The next moment, his whole body soared into the sky like a javelin and galloped towards the other side of the forest. In just 5 seconds, with a roar, Songwei's calm voice like an ancient well sounded again. The two have been eliminated. Hey, this is a joke. Bai Tao maintained an alert posture of jumping from the tree at any time, listening to the report, his face pale. He looked up at the sky and saw Lianshou shuttling through the air every few seconds, quickly flying over any corner of the forest with his powerful explosive power. Every time you land, several students will be eliminated. In just 2 minutes, the number of eliminated people has reached 10. With a light leap, he was able to jump from one end of the forest to the other. Those students who fled to the edge of the forest had no advantage in hiding as imagined. On the contrary, because a large number of people gathered on the edge, the number of eliminations surged. Su Yi's expression was not very good. He just stared intently into the air, and a touch of nervousness surged in his heart. The direction is completely random, and the destination is irregular. He shuttled around the forest at will with his own ideas and preferences, eliminating anyone he noticed. Is this the so-called test of luck? Lianshou's actions seem to perfectly interpret the word luck. He is like a hunter, holding a shotgun and pulling the trigger at will, randomly
randomly hunting the prey in front of him. And whether the students scattered throughout the forest can survive depends entirely on good luck.
If you are unlucky and happen to be hit by Lian Shou's attack, you will inevitably be eliminated.
If this continues, it is not safe to stay here. Bai Tao's face was anxious, and his eyes kept scanning the ground, as if he was looking for a way to escape. But Suyi on the side, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashed with thought. Is this really just a simple test of luck? Judging from Lian Shou's random jumping movements, it seems that it is really testing the luck of the students.
Those who are caught by him will be eliminated almost in the next second. Those who are not caught are lucky and lucky to survive. Is the so-called hiding really useful? Why is he eliminating people so fast? Didn't everyone else hide it properly?
Su also intertwined his fingers, gently pressed them on his eyebrows, and various clues and entries flashed in his mind. Every word Lian Shou said when introducing the rules seemed to hover in front of his eyes.
Hiding, ghost catching and 10 minutes. The news of the eliminated people kept coming in my ears. Another 2 minutes passed, and the number of eliminated people increased sharply, reaching 20. The original 80 people are now only 60 left.
This astonishing elimination rate made the students hiding everywhere panic, fearing that they would be the next to be eliminated. Suyi felt irritable in his heart, feeling that the voice announcing the elimination was sharp and harsh.
Wait, the number of eliminations?
Suddenly, he seemed to have caught something, and his eyes widened suddenly. Could it be that this is the real purpose of this test? If that's the case, maybe. In the blink of an eye, he jumped directly from the tree and ran in the direction of Lian Shou without looking back. Bai Tao, who had been ready to go, saw Suya's movements and followed them almost at the same time, and asked eagerly, "What did you think of?
Why are you running?" Although he didn't understand Suya's intentions, he keenly felt that following him seemed to be the right choice. It's not just a test of luck at all. Suya's face was solemn and fast, as if he was racing against time. What does this mean? Bai Tao's face was full of doubts, obviously not understanding his thoughts.
We were deceived by him. Suyi also burst out with a burst of blood mist all over his body at this moment, and his speed went further. Surprisingly, even if he accelerated like this, Bai Tao could still follow him and follow effortlessly. Su also ignored Bai Tao, looked forward with solemn eyes, and blurted out his inferred conclusions.
Remember that prompt? Time is money.
If you want to pass the test, how can you pin all your hopes on luck? As he spoke, he finally saw Lian Shou's figure. At this time, Lian Shou was ready to rush to another place. In the process of Suyi getting closer, he still kept eliminating the students who were hiding. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he looked up ahead.
It was discovered so quickly? He looked ahead with a smile.
4 figures drilled out from his 3 directions almost at the same time, surrounding him in a corner. Su also saw the other 2 people rushing out and raised his eyebrows.
Sure enough, there were others who sensed the truth of the test and made the same choice as him. Why, don't you 4 plan to try your luck?
Lian Shou smiled and looked beside him, looking relaxed.
Wow, although I think I'm lucky.
Su also calmed down his excitement. His chest rose and fell slightly, but the corners of his mouth were lightly raised.
But I don't want to pin the test results on the ethereal thing of luck.
When making decisions, I only choose the option with the highest success rate. For me, I prefer to be in control of my own destiny.
He kicked away the gravel in front of him and looked forward with a firm gaze. You're right, Instructor Lian Shou. What? What do you mean? Bai Tao was a little confused. You came all the way here just to confront the instructor head-on? Are you crazy? Haven't you figured it out yet?
We were tricked.
Suyi spoke calmly and quickly explained to Bai Tao. This test is not fair at all.
Facing an instructor who is at least a peak realm, there is no point in dodging.
Bai Tao's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't understand Suya's words at all. Didn't he say that he wanted to suppress the realm to the rock realm?
The instructor's original words were, I can guarantee that when I fight you, I will limit my energy fluctuations to the rock realm. At this time, a student with light blue hair and glasses walked out calmly from the other direction and said lightly, this means that this bastard instructor is playing with words. On the other side, the man with a naked upper body and muscular muscles came over with a fierce smile, his eyes wild. As long as he doesn't fight us, the realm doesn't have to be suppressed, so he can easily shuttle through the forest. Su also continued to explain calmly, and the 3 of them kept approaching Lian Shou. And the fight is a two-way street. As long as the others don't make a move, he can rely on his original realm to eliminate anyone with almost instant kill speed. So, no matter where we are hiding, he can sense the position and directly eliminate us. The so-called hiding is actually a trap. The purpose is to disperse our positions, which is useless. The blue-haired man with glasses continued, as long as the students are scattered, he can shuttle around at will and randomly eliminate everyone. The speed at which he eliminated was stable at 5 people per minute, and at this speed, he could eliminate 50 people in 10 minutes. The strong man smiled fiercely and said, although he is strong, his mind is very clear. Simply calculate the probability. Su also said, if we really hide according to the rules, the survival rate is only 37.5%, and if we are unlucky enough to meet him, we will be eliminated 100%. Whether you can pass the test or not depends entirely on luck. The 3 of you said a word, and in a few seconds, Lian Shou was surrounded, staring at at the instructor in front of him like a torch. Lian Shou was unmoved, but laughed loudly, stood and applauded himself. Smart, you can see through the real rules so quickly. The next moment, the energy fluctuations of the rock realm filled his body, and his smile disappeared. So, do you four want to be the first bird and compete with me head-on? Instructor, there are only 3 of them who want to hit you, don't count me. A voice came from the distance. Lian Shou followed the sound, only to see Bai Tao running away at some point, hiding behind a giant tree, only showing his head and shouting loudly. The corners of Su Ye's mouth twitched, and he secretly gave Bai Tao, who was fleeing timidly, a middle finger. But he didn't mind. In other words, in addition to himself, there are 2 people who can see through the traps and the rules, which has surprised Lian Shou. Su Yi. Lian Shou looked at Su Yi, and glanced at the blue-haired man with glasses and the strong man, and Qinzhe and Zhou. Are you sure you want to take a gamble on the chance to pass the test and compete with me here? When you stop me, you are essentially helping those students hiding all over the forest to stand up. Even if you can stop me, the biggest beneficiaries are the other students, and you have no benefit at all. Not only that, but you also have to take the risk of being defeated by me, and you may be directly out of the game and lose your qualifications. He stretched out his thumb and pointed to Bai Tao hiding behind the tree in the distance, just like that guy. He and those students who are hiding don't need to take any risks, just watch you fight. You can get free benefits and increase your probability of survival. If you are eliminated because of this, they will not feel guilty, but will complain that you are not strong enough. Instructor, don't smear me out of thin air, I heard you talk. Bai Tao stuck out his head and shouted, if they are eliminated, I will be very heartbroken and blame myself. The corners of Lian Shou's mouth twitched lightly, pretended not to hear, and continued, you can bet that you can become the 37.5% lucky person and pass the test without paying the price, just like everyone else. Even if you are eliminated, you can blame bad luck. Even if I limit the realm to the rock realm, the gap in combat experience between us is still like a world of difference. With all due respect, if you dare to challenge me, I am afraid that the probability of being eliminated is more than 70%. His eyes under his sunglasses scanned the 3 of them, and asked coldly, I want to ask you, why are you here? Why do you choose to take risks by yourself in such a critical assessment? Didn't I say that I prefer to take the initiative and choose my own destiny? Su also smiled slightly, without any thought of retreating or leaving. And as far as I can judge, the probability of challenging you and holding on to the end is much higher than that 37.5%. I think, instructor, your practice of eliminating people at will based on your own opinion is trampling on their dreams. Qinzhe calmly pushed his glasses and gave his answer. Everyone here treats Longsha Academy as a lifelong dream and works hard, and I can't accept such a willful and casual test from you. Lian Shou listened to the reasons of the 2 with a calm expression, and then turned his eyes to Zhou. Zhou grinned, I hate being deceived the most. He looked Lian Shou up and down without respect, his eyes flashing with fighting intent, and I would like to know how strong you are when you limit the realm to the rock realm. 100 meters. As for what others think, what are the pros and cons of our actions to them? The 3 of them shouted in unison, and their thoughts reached an agreement at this moment, and they all swung their fists and smashed towards Lian Shou's position. What's the business with me? It's about me. They said slightly different but almost identical words, and their bodies burst with energy, mercilessly storming Lian Shou. Bang! A thin mist of blood enveloped Su Ye's body. The fiery blood-colored energy wrapped around Zhou Li's fist. A violent storm spread around Qinzhe. However, the next moment, the 3 figures flew out backwards almost at the same time, breaking several big trees in an instant. Lian Shou sneered, and the cold brilliance reflected on his sunglasses, but his body stood firmly in place, as if it had never moved. Bang 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 bang. I said earlier that this is a test of luck. I'm sorry to tell you 3. You challenge me beyond your own means, which means your luck is terrible. Su Ye's body broke several big trees in a row, and the strong impact made the qi and blood in his body surge, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This force is too fierce. Although I was prepared in my heart, I covered my back with energy beforehand, but the impact of Lian Shou's attack still surprised him. At the same time, in the other 2 directions, Qinzhe and Zhou Li's figures also stood up from the broken trees. They didn't look seriously injured, but their expressions changed subtly. Obviously, Lian Shou used his ability just now. However, none of the 3 people in the field captured his attack trajectory, but a strange smile appeared on the faces of the 3 of them at the same time, and they looked at Lian Shou together, as if they had confirmed some secret. Lian Shou frowned, not understanding why these 3 students were so calm in this situation, but in the next moment, the 3 of them quickly approached him again. Their movements are extremely tacit, as if they have been rehearsed countless times, their bodies are staggered, and their speeds are staggered. At the front was Zhou. He put his feet on the ground, and the whole person was like a ferocious humanoid beast, unstoppable. Qinzhe, who followed closely behind, was roaring in the wind and ready to go, but he did not approach directly. And in the end was Su Yi. He turned on the boiling blood state, his steps were dotted, and his body was blurred. I've already said it. Lian Shou's face was calm, and the energy in his body surged rapidly, ready to use his ability again to knock the 3 of them away. Your behavior is nothing more than moths to a flame, and you are beyond your control. However, at this moment, a cloud of fallen leaves suddenly rushed in front of him.
Shinzei controlled the wind and rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, overwhelmingly obscuring Lian Shou's figure. The S-level ability, Wind Whisperer, is only used to roll up fallen leaves. Isn't it too wasteful?
Lian Shou snorted coldly, and the energy was released, instantly shaking away the fallen leaves in front of him and blowing them into the sky. But then, his pupils shrank suddenly. With the help of the cover of fallen leaves, Jolie had already approached him, and his right fist was as hot as flames, and it attacked rapidly. An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly surged into Lian Shou's heart. He didn't dare to be careless, his eyes flashed, and his energy was surging. Jolie was knocked away without warning and crashed into the depths of the jungle.
His strong body was powerless to resist Lian Shou's ability to face Lian Shou.
Fortunately, he seemed to be prepared, twisting his body hard in the air, and with the help of a giant tree to buffer, he stabilized his figure again. But even so, he was still blown away by more than 20 meters. Lian Shou just breathed a sigh of relief, and the two figures who rushed in diagonally rushed over again. Suyi and Shinzei left and right, fiercely pinched, and their fists were full of full energy. Shinzei punched well, and his boxing skills seemed to have been specially learned, and each punch was accelerated with wind pressure, and the speed was extremely fast. His boxing style is bright, trying to suppress Lian Shou with ability and speed. Suya's punches are more like street gangsters, with surprising punches and kicks, pointing directly at Lian Shou's weaknesses, eyes, neck, and lower three roads.
Every move made Lian Shou's heart beat faster. Lian Shou's fists danced wildly in front of him like a phantom, and were forced to retreat by the offensive of the two.
What? In particular, Suya's tricky attack made him quite nervous, for fear that he would be accidentally caught. However, he still waved his hands airtightly, and although he kept retreating, he blocked all attacks without taking the slightest damage. As he said, his combat experience is completely different from that of the three, and he is still comfortable in the face of pincer attacks. At the same time, he silently calculated the time in his heart.
1 second left.
Suddenly, Shinzei took a step forward and faced Lian Shou head-on, and his right fist burst out with extreme wind pressure, increasing his speed by another 3 points. Lian Shou's eyes were cold, and he made a decision on the spot and immediately activated his ability. Before Shinzei's fist fell, his body was directly knocked away. But Lian Shou's eyes froze slightly, and behind Shinzei flying backwards, Suya's figure appeared prominently. A second ago, he took advantage of the cover of Shinzei's body to stop the pursuit and widen the distance between him and Lian Shou. At this moment, he stood 3 meters away, looking at Lian Shou with a smiling expression.
I see, is this all your ability, instructor? Lian Shou's heart was shocked, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was complicated and unfathomable.
Behind Shinzei, who was flying backwards, clumps of turbulent air currents suddenly emerged, which were like cushions, catching his body flying upside down, and soon he stabilized his figure.
The time to pause all objects within the field of view.
Suyi gasped slightly, spat out a burst of blood mist from his mouth, and his eyes were solemn. This is your ability, instructor. He quickly approached, and his right fist slammed into Lian Shou's face. Your ability cannot be activated continuously, otherwise we will not give us a chance to flank you at all. The cooldown after the ability is activated is 5 seconds, while the time you can pause is only 3 seconds, and you can also use the ability to launch an attack. The attack range is about 3 meters.
He accurately told the details of Lian Shou's ability, which made the latter's brows beat violently. In less than a minute of confrontation, this kid can see through so much? From the first test, I was puzzled. Suyi punched Lian Shou while quickly muttering, why do you always wear sunglasses? Why were the late students knocked away without warning?
Even in this dark forest, you still haven't taken off your sunglasses.
All this is because you need to use sunglasses to block your view. As for why I concluded, you can only pause the time within your field of vision. That's because of that fallen leaf.
Lian Shou endured Suya's attack while speaking indifferently, with a smile on his lips. All the fallen leaves behind me fell to the ground, but the fallen leaves in front of me were still fluttering. It is with the help of these fallen leaves that you have deduced the specific effect of my ability. And the three of you are staggering the distance from each other, also to test the attack range and release time of my ability. You actually cooperated tacitly without communication and found out the scope, distance, and time of my ability.
It's really outstanding.
He did not hide his appreciation, but his eyes became colder.
In the next moment, he quickly waved his palm, directly interrupting Suya's offensive and instantly strangling his neck.
The energy in Suya's body seemed to be cut off, and the pervasive blood mist immediately dissipated, and his whole person lost control and was arrested by Lian Shou. It's just that you seem to have misjudged a little. Lian Shou lifted Suyi high, and the energy in his palm churned. Even if you see through my ability, can you really defeat me? Just when he was about to exert his strength to eliminate Suyi,
a thick and powerful hand suddenly stretched out from behind and clasped Lian Shou's head tightly. Instructor, that trick just now is really merciless.
Jolie smiled fiercely and mercilessly pressed Lian Shou's head into the soil. In the dust, Suyi suddenly felt his neck loosen, quickly rolled away, and quickly moved away from Lian Shou. He stared at Jolie's actions dumbfounded. dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "This old man is too domineering.
Is he really not afraid of being turned on after the test?"
Jolie was full of fighting spirit, completely ignoring whether the person opposite was an instructor or not.
As soon as he pressed Lianshou into the soil, he quickly followed up with a punch.
Before the fist touched Lianshou, Jolie's chest was kicked out by a powerful force. Lianshou supported the ground with both hands, and turned over with a move of rabbit-kicking eagle, and the whole person looked a little embarrassed.
"Little rabbit, how dare you sneak attack me? Do young people nowadays know how to respect the old and love the young?"
While cursing, he waved his right palm and stopped Xinzai, who was wrapped in a strong wind, and pulled it suddenly. Xinzai lost control and fell to the ground, receiving a great impact. At this moment, Lianshou seemed to have started a real fire and shot mercilessly. His right foot stepped heavily on Xinzai's chest, directly blowing away the wind that the latter had accumulated. Xinzai's face was pale, he was almost kicked down and unconscious, and the energy in his body seemed to be cut off.
"And you!"
Lianshou stepped on Xinzai and swung his fist to the side without looking back. The punch was so fast that Su was also caught off guard. He took out a wooden stick from nowhere and stabbed it straight at Lianshou. However, in the face of absolute strength and speed, his sneak attack did not help at all. The wooden stick broke instantly, and Suyi knelt on the ground with his stomach covered. His stomach hurt severely, his whole body trembled, and he temporarily lost his combat effectiveness. He finally realized the terrifying power of this devil instructor. Even if he had suppressed the realm to the rock realm, Lianshou's powerful body and physical skills still crushed everything.
"Finally, you kid."
After defeating the two in a row, Lianshou stared ahead with a little annoyance. Jolie was just kicked away, but he rushed over like a normal person. His face was full of excitement and fearlessness. Lianshou's right fist was closed around his waist, and his breath suddenly became heavy, as if there was an extremely terrifying power condensed at the tip of his fist.
"Let me open your eyes."
This move is the collapse in the 5 techniques. He swung his right fist violently, the shadows of the fists overlapped, and a deafening sonic boom erupted in the air, colliding with the oncoming Jolie. Jolie's right fist was wrapped around blood-red energy and collided with Lianshou's fists. The ground under the feet of the two instantly dented, and it was difficult to withstand the aftermath of the impact. A hint of surprise flashed in Lianshou's eyes, and then he shouted calmly. The energy on Jolie's body was instantly scattered, and the terrifying fist wind swept past him, actually blasting several giant trees 30 meters away into powder.
The ground seemed to be undershelling, with fan-shaped and incomplete potholes. "Ha, but it's like..."
He smiled fiercely, but his legs suddenly went weak and he lay heavily on the ground. "Poof!" Lianshou sneered and looked at Jolie, who was lying on the ground. "The power of collapse can hit the body directly. The energy in your body has been completely dispersed by me, and there is no possibility of getting up in a short time." But in the depths of his eyes, the touch of shock flashed. Unexpectedly, Jolie actually carried a punch, collapse, and he was still conscious. Jolie's body kept trembling, trying to sit up, but as Lianshou said, the energy in his body was disordered, as if he had been electrocuted, and his limbs lost control.
Bai Tao in the distance was stunned, his legs weak. Those three were easily knocked down by the instructor in an instant. Is this devil instructor really human?
Suyi, Xinzai, and Jolie were lying at Lianshou's feet respectively, their bodies trembling and unable to move.
But they all remained awake, their eyes flashing with shock. Is this the real strength of Lianshou?
After knocking down 3 people in a row, Lianshou began to gasp slightly. "I haven't used taijutsu for a long time, and I'm so tired when I move occasionally." He turned his arm and looked at the 3 people at his feet with a sneer. "I said earlier, the 3 of you chose the worst result. Since you took the initiative to attack me, in order to respect the test rules,
I will personally eliminate you."
His gaze was calm and firm, without any drag or hesitation. His right foot quickly raised and fell, aiming directly at Xinzai, ready to eliminate his opponent from him.
As long as the 3 people in front of them are stunned, they will lose their qualifications to join Longsha Academy and be directly eliminated by the second test.
His left foot was suddenly clutched tightly by a strong arm. The force that tried to pull him to the ground forced him to withdraw his right foot and stabilize his figure.
"You actually recovered so quickly?"
Lianshou watched in surprise that Jolie was able to act again, and then his expression was solemn. "It turns out that only one arm has been restored."
"Do you think you can stop me with one hand?"
"I don't need to stop you, just let you pause for a second."
Jolie sneered and pulled hard. Lianshou immediately tensed his whole body and stabilized his body.
But at this moment, a gust of wind came from behind and swept towards his legs. He had already been involved in Jolie, and at this moment he was facing a gust of hedging and almost lost his balance. But he only let out a muffled snort, and the energy between his legs burst out instantly, shaking away the wind and shaking Jolie's palm away.
However, the next moment, a strong wind hit.
Suyi, who stood up at some point, clutched the broken half of the wooden stick in his hand and stabbed Lianshou slammed into it.
"I see, is it the 2 of them who delayed time to fight for your opportunity to attack?" Lianshou sneered, kicked Suyi to the ground, and kicked him to the ground.
Even the wooden stick in his hand rolled aside.
"Is this your last struggle?"
Looking at the 3 people who had no power to resist after falling to the ground, Lianshou shook his head slightly disappointed.
disappointed. I really thought you could bring me more surprises. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his leg and prepared to kick the three of them to the ground. However, to his shock, his legs were suddenly hugged tightly. When he looked down, it was Bai Tao, who had already fled, and at some point he had lurked at his feet. Half of his body was buried deep in the soil, only his upper body was exposed, and he desperately hugged Lian Shou's legs. As if he had made a difficult decision, he tried his best to cling to Lian Shou's back, deliberately avoiding his gaze. "Big brother, I did as you said, don't lie to me," Bai Tao shouted loudly. Su, Lian Shou's face showed surprise, and he quickly looked down. Seeing that Su Yi was still lying on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. The kick just now had strong energy, and Su could not resolve it in a short period of time, and now he should not be able to move, and it is impossible to use any ability at all. However, Su Yi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly grinned and tilted his head to look at him. "Instructor, try the move I just developed. This trick is called dash, delayed repair." Delay repairs? What is that? This question quickly flashed through Lian Shou's mind, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that beside Su Yi, the half of the wooden stick that had fallen off from his palm before actually rose into the air, connected by a white energy thread from a distance, and flew quickly towards the other end. At the same time, another broken wooden stick on the ground in the distance was also pulled by this energy silk thread, constantly approaching the half of the wooden stick. The pure white energy silk thread sank straight into Lian Shou's head, connecting the two wooden sticks together in the air. This energy thread alone could not cause any harm to Lian Shou, but what shocked him was that his head was right between these two wooden sticks. The repair process is unstoppable, and if you let them splice in the air, the stick will most likely pierce his head directly. Oh no! Lian Shou's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but shout that it was not good. This kid actually arranged energy in the wooden stick in advance and delayed the release. He finally understood the true meaning of delayed repair. Long before Su Yi fell to the ground, he stored his energy in a wooden stick. Even if he fell to the ground now, the energy disorder in his body could not be mobilized. But the energy arranged in the wooden stick in advance can still be automatically released after a few seconds. The wooden stick rushed over and pointed directly at Lian Shou's eyes, and another piece of wooden stick behind his head also hit him hard. An inexplicable death threat quietly surged into Lian Shou's heart. He didn't hesitate, his eyes flashed under his sunglasses, and he instantly activated his ability. S-level ability, Silence of All Things. This is a powerful ability of the Space-Time Guidance class. It freezes the time of all things. Although the owner of the ability is frozen, his mind and consciousness can function normally during rest time. Not only that, but he can also use this ability to apply an energy shock to a stationary object within 3 meters. This is the key to his seemingly unmoved, but able to blow people away. Stop me! After the ability was turned on, everything in front of him seemed to be frozen in this moment. The falling leaves stopped fluttering, the white clouds in the sky hovered, and even the breeze that blew stood still in place as if time had been frozen. Everything in front of me is like an ancient photo, unmoving. The wooden stick that is less than half a meter away from Lian Shou should also be frozen. Whoosh! The speed of the wooden stick did not decrease at all, and it was still rushing towards Lian Shou under the traction of the white silk thread. Lian Shou's pupils suddenly contracted and his scalp was numb. How can it not be fixed? He reacted quickly, his current ability to freeze everything in his field of vision. But the wooden stick behind his head, out of sight, could not freeze time. These two pieces of stick seem to be separated, but under the action of Su Yi's repairman, they have been regarded as a whole. Even if this half of the stick was in his field of vision, he couldn't let it pause in time, and when he turned on his ability, he couldn't move at all. Seeing that the wooden stick was getting bigger and bigger, it quickly dilated in his pupils, and Lian Shou's heart was beating wildly, and he decisively lifted his ability. In this case, activating the ability and not being able to move by oneself is tantamount to seeking a dead end. After the ability is removed, the leaves frozen in the air will resume fluttering, and the stagnant time will flow again. The sticks are too close to make him squat or break the sticks. Lian Shou was sweating on his forehead, and he tried his best to tilt his head away, trying to avoid the wooden stick attack, but because the speed is too fast, I can't dodge at all. Jingle bell dash. A piercing alarm sounded, shaking in Lian Shou's arms. This bell is the signal of the end of the second test. At the same time, the voice of the magnificent ancient Well-Wulbwa spread throughout the forest. The time is up, the test is over. Under the delay of Su Yi and the others, Lian Shou lost the opportunity to eliminate other classmates and was dragged to the end of the test time. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the wind sounded. The two wooden sticks that flew rapidly were frozen in front of Lian Shou's eyes, one in front and one behind. Half of the wooden stick was close to the sunglasses lenses, less than 5 centimeters from his eyeballs. The wooden stick behind his head also pressed down on his head. A drop of cold sweat quietly slipped from the corner of Lian Shou's forehead. The next moment, the energy thread connecting the two wooden sticks broke. The wooden stick that lost its energy traction fell back to the ground and was not repaired. Lian Shou's sunglasses lenses shattered. He looked down and saw Su Yi's fingertips flashing with a trace of energy, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and a little weakness in his voice. Instructor, it seems that our luck is
quite good. What do you think? Lian Shou's attack just now made the energy in his body churn, and he was able to persist until now, almost all thanks to his tenacious willpower. At this time, the bell rang for the end of the test, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and he fainted directly. Although Zhou and Qin Zhe, who were lying at Lian Shou's feet, were not yet unconscious, they were deeply relieved, lay on their backs, and couldn't get up for a long time. Lian Shou had a complicated expression, staring down at Su Yi, and muttering softly in his heart, "This guy actually took the initiative to dissipate the energy on the wooden stick. If Su hadn't taken the initiative to release the energy, maybe he would have been pierced in the head by the repaired wooden stick by now." Of course, although he could forcibly destroy the wooden stick by lifting the realm restrictions, once he did so, he violated the rules he had set, and it was considered a failure. This seemingly extremely ordinary D-level ability, Repairman, under Su Ye's clever use, actually exerted a magical effect.
Chang! It worked? A cry full of surprise came from behind Lian Shou.
Bai Tao, who was hugging his thigh with all his strength, jumped out of the soil with excitement, his face full of disbelief. He jumped in place cheerfully, and said to himself excitedly, "Fortunately, I listened to him and never left." "What did you say?" Lian Shou quickly turned his head and stared at Bai Tao and asked. The moment he turned his head, Bai Tao, who was still cheering, jumped back quickly as if it were an instinctive reaction, and his expression became alert. "You just said, did you listen to Su Ye's words?" The corners of Lian Shou's mouth twitched, but he still stared at Bai Tao and asked, "What did he say to you?" Bai Tao smiled awkwardly, touched his head and replied, "On the way we came, he told me not to leave directly and to keep a safe distance as much as possible. If possible, let me take the opportunity to contain you behind your back." Lian Shou's eyes moved, and he glanced at Su Yi, who was already unconscious, with a slight shock. It turned out that the guy had already guessed the conditions for the use of his abilities.
"This is also in your calculations?"
In this short 10-minute test, Su Yi was able to lay out multiple preparations so quickly.
If Bai Tao hadn't stopped him just now, would this kid have more hold cards in backhand? For a while, he couldn't imagine how many backup plans Su Yi hid. The corner of Lian Shou's mouth slowly raised a smile. "It's funny, it's really interesting. The quality of this year's freshman is amazing." The rock villain drilled out of the soil, carried Su Yi and the three of them on his shoulders, and quickly left the place. For these three warriors who dared to challenge the instructor, the students who hid in the forest and passed the test had heard something about it, although most people did not see the fierce battle with their own eyes. But from Lian Shou's slightly messy clothes and somewhat embarrassed figure, you can see the cruelty of the battle. With gratitude to these three warriors in their hearts, they rested and left. The two tests were successfully passed and he officially became a member of Longsha Academy. This excitement is enough to keep most people up at night. In the second test, Lian Shou eliminated a total of 32 people, leaving 48 people behind. Because of the intervention of Su Yi and the three of them, this number was a full 18 more than he originally planned to be 30. Bai Tao quickly blended into the crowd and left quietly, while Lian Shou stood silently, his eyes scanning the remaining traces of battle around him, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Instructor Lian Shou. Song Wei walked out of the forest. As he walked, the forest he created out of thin air gradually dissipated. When he walked up to Lian Shou, this forest had completely disappeared and was restored to a vast plain test site. "Why did you deliberately limit your abilities?" Song Wei stopped, his brows furrowed, full of doubts. "Your ability is S-level, and you should not be limited by the range of vision at all. Centered on you, stop all time within 100 meters. This is your true ability, right? Even if you limit the realm to the rock realm, the range of stopping time should be 20 meters. According to your ability, you won't let yourself be in such a dangerous situation at all." He witnessed the whole process of the confrontation between Lian Shou and Su Yi, and saw Lian Shou's final embarrassment, which was incomprehensible in his heart. "Because it's the test I give them." Lian Shou turned his head and smiled. "In fact, this is the real purpose of me taking over this test. Do you think I really want to eliminate these three powerful little guys?" "Ha!" Song Wei was stunned. "The real purpose?" "Observation, judgment, the ability to weigh the pros and cons, combat effectiveness, and humanity." Lian Shou held his hands and smiled indifferently. "These are the answers I want from the test. So you deliberately showed your abilities from the beginning and imposed various restrictions on them, just to see if they could crack them?" Song Wei thought about it, and gradually understood Lian Shou's intentions. "That's right, sunglasses, ability effects, and even the duration and release range of abilities are all deliberately maintained by me." Lian Shou nodded and smiled. "No matter how much I suppress the realm, it has almost become instinctive combat experience and proficiency in abilities, far exceeding theirs. If I don't limit myself, how can they last so long?" "Then did you get the answer you wanted?" Song Wei asked seriously. "Naturally, I got it." Lian Shou's smile became more and more intense. "Their performance far exceeded my expectations. You should also feel that the quality of this year's freshmen is far better than in previous years. If you train it well, this group of children will definitely become the main force in the future to fight against the virtual demon." He looked into the distance meaningfully. "Such test results also allow me to submit a perfect report to the principal." Song Wei nodded, a wry smile smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The test plan he wrote overnight was indeed very different from the arrangement of the instructor Lianshou. Then the embarrassment you showed in battle were all staged? Song Wei suddenly remembered and couldn't help but ask again. No.
Mentioning this, Lianshou's expression suddenly became serious. That's not acting.
Song Wei looked surprised. Could it be that Lianshou just now was really forced into a desperate situation by Su Yi and the three of them?
Although I have set many restrictions on my abilities, the realm of the rock realm and my physical skills are still far beyond them.
Lianshou slowly spoke, recalling the situation just now. However, in this case, they actually found out the effect of my ability tacitly without communication, even effectively limited me and took the initiative to attack. But you still have a lot of ease and knocked them all down, aren't you? Song Wei asked suspiciously. Then why were they forced to such a point? There are three things that surprise me. Lianshou gently stretched out his finger and explained one by one.
First, it is Zhou Li's almost domineering strength and power. Second, it was the guy named Bai Tao who suddenly appeared. And the third point is what shocked me the most. His expression became extremely serious at the moment. That's what Su Yi Kid arranged for the whole situation. If the last time hadn't been terminated, I would definitely have burst out with energy far beyond the rock realm to defend. But in that case, I will be the one who breaks the rules, and there is no need to continue this test.
Layout? Song Wei frowned, a little incomprehensible, but isn't the last method he used a coincidence of multiple factors? Coincidence?
Lianshou shook his head and smiled. If you take it as a coincidence, then you underestimate him too much. But if Zhou Li didn't make a move in the end, or Bai Tao chose to escape and didn't show up, he wouldn't have a chance to complete the final attack.
Song Wei frowned and said suspiciously, if it's not a coincidence, then...
His voice paused suddenly, a possibility quickly flashed through his mind, and his face became eccentric.
Do you mean that he has calculated all the possibilities long before he makes a move? That's right. Lianshou's expression was solemn. Only this explanation can explain the truth of the matter.
Perhaps before the battle began, he anticipated all possible situations. What happened in the end was just one of all his ideas. Because of this, I'm particularly curious about how much he has done to defeat me. The picture of the wooden stick attacking rapidly appeared in front of his eyes again. The timing, angle, and speed of the wooden stick's appearance were all accurately calculated. Even the energy attached to the wooden stick seems to have predicted my movements in advance, and the trigger is just right. He unabashedly admired Su Yi and sighed in a low voice. He is the only one who can use his D-level ability to such a point and once put me in a desperate situation. I have a hunch. This child is the most terrifying existence among all the freshmen this time. Surrounded by a misty fairy mist, Su Yi's consciousness floated and fell in this fog. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, and the birds and flowers in front of him were fragrant, as if he was in a fairyland on earth. This is... Su also looked around, his dazed consciousness gradually becoming clearer. Is it the world in the pot? Yo, Xiao Yu, are you awake? Hu Lao's voice came from behind. He turned his head to look and saw that half of the old man of the pot leaned out of the mouth of the pot, leaning on the pot, lazily like an uncle in the bath. Why am I here? Su Yi blurted out. Xiao Yu, your physical body has been greatly impacted, coupled with the forced activation of energy to try to defuse the attack, and as a result, the energy backlash and make you unconscious. Hu Lao explained slowly. So the Jiuli pot will store your consciousness. On the one hand, it is to protect you, and on the other hand, it is to nourish your spirit. The Jiuli pot still has this function? Su Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and finally straightened out his thoughts. Recalling the previous test, he forcibly activated the disordered energy in his body and forced the energy in the two wooden sticks to disperse. Because of this move, he failed to suppress the rampage energy and was directly fainted by the impact. But at the moment, it seems that this behavior is somewhat redundant. Even if he doesn't disperse the energy, as long as instructor Lianshou no longer suppresses his own realm and protects his body with energy, he can prevent the wooden stick from repairing. That's natural, Hu Lao said proudly. Although the Jiuli pot is incomplete today, it was once an extremely powerful treasure. Not only can it nourish your spirit, but it can also resist general spiritual attacks. Oh, Su Yi nodded lightly. It seems that you are not completely useless. What do you mean by being completely useless? Hu Lao muttered dissatisfiedly, suddenly shook the pot body, and flew in front of Su Yi. By the way, there is something I have always wanted to tell you, little friend. You have been too busy these past 2 days to give me a chance to communicate at all. What's the matter? Su also felt that his tired spirit seemed to be relieved a lot. In the past few days, the series of battles and running has made him extremely tired, but under the warmth of the Jiuli pot, he seems to have slept soundly, and his fatigue has been greatly reduced. Follow me. Hu Lao floated in front and led Su Yi deep into the forest. After a while, they came to an open area. Su Yi looked surprised and immediately noticed the foreign object in front of him. I saw 3 transparent spheres as huge as hamster balls floating in the open space, suspended in the air. 3 ethereal souls are floating in it. Seeing Su Yi and Hu Lao appear, they immediately bared their teeth and claws, roared, their souls changed like fog, and their momentum was fierce. Above each sphere, a thin wire is connected to a cylindrical container next to it.
This is... Suyi recognized at a glance that these three souls were the shadow beast, the wolf, and the night owl. After their death, their souls are absorbed by the Jiuli pot.
This is a device refined by the previous owner of the Jiuli pot, called spirit drawing weapon. Hu Lao slowly explained, "It took me several days, and it took me 2 days to refine it successfully.
Its function is simple.
As long as the device is activated, the energy from the depths of the souls of these virtual beasts can be extracted."
The energy deep in the soul?
Suyi looked slightly moved, and he was a little puzzled about this statement.
Everything in the world is made of energy,
Hu Lao said indifferently, including the souls of these virtual beasts. They all record their power during their lifetime.
The spirit drawer can extract this power and convert it into usable energy.
The extracted energy will be stored in the spirit extractor, and the host can still use it to a certain extent.
Then on the plane at that time, was the energy from you?
Suyi immediately recalled a sudden surge of force in his body when he was repairing the propeller. It was with the help of that energy that he was able to successfully repair the propeller.
That's right.
Hu Lao nodded. At that time, I had just refined the spirit drawing vessel, and when I saw that you encountered problems, I forcibly extracted some of their energy and passed it on to you.
Su also nodded and looked ahead thoughtfully. How much energy can the spirit weapon store at most?
If you don't consider the loss of souls, you can absorb about half of their energy during their lifetime. Hu Lao's answer surprised Suyi slightly. Subsequently, Hu Lao also explained the real reason for bringing him here. Xiaoyu, as the host of the Jiuli pot, you have supreme rights.
What do you plan to do with these souls?
Su also carefully examined the three virtual beast souls in front of him and fell into deep thought. According to Hu Lao's words, these virtual beast souls can be refined together with items with energy and turned into incomplete jubao. Antiquities with energy are not everywhere. Therefore, these three souls are somewhat tasteless to him.
If I use the spirit drawer to absorb the energy in their souls, can it be transmitted directly to me? Su also had an idea and suddenly asked.
The spirit drawer is extremely adaptable. Of course, it can be passed directly to you, Xiaoyu. Hu Lao immediately replied, but, with your current physique, you can't bear to transmit a large amount of energy at once. If you desperately inject all this energy into your body, you can be forcibly elevated to the mountain realm. But this state cannot be maintained for long, otherwise your physical body will quickly disintegrate.
I see.
Su also touched his chin and whispered to himself, if I can really do this, I will have one more trump card. As I just said, this is extremely risky, and it should not be used unless it is a last resort. Hu Lao's expression suddenly became serious, and he hurriedly reminded,
well, I know. Su also looked calm and didn't seem to take it to heart.
Hu Lao was even more nervous, and quickly told him repeatedly, you must remember that the energy of the spirit drawer is a foreign object, and the burden of forcibly injecting it into the body is extremely heavy.
Don't use it easily. I said I knew. Stop being verbose. Su also waved his hand to interrupt, feeling that Hu Lao said too much. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back first.
Hu Lao scratched his head. Also, if possible, you'd better look for more fragments of the Jiuli pot.
If I can find fragment repair, I can restore many abilities. Where are the fragments so easy to find?
Su also touched his nose angrily. Besides, even if the fragments are placed in front of me, I can't perceive it. As long as there are fragments within 100 feet of you, I can detect it immediately. Hu Lao patted his chest confidently. You should pay more attention to this kind of news.
Now that you have joined the academy, the channels for obtaining information will definitely increase greatly. Even a fragment of the Jiuli pot will definitely cause an extraordinary vision. I know.
Su also waved his hand casually. I will pay attention to similar news.
Then I'll take my leave first.
As soon as the words fell, Hu Lao's mind moved, and his consciousness immediately disappeared into the world in the pot. Su also opened his eyes, and the environment in front of him was strange and luxurious. He rolled over and found himself in a well-equipped ward. Under the warmth of the Jiuli pot, most of his tired spirit has recovered, and it feels like he has slept soundly. The energy that had been running around in his body gradually subsided, and the injuries on his body had completely disappeared. This is a medical building, equipped with the top medical equipment in China, and the treatment technology is also extremely advanced. A familiar voice came from outside the door, and when he looked up, it was Bai Tao. He sneakily poked his head out, looked around, and walked into the room with a small leap. The instructor asked me to look at the three of you and tell you the follow-up arrangements. The three of us? Su also turned his head to look and found that there were 2 empty beds next to the hospital bed, and there was no one there.
You've been in a coma for 4 hours, and it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Bai Tao took out his mobile phone and showed the time.
The 2 of them were not seriously injured, and they could move normally with a little conditioning, so they left quickly. When Bai Tao spoke, he always stood at the door, as if ready to escape at any time, close to the exit. He groped around for a while, and then threw a pale black card at Suyi. Su also took it and suddenly felt a little cold. It's not so much a card as a miniature tablet as thick as a card.
This is your student card. Be sure to keep it.
It records your identity information and fingerprint authentication, which the instructor entered when you
were unconscious. In the future, when I go to school or perform tasks, as long as I have this card, I can go unimpeded. In addition, your credits and a positioning device are stored in the card. Bai Tao relayed the instructor's words, as if remembering something, and added, by the way, your dormitory has also been arranged, and the student card is your door card. The specific dormitory address and information can be found in the card. Suyi looked down at the card in his hand, and with a light touch, the card surface suddenly flashed with a streamer, and his personal information quickly emerged. On the right side of the card face are maps, credits and other small categories. Obviously, this card is made with high-tech manufacturing, and the experience is quite smooth. This small student card is as rich in functions as a mobile phone. Su also nodded and took the card into his arms. Bai Tao smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, passing the test this time depends on your clever calculations. The three of you dare to attack the instructor, it's really fierce. He witnessed the whole process of the battle with his own eyes, and naturally knew the terrifying strength of the three of them. We can win, and your credit is not small. Su also nodded modestly. If it weren't for Bai Tao's move, he could only find another way, but those plans were not convenient enough, and the success rate was greatly reduced. Therefore, he admired Bai Tao's courage to make a move. When you settle down, I'll treat you to dinner. Bai Tao was praised so much that a smile bloomed on his face. He shrank into the corridor, poked his head out and shouted, I still have something to do, let's take a step first. There will be an entrance examination in 9 days, and I heard that the test is very strict. In these 9 days, we still have some basic theory classes to take. The specific course schedule can also be found in the student card. Remember to prepare well. It is said that the ranking of the entrance examination has a great impact on our development in the school. As soon as he finished speaking, a card flew out of his fingertips, and then the figure disappeared outside the door. In less than half a second, his voice came from a distance. There is my mobile phone number on it. Contact me at any time if you have anything. Su also caught the card and found that it was actually a business card. It says the position, General Manager of Miracle Company, and also has a photo of Bai Tao. His mobile phone number is recorded below. Su also looked at the business card with a strange look on his face. How does the name of this company sound like a leather bag company? That kid doesn't look like a general manager no matter how you look at it. He put his business card in his pocket, jumped off the hospital bed with ease, and walked out the door. Just now, he had used the map information on the student card to find the dormitory location assigned to him by the school. Now that it was almost night, he had to go back to the dormitory in advance to take a look and buy some necessities by the way. Walking on the road, his mind kept replaying the picture of fighting with Instructor Lien Shou just now. This battle is really thrilling. Instructor Lien Shou's martial arts far exceeded my expectations. Can normal people really do those actions? He frowned slightly, lost in thought. Thinking back to Fong Xin and Wan Rui's physical skills, they are not at the level of ordinary people at all. Although energy blessing can enhance the destructive power of the body, but their movements and physical fitness are obviously far beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is also the 5 techniques mentioned by Instructor Lien Shou, which is even more curious. Countless clues appeared in his mind, and gradually pieced together a vague conjecture. Maybe there is some special connection between energy and the body. If energy can really greatly improve physical fitness, Taishu may become my future breakthrough direction. In this way, even if Immortal enters the cooldown period, I can still maintain strong combat power. He repeatedly thought about the battle just now and summed up his experience, when his footsteps suddenly stopped and he looked forward in slight surprise. I saw that the trees on both sides were lush, and at the end of the tree-lined path there were luxurious single-family villas. Each villa is 2 stories high, about 200 square meters each, and even comes with a small garden, which looks extremely luxurious. In Jinchang, such a villa with a garden is worth at least tens of millions. He looked down at the student card, and the electronic map on it showed that the dormitory building was close at hand. Is this the treatment of the Void Hunter? He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly sighing in his heart. Then he stepped forward and was about to go in to check. Suddenly, a figure walked out from the side. This person was wearing a suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and he was carrying a briefcase, obviously waiting here for a long time. Seeing him appear, the man immediately stepped forward quickly and stopped in front of him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Suyi? Su also looked at the sudden person in front of him, and a hint of alertness flashed in his expression. But after thinking about it, this is Longxia Academy after all, so there is no need to be too nervous. Yes, who are you? The man in the suit first bowed respectfully, and then replied, below are the staff of the board of directors of Longxia Academy. I am here to wait for Mr. Suyi, with the purpose of personally delivering your reward to you. According to the report of Chao Sha, the captain of the 5th team of the Hunting Void, you successfully saved hundreds of people in the Jinchang Void Demon incident, and made outstanding military achievements in the process of exterminating the Void Demon. In view of your outstanding performance, the school has specially prepared a reward for hunting Void for you, and I was specially sent to distribute it in person. Suyi suddenly said, it seems that there is indeed such a thing. At first, Chao Sha only mentioned it briefly, and he didn't ask in detail how the reward
reward would be distributed. I didn't expect Longsha Academy's service to be so thoughtful that they even sent someone to deliver the award to him. Yes, but before distributing the reward, please allow me to confirm your identity. The man in the suit took out a device from the side pocket and placed it in front of Su Yi. Please swipe it here with your student card. Su also picked up the student card and swiped the instrument at will. After a while, his face was shown on the instrument screen. Identity verification successful. The man in the suit confirmed that it was correct, and then handed the suitcase in his hand horizontally. Su also stared at the suitcase curiously and smiled faintly. How much is this reward? Prepare a box. Could it be that it's full of cash? How many can you have? 100,000 dragon coins? 200,000? The man in the suit did not fluctuate at all, gently opened the suitcase, and replied, it contains 3 million dragon coins in cash. Before he finished speaking, Suye's eyes were stung by a red light. The box was neatly stacked with banknotes, and the dragon coins were piled up like a hill, full of them, without even a single gap. He vaguely understood why someone would want to become a void hunter at all costs. As the riskiest profession, void hunters not only take on great dangers, but also enjoy generous benefits. Their food, clothing, housing and transportation are top-notch enjoyment, and all kinds of benefits are almost full on weekdays. As long as you kill the virtual beast and the virtual demon, you can get a huge bonus. Of course, all this is based on their performance of duties and protection of the masses. If someone is greedy for life and afraid of death or betrays his mission, he will be severely punished. If you feel troubled by bringing cash, we can also transfer the bonus directly to your student card. Student card? Su also looked at the card in his hand. Can this thing still be used as a bank card? The man in the suit replied clearly, the student card of Longsha Academy has the function of a bank card and can be used throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Then you can transfer it directly to me. Su also shrugged his shoulders and said disapprovingly, he didn't want to run around with so much cash. Okay. The man in the suit nodded and put away his suitcase. Given that you have become a new student at Longsha Academy, your reward also includes 2 credits, which have been added to your identity information. Credits are very important to you. I hope you can make reasonable use of them. In addition, the board of directors has decided to give you a chance to propose conditions after discussion. If you have something you want to do, let me know and I'll pass it on to the board to try my best to make it happen for you. Of course, if the value of what you need is too high, you will have to pay the corresponding price. Oh, hearing this, Suye's eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance. This reward is more precious to him than the 3 million dragon coins, because some things are difficult to buy even with money. He barely thought about it, so he blurted out, Starsea meteorite, that kind of special material, can you get it? Are you talking about a special material that is only born in the void realm, the Starsea meteorite? The man in the suit responded immediately. That's it. Okay, I'll relay your request to the board. The man in the suit bowed goodbye. It is expected that within a month this material will be sent to you. After saying that, he politely turned around and left with his suitcase. Just a few seconds after his figure disappeared, the student card in Suye's hand suddenly flashed a faint light. He looked down and saw a transfer message quickly popping up on the card. He quickly clicked on his personal account, and the balance of 3 million dragon coins was clearly presented. Su didn't particularly care about money, but when upgrading skills in the future, extremely precious materials will definitely be needed, and a lot of money will inevitably be needed at that time. Unexpectedly, the Starsea meteorite that had troubled him for a long time could be searched in this way. At this moment, Suye's mood was also much more cheerful. He sorted out his thoughts, walked forward, and came to the door of his dormitory. He gently touched the induction area at the door with his student card, and the door of the villa slowly opened. In an instant, the scene inside the villa came into view. Clean and tidy floors with all the furniture. The interior of the villa was more luxurious than he expected. He changed into slippers at the entrance, but when he opened the shoe cabinet, his eyes froze slightly. I saw a pair of shoes in the shoe cabinet. Strangely, these shoes look like a pair of women's shoes regardless of size or style. The sound of slippers stepping on the ground sounded from the house. Hey, are you my roommate? A crisp and pleasant voice came from upstairs. I saw a girl in pajamas walking down the stairs, as if attracted by the sound of the door opening, looking at him curiously. Suye's action of putting down his shoes suddenly froze, and an incredible and unbelievable feeling came to his heart. The dormitory of this school is actually a mixture of men and women? Wait, why is this voice so familiar? He turned his head stiffly, and the moment he saw each other, both of them froze in place, their pupils dilated suddenly. Tang Xiaowan's red lips opened slightly, and his face was full of surprise. I don't. The corners of Suye's mouth twitched violently, and he hurriedly grabbed the doorknob behind him. I must have gone to the wrong dormitory. How did you go to the wrong dormitory? Tang Xiaowan's voice came from the stairs. Your student card can only open the door of your own dormitory. Su Yi. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she hurriedly walked down the stairs and quickly approached Su Yi. This time, I will never let you escape again. In a few breaths, Tang Xiaowan quickly rushed to the side of the entrance, his eyes locked on Su Yi tightly. Su also felt a tingling in his scalp, and secretly immediately scolded the absurdity of the school in his heart and then quickly put his hand on the doorknob and prepared to rush out of the door. However, when he pushed the door hard, he found that the door pattern did not move at all. A faint energy enveloped the door lock. The doorknob he was holding tightly turned into 5 big locks in an instant, firmly sealing the door. This guy actually uses his abilities. Su was also forced to release the 5 locks, take a few steps back, and lean back against the door. Tang Xiaowan reached forward with his right hand and pressed hard against the facade, and the whole person was close to Su Yi. At this close range, Su Yi could even smell the faint scent of shower gel on her body. Her almost flawless face was flushed, and her emotions looked extremely excited. I said. Su Yi twitched the corners of his mouth, slightly embarrassed. Is our posture a little reversed? He didn't expect that he would be forced to the door by Tang Xiaowan in the form of a wall. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiaowan's ears immediately turned red. She had never had such close contact with the opposite sex, and she suddenly felt embarrassed. But she still stared at Su Yi and asked word by word in a firm tone, "You know your sister, right? You were the one who went to the art exhibition with my sister that day, right? I've told you many times, I don't know your sister at all." Su Yi was also full of helplessness, raised his hands, and answered with sincerity. "What you said is just your wishful thinking and coincidence. I know you may have been praised by the stars since you were a child, and it's normal to be a little narcissistic, but you can't slander my innocence." He gushed endlessly, trying to change the subject, but Tang Xiaowan was not affected by his words at all, but used his free left hand to suddenly grab Su Yi's chest. "Hey, I warn you, I'm not a casual person. If you mess with me, I'll shout indecent assault." Su also protected his body and tried to dodge, but Tang Xiaowan's left hand was extremely fast, and he instantly grabbed his collar and pulled hard. The buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, a reddish thread hung from his exposed chest, and a pale green sachet hung from his neck. "If you don't know my sister," Tang Xiaowan breathed rapidly, pinching the pale green sachet, as if protecting the treasure, and did not dare to use force at all. "Why do you have this? This is just a talisman sold at the temple fair. What's so special?" Su also held Tang Xiaowan's wrist hard, as if he was afraid that she would tear the amulet. He was secretly alert that when he fought with the stone giant before, his clothes were scratched, and it must have been Tang Xiaowan who discovered this amulet at that time. "How can this be a talisman for the temple fair?" Tang Xiaowan's voice suddenly increased, and his tone was extremely excited. She withdrew her hands and suddenly pulled hard, as if she wanted to tear her pajamas away. "Don't take off your clothes when you talk." Su also hurriedly covered his eyes, peeked through his fingers, and shouted anxiously. The next second, he was stunned. I saw that Tang Xiaowan's collarbone was exposed, and there was a pale green sachet hanging exactly like him around his neck. Tang Xiaowan's eyes seemed to have teardrops welling up, and his voice trembled excitedly. "This sachet was sewn by my sister herself. The vanilla inside was bought by her part-time job. The amulet in the middle, she carved it for a whole month. These 2 amulets are unique in this world, and there are no imitations." She quickly turned the sachet around her neck to the back and reached out to grab Su Yi's sachet. On the back of both sachets, there is a gorgeous and clear pattern, which is exactly the same. "This is a short-lived flower, my sister's favorite flower." Tang Xiaowan's voice trembled slightly. "Everything she does will leave this mark." Su was also silent for a long time and was about to speak. Tang Xiaowan's voice sounded again. "My sister once told me that she put all her good luck into these 2 amulets. One for me, the other for pretending to be a cool boy. She wants to seal blessings and good luck in a talisman that will protect us forever." She stared at Su Yi's eyes, her eyes full of persistence. "Su Yi, dare to look me in the eye. Tell me again, don't you know your sister?" Su also heard this, and his pupils shrank slightly. "Now, Su Yi, I'll give you a small gift." The girl smiled like a flower, but there was a hint of fatigue hidden in the depths of her eyes, and there were faint dark circles around the corners of her eyes. "What is this?" Su also looked at the small thing in her palm and found that it was a pale green sachet. "This is a talisman." The girl blinked and said with a smile, "I went to the temple fair to ask for it. Do you know that the gods there are very effective, and it is said that the amulet sought from there can eliminate disasters and protect peace." "I don't believe this." Su also shook his head. "Rather than praying to God and worshipping Buddha, I believe that man will conquer heaven. You should keep this kind of thing for yourself." "Don't say that." The girl grabbed the amulet with a smile and put it directly on his neck, despite his struggle. "Sometimes, fate is really elusive. Maybe this amulet can really protect you secretly. Moreover, if one day we don't see each other for some reason, you will think of me when you see it, right?" Su also frowned, but looking at the girl's innocent expression that day, he finally sighed helplessly and did not take off the amulet around his neck. "Hey, if you feel embarrassed, you can hide it in your clothes." The girl smiled slyly, jumped to the front with her hands behind her back. "Let's go. You promised me to accompany me to an art exhibition. This is the price you lost to me." Su also shrugged his shoulders and followed slowly. "It's just a coincidence that I lost to you." "That's not a coincidence, it's the power of trust. I am willing to gamble and lose. Why don't you take your sister with you? You know I don't know anything about art. She has something to do today, she can't accompany me, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. I think she also thinks that looking at these so-called so-called works of art is a waste of time.
Less nonsense.
The girl crossed her hips a little annoyed, but after turning around, she remembered something and smiled again.
By the way, you must keep that amulet well, you must not lose it.
She quickly turned her head, and her tone couldn't help but look a little flustered. Let's go quickly, I must teach you how to appreciate art.
Su also took a deep breath and silently put the sachet into his clothes.
After a moment of silence, he looked up at Tang Xiuwan's eyes and slowly spoke.
That day,
it was indeed Tang Tan and I who went to the art exhibition in Haicheng.
Principal.
Lian Shou stepped on the light and walked into the principal's office, holding a sorted-out document in his hand.
He put the information on the table and tapped the table gently.
Ha!
Xiao Wu, who was sitting at the table with his eyes closed to recuperate, woke up suddenly and looked around sleepily. Is it time to eat? It's night now. Where did you get the food to eat?
Lian Shou sighed helplessly. Principal, your state in the past 2 years is really not as good as day by day.
Ah, it's you, Lian Shou.
Xiao Wu recognized the person in front of him, rubbed his face, and tried to sober up a little.
Why are you still here? Isn't he already retired and returned home? You called me back personally, have you forgotten? Lian Shou unexpectedly maintained patience in front of the principal.
At this time, he had already taken off his sunglasses, revealing his deep gaze, with a hint of a middle-aged melancholic uncle.
Oh, yes, it seems to be so.
Xiao Wu suddenly realized and seemed to remember something.
Alas.
Lian Shou sighed softly and pushed the report in his hand in front of Xiao Wu. This is my analysis report on this batch of freshmen, and all the content is written here.
The 4 students you asked me to focus on, I also gave them special tests.
Oh,
well done.
Xiao Wu showed a smile, grabbed the report and looked at it carefully. Tell me, what is your conclusion?
Yes.
Lian Shou stood up straight respectfully and began to tell calmly. Through my observation and comparison, the quality of this class of freshmen should be the best in 15 years. After screening, there are currently 48 freshmen who have passed the test, all of whom have extraordinary potential.
The most noteworthy of them are the 4 people you asked me to focus on.
He cleared his throat and began to introduce the main points. First of all, Lan, who has the highest ability level and has SS-level abilities.
My evaluation of him is helpless.
His talent is extremely outstanding, his abilities are special, and he is also extremely attentive to the development of his own abilities. In the first trial I arranged, he climbed to the top of the mountain in just half a minute, and his strength was outstanding. From the perspective of ability development alone, he will definitely become an extraordinary virtual hunter in the future. But he seems to have some problems with his personality. He is extremely withdrawn, and he obviously hates fighting. In the second trial, he saw through my intentions very early, but he didn't take action against me, just silently waited for the test to end. I came to the conclusion that he must be psychologically counseled as soon as possible to find out the reason for his aversion to fighting, so that he can be guided to become a void hunter. But as long as he can solve this problem, he will be extremely powerful in the future.
Xiao Wu nodded lightly and put aside the information about Lan.
Lian Shou continued. The second is the son of the Qin family in Lincheng, Qin Zhe. My evaluation of him is perfect. In the first test, he repeatedly helped his companions despite his own energy consumption. From the perspective of dealing with people, he is good at uniting people and is an excellent leader. He has a good heart, is willing to stand up for others, and even tried to stop me in the second test. His strategy and intelligence are extremely outstanding, and his ability is also very good, and in terms of overall score, he should be the first in this freshman. However, an overly kind personality may make it difficult for him to make decisive choices in the face of threats. He paused, his expression becoming serious.
Next, I think the 2 most unstable people in this test. One of them is Zhou Li.
My evaluation of him is uncontrollable. The data shows that the abilities he mastered were extremely dangerous, and for some reason, he awakened his abilities early at the age of 4. This means that his personality has been extremely distorted by his abilities since he was a child, and he once destroyed an entire kindergarten because of a sudden explosion of his ability. Although there were no casualties, his danger attracted great attention from the government, and he was sent to prison for education and supervision from an early age. During this period, he caused a lot of trouble but was eventually released with his excellent academic performance and the evaluation of being able to return to society. This time he can come to the academy, which is also a requirement for prison rehabilitation, plus your invitation from the principal. This child has a chaotic personality, and in his eyes, there is no distinction between good and evil, and if he is allowed to develop freely, he may bring danger to society.
Xiao Wu looked at the information in his hand and said with a faint smile,
You also know that if the guys from the Void Demon Council find him, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's why that old friend asked me to accept this child, and I must guide him well. As long as he can be guided reasonably, he will definitely be able to become an excellent void hunter in the future.
Yes, Lian Shou nodded,
so I put him to the test. My evaluation of him is, his personality is flawed, the boundaries between good and evil are blurred, and he does things according to his own preferences. However, his IQ and combat effectiveness are very outstanding, and it would be a pity to give up on this.
So I didn't eliminate him and chose to to keep him. I think that in order to guide him reasonably, or use the sword, there must be a scabbard to limit him. Well, I'll seriously consider this child's matter. Xiao Wuwei nodded slightly. After saying Zhou, Lian Shou's expression also became a little more solemn. The remaining unstable person is the D-level little guy, Su Yi. IMHO, his IQ and mind are at least in the top 3 of all the people I've met. With D-level abilities alone, he has cornered me many times. If his ability reaches A-level or above, I can't imagine what kind of turmoil he will make. But that's not the biggest problem. Even if his ability level is not high, he can completely develop in the direction of martial arts and make up for the lack of combat power. During the test, he cooperated with people many times, even at the cost of sacrificing himself to save people, and took the initiative to cancel energy in the last battle to avoid hurting me. Although there is a purpose behind every goodwill action he takes, the result is indeed saving people or helping others. Compared with Qin Zhe, he is not indecisive or bound by kindness, but he has better insight into the essence of things. Isn't this a good thing? Xiao Wu smiled and said, in essence, this child has his own sense of justice. Yes, judging from these performances, he does have a gentle and kind side. Lian Shou nodded slightly, but he frowned slightly, revealing the faint uneasiness in his heart. I vaguely felt that there seemed to be a darkness hidden in this child's heart. I'm worried that one day in the future, he will be touched by something and fall into darkness. So, my evaluation of him is extremely dangerous double-edged sword. Double-edged sword? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a trace of interest. That's right. Lian Shou bluntly expressed his judgment. I'll tell you the truth. If one day in the future, his strength will be greatly improved, and that dark side will be stimulated, with his ability, it is entirely possible to destroy the entire world. Xiao Wu looked directly at Lian Shou. His tone was calm but with inquiry. But you still let him pass the test. This means that you still choose to trust him. Lian Shou nodded, his tone firm. Yes. Since the frequency of virtual demon invasions has increased significantly 3 years ago, the number of deaths from virtual raiders has risen rapidly in the past 2 years. For the Dragon Kingdom, we need strong combat power more than that unknown risk. He hesitated slightly, and then continued calmly, say something selfish. I believe there is a beam of light in this child's heart. Maybe in the future, this beam of light can become his shackles and suppress the dark side. Xiao Wu nodded slightly, with a little more affirmation in his eyes. At this moment, he had read all 48 reports in his hand. I trust your judgment, Instructor Lian. He raised his head and looked at Lian Shou. I am fully responsible for the guidance of this group of children. He gently pushed the report aside, and his expression suddenly became serious, and the majesty of the principal faintly revealed on his body. So, next, we can talk about private matters. When Xiaosha picked up your plane, he should have mentioned that thing to you. What is your answer? Lian Shou's expression also became solemn. He looked directly at Xiao Wu and said in a calm tone, are you talking about letting me succeed as the defender of Jincheng? Since the Void Demon was expelled from the Dragon Kingdom by Tao Tai, after many years of wars and disasters, the pattern in the Dragon Kingdom has changed greatly. After many city mergers, there are now only 50 large cities left. Each city has a city defender of peak realm or above. These defenders are the top combat force of the city, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the entire city. That's right. Xiao Wu nodded. This position has been vacant since the death of the last defender of Jincheng, by Mian, 3 years ago. The selection of city defenders is extremely strict, and there are very few qualified people to hunt the void now. Although you have been retired for many years, no one questions your strength and qualifications. If you are the defender of the city, no one will object. Moreover, this status is also very suitable for your retirement life. I refuse. Lian Shou had almost no hesitation and categorically interrupted Xiao Wu's words. His eyes were firm, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, and suddenly lifted his shirt. A deep visible bone, as if tearing through his whole body, revealed a huge scar from the abdomen to the shoulders. The wound was so deep that it was hard to imagine that he would live to this day. I'm the one who picked up half a life from the edge of hell, he said calmly, with a hint of desolation in his eyes. From that day on, my realm stagnated and even declined. Now I can't even maintain the peak realm. Let me shoulder the safety of a city, which is a burden I can't afford at all. Coming back to coach this time is the last trace of heat I can play. In recent years, treatment has made me understand my condition. His expression was gloomy. The ghost doctor told me that it was impossible for me to recover. Xiao Wu silently looked at Lian Shou. A trace of helplessness and sigh flashed in his eyes. So after this coaching, I will go to the Void Realm to look for opportunities to die in battle. Lian Shou looked up, his expression calm, as if he had already made a decision. I'm sorry, Principal, you understand my character. I can't accept the status of a city defender, just to live the rest of my life by chance. I see. Xiao Wu closed his eyes gently, his voice indifferent. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. You step back first. Lian Shou saw a hint of sadness in his eyes. He sighed lightly in his heart, knowing how much pressure Xiao Wu was carrying. Lian Shou solemnly bowed to Xiao Wu, then turned to leave. However, after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and asked, Principal, have you become become like this in the past 2 years because of the suppression of that thing? Xiao Wu's eyes flashed, and then calmed down. It seems that you have guessed it. He looked out the window quietly, his tone calm. That thing has been rioting for the past 2 years. In recent times, the frequency of its riots has become higher and higher, which has indeed consumed a lot of energy for me. He suddenly got up, walked to the window, and quietly overlooked Longxia Academy. An inexplicable aura slowly emanated from him. At this moment, he seemed to be a dragon that had been asleep for a long time, and slowly opened his eyes. His low voice was extremely domineering, and he read lightly, "As long as I am still one day, it is absolutely impossible to appear, and it will be suppressed by me for the rest of my life, and I can't make the slightest wave." A smile appeared on Lien Shou's face, and his expression became a little more respectful. He saluted, turned, and exited the room. Near the door, he spoke, "That's right. Regarding the entrance examination in 9 days, I have already chosen the location. If it's convenient, please ask the principal to say hello to the city defender over there in advance." Su also looked at Tang Xiaowan, who was in tears and crying uncontrollably, and fell silent. Tang Tan had mentioned to him many times how deeply she cared about her sister. If she knew the real cause of Tang Tan's death, how disappointed would she be with the Void Hunter? Therefore, in his narrative, only Tang Tan's death to save people was mentioned, and he never mentioned the few people who used her to hunt voids. "I did promise your sister that I would take care of you a little." "It's just a promise, you don't have to care too much." He looked at Tang Xiaowan with pear blossoms and rain, hesitated for a moment, but still comforted. "You should understand that what she cares about most is you. Until the last moment of her life, she still misses you." "But I didn't even see my sister's body." Tang Xiaowan sobbed and said, extremely depressed. Su was also silent. Perhaps because the scene was too tragic and the virtual beast was involved, the hospital chose to cremate it directly, leaving no body behind. He was about to speak, but Tang Xiaowan's words hit him like a lightning strike, making him freeze on the spot. "Rumble. I asked the hospital, and they told me that my sister's body could not be found. The last thing I was given was a death report." "Wait." Su also stood up suddenly, looking extremely excited. "What did you just say? You just said that the hospital didn't find your sister's body?" Su Ye's always calm expression was a little out of control at this moment. He grabbed Tang Xiaowan's shoulder suddenly, causing her to feel a tingling and gasp softly. As if realizing his gaffe, Su also let go of his hand and stared at her sharply. Bang! Tang Xiaowan nodded timidly, as if he was frightened. "Yes, they told me that my sister's body was not sent to the hospital. They explained that the building at the art exhibition collapsed, causing heavy casualties, and many people died there except for my sister. Not only my sister, but many people's bodies are gone. But I always feel that things are not that simple, and I have been investigating all these years." "No, that's not right." Su also touched his chin, and his emotions suddenly became intense. Almost all of those disappeared bodies were directly swallowed by the virtual beast at that time, leaving no corpses at all. But Tang Tan was different. Although she was bitten off half of her body and quickly lost her life, her body existed. More importantly, Su also saw the medical staff appear with his own eyes at that time and transported Tang Tan's body away. In this case, as Tang Tan's sister, it is impossible for Tang Xiaowan not to see the body. "It's definitely strange." Su Ye's forehead was sweating, and the memory in his mind was running rapidly, and the unforgettable picture from 3 years ago flashed like a film in front of his eyes. This incident hit him hard, and he never wanted to recall. In addition, he was extremely out of control at the time, and many details of the scene seemed to be ignored by him. He thought that Tang Tan's body was taken away by the hospital and would be cremated and buried according to custom. But now it seems that something is wrong in a certain link. Why did the ambulance appear so quickly after the battle? Why is there only one ambulance? So many wounded and dead at the beginning. Tang Tan's body was moved by them. In Su Ye's memories, several figures in white medical uniforms flashed. Wearing masks, they got on and off the ambulance, and after simply handling the wounded, they began to carry the bodies. Su also clearly watched them take away Tang Tan's body. The paramedics said they belonged to the first ambulance, and the other ambulances were still behind. But in retrospect, this is completely unreasonable. The art exhibition is located on the outskirts of Haicheng, at least 20 minutes by car from the nearest hospital. But after the Void Hunter killed the Void Beast, this ambulance appeared in less than 10 minutes. If someone calls the hospital and faces so many casualties, how can only one car come? Sweat slid down Su Ye's cheeks, his face was gloomy as ink, his breathing was short, and his eyes seemed to be about to breathe fire. Countless clues are pieced together in my mind. After a moment, an incredible conclusion jumped out. That ambulance was not sent by the hospital at all. How could this happen? Who are they? What is the purpose? Why take Tang Tan's body? Su also bit his lip tightly, and the questions in his mind came like a tide. He desperately wanted to know the truth and almost lost control. "Su Yi, what happened to you?" Tang Xiaowan was frightened by his expression and took a few steps back, looking at him nervously. "Are you really sure that the hospital told you that you had never seen your sister's body at the time?" Su also suddenly spoke, staring at Tang Xiaowan. The aura emanating from him was something Tang Xiaowan had never felt before. That
cold, domineering, and ignorant temperament made her heart tighten.
Yes, yes,
Tang Xiaowan replied in a low voice. At that time, I received a notice from the hospital that my sister had died, so I hurried to Haicheng. They said that the building collapsed at the art exhibition where my sister was, and my sister was buried in the rubble, and her body was not found.
I see.
Su Ye's temperament suddenly converged, his face was expressionless, and it was elusive what he was thinking.
I will definitely find out about this matter.
He ended the topic calmly, his expression calm, but his clenched fists silently revealed his inner turmoil.
Did something happen to my sister before she died? Tang Xiaowan was not stupid. She was keenly aware of the deep meaning of Su Ye's words.
When she mentioned her sister, she immediately became nervous. Is there another hidden truth behind what happened at the beginning, sister?
This matter has nothing to do with you. Su also interrupted her domineeringly.
How can it have nothing to do with me? That's my sister.
Tang Xiaowan, who has always been gentle, is also excited at this moment. You should tell me, what is hidden inside? Is there something you didn't tell me? She questioned. Tang Xiaowan.
Su also approached quickly, and the two met their eyes, less than 10 centimeters apart. His eyes were as cold as ice at the moment, and his tone was calm and powerful. The reason why I helped you is because of your sister's request before she died. I don't want to tell you these things, also because she doesn't want you to do those meaningless things for her. She doesn't want you to be in danger, let alone live in her last wishes. Your choice to enter Longxia Academy is your decision, and I will not interfere.
But I have to remind you that if you want to become a void hunter for your sister and realize her dream, I advise you to think twice. Is this really the path you want to take?
As for your sister's matter, I will investigate clearly. I have no obligation or responsibility to tell you the whole truth.
You just need to be a good student and study hard, understand?
Tang Xiaowan pursed his mouth tightly, tears rolling in his eyes, obviously frightened by Su Ye's attitude. But her eyes were still stubborn, staring at him with a little grievance. Su also took a step back, glanced at her lightly, turned around, and walked towards the house.
He went straight to the door of a bedroom on the first floor, about to push the door.
Suddenly, Tang Xiaowan's voice sounded from behind, "That's my bedroom." Su Ye's movements paused, his body trembled slightly, and he let go of the door handle, looking a little embarrassed.
He said without looking back, "Don't you live on the second floor? I just went up and took a look."
There was a hint of embarrassment in the air. Su Yi withdrew his hand and walked up to the second floor without looking back. "Then I'll live on the second floor." He pushed open the bedroom door with a calm gaze, but a thought flashed through his heart.
It's a bit embarrassing. Early morning.
Su also yawned and walked out of the room, looking a little tired. After a simple wash, he walked down the stairs, and his eyes soon fell on Tang Xiaowan, who had just come out of the kitchen on the first floor, and she was dressed neatly. The eyes of the two happened to meet, but quickly moved away.
Last night's quarrel filled them with a hint of awkwardness.
Tang Xiaowan held 2 plates and placed them in front of him. There were 2 slices of bread on the plate, which looked like the breakfast she had prepared. She glanced lightly at Su Yi, who was walking down from upstairs, and without saying a word, she pushed the plate to the other end of the table and said in a flat voice, "This is yours." Su also knew in his heart that now they were more like roommates in a shared house. After all, if you meet every day and the relationship is stiff, everyone will feel embarrassed. He sat down on the other side of the table, picked up the bread, and asked tentatively, "Did you make this?"
Tang Xiaowan responded lightly and began to eat his own bread.
Su also shrugged his shoulders, thinking about his attitude last night. Anyone who was said like that would be upset. He didn't think much about it, picked up the bread and took a casual bite.
In the next second, his face instantly became ugly, even a little blue.
It feels like biting a piece of ginger in potato fried rice, sour and spicy, difficult to swallow.
He swallowed the bread in his mouth with difficulty and couldn't help but ask, "Are you poisoning the bread?" Tang Xiaowan frowned, obviously a little angry. "I kindly made breakfast for you, and you actually suspected that I was poisoned?"
Su also looked at her expression and felt that she didn't mean to mess with herself.
He pursed his lips and continued to ask, "Is your bread the same as mine?" "Of course it's the same, and I don't know what flavor you like."
Tang Xiaowan puffed out his mouth with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Su Yi looked a little weird, looked at her from a distance, and cautiously probed, "Can you tell me what you put in the bread?" Tang Xiaowan frowned and thought for a while, and said, "I added cucumber, bitter gourd, beef, and chili peppers. I also added some vinegar and soy sauce for seasoning." As she spoke, she ate the bread in front of her, without feeling anything wrong with the taste at all.
Rumble. Su Yi was silent for a while, and finally couldn't help but say, "You used to be at home. Did your sister never let you into the kitchen? How do you know?"
Tang Xiaowan was a little surprised. "My sister said that she was afraid that I would be distracted from studying, so she never let me cook." Su also looked at the remaining bread on the plate, like a soldier preparing to charge, and almost swallowed it without chewing much with his eyes closed. Then, he stood up and looked at Tang Xiaowan with a serious face. "If you can, I really hope you don't go into the kitchen in the future." He really wanted to say to her at this moment, "Well done, don't do it next time." His face turned blue, and the smell was torturous in his mouth. "I have a theory class today, so I'll go to the classroom first." He endured the discomfort, walked straight to the gate of the villa, pushed the door away. Just as he was about to walk out, Tang Xiaowan suddenly stood up and shouted at him, about my sister. Even if you don't want to tell me, I will find out in my own way. That's my sister, I must know the truth, you can't stop me. Her eyes were firm, and she was not intimidated by Suye's words yesterday.
Suye paused, then stepped out of the door and disappeared from sight. Whatever you want. Yo, teacher Lianshou, long time no see.
In Longsha Academy, a middle-aged man with a combed back lit up his eyes and saw Lianshou walking from the other end.
Oh, it's you, teacher Qi.
Lianshou raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. A few years ago, he was still teaching at Longsha College and knew many teachers.
The person in front of him was one of his old acquaintances. Although the realm is not high, he has a deep grasp of energy theory and his research ability is also quite attentive.
We haven't seen each other since you suddenly resigned and retired a few years ago. Teacher Qi's eyes flashed with the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. I heard that you came back 2 days ago, and I thought someone was joking.
Why, what has happened over the years? It's nothing, it's just that something is wrong with my body.
Lianshou shook his head lightly and didn't say much about his situation.
He looked at teacher Qi, suddenly remembered something, and asked curiously, "Are you going to teach?"
"Yes, it's the batch of freshmen you just finished testing yesterday."
Teacher Qi responded with a smile, "I'm preparing to give them the first theory class now.
By the way, teach them some basic energy theory knowledge." Lianshou's expression immediately became a little strange. He didn't expect that this batch of freshmen was actually taught by this old friend himself.
"Do you still plan to use the previous method of teaching?"
"Yes." Teacher Qi nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "These little guys who have just entered school are all arrogant. Only by using this set can they establish their prestige, be in awe, and avoid becoming conceited and arrogant." Lianshou had a complicated expression. His hand groped in his pocket for a while, and then took out something and handed it to Teacher Qi. "I think you might be able to use this."
"What is this?" Teacher Qi was stunned for a moment and looked down. Mirror of stress? He recognized the name of this disposable Juebo and showed a hint of confusion. "What are you doing with this thing for me?"
Lianshou patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "I remind you in advance that this group of students is completely different from the previous class. In my judgment, this should be the best group of students in the past 15 years. Heh, it's just a group of little guys from the Stone Realm."
Teacher Qi smiled disapprovingly. "Which student who can enter Longsha Academy is not a genius?"
"If I still need to use the stress mirror to protect myself, then you are underestimating me. Although my combat effectiveness is definitely not as strong as your teacher Lianshou, my actual combat experience is definitely much richer than this group of newly enrolled cubs."
"Don't say that."
Lianshou held back his laughter and shrugged. "Let's just think of it as a gift for our reunion. That's it, class starts soon, you hurry to the classroom, I'll leave first." Teacher Qi held the square mirror in his hand, watched Lianshou leave with a puzzled face, and couldn't help but scratch his head. "Teacher Lianshou, it's still the same, it's very weird." He smiled faintly, shook his head, and took the mirror of stress into his arms. "Let me take a good look at how powerful the freshmen who are called excellent by teacher Lianshou are."
In the spacious classroom,
Su also sat casually on a chair, yawning and looking around. At this moment, most of the students in the classroom were seated, all of whom successfully passed the second test yesterday. Their faces were filled with excitement, and they were talking passionately to each other, still immersed in the excitement of being able to join Longsha Academy. It didn't take long for the remaining students to walk in from outside the door one after another.
Tang Xiaowan was also in the crowd. After she entered the classroom, she quickly noticed Suye's position, but he looked a little awkward, turned his head, and randomly found a seat far away and sat down.
"Hey, Suye," Bai Tao's voice came from the side. He came out of nowhere and sat down next to Suye.
"I helped you find out what you asked yesterday."
Over the years, all the tasks completed by the Void Hunters, as well as the records of the virtual beasts and virtual demons hunted, have been stored in the confidential archives of the school's intelligence department in the form of paper files. Of course, the detailed records of the Void Hunters or Void Hunting squads of other academies are also kept in their respective academies. In addition, brief information about relevant intelligence will be uploaded to the database in the form of indexes and profiles. This database connects 10 universities and is stored in a special national database.
To call this intelligence, you must have a very high level of identity and authority.
He spoke very quickly, and the source of the information was unknown, but he spoke clearly. Although he didn't understand why Suye contacted him in the middle of the night last night to ask about this, Bai Tao still quickly helped him find the answer.
"Well, I know." Su also nodded calmly, with a hint of fatigue between his eyebrows.
Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Is there a real person who specially maintains this special database of the country?"
"Yes."
Bai Tao nodded. "Because of the interconnection of the 10 schools, it cannot open an intranet or LAN. Only rely on top-tier firewalls and professional maintenance personnel to prevent intelligence leaks."
"Tisk, no wonder."
Su also whispered to himself, sighing dissatisfiedly.
Bai Tao suddenly showed curiosity and lowered his voice and asked, "Why are you suddenly interested in this? Is there any case you want to investigate?" Su didn't want to answer, and was about to find an excuse to change the topic.
At this time, the classroom door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a combed back walked in leisurely, eagerly. Judging from his dress and badge, he is the teacher of this energy and ability development class.
As soon as the teacher appeared, the noisy students in the classroom immediately fell silent. During the previous entrance test, Lien Shou left a deep impression on everyone.
Almost no one was late for this theory class, and everyone was seated on time. Bai Tao also stopped asking questions, scratching his head to sort out his sitting posture.
Today's energy and ability development theory class will be taught by me. My name is Chi Fu. I hope everyone can cooperate well.
Chi Fu glanced at the group of freshmen in the classroom, smiled, and briefly introduced himself.
Then he went straight to the topic and started writing on the blackboard.
Everyone should know that since the disaster day 300 years ago, awakened people appeared one after another among human newborn babies. According to the Dragon Kingdom database, as of now, about 48% of people can awaken their abilities on the day of awakening and become awakeners. He circled the 48% and then drew a few lines. Of these 48% of the awakeners, about 80% have only awakened D-level abilities and have almost no direct combat effectiveness. They are like ordinary people with some kind of special ability, basically no combat talent, difficult to understand the operation of energy, and difficult to break through the stone realm for the rest of their lives.
Most of them are engaged in ordinary jobs or intelligence analysis occupations.
Only a very small number of D-level ability people can develop their own abilities and make up for them in other ways, becoming part of the combat power of the Void Hunter. The remaining 20% of the awakened people have awakened their abilities above level C, and as long as they are reasonably developed and have enough faith, they have the opportunity to become Void Hunters. However, once you become a Void Hunter, you have to bear a great risk of death. They not only have to go deep into the major virtual realms, but also resist the destruction of virtual beasts and virtual demons that escape from the virtual realm. Therefore, domestic Void Hunters have been in a state of shortage. The major Void Hunting teams and Void Hunters travel around almost all year round, dealing with various emergencies, as well as those virtual realms that appear randomly all over the country. He stopped the board and turned to look at everyone. Students, joining Longsha Academy, the vast majority of people should aim to become Void Hunters.
So, I want to ask you a question. What do you think is the most critical condition in our battle against the Void Beast and the Void Demon?
The red-haired Han Hao immediately raised his hand and said proudly, "Teacher, I think it relies on high-level ability." Chi Fu shook his head, smiled at the corner of his mouth, turned around and continued to write. Since the disaster day, capable people have continued to emerge. As we humans fight against the false demons, we begin to focus on the study of these newly born abilities and awakened beings. During this period, the government not only delineated the ranks of all the abilities that were born, but also gave them a new definition and divided the types of competencies. He drew 6 lines on the board and introduced. So far, all abilities are divided into 6 types: time and space guidance, rule destruction, domain laws, material amplification, spiritual influence, and energy transformation. In other words, the abilities you master can all be divided into these 6 types according to their nature. And the names of your abilities are all named by the first holder of the ability. According to the information and data, except for D-level abilities, all A-level and above abilities have only one holder at the same time. Unless the previous holder has died, a second ability of the same will hardly appear. He paused, looked around at the freshmen in the classroom, and then said, "The ability level can be measured by the ability stone to a certain extent. The higher the level, the rarer the ability, and from an objective point of view, the strength is correspondingly stronger." But, he elongated his voice, his eyes were a bit meaningful, and he glanced at Han Hao. "The first lesson I want to teach you today is don't use your ability level to judge the strength of an awakened person. If you don't keep this in mind, you will definitely suffer a big loss in the future." Han Hao frowned, looking a little displeased. For Chi Fu's words, he was faintly unconvinced. The higher the ability level, the more power and effect it is, far exceeding the lower level ability. He will never forget the gaze of the people around him on the day he awakened his S-level ability.
Some of you may not understand the meaning of my words.
Chi Fu noticed Han Hao's expression, smiled faintly, and continued to explain.
However, let me give you an example, and you will understand. He quickly wrote a few words on the board. C-level ability, Spirit Breaking Thread.
This is the ability that a Void Hunter once mastered, and the effect is very simple. That is, pull out a transparent silk thread with both hands, and the silk thread cannot be worn or destroyed. This thread can be connected anywhere and has the function of breaking energy. Looking at the effect alone, this ability is definitely not small, and its characteristics are extremely unique. But the reason why it's only a C-level ability is also very simple, because there are many restrictions when casting.
He drew 3 circles after the name of the ability and connected them with a line. The first is the length limit.
That Void Hunter was still in the Rock Realm stage at the time, and the longest line he pulled out was only 1 meter.
The second is the release method.
When casting, you must use both hands to create a spirit-breaking thread, and it cannot be generated in any position out of thin air. The third is duration. The spirit-breaking thread he arranged lasts for up to half an hour each in the Rock Realm, and then loses its characteristics characteristics and disappears.
Then isn't this ability useless?
Han Hao chuckled, with doubts in his tone.
Even if you can break the energy, you won't be able to meet your opponent in battle.
Compared with the S-level ability in his hand, the C-level ability is simply weak. Shifu smiled slightly and replied calmly, but that Void Hunter, with this ability, killed a peak realm Void Demon alone in the Rock Realm.
What? How is this possible? Han Hao exclaimed loudly.
Not only him, but many students in the classroom began to commotion in disbelief.
Can anyone guess how he did it?
Shifu smiled and asked questions, but did not answer immediately. His ability can break energy, that is, he can ignore energy to protect the body. A gentle voice came from the side. Shinzei gave his own guess almost at the same time. He nudged the frame of his glasses and continued, even if it is a peak realm virtual demon, if the body protection energy is broken, it will be difficult to resist the damage. As long as the spirit breaking thread is placed in the right position in advance during the duration of the ability, and then with the help of induction and transparency characteristics, there is a chance to deal a fatal blow to the Void Demon.
That's right. Shifu's eyes lit up and cast an approving gaze. That Void Hunter has an extremely high IQ, and he predicted the possible location of the Void Demon in advance.
So, before the appearance of the Void Demon, he first arranged the spirit breaking thread and took advantage of the poor visibility at night to successfully ambush the high-speed moving Void Demon. Although the strength of the virtual demon is as high as the peak realm, it touches the thread of breaking the spirit in high-speed movement. The body protection energy was broken, and the body and head were separated on the spot, and he was beheaded by an opponent who was far less powerful than himself.
This real case made the students present shine and couldn't help but gasp.
Han Hao was slightly stunned and touched his head, not expecting that his seemingly weak ability could exert such power. However, he was still unwilling in his heart, feeling that this case was more of a coincidence. The higher the ability level, the stronger the ability, but it does not mean that the awakened person itself is strong. Shifu looked at everyone's contemplative appearance and smiled softly. Therefore, when you fight in the future, you must not underestimate any awakened one. Combat experience, physical skills, ability development, IQ. Once you enter the battle, there are many factors involved, and you must not judge a person's strength based on only one aspect. Your development of abilities and the improvement of your own energy realm will also make earth-shaking changes in your abilities.
He quickly wrote down several energy realms of the stones, rocks, mountains, peaks, and ridges on the blackboard. Every time the energy realm is improved, your ability can make a qualitative leap. Let's take the spirit breaking thread mentioned just now as an example. This ability is only 1 meter long and lasts only half an hour when it is in the rock realm. But when he rises to the mountains, the length can reach 3 meters, and the maintenance time will be extended to an hour. Su also listened carefully to Chifu's explanation, and suddenly a little contemplation suddenly appeared in his heart. Ability level and ability realm can basically be regarded as the difference between innate talent and acquired effort. For example, the boiling blood he mastered could only triple his full body quality when he had a D-level ability. But at that time, he raised boiling blood to SS level through fading, and this effect became fivefold, and he also mastered the ability of blood face. If his realm was a rock realm at that time, perhaps the increase in SS level boiling blood could reach 10 times, and D-level boiling blood may only reach 4 times.
Although in comparison, SS level abilities provide a much larger increase than lower level abilities. However, D-level abilities consume less energy when used and have low consumption characteristics, which can also make up for some of the lack of strength.
Coupled with acquired efforts and improvement of realm, low-level abilities are not necessarily worse than high-level abilities.
Fortunately, there are no two different levels of the same ability above a level, and Su can also use the effect of natural selection to forcibly improve the skill level, which can be regarded as a unique existence. The Void Hunter unfortunately died in battle while in the mountains. Shifu's voice continued to sound, but according to the technical department's analysis of his ability, it is roughly inferred that when he breaks through to the peak realm, this range and distance can be further extended, and the peak realm and the ridge realm are a threshold that is extremely difficult for all capable people to overcome.
He drew a circle between the peak realm and the ridge realm. According to the data and information currently available, once the awakened one steps into the ridge realm, the nature of his abilities will change drastically. For example, Spirit Breaking Thread, the technology department has made a rough prediction of the abilities it has in the ridge realm.
Maybe when its owner reaches the ridge realm, every spirit breaking thread will have the power to cut off all things. At that time, the gap between ability levels will be greatly reduced. Shifu's short sentences immediately made the students in the audience expand their imagination, looking forward to the changes in their abilities when they reach the ridge realm. He looked at the students under the podium, a smile curled up slightly, and suddenly said, "Through what I just said, I think everyone has a deeper understanding of ability. However, many students may still think that the higher the ability level, the stronger they are. So, in order to let you experience the content of this lesson more intuitively, in the second half of the class, I will personally let you experience why you can't judge the strength of your strength based on your ability level alone. Get
up, everyone, come with me. We will do the rest of the course content at the training ground. On the huge training ground, under the leadership of Chi-Fu, a group of students stood in place whining, looking around curiously. Not only is it very spacious, but the ground is made of a pale blue stone, which looks valuable. There are many targets and training dummies placed around the ground, which allow people to perform various combat training. At the other end of the training ground, there are two teachers who are conducting combat training. For a while, the students were very curious about how Chi-Fu wanted to give them an experience. Chi-Fu smiled lightly and came to the front of the crowd, and suddenly waved his right hand. A faint energy surged in his palm, and his voice also came out. To tell you the truth, in fact, the level of ability I have mastered is not high. The C-level ability, Second Punch, which belongs to the material amplification type of ability. The effect is that every time I attack, I will deal 2 damage, which is very simple and direct. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the training dummy beside him. The energy fluctuation smashed out, and the entire body of the training dummy suddenly fell backwards. Its feet are firmly planted on the ground, and its bent body bounces back like a tumbler. But before it could bounce completely, another inexplicable force exploded in its body. The strong momentum caused the dummy to fly out with a bang, stirring up a piece of dust. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of 2 teachers in the distance. They stopped and looked over from a distance of hundreds of meters. Isn't that Lao Chi? Is he bringing new life? One of the teachers with glasses raised his eyebrows and recognized Chi-Fu. Yes, you haven't heard that this group of students was just enrolled yesterday, and the instructor Lien Shou, who had disappeared for several years, came back to conduct the test in person. The teacher next to him nodded. This guy Lao Chi wants to use that old method to disarm the freshmen again. The teacher with glasses suddenly laughed out loud, thinking of Chi-Fu's tried and tested methods. His old method does work, at least after each end. It will make the freshmen in awe of him. The teacher next to him also replied with a smile, but I heard that the level of this freshman is good, so there shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Don't worry, although that guy Lao Chi doesn't have a high ability level, his strength is obvious to all, and he is a top combat genius and a theoretical genius. The glasses teacher smiled and shook his head. That group of freshmen is just a newborn calf. What kind of waves can they make? Okay, let's withdraw. It is estimated that Lao Chi will brag with us again at night. That's the effect. Chi-Fu withdrew his fists, and the energy fluctuations on his body began to emerge. My current realm is a mountain realm, but next, I will firmly limit my energy to the stone realm, just like you. As he spoke, his energy fluctuated inch by inch. Then, he put his hands on his back and read confidently, I think you can enter Longxia Academy, and your ability level should be B level or above. Even A level and S level are not a few. But today I want to confirm my previous theory to you. Even if I am in the same realm as you, my ability level is lower than yours, and I inform you of the effect of my ability. If you fight, you will never be my opponent. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the crowd. Everyone present was the pride of heaven, far beyond their peers. Their ability level is also higher than that of C. Now this teacher Chi dared to speak wildly, thinking that in the same realm, they were not his opponents. For a while, a group of students were full of fighting spirit, gearing up and eager to try. These expressions were all taken into account, but they had long been commonplace. Almost every year, the freshmen he teaches are similar to the current expression. But after the course, only all will remain in their eyes. It looks like you don't believe it. Chi-Fu chanted softly and walked directly towards the crowd. In that case, I'll find a few people to demonstrate. His eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly found the tallest person in the crowd, the so-called knocking on the mountain and shaking the tiger. Defeating the strongest of the students in this group will definitely have a great impact on them. He stopped in front of a tall and strong student, but shirtless, and smiled indifferently. You look very good at fighting. It's up to you. Please feel free to play. Let's have a simple discussion. After saying this, he turned around and came to the middle of the venue. You want to fight me? Jolie, who was named by name, immediately grinned and looked at Chi-Fu in front of him with a strange face. Chi-Fu tilted his head and looked. Why, don't you have confidence? Don't worry, I will keep my hand properly and won't hurt you. Of course not. Jolie pushed away the crowd and walked straight towards the middle of the venue. A few seconds later, he came to Chi-Fu and looked down condescendingly. I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll beat you to death. There was no respect in his eyes, as if he didn't care whether Chi-Fu was a teacher or not. The old man threatened me, you can't kill people casually. Otherwise, I'll be locked back in that dark and damp place where birds don't poop. You say you. Are you afraid of killing me? Chi-Fu seemed to have heard some big joke and laughed angrily. He has taught so many students, but this is the first time he has seen such a student who does not know the height of the sky and is extremely arrogant. Don't worry, I'll let you know the gap between us. He sneered and dropped this sentence, waved his palm towards Jolie, and motioned for him to make a move. But Jolie was unmoved, and just touched his nose boringly. You should elevate your realm to the rock realm. With your current realm is not my opponent. Chi-Fu suddenly felt as if he had been underestimated, and he was slightly annoyed in his words. Speak wildly. You don't deserve me to raise my realm. Jolie looked at Chi-Fu and grinned. Anger is indeed the emotion that people are most likely to be aroused. Are you really sure that I will take the first step? Poof. Shifu raised his chin, and had made up his mind to give this freshman some color. You can shoot casually. Okay. Jolie stopped talking nonsense, and his right fist blasted out like a cannonball. I am also most troubled to think about so much. The fist that rushed quickly instantly made Shifu's hair stand on end. With his perception, he actually smelled an extremely dangerous aura from this punch. He took a step back suddenly, and just as he was about to react, he found that the speed of the fist had surged several times again, and it came to him in an instant. A terrifying roar sounded from the training ground. The 4 training dummies located more than 10 meters behind Shifu were instantly shattered by the fist wind, leaving only a few feet that kept shaking. In an instant, the audience was silent. Everyone looked at it together. But in front of Shifu, a hanging mirror suddenly appeared, blocking Jolie's fist straight in front of him. Shifu's hair was blown backwards by the fist wind, and his fist also hit Jolie's body. Jolie snorted, his body trembling slightly. But then, another shock surged from his body, causing him to frown and take a step back to relieve his strength. He shook his fist, put his hands in his pockets like a normal person, and walked towards the team without looking back. We shouldn't have the need to continue fighting. A crisp sound sounded from the front. Shifu was stunned as the mirror in front of him turned into countless fragments and scattered all over the ground, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't expect that the stress mirror given to him by Lianshou would automatically trigger and protect him. If it weren't for the activation of this Juaba, I am afraid he would have to face Jolie's punch head-on. Although this punch can't kill him, as a teacher, if he is blown away by the students in person, what face does he have to teach? He perceived the power of the fist just now extremely clearly, which was not like the destructive power that a student of the Stone Realm could produce in any way. What made him even more shocked was that his counterattack in a hurry only made Jolie take a step back. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little silent. The students looked at Jolie like monsters, shocked by his terrifying strength, while others looked at Shifu with strange faces and wanted to laugh. This teacher Chi had just said that he would clean them up, but he didn't expect to be deflated. His so-called theory seems to be empty words. Uniform cover. His face was a little blue, and his heart was full of embarrassment except for fear. He seemed to understand what Lianshou's words meant. Among this group of freshmen, there are such perverted people. He gritted his teeth and looked at the students who were holding back their smiles. This is his first lesson, and he must not lose face here. At this time, he urgently needed a big victory to save face. His eyes swept over the crowd quickly. He pointed quickly and read in a cold voice, "You, come over to me." Me? Bai Tao, who was standing next to Suyi smiling, was suddenly stunned and pointed to his nose. "Yes, that's right." Shifu nodded. "I think it's the happiest you laugh at." "Don't do it, teacher. I just thought of something happy." Bai Tao took a step back vigilantly, full of shirks. "If you don't come up, you will be deducted a little credit." In the face of Shifu's threat, Bai Tao's face changed greatly. He looked around extremely obscenely, then gritted his teeth and stepped forward helplessly. "Teacher, I think maybe others are better suited to compete with you than me." Bai Tao's face was full of smiles, still trying to avoid this competition. But Shifu seemed to have identified him, and said lightly, "My current realm is the same as yours. What are you afraid of? I see you smiling so happily. You must be as strong as that classmate just now, right?" After saying this, he looked at Bai Tao. "What is your ability level?" Bai Tao touched the back of his head and said with a dry smile, "It's not worth mentioning. It's just a B-level ability." "Very good." Shifu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at all the freshmen. "You students should be optimistic. His ability is B-level, and I am only C-level, and we are both in the Stone Realm. But I'm going to show you why I say that ability level doesn't determine the outcome of a battle." He looked forward again. "You can make a move. You can use your abilities or make moves as you want." Bai Tao seemed to be still trying to escape, praying with a face full of prayer. "Teacher, just let me go. There are so many people here, you have to look for a dash." Halfway through his words, he suddenly squatted down and hit Shifu with a sweeping leg. This sudden attack stunned the students behind him. Bai Tao simply took shamelessness and obscenity to the extreme. Obviously 1 second he was laughing and trying to escape, and the next second he actually launched an attack. Shifu didn't expect that Bai Tao would be so insidious. Fortunately, he had a lot of combat experience, and reacted almost instantly, directly shifted his center of gravity down, squatted down, and slapped Bai Tao with a palm. But at the same time as he made a move, Bai Tao's movements were extremely smooth, twisting his body with a movement similar to Thomas's, and then his legs popped out rapidly, and a rabbit kicked an eagle towards Shifu's chest. Feint? Shifu immediately reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He was kicked in the chest by Bai Tao, and he snorted, but quickly waved his right palm and tried to grab Bai Tao. According to his speed and reflexes, Bai Tao would definitely be caught by him before he could retract his legs. As long as he can touch his body, he has 100 ways to deal with this extremely obscene new student. But his right palm was empty. Looking closely, Bai Tao appeared several meters away, his face full of vigilance. "Teacher Chi is really powerful. My whirlwind invincible thunderbolt legs have been resolved by you." "What kind of whirlwind invincible thunderbolt leg?" "Obviously a sneak attack, even has the name of the move." Shifu was shocked on the spot, as if there were 10,000 horses running by. He sneered out of anger and grabbed Bai Tao with his feet. You kid is really good. I want to see if you have any other means. His speed was extremely fast and he rushed in front of Bai Tao in an instant, and his right fist rushed like thunder and blasted out. But just when his fist was about to touch Bai Tao, the latter's figure was blurred for a while, and he retreated 3 meters back at some point, narrowly avoiding Chi Fu's attack. Chi Fu was stunned for a moment, his face full of strangeness. How did you dodge it? Could it be a coincidence? Bai Tao blinked his eyes swept back and forth, as if he was always looking for the direction of retreat. Chi Fu approached with another collapsing punch. The speed of the fist was extremely fast, and he made a sound of breaking the wind, but once again it landed in the air. Bai Tao stood cautiously to the side, winking at him innocently. Chi Fu didn't believe in evil, and the nameless fire suddenly rushed to his heart, directly connecting his feet, chasing Bai Tao like a phantom and constantly punching. Boom 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 boom. His punches were getting faster and faster, almost creating afterimages in the air, and the sound of breaking the wind sounded one after another. But Bai Tao was like a leaf fluttering in the air. Every time he faced a simultaneous attack, he could dodge his attack incomparably just right. The two showed a circular trajectory, chasing and fleeing, and returned to the center of the venue in a long circle. Half a minute later, Chi Fu was out of breath, gave up the attack, and held his knees and gasped for breath. After so many attacks, he couldn't even touch the corner of Bai Tao's clothes. His face was full of shock, staring at Bai Tao. Your ability is a B-level ability? Escape? As expected of a teacher, you actually saw it. Bai Tao pretended to be surprised and showed an expression of admiration. But this expression fell in Chi Fu's eyes, and it looked like a mockery. He gritted his teeth and said, you can actually develop your abilities to this point. Go back to me. Okay. Bai Tao walked towards the crowd. When passing by Chi Fu, the latter's eyes were cold, and suddenly a jab blasted towards Bai Tao's back. But Bai Tao seemed to have long eyes on his back, and almost at the same time as he punched Chi Fu, his whole body moved down half a meter. Half of his body was submerged in the soil, and he dodged Chi Fu's punch with great accuracy. Then, he turned his head, his expression highlighting a naive, teacher, is there anything else? No, it's okay. Chi Fu closed his eyes, his face full of lovelessness. This student, combined with his ability, coupled with his own development of ability, has almost integrated with his ability. In the case of restricting the realm, he couldn't even touch his body. Fighting head-on, as long as he is not a pervert like Jolie, even if it is an A-level and S-level ability, he has the confidence to defeat it. But like Bai Tao, who only knows how to run, he has a feeling of his fist hitting the cotton. The students listened to each other, and the smiles on their faces became stronger and stronger. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Chi Fu's face twitched. This is the first lesson. His lifelong fame must not be ruined here. No matter how high the quality of this group of freshmen is, it is impossible for them to be all weird and perverted. No, we must get back the field as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and looked at everyone's faces fiercely. Don't consider anything too fierce, and don't do anything too obscene. In the end, he kept his eyes on a teenager. The young man looked very ordinary, with a tired face, dark circles under his eyes, and his body was not very strong. It was decided that it was him. You, come here. Suyi walked forward with a strange face, not expecting that he would be named by Chi Fu. Is your ability to be as destructive as his? Chi Fu pointed to Jolie. Far inferior. Then your ability is the same as his, only knowing how to run? He pointed at Bai Tao again. Absolutely not. Chi Fu breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. It seemed that he was able to show his true strength this time. He didn't even ask Suyi about his ability level, because in his opinion, every freshman here cannot have a lower ability level than him. Good, let's get started. Chi Fu's eyes were solemn and he took a fighting posture. With previous experience, he no longer dared to be careless about this group of freshmen. Su also shrugged his shoulders, a blood mist bloomed on his body, and he punched Chi Fu. While seeing this blood mist, Chi Fu was slightly stunned, and his eyes showed confusion. Is there such an ability among the abilities above level C? Although he is also well informed, D-level abilities account for the vast majority of awakened people, and there are thousands of D-level abilities recorded in the database. D-level abilities like boiling blood could not be identified at the first time. He didn't think about it and flipped his palm and slapped it. Suye's fist hit his palm and was caught firmly by him. Chi Fu was also relieved. From this strength, it seems that this is just a material amplification type ability. The magnitude of the increase is also extremely limited and not very strong. He smiled indifferently, pulled Suye's body down hard, and slammed his right fist slammed in. But just as his attack was about to hit Suyi looked up and smiled, threw a brick from his left hand from his arms, and smashed it into Chi Fu's fist. The terrifying impact broke out, blowing up the slab to pieces. Taking advantage of this gap, Suyi raised his knee and hit it, and the target was aimed directly at the crotch. Chi Fu's face turned pale. He didn't expect Suyi to be so insidious, and immediately retracted his palm to block it. Su also took advantage of the situation to withdraw his hand, retracted his knee, lifted leg forward, and brushed his left palm against his face. You little guy, your methods are too ruthless. Chi Fu's expression became a little serious and he became angry. He didn't expect Su Yi to do so unscrupulously in order to win him. In the midst of a frontal battle, doing everything possible, in his opinion, this way of fighting is simply despicable and cannot be called justice at all. What he is most unaccustomed to in his life is this way of fighting. Shifu made up his mind to give Su Yi some color and educate the student well, but as soon as he raised his eyes, a piece of white dust came from Su Yi's left hand. Shifu finally couldn't hold back and scolded. Who would have thought that Su Yi would carry such an insidious thing as lime powder with him? The dust hit his face suddenly turned white, his eyes were soaked in lime powder, and he was in unbearable pain, closed his eyes, and couldn't see anything. However, even in this unexpected situation, Shifu still maintained a calm in his heart. Although he couldn't see, he quickly focused his energy on his ears and listened to the movements around him. Even if he can't see it, as long as he can hear the sound, he can still take the lead. But Shifu didn't expect that under the stunned gaze of the students, so he took out a gong from his arms extremely calmly. This guy, is he Doraemon? Can he stuff so many things in his arms? Shu Yi's eyes were full of incredulity, and his evaluation of Su Yi in his heart had risen to a higher level. Bai Tao on the other side had flashing eyes and muttered to himself, "Little brother Su Yi, you are much more insidious than me. These things are naturally stored by Su Yi in the world in the pot." He put his hand in his arms, in fact, just to cover it up. As for why there are these things, it can only be said that this is a self-defense thing that he has prepared for 3 years in high school, in order to prevent sneak attacks from various forces such as the Annihilation Alliance. After having the Jolie pot, he also put them in by the way in case of emergencies. He has long been familiar with this set of combos, and I don't know how many people have been pitted with it. At this moment, he calmly raised the gong, stretched forward gently, and approached Shifu's ear slightly. Just wait for the moment he makes a move and attack him. Gather energy in your ears and multiply your hearing. He kept moving his body with his eyes closed to prevent Su Yi from rushing from other angles to launch a sneak attack. Su also struck the gong in his hand hard. The deafening voice suddenly sounded, and Shifu, who had doubled his hearing, suddenly screamed, and his ears were ringing so much that he seemed to be deafened. At this moment, his head was buzzing, let alone listening to Su Yi's movements. It was extremely difficult to even stand firm. He barely stabilized his figure, and with his own perception, a wave of energy seemed to rush from in front of him. He's here. Shifu couldn't hide the anger in his heart, and struggled to use his ability to punch in front of him. The explosive power of horror seems to break something. But at this moment, a cold object also clung to the back of his head. Su Yi held half a slab brick in his hand, didn't even look at the other half of the shattered slab, and said with a smile, "Before the second impact breaks, you should not be able to activate the ability continuously, right? Teacher Chi, how did it end?" The tinnitus dissipated slightly, and although Su Yi's voice sounded very small, it was still heard by Shifu. Time passed minute by minute. He covered his head, wiped the lime powder in front of him vigorously, and stood there for a long time before finally regaining his hearing. The feeling of tinnitus seemed to still linger in his ears, but Shifu finally saw everything in front of him. In front of him, half a brick was smashed by him and scattered all over the ground. Behind him, Su Yi held half a brick and gently touched the back of his head. This behavior seems to be saying that if he wanted to, this brick would have been smashed up. And Su Yi's analysis of his ability also surprised him secretly. Shifu was silent for a long time, and then sighed, "I lost." Hearing this, Su Yatsai smiled slightly and waved his hand. The powder on the ground quickly gathered and condensed, turning into half a slab, and flew back quickly, connecting with the half-slab brick in his hand. This is the backhand he prepared. If Shifu did not choose to surrender, he could only directly stun him in this way. Shifu was shocked when he looked at it, turned around, and looked at Su Yi with a complicated face. "You are. What ability?" Su also shrugged his shoulders and replied easily, "D-level ability boils blood." Blood mist flashed on his body, and it quickly dissipated. And D-level ability repairers. He showed the brick in his hand. "I have twin powers." He patted Shifu on the shoulder and read earnestly, "Teacher, you are right. The level of ability is indeed not the only criterion for determining the outcome of the battle." Shifu? He looked at Su Yi with a confused and shocked face. Isn't this what he wants to show this group of students? How can he still be reverse educated by a student? And why does he have D-level abilities? This is the first D-level ability awakener recruited by Longxia Academy since its establishment. A swear word condensed in his mouth, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. After a long silence, he pursed his lips and spoke, "Your fighting style is too vicious." Su Yi calmly put away the gong and bricks in his hand, and said calmly, "Teacher, didn't you also say that there should be many factors that determine the outcome of a battle? But I think the process of the battle is not important, just consider the result or not. The winner is king." After saying this, he returned to the team under the gaze of everyone. Snap! After a while, all the students were amazed by the hand he pretended to have, and stood there and applauded. Compared to Zhou Li's unmatched strength and Bai Tao's extremely obscene escape technique, Su also defeated Shifu almost purely with his own brain. Although the battle process was not so straightforward, the result was enough to impress them. Hissing, Shifu froze in place, gasped, and suddenly felt that Su Yi, a student, moment, was a little terrifying, although he abruptly turned the fighting match into a prop match. But every action in the battle seems to have a guiding purpose, and the entire battle is in its own layout. The initial punch with boiling blood was to lower one's vigilance and make oneself careless. Then he diverted his attention with slabs and knee lifting and crotch kicking. So, after he turned his focus to defense, Suyi took the opportunity to throw out the lime powder and expected that he would focus on hearing when his vision was limited. Then the gong affected his hearing, causing his body to be unbalanced and a sense of panic in his heart. At this moment, Suyi used the energy attached to half of the slab brick to attract him to launch his ability to attack. But long before the battle began, Suyi had already noticed his ability characteristics. Before the second impact burst, he could not use his abilities continuously. Even in the end, the reason why Su deliberately put the slab brick on his head was also to activate the ability at all times to repair the remaining half of the slab bricks. Every step of this is interlocked, almost all in his grasp. If you think about it carefully, it is not so much that you lost to Suye's various insidious props, but rather that as early as the beginning of the battle, the victory or defeat was already predetermined. Obviously only 2D level abilities, but they exerted an extremely terrifying effect in Suye's hands. Under Suye's reminder, Shifu had already recalled the effects of boiling blood and repairing hands. In terms of repairers alone, this is a rule-breaking type of ability. It can use energy to repair non-living beings, and can also use energy to make up for the missing parts of objects to achieve the effect of repair. In terms of effect, this ability cannot be used in combat at all, because its ability is very limited. One is that it has a short release distance and requires fragments of the object itself to repair. The second is that if you use energy to repair out of thin air, the energy consumed is extremely large. But Suyi just relied on his exquisite calculations to use this seemingly weak ability to the extreme. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Chifu's forehead. He once again deeply sensed what Lian Shou's words meant. Where is the big gap? This is clearly a group of monsters. Shi Fugan laughed twice and looked at the students in front of him. Now it's not him who sets up a show for this group of freshmen. Rather, it was he who was dismissed by this group of freshmen. Now no matter who he looks, he feels that the other party is a genius of some demon. You also saw that Suyi used his D-level ability to defeat me with C-level ability. This is what I want to tell you. Don't judge strength and victory or defeat by ability level. Shifu told the students his truth with a serious face, but the students below all smiled and didn't take it seriously at all. Shifu's continuous failures have made them underestimate this teacher a little. Teacher, I think there is a possibility that you are too weak. Han Hao laughed and raised his hand, no longer showing respect for the teacher in his eyes. I'm an S-level ability. Why don't you let me challenge the teacher and listen to the teacher tell you your reasoning? There was a burst of laughter in the crowd. In the face of the student's provocation, Shifu's face darkened, but he couldn't refuse. He motioned for Han Hao to step forward, and the whole person was a little nervous and unconfident. Is it really that I'm getting weaker? With the previous 3 battles, he was full of vigilance against this group of freshmen. He has made up his mind that if he loses again, he will immediately resign and become a maverick again. You take action. Shifu looked at Han Hao cautiously and motioned for him to make a move. Han Hao's face was full of confidence, his red hair was fluttering, and a confident and proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he immediately rushed forward and activated his abilities. Shifu stepped on Han Hao's chest with his foot, stepping on him firmly on the soles of his feet, unable to move. He looked down at Han Hao, who was full of disbelief and constantly struggling, but to no avail. His eyes lit up, and he finally let out a long breath. It turns out that I'm not too weak. It's those guys just now, they're so perverted. In the next half of the class, Shifu did not continue to explain other knowledge points. As if he was about to vent his grievances just now, he ordered several dissatisfied students in a row to compete. The students, who originally despised him because of Shifu's successive deflations, finally realized the horror of this teacher positively. Their proud abilities were in Shifu's hands, and they couldn't even hold on to 5 moves, and they were defeated one after another and subdued by Shifu. Among them, there are several students with A-level ability or even S-level ability, and there is no power to fight back at all. At this moment, the students finally understood the meaning of Shifu's words. Even if Shifu's ability level is lower than theirs, the realm is exactly the same. But his rich combat experience and extremely keen judgment can give him a head start in battle. Their ability could hardly exert even 40% of their strength, and they were subdued by Shifu. But because of this, they were amazed and shocked by the 3 people who were able to deflate Shifu head-on. The fact that the ability level cannot determine the outcome of the battle is also firmly kept in their hearts. Soon, with the alarm clock ringing in Shifu's arms, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't wait to announce the end of class, turned his head and left. This theory class for freshmen simply made him tired enough. If he hadn't regained some face in the end, he might have planned to resign directly. This group of freshmen is simply perverted. Recalling the extremely tyrannical Zhou Li just now, and Su Yi, who had no last resort, he felt a sense of fear. However, the quality of this group of freshmen also surprised him greatly. But if you can can train them well. In the future, this group of children will definitely be able to become the backbone of the Void Hunters. After taking all the courses, there are no other courses in the day. Therefore, students leave the training ground in 2s and 3s and start playing on campus or traveling together. After a while, there was no one on the Kung Fu training ground. Suyi walked alone on the tree-lined road, came to an uninhabited pavilion at will, and took out his mobile phone. He rummaged through the address book for a while and made a phone call. Beep. The phone rang 3 times and finally connected. Soon, a hurried and swift female voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Hey, who? There was a violent explosion and roar on the phone, as if the other party was on a battlefield. Su also touched his nose, always feeling that the timing of this call was not right. Fong Xin, it's me. And, are you? Fong Xin's voice came from the phone, and he actually recognized Suye's voice. Suyi, how did you have my phone? The crackling sound drowned her voice. The sound of battle came, and the roar of the beast could be faintly heard. Sorry, wait for me. The phone rang continuously, soon accompanied by a violent roar, and everything returned to calm. A few seconds later, Fong Xin picked up the phone out of breath and said carelessly, I'm sorry, a small virtual realm has opened here, and 2 virtual beasts from the rock realm and 1 virtual beast from the mountain realm have run out. My senior and I just finished dealing with it. Su was also silent for a moment, but still asked politely, your injury has healed? It's better than half. Fong Xin's voice seemed to be a little weak, but he was still as carefree as ever, and he didn't take the injuries seriously at all. It just so happened that the seniors received the task, so I went on the mission with them. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Why do you have my mobile phone number? You told me the unlocked password of your phone before, and I saved your mobile phone number by the way. Su also touched his nose and replied calmly, it's the time when you lie down unconscious after being knocked away by the shadow beast. Fong Xin was silent for a moment. Do you usually rummage through girls' mobile phones like this? Don't worry, I definitely didn't see the underwear photos in your album. Su also hurriedly replied, I'm just on the safe side, saving a number for emergencies. Believe it or not, I'll blow your hair off next time I see you. Fong Xin gritted his teeth and spoke, his whole face blushing. She endured her shame and continued, I heard from my senior that you seem to have agreed to join Longxia Academy, but this year's instructor seems to be the legendary devil instructor. Call me now. Do you say you have passed the entrance test? I barely passed. Su also touched his nose and replied, calling you, there is something I want to ask you. You guys still have questions? Fong Xin smiled and sat casually on a stone. You ask? I'll see if I can answer your question. She took out a bottle of water from her bag with a tired face and poured it with her head up, relieving the fatigue caused by the battle. That's right, I want to ask you, has anyone ever successfully broken through the firewall of the country's special database? What are the conditions if you want to check it? As soon as Suye's words fell, Fong Xin was shocked and sprayed out all the water in his mouth. She coughed violently, as if she had heard something extremely dangerous, and exclaimed, hey, what do you want to do? How can you ask this kind of question? Could it be that you want to hack into the country's special database? She was stunned for a moment, and remembered one of the things her brother mentioned when she was talking to her brother on the phone this morning. Soon, Fong Xin's eyes widened, and he sat up from the stone with a thud. No, the guy who invaded the special database last night was you? Su didn't expect that Fong Xin would know about this. How did you know? It's really you. Fong Xin's whole voice was a little sharp. My brother works in the school's technical department, and yesterday he happened to be in charge of supervising the defense system of the special database. He just told me this morning that a hacker tried to break into the firewall and was very technical, but he stopped it. I didn't expect you to be that hacker. Her voice was full of shock and excitement, and she grabbed the phone and said urgently, are you crazy? This is illegal. I just want to investigate one thing. Su Yegu Jing Wubo responded, not taking Fong Xin's words seriously at all. Since you already know, then I won't beat around the bush, just ask you directly. He paused for a moment, and then spoke bluntly, you should have investigated me in the first place. I want to know, can you send me a copy of that information? You guy, you didn't listen to me at all. Fong Xin looked around, and when he saw that Chao Sha and Gui Yen were still dealing with the corpses of the virtual beasts, he lowered his voice and quickly said to his mobile phone, do you know that it is illegal for you to hack into the country's special databases without authorization? I did ask my brother to call your information at the beginning, but that information is relatively brief and there is no special detail at all. There is no problem in sending it to you, but what do you want to do? There are some questions and details that I would love to know. Su also responded calmly, in the incident I encountered 3 years ago, I noticed some doubts. Doubtful? Fong Xin had read the report of the Sea City Rebellion and was very impressed by that incident. It is clearly recorded in the report that the original 31st Hunting Void Team, in order to kill the virtual beast, used the people as bait and committed the taboo of the Void Hunter. Due to countless casualties, the Hunting Void Team was forcibly disbanded after this incident was over. Its captain and team members repeatedly applied to try to explain, but their explanations were so absurd that no one believed them at all. Even after that, these Void Hunters were stripped of their status as Void Hunters
tortures and given extremely severe punishments. For them, these punishments are undoubtedly more uncomfortable than killing them. It's just that for those who died, this punishment alone is still too light, and it can't make up for the mistakes they have made at all.
I can send you this report. Fong Xin continued, but I want to remind you in advance.
These reports were called by my brother from the intelligence section, and they only briefly described the content of what happened to you at that time. The specific and more detailed information was uploaded to the special database of the state, and the most complete data was placed in the confidential archive room of the intelligence department of Nanyuan College. Although I don't know exactly what you want to investigate, I must remind you that you must never try to hack into the country's special database again. As far as I know, the firewall of the special database was created by a hacker genius who used his own abilities.
To date, no one has ever been able to successfully hack into the database.
In addition, there will be special personnel to maintain the database on weekdays, and you will never be able to hack in.
If you are tracked back to your location, maybe the state will directly send someone to arrest you.
She was already a warm-hearted person, and Su had saved her many times, so she was quite grateful to Su Yi, and naturally she didn't want him to take risks.
I know it in my heart.
Su also responded lightly.
You. When Fong Xin heard this attitude, he suddenly became a little anxious. Alas, I have convinced you.
You saved my life before, and I owe you a favor.
That's good. If you really want to investigate something, maybe my brother can help you. He is a senior talent in the school's technical department and has acquaintances in the intelligence department. If you want to ask something, it might be more efficient to ask him in person.
It's just that he happened to be maintaining within the capital government in the past 2 days, and it may take a few days to come back. But from the perspective of time, you should be able to return to school before your entrance assessment. When the time comes, I'll let him see you, and you can ask him in person if you have anything.
Suya's expression moved slightly. He didn't expect Fong Xin to be so enthusiastic about helping him. He also understood that Fong Xin was worried about him, but he had to know the truth and answers to some things. He was silent for a moment and said quite seriously, "Thank you. You must not try to hack the national database again." Fong Xin rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, feeling very tired of this junior.
"I won't tell anyone about this. You must pay more attention yourself.
I will send you the information you want to see later."
"Then let's do it first. We have other tasks and we have to leave here."
Fong Xin repeatedly told Su Yi, and then hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, Suya's social software popped up a friend application. Soon, Fong Xin sent all the information about the investigation of Su Yi.
Su also quickly opened the compressed package.
There are 2 files in the package.
He skimmed the copy of his personal information and directly opened the document titled Sea City Rebellion. In this document, it briefly describes what happened at the Haicheng Art Exhibition 3 years ago. On that day, at the peak of a certain mountain realm, the virtual beast that stepped into the peak realm with half a foot appeared in Haicheng without warning. Before its appearance, there were no fluctuations in the virtual realm within 100 miles, and no one knew where it came from. As soon as it appeared, it broke into the art exhibition and launched a massacre. And the extremely coincidental thing is that when the virtual beast appeared, the Hunting Void 31st team was impartial, and it happened to be located in the art exhibition. The strongest captain among them was only the mountain realm, and he thought it was difficult to fight against this virtual beast, so he took the team members to hide his breath and did not make a move. They watched the masses continue to die under the attack of the virtual beast, but they took advantage of the gap between the virtual beast being blocked by people and paused to kill the virtual beast. So far, in this Haicheng rebellion, a total of more than 200 people died, and the value of the destroyed artworks and buildings was extremely high and the damage was serious.
The content of the report is probably only such a brief introduction.
These contents are not much different from what Su Yi saw at that time, although there are several points in this introduction that he cares about. But he was not in the mood to care about those things at the moment, but quickly swiped the documents and pulled them to the end.
Here is a record of the follow-up events of the Haicheng rebellion.
After killing the virtual beast, Zhang Tianhu, the captain of the 31st team of Hunting the Void, notified the Haicheng 3rd Hospital closest to the art exhibition at 15:29 p.m. After receiving the call, the 3rd Hospital immediately dispatched 10 ambulances and 30 medical staff to rescue the injured and deal with the dead. At 15:50, 5 ambulances arrived at the art exhibition at the same time and began the rescue operation. According to the records of tickets and the number of people on site, the number of casualties this time is as high as 230. 36 of them had no bones left and were swallowed by virtual beasts, with a total of 51 mutilated limbs and 30 minor injuries. The state will give the highest level of compensation to their families for the 36 people whose bodies cannot be preserved due to virtual beasts. The list is as follows. Su also quickly browsed through the death list, but his face became more and more gloomy. He suddenly found the word Tang Tan from the names of these 36 people. 5 ambulances arrived at the same time, and there was no so-called first departure. The ambulance did take Tang Tan's body away, but in the report record, it was written that her body was not found. He was 100% sure that the original ambulance was by no means sent by the hospital.
theoretical. Who took Tang Tan's body, and where did it go? No, the content of this document is still too brief. I have to find a more detailed report record. Because the National Special Database could not be successfully invaded, it was difficult for Su to obtain more useful information in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only quietly wait for his younger brother in Fong Xian's mouth to return to school. In the next 2 days, he also took several different theory classes one after another. There are history lessons on the history of the Void Hunters, as well as sociological structure courses on the relationship between the Void Hunters and the common people. There is also teaching how to run energy, as well as some content about the direction of ability development. Of course, since this is only the reason for the pre-admission theory class, these contents are only superficial and not in-depth. The specific detailed courses also need to be subdivided into more detailed class schedules after they complete the entrance assessment. Su is also quite concerned about these courses. After all, these knowledge contents are very vivid and concrete his cognition and understanding of the awakened society. A few days flew by. There is only 1 day left before the entrance examination, and the course to be taken on this day is the last of the theoretical classes in the past few days, and it is also the one Suyi is looking forward to the most in the course schedule. On the familiar training ground, 48 freshmen stood in line, looking nervous and looking a little expectant. This class is an outdoor class, and the person who wants to teach them is the teaching assistant who was in the test before, the magnificent teacher who can create mountains out of thin air. Very good, it seems that you are all punctual people. Songwei stepped on the point and came to the training ground, looked at the students in front of him, and smiled approvingly. He is dressed very seriously, his clothes are clean and tidy, and he has a feeling of obsessive-compulsive disorder and cleanliness. He walked straight to the front of the crowd and looked at everyone with a light smile. Today's Taiji theory class, I will teach you. After entering Longsha Academy, there was one thing that Suyi was quite satisfied with. That is the teaching level of the teachers here. No matter what kind of course it is, the teachers here almost never say half a word of nonsense, and the content they talk about is related to the course, and they never talk half a word of nonsense. According to Bai Tao's introduction, Su also has an understanding of the identity of the teacher here. Longsha Academy is different from other awakened academy, and the enrollment conditions for teachers are extremely strict. If you want to become a teacher at Longsha Academy, you must meet 3 conditions. One is that every void hunter must have performed 100 or more void hunting tasks before applying to become a teacher, including a record of blocking the void realm at least 10 times or more. The second is that the hunter's own theoretical knowledge is qualified and has a rich enough amount of knowledge, so as not to mislead people's children. The third is those who have participated in the battle of the virtual demons above the same mountain realm, and have dark diseases or serious injuries. At least one of the 3 conditions can be met before you can apply to become a lecturer. Generally speaking, people who can only meet the second condition are generally people with lower realms due to their own ability and talent limitations. They cannot make any impact on the frontal battlefield and can only function by disseminating knowledge. But these 3 conditions also mean that the identity of the teacher is not a safe haven for the void hunter at all. And guiding and cultivating fresh blood is also a very important thing to fight against the void demon. Don't look at it in just 1 month. Suyi encountered the night nightmare of the mountain realm and the night owl of the peak realm one after another. However, looking at the whole country, the number of people who hunt the void above the mountain is still very rare, accounting for less than 2% of the overall number of people who hunt the void. And Songwei in front of him obviously met the first 2 conditions before he was invited to become a teacher by Longsha Academy. He seems to be young, but he has a lot of combat experience, especially in terms of ability and martial arts. He is the best among the void hunters. I don't think I need to introduce myself to you. Songwei spoke lightly, and then began to get straight to the point. The first knowledge point I want to tell you today is the relationship between energy and physical techniques. Everyone present should be able to use their abilities normally and are familiar with the laws of energy operation. As you know, energy is one of the most basic conditions for the operation of ability. From the moment you awaken your abilities, energy will be generated in your body. Now I want to ask you, do you think energy appears out of thin air? His question had just fallen, and soon a girl raised her hand. Teacher, we learned in the energy class 2 days ago. Energy itself exists in everyone's body, but we can't perceive it normally. The energy that appears after the day of awakening is actually only because we have established a connection with the energy in our body and can sense their existence. That's right. Songwei nodded. Energy has always existed in our bodies, and when we awaken, we can perceive it. And our use of abilities, as well as the cultivation of the realm, is the process of continuously improving the energy in the body. And when we run energy, energy will also amplify our body. But there is another situation. As he spoke, he waved his fist and hammered the training dummy beside him. The extremely strong dummy exploded in an instant, as if it had endured a terrifying force. This scene surprised all the students and showed a shocked expression. Although they can also increase their physical abilities by adding energy, they are absolutely unable to cause such destructive power. And some careful people found that there was no slightest energy fluctuation in Songwei's punch just now.
The punch I swung just now was able to cause such a magnitude of destructive power without using any energy.
Song Wei continued, this is because after years of practice, I have greatly increased my physical fitness by releasing energy and nourishing my body.
The existence of energy can make our physical bodies break through the limits of the original human beings. And under deliberate cultivation, even if I don't use energy, my physical fitness is several times that of ordinary people, and I have superhuman strength and speed. And this way of cultivating the body through energy and increasing the strength of the body is called taijutsu. A person who has cultivated martial arts to the extreme, even if he does not rely on any ability, can have extremely strong combat effectiveness.
Most of you may be more dependent on your own abilities,
but many times, your abilities are not invincible. Once you encounter an enemy who restrains your ability, or encounters some jueba that can block your ability, at this time you will be helpless and slaughtered.
This situation has been staged countless times in the past history.
And just 150 years ago, a void hunter who had only awakened his D-level abilities in order to be able to fight against the void demon continued to study the way of taijutsu and developed it to the extreme. That senior of the void hunter, even if he doesn't use any ability, he can rely on physical skills to kill the virtual beasts above the mountain realm. And under his continuous study and the joint research of several void hunters who cultivated taijutsu, they created 5 high-level energy usage techniques derived from taijutsu. Each of these 5 techniques can bring out the power of the human body to the extreme. Even if it does not use its ability, it can produce destructive power comparable to A-level ability.
Song Wei's words made the students fascinated and full of amazement. He observed everyone's reaction, smiled slightly, and said calmly,
these 5 techniques are also called dash.
5 techniques. After hearing these 2 words, Su Ye's eyes suddenly flashed.
For him now, when he can't use Fatian, the improvement of his ability to combat power is very small. Compared with other people's abilities that are released at will and full of destructive power, his abilities must be laid out in advance every time to anticipate the enemy's opportunity. But many times the battle will be very sudden. At that time, his low ability level will be exploited, and it is very likely to cause a crisis. Therefore, he is quite concerned about the study of taijutsu, believing that this is an important factor that can increase his combat effectiveness.
Of course, not everyone has the talent to learn taijutsu. Song Wei continued to read, only those who have enough understanding of energy and are physically strong enough have the opportunity to learn these 5 techniques.
For most people, it is not easy to understand and master 1 or 2 of the 5 techniques. But even so, you still need to hone your body as much as possible and learn the most basic taijutsu in case of emergencies. And you also need to have a preliminary understanding of the concept of the 5 arts. He walked to a spacious open space and said loudly, next, I will show you what this 5 techniques are.
All the students looked at Song Wei intently, extremely curious about this magical taijutsu technique. Can the so-called 5 arts really compare to the power brought by ability?
First of all, the first technique. Song Wei's voice fell in place, but his figure suddenly blurred and disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, his voice came from behind everyone. Its name is Flying Shadow. There was a commotion and shock in the crowd, and they all turned their heads and looked at Song Wei with a surprised face.
No one can see the high-speed movement just now.
If they encounter such an opponent in battle, I am afraid they will not even know how to die.
But when the students looked behind them, Song Wei's figure disappeared again.
His voice was erratic, as if coming from all directions. The principle is to achieve the effect of high-speed movement by blasting energy with the ground and air, and with the help of the recoil force caused by it. After the words fell, he returned to the open space in front of the crowd and stood still with his hands on his back. The principle seems simple, but if you want to fully master it, you need to have a very deep understanding of how energy operates. In addition, the strength of one's own body also determines the speed and distance that Fei Ying can move.
Su also nodded slightly.
If he could learn to fly shadows, with the increase generated by boiling blood, the speed might be able to reach a very amazing level.
The second is the second technique. Song Wei calmly walked to a training dummy. This dummy is a special dummy in the training ground, made of alloy and extremely hard.
He swung a punch without warning, and the fist wind had the sound of wind and thunder, and the speed was extremely fast. The body of the training dummy produced a violent hum, and the alloy on its chest suddenly dented a fist mark. The dummy kept shaking its body, as if it was releasing force. After a while, it gradually stabilized and stopped shaking.
That's it?
A classmate touched his head and tilted his head in confusion.
Judging from the results, this training dummy is just an extra punch mark on its chest. Although it can punch on the alloy body, it is powerful.
But at this level, at least more than 10 people present could do it.
Song Wei smiled and looked at everyone's confused expressions, raised his palm, and patted the dummy gently.
With his beating, the dummy's extremely solid alloy body collapsed with a bang, and the iron pieces were scattered all over the ground, as if they were disintegrating from within. Its name is collapse, which can directly transmit the strength and energy of the body into the enemy's body and launch an attack from the inside. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Song Wei faintly recited the effect of this technique. The students gasped. No matter how hard the appearance is, it can protect the body with energy. But everyone's body is extremely fragile. If you eat this move head-on in the middle of the battle, your internal organs may collapse directly and be hit by an extremely strong impact. After watching 2 of the 5 techniques in a row, everyone looked at Song Wei with admiration and respect. The power contained in the 5 arts shocked them all. This is the 3rd technique. Song Wei looked at everyone's expressions with satisfaction, and suddenly looked around and looked at Jolie. Jolie, please cooperate with me. Me? Jolie raised his chin disdainfully. Do you all want to die one by one? He laughed fiercely, and his rough and domineering figure stepped forward. Song Wei's expression remained unchanged, but he said calmly, I think you should all know how powerful Jolie is. Next, I will punch him head-on without using my ability. After speaking, he looked at Jolie. Please take action. Jolie, you don't look like you're lying. Jolie lowered his head and stared at Song Wei, grinned, and his right fist was like thunder, and he smashed out with a punch. Song Wei did not hide, so he stood in place with his hands on his back, looking at Jolie calmly. There was an exclamation from the crowd. A few days ago, Jolie was impressed by the punch he swung at Shifu. The terrifying power is unforgettable for them now. But at this moment, teacher Song Wei actually wanted to resist this punch? Jolie's fist hit Song Wei, and in just one moment, all the stones on the ground behind Song Wei shattered, and several training dummies could not withstand this force and exploded. The fist wind roared, spreading nearly 10 meters before stopping. The ground behind Song Wei seemed to have been plowed, and it was in disarray. But his face was calm, and he stood there as if nothing had happened. I see, is this the effect? Jolie put away his fists and glanced at Song Wei with a slight surprise, but instantly analyzed the reason. It seems that if I have time, I will also learn these 5 techniques. He laughed and turned back to the crowd, without any unhappiness or embarrassment. What happened? But the students looked at each other, and most of them didn't understand how Song Wei took this punch but was unharmed. Su also thought about it and vaguely guessed the effect of this technique. Song Wei exhaled a breath of turbid air from his mouth and looked at everyone indifferently. This is the 3rd technique. Its name is moving flowers. At the same time, it is also the most difficult skill to master among the 5 arts. The effect is that by resonating the body with the energy, the next attack is transmitted behind the body. Song Wei explained to everyone, I think everyone studied physics in high school. The effect of moving flowers is similar to hitting cattle across the mountain, which can also be understood as conservation of momentum. When using this technique, you can resonate with the ground and air behind you through energy, and use them as a medium to transfer the impact you receive. Although it cannot completely remove the attack, it can also transfer nearly 90% of the strength, which is a very strong defensive technique. Of course, due to the unbearable nature of the body, if it encounters an extremely powerful attack, it cannot be used continuously. Under his explanation, everyone suddenly realized, but their hearts became more and more interested in this 5 techniques. Even Jolie's terrifying power can be carried down with his body. The effect of moving flowers is simply equivalent to one more means of saving your life. Next is the 4th technique. Song Wei was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. As one of the few people who can master the complete 5 arts, he is also looking forward to someone comprehending these 5 physical techniques and carrying them forward. He stood silently in place, and suddenly took a deep breath, and then wisps of white smoke came out of his body. Suya's eyes flashed, and he immediately noticed that these white smokes seemed to contain very strong energy fluctuations. This feeling is as if the energy is rapidly compressed and produces an effect similar to steam. Song Wei slowly raised his right hand and aimed at a training dummy 30 meters away. In the next second, 3 explosive white smoke rings appeared in front of his palm. Like the impact of a rocket ignition, Song Wei took a big step back. From his palm, a ball of air cannons visible to the naked eye burst out. The air cannon quickly hit the dummy 30 meters away. In an instant, the dummy seemed to have been bombarded by a shell, and it exploded directly, and even the hard ground under its feet was shattered, and the power was terrifying. Song Wei ignored everyone's dull gaze, and just explained lightly, in order to make up for the problem of insufficient distance and physical skills, those seniors have developed a means of long-range attacks. That is, this 4th technique, breaking the sky. The principle is to rapidly compress the energy and then use the power of the body to burst it out. If you want to learn this technique, you must have a strong enough body, otherwise you will not be able to accommodate the extremely compressed energy. As for the final 5th technique, he said this, but there was no movement, and his expression became serious. The forbidden technique that belongs to the physical technique, I can't demonstrate it to you for the time being, because once this technique is opened, the load on the body will reach the extreme, and it may even cause irreversible effects. Generally speaking, it must not be used unless it is a last resort. Only when you have the physical strength to meet the qualified standard in the future can you apply to the academy and study. But I can tell you its name. This 5th technique is called limitation. He clapped his palms and pulled back the attention of the people in front front of him who were amazed by the 5 arts.
Since this is a theoretical class before formal study, this class will not teach you about the study of the 5 arts.
After you finish the entrance examination, you can choose courses in the course before you can start to officially learn the 5 arts.
I see.
But before that, the fusion and utilization between energy and the body is the focus of your learning.
Next, I will teach you how to start learning to practice taijutsu and the use of some basic taijutsu.
In the second half of the course content, Sangwei introduced the exercise methods of taijutsu to everyone in detail, as well as a few simple taijutsu moves. The students listened with relish and became more and more interested in taijutsu. They were both geniuses and quickly thought of how to use taijutsu to match their abilities to fight.
This course is very interesting to them and their learning efficiency is extremely high.
Su also gained a lot from the course. Not to mention anything else, after he turned on the boiling blood, his physical abilities were enhanced. In this case, taijutsu can naturally exert more effects in his hands. Unconsciously, the alarm bell for class rang out from Sangwei's arms. He stopped talking, put away the alarm, and nodded to everyone. That's all for this lesson. Your theoretical class study in the past few days has come to an end.
I think you should all know that tomorrow is your entrance examination.
I hope you have a good rest tonight and prepare well in advance. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everyone will gather in the school square, and I will accompany you to the entrance examination venue with instructor Lian Shou.
What? Sangwei's words surprised many people, and immediately someone asked, aren't we assessing in school? Of course not. Sangwei smiled slightly. Your assessment venue has been set in a certain city. The content and layout of the assessment have basically been completed. I also hope that you will be mentally prepared and do your best to complete the assessment. Your results will be ranked during the assessment, and you will be divided into rankings. Ranking is very helpful for your future study in life. I hope you can go all out.
This extremely unexpected notice immediately caught many students off guard. There was a burst of head-to-head in the crowd, and everyone's expressions were different.
Once rankings are involved, competition will be attracted.
For this group of self-esteem proud sons, the importance of the entrance examination is self-evident.
Okay, that's it. Sangwei turned his head and left. We'll see you tomorrow. Watching Sangwei leave, the students suddenly looked anxious and scattered. Most of them think that the entrance examination will be conducted in the school like the entrance test.
This sudden notice caused them to be quite anxious, and many things needed to be prepared in advance.
Most of them rushed to the comprehensive service building where the school sold all kinds of things. Suyi went in the opposite direction and came to a luxurious cafe inside Longsha Academy.
He stepped into the cafe, walked straight to the corner, sat down on a chair, grabbed the water glass on the table at will, and took a sip of water. Seeing Suyi appear, the boy who was originally on the opposite side of the table and was typing on the computer immediately raised his head and showed a clean and refreshing smile. He casually tidied up his hair, stood up extremely politely, and stretched out his right hand towards Suyi.
You are my brother-in-law, Brother Su.
Suyi didn't have time to swallow a mouthful of water and sprayed it all out.
What are you calling me?
The water that Su also sprayed out seemed to touch some kind of barrier, and it all fell in the middle of the table.
The young man was full of confusion. Aren't you my brother-in-law?
Then why does my sister always pronounce your name in her mouth? And she specially asked me for your personal information.
This time, I asked me to come to you and help you with all my might. That woman.
Su also sighed speechlessly. Don't misunderstand anything. She and I are just friends. She thinks she owes me a favor, that's all.
Oh, really?
The young man touched his chin and showed a pity expression. I thought sister she had finally found her brother-in-law. What a pity.
But you are pretty good-looking. If you match it, it may not be. Stop.
Suyi only felt that the more the young man in front of him spoke, the more outrageous he became, and quickly interrupted him. Let's get down to business.
Okay.
The boy was interrupted, so he could only touch the back of his head, smile again and stretch out his hand. Introduce yourself. My name is Fong Tianyu.
Fong Xin is my sister.
Su also shook hands with him briefly, and then sat back in his seat with a sigh of relief. Fong Tianyu showed a harmless expression of humans and animals, and the first thing he said after sitting down was, I heard from my sister, Brother Su, you are the guy who tried to break through the firewall and check the National Special Database some time ago? Su was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Fong Xin to tell the other party about this. Don't worry, my sister warned me that I will never tell anyone else about this.
Fong Tianyu patted his chest. I'm just very interested in you.
His eyes seemed to be shining with starlight, and he was very excited. That day I was maintaining the firewall, and I took the initiative to prevent you from invading. But I didn't expect your technology to be so strong that you attacked the firewall while stopping me. Although your intrusion was stopped by the Great Firewall, judging from that round of confrontation alone, I lost to you.
Brother Su Yi, where did you learn these techniques?
Su also had a headache, and the most difficult thing for him to deal with was a guy like Fong Tianyu who was full of curiosity and asked questions. He gently pressed his eyebrows and prevaricated casually, it should be considered my self-study. Your skills are not bad. You intercepted almost all my attacks at that time, and the part of the data that finally escaped was just my luck.
It's not luck. If you want me to say, Brother Su Yi, you are simply a genius. Fang Tianyu chattered endlessly and continued to read. Are you interested in working in the technical department? I can introduce you to it. There is no interest at the moment. Su also knocked on the table and brought the topic back again. Let's get down to business. Okay. Fang Tianyu scratched his head, finally suppressing his excitement. He tilted his head in thought for a moment, and then said directly, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Su, you want to investigate some past hunting incidents, right? That's right. What I want to see is a detailed report on the rebellion of Haicheng 3 years ago. Then you should also know that the complete information of this report should be stored in the confidential archive of Nanyuan Academy, and the slightly more detailed information is in the government's special database. That's why Fang Xian asked me to come to you. Su also looked directly at Fang Tianyu and asked calmly, is there any way you can let me see this information? How could I have a way? Fang Tianyu smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. These materials must be entered into a special database for viewing. But even if I have maintained the firewall of the special database, I can't help you crack it at all, and the firewall is far more powerful than you can imagine. Suyi immediately frowned. Since there was no way, then his trip was simply in vain, and he was purely wasting time. But immediately afterwards, Fang Tianyu's voice came again. But if you really want to view this information, there is a more legal way than hacking the database. Oh, Su also stopped preparing to get up and looked at the opposite side again. What way? If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the time for you to take the entrance exam, right? Well, the first way is for you to get the first place in the entrance assessment. Fang Tianyu smiled slightly and said. Suyi suddenly showed an expression of UTM is teasing me. He was able to pass the previous entrance test, which had already consumed a lot of effort on his side. Just with the 2D level abilities he mastered, compared with other freshmen, there was no advantage at all. Even though he has the ability of natural selection, this ability is a relatively strong growth ability, and there is not much increase in him in a short period of time. This admission assessment will divide the rankings, and the rest of the freshmen will definitely work hard to compete for the ranking. Under such conditions, it is difficult for him to get the first place in the entrance examination, especially Zhou and Qin Zhe, who had attacked Lian Shou with him. If they competed with each other, he was even more sure. Su also frowned, gritted his teeth and asked, what is the purpose of winning first place? The first place in this entrance assessment, in addition to awarding an additional 5 credits, will also have an opportunity to raise conditions with the college. Fang Tianyu calmly explained for Su Yi. This condition includes but is not limited to finding any rare material or jueba within a limited range for you. As long as the conditions you put forward are legal and reasonable, the college can meet your requirements. At that time, if you propose to call a hunting void record, it will be an extremely easy thing. Even going to Nanyuan College to retrieve the original records directly is not a big problem. Suya's expression moved slightly. This reward is not tempting. You know, although he also had a chance to raise conditions for the reward he received before, he had already consumed the opportunity and could not be changed now. Moreover, the subordinate member of the board of directors at that time specially reminded him that if his opportunity was too valuable, he would need to pay additional dragon coins, and the scope of meeting the conditions was very limited. It is not certain whether he can meet his requirements for calling records. Compared with the condition of the top place in the entrance examination, it is very different. He frowned and thought, only feeling that this condition was too harsh. Fang Tianyu seemed to notice Suya's worries, and immediately smiled slightly and added another sentence. Of course, if Brother Suyi thinks this condition is too difficult, I have another way here. Su also stared at Fang Tianyu. Fang Tianyu smiled slightly, that is to join the technical department. With your level, Brother Su, it is very easy to pass the interview in the technical department. You only need to make some results in a short period of time, and you will have the opportunity to go to Nanyuan College with us at the exchange meeting in a few months. Su also frowned. Can the technical department apply to call the confidential archives of Nanyuan College at will? Of course not. If you want to call the confidential archives, only a person of extremely high status can be approved after issuing a special application. Fang Tianyu naturally replied. Then what kind of method are you? But we can steal. Fang Tianyu's words made Su Ye's eyes almost bulge. But the former touched his chin seriously and said, when the time comes, we are specially invited personnel, and Nanyuan Academy will definitely not be wary of us. We only need to find a time when the night is dark and windy, quietly enter the confidential archives, lift the access control, and we can directly steal the original case documents. You kid, you're more tortured than me. Suyi was shocked and complained loudly in his heart. He rubbed his eyebrows with a bluish face. For him, both methods are very difficult. Even the first method may be a little more legal than the second method. I'll think about the method you said. Su also sighed and patted Fang Tianyu on the shoulder. Thank you. Got the information he wanted, and he had no reason to stay here. Brother Su, do you really not consider the second method? Looking at Su Yi, who was about to leave, Fang Tianyu immediately stood up and shouted, if you want to steal documents then, take me with you, I can help you. Su Yi twitched the corners of his mouth, pretended not to hear, and quickened his pace. But Fang Tianyu was still shouting behind him, you must think about it. The technical technical department welcomes you to join at any time.
Su also pushed the door out, left the cafe, and gently rubbed his eyebrows.
Technical department. It can be an alternative.
The Ministry of Technology has played a very important role in the development of the entire human race. They not only study the conditions and effects of various abilities. He even conducted very in-depth research on energy and Juebao, and created artificial Juebao. Artificial treasures such as the world in the mirror and the mirror of stress are all developed by the technical department of Longsha Academy.
If he has the opportunity in the future, he can also consider going in and taking a look.
But for him now, he has no time to take care of the technical department. Since the only way to win the first place is in front of us now, we must start preparing in advance.
Su also walked in the direction of the dormitory in a deep thought, thinking about the plan.
If he wants to come out on top among more than 40 talented peers, he must make a layout in advance and make sufficient preparations.
The current top priority is to improve your strength as much as possible,
he thought as he returned to the door of the dormitory villa. As soon as he entered the front yard, there was a sound of brakes in his ears. Turning his head, he saw an electric car parked at the gate of the villa, and a clean and refreshing little brother wearing Longsha college clothes sat on it. His eyes stayed on Suye's body, his eyes showed joy, and he immediately took out two complete and exquisite packages from the frame behind the seat.
You are Suye's classmate.
He handed the package to Suyi and handed it to an identity verification machine.
These are two couriers sent by the school for you. Please sign for them.
Oh, after Su also saw the package, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. These two things were actually sent to him at the same time. In this way, his winning rate in the entrance examination can be higher. He took out his student card and swiped it on the machine. With a crisp prompt sound, the courier brother also handed over two packages to Suyi.
He put away the machine in his hand and added, "One of these two couriers was sent by the college board of directors for you, and the other was the materials you made online purchases with your student card. If there is any problem, you can always use your student card to complain and apply for after-sales service."
After saying this, he got back on the electric car and left here in a hurry. Su also suppressed the excitement in his heart, picked up two packages, and quickly returned to the villa.
Tang Xiaowan did not come back, and it seemed that he was still adding various things for tomorrow's assessment.
Su also quickly returned to his bedroom and opened the package on the left. I saw an extremely exquisite jade box standing still in the express box.
After opening the jade box, an ocean blue gem is placed in it. The gemstone has a dazzling brilliance that shines on the sun.
The rich energy contained in the gemstone is constantly flowing, extraordinary and valuable.
This is, the sea of stars falls into the iron.
Suyi was slightly excited to hold the gem in his hand, and the cold touch flowed through his body. As long as you use it, you can start the first ability evolution of natural selection and upgrade the repair hand to sea level. Putting the star sea meteorite back into the jade box, he opened the express on the right. There is a large wooden box in this express delivery. After opening the wooden box, a blood-red lotus flower floated quietly in the water, constantly sinking and floating. As expected of the blood lotus, I bought at a high price for 250,000 dragon coins. Suye's eyes flashed, and a smile filled the corners of his mouth. Among the student cards, there is an exchange function. As long as you have enough dragon coins, you can apply for transactions on it and buy various things. On the first night of receiving the reward for hunting voids, Suyi tried to trade the blood lotus on the exchange. 3 days ago, someone sold him this blood lotus for 250,000 dragon coins, and he also successfully obtained these two materials on the eve of the entrance examination. Very good. So which skill should you evolve next? Su also sat on the chair and touched his chin to look at the two materials in front of him. Once the special effects of natural selection evolve, there will be a cooldown of 1 week after each use. In other words, at least during the entrance examination process, he can only choose one skill to complete the evolution.
But there is also good news.
Whether you use evolution or wizard, you can refresh the cooldown of fade. No matter which skill he evolves, it is equivalent to having one more life-saving ability. However, in order to cope with the upcoming assessment, he must be more cautious when choosing.
Sure enough, the skill of evolution will play a greater role in the assessment.
Soon Suyi made a decision. He slowly stretched out his hand and reached out to the same material in front of him.
The ability to compete with natural selection is activated. Special effect 1, evolution. In a very dark room somewhere,
a sexily dressed woman walked in from outside the door with a frown, looking at the two people at the table with disgust on her face.
Do you two have a problem with your brains? There are so many rooms and conference rooms in the building. Do you have to choose a dark and damp basement? When villains talk about things, don't they usually choose this kind of atmosphere?
A man at the table replied melancholy. He had long hair that reached his neck, slender bangs covered his right eye, and his whole body exuded a cold and weak aura. As members of the False Demon Council, we are originally wanted villains by the state, and it is in line with our identity to talk about things in this kind of place.
Ha 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 ha.
The man opposite the cold man laughed. He was burly, his strong muscles were the size of a stone, and the whole table was trembling slightly
slightly when he laughed. Bee Sting, the disease has said so. I can only accompany him here to wait for you. Is this funny? The woman known as the bee stinger looked at the two men's eyes, full of disgust. Baiting, your laughter is like that of an elementary school student. And you, the disease, why are you so disgusting, like those dead abandoned houses that are autistic and don't go to school at home? The two people who were scolded by her pointing at their noses suddenly changed their faces. Ba Ding's face was full of confusion, and he tilted his head. Isn't this funny? The eldest on the side directly lifted his legs and sat on the chair, burying his head in it. I'm sorry, I was born as a human, I shouldn't have lived. Why is my teammate such an idiot? Bee Sting covered his face with a headache and sat helplessly on the table. The dim candlelight kept flickering, reflecting the faces of the three people. The bee thorn was silent for a while, and suddenly slapped the candle away, slapped the table and shouted, the basement is the basement. Can you turn on the light for me? A few minutes later, in the brightly lit room, the whole person of the disease shrank in a corner in horror, as if he could not bear the bright light. Bee Thorn didn't bother to pay attention to him, slapped the table and went straight to the point. Just now, Lord Bliss told me all the details of this mission. Our main goal in this mission is to retrieve the special material, Boundary Stone, buried by Senator Number 15 before his death from Haichang. It's just to take a Boundary Stone. Why mobilize the army and let the three of us go together? Ba Ding couldn't solve his mouth and put his feet on the table. One is because the time for the seal arranged on the Boundary Stone is approaching, and once the seal disappears, the void hunters in the city will immediately perceive its breath. Bee Thorn explained calmly. The second is because of, according to reliable information, the freshmen of Longxia College are about to go to Haicheng for the entrance assessment. Oh, Baiting showed an interested expression. You mean the academy where the student who caused the tragic death of Nightmare and Senator Number 17 and was named to be killed by Lord Mingzhou? Why add so many attributions? Bee Thorn complained silently and nodded. It's that guy. Congressman Number 17 died because of him, and he also took the opportunity to join Longxia Academy and received asylum. But killing him is the order of Lord Mingzhou, and even Lord Bliss is very interested in that guy. So our secondary mission goal this time is to take the opportunity to kill that guy or capture him back alive in the council. I see. Baiting nodded. We are very likely to encounter those accompanying teachers, which will send the three of us. But you should also know that there are many strong teachers in Longxia Academy. It's hard for the three of us to deal with those teachers at the same time. Don't worry about this. Bee Thorn sneered. Our helper will try to lure him to a place where no one is sheltered. It is even possible to capture him alive without alerting those void hunters. This task is sure, and there should be no big problems. Although Senator Number 17 and the Nightmare died because of him, his true strength is just a stone realm, and he can't turn over any big waves. So what should the defender do? In the corner, the sick disaster that had been shrinking his head suddenly raised his head and asked in a low voice. The strength of the defenders is enough to protect an entire city. Once they fight in the city, they will definitely attract the attention of the defenders. At that time, with their strength, they may not be able to escape from the defenders. Don't worry. Bee Thorn smiled faintly. In order to obtain this Boundary Stone, we sacrificed a counselor of the Peak Realm. When the Boundary Stone is recovered this time, one of the top 10 counselors will appear to stop the defender of the Sea City, Tianyin, for us. We just need to follow the plan and complete the task. Good. Last question. Baiting looked at the bee stinger and raised his chin slightly. Is this helper in your mouth reliable? His ability is special. No one can detect his identity, and there is no one more reliable than him. A confident smile appeared on the bee stinger's face. He is an elite seed personally cultivated by the 6th Congressman. Among the top 10 parliamentarians in the future, there will be a place for him. Early morning, 7:50. On the sunny school square, a group of students stood silently with serious expressions and some nervousness. They looked around, as if looking for traces of the teacher. Soon, three figures came side by side from afar, and soon came to the middle of the square. It's good. Everyone is really getting more and more punctual. Lian Shou smiled and looked at everyone, showing a satisfied look. In the next few days, you will go to Haichang with me to participate in your entrance examination there. As for the specific content of the assessment, I will tell you when I arrive at the destination. He explained briefly, and then looked at his side. And this entrance examination will be fully responsible for me and the teacher's Song Wei you are familiar with. In addition, the school has also arranged for a strong teacher to accompany you and score your assessment process with us. This teacher should be the first time you have seen him, so let him introduce himself first. Lian Shou tilted his head and gestured to the handsome teacher beside him. The teacher smiled slightly, a slightly frivolous and casual smile spread across his face, and waved to everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Yuan, and I am one of the teachers you accompany this time. It's nice to meet everyone. I hope we can get along happily in the past few days of the entrance assessment. I hope everyone can. Take care of me. Yang Yuan's face was full of smiles, but deep in his eyes, there was a calm without a smile. Haicheng? After hearing the destination of the entrance examination, Su Ye's expression froze slightly. This city has a very deep impression on him. His expression quickly calmed down, and he stood quietly in the team, looking at the new teacher Yang Yuan, and his heart was also a little confused. It stands to reason that with the strength of Lian Shou and Song Wei, it is enough to manage the 48 students present. Why does the school waste a manpower and send another teacher? Very good, there is still some time before we leave. Lian Shou's voice interrupted Suye's thinking. I can tell you one thing in advance. That is, in the subsequent assessment, the relationship between you is in a state of competition. That is, you may fight each other. Given that a few of you are too powerful, other students may be difficult to deal with. So in this assessment, I allow you to team up with each other, but the maximum number of people in the team cannot exceed 3. Of course, if you believe in your own ability, you can also choose to act on your own. As soon as these words came out, there was a riot in the crowd. Many people's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly looked at the friends they had come into contact with in the past few days. Obviously, this rule was specially set up for Zhou Li and Qinzhe. If they fight alone, they have combat power that is difficult for others to match. However, the team conditions given by Lian Shou can greatly make up for the gap between them, and each of them can have the opportunity to compete for the first place. Do you want to form a team? Su also heard this condition, and his eyes lit up. For him, because of his ability level, his combat power is actually very low. If you want to defeat the strong with the weak, you don't only need a multi-handed layout, but also a certain element of luck. He was not confident that he could defeat his opponent in every battle. Therefore, forming a team may be a good choice for him, but he needs to. This team candidate, Su Yi little brother. Bai Tao's familiar voice came from behind Su Yi, and he read with a little excitement, the two of us, do you want to team up together? Don't. Su also turned his head and rejected Bai Tao without hesitation. Why? Bai Tao suddenly showed a bitter gourd face. You don't have combat effectiveness, and if you team up with someone else, you will definitely leave me alone. Su also opened his mouth with empty eyes and mercilessly exposed Bai Tao. How is this possible? Bai Tao patted his chest and assured righteously, our two brothers live and die together. How can I do that kind of thing that sells friends for glory? Be careful. Su Ye's face suddenly changed drastically, and he looked behind Bai Tao with a panicked face. What's going on? Bai Tao's voice came from behind Su Yi, and the whole person hid his body behind him, only showing a pair of eyes, and looked forward cautiously. That's it, can I still count on you? Su also looked at Bai Tao, who almost teleported behind him, and rolled his eyes. His eyes swept forward, ignoring Bai Tao with an embarrassed face, ready to find a goal that he could form a team with. A timid voice came from one side. You. Hello. Su also turned his head to look and saw a slightly shy girl standing in front of him. She was quite good-looking, with a double ponytail, a restrained expression, and her hands rubbed unnaturally in front of her. You are. When he saw this girl, countless portraits quickly flashed in Suya's mind, and he quickly recalled her name. Bai Shaoling? It's just that after recalling this name, Suya's brows furrowed unnaturally, and he looked at the girl with a strange face. Are you looking for me for something? Su Yi. Bai Shaoling raised her head as if she had mustered up the courage and looked at Su Yi. Can I team up with you? Are you going to team up with me? The weirdness on Suya's face became thicker and thicker, and he looked Bai Shaoling up and down. Can you tell me the reason? I think you are very strong. If you team up with you, your score in the entrance assessment will definitely not be too low. Bai Shaoling responded seriously. Then you should also know that all I have is D-level ability, right? Su also looked her in the eye and continued to ask. I know. Bai Shaoling nodded, but I also saw your performance in the second test, as well as your performance in class before. You can use D-level abilities to have an effect that far exceeds their level, so I think if I team up with you, my abilities will definitely be more useful. I think your mind is more important than the combat power on the surface. You have a good eye. Su also laughed out loud for some reason. Then tell me what your ability is? B-level ability, Upside Down World. Bai Shaoling didn't hide it, and directly reported her ability. This is the ability of the mental influence type. People who are affected by my abilities will completely reverse their perception of their bodies. Up becomes down, left becomes right, front becomes back. She listed the specific effects of her ability, and raised her hand to point at Su Yi. In terms of specific effects, it is probably like this. Su Yi suddenly felt that something had changed in his body. He frowned and tried to take a step forward. Instead of moving forward, his body took a step back. Bai Shaoling regained her ability, and Su also regained her correct perception of her body, with an interested look flashing in her eyes. Very good ability. Exerting influence on the enemy in actual combat will definitely cause a great sense of confusion. Thank you. Bai Shaoling lowered her head a little shyly, and then quietly looked at Su Yi. So, can we form a team? I will use my ability to fully cooperate with you, and you will use your mind to think of the best way, and we will pass this assessment together. There was a little expectation in her eyes. This time she will take the initiative to team up with Su Yi, and she can be regarded as having mustered up her courage. Yes. Su Yi had a smile on his face, and he agreed to Bai Shaoling's request without hesitation. I'm worried about who to find to be a teammate. You can take the initiative to invite me. Of course I have no reason to refuse. Bai Shaoling suddenly showed a happy expression and said excitedly, I will definitely work hard. Then we may need to find another teammate. Su also nodded, preparing to look for the next teammate. A hand suddenly suddenly reached out from the side and hugged his thigh tightly. Looking down, it was Bai Tao who had just been politely rejected by him and asked for help to form a team. Su Yi, little brother. Brother Yi. He showed a look of grief and shouted from the bottom of his heart, please accept me. None of them want to team up with me. If you don't help me, I'll be alone. Su also had black lines on his head, looking down at Bai Tao who had no lower limit and hugged his thighs hard. Bai Tao put on a pitiful face and said quite sincerely, although I may not be able to help in a head-on battle, but if our assessment content is to grab things or something, my ability will definitely come in handy. Don't worry, I will never run away at a critical moment, you must believe me, Su Yi, little brother. His eyes were wide open, highlighting a sincerity. The corners of Su Ye's mouth twitched, and his eyes looked around. In the past few days of class, most of the students have formed their own social circles. In just a few minutes, everyone who was willing to form a team had already divided their camps, or simply a team of 2 people in a dormitory, or a few people who usually make friends. There is also a large part of the people who are alone and are not willing to team up with others at all. Even Tang Xiaowan found 2 girls to form a team together. Just now, Bai Tao asked around for a long time, but no one was willing to accept him, and he had no choice but to find Su Yi. But looking at this situation, even if Su wants to find another reliable teammate, he probably won't have a chance. Looking down at the poor Bai Tao, his mind moved slightly, and finally nodded. It's not impossible to team up with you. He touched his chin and groaned, but Bai Tao jumped up with a carp after hearing this, his face full of excitement. Really? But you have to promise me a condition. Su also showed a strange smile and looked straight at Bai Tao. What? What conditions? Bai Tao's instinct made him sense a danger, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. That is, during the assessment, you have to listen to my orders. Su also replied with a smile, even if this order may be unreasonable, you have to do your best to complete it. This, Bai Tao's face changed slightly, his eyes rolled slightly, and he seemed to be very hesitant. This condition was too insecure for him. Wouldn't it be dangerous if Su also asked him to do something strange? Don't worry, as long as you promise me, I can ensure that your ranking in the assessment will be at least above the middle reach. Although there is no absolute certainty about competing for the first place, Su is still quite confident in the middle ranking. Okay. Bai Tao had been fighting for a long time, and finally made up his mind, and gritted his teeth with great difficulty. I promise you. Very good. Su also smiled, hugged Bai Tao, pulled him towards himself, and looked at Bai Shaoling next to him. Then the 3 of us are now a team. Please give me a lot of advice. Ha ha. The corners of Bai Tao's mouth twitched, and he couldn't laugh at all. Please advise me. Bai Shaoling covered her mouth and laughed lightly, as if she thought the 2 of them were very funny, and the tension in her heart disappeared a little. The sound of the car's engine came from afar, and I saw a bus driving from afar. Lien Shou immediately clapped his hands and read aloud, I think everyone should have formed their own team. We're ready to go. The bus stopped in front of everyone, and a driver wearing sunglasses and a suit sat in the driver's seat and opened the door for everyone. The students all got into the car with their salutes and backpacks and sat down separately. Su Yi and Bai Tao sat in the back seat, and the whole person was slightly relaxed. The location of Longxia Academy is closer to Haicheng. By car, it only takes about 3 to 4 hours. As long as there are no accidents, you can take a good rest in the car. No, this seems to be a flag. It can't be inserted randomly. Su also shook his head, lay down against the window, and silently recited in his heart, with 3 teachers around, there should be no problems. It's none of my business. He nodded vigorously, but his eyes looked at the position of the driver in front of him. These drivers are all awakened people hired by the school. Bai Tao seemed to notice Su Ye's sight, and suddenly spoke. They have no combat ability, and they don't have any academic level to enter the technical or intelligence department. So their usual job is to be responsible for dealing with the post-war traces for the Void Hunters, as well as recovering the bodies of the Void Beasts, or as they are now, to serve the Void Hunters. For example, most of the admissions teachers in other colleges are also this type of awakened people. They are also called helpers. Su also nodded, and he also had some understanding of this. Although there are many awakeners in the Dragon Kingdom, the vast majority of them are in a state of only feeling the presence of energy. Wanting to run energy, or improve one's own abilities to exert the effect of abilities, is an extremely difficult thing for these people to understand. They are like people who can only do elementary school arithmetic problems, while the Void Hunters are like mathematical geniuses who are proficient in advanced mathematics and are even ready to develop new theorems. Even if you talk to these ordinary awakened people about the principles and methods of energy operation, they will not understand it at all. In a sense, this is also a talent. Because of this, when the overall number of Void Hunters is small, the existence of these assistants is very necessary. After all, every Void Hunter was busy fighting various battles, and there was no time to deal with some non-combat events. After everyone sat down, the bus quickly started and set off towards Haicheng. Through the window, Su also watched the various buildings of Longxia Academy keep moving away. The entire Longxia Academy was extremely large, and it took nearly 30 minutes just to drive away from the academy from the square. Due to the remote location of Longxia College, the outside of the college is desolate, sparsely populated, isolated and far away from the city.
There is only one road that has been specially repaired, which continues to connect from the outside of the college to the main road of the highway. I don't know if the bus was too smooth and comfortable, or because most people were so nervous last night that they couldn't sleep all night. Not long after getting in the car, there was a snoring sound soon. The snoring was contagious, spreading throughout the car at an extremely fast speed. For a while, the students tilted their heads and fell down, and snoring came and went. Sue also yawned, feeling a little sleepy. His eyelids fought up and down, and he kept nodding his head in a trance. Baital, who was beside him, was still in high spirits, and his gaze was constantly sweeping, as if he was always in a state of vigilance. There was a faint sound of the engine roaring in his ears, and Suya's confused eyes seemed to see a certain light constantly enlarging through the window. Radiance, bigger and bigger. The big. Suya's sleepiness dissipated instantly, and the whole person widened his eyes and suddenly looked out the window.
No, what is that?
At the same time, Baital, who was sitting next to him, had already changed his face and jumped off the chair with a rubbing.
There is an enemy attack.
He howled loudly in his throat, like an alarm sound, which directly made many sleepy students sit up in shock. The next moment, the light that came from afar was like a meteor, directly hitting the bus. The deafening explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. Countless gravel brushed the sides of the bus and passed quickly. Several pieces of glass shattered in response, causing many exclamations and screams. The bus suddenly braked sharply, directly shaking the students in the car to the ground and falling down. Suyi quickly lifted his feet against the back of the chair in front of him long before the explosion occurred, and used his hands to clasp the back of his chair. The strong impact was offset by this position, and he did not fall to the ground like everyone else.
What attacked us? No, it's not so much an attack as an ambush. Who was the other party?
Su also eased the impact on his body and looked forward. But I saw that directly in front of the bus, it was wrapped in a stone wall rising from the ground.
The stones splashing everywhere were the result of the stone wall being impacted and cracked. Song Wei activated his abilities as soon as he was attacked to protect the students in the big bus. Everyone, get off quickly. Lian Shou's voice came from the front, full of breath.
Immediately afterwards, the front and rear doors of the bus were opened. The students looked flustered and got up from the ground. Regardless of the luggage scattered all over the place, they all jumped out of the car. Su also left the bus quickly, and before he could stand still, he heard a deafening roar. The rock wall wrapped around the bus was shattered by a huge force, and a huge claw poked in from the outside, followed by a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. It's a virtual beast.
I know it, this is Bung Hu.
3 meters high, like a tiger-like virtual beast, it shattered the rock wall in front of it with force, and began to grin at everyone in front of it. It struggled into the rock wall, roared angrily, and the terrifying sound wave spread out, shattering all the rock walls in all directions. The students covered their ears, feeling as if they were going to be deafened by this sound wave. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of everyone, and a light blue barrier swung through his body. Under the protection of this barrier, everyone's pain was relieved.
Su also endured a headache and looked forward, and the person protecting them was the new teacher who was smiling at that moment, Yang Yuan.
Bung Hu's body was filled with fluctuations out of the peak realm, revealing his white fangs, and he was ready to attack everyone in front of him. It waved its thick right claw and slapped horizontally, but a figure appeared under its palm as if it was teleporting, blocking his claw with a punch. Songwei's face was expressionless, his eyes flashed to reveal the ultimate killing intent, staring at the Bung Hu, and said word by word, "A mere little beast, how dare you attack the students of my Longsha Academy, looking for death." He grabbed the claws of the tiger hard, and the energy of the whole body exploded, and he directly threw the huge body of the tiger away. Immediately afterwards, his eyes were cold, leaving an afterimage in place, and he quickly caught up with the Bang tiger that flew backwards, raised his right foot and smashed it down from a height. Bung Hu was kicked into the ground, smashed out of a deep pit in an instant, and his body sank into the ground. Seeing Song Wei fly away the virtual beast that attacked everyone, Yang Yuan also put down his hands and lifted the barrier. At the same time, Lian Shou's figure suddenly appeared next to him. This collapsed tiger was thrown out of the sealed, hidden ball, and there are other enemies around here. You come to protect this group of students, I'll investigate. He spoke quickly, but his expression was so solemn that it seemed like he was about to drip water. This was an ambush. The enemy already knew the time they appeared here, and released a virtual beast from the peak realm to attack. I want to see who dares to take action against my students. His voice fell, leaving an afterimage in place, but he had already used the flying shadow to go in the direction of the source of the attack. Behind Yang Yuan, some students still felt very confused and did not sort out the current situation at all. Why did they sit well in the car and be suddenly attacked by the virtual beast? The killing intent released by the Bang tiger caused them to feel a wave of fear. If it weren't for the presence of several peak realm instructors in the car who protected them in time, they would have been bitten to pieces by the collapsing tiger. Roar! Before they could think about it, the roar of the collapsed tiger came from the distance again. You beast! Songwei's roar came from afar, but it failed to stop the Bang tiger from releasing its ability. After that roar, a black pillar of light rising into the sky almost became the most eye-catching eye-catching existence between heaven and earth. Among the pillars of light, nearly 100 black ghosts emerged, and they actually killed them directly from afar in the direction of everyone. A-level ability for the tiger. While looking at the ghosts in the sky, some students' faces changed slightly, recognized the name of this ability, and shouted its effect. It can enslave the creatures it kills with its abilities, and transform those creatures into ghosts to fight for itself. That collapsing tiger is the existence of the peak realm, and each of these ghosts it releases has at least the power of the stone realm. Among these ghosts, a crimson ghost is the most conspicuous. It was clearly a ghost from the mountain realm, exuding a surging murderous intent, and pounced directly on everyone from mid-air. On the distant plains, fluctuations in energy collisions occurred one after another, but it was Song Wei who was fighting fiercely with the collapsed tiger. The physical body of the virtual beast is extremely powerful, and even if it does not use its ability, it has extremely destructive power. In a short period of time, Song Wei was powerless to withdraw from the defense, so he could only concentrate on his eyes, wanting to kill this collapsed tiger as soon as possible. There are so many ghosts, it's really a headache. Teacher Yang Yuan, who was guarding in front of everyone, looked up at the dozens of ghosts, still smiling on his face, without any sense of crisis. He tilted his head slightly, looked at the students behind him, and said with a smile, "The ghosts of the mountain realm, the teacher blocked them for you. The rest of these little ghosts will trouble the students to resist a little. When I destroy that ghost, I will come back to help you as soon as possible. Everyone, pay attention, you must protect yourself as the top priority." After saying this, he actually rose from the ground, wrapped his whole body with blue light, and took the crimson ghost directly into the distance. "Teacher, you actually left us and ran away?" Su also looked at Yang Yuan, who was walking away with the ghost, his face full of incredulity. But he didn't have time to think too much at the moment, but looked ahead with great solemnity and caution. In a piercing ghost howl, nearly 100 ghosts finally rushed down from the air and rushed towards the students. In an instant, screams and shouts came one after another, and the students had never seen such a battle, and they were a little flustered. But at this moment, a rough figure jumped out of the crowd with excitement, and with a punch, he scattered the ghost rushing to the front. He looked forward with a fierce smile, his eyes full of fighting intent. "What is this? Warm-up training before the assessment?" Zhou Li's domineering actions dispersed the panic of many students. Soon someone calmed down. "They are all the pride of the sky, and these ghosts in front of them are also in the stone realm. What is there to be afraid of?" Several ghosts screamed and pounced on the crowd. A gust of wind blew through the side like a tornado, instantly scattering these ghosts. Shinzei pushed down his glasses, and his voice swung in all directions with the sound of the wind. "Don't panic, everyone. According to our respective teams, let's fight against these ghosts together. Remember, you must make protecting yourself your top priority." His voice was warm and powerful, and immediately dissipated the tension in everyone's hearts. "Yes, but it's just some ghosts in the stone realm, the same as our realm. What is there to be afraid of?" Soon, everyone stood side by side with their teammates, took a fighting stance, and stared directly at the ghosts in the sky. And those lone wolves who did not form a team also shook their heads, their bodies surging with energy. The ghosts roared in the sky, and the large army of ghosts finally killed them at this time, nearly 100 ghosts, splitting the formation of everyone in an instant, constantly shuttling through the crowd. In an instant, the energy flashed, and all the students showed their abilities and fought against these ghosts. "Hey, Su Yi!" Bai Tao's head suddenly came out of the soil, and he looked around with a ghostly head. "Have we dealt with these ghosts?" "We." Su also laughed, copied a steel pipe from somewhere in his hand, and threw it hard at a ghost beside him. These ghosts seem to be erratic and have no substance, but after injecting energy into the attack, they can really hit their bodies. It's a pity that Su Ye's attack power is not strong, and this blow only knocked the ghost to the ground, and the latter quickly got up and pounced on Su Yi again. "How do I feel like I'm the only one dealing with these ghosts?" Su also laid the steel pipe in front of him and ate the ghost's claw, but he mercilessly satirized Bai Tao. And at this moment, the ghost who pounced on Su Yi was suddenly grabbed hard by a pair of hands and dragged into the ground. "Don't say that, I was just observing the situation just now, so I didn't run away." Bai Tao forcefully stuffed the ghost's head into the soil, and the latter suddenly waved his claws and legs frantically like a drowning person. After pressing it like this for a few seconds, the energy on the ghost's body surged, and then the whole body dissipated like an exploding black mist. "Now we are a squad, and I will not do anything to sell friends for glory." Successfully dispersing the ghosts, Bai Tao also showed a righteous appearance, patted his chest and promised. The cold wind hit, and another ghost quietly approached Bai Tao and grabbed him hard. But Bai Tao seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and before the attack touched him, he disappeared in place. The ghost threw a blow into the air, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. Before its shape stabilized, a steel pipe was thrown from the front and slapped it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a hand was immediately stretched out from under the ground, grabbed the ghost's head, and pulled its head into the ground. The solid ground seemed to become a pool of water, allowing the ghost's head to pass through easily, but his waving hands and feet smashed into the hard soil, unable to break his head out of the soil. A few seconds later, its struggling body exploded into a black mist again and dissipated in place. Bai Tao
poked his head out again. Do you see, our cooperation is seamless. The corners of Suya's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to say something, he saw Bai Tao's face change drastically, and he exclaimed, "Be careful behind you." When the wind hit, Suyi suddenly felt goosebumps on his back, and a sense of crisis directly surged into his body. A ghost lurked in the shadows, and suddenly attacked him and pounced on him. Oh no, it's too late to hide at this distance. Suya's face changed slightly. At this distance, even if he turned on the boiling blood, he didn't have time to dodge the attack. Bai Tao, who was in front of him, couldn't help him at all. In desperation, he could only cover his back with all his might, ready to eat the ghost's attack. However, the next moment, the imaginary pain did not appear. The ghost who attacked Suyi seemed to have tripped and fell to the ground from his side, falling from the air as if he was out of balance. Suyi was quick-eyed, stepped forward quickly, inserted the steel pipe into the ghost's head, and directly broke it up. Turning his head, he raised his eyebrows lightly. "Thank you for your help." Bai Shaoling lowered her hands from her chest and nodded a little embarrassedly. "We are a team. We should help each other." The three were positioned near the corner line of the crowd. After dealing with these ghosts, it was temporarily safe. Su also took advantage of the situation to look at the crowd. Ghosts constantly shuttle and attack, but the students have also stabilized their emotions and used their abilities to fight against the ghosts. Everyone is a stone realm, and they cooperate with each other in the form of a team. In a short period of time, only a few people suffered minor injuries and barely stabilized the situation. Tang Xiaowan teamed up with the two girls and did not encounter any danger at this time, but successfully broke up several ghosts. It's just that the strength of these ghosts varies. Some are very weak, and a simple attack can break them up. Some of the ghosts were not bad, and in a few waves of diving, they brought huge pressure to several squads. Even among these ghosts, there is the existence of the three-headed rock realm. Suya's pupils moved slightly, and at a glance he saw the ghost of the two-headed rock realm who was fighting inexorably with Jolie. At this moment, Jolie was like a god of war, and between the waves of his fists, he actually pressed the two rock realm ghosts to retreat. His strength and speed were even stronger than when he had pinched Lianshou before, as if he had received some kind of amplification. Is this the effect of his ability? Suyi also flashed such a thought in his mind, turned his gaze, and looked to the other side. The third ghost of the rock realm is desperately chasing a boy. The boy was alone, with bangs over his eyebrows, and the hair behind him was casually scattered on his shoulders. His eyes were ethereal, his attention seemed to be not in the battle in front of him at all, and his dodging steps seemed to rely entirely on instinct, and his whole body exuded an indifferent atmosphere. But from beginning to end, he didn't seem to have any intention of making a move, he just kept dodging the attack. And Lan with SS-level abilities. Su also recognized the boy's name, his expression slightly awe-inspiring. As an extremely rare SS-class ability, all freshmen know this super genius. But the latter's personality is extremely withdrawn. Even if he goes to talk to him, he doesn't pay attention to people at all, and his personality is one of the best among all freshmen. And he has never activated his own abilities, so no one knows what the SS-level abilities he has are really about. Suddenly, at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from the side. Su also followed the reputation. I saw a slightly larger ghost slapping a girl away. Next to the girl, both boys flew far away, as if they were knocked away by the ghost. The girl's face was full of horror, slumped on the ground, and screamed in despair. Although this ghost did not reach the rock realm, it was also stronger than most stone realms. Its eyes flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent, and the terrifying offensive fell rapidly. A beam of air condensed by the wind seemed to turn into a shock wave and rushed through from afar, instantly hitting this ghost. The ghost screamed, half of his body was instantly scattered, and his whole body rolled to the ground. Far away, Shinzei silently put down his right finger, and his eyes under his glasses were full of calmness. If you have the ability, please try to help other students. Even in this situation where everyone is in danger, he still has the energy to pay attention to others. The ghost rolled up from the ground, grinning and ready to attack again. But at this moment, the two boys who had been blown away by him finally rushed over and activated their abilities against the ghost. The ghost screamed, his body exploded, and he was wiped out in place. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and everyone became more and more cautious. Shinzei sat in the crowd, and from time to time he helped his classmates who were in danger, and he was faintly guarded by everyone, as if he had become a commander. This guy has a leader's style. Su also touched his chin and observed everyone's actions. In just over 10 seconds, he made a detailed assessment of the extraordinary people in the field. Sure enough, Shinzei and Jolie are the most difficult opponents to deal with in this assessment. Although Lan has SS-level abilities, he himself doesn't seem to like fighting, so he can't pose any threat at all. In this tense situation, he actually began to analyze how to deal with the subsequent assessment. The number of ghosts in the field has become smaller and smaller, and after the students have stabilized, the cooperation between them has become more and more tacit. Although there are many ghosts, their spiritual intelligence is not high, and the abilities of the students are extraordinary. Syllable. In just a few minutes, the situation has completely stabilized. Suyi knocked over the unbalanced ghost with another steel rod and stabbed his head into it. He looked ahead. Yang Yuan and the ghost of the mountain realm were nowhere to be found, and Lian Shou had long since gone to investigate the origin of the ambusher. The Bang tiger that released the ghost was still fighting Song Wei in the distance. They only need to completely eliminate these ghosts now, and they just need to wait for the triumph of a few teachers. If this continues, there shouldn't be any surprises, Su also muttered subconsciously. But before he finished speaking, a roar sounded from the front. Jolie jumped down from the air, grabbed the head of a rock realm ghost with both hands, and smashed them into the ground. He was 1 against 2, and he had the absolute upper hand. However, his upper body was also covered with scars at this time, but he smiled as if he couldn't sense the pain. It's just right to use this as a warm-up. This domineering scene suddenly caused the students to be shocked. As if seeing that his companion was seriously injured, the rock realm ghost who had been chasing Lan immediately stopped attacking, turned his head and let out a scream. Why, is it you next? Jolie clasped the 2 heads of the ghost in his palm hard and suppressed their struggle. Don't worry, when I deal with the 2 of them, it'll be your turn soon. Before he finished speaking, he looked down with some surprise, but he saw that the 2-headed ghost who was pressed to the ground by him turned into black energy at this moment, and floated out of his palm like fine sand. This was not broken up by him, but it was actively dissipated. The ghosts in the distance screamed again and again, and their bodies flew high. In an instant, not only the 2 ghosts of the rock realm, but also the rest of the ghosts who were still fighting with the students also turned into black energy and dissipated. These energies seemed to turn into countless rivers in the air, constantly rushing towards the body of the rock realm ghost in the air. After a few seconds of effort, only this ghost was left on the field, but his body became bigger and bigger after absorbing the energy of the remaining ghosts. Soon, it fell from the sky to the ground, as if it had a substantial body, and in its humanoid body that was close to 2 meters, it burst out with energy fluctuations that far exceeded the rock realm. Although this fluctuation has not yet reached the mountain realm, the coercion on its body has already made everyone's faces change drastically. There is actually this trick. Xin Zhe, who was in the middle of the crowd, became extremely solemn. This is bad. After absorbing all the ghost energy, it has become too strong. How dare you absorb my prey? Jolie stood up, as if he didn't know what fear was, and squinted at the ghost who was almost as tall as him. He turned his neck and smiled at the corner of his mouth. It seems that you want to be my new sandbag. His right fist broke through the air, with terrifying kinetic energy, and the blood-red energy wrapped around his right arm, like a bamboo shoot. But the ghost just glanced at him lightly, and his right palm came out of the railing. Jolie suddenly felt as if his attack was devoured, as if he had hit a ball of cotton. Immediately afterwards, his fist was grabbed hard by the ghost and threw into the distance. Jolie was thrown away by this strange force, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably into the distance, and he couldn't unload his strength in a short period of time, so he could only let out a tisk unhappily, letting his body fly out. But the ghost didn't chase Jolie, but stared at the students in front of him, and then he actually moved his steps and rushed over. Stop him! Shinzei's face changed drastically, he shouted loudly, and then hit 2 gusts of wind with both hands, trying to stop the impact of the ghost. In all other directions, the students also urged their abilities to fight overwhelmingly. However, the ghost exploded with clumps of black energy, and directly scattered all the attacks that tried to stop him. Look at me! Han Hao slapped his hands on the ground and roared. In an instant, the ground in front of the ghost suddenly collapsed and turned into sand and gravel. But the ghost's legs suddenly turned into an afterimage and floated out of thin air. Han Hao was dumbfounded, and then he thought that this thing in front of him could be regarded as a ghost, and his body was also built of energy. Even if you don't touch the ground, you can freely shuttle through the air. So, the ghost quickly rushed into the crowd, startling everyone and fleeing. But its purpose was very clear. It didn't take action at the people around it, but went straight to the edge of the crowd. Suya's pupils contracted, and he looked at the ghost that kept approaching in front of him in disbelief. How does this guy feel? It is for yourself? No, this is coming at me. Suya's pupils shrank slightly, and he had almost confirmed the direction of this ghost's culling. He barely hesitated, jumped up and ran to the side. The terrifying speed of the ghost makes the wind blow around him. Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling, who were originally on Suya's side, were suddenly blown out by these 2 winds. Hey, you're kidding. The wind was gushing behind him, and the speed of the ghost was fast, desperately chasing Suyi. Suyi gritted his teeth and ran quickly, but his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to break the situation. At this time, the crowd on both sides of him had already been turned over by the wind, and they all fell to the ground. So, a jet-black blast of energy flew past his side, blasting the ground and splashing rubble. Suya's heart jumped, his sense of crisis surged, and he quickly jumped up. At the same time as he jumped up, the huge figure of the ghost also passed under his feet with a killing momentum. If he had reacted a beat slower, he would have been held into the arms of this ghost. Su is also in mid-air, his body is in an unbalanced state, and there is nowhere to borrow his strength. After the ghost threw himself into the air, he immediately turned around at a very fast speed and immediately reached out to grab Suyi in the air. The speed of the game is so fast that it is impossible to avoid it. Suya's pupils contracted, looking at the ghost that was rapidly approaching him, but his eyes instantly became extremely extremely calm. In this case, no one can help him. He can only choose to save himself. Try it, my newly evolved ability. The surging blood mist exploded from Suye's body. A blood-colored trail flashed in the air, and the ghost grabbed it empty. Suye, who was originally in the air, disappeared in place at this moment. Kula. On the ground, Suye stepped on the ground with both feet, sliding backwards with the help of inertia, and the ground suddenly rubbed two long traces of the ground. The ghost was not angry after grabbing the air, and his whole body turned into a ghost shadow, and he did not fall to the ground, so he turned around in the air and killed Suye again. But Suye did not choose to dodge this time, and the blood mist that exploded on his body quickly converged, and it all converged on his right arm, and he smashed his punch forward. Suye's entire right arm was like a jet device, spraying out a blood mist from the entire back of his shoulder, spreading in a cone shape. With the help of this recoil force, he actually pushed the ghost back a step. Suye's eyes flashed with surprise, and the boiling blood after the new evolution was indeed stronger than ever, and the blood mist that erupted from his body seemed to have a restraint effect on the ghost, making it impossible for him to absorb his own energy like dealing with Jolie. A day ago, he weighed the pros and cons, and finally chose to take the lead to advance the ability of boiling blood. After successful evolution, boiling blood is now a sea-level ability. With his stone realm, he was now not only able to increase the ability of his whole body to 2.5 times, it also creates new features and ways to use it. This is the punch that Suye used just now. Now he can gather all the blood mist that originally covered his whole body on his arm in exchange for an explosive attack. Although the principle is similar to the blood phase of SS-level boiling blood, the power is far from the same. Suye's face changed slightly, and he was also taken 3 steps back by the recoil force. The right arm that was used to attack just now was in unbearable pain and trembling slightly. With his current physical fitness, the load brought by forcibly gathering energy to launch an attack was still too great. This trick is simply called blood rush. Suye quickly flashed such a thought in his mind, and he actually gave his move a name on the spot. It's just that his attention was quickly pulled back again, and he looked forward with a solemn expression. The ghost who was repelled by the blood rush was shattered by Suye with his entire right arm, but the energy on its body surged, and it quickly recondensed a brand new arm with the help of the energy in its body. It was originally a pure energy body created by ability, and the physical mutilation could not have any effect on it at all. A roar erupted from the ghost's mouth, his eyes flashed red, and he once again killed Suye like a hungry tiger. Suye's expression was already solemn at this time, as if it was about to drip water. He kept retreating with the help of a short gap, but he was also a little anxious in his heart. All this happened too quickly, and even if others noticed the situation on his side, they didn't have time to rush to help, and his repairer could only use the repaired object to cause physical damage at most, and it had no effect on the ghost in front of him at all. The powerful blow exchanged for boiling blood could only make it take a step back. For a while, he actually felt powerless. Do you want to use Gu Shao or Fade here? Suye's eyes were condensed, and he was entangled in whether to take out his trump card in front of everyone. As he was thinking, the ghost had already rushed in front of him again at a very fast speed. There is no way, it can only be like this. Su also put his hand into his arms, no longer entangled, and was about to take out Gu Shao and smash this ghost directly. But at this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. A light blue curtain of light suddenly rose in front of Suye. The attack that the ghost killed hit the light curtain and was immediately blocked. Kula. Su also staggered to the ground, looking forward with a face full of surprise, and his furrowed brows relaxed. Barely catching up, a frivolous and casual voice sounded from the air. Yang Yuan, who had disappeared with the mountain ghost before, did not know when he returned here. He put his hands in his pockets, his whole face still maintained a smiling look, and he tapped the ground with his toes and landed behind the light curtain. The humanoid ghost made a roaring sound from its mouth and made a deterrent sound to Yang Yuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him. I am the teacher accompanying the assessment this time. How can you let me hurt my students? Yang Yuan smiled and spoke, his tone extremely relaxed. In the next second, he actually took a step forward and quickly came to the ghost. The ghost showed a look of horror, not seeing how the man in front of him appeared. He roared and punched out, but Yang Yuan lightly stretched out a finger, tapped the tip of the ghost's fist, and stopped the punch in place. In order to fulfill my duty, please disappear. The ghost's expression was frozen at this moment. Immediately afterwards, its huge body suddenly exploded into a cloud of black gas and dissipated into the air. At the same time, several people who rushed over to deal with the ghost stopped one after another, looking at the teacher in surprise, amazed by his methods. Okay, students. Yang Yuan turned his head and clapped his palms with a smile. Thanks to your efforts, the crisis has been resolved. Next, let's wait for the other two teachers to come back. Roar. A deafening roar came from afar, but I saw a mountain peak rising from the sky. The peak was like a sharp sword, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and it rushed hundreds of meters before suddenly dissipating. The beast roar stopped abruptly, and Yang Yuan also glanced into the distance with his eyes flowing, and answered with a smile. It seems that the battle is over. Almost everyone looked into the distance in shock. Even though they were far away, the mountain
mountain peaks that had just risen from the ground still brought them a great shock. For most people, this was the first time they had seen the battle of a strong man in the peak realm.
Many people sat on the ground, showing their expressions for the rest of their lives after the disaster, and finally relaxed.
The ghost just now made them extremely consumed, although only a very small number of people suffered minor injuries.
But this is the first time they have experienced a battle like this. Many thoughts have emerged in many people's minds.
The battles that the void hunters have to go through every day are 100 times more dangerous than them. For a while, their cognition of the void hunter became clearer and clearer, and the original sense of superiority and excitement caused by admission was also gone at this moment. Compared with these ethereal things, it is the last word to improve your strength as soon as possible.
Tisk, has that bastard been eliminated?
At the same time, Jolie, who had been blown away before, also walked back from the distance with a face full of displeasure. The scars on his body caused by the battle had faded to the point of being almost invisible at this moment. Such a terrifying physical recovery makes many people very ashamed. He was a little upset that his prey was killed, so he sat on the ground and silently regained his strength.
Suyi, thanks to you for being fine, you really scared me to death just now.
Bai Tao came out of nowhere, looking at Suyi with a worried face. Just now, he was swept away by the strong wind around the ghost.
When you stabilize your figure, it's too late to do anything.
I'm sorry, I was blown away just now. The distance is too far, and the ability can't affect that guy at all.
Bai Shaoling also came over apologetically.
However, her eyes were full of surprise, and she looked at Suyi with a little curiosity. The ability you used just now is a D-level ability, boiling blood, right? Why do you always feel that the boiling blood in your hands is much more powerful than what is recorded in textbooks? The power of the previous punch blood rush was not at all like the power that D-level abilities could unleash.
Maybe I'm stronger in the development of abilities. Su also prevaricated casually and did not explain much.
If it is known that he can increase the ability level,
he will definitely be pulled into the technical department for some detailed research.
At that time, if the news is known by the demons, the other party will definitely use countless means to kill him by all means.
In order to save his life, he must not reveal his other SSS-level talent, natural selection.
But fortunately, every ability can be developed, and the ability can be developed in completely different directions in the hands of different people. Therefore, his explanation was quickly accepted by Bai Shaoling and Bai Tao. Just as everyone was chatting about the experience of the battle just now, they were recovering their strength, but his feet were suddenly covered with shadows. Immediately afterwards, in a burst of exclamation, a huge body fell from the sky and slammed to the ground.
A piece of smoke and dust rose into the sky, and everyone was shocked to see clearly.
This was actually the corpse of the Peak Realm virtual beast, the collapsed tiger. This virtual beast looked extremely tragic at the moment, with a large hole pierced through its chest and countless wounds on its body, obviously suffering an extremely terrifying blow. The light blue light flew out rapidly from the top of his head and instantly disappeared into the Jolie pot in Suya's arms. His expression moved slightly. This was the only soul light he could see, and it seemed to have the ability to absorb the souls of all the dead virtual beasts around him. And the souls of these virtual beasts can also be put into the spirit drawing vessel by Hulao, always ready to extract their energy.
Slap! Songwei fell from the sky and stepped on the ground.
His body was clean and tidy, and there were no scars. Although this collapsing tiger is also a peak realm, in addition to its rough skin and thick flesh, it also poses a threat to Songwei. And it applied its ability to the students in the distance, and it completely made him lose the ability to compete with Songwei, and he could only be beaten unilaterally. Who the hell dares to send a virtual beast to attack us?
Songwei's face was solemn, and he was extremely confused by this sudden ambush.
Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared. It was Lian Shou, who had previously traced the source of the virtual beast. After he appeared, he immediately looked at the students sitting on the ground resting, and couldn't help but frown.
Teacher Yang Yuan, why are people hurt? Didn't you stay to protect them?
Yang Yuan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. That collapsing tiger ability is, for the tiger, it releases the ability to attack the students. Among them is a mountain ghost. I will stop it and kill it, but I can't take care of the children one by one. You know, I only have the mountain realm, and it is already very difficult to stop the ghost who is also a mountain realm. His explanation sounded reasonable, and Lian Shou frowned and did not pursue it.
The injured people were only slightly injured and were not serious.
He didn't expect that Benga would use his abilities to attack the students. On second thought, this level of combat may also be an experience for this group of children.
Teacher Lian Shou, did you find anything? Songwei looked at Lian Shou and showed a solemn look.
Lian Shou's expression became solemn, and he took out a ball broken in half from his arms. This is a hidden void ball, which can store virtual beasts in it, and it is a kind of treasure unique to the void demon. Just now I followed the direction from which the hidden ball came, and on the hill over there, I saw some traces.
Traces?
That's right, there are footprints and fluctuations of energy residues there.
Lian Shou frowned. It's a pity that when I got there, the people who were originally on the top of that mountain had already left in some special way. I searched for a long time and couldn't find any trace of them. Could it be that that we were ambushed by the void demon? Songwei's expression became a little unnatural, and a sense of crisis flashed in his eyes.
No, what I can be sure of is that the person who released this hidden ball is not a virtual demon.
Lian Shou shook his head. If my inference is correct, they may be members of the Void Demon Council. It's just that what I care about most now is not their identity. His expression gradually became cold, and there was a murderous aura in his eyes. The place where this entrance examination went was Haicheng, and only this road could reach the destination. But only the principal and those present now know the people who know the destination of the assessment. But the other party was able to accurately ambush here and release the Beng Tiger to ambush us. Wait, do you mean Teacher Lian Shou? Songwei's face changed rapidly, and he faintly sensed what Lian Shou cared about. Why can the Void Demon Council know our route in advance and set up an ambush in advance?
Lian Shou was full of murderous intent, and his gaze quickly swept around. This means that among us, there
may be an insider from the False Demon Council. There is an insider. Songwei's expression suddenly sank. He looked around and lowered his voice. If that's really the case, who is the insider? Did any students join the Void Demon Council?
The three of them were at a certain distance from the crowd, and the discussion was not heard by the students.
They can't say this kind of thing, otherwise it will only add to the panic. I don't know. Lian Shou shook his head. I don't want to doubt every student here.
Before they enter the school, the academy will assess their qualifications. If someone may be related to the Void Demon Council, or whose background is unknown, they will not be given Dragon Jade.
Who else can the insider be?
Songwei frowned. Except for the students, the only people who know about this are the principal and a few of us.
Do you mean?
He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned his gaze to look at Yang Yuan, who was smiling on the side.
Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm an insider of the False Demon Council? It's too hurtful.
Yang Yuan's expression did not change at all. He just shrugged his shoulders and responded very easily. Teacher Yang Yuan, since you joined the board of directors a few years ago, it has been a long time since you taught at the college.
Songwei looked directly at Yang Yuan and said word by word.
This morning, the principal suddenly asked you to accompany us for this entrance examination, which is hard not to think about. And the behavior of you leaving the students and leaving by yourself just now also makes me feel very uncomfortable. If I am an insider, then the principal who agreed to come here is also an accomplice.
Yang Yuan still responded with a smile.
And I told you that just now I was forced to leave in order to intercept the ghost in the mountain realm.
In the end, didn't I save the student named Su Yi? Songwei frowned, feeling a little unhappy with his frivolous attitude. Just as he was about to speak, Lian Shou suddenly stretched out his hand and interrupted the two of them.
Okay, I'm just guessing.
Random suspicion without evidence will only make us distrust each other.
Insider is just a guess of mine. Maybe the Void Demon Council used some other method, and I can't say in advance that we know the direction we are heading. What we have to do now is not to be suspicious of each other, but to prepare and take precautions in advance.
With his mouth, Songwei and Yang Yuan stopped arguing and shrugged their shoulders and walked aside.
Su also sat in the crowd, looking in the direction of the three teachers from a distance, showing a thoughtful gaze. Is there an insider?
Although they were far apart, they couldn't hear what the three teachers were saying.
But after years of practice, Su has long mastered the skill of lip reading, and roughly understands what the three teachers are arguing about through lip shape. This ambush did leave him with a lot of confusion.
Rather than saying that this was an ambush, it was more like a temptation. Okay, students.
Lian Shou returned to the crowd and read aloud. All the students have just fought hard and performed very well.
This emergency may just be an accident. Everyone, let's get back in the car. Let's continue to Haicheng.
Under his guidance, everyone returned to the bus. They put away all the salutes that were scattered on the ground and sat down in their seats. At the same time, the driver, who had been protected during the battle, also returned to the driver's seat and started the car. There was no particular fear on his face. From the day they became assistants, they were prepared for all kinds of dangers. This is also a kind of trust in the Void Hunters. They believe that the Void Hunters could protect them in danger, and they will do their best to assist the Void Hunters in their actions. The bus started again, and soon got on the highway and headed towards Haicheng. However, with the previous situation, most people were not in the mood to rest at all, and they sat upright one by one, carefully observing their surroundings. The three Lian Shou people at the front of the bus also constantly sensed the energy fluctuations around them to prevent any accidents from happening again. 4 hours later, they finally arrived in Haicheng and stayed at the door of a hotel.
It's just surprising.
The hotel has no name and is located in a very remote location, which seems to be on the outskirts of Haicheng.
It is very secluded next to it, and the nearest residential buildings are located 200 meters away. This is a hotel in the city specially prepared for the Void Hunter.
Lian Shou stood up from his seat, looked at some of the dazed students behind him, and explained to them. In the future, if you have the opportunity to become a Void Hunter, you can come here to rest and live when you go to major cities to perform missions. Every hotel has a very complete service and special treasure for protection. You only need to register with your student card later, and you can go in and rest. He coughed dryly, and his eyes suddenly became a little sharper. Next, I will tell you the details
detailed rules of this assessment. Please listen carefully. As soon as these words came out, there was silence in the car. But what? Everyone looked forward nervously, waiting for Lian Shou to tell the rules. First of all, the assessment time starts at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lian Shou slowly began to tell the rules. After 6 o'clock, you will naturally be able to perceive the information that the assessment has begun. And the name of this assessment is called Finding a Needle in a Haystack. Look for a needle in a haystack? Hearing this name, Su Ye's eyes suddenly flashed. Judging from the name, this seems to be some kind of assessment of looking for something. Lian Shou's voice continued. As early as a few days ago, I arranged for some assistants to bury 100 spirit beads in this sea city, scattered in different locations in the city. Your goal is to do whatever it takes to collect these 100 spirit beads and save them until the end. The assessment lasts for a total of 1 day, and the assessment will end at 6 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow, with a total time of 24 hours. From the moment the assessment ends, the spirit beads saved in your hands will be calculated for you according to the number in color. In the end, these points will also become an important basis for dividing your rankings. Next to each spirit bead, there is a Juebao mirror world arranged in advance, and you can let you compete for the spirit beads in a battle manner. Next, I will show you the 4 types of spirit beads that will appear in this assessment. In this assessment, there are 4 types of spirit beads. 3 beads of different colors appeared in Lian Shou's palm. Each bead is only the size of a palm and has a different luster. The first one, called red beads, is counted as 1 point after obtaining it, accounting for 70 out of 100 spirit beads. The second type, called the blue bead, is counted as 5 points after obtaining it, accounting for 20 out of 100 spirit beads. The third type, called yellow beads, is counted as 10 points after obtaining it, accounting for a total of 9 out of 100 spirit beads. And this last in fourth. As he spoke, he took out a spirit bead glowing white from his arms. In this spirit bead, there was a faint fluctuation of energy. This white bead comes from the virtual realm and is made of a very special material, warmth stone. It contains full energy, which can not only help you improve your own energy, but also clear your mind and has many effects. This bead alone is worth as much as 5 million dragon coins on the market. In this city, a white bead is also placed. If you are lucky enough to get it and keep it until the end, this white bead will be given to you as your reward. Hearing Lian Shou introduce the effect of white beads, everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. The spirit bead worth 5 million dragon coins will be moved by anyone who sees it, and the mysterious effect it contains also makes everyone's heart itch. And this white bead, only 1 out of 100 spirit beads, will be counted as points for you after obtaining it. 500 points. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was almost dumbfounded. The points represented by this white bead are as high as 500 points. Even if you collect all the other 3 colors of spirit beads, you won't be able to catch up with the points brought by this white bead. Doesn't this mean that whoever can get the white beads will become the first place without any surprises? Next comes the second rule. Lian Shou didn't care about the shocked crowd, but continued to tell the rules by himself. You have now formed your own teams. You can also choose to compete for the spirit beads together, but the spirit orbs you get can only be counted as individual points. There is no such thing as team points. In other words, before you compete for the spirit beads, you need to divide the ownership of the spirit beads in advance. This rule suddenly made many people turn pale. The spirit beads that were fought for can only belong to individuals? Then don't those of them who form a team need to obtain more spirit beads in order to distribute them to each team member? If you encounter a spirit orb with high points, how to distribute it will become a big problem. Next, there is the last rule. Speaking of this, Lian Shou's expression was also a little more serious. During the assessment, you must not use your abilities to fight outside the mirror world, so as not to cause panic. All battles can only be limited to the mirror world, and the spirit beads in your hands will only be saved until the moment the assessment is over, and they will be calculated as final points for you. After describing all the rules, Lian Shou also pressed the switch in front of the bus. The front and back doors of the bus opened together, and he also smiled and issued an eviction order. There are only so many rules. Please rest for a night. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the assessment will officially begin. At his urging, everyone walked off the bus with their own salutes and different expressions. Almost everyone fell into deep thought, thinking about how to allocate time and energy to search for spirit beads tomorrow. After sending everyone off the bus also took 3 teachers away. They didn't seem to plan to stay at this hotel, but went somewhere else. A group of students walked into the hotel, and immediately 2 waiters in formal clothes came over. You should be students of Longsha Academy. Please go this way. Your rooms are ready. You only need to register with your student card to move in. The students lined up to the front desk, registered one by one, and left with their room cards. Hello, this is your room card. Please keep it. The sweet-looking front desk lady handed Suyi a room card with a smile. Su also looked down, and on the back of the card, his room number this time was written. Is it 401? Just as he was pondering, Bai Tao quietly appeared behind him again. Little brother Suyi, what room are you in? Su also waved the room card in his hand at will, showing his
room number?
Oh, what a coincidence.
Bai Tao immediately showed excitement and showed his room card. I'm 402, right next door to you.
It looks like we can take care of each other. He put away the room card and looked at Su Yi nervously. How about it? Do you have any thoughts on this assessment? After hearing the second rule just now,
several squads were disbanded on the spot. If there are no team points, the efficiency of combining and acting together is too low, and the issue of allocation of spirit beads also needs to be considered. They might as well go it alone to find the spirit orb and compete for points for themselves. Bai Tao's eyes flashed, for fear that Su would also disband the team and prepare to act alone.
Don't worry, I don't plan to go it alone. Su Yi saw through Bai Tao's careful thoughts at a glance, smiled slightly, and spoke.
Although there are no squad points, in this assessment, whether you can have enough strength to compete for the spirit beads is the most critical point.
Hey!
Got Su Yi's affirmative answer. Bai Tao breathed a sigh of relief and laughed twice. Su Yi searched in the crowd for a while, and soon found Bai Xiaoling's location. He walked forward quickly, stopped her directly, and said, Bai Xiaoling, are you free at night?
Ha! At night?
Bai Xiaoling froze in place, and the CPU of her brain instantly smoked. Her face suddenly turned extremely red, her eyes swept back and forth nervously, and her speech suddenly became stammering.
We just met, it's not good.
She squeezed the corner of her clothes tightly, her voice was small and weak, and she didn't know what she was talking about.
If you can, you and Bai Tao come to my room in the evening. How about we have a preparatory meeting before the assessment? Su also said to himself, not noticing Bai Xiaoling's expression at all. I'm sorry, what did you just say is not good?
He looked at Bai Xiaoling in confusion, completely unable to hear what she was muttering just now. Bai Xiaoling blinked her eyes, and then realized that she had misunderstood something, and her whole face was so red that it was about to drip water.
Nothing, I'll go at night.
I'll put my luggage first. She covered her face and ran away quickly, disappearing in a flash.
Su also touched his head in confusion and said to himself, isn't it just a pre-war meeting? Is it necessary to be so nervous?
Haichang, in an old bungalow somewhere. Lian Shou stepped on the fallen leaves on the ground, walked to the door, and knocked on the door gently. A slightly vicissitudes of life came. Lian Shou pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the table, quietly sipping tea. His face was vicissitudes, he was only in his 30s, but he looked like he was in his 40s. His temples were gray, and his eyes also had a deep color.
Long time no see, Yin Yuan.
Lian Shou smiled lightly and asked hello, and was not polite, and sat down directly.
Or should I call you now, the Honorable Defender, Lord Tianyin?
I can't afford to call you that, Lian Shou.
Yin Yuan put down the teacup in his hand and spoke lightly.
The two looked at each other and both smiled. I didn't expect you to survive after being so seriously injured. Yin Yuan looked Lian Shou up and down, and his eyes also showed a little surprise. Mr. Ghost Doctor rejuvenated me and saved my life. Lian Shou just replied casually, but my current strength has dropped too much.
Now I'm not your opponent at all. Don't make fun of me.
Yin Yuan smiled bitterly, whether it was in the past or now, I am too different from you. He rubbed his eyebrows, as if to soothe a hint of fatigue.
You guy. Lian Shou seemed to notice the strangeness in Yin Yuan, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that you haven't slept in the past 3 years?
Yes. Yin Yuan replied calmly, 3 years ago, because of my negligence, more than 200 people died due to virtual beasts, but I was completely unaware of this. This is a major mistake on my part that it is difficult to save those lives in my life.
So you let yourself not rest, always supervise all energy fluctuations in the city?
Lian Shou's expression became solemn, even if you can recover from physical fatigue with energy. But this is too much of a drain on your spirit.
If you don't rest well, one day you won't be able to hold on.
This is my sin, and I deserve to atone for it. Yin Yuan didn't seem to want to mention this matter again, so he just waved his hand and forcefully changed the topic. Why, are you here to visit me this time? Is there something important? The group of freshmen I brought to Haicheng for assessment, so naturally I have to report well with you, the adult of the city defender, in advance. Humph, you're not the kind of polite guy. Yin Yuan snorted coldly and took a sip of tea disdainfully. This time, you must have something else.
I really can't hide it from you.
Lian Shou laughed a few times, and then his smile restrained and went straight to the point. This time we were ambushed on the way here.
Ambush?
Yin Yuan's movements froze, and his expression suddenly became serious. The other party is not a false demon. He knew our forward route in advance, and used the hidden void ball to release a collapsed tiger in the peak realm.
Lian Shou quickly palatized out what he encountered on the road.
According to my inference, the person who released the collapsed tiger is most likely from the Void Demon Council, and there are very few people who know that our destination is Haicheng, and I suspect that someone has leaked our traces.
Yin Yuan smashed the teacup on the table, and his expression sank. Are you doubting me? How could I suspect you? Lian Shou shook his head calmly. The defender of the city is absolutely impossible to betray.
It's just that the person who buried the props used in the assessment was your assistant.
Don't worry, it can't be theirs.
Yin Yuan replied lightly. When I ordered those assistants to bury the props you needed, I didn't tell them the truth.
And they can't even know what those spirit beads are for. In other words, if there is an insider, it can only appear in your Longsha Academy. Academy. Well, it seems you are the same as I thought.
Lian Shou shrugged his shoulders and replied easily, but I don't have any clue yet.
So that's actually the main purpose of my coming here.
He looked directly at Yin Yuan and calmly said his intentions. If you can, I hope you can help me.
In tomorrow's assessment, Haicheng, a hotel. What was the result?
The Beethorn quietly passed through the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the night view of Haicheng, and asked without looking back.
What else can I do? That collapsed tiger didn't last enough 15 minutes and died.
Baiting walked in from outside the door and shrugged his shoulders. If I hadn't withdrawn quickly enough, I might have been stopped.
I really don't understand. Why do we do such a meaningless thing? You should know how valuable a peak realm void beast is, right?
Like this kind of peak realm virtual beast that forcibly infuses energy, is it really far inferior to the normal peak realm? Beethorn groaned and turned his head, muttering to himself. She stretched her eyebrows and said lightly, this matter is not meaningless. At least through this temptation, we found out the specific strength of that group of teachers and students.
And the other purpose is what our helper requested. He needs to use this attack to assess the targets we want to capture.
Just for such a purpose, wasting a virtual beast, this cost performance is simply too low.
Baiting snorted coldly, expressing his strong disdain.
Use your soybean-sized brain to think more, don't always say these stupid things. Beethorn scolded him coldly. The plague has gone to the city to investigate, and the location of the boundary stone has almost been figured out. As long as you wait until noon tomorrow, the seal placed on the boundary stone will loosen and emerge from the hidden space.
Then we can successfully recycle it.
But tomorrow, the group of students from Longsha Academy will also be scattered in the city and start searching for some kind of assessment target. So we still have to stay away from them as much as possible before we get the boundary stones.
Then what are we going to do with the guy we are going to capture?
Baiting asked. Don't worry, our helper will guide him to a no-man's place as much as possible the next day. After we get back the boundary stone, just catch the kid back and bring it to Lord Bliss. Beethorn stood up, twisted his graceful posture, and walked straight into the room. You and the disease both pay attention. Wait until you get back the boundary stone, you must not release any energy.
This city is supervised by the defenders 24 hours a day.
Once our energy is exposed, it will be discovered by it at the first time.
At that time, our lives will be completely in the hands of others. Especially you. You must remember it for me. 8 o'clock in the evening.
When Bai Shaoling entered Su Ye's room, Bai Tao was already sitting cross-legged on the chair. This hotel is quite luxurious, not only one room per person, but also the interior of the room is also very large, comparable to some star hotels. Su Ye also seemed to have waited for a long time, and when he saw Bai Shaoling come in, he pulled a huge whiteboard from the side.
Sit casually.
Bai Shaoling sat next to Bai Tao reservedly. As soon as she sat down, Su Ye cleared her throat and got straight to the point. The reason why I called you two over this time is to discuss tactics with you in advance.
Now that we are a squad, do you have any specific plans for tomorrow's assessment? What plans can you have?
Bai Tao muttered in a low voice, if we beat it, we will fight, and if we can't beat us, we will run away. Su also rolled his eyes, ignored Bai Tao, and looked at Bai Shaoling. Bai Shaoling suddenly became nervous, as if she was named by the teacher in class, and raised her neck and said, I
think we should plan the points reasonably and selectively seize the spirit beads.
Oh, that's right.
Su also nodded and smiled, turned his head, and quickly wrote and drew on the whiteboard.
You should have heard today's rules.
In tomorrow's assessment, there are 4 balls of different colors, each of which also represents a different point.
There are 3 of us, how to compete for the spirit beads reasonably, and what color of the spirit beads to compete for, we must have a reasonable goal.
Teacher Su Yi.
Bai Tao raised his hand, like a student asking questions in class, but we don't even know where the spirit beads are, how to plan.
Good question.
Su also pulled out a map of the city of Haicheng from his arms and pasted it on the whiteboard behind him. Instructor Lian Shou said before that he sent people to bury these 100 spirit beads scattered and buried around the city. And in the case of different spirit bead points, the buried position is very particular.
With the rigor of Instructor Lian Shou, these spirit beads will definitely not be placed at will.
As he spoke, he picked up a pen and kept drawing lines on the map.
Not long after, the city map of the entire sea city was divided into countless grids by him with a pen, like a table. We divide the city into 100 cells by dividing the city map.
If I were an instructor, these 100 spirit beads would definitely be evenly distributed in the space where these 100 cells are located.
Although there will definitely be deviations in this range, overall it is still not bad.
If we take the points into account and want to make this assessment fairer, then we can roughly analyze the distribution of these high integral spirit beads by establishing a mathematical model. As he spoke, he wrote formulas and various function models on this huge whiteboard. A few minutes later, Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were already full of sluggishness, their mouths slightly open, and they looked at the whiteboard in front of them in a daze. To sum up, I think the distribution of spirit beads is probably the above 3 situations. Su Yi finished writing, and casually threw the pen aside. As for which of these 3 situations it is, we will try to find the 3 spirit beads tomorrow, and the best way for us to get points will be easy to decide. He turned to look at the 2 of them
them and asked, "Do you understand?" His voice pulled back the two people who had already wandered in the sky. Bai Tao blinked his eyes and swallowed. "Since you wrote the first formula, I have not understood it." Bai Shaoling clenched her fists. I blinked. "Why is this whiteboard full of writing? Don't understand?" Su also frowned in confusion. "This is obviously very simple. In order to make it easier for you to understand, most of the knowledge points I use are high school knowledge points." "Okay, then I'll tell you again." No. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling shouted in unison, and they all stood up from their chairs. "I think Brother Suyi is very good. If we act according to your strategy tomorrow, we will definitely get a lot of points." Bai Tao spoke urgently. Bai Shaoling nodded like a chick pecking rice. "We'll listen to you." The two of them didn't want to continue to go to jail here. "Okay, since you all said that, I'll arrange the route tomorrow." Su also nodded, and also stood up. "Do you have any other questions? I have a small problem." Bai Shaoling hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand. "Why is there no position analysis of the white bead in your analysis? The points that those who get the white beads can get have exceeded the sum of all the other spirit beads." Suyi explained calmly. "So the white bead itself is an unfair product, and naturally it is impossible to reason where it will be hidden through logic. So whether you can find the white beads basically depends on luck. But according to my speculation, once the white pearl appears, it will definitely cause a great sensation. The purpose of Instructor Lian Shou's intention to place such a white bead is also to let us compete for this. But since you mentioned this syllable," he looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling and slowly spoke. "I have something I want to ask you for. If we really have the opportunity to meet that white bead in the assessment, I hope the two of you can fully assist me in the competition." 5:50 a.m. As the most critical assessment day, many students walked out of the hotel at just after 5 o'clock, ready to go. When Suyi yawned and walked out of the room lazily, he saw Bai Tao full of energy at a glance. The two came to the door of the hotel side by side and happened to meet Bai Shaoling, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. "It's going to be 6 o'clock in 1 minute. When she saw the two appear, she glanced at her watch with a little nervousness. "Instructor Lian Shou said that we will know that the assessment has started when the time comes. Could it be that at the beginning, there will be any special signals that can't be made?" Her words had just fallen. Suddenly, the students standing at the door of the hotel began to shine with dazzling light. Everyone hurriedly looked down, only to find that the light came from their student cards. Countless rays of light were projected from the hotel, and the light seemed to be half pulled. All of them soared into the sky, gathered in the air, and combined into 4 big characters. "The assessment begins." "I see." Suya's face showed a strange expression. The student card actually has this kind of usage. He smiled slightly and walked forward. "Let's go. My goal this time is to be the first." Centered on the hotel, the students, who were already ready to go, burst out one after another. They were extremely fast, each gathering energy on their feet and disappearing in place. How did you stop?" Bai Tao was about to set off, but found that Suyi stopped and stood on the side of the road. Suyi calmly held his mobile phone and looked at him like an idiot. "This is on the outskirts of Haicheng, and it is at least nearly 5 kilometers into the city. Do we really use our energy to run in?" "Then what do you mean?" A black car came from afar and stopped at the door of the hotel. Suyi directly opened the car door and walked into the car, waving to the two people standing on the side of the road. "Why are you stunned? Get in the car." As early as when he got up, he had already used the taxi software to call a car. After receiving the 3 people, the car immediately drove on the road and galloped towards Haicheng. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed several figures that were running with energy. Several students stopped one after another and looked at Suyi and the 3 of them who left in the car in a daze, and suddenly felt like an idiot. In the car, Su also sat in the passenger seat and calmly explained to the 2 of them, "The suburb where we live happens to be located on the edge of Haicheng. If I were an instructor, I would definitely not bury the spirit beads in the starting position. So our main exploration direction is still the area within the 100-unit grids." Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling looked loveless. In front of Suyi, they would only feel that their brains were not enough. The car was moving fast. More than 10 minutes later, they entered the city and came to the destination that Suyi had set in advance. The 3 of them got out of the car, and although it was early in the morning, there were already many pedestrians on the street. Some people are buying breakfast, some are running in the morning, and some young people are walking out of the internet cafe with dark circles under their eyes. It is precisely because of the existence of the Void Hunter that this peaceful scene can be maintained. "Actually, I still have a problem." Bai Tao followed Suyi, walking on the street, but his eyes swept around, observing the surrounding situation. "Even according to your analysis, the spirit beads may be buried in the so-called 100 areas. But the entire Haicheng is so big, and the area you divide is close to 50 or 60 square kilometers. In such a large area, we are going to search for such a small piece of spirit bead. Isn't it looking for a needle in a haystack? Yes, is it possible that we really have to search inch by inch to find the spirit bead?" Bai Shaoling also frowned, her face full of puzzlement. They deeply understood why the assessment of this assessment was called this name. Searching for 100 spirit beads in the entire sea city, a city of nearly 6,000 square kilometers,
meters, is really tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack.
Who told you that we are going to search inch by inch? Su is also at the forefront, and the destination seems to be very clear. Didn't you give us a hint about this assessment a long time ago? Hint?
Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were both stunned for a moment, their faces full of confusion.
How could they not remember any hints? The world in the mirror.
Su also briefly reminded the two of them. There are regulations in this assessment, and we can only use our abilities within the coverage of the mirror world. And the place where the spirit beads are hidden, there is also a mirror world arranged nearby.
This is actually the biggest hint for us. Oh, I get it. Under Suye's reminder, Bai Tao's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood the clues given by Lian Shou. In order to avoid involving civilians in it, the layout of the mirror world must be placed in a no-man's place. And there are only a handful of people in the city and sparsely populated places. We only need to find these places on the map, step on them one by one, and we will definitely be able to find the location of the spirit beads. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to look at the map. No need to look at it.
Su also interrupted him calmly. The closest place to here is an abandoned lumberyard in the northeast. This is located on the edge of the city, and the lumberyard has been demolished because it needs to be rebuilt, and there is no one nearby.
You, how can you be so clear?
Bai Tao was slightly stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise.
Didn't I analyze the map for you once yesterday?
Su Yi tilted his head slightly and explained with a relaxed face. He gently tapped his head with his index finger. Generally speaking, if you read it once, won't it automatically be remembered in your mind? You just need to recall a little, and every point on the map will naturally appear quickly.
This should be a very simple thing, right? Bai Tao, Bai Shaoling. The two twitched the corners of their mouths, rolled their eyes, and complained in unison, only a pervert like you will find it simple. After entering the city, several people did not dare to use their energy at will to rush.
The reason why Su also chose to walk instead of taking a taxi was to prevent missing some abandoned houses and buildings.
After all, what is on the map is not real time. He could not rule out the possibility that the spirit beads were buried on these floors.
Fortunately, the place where several people got off the car was not very far from the lumberyard, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw a deserted lumberyard in the distance.
This is already on the edge of the city, and pedestrians were no longer visible a few minutes ago.
In the distance is a forest, and a pile of felled wooden stakes come into view. Su also walked at the front, walking towards the inside of the lumberyard with little hesitation. Just when the three of them were about 30 meters close to the lumberyard, the environment under their feet suddenly became turbulent. The air in front of him rippled away like water waves. Although it was still a lumberyard in front of them, they could all sense that they seemed to have entered a completely new space.
Sure enough, it's the same as I guessed. Su Ye's face showed a smile. Unexpectedly, the first place they came to was the location of the spirit beads.
Now you only need to look at the color of this spirit bead to substitute it into the mathematical model I listed yesterday to judge the approximate distribution of the spirit beads. He smiled slightly, already able to sense a faint energy fluctuation from this mirror world.
If he guessed correctly, the spirit beads were most likely in the lumberyard. And yet, at this moment,
in front of several people, the air suddenly burst into waves.
Brother Han, it's really the same as what you said.
The world in the mirror is indeed arranged in such an uninhabited place. Three figures appeared abruptly in front of them. In an instant, the six paths looked at each other in the air and instantly found each other.
Isn't it?
Su also recognized these three figures, and his face became a little weird. It seems that this spirit bead is not so good. The three people standing opposite Su Yi were obviously also a squad. The person at the head is the red-haired Han Hao, and Su, the people on his left and right sides, also knew each other.
On the left is an ordinary-looking boy with freckles on his face, named Lu Tian.
His ability Su had also been seen in the test, when he relied on his ability to deflect the golem's attack. The man on the right was dressed plainly, with glasses, and looked like a nerd. His name was Sun Mao, and he was the one who had been touting Han Hao just now.
Someone actually came ahead of us.
Han Hao squinted his eyes and looked over, and noticed Su Yi at a glance. It's you, Su Yi. For some reason, after seeing Su Yi, his whole expression became sunken. Su also frowned, and while still thinking, Bai Tao stepped forward with a smile on his face. Three classmates, we discovered this spirit bead first.
Now that the assessment has just begun, there is no need for us to clash here, right? Why don't you go find other spirit beads again?
Seeing his smile, Lu Tian and Sun Mao were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Han Hao together.
Brother Han, are we leaving? Let's go? Han Hao sneered and stepped forward. Why are you leaving?
Everyone is fighting for points in this assessment, and this spirit bead has not yet been obtained by them.
Why should we give up this spirit bead? And Su Yi,
his eyes stared straight at Su Yi. I have long wanted to beat you up.
Classmate Han, we shouldn't be familiar with each other, right?
Su also tilted his head and looked at Han Hao puzzled. He didn't remember what contact he had with this redhead. You beast. Han Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. I don't know what inferior means. We're used to live in the same dormitory with Xiao Wan's classmates.
As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked.
The other three men, looking at Su Yi, were suddenly full
full of envy and jealousy. Tang Xiaowan's appearance is recognized as good-looking, and Suyi can live in the same dormitory with her, which is too lucky. Bai Xiaoling was slightly stunned. Her roommate was also a girl, so she didn't expect that the student dormitory was actually allowed to mix men and women. Oh, Su also suddenly realized that he finally understood why Han Hao was so hostile to him. He looked at the other party with a slight playful expression. The news that Tang Xiaowan and I are in the same dormitory has never been told to others. Even when we go out, it's staggered, and it's even more impossible for her to tell anyone about it. Why do you know about this? Could it be that you are a stalker? Han Hao's face suddenly became a little unnatural. How do I know? You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, I will definitely not give you this spirit bead today, unless you can promise me to apply for a dormitory exchange with the school when I go back. This is not good. Su also shook his head with a slight headache. On the first day I entered the dormitory, I was made by Tang Xiaowan without sleep all night. If I leave like this, she will definitely be unhappy. His words are not false. After all, on the first day of entering the dormitory, what Tang Xiaowan mentioned made him investigate the information all night and couldn't sleep all night. But these words fell in Han Hao's ears, but the meaning completely changed. What did you say? What happened between you and Xiaowan? What is your relationship? Han Haoru was struck by lightning, and his voice became a little stuttering. Alas, our relationship is hard to talk about. I promised her, I can't tell anyone else. Su also said this deliberately, shaking his head helplessly. He said this right, because he felt very embarrassed. Tang Xiaowan had warned him many times not to tell him that the two were roommates. You. Han Hao's voice trembled a little. Impossible, Xiaowan is definitely not that kind of person. Su Ye's words made him angry, and he suddenly couldn't suppress his temper. I'm going to kill you. Han Hao shouted, his body surged with energy, and he immediately activated his abilities. The rules of this assessment were originally to encourage everyone to fight for the spirit beads. Han Hao himself did not intend to give up this spirit bead to Su Yi. Now he was provoked by Su Yi again, and suddenly he couldn't control his move. It's coming. Su Ye's ridicule just now was naturally not aimless. Based on the contact in the past few days, he has already made a general judgment about Han Hao's personality traits. Su also jumped backwards as if he had foreseen it in advance. The moment he jumped, the ground under his feet suddenly turned into sand and dispersed. Suppress them! At the same time, he shouted loudly, and Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling also suddenly looked awe-inspiring and began to act. Bai Tao disappeared in place with just one trance. Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were located on both sides of Han Hao, also moved rapidly and rushed towards Su Yi and a few others. In order to compete for the spirit orb in this mirror world, several people did their best. The first is to transform the ground under the enemy's feet into sand, thus throwing it off balance. Su also silently whispered in his heart, analyzing Han Hao's battle path. If the enemy avoids this attack, he will manipulate the sand to launch a pursuit. As if foreseen, he twisted his body in the air and turned to one side. The next second he twisted around, a ball of sand condensed into a huge fist and brushed past his body. After successfully dodging the attack, Su also landed again, with light steps and continuous jumping backwards. With each jump, the place he stepped on turns into sand. Han Hao's series of attacks, as if he had foreseen them in advance, all dodged them. Originally, there was some distance between the two, but at this moment, under Su Ye's continuous dodging, this distance suddenly opened up to nearly 15 meters. Just after Su Ye's last beat, he also realized that the place where he was standing just now had not been transformed into sand. I see. He raised his head, looked at Han Hao with a shocked face, and smiled slightly. 18 meters, is this the limit of your ability? Han Hao only felt extremely absurd. His ability is S-level, River of Heavenly Sand, which can transform matters within his ability into sand and manipulate them at will. It belongs to the extremely powerful type of energy transformation. This series of attacks was even more rapid. Except for being beaten violently by Chi Fu once in class, he had never missed a hand. But Su Yi, a weak D-level ability, didn't even release his ability, so he defused all his offensives, and even judged the limit range of his ability. Are you looking down on me? Han Hao gritted his teeth and roared, and began to run towards Su Yi. Today I want you to see how big is the gap between ability levels. Han Hao took the lead and quickly approached Su Yi. As soon as Bai Xiaoling was about to stop her, Lu Tian and Sun Mao appeared on both sides of her body. How can you let you obstruct Brother Han? This is a fair duel. Don't think about fighting more and fighting less. Now it's obvious that it's the two of you who fight more and less. Hey. Bai Xiaoling's eyes widened and she couldn't help but shout. And you two big boys come to bully me as a weak woman. This is really unfair. Her vision was blocked, and she couldn't apply her ability to Han Hao for a while, so she could only grit her teeth and dodge backwards to avoid being attacked by the two. And, I want to see who can help you. Han Hao laughed fiercely, quickly approached Su Yi, and activated his abilities. The ground on both sides of him suddenly turned into a piece of sand, rising from the ground under his control, and slapping towards Su Yi like waves. Shalang. The sand and dust in the sky brought a great sense of oppression, as if blocking Su Ye's retreat. Su Ye's face was slightly awe-inspiring, the blood mist on his body floated, and his whole personality
person's speed surged, and he suddenly drilled out of the sand waves. The violent sand slapped the ground, rolling up dust in the sky. In the smoke and dust, Suyi had not yet stabilized his figure, and the ground under his feet turned into sand and rose into the sky, as if he had turned into a prison cage to cover him. Su also hit the top of this cage made of sand, and found that the walls of the cage were extremely hard, not like soft sand at all. Sha prison. Hanhao clenched his fists hard, and Suya's head and feet were also covered with sand, and he was completely imprisoned. Poof. He smiled confidently, and came to Suya's side in 2 or 3 steps. Why don't you continue to run? He clenched his right fist, and the sand was suspended and flowed in his palm. This is the gap between you and me. My ability is a height that you can't reach. Haven't we learned in class, we can't judge the strength of our strength based on our ability level alone. Su was also locked in a cage, and he didn't panic at all, but laughed softly. As for why I didn't run, it's naturally because I don't think it's necessary. He looked Hanhao up and down, and couldn't help but speak. Actually, I think you should carry another gourd behind you. Gourd? Hanhao was slightly stunned, a little confused. Suyi held back his smile and thought of a certain anime character in his previous life. Seeing Suya's expression, Hanhao only felt a nameless fire surging up. He looked at Suyi with a sneer and snorted softly, "No need? I think you have nothing to do." Ah! Not far away, Bai Shaoling exclaimed and fell to the ground. Under the siege of the two, she was also unable to defeat the 4 hands with both fists, and was completely surrounded by the two. Sun Mao patted her on her wrist and on the ground. Her wrist was immediately connected to the ground, as if it had been glued together, and she couldn't break free. See, your companion has also been suppressed. Hanhao tilted his head and glanced at Bai Shaoling, sneered, and looked at Suyi. You've already lost, Suyi. Really? Suyi had an unpredictable smile on his face. Have you forgotten something? My group has 3 people. You said that guy Bai Tao? Hanhao sneered disdainfully. He is so good at escaping. He has already left you behind and fled. And what's the use of him here? Do you think he has the ability to defeat the 3 of us head-on? You're right, his frontal combat ability is indeed average. Suyi nodded in agreement, his smile still on his face, so I arranged for him to do other things. Something else? Hanhao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. His face changed drastically, and he turned his head suddenly. Go to the lumberyard. That guy is looking for the spirit bead. The main reason for the conflict between the 2 squads was to compete for the spirit beads. Even if Suyi and Bai Shaoling were knocked down now, if the spirit beads were robbed, they would just waste their efforts in vain. I'm sorry, the spirit bead is hidden deeper, so I looked for it for a while. Bai Tao's voice suddenly sounded from behind Hanhao. He quickly turned his head, only to find that half of Bai Tao's body had drilled out of the soil and appeared in the cage. Bai Tao grinned, grabbed Suyi and dragged him to the ground. Want to leave? Hanhao's anger surged up, and he waved his right fist, and Sha Lao suddenly turned into countless sand blades and shot at the 2 of them. But Bai Tao's movements were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he dragged Suyi to the ground and disappeared in place. Come back, they want to save people. Hanhao's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately shouted forward. He quickly judged what Suyi and Bai Tao might do. However, it was too late. Just now, under his shouting, Lu Tian and Sun Mao had already left Bai Shaoling and rushed towards the lumberyard. They heard Hanhao's shout, stopped in unison, turned around and wanted to run back to Bai Shaoling's side. But a hand suddenly stretched out from the soil and grabbed Bai Shaoling into the ground. 3 loaches, I see where you can hide. Hanhao was extremely angry. He only felt like he was half teased, and he was furious. He no longer thought about the damage of energy, and directly slapped his hands on the ground. Quicksand river. The energy surged wildly in him. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 15 meters, centered on the soles of his feet, began to turn into sand and stones, and kept falling downwards. He actually wanted to use this method to force Suyi and the 3 of them out of the ground. Who told you that my ability can only be to hide from the ground? But, however, Bai Tao's voice suddenly sounded from the side. He grabbed Suyi and Bai Shaoling with both hands, got out of a wall, and appeared in front of Hanhao's side. Hanhao's face changed slightly, and he quickly waved his palm. On the ground, sand and dust flew, and he controlled the sand to smash forward. However, something unexpected happened to him. The sand he waved actually rushed in the opposite direction. For a while, Lu Tian and Sun Mao, who were just about to rush over to help, were suddenly hit by this sand wave and drowned in the sand. Bai Shaoling stretched out her hands and aimed at Hanhao from a distance, having already activated her abilities. So, Suya's voice was still far away 1 second, and the next second he came to Hanhao's side. Bloody air poured into his nasal cavity, and in his constricted pupils, a fist rushed towards his face with a breaking momentum. This punch, I'm going to die. Hanhao's heart beat violently, and his whole body was entangled in fear. The bloody fist suddenly stopped in front of Hanhao's face. The fist wind blew his hair back, and the sand and dust behind him exploded like waves, soaring into the sky, reflecting Suya's indifferent smile in his eyes. The teacher has long said that the level of ability cannot determine the strength at all. Hanhao, this is called the victory or defeat. Suya's fists were closed. He gently clasped his middle finger with his thumb, and flicked it on Hanhao's head. Although this force was not great, Hanhao sat directly directly on the ground, his face full of collapse.
The sand suspended around his body smashed down, sending sand and dust all over the sky. Han, brother Han. In the dust in the distance, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally crawled out of the sand, and were soon smashed back into the soil by the sand falling from the sky. How about it? Do you continue to fight?
Suyi squatted down and stared at Han Hao's eyes calmly, looking harmless. Han Hao looked at Suyi in front of him, then at Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling, who were probing their brains not far away, and his two companions who were buried in the sand, and finally chose to give up.
Don't fight, this spirit bead is yours.
He spoke a little unconvinced, unwilling, but he could only accept the status quo.
Then I'm relieved. Su also exhaled and stuffed the bricks hidden behind him back into his clothes.
Han Hao's brows jumped after watching this scene, and the whole person was shocked, and shouted in his heart, "If I don't give up, this guy plans to knock me with bricks." On the surface, it looks very kind, but behind it is actually preparing to use this kind of trick. His expression when he looked at Suyi was full of vigilance, and his whole person seemed to be facing a great enemy.
"This, I just carelessly lost to you this time."
He gritted his teeth and barely stood up from the ground. Although his whole body was a little paralyzed, his mouth was still as hard as a diamond.
"If you and I are the only ones who fight head-on, the outcome is unknown." He.
Suyi just smiled slightly. In a real battle, no one will fight you head-on and have a fair duel. At the same time, Lu Tian and Sun Mao finally crawled out of the sand. They coughed up the sand in their mouths and leaned over with pale faces.
"Han, brother Han, I'm sorry." Both of them looked ashamed and blamed themselves.
In the battle just now, they didn't do anything at all except to restrain Bai Xiaoling at the beginning.
"Since the spirit beads have been obtained, then we will take our leave." Suyi and the three of them also gathered together.
Bai Tao stepped forward, patted Han Hao on the shoulder with a smile, and stretched out his right hand. "We are all classmates, so there is no need to make the relationship so stiff. This is just an assessment. If you are really on the battlefield, the result may be completely different. Come on, shake hands." This is the end of the story. He handled things smoothly, and this rhetoric can be regarded as giving Han Hao a step down. Han Hao's expression softened a little, and he slowly stretched out his left hand. "Next time we meet, I won't lose again." Bai Tao looked down at Han Hao's outstretched left hand, and read with a serious face, "If you want to shake hands, you should stretch out your right hand."
Ha!
Han Hao also seemed to be a little confused, looking at his outstretched left hand. His eyes were full of confusion.
"Bai Xiaoling, are you still using your abilities on him?"
Bai Tao turned his head and looked at Bai Xiaoling puzzled.
After my ability stops being released,
it may last for a while, and this time may vary from person to person." Bai Xiaoling was also stunned for a moment, and quickly opened her mouth to explain.
"Okay."
Bai Tao scratched his head. "Then your current perception should be the opposite. If you want to stretch out your right hand, you should stretch out your left hand." He taught Han Hao seriously. Han Hao blinked, but stretched out his left hand again. But after he stretched out his hand, the confusion in his eyes became more and more intense. Suyi's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Han Hao thoughtfully, with deep meaning in his eyes. Bai Tao was tactful, and he didn't dwell on this, but stretched out his left hand and shook hands with Han Hao. Immediately, the three of them turned around directly, stepped out of the boundary, and quickly disappeared into the mirror world. Next to the lumberyard, Han Hao looked at his left hand with a confused face.
"Right hand,"
he muttered and waved his arm, but only his left hand was still moving.
"Left hand.
I thought it was my left hand, but I could still stretch out my left hand."
"Wait, this is not right."
Han Hao shook his left hand vigorously, looking anxiously at his right arm drooping aside. "Where's my right hand?" As soon as Suyi and the three of them left the mirror world, Bai Tao took out a spirit bead from his arms with a face full of excitement. "Look, the spirit beads stored here are actually blue beads." The pale blue spirit beads kept flashing in his palm.
"This is exactly a blue spirit bead worth 5 points.
"Oh?" Suyi raised his eyebrows and looked at the blue spirit beads in Bai Tao's palm. "If this is a blue spirit bead, we only need to check 2 more areas to determine the distribution trend of the spirit beads this time." He glanced at Bai Tao and said lightly, "You will keep this spirit bead first. In this case, even if others want to snatch the spirit beads from us, they must have the ability to catch you.
When the assessment is almost over, we will distribute these spirit beads.
Don't worry, this is my strength." Bai Tao patted his chest with emotion. "You can trust me so much. I will definitely protect these spirit beads. If you want to escape with the spirit beads, I have at least 100 means to make your life worse than death."
Suyi just smiled and patted Bai Tao on the shoulder as if jokingly.
Then, he strode in and walked directly in the other direction. "Very good, then let's move on to the next area now." A group of students, relying on their own perceptions and strategies, were distributed all over Haicheng to search for spirit beads. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and many students fought among themselves, and most of them successfully came into contact with the first spirit bead. Energy surged everywhere in the city, and battles took place one after another. And at this moment, in the hotel where they live, a rough figure yawned and walked out of the gate. "I didn't expect to sleep until now." Jolie stretched his muscles and bones lazily, and did not panic at all because he got up 2 hours late.
"The assessment of looking for things or something is really not suitable for me."
He turned his head to himself and looked in a certain direction of Haicheng. "If you want the spirit bead, just
grab it directly. Judging from this time, there should be many people who have already obtained the spirit beads. Well, let's start with the 3 people here. He nodded slightly and suddenly squatted down on the spot. Crimson energy surged on the soles of the feet. In the next second, only a roar was heard. The ground under his feet suddenly dented and shattered, and his body also jumped high like a cannonball, flying towards the sea city at an extremely fast speed. Xiaowan, what are you looking at? The girl with short pink hair walked over from behind and patted Tang Xiaowan, who was looking at Tang Xiaowan in a daze in the distance. Ah, nothing. Tang Xiaowan came back to his senses, squeezed out a smile, and shook his head. A hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. In order to find the spirit bead, she and the 2 girls in the team came to the edge area of Haichang, and the direction she was looking in just now was the location of the former Haichang Art Museum. 3 years ago, the art museum was destroyed by the virtual beast, and her sister was buried in the art museum to save people. It has also become a ruin and has not been rebuilt so far. Just looking in that direction, her heart ached and she recalled her sister's smile. Just now, the little boy said that he has found the location where the next spirit orb may be, and we are ready to go. The pink short-haired girl patted Tang Xiaowan's head, took her hand and walked in the other direction. Tang Xiaowan was about to leave, but suddenly his expression moved slightly, and his eyes suddenly swept to a place. What's wrong? The pink-haired girl turned around and asked. It's nothing, maybe it's an illusion. Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly and turned his head. Let's go. The 2 of them left here quickly. Just after they left, 3 figures slowly walked out of the shadow of the position where Tang Xiaowan had been staring at before. These students of Longsha Academy feel really keen. The Beethorn snorted softly and stared at the backs of Tang Xiaowan and the others. Now in the entire Sea City, almost everywhere is this group of students. If it weren't for the fact that we were not being noticed by the defenders, we had to completely suppress our energy. Where would we need to be so careful? Baiting snorted unhappily. Their energy fluctuations are very strong, and they must be suppressed in their bodies with all their might, and they cannot leak even the slightest. Otherwise, it will be noticed by the defenders as soon as possible. When will the top 10 parliamentarians mentioned before come? Ba Ding asked again. How do I know? Beethorn answered angrily. Those adults are elusive. Maybe it's already here, or maybe it hasn't left yet. In order to avoid accidents, we must not be discovered by the defenders before we recover the boundary stone. No one cares about our lives, and if we lose them here, it will be too much to lose. The location of the boundary stone is over there. Sick with a hood, the whole person was sickly hiding in the shadows, and seemed to be very repulsive to sunlight. He pointed into the distance and said lightly, there used to be an art museum there, but now it is half in ruins. According to my survey yesterday, Congressman number 15 hid the partition stone there. Very good. The work of recovering the boundary stone will be handed over to you. Beethorn nodded and turned to look at Baiting. Remember, only at 12 noon will the boundary stone appear from the hidden space. When the time comes, you can recycle the boundary stone in time, and we can gather. Why do you have to do all this dirty work? Baiting muttered, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, what about the target we want to capture? When we finish recycling, we will start preparing to take action and lead that kid to a no man's place. If it goes well, we only need one move to subdue or kill that kid. As long as the boundary stone is in hand, it doesn't matter if the defenders and the teachers of Longsha Academy find out. I know. Ba Ding walked forward without looking back. I will take back the boundary stone smoothly. This is the 3rd one. In a building that was being demolished somewhere, Su also stepped into the mirror world and picked up a red spirit bead from the ground. It was already 11 o'clock at noon. After hours of running and searching, they found a total of 3 more mirror worlds. One of the spirit orbs in the mirror world had already been quickly landed and empty. Fortunately, the other 2 mirror worlds did not meet anyone else and successfully obtained 2 red spirit beads. So far, we have 3 spirit beads. Su also looked at Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling next to him, and threw the red beads in his hand to Bai Tao. 2 of them are red and 1 blue, which is 7 points if they are counted as points. Now I can determine the distribution of the spirit beads. Bai Tao and Bai Shaoling were full of seriousness and nodded frequently. They have no opinion on Su Ye's analysis. It only took them a few hours to find the location of the 3 spirit beads in the huge sea city, and other students may still be searching for positions inch by inch based on their feelings at the moment. Even if they can deduce the possible location of the world in the camera, it is difficult to divide the city into cells for searching, just like Su Yi. I said before that this time my goal is to be number 1. Su also spoke seriously, not as if he was joking. Since you follow me, I won't treat you badly. The next place I'm going to go, there is a close to 70% chance that it will be a yellow spirit bead, and each one is worth 10 points. I'm not sure how many people have found the distribution pattern, so in the process of finding the spirit bead, there is a great possibility that we will encounter others. I hope you can prepare for battle in advance. I'm always ready. Bai Shaoling nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I can't beat you when the time comes, and I will take you away as soon as possible. Bai Tao said the most cowardly words in the most firm tone. Keep the green mountains, don't be afraid of not having firewood. Seeing the strange eyes projected by
by the two of them, he immediately smiled awkwardly and added, "Very good, according to my analysis, the closest area to here is." Suyi recalled the map and the distribution he had analyzed yesterday, but he was suddenly stunned. The area closest to this place where the yellow spirit beads existed, which made him have an extremely deep memory. Why is it there? Su also muttered to himself in his heart, only to feel that everything was so fate and manipulation. In the unit he divided, it was the suburb where the Haichang rebellion occurred 3 years ago. "Suyi, what's wrong with you?" Bai Shaoling looked at Suyi with worried eyes. "It's okay." Su also came back to his senses, expressionless on his face. "It's just a ruin, and for him now, points are the first priority. And if you think about it carefully, in this cell, there is no more suitable place to bury the spirit beads than that ruin. Let's go. Maybe I already know where the yellow spirit beads may appear. On this road, you may pass by the area where a red spirit bead is located, so take it with you." "Where are you going?" "In a mirror world somewhere," Han Hao shouted loudly, dancing with his left hand in the wild sand, covering the 3 people in front of him. The faces of the 3 changed slightly, and one of them immediately activated his ability towards Han Hao. A rattan flew out of his palm rapidly, the end of the cane cracked, and countless vines were derived, like branches that kept growing wildly, overwhelmingly towards Han Hao, trying to stop his movements. At this moment, Lu Tian suddenly drilled out from one side, crossed his arms, and blocked Han Hao's front. The rattan hit his body hard, and he didn't move at all, but the rattan seemed to be hit by the force of recoil, bounced off directly, and exploded in the air. "Oh no! Oh no!" The 3 people in the distance shouted lowly, but it was too late to stop the rapidly falling sand. Half a minute later, all 3 of their bodies were shrouded in sand and bound in place. "Damn it!" Han Hao was panting at the moment, and his whole person was a little embarrassed. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't use my right hand, how could it be so troublesome?" He didn't even look at the 3 people who were tied in place, and went straight to the front and picked out a red spirit bead from the wall. "In this way, we also have 3 red spirit beads." After separating from Su Yi, they were lucky enough to find 3 spirit beads and put them away. "As for the 3 of you," he suddenly turned around with a smile and looked the 3 of them up and down. "Why don't you just lock you here like this? In this way, those who can compete with me can immediately lose 3. Hey, Han Hao, you're going too far." The faces of the 3 people who were bound in place suddenly changed. "We did lose to you, but everyone is classmates. It's too inauthentic for you to do this. Let us out. We won't compete with you for the spirit bead." "Oomph, joke." Han Hao snorted coldly and interrupted the 3 of them loudly. "This is an assessment, a competition. You lost to me, so I am naturally qualified to deal with you. I didn't hurt your lives, and I didn't snatch your spirit beads, which is enough to give you face. Furthermore," he raised his chin lightly, looking arrogant, "the weak have always been dominated by the strong." "Well said." A domineering voice came from the edge of the mirror world. Han Hao was shocked and turned his head suddenly. Is someone eyeing this mirror world again? But when he saw the comber, his pupils shrank unnaturally. "Zhou Zhou Zhou. Zhou. Sun Mao's voice trembled a little. "For this ruthless man, no one in their group of freshmen does not know him. I'm the same as you think." Zhou was shirtless, grinning, and his footsteps did not stop walking towards several people. "The strong are able to dominate the weak. So you weak people, take out all the spirit beads you have collected and give them to me." Zhou. Hearing this, Han Hao's face suddenly turned white. No matter how arrogant he is, he definitely doesn't want to have direct contact with a monster like Zhou, everyone's classmates. "It's too inauthentic for you to do this." "Oomph, joke." Zhou laughed fiercely. "I don't intend to beat you to death, and I don't intend to disqualify you from competing. It's enough to give you face. Now, take out the spirit beads yourself, and I can still leave you some decency." Han Hao. Why does this line feel so familiar? He blushed and raised his head suddenly. "You want me to be arrested? You two don't make a move." He waved his hand to stop Lu Tian and Sun Mao beside him, his face full of anger. "I want to see for myself how strong you can be." The next moment, the sand and dust in the sky rushed towards Zhou like a tsunami. "Ha!" Zhou grinned. "I feel your fear and anger. Since you choose to attack me, you should be prepared." He threw a punch, and the entire world in the mirror began to tremble wildly. "Okay, you lost." Su also stood behind a girl and gently pulled a rope. The other end of the rope turned into a circle and tied her body. "It's just that the posture and position of the rope are weird in how you look at it. You actually lied to me with a broken rope." The girl shook her body vigorously. Her figure was excellent, undulating under the outline of the rope. "Don't say that. It's just a tactic. I advise you not to move around. The more you move the rope, the tighter it will be." Su also coughed dryly and tied the other end of the rope to the post. The girl was ashamed, but she didn't choose to struggle. She just looked at Suyi angrily. "Suyi, I remember you. Don't remember me." Suyi's face was calm. "Although you lost to me in a one-on-one duel. But if you fall in love with me, I will be very troubled. Do you dare to come over and see me bite you to death?" The girl bared her teeth and danced her claws, her whole face flushed and she was extremely ashamed. But as she struggled, the rope on her body became a little tighter. Suyi looked the girl up and down, holding back from looking at the turbulent waves, and asked slightly curiously, "But how dare you act alone and not choose to form a team? Is it because
because the team was temporarily disbanded? I want you to take care of it. The girl turned her head away, not going to answer Suya's question. Haha, I'm just asking casually. Su also shrugged his shoulders and turned his head to walk. Bai Tao walked from the side, holding a red spirit bead in his hand. This is indeed a red spirit bead. Very good, let's continue to go. Su also nodded, greeted by Xiaoling, who was in a daze on the side, and walked towards the outside of the mirror world together. When he reached the border, he turned his head and looked at the girl with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. EZ, this rope will break in 2 minutes, and I haven't repaired it completely. I hope you are lucky and don't meet me again. He waved his hand and walked away from the mirror world. We also got the spirit beads here, and the next is the last area. Bai Tao excitedly put away the spirit beads, his face full of excitement. He was glad that he hugged Su Yi and formed a team. Sure enough, with such a smart person, no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Where are we going next? Are we going directly to get the yellow spirit beads? Yes, the area over there is not far from here, just follow me. Su Yi nodded, responding to Bai Tao casually, but his voice suddenly stopped. In his sight, a slightly familiar figure appeared, flashing past the shadows. That was, just now. Su also instantly recognized the origin of the figure. Teacher Yang Yuan? Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling also seemed to notice the figure. All three of them showed surprised expressions. Su Ye's expression moved slightly, and he immediately went in the direction of the figure's disappearance. He turned the corner and saw Yang Yuan's figure appear at the end of the alley, just in time to turn into the shadows. I caught up quickly, but found that the front was empty and there was no figure left. What's wrong? What's wrong? Bai Tao and Bai Xiaoling also caught up, looking at Su Yi, who was frowning and contemplating, and they all showed puzzled expressions. Strange things. Su also touched his chin and said to himself, in this assessment, we are completely disconnected from several teachers. We can't contact them, and they can't be in the city. But why is teacher Yang Yuan here? His eyes were directed straight ahead. The direction in which Yang Yuan disappeared was exactly the direction they were going to. Could it be that teacher Yang Yuan came out to walk? Bai Tao blinked his eyes and spoke. There are still traces in this direction. Maybe he is in front. Su Yi looked down at the ground. Although the traces are not obvious, there are still traces of people moving on the ground. He thought for half a second, and then chased after him without hesitation. Are we really going to catch up? Bai Xiaoling followed Su Ye's pace closely, showing a worried look. I'm a little curious about why teacher Yang Yuan appeared here. Su also moved forward calmly, but his expression was a little unpredictable and leisurely. And our destination is also in this direction, so it's nothing to see. Several people continued to follow the traces, and after walking for about 15 minutes, a series of ruins suddenly appeared in the distance. This is the Haichang Art Museum. 3 years ago, under the attack of the virtual beast, half of the buildings turned into ruins and collapsed, and have not been rebuilt so far. While seeing the ruins, Su Ye's expression suddenly froze. Countless memories rushed to his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. Just as he was about to move forward, just in front of him in the distance, Yang Yuan's figure appeared like a ghost again. This time, he actually burrowed directly into the ruins and disappeared. He's in. Bai Tao's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. As a teacher, why did Yang Yuan appear here? Isn't that where the spirit beads are stored? Let's go take a look. Su Yi looked calm and walked directly towards the ruins. Wait. Bai Xiaoling suddenly grabbed him, his face a little nervous and urgent. This is too strange. Don't you think this matter is very strange? How could that teacher Yang Yuan appear here? Oh. Su also stopped his pace and showed a confused expression. Is there anything strange about this? Maybe there was an overly fierce battle here, so maybe teacher Yang Yuan came here to stop it. Think about it. Bai Xiaoling looked slightly excited and pulled Su Ye's sleeve hard to prevent him from moving forward. On the way here, we were attacked by virtual beasts. The people who attacked us not only knew our route, but were also able to set up an ambush and leave in advance. This means that our whereabouts are likely to be exposed. That teacher Yang Yuan was suddenly arranged. Don't you think he is very strange? It's like this? Su also put on a surprised look and looked at Bai Xiaoling quite surprisedly. Do you mean that teacher Yang Yuan is the one who revealed our whereabouts? Is he a mole arranged by the enemy for us? This is very likely. Bai Xiaoling nodded nervously and repeatedly. Besides, we were almost guided here by him just now, which is really weird. Why don't we go and try to find other spirit bead locations first? Don't get close to here for the time being. Well, what you said makes sense. Su also nodded in agreement, but quickly answered, but we can't contact a few teachers now. If you leave like this, won't other students be in danger when they get here? He patted his chest righteously, putting on a righteous and awe-inspiring look. We all appeared here to become void hunters. If that teacher Yang Yuan is really an insider, we have the obligation to expose him. Are you crazy? Bai Xiaoling's eyes widened. She didn't expect Su Yi, who had always been intelligent, to say such a thing. Teacher Yang Yuan is in existence in the mountain realm. How can the three of us be his opponents? Then what do you think we should do? Su also looked directly into Bai Xiaoling's eyes and asked such a question with a smile. We can't contact a few teachers now. Is it possible to stand here and prevent other students from approaching? Teacher Yang Yuan is a mole.
all, but it's just a guess by you, and there is no evidence to confirm this matter.
If he is not an insider, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving up this assessment?
Bai Xiaoling's face changed, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. Those who hunt the void have always regarded protection as the first priority. Su also smiled unchanged and said the words of righteous words.
Since there is danger ahead, and we are aware of it,
then we have an obligation to investigate and prevent these things from happening. Don't worry, our behavior in the city should be perceived by several teachers.
In case we really encounter any danger, I think Instructor Lianshou and Teacher Songwei will find out immediately. But you're right, if we go rashly, it may not be safe.
He suddenly hugged Bai Tao over, lowered his head and said a few words to the latter's ear. Bai Tao's eyes gradually enlarged, as if he heard something incredible. He exclaimed, and the whole person jumped back.
That's it, I'm sorry to trouble you.
Suya's face was indifferent, and there was a smile on his lips.
Bai Tao's face was complicated, his eyes kept turning on the two of them, and finally nodded.
Okay, I'll listen to you. After saying this, his whole body shrank into the ground and disappeared in place.
Bai Xiaoling's face was full of confusion. What did you tell him?
It's nothing, it's just a guarantee for our safety. Su also turned around with a smile and walked towards the ruins of the art museum without looking back. Bai Xiaoling hurriedly trotted up and chased after her, still urgently. Su Yi, let's really think about it again.
Although we have no evidence that teacher Yang Yuan is an insider, but let's not let ourselves go into danger like this. Why don't we observe here for an hour and see the situation? There is no need to do this at all. Su Yi spoke in a relaxed tone, and kept walking forward. Teacher Yang Yuan can't be an insider.
He smiled and said very calmly, because that insider has always been you, Bai Xiaoling. Bai Xiaoling's expression suddenly froze, and then her expression became excited and shocked.
How can you doubt me, Su Yi? We are classmates who have been together since the entrance test. Su Yi kept walking, calmly approaching the ruins.
Facing the extremely excited Bai Xiaoling, he just smiled. You have 3 flaws.
The first point is that you shouldn't take the initiative to come to me to talk.
The second point is that you don't disguise your abilities enough. And this third point, he shrugged his shoulders, it's too explicit for you to be too eager to stop me from getting close to this ruin.
What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?
Bai Xiaoling still maintained a shocked and puzzled expression. Su Yi, did you have your memory reversed?
Yes, I did have my memory reversed. Su also nodded calmly. That person is you. Boring acting, that's it.
I have to say that your acting skills are really not very good. He scratched his nose and read in a rather casual tone. Let me help you point out the flaws that have appeared. First of all, the first point. When you took the initiative to talk to me yesterday and offered to team up with me, I was already suspicious of you.
The reason is simple.
Long before the assessment started, I had already surveyed 47 freshmen except me. Except for Enlon, who has never used his abilities, I have done enough analysis of the character and ability effect of the rest of the people. But when you appeared in front of me, I found that I didn't have any memory of your ability and character at all.
It's amazing that I have memories of you taking the entrance test and taking classes with me. It's really weird, isn't it?
I just don't have much ability, and it's normal for you not to remember my ability. Bai Xiaoling opened her mouth to respond, and her tone still seemed very excited.
It's impossible.
Su Yi responded categorically. I said that in addition to Enlon, I have used various methods to prompt everyone to use their abilities.
I have a deep memory of everyone's ability, and there can never be the slightest mistake.
And Enlon has SS-level abilities, his identity cannot be forged, and he doesn't like to fight by nature, so I don't care so much about what his abilities are.
But under this premise, I have no idea about your abilities.
So when you appeared, I immediately judged one thing. He paused for a moment and continued, you are not the real Bai Xiaoling. Or, Bai Xiaoling did not exist from the beginning.
What are you talking about?
Bai Xiaoling barely squeezed out a smile. If I don't exist, who is the person standing in front of you?
This is also the second flaw you have exposed.
Su also smiled indifferently and said leisurely, your disguise of your own ability is really not in place.
When I asked about your ability, you said that your ability is a B-level ability, upside down world. And your biggest mistake is that you self-righteously used your ability on me once to prove that you didn't lie. But you did fall for my ability at that time. That's right, I did fall for your ability. Su also nodded, but that's not some B-level ability, upside down world. Because as soon as I was recruited, I tested my body. At that time, I did want to move forward, but the changed movement was a step back. But as soon as I acted, I did one more thing. I broke my left finger. If your ability is really upside down the world, then my behavior of breaking the fingers of my left hand will definitely appear on my right hand. But in fact, I still managed to break my left finger. He exhaled lightly and said slowly, the effect of your real ability should be a cognitive change. When you showed me your ability, you deliberately guided me with words, up to down, left to right, front to back. You used these words to guide me to move forward and backward. But in reality, you just reversed my cognition while observing my movements. I did want to move forward at first, but after you reversed my cognition, the forward cognition was replaced by backward, so it became backward. But you obviously didn't notice my quiet finger breaking, so you showed showed a huge flaw. He grinned and glanced at Bai Shaoling with his peripheral vision, and what really made me sure of your ability was when I was in contact with Han Hao and the three of them before. At that time, Han Hao was affected by your ability, so he could only stretch out his left hand. Your explanation for this behavior is that depending on the individual's physique, the ability may remain for a period of time. But in fact, you just replace his concept of right with left, and the original left is still left, because you only replace the concept, not his understanding of the existence of the right dot. So no matter how much he changes his movements and thoughts, he can only use his left hand. If I'm not mistaken, you can lurk among us without doubt, and it is through this method of cognitive substitution that we have modified our memory of you. Su Ye's words made the expression on Bai Shaoling's face freeze slightly. Her expression continued to converge, and the shy and well-behaved look she had once had disappeared, but she had become a little uncertain. Su Ye continued to walk forward as if he hadn't noticed her expression. The reason why we were attacked this time is because you are the insider who revealed our movement route in advance, and the person who attacked us this time is very likely to be from the Void Demon Council. Next is the third mistake you made. Since just now, you have been trying your best to prevent me from getting close to here, and have been trying to make me think of teacher Yang Yuan as that mole. Let me guess, maybe there is something you want in that ruin? And you want to avoid the defenders of Haicheng and get things. As for the reason why you are close to me, it is because your second purpose is to kill me. He stopped abruptly, turned his head to look at Bai Shaoling. Tell me, did I guess it right? Bai Shaoling's expression kept changing, and she finally gave up on continuing to perform. At the moment when Su Yi turned around, her whole body was like a melted picture, constantly falling off. After a few seconds, the original Bai Shaoling disappeared, but became a young and beautiful girl, wearing extremely sexy denim shorts and crop tops. Her face is exactly the same as Bai Shaoling, but she is a little more charming, and her expression is completely different, and she doesn't look well behaved at all. She showed a strange smile and looked Su Yi up and down, as expected of the person who inspires and praises Lord Bliss. I actually broke my ability with reasoning. Su Yi, you really opened my eyes. Is this what you really look like? Su did not panic at all, and his eyes swept back and forth on Bai Shaoling's body without hesitation. At the same time, he also noticed that the memory of Bai Shaoling in his mind was rapidly fading and finally slowly dissipating. Her figure, which had always appeared in the test and assessment, all disappeared from memory, as if this person had never existed. I see, once your ability is released, will it dissipate on its own? He touched his chin thoughtfully and smiled slightly. S-level ability, cognitive replacement. Bai Shaoling shrugged her shoulders. Even if she was constantly swept by Su, she didn't have any shyness, but explained with a smile. After the ability is cast, I can insert my existence directly into your memory. This has nothing to do with the realm. As long as I insert my memory, even the teachers who are much stronger than me will not notice my appearance. It's a pity that the details of these memories need to be filled in by myself. It's okay to deal with others. A smart person like you will really notice the deviation in the details. She puffed out her mouth and sighed, pouting helplessly, and once my abilities are seen through, the abilities imposed on others will also be invalidated. But you guy is really perverted, and in just a few days, you have seen through everyone's abilities. She blinked her eyes lightly and looked at Su Yi with a smile. Let's introduce ourselves again. Void Demon Council, candidate for the 6th Council, Lin Quan. So even the name is forged? Su also chuckled. Then after I expose it, what do you want to do to kill or capture me here? I won't do this kind of death-seeking thing. Lin Quanxiao smiled and shook his head. Now that my ability has been broken, once I use my energy here, I will be noticed by the defenders of the city as soon as possible. Besides, capturing you is not my task. It's really the same as I thought. Su also turned his head again, and did not do anything to Lin Quan, but walked quickly towards the ruins in front of him. After knowing that I couldn't use my abilities, didn't you actually take action against me? Lin Quan followed Su Yi with a slight surprise, and asked with his hands behind his back. The status of the candidate is very high even in the Void Demon Council. Su also glanced at her lightly. There is a high probability that you have something to protect yourself. I don't want to ask for trouble. Oh, the smile on Lin Quan's face was even stronger. I can't tell it. You're quite cautious. Since you are so cautious, why do you have to wade through this muddy water and force your way into here? I stopped you from coming here, but to protect you, I was afraid that you would lose your life. While the two were talking, Su had already stepped into the ruins. However, the mirror world he had envisioned did not trigger. Just when he was doubting, his eye shrank slightly, and he saw at a glance the yellow talisman that had been torn off, half of the yellow talisman on a certain ruined wall in the distance. This also means that the mirror world originally arranged here has been artificially destroyed. I said how I felt that it was so noisy nearby from the beginning. A dull voice like thunder came from the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure stepped on the ground hard and walked out from the side. Baiting's fierce eyes swept away, and instantly locked Su Yi in front of him. It turns out that a bug sneaked in. Immediately afterwards, his eyes also noticed Lin Quan following Su Yi, showing a look of surprise. The helper in the mouth of the bee stinger is you, the little girl. If I remember correctly, you should be a candidate for the sixth counselor. If the time hasn't come, you will send the prey to the door. Why is it different from what the Beethorn said? No way, there was a little accident.
Lin Quan smiled softly, jumped up lightly, sat on the broken abandoned wall on the side, and gently shook his little feet.
He had to come over to die, and I couldn't stop him. Really?
Ba Ding grinned and began to gear up. Forget it, since the prey is sent to the door, there is naturally no reason not to accept it. There are still 30 minutes before that thing breaks the seal. Within these 30 minutes, I'll get rid of you, a little cub, first.
Solve me?
Suyi seemed to have heard some big joke and laughed out loud.
In the next second, his eyes gradually became colder, and his voice also lowered. Do you think I dare to enter here alone, really looking for death? Cough.
Han Hao's pupils dilated, he arched his body, and was kicked to the ground by Jolie. He spat out blood, his whole body seemed to have fractures, and the pain filled his whole body.
Han, brother Han.
Lu Tian and Sun Mao's faces changed slightly, and they immediately wanted to rush forward, but Jolie just glanced at them lightly. The domineering and evil energy in those eyes made the two shudder, and their steps stopped involuntarily. The three people who were bound by Han Hao's sand prison in the distance were also freed from the shackles because of Han Hao's serious injuries at this moment, but they didn't dare to run away at all. They all shrank aside and looked at Jolie with horror.
With your strength, do you dare to challenge me alone?
Jolie smiled fiercely and stepped on Han Hao's chest. His expression relaxed, as if he didn't spend much effort to suppress the other party. You. Han Hao struggled to speak, but he couldn't say the whole words in pain. His eyes were full of despair, and he didn't expect Jolie to be so terrifying. From beginning to end, he tried his best, but failed to cause the slightest damage to it, and Jolie just punched and kicked him to the way he is now. If you don't want to die, just hand over the spirit bead. Jolie calmly stepped on Han Hao's chest and read lightly. Han Hao trembled and raised his right hand and aimed it at Jolie. A cloud of sand shuttled out rapidly, rushing towards Jolie's body like a sharp arrow, but Jolie did not dodge or dodge, allowing the sand arrow to insert into his chest. Blood flowed out along the arrow, but the sand arrow only fell in 1 centimeter before stopping.
Is that your answer?
Jolie seemed to not know the pain, so he pinched the sand arrow at will, and with a gentle grip, he kneaded the sand arrow into a piece of sand. The wound on his chest was also healing and recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye.
In that case, I'll pick it up myself.
Jolie's smile remained unchanged, and his right foot was raised high, and he was about to fall.
But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Jolie's feet.
The terrifying impact recoiled, and Jolie was shocked back by his own attack. He quickly stabilized his figure and looked at Lu Tian, who was shaking his arms and blocking Han Hao's side. Is it you next? Our spirit beads are all here. Let us go. On the other side, Sun Mao knelt on the ground with a sliding shovel, holding the spirit beads obtained by the three of them in both hands, and fear spread in his heart. They were afraid that if they continued to resist, Jolie would really kick Han Hao to death. We only have one spirit bead, and it is good for you. The three people not far away also trembled and took out a red spirit bead from their arms and handed it to Jolie. Oh, I'm not lying. Jolie grinned and put away the 4 red beads. After getting what he wanted, he turned around and left, without the slightest delay. But suddenly at this moment, a figure suddenly came out of the ground and stood in front of Jolie.
Oh, another one? Jolie narrowed his eyes and laughed fiercely. Are you here to die too?
Ba Ding's fist collapsed like a bullet and hit a ruined wall. In just one breath, the wall exploded as if it had been bombarded.
Oh, is there such power only by the power of the flesh?
Suyi narrowly dodged the punch and stood leisurely on the side. The baiting in front of him was full of muscles. Even if he didn't use any energy, his fists and feet alone had great oppressive power. Boy, I don't know what you rely on to dare to appear here.
If you think I can't deal with you without using my abilities, you're too stupid.
With a punch, Baiting was not annoyed, but approached Suyi with a sneer.
He has light steps and extremely fast punches. Between 3 punches and 2 kicks, Suyi was forced to retreat.
The sound of breaking the air sounded, and Baiting suddenly collapsed towards Suya's face with an acceleration punch.
The blood mist drifted away.
Su was also forced to turn on the boiling blood, and then he barely dodged the punch. At this moment, his expression was solemn, but his eyes were full of calmness. No matter how strong your physical body is, without the blessing of energy, you can't exert all your strength. After turning on the boiling blood, Suya's speed surged, and he came behind Baiting in an instant and stabbed out with a punch. His fist was pinched by Baiting's backhand. The latter sneered and turned around, exerting force with his right arm, and Suyi suddenly soared through the clouds, and his body flew up uncontrollably. The next moment, he was slammed to the ground. The rubble on the ground crumbled, and the powerful recoil force made him almost faint. Ba Ding smiled fiercely and raised his right foot and stepped on his body. But Suya's consciousness quickly returned, and he kicked his feet heavily on the ground, and with the help of the acceleration of boiling blood, he moved out 1 meter and dodged this kick. He got up from the ground with a slight embarrassment, his eyes shining. Sure enough, can't you deal with you guy with boiling blood alone? Before he could think about it for too long, Baiting bullied himself again. But Suyi gave up colliding with him head-on, but directly urged the boiling blood and ran towards the distance.
Do you want to run? Dream.
Seeing this scene, Baiting immediately laughed fiercely and chased after him. The inside of his tempered body released great potential. He caught up with Su Yi with one arrow step. Su also felt a little flustered and was forced to a relatively complete wall, with his back against the wall, and there was no way to escape.
Is this your strength? How strong did I think it was?
Baiting smiled disdainfully and smashed his fist.
The wall is like fragile tofu, shattering when touched.
The entire wall was unable to withstand the punch of Ba Ding, relying purely on physical strength, and collapsed with a bang.
He frowned and looked at his feet.
Su Yi, who was originally close to the wall, was like a loach, and slipped away from his crotch as soon as he swung his fist. Just as Baiting was about to punch back and smash back, a hand gently rested on his waving right arm. Su Yi gasped slightly, and blood-colored mist spat out of his mouth, constantly rising and falling. The temptation is almost over, so let's stop here. He pinched a piece of gravel in his palm and pressed it tightly against Baiting's right arm.
Repair hand seal. Spit out the name of the move softly.
The rubble scattered on the ground around seemed to be entangled by countless silk threads, and they rose from the ground one after another. These gravel are like assembled blocks, quickly closed and connected. Half a second later, Baiting only felt his right arm sink and was dragged down by gravity. He looked at his right arm with slight surprise. I saw countless bricks and stones wrapping his arms and building them together tightly.
This picture is as if his hands are being built into masonry.
Heh, I can break it once, I can break it twice. Unless you seal my two arms, this little trick alone can't stop me. Baiting sneered, swung his left fist, and smashed towards his right arm, trying to smash this half of the wall and liberate his right arm. But a force of traction suddenly grabbed him.
Look back. A piece of gravel also fell on his left arm at some point.
Under the traction of this gravel, countless stones came together, also turning into half of the wall and sealing his left arm. For a moment, he only felt that his arms were extremely heavy, and he was pulled hard by the weight of the two walls.
I only heard two sounds.
His hands were directly pulled by the weight of the masonry and smashed to the ground, making two roars.
Now Baiting's appearance is like a half-assembled robot.
His arms were built into the well-defined bricks and stones to form two brick arms. Su Yi also dissipated the boiling blood at this time, and a trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. He took a step back, sat down on the ground with his knees crossed, and said lightly, "Don't struggle, although my ability is not strong in frontal combat.
But it is still very practical in the furniture city and this complex terrain. It's just two walls."
Baiting's whole face was red, and he actually relied on his strength to lift his arm along with the wall. He actually wanted to use the power of his arms to smash the two walls that sealed his hands. "Unless you fix this wall with steel bars, how many sides will I smash?" His voice had just fallen. The white silk thread suddenly peeked out from the masonry on his arm. After a while, several steel bars flew in from 3 meters away, quickly inserted into the ground, and connected to these bricks. Baiting's strength was difficult to resist this force after all, and he knelt down on one knee and smashed his arms back to the ground. His two arms were covered with bricks and stones, and they were connected and fixed to the ground by steel bars, and he couldn't move for a while. At this time, his face turned red and white for a while, and he just wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so crow-mouthed? Even though he himself has the strength of the peak realm.
But without using a little energy, he was firmly controlled in place by Su Yi. Su Yi's use of his abilities is also far beyond his imagination.
Boy, you are looking for death. Ba Ding's arms were fixed at this moment, and although he couldn't move, he still raised his head domineeringly and stared at him viciously. "When I can use my energy, I'll be the first to tear you apart." Even though he was fixed in place, he didn't think that Su could do anything to him.
"You are a defeated general, and you dare to threaten me?"
Su Yi's face was full of surprise, not understanding that Ba Ding could still be so tough in this situation. He picked up half a brick and went straight to Baiting, who was half kneeling on the ground. As he advanced, a white light flashed above the half of the brick, and it was quickly restored to its original appearance. Baiting raised his head, his face was hideous, and he was just about to say something. The bricks in Su Yi's hand were mercilessly pasted on his face.
"Do you know what the situation is now? Are you really crazy?"
The brick hit Baiting's face and immediately smashed it. Although this power is not great, it makes Baiting feel like he has been humiliated. Before he finished speaking, the broken brick quickly closed and recovered, and was photographed on his face again.
"I warn you."
As soon as he opened his mouth, half of the brick was stuffed into his mouth.
Immediately afterwards, Su also slapped him on the head mercilessly. "What to warn? The members of the Void Demon Council are amazing? Do you think I haven't killed you? You guy who can't use any energy, what is your spirit? This set of combos is average in power, but extremely insulting."
Baiting's entire face turned extremely red with anger. Just heard a click, and he abruptly bit the brick in his mouth with his teeth and spit it aside. "I warn you, boy, don't be too crazy with me." He gritted his teeth and spoke, his eyes flashing with anger. "With your painless attack, even if I don't use my energy, you can't hurt me. Lord Bliss is very interested in you and wants us to take you back, but he didn't say that he must bring you back alive. If you dare to humiliate me like this, I will definitely make you suffer a lot and kneel down and beg me. What you said is like you don't want to kill me if I'm not crazy." In the face of the threat of the Overlord, Su was also extremely calm. He picked up a brick, pasted it on Baiting's face again, and smashed it. You bastard. The domineering seemed to be ignited, trying to break free from the wall on his arm. But his posture at the moment was extremely awkward, and he couldn't use any strength. I've already said that unless you change some tricks, this power can't even tickle me. Seeing that he couldn't break free from the shackles, Baiting could only roar with red eyes.
What you said makes sense.
Suyi nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly put his hand into his arms and groped for a while. After a while, a bottle of chili oil was held in his hand.
How can anyone carry chili oil with them?
Baiting was dumbfounded, and he cursed in his heart.
Try my new move, chili oil hands.
Su also grabbed a handful of chili oil with lightning speed and quickly slapped Baiting's eyes. Ba Ding closed his eyes suddenly, and exclaimed, "What a new move, isn't it just to wipe the chili oil on your hands?"
But he closed his eyes and waited for a moment, and there was no movement ahead.
A few seconds later, Baiting quietly opened a slit in his eyes.
Bell.
Suya's fingers covered in chili oil had been waiting for a long time, and they instantly inserted them into his eyes.
Aha!
Baiting shook his head frantically, his eyes were smeared with chili oil, and he suddenly screamed and let out a scream. His arms were frantically shaken by the ground, and the two walls hummed.
You bastard!
Baiting cursed over and over again, shaking his body frantically over and over again, and the pain was unbearable. Not far away, above half of the wall, there was a burst of laughter like a silver bell. Lin Quan smiled forward and backward. Not only did he not have any intention of stepping forward to help, but he was amused by the picture in front of him.
Shut up for me! Baiting trembled and roared, anger almost surging all over his body. He opened his red eyes, stared at Suyi intently, and roared in a murderous voice, "Bastard, you have angered me."
Suya's attack was not powerful, but extremely insulting. Ba Ding, who was already grumpy, was suddenly furious.
He turned his head, glared at Lin Quan on the wall, and asked, "You haven't made a move yet? Are you just watching me humiliated by this bastard? You know, if we use a little energy now, it will be noticed by the defender." Lin Quan smiled and shrugged his shoulders, without any intention of making a move. "I haven't cultivated my body, how can I be this guy's opponent?" She shook her little feet, not caring about the tragic situation of Baiting at all, but stared at Suyi and became more and more interested in him. On the other side, Suyi did not stop attacking. As if he had found some fun, he kept taking out all kinds of strange things from his arms. Secret technique, garlic impact technique. Secret technique, durian nose paste technique. The 8th secret sauce.
He didn't dare to press too tightly, so he could only use this painless attack to keep beating back and forth on the edge of Baiting's anger. After all, Baiting only deliberately suppressed his energy fluctuations to prevent being discovered by the defenders. If he really did something that could endanger Baiting's life, such as taking out Gu Shao, I'm afraid that in order to save his life, Baiting will burst out with energy as soon as possible. At that time, at this distance, Su was not confident that the defender could protect his life from afar. Ba Ding's face was covered with strange sauces at this time, and all kinds of fishy and pungent smells continued to wash his nasal passages. He couldn't contain his anger anymore, and his whole body trembled.
"I can't stand it anymore. You bastard, I'm going to kill you here."
A wisp of fluctuation seemed to be brewing in his body, as if he was about to break through the limit and burst out his own energy at the next moment. Sensing the aura in Baiting's body, Lin Quan's face, which was originally smiling sweetly, changed slightly. Her expression turned cold, and she shouted in a low voice, "Baiting, have you forgotten the task? If the thing is not successfully recycled, do you know how Lord Bliss will punish you? His attack can't hurt you, so why don't you let him play with you for a while?" As soon as these words came out, Baiting's anger-wrapped brain suddenly seemed to be poured with cold water, and he barely calmed down.
Although Lin Quan's words were full of ambiguity, he still gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions.
The fluctuations that had been rising and falling in the body slowly subsided, and an unwilling expression appeared on his face. "Bastard.
Now there are 15 minutes before 12 o'clock.
As long as he persists through this period of time and successfully recovers the boundary stone, he will definitely use the most cruel means he knows to torture Suyi. At that time, even if he is discovered by the city defenders, he will never let Suyi go."
"I see."
However, after Suyi heard this conversation, a smile full of meaning appeared on his face.
"You guys are really waiting for something."
His temptation was to determine the guess in his heart. "In other words, you are for something very important. Even if you are humiliated by me like this, you will never use your energy." Suyi had a wicked smile on his face, grabbed Baiting's clothes and wiped his hands, and put his hand into his arms again. However, this time what he took out made Baiting's brows jump wildly. It was a pair of scissors. Suyi smiled and moved the scissors towards Ba Ding's lower body, muttering something in his mouth. "In other words, as long as I don't hurt your life, you will hold back no matter what you do." When Baiting saw this scene, his face changed drastically, and his whole person's heavenly spirit cover seemed to be overturned in half, and his scalp was numb.
"The two of us, who is the villain? What the hell do you bastard want to do? What are you doing?"
Su also smiled and handed the scissors forward. "Help you clean up the roots of your troubles.
You go free yourself first." Baiting roared and tried to retreat.
The wall that wrapped the arms just kept shaking and was still firmly fixed to the ground. Su was unmoved, and the scissors had already touched Ba Ding's pants.
Baiting Baiting roared and finally couldn't hold back anymore. "No, I'm going to kill this bastard." His body fluctuated again. "If you want to perform a task, you will lose something important. Then he might as well die directly." "Baiting!" Lin Kuan shouted lowly, and his expression changed. In the end, she pursed her lips hard and threw something out of her arms. It was a jade pendant with exquisite workmanship gently attached to Baiting's neck. The cold touch flows on the surface of Baiting. He barely calmed down, and Lin Kuan's voice came from his ears. "This is the treasure imitated by master, skillful craftsman, little covering spirit jade. Within 10 minutes, as long as you use energy that does not exceed the stone realm, the battle fluctuations will not be dispersed and noticed." "Okay." Baiting was happy when he heard this, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The next moment, he no longer suppressed the energy, and instantly burst the energy and wrapped it around his body. "Not good." The smile on Suya's face receded, and he jumped backwards almost without hesitation. Before he could land, the scissors he was still holding in his hand were suddenly destroyed by a terrifying force. Fortunately, he let go in time and was not affected by this force, but he heard a roar, and Baiting roared and stood up. The wall that covered his arms turned into countless rubble and exploded. He stood up from the ground again, his eyes fierce, and his body exuded extreme murderous intent. "You bastard!" A low roar came, and Baiting put the small piece of spiritual jade around his neck and stared straight at Suyi. "I'm going to break your limbs." After speaking, he stepped on his feet, erupted with a terrifying momentum, and instantly approached Suyi. Even if only the energy of the stone realm is used, the momentum he can burst out is also extremely terrifying. After years of tempering the body, even if only a little energy is used, the power that bursts out far exceeds the stone realm. This is bad. Suya's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw Baiting appear in front of him in a blink of an eye. He didn't dare to be careless. The boiling blood opened, and he dodged backwards. Hoof! Baiting swung his fist into the air, but his eyes showed disdain. 2 minutes later, Su also didn't react yet. His chest seemed to be hit by an invisible fluctuation, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably. His body smashed through half of the wall, his blood was surging, and the pain was unbearable. Before he could ease this momentum, Ba Ding rushed over again and smashed his fist to the ground. Su also relied on a wisp of consciousness, kicked the ground with both feet, and moved out 2 meters abruptly. Baiting's fist fell to the ground, and a pit appeared on the ground. But Su Yi, who was 2 meters away, seemed to be hit by an invisible force again, and was beaten several times in a row, spitting out blood. "I see." He coughed up blood and stood up staggeringly. "Your ability, even if it doesn't hit me directly, can you cause harm to me?" B-level ability, resonance impact, material amplification ability. Every punch of Baiting was able to resonate with the air and spread to the nearest target. "Little bastard, why aren't you as crazy as you were just now?" Baiting appeared in front of Suyi with a sneer, and grabbed his thick palm forward. But at this moment, half of the wall was suddenly kicked and 2 figures walked in. "What kind of broken place is this? There is not even a road." Jolie was naked and walked towards the art museum with a disdainful face as he stepped on the gravel. Behind him, Bai Tao tapped the ground with his toe ghostly. "I just wanted to tell you, the door is at that end." "Oh." Baiting stopped moving, turned his head, and looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. "Are there 2 more bugs? This is what you call the enemy?" Jolie also stopped, looked at Ba Ding, who was bigger than himself, and grinned. Bai Tao's face changed after seeing Baiting. His eyes swept back and forth, and he immediately noticed Lin Kuan sitting on the low wall and Su Yi in the distance. "Su Yi, I found a helper according to your request. It's just right." Su also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing a little joy in his eyes. "I have to say that the helper Bai Tao found this time was far more powerful than he imagined." He didn't say much nonsense to explain, but looked directly at Jolie and said in the most concise words, "Jolie, this guy is a member of the Void Demon Council. Deal with him, and I'll give you a yellow spirit bead with 10 points. 1 is not enough." Jolie began to move his hands and feet, and the smile on his face did not change. "Give you 2 more locations where yellow spirit beads may appear." Su also added, "If you don't find it, I will personally make up for you with the spirit beads, although I can choose to grab it directly from you." After Jolie finished his activities, he stretched his waist. "But you guy is indeed a bit tricky to deal with, and it's a bit worth the loss." "Okay, I agree to your conditions. Deal." The words fell, but the red shadow drifted away. Jolie appeared in front of Baiting with a fierce smile, his right fist wrapped in red light, and burst out with a bang. Ba Ding didn't seem to expect Jolie's speed to be so fast, so he could only quickly raise his arms to resist. But even so, he was still blasted 2 steps back by this punch, and his arms were a little numb. Gently lowering his arm, Baiting's face showed a fanatical fighting spirit. "It's interesting, there can be someone who is indistinguishable from me in terms of strength." "Indistinguishable?" Jolie laughed fiercely and raised his knees and slammed into him. Ba Ding caught this knee, but his face changed slightly. "This power is actually stronger than the punch just now." Boom dash. At the same time, Jolie hit him in the chest with another punch. This time, Baiting, who had no defensive measures, was directly blown away. Suya's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "He can only use the energy of the stone realm now, and within 10 minutes, try to solve him as much as possible." 10 minutes? Jolie sneered disdainfully angrily and flew to catch up with Baiting. Baiting's body was extremely tough, and the few punches just now did not cause him any substantial harm. But as soon as he got up from the ground, Jolie reappeared, his fists smashing like a storm. At the same time, his calm and confident voice also came over. With the same realm, it took 10 minutes to deal with this kind of garbage? The killing intent came, and the end of the fist was wrapped in red light and once again blasted the domineering cauldron back. If I want to kill him, 5 minutes is enough. Baiting staggered 2 steps, stabilized his figure, as if he had heard some joke, and raised his head to look at Jolie. You are a mere little ghost in the stone realm, speaking wildly, and you want to bring me down within 5 minutes? Dreaming, there must be a limit. He roared, stabbed out with his right fist, and hit Jolie. His ability, Resonance Impact, in addition to being able to attack 2 targets at the same time, it can also concentrate its power on the end of the fist and unleash double the attack. This punch was so powerful that even the air was hit with bursts of sonic booms. Instead of dodging, Jolie used his body to carry this punch. His chest instantly sunk, as if the bones were broken. A mouthful of blood was spurted out by him and spat directly on Baiting's face. But his expression seemed to not feel the pain at all, and there was still a fierce smile on his face. His action of vomiting blood was as casual as spitting on his mouth. Is this your strongest destructive power? Dash. Jolie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face showed a wild look. It's just like that. You. Baiting was dumbfounded for a moment, looking ahead in disbelief. Even though he could only use the power of the stone realm now, his physical fitness and the development of his abilities were a real peak realm. The power of this punch was enough to pierce through a boulder. But Jolie not only dodged, but after eating his attack, he looked like a normal person. For a moment, a sense of absurdity welled up in his heart, as if he was looking at a monster. As a peak realm, you will actually have fear of me. Jolie grinned, directly breaking the flashing emotions in Baiting's heart. As soon as his words fell, his chest, which had sunken down, quickly bulged, and the injury after eating this punch head-on healed quickly. What did you say? Baiting laughed angrily and roared. You said that I would be afraid of such a little ghost as you? He roared and swung his fist again. This time, the power was a few points stronger than the previous punch. Jolie spread his palms and caught Baiting's attack firmly. The ground under his feet cracked instantly, but he looked directly at Baiting as if nothing was wrong. Is it the anger after being exposed? He clenched Baiting's fist with his left hand, and his right fist stabbed out like lightning. The terrifying impact caused Baiting's tempered body to produce severe pain, and he couldn't help but lean back. But Jolie pinched his left fist hard, lifted him high, and smashed it on the ground. His attack power and destructive power seemed to have received some kind of blessing, even more fierce than before. Impossible, what ability do you have? He gritted his teeth and trembled his body, flew up and stood up, but Jolie's fist came again. For a while, he was forced to retreat again and again, powerless. How can a mere stone realm have such terrifying combat effectiveness? On the other side, Bai Tao cautiously came to Su Ye's side, looked at the 2 people fighting fiercely in front of him, and glanced at Lin Quan on the stone wall. So that guy is really the mole in your mouth? At this time, all the memories of Bai Shaoling in his mind dissipated, and he realized his identity. Although Su had already reminded him before, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment, it still felt incredible. The other party actually quietly entered the students and became classmates who got along with them day and night, and they didn't even notice a few teachers. Yes, they are all from the Void Demon Council. Su also endured the pain and sat on the ground, constantly wrapping energy around the injured part and suppressing his pain. Their mission this time seems to be to recycle something. Therefore, before recycling, they will not use their abilities to prevent being detected by the defenders. You guessed it a long time ago. Why do you have to wade through this muddy water? Bai Tao's heart skipped a beat and asked the same question as Lin Quan before. Wouldn't it be better if we could leave directly, or find a way to find a few teachers and let them deal with these members of the Void Council? With your brain, there must be a way to contact the teachers. I do have a way to contact several teachers. Su also calmly looked at the battle ahead, but there is not enough time. What this group of parliamentarians want to recycle may appear at 12 o'clock. I don't know what the use of that thing is, but they are so cautious that it is definitely something important. In addition to this, there is another reason. What is the reason? Bai Tao was stunned for a moment. They want to kill me. How can I sit still? Su Ye's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he calmly glanced at the Baiting who was being beaten and Lin Quan on the low wall. Of course, the reason why I dared to enter here is naturally because I have some support. Baiting's figure was blown away like a cannonball, and he directly smashed half of the pillar. He staggered to his feet, his eyes full of horror. Under Jolie's extremely domineering continuous attacks, his extremely hard body was also injured. The pain spread throughout his body, and he sensed a danger that could endanger his life. During the battle, his attacks also hit Jolie several times in a row. But Jolie didn't seem to know what the pain was, and every time he used his body to resist the injury, he immediately launched a fierce offensive again. After several confrontations, Baiting had almost no power to resist. Is this the only strength of the so-called parliamentarians? Jolie walked forward with a fierce smile, with a look of disdain in his eyes. You bastard. Baiting had never felt so underestimated, and got up, extremely angry. If it weren't for the restriction of the realm, beings like Jolie could kill 10 with one fist. His eyes were red, and all the muscles on his body were tense, each muscle the size of a stone. The next moment, he swung his fist hard and rushed towards Jolie. There were waves in the air, as if resonating with his fists. However, Jolie also punched at the same moment. His fist flashed with blood-colored energy, and with a faster and more fierce force than Ba Ding, he hit Ba Ding one step earlier. Ba Ding's solid body finally couldn't hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person knelt to the ground uncontrollably, covering the abdomen of the blow. His whole body trembled like chaff, as if he had been shocked, and he couldn't use his energy for a while. Oh no! Oh no! The physical change caught Ba Ding a little off guard. He didn't know what Jolie had done to him, but now, even if he wants to liberate his energy, he doesn't seem to be able to do it. A sneer flashed in Jolie's eyes, and his right foot fell heavily. I said, 5 minutes is enough. His right foot kicked on a forearm-length dagger and was stopped abruptly. A sexy woman, holding a dagger behind her back, appeared next to Ba Ding and blocked the kick steadily. At this moment, whether it was Jolie or Su Yi and Bai Tao not far away, their pupils shrank. They didn't even notice how this woman appeared. Ba Ding, you idiot. The Bee-thorn waved the dagger, repelled Jolie, frowned and cursed. I told you a long time ago, your physical cultivation is useless except solid, and is useless at all. If you had bowed your head and asked me for advice, would you be as embarrassed as you are now? Are you also a counselor? Jolie stabilized his figure and looked forward with a fierce smile. Dare to stop me from killing? Do you want to die in front of him? He took a step forward and blasted out with a broken fist, but the bee stinger didn't even look at him. The dagger in her hand flew like a butterfly, instantly hitting the major acupuncture points on Jolie's body. Jolie's face changed slightly, and he fell to the ground in a daze, unable to move. What did you do? He spoke in a deep voice, but found that the energy in his body seemed to be blocked. Sealing acupoints, using high-speed attacks to hit the acupuncture points of your body, is a kind of taijutsu. Bee-thorn replied lightly, glancing at Jolie. In between her shots, Ba Ding finally calmed down and stood up from the ground again. How could I bow my head and ask a woman for advice? He grinned and looked at the bee stinger. Besides, if I don't cultivate my body to be so tenacious, how can I protect you? Fool! The Bee-thorn scolded coldly, but his eyes looked at Su Yi and Bai Tao with nervous faces in front of him. The sudden appearance of the bee stinger caught them off guard. This woman's speed was like a ghost, without using any energy, but she was able to bring Jolie down in an instant. Obviously, this is a parliamentarian who is proficient in taijutsu. Su Yi and Bai Tao were like facing a great enemy, and their hair stood on end. Why are you here? Ba Ding shook his arms, and his body, which was originally injured by Jolie, was also recovering rapidly at this time. I heard a noise here and felt like you might be in trouble, so come over and take a look. Bee-thorn said lightly, turned around and looked at Su Yi with the dagger, and glanced at Lin Quan on the low wall. I see, there is a deviation in the plan, so that the mission goal appears in advance. She pondered for a long time, but an indifferent smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In that case, let's solve him in advance. Let's go. At the same time as her words fell, Su Yi's pupils contracted and he shouted urgently. He instantly turned on the boiling blood and dodged to the side. Bai Tao reacted faster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The bee stings into afterimages, as if they appeared in two positions at the same time. Then I heard two muffled sounds. Su Yi and Bai Tao were actually blown out in different directions. Su also rolled to the ground, and before he could stabilize his figure, he saw half a dagger stabbing at his neck with cold killing intent. Now I've met a master. This woman doesn't use any energy, and her physical skills alone can be compared to the mountains. His heart trembled slightly, and his eyes were condensed. Can you only use that thing here? Countless thoughts flashed through Su Yi's mind like lightning, and he was forced to be helpless, and he had already decided to take out his trump card. But at this moment, a blue light suddenly shone in his eyes. The Bee-thorn looked forward with some surprise. The light blue light curtain blocked Su Yi's front and took over his attack smoothly. She didn't love to fight at all, and with just an instantaneous effort, she jumped a few meters away, her face cold. Who is it? Su also let out a long breath, turned over and sat up. Teacher Yang Yuan, you finally appeared. A figure walked out of the shadows. Yang Yuan still had a smiling expression, looking around at everyone present. Thank you for your hard work. He was able to fight with the two parliamentarians without winning or losing, and he was worthy of being the most genius student in the principal's mouth. He clapped his palms gently, and a touch of blue light shrouded Jolie's body. Jolie jumped up from the ground, his eyes swept away, and he glanced at Yang Yuan. So you've been watching from behind? What a bastard teacher. He scolded lightly, and then walked directly to the side and stood with his chest in his arms. Yang Yuan smiled unchanged, but shrugged helplessly. I'm not sure how many parliamentarians will appear this time, so when you are not in danger of life, I want to wipe them all out. Bai Tao rubbed his painful body and got out of Su Yi's side. Under the pursuit of the speed of the bee sting, he failed to rely on his ability to dodge the attack and ate a hard kick. What is the origin of this teacher Yang Yuan? Did he deliberately lead us here just now? That's right, he probably has already noticed the existence of these parliamentarians, but he wants to use our hands
chance to seduce them out. Su also replied lightly, if I'm not mistaken, he will be arranged to walk with us this time, just to stop this matter. His identity is most likely from the school board.
But it's just a mountainous realm, how dare you set up an ambush on us?
The Beethorn opened his mouth coldly, his eyes staring directly at Yang Yuan, his murderous intent awe-inspiring.
Don't say that, you two don't dare to use your abilities now.
Yang Yuan smiled and said, even if I only have the mountain realm, it is more than enough to deal with you.
Even if you don't use your ability, it's enough to kill you.
The bee sting's eyes were cold, and it disappeared in place in an instant.
The next second, she appeared behind Yang Yuan, holding a dagger in her hand, and slashed towards his neck.
The light blue light curtain unfolded, blocking her attack once again. The Beethorn did not believe in evil, and the whole person almost turned into countless afterimages, appearing in all directions of Yang Yuan. Her speed was so fast that these afterimages almost attacked Yang Yuan in all directions at the same time.
But every attack will be blocked by an unpretentious curtain of light. A-level ability, Canopy.
Yang Yuan stood quietly in place like this, enduring the continuous attacks of bee stings, without moving, and even explained his abilities.
I can create any canopy around me to isolate everything.
As you can see, without using energy, with your destructive power, you can't break my ability at all. The bee sting stabbed out with another dagger, but it was blocked by the canopy again. She jumped back to distance herself, panting slightly, but her face was not so good-looking. With her level of physical skills, it was enough to suppress the existence of the vast majority of mountain realms.
But this time he happened to encounter Yang Yuan's defense-oriented ability.
Every attack she made seemed to fall on a defensive barrier full of elasticity and softness. With taijutsu alone, it is impossible to break this barrier at all.
This is a very pure ability restraint. It seems that you have recognized the current situation. Yang Yuan squinted and smiled, and gently stretched out his hand at the bee sting. Then next, it's time for me to make a move.
In his unsmiling eyes, a hint of indifference flashed, which was in stark contrast to the smile on his face. The next moment, the bee stinger was shocked to find that around her body, a spherical curtain of light appeared, covering her.
Canopy.
Yang Yuan gently turned his right hand into a fist from the palm of his hand and squeezed it into a fist.
Breathless. The blue light curtain seems to block all the air.
Beethorn's face suddenly turned blue, and she was shocked to find that she could not breathe from this light curtain. The feeling of suffocation gradually enveloped her.
The charming face turned blue and the veins burst out. Bee sting.
Baiting saw that the bee sting was trapped, roared, and instantly pounced. He slapped his palms the sky, but was isolated by an invisible force, and he couldn't touch the bee stinger in it at all. You bastard! He turned around suddenly, glared at Yang Yuan, and smashed his fist. But Yang Yuan just jumped back slightly, smiling, with your weak martial arts, don't try to attack me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled slightly, and he ate the resonant impact of the overlord, but he seemed to be fine. Immediately, Yang Yuan's figure disappeared, appeared behind Baiting, and kicked out. Baiting suddenly fell to the ground and was greatly impacted. He was about to get up when Yang Yuan stepped on his back and nailed him to the ground.
2 MPs.
After suppressing the two of them with thunderous momentum, Yang Yuan also smiled unchanged. If you don't liberate your realm, you will really die here. What he did at the moment was just to force the two to liberate their realm.
One after another, it's really endless. Baiting roared and straightened up hard. In order to wait for the boundary stone to appear, he had been depressed for too long. Now he just wants to liberate all his energy and tear up all the people in his way.
Terrifying energy accumulated in his body, as if it was about to erupt at the next moment.
The sound of the bee sting of Baiting came out of the light curtain extremely dully.
Although she was breathing hard at the moment, her eyes were still extremely firm, and she signaled with her eyes, wait a little longer. The defender of the Sea City was able to launch an ultra-long-range strike on them the moment their energy leaked. Once they show their energy at this moment, the mission will definitely fail, and there is no difference between them and death. Baiting noticed the Beethorn's gaze and immediately understood what she wanted to say.
Damn it.
He clenched his fists hard, and the energy in his body was suppressed again, but his body kept trembling with anger.
Aren't you going to use your abilities yet? Yang Yuan pondered and spoke, with disappointment in his eyes. Okay, I'll see how long you can last.
The canopy wrapped around the bee sting shrank again, almost close to her body. The bee stinger, which was already in a state of suffocation, suddenly felt more and more uncomfortable. Her entire face was almost distorted, and she was in great pain from suffocation.
12 o'clock, recover the boundary stone.
Suddenly at this moment, Yang Yuan suddenly spoke and looked at the two of them with a smile. This is your mission this time, right? What? The bee sting was like an ice cellar, and the blood all over the body seemed to be frozen.
Why does the man in front of him not only know the specific time, but also know the goal of their mission?
Don't wait any longer, I won't give you a chance to delay until 12 o'clock. Yang Yuan took out his mobile phone from his arms and showed it in front of the bee stinger. Do you know that the average time it takes for a normal person to suffocate is 4 minutes? And according to my experiments, there are 3 stages of asphyxiation.
Now you have entered the 3rd stage.
Even if your physical fitness is different from that of ordinary people, it only takes 2 minutes for your brain to to cause you to fall into a coma due to lack of oxygen.
But I'm sorry, it's 11:57 now. This also means that if you don't liberate your ability, you will definitely not last to 12 points.
The pupils of the bee sting shrank to the size of a needle eye, and the already suffocated face suddenly turned a little bluer. But at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly sounded.
Okay, got it.
Lin Kuan, who had been sitting on the low wall, smiled sweetly, as if he was having a conversation with someone.
Even after Yang Yuan appeared, he did not launch any attack on her.
She jumped leisurely from the low wall, as if she was pronouncing some kind of order, and looked at the immobile bee sting and the cauldron.
Don't worry about the defenders anymore.
Now, make every effort to liberate the realm and suppress everyone on the scene within 2 minutes.
Oh,
Yang Yuan was attracted by Lin Kuan's words and tilted his head slightly. However, the next moment, his face changed slightly. 2 roars sounded in front of him.
In just a moment, the overlord who was originally stepped on by his feet flew up, turning into a sphere of sky, and in an instant, it turned into countless fragments and dissipated in the air. The energy fluctuations of the 2 peaks rose together, as if they were about to crush and collapse everything around. The bee sting brushed the corners of his mouth, breathing heavily, and the iron green on his face quickly retreated. Baiting roared, and under the surge of energy, the muscles all over his body seemed to be strengthened by a few points. Both of them had a sneer on their faces and responded in a deep voice. Lin Kuan's words mean that the counselors who can obstruct the defenders of the city have come to Haichang. Their killing intent was boiling, and they were already ready to go under the condition of fully liberating the realm. Ha, you are finally liberated.
Yang Yuan's face was not afraid at all, but was also full of excitement.
His body also burst out with energy fluctuations in the mountains. Let me take a look. What is the level of the 2 counselors?
Haichang, in an old bungalow somewhere.
Yin Yuan, who had been closing his eyes and resting, opened his eyes almost at the same time as the energy of the bee sting and the overlord exploded.
His eyes flashed and he groaned. Is it really the same as what he said? The next moment, he opened his mouth gently, and an invisible fluctuation rushed out. A huge roar sounded from the yard. The courtyard, which was originally full of fallen leaves, instantly seemed to have been bombarded by some kind of missile, and exploded directly. Yin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he appeared in the center of the yard, staring directly at a figure in the dust.
Hello, Your Excellency Tianyin. An elegant voice came out of the figure's mouth.
But I saw a man in a tuxedo, with his hands on his back, slowly emerging from the dust. His body was wrapped in a faint layer of energy, which stopped Amain's attack from afar.
You are.
Yin Yuan pondered, and his eyes gradually became cold.
Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor, Star Shift.
To be able to defuse his attack so easily, this is the only identity he can think of.
I won't let you intervene in the battle over there. Xingyi smiled and said, why don't you invite me into the house with Your Excellency Tianyin? How about we have a cup of tea for a while?
Baiting. Bithorn's eyes were cold, and he spoke softly. Within a minute, suppress him.
Wrap it up on me.
Ba Ding had a confident smile on his face, stepped on the ground, and instantly approached Yang Yuan. The energy fluctuations of the peak realm flowed around him, and he fell with a wave of his fist. The canopy that Yang Yuan was holding in front of him was shattered in an instant, and he couldn't support the power of a punch. But his expression did not change, just his steps were on the ground, jumping backwards. Baiting caught up with him and fell another punch. This time, Yang Yuan did not directly block Ba Ding, but squatted down and dodged the punch. However, as soon as he squatted down, his back was hit by an invisible impact, and his whole body staggered forward, his body shaking violently. At this moment, an afterimage appeared beside him, holding a dagger and slashing at his neck. A light blue curtain of light bloomed, blocking the side. The dagger shattered the light curtain, but Yang Yuan took advantage of this moment to stabilize his body and hide aside.
Ahem. Cough. He rubbed his aching chest and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, is it still a bit difficult to stop 2 counselors of the peak realm at the same time? Don't think that the defender will come to save you.
Ba Ding rushed forward with a fierce smile, trying to catch Yang Yuan.
But Yang Yuan dodged flexibly, and then immediately propped up the canopy to block an impact. He can't protect himself now.
Where is he still able to take care of you? Naturally, the affairs of our academy do not need the interference of the defender.
Yang Yuan continued to retreat, constantly keeping a distance from Baiting, and his expression became calm again.
In that case, please die here. The cold voice of the bee sting suddenly sounded from behind him. She was like a ghost, and the dagger in her hand cut through the air and slashed towards Yang Yuan's neck. At this distance, at this speed, Yang Yuan could not avoid it. The figure of the bee stinger was knocked away without warning and crashed into the ruins in the distance. Ba Ding looked over with slight surprise and worry, but he also rushed to Yang Yuan's side at this time and punched him. The stones in the sky exploded, and in front of Ba Ding, a stone pillar suddenly appeared from the ground, blocking his attack.
Instructor Lian Shou, Teacher Tsangwei. Not far away, Bai Tao's eyes widened and he looked at the gate of the art museum with a happy face.
I saw Lian Shou and Song Wei, who had disappeared since yesterday, walking towards the side with brisk steps. Suya's frowning brows suddenly eased, and he seemed to have anticipated the current situation in his heart.
I see, is this your reliance? else? The bee sting reappeared from the pile of waste stones, and his eyes scanned Lianshou and Songwei extremely coldly. Time control, Lianshou, who has disappeared for several years, and landlord, Songwei. The name of the past doesn't need to be mentioned again. Lianshou smiled and waved his hand, looking relaxed. If you dare to call me by that name again, I will slaughter you. Songwei, who has always been peaceful, has become extremely gloomy at this moment. Part of the reason why he served as a teacher at Longsha Academy was because of this widely circulated unlucky title. During the mission, the Void Hunter is often given a variety of nicknames because of the characteristics of his abilities and the results of the mission. Once these nicknames are known, they can easily spread. With its degree of dispersion, it is likely to become an exclusive title for the Void Hunters. When Songwei first performed the mission, he was called Landlord by a certain superstitious people because of his domineering ability. He became famous, and this nickname became more and more widespread, and he couldn't change it even if he wanted to. You're finally here. Yan Yuan quickly dodged and came to Lianshou and Songwei's side, still with a smiling expression on his face. You can clearly tell us your intentions directly. Why do you want to hide it? Lianshou glanced at him and spoke lightly. If I hadn't troubled that guy Yan Yuan and left a sound mark on your body, I wouldn't have known you would be here. Of course, I can't tell you directly. Yang Yuan replied with a smile, because I knew from the beginning that there was a ghost among us. What if that mole is one of the two of you? You actually doubt us in turn? Songwei's face was full of surprise, and he snorted angrily. But he quickly looked at Lin Quan in the distance. His eyes were condensed. It turned out to be such an ability as cognitive replacement. It's just a rock realm, and it can quietly hide from us and lurk around us. The credit for breaking her ability should be on that Su Yi. Yang Yuan glanced at Su Yi with deep meaning. It was also because he successfully found the mole that I could take action with confidence, and took the initiative to activate the sound imprint placed on my body and call the two of you over. That kid has always been very good. Lianshou smiled faintly and gently stretched his hands and feet. Okay, don't talk nonsense. The top priority now is to suppress these lawmakers. He looked ahead, and the three of them, Bi Thorn, Baiting and Lin Quan, all stood together with extremely solemn faces, facing the three teachers from a distance. Although there is no communication between them, an invisible aura is spreading. Lin Quan, who had been showing his playful heart before, didn't look very good at the moment. The development of things seemed to have exceeded her expectations. However, for some reason, several people did not take the lead, but waited silently. Su Yi and the others had already retreated to the corner of the art museum. They simply can't intervene in a battle of this level. What are they waiting for? Bai Tao looked ahead nervously and asked in a low voice. It's going to be time. Su Yi observed the battle situation intently and replied softly. His voice had just fallen, and an alarm suddenly sounded in his arms. Almost at the moment the alarm rang, the air that happened to be in the middle of the six people suddenly distorted. An object full of energy fluctuations actually drilled out of the void like this, shining with dazzling black light. It was an unpretentious black stone, which had already been sealed in another space, and it was only at this moment that the seal was lifted and it reappeared in the world. Boundary stone. Almost the moment they saw the stone, all six of them had flashes of their eyes and their hearts were shocked. A few people in Baiting are so careful, all for this boundary stone. And Lianshou and Songwei also cleared all the clues in an instant, and knew what they needed to do most now. This boundary stone, we must not let them take it away. It turns out that the boundary stone that was lost from the mountain city a month ago is actually here. Songwei's heart was shocked, as if he had caught some clue. Yin Yuan just told me yesterday that he just killed a member of the Void Demon Council a few weeks ago. Lianshou's eyes also flashed. It turns out that the counselor stole the boundary stone. The two of them changed their minds sharply, and the original idea of suppressing the Bi Thorn and others was immediately replaced by recycling the boundary stone. The boundary stone is an extremely rare special material that is produced out of thin air after the disaster day comes. Its effect is very domineering, that is, after injecting spiritual power, it can use the boundary stone as the center to create a realm that isolates all matter. This field is much stronger than Yang Yuan's Sky Curtain. Not only can it isolate everything, but it even has rules that can never be broken. Even the strong people of the Peak Realm and the Ridge Realm could not forcibly break into the realm, although it takes a lot of energy to maintain the use of the boundary stone. But its domineering characteristics are enough to compare with some powerful Juebao. So far, there have been 3 boundary stones in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which have been recovered by the government to protect something extremely important. And a month ago, a void hunter in the mountain city accidentally discovered a boundary stone. But less than 10 hours after the news was uploaded to the government, the boundary stone was stolen. A certain void hunter powerhouse who went to retrieve it quickly launched a search, but only had time to launch an attack and completely lost the clue of the boundary stone. A few weeks ago, there was a fluctuation of energy in the sea city, which was immediately noticed by the sound of the sky that had been listening to the entire city. He launched a blow immediately and successfully wiped out the 15th member of the Void Demon Council. Now it seems that the 15th counselor is the one who stole the boundary stone. No matter what the price, we must recycle this boundary stone.
stone. Almost the moment the separation stone appeared, the bee sting turned into an afterimage and pounced on the boundary stone that was suspended in the air and had just drilled out of the space rift. Her speed was so fast that her fingertips had already touched the boundary stone, but her body flew out backwards. Lien Shou's eyes did not change, and while his ability was activated, he used the flying shadow and pinched the boundary stone in his hand. In this narrow environment, his ability is so strong that almost no one can stop him.
Bring the boundary stone over.
Baiting was like an out-of-control truck, rushing over. Songwei clapped his hands, and several stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking in front of him. But under the impact of the tripod, all these stone pillars were shattered, and he waved his fists, and countless invisible impacts hit Lien Shou's body. Lien Shou didn't move, and the ground behind him was dented and shattered, but he used flower shifting to transfer and remove all these attacks.
Bee.
The sound of bee stingers came from a distance. She stabilized her figure in the air, dancing rapidly between her hands, guiding something like a seal, forbidden. In the end, she crossed her fingers and made a prayer-like gesture.
Lien Shou's face changed slightly, and his right arm lost consciousness in an instant.
His right arm drooped, and the partition stone in his palm fell. A-level ability, Swarm of Bees Dance. Lien Shou immediately recognized the name of this ability. Even among the rule-breaking abilities, it was an extremely difficult ability. He reacted quickly, and his left hand, which could still remain active, immediately fished down, trying to grab the boundary stone back in his hand.
But half of the dagger broke through the air, hit at the boundary stone, and bounced it away. Lien Shou grabbed the air, not annoyed, but just shouted lowly, "Songwei."
Yes. Songwei's voice remained in place, his figure had disappeared, and he appeared next to the boundary stone that bounced out, reaching out to grab it. It seems that your flying shadow is not as fast as my empty movement. A slender jade hand grabbed the boundary stone faster than Songwei. The bee stinger that had originally flew out backwards sneered and retreated and disappeared.
Songwei's eyes flashed with anger. In an instant, his figure also disappeared, and several invisible collisions appeared in the air in a row.
The terrifying fluctuations of the battle made the art museum and ruins riddled with holes, and with each collision, the earth and walls began to shatter as if they had been bombarded.
A huge blue barrier spreads out, enveloping the entire museum.
Yan Yuan did not participate in the battle, but appeared in front of Su Yi and the others, protecting them in front of them. The battle that the peak realm level was waging with all its might, even he would find it difficult to intervene.
Su Yi and Bai Tao looked up at the air, and Songwei and the bee sting disappeared as if they were invisible.
The two stared hard, but they couldn't capture their figures at all. It's just that the invisible violent collision tells the fierce battle between the two. Jolie leaned behind several people and looked at the air faintly, but there were some afterimages in the depths of his eyes. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said to himself, it turns out that in addition to the 5 techniques, there are other taijutsu techniques, accompanied by a violent collision.
The figures of Songwei and Bee Thorn appeared from the air like teleportation.
The two seemed to be forced back by the recoil force of each other's attacks, and leaned back together, and the boundary stone that was originally located in the palm of the bee sting was also shaken down, and fell straight from the sky.
It's mine!
They all shouted in unison, and the figure disappeared again, appearing next to the boundary stone, reaching out and fighting for it.
Lien Shou only relied on his left hand, slightly barely resisting Baiting's crazy attack. His eyes kept following the boundary stone.
Seeing this situation at this time, his eyes flashed and he activated his ability again.
That's right.
Even though they were far away, the bee sting was still hit by Lien Shou's ability, and it was impacted, and its body stagnated for a moment. Songwei was happy in his eyes, and his 5 fingers were open, and he was bound to hold the boundary stone in his hand.
I said you.
A sick voice sounded abruptly from the side. As soon as this voice appeared, the situation of the entire scene immediately changed. Poof! For blood flowers burst out from all directions of the museum.
Songwei's body fell from the air and fell to the ground.
At this moment, a blood hole appeared in his abdomen, and blood was dripping through his body. Not only him, but also Lien Shou not far away, and even Yang Yuan, who was protecting Su Yi and a few others, all had a blood hole in the same place in their abdomen. Lien Shou was also found an opportunity by baiting because of the stagnation of his movements and was punched away. Su also turned his head suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he noticed a figure hiding in the shadows with a dark face. He opened his mouth in a hurry, and his right hand pierced his abdomen. His entire face was constantly deformed by pain, but he still spoke slowly in that dark voice. Don't attack my companions anymore, okay? Sick. The bee stinger made a backflip in the air and landed steadily on the ground, looking at the disease in the distance, showing a happy expression. Ha 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 ha. Baiting also waved his arm excitedly. There is really yours. Cough. Lien Shou covered his abdomen and stood up from a pile of rubble. S-level ability, living and dying together, actually fell into the hands of the Void Demon Council. At this moment, his whole body was wrapped around an aura that made him weak, so that he couldn't lift the slightest strength. The injury in his abdomen involved his old wounds, causing the energy in his body to be disordered, and he was unable to use his ability for a while. The ability mastered by the disease actually seriously injured the 3 of them in one fell swoop.
Quick! Recycle the boundary stone stones quickly. The illness was already half squatting on the ground in pain at this time, moaning continuously. This kind of ability is too scary. Yang Yuan covered his bleeding abdomen and squinted at the disease in the distance, and the smile on his face dissipated a little. What method? This guy's ability is the trickiest among these counselors. How dare you? It hurts me in such a way. Song Wei staggered to his feet from the ground, his eyes bursting with a little murderous intent. As if sensing Song Wei's murderous intent, the illness suddenly trembled all over, and his already painful face suddenly buried in his knees. I'm sorry, I'm too self-righteous. Why apologize to them? We are villains. Beiding grinned loudly. Yes, I'm sorry. The sound of the plague came again, accompanied by bursts of moans of pain. Don't apologize to me. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's time for us to withdraw. The Beethorn spoke coldly, but took advantage of the injuries of Lian Shou and a few others, and successfully pinched the boundary stone in his hand. There was a deep fear on her face. These two teachers of Longsha Academy have good combat power, and once it drags on into a protracted battle, it will be very unfavorable to them, especially the time control, Lian Shou. Although I don't know why he is much weaker than the rumors, in the face of such a legendary figure, we must not be careless. They have accomplished their primary goal. As for Su Yi, who was the secondary target, he was protected by Yang Yuan behind him at this time, and it was difficult to forcibly kill him, so he had to give up. At the same time as the bee sting set off, Beiding also quickly retreated, picked up the disease in the corner, carried him on his shoulders, and prepared to leave. As for Lin Quan, he had already disappeared into the venue at the beginning of the battle. But just as the three of them retreated, a blue curtain of light suddenly rose and stood behind them. Yang Yuanyao stretched out his right hand, controlled the canopy, covered his injured abdomen with his left hand, and said, "You don't want to take the boundary stone away today." As he spoke, he took out a bamboo skewer from his arms and threw at the ground. The streamer flashed, and the Beethorn suddenly felt that the boundary stone he was holding tightly in his palm had changed. Looking down, a bamboo skewer fell in the palm of her hand. Where is the existence of any boundary stone? Yang Yuan endured the pain and lowered his head, and the place where the bamboo skewer was originally inserted had become a boundary stone. Juebao, exchange sign, can exchange positions with objects within a certain range. It is an extremely expensive one-time treasure. You lost. Yang Yuan picked up the boundary stone and shouted loudly. At almost the same moment, Lian Shou and Song Wei, who had temporarily stabilized their injuries, also appeared beside him at the same time. If it were normal, they would have to catch up with them and kill these parliamentarians no matter what. The importance of the boundary stone is self-evident. At this moment, they were seriously injured, and their main purpose had become to guard the boundary stone. The feeling of weakness coming from the abdomen constantly wore away their will, causing their fighting spirit to continue to fade. No need to go. A hand suddenly patted the bee sting. Lin Quan, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared at this time and looked over with a smile. A broken stone? What is there to grab? What a broken stone, that is obviously. Beethorn frowned, and subconsciously opened his mouth to read. But suddenly at this moment, the picture in my mind shrank like a tide. The boundary stone that they were desperately fighting for in their memory has now turned into an unpretentious broken stone. The real boundary stone, with me. Lin Quan smiled and held up a stone as black as ink, which was clearly the real boundary stone. This was not only a bee sting, but even Yang Yuan and the three of them, who were holding the boundary stone below, suddenly changed their faces. Yang Yuan spread his palms suddenly. What he held tightly in his hand, where was the boundary stone, was clearly just an ordinary stone. Oh no, our cognition has been modified. Song Wei's face changed drastically, and he spoke urgently. The moment he and Lian Shou appeared before and saw Lin Quan, the two of them sensed Lin Quan's ability. At this time, seeing the stone in his hand, he immediately reacted. It seemed that as soon as the boundary stone appeared, their cognition had already been modified. Don't be fooled. However, at this moment, Su Ye's shouting suddenly came, "She is misleading you." He rushed forward, grabbing the boundary stone with his left hand and Gu Xiao with his right hand. At this time, Gu Xiao's energy flow had been completely repaired by the repairer and changed back to its original appearance. Tisk. Lin Quan pouted unhappily, but still smiled. It's a pity that it's too late for you to find out now. Don't think that you are the only ones with Juebao. The boundary stone in her hand turned into a wooden bamboo tube. The fluctuation of energy surged, and the memory in Yang Yuan's mind changed again, and the stone in his palm turned back into a boundary stone. Only then did he realize that they had all been misled by Lin Quan just now, and their cognition was replaced, mistakenly thinking that the boundary stone in their hands was an ordinary stone. Even in order to mislead them, Lin Quan even changed his own cognition. After reacting, he immediately prepared to close his palms and block the boundary stone with energy. But Lin Quan was one step faster than him and shook the bamboo tube in his hand vigorously. Juebao, come to the tube. The dazzling light flew out of the bamboo tube and instantly landed on the boundary stone. The boundary stone immediately flew out of Yang Yuan's hand and was sucked into the distance. At the same time, Su also realized that he could no longer grab the boundary stone, and without saying a word, he forcefully split the ancient knight in his hand. Purple influence turn, we withdrew. true. Lin Quan took out another lilac gemstone, crushed it hard, and glanced at Suyi with deep meaning. Funny guy, we'll meet again.
There was a sound from the bamboo tube in her hand, and the boundary stone had been successfully recycled. Then, without waiting for Lian Shou and the others to react, the figures of the four of them were all wrapped in purple light and disappeared in place.
Bang bang.
Half of the boundary stone fell from the sky. The Gushao spiritual light in Su Ye's hand dissipated, and he had regained the appearance of the broken sword. At that juncture just now, the only way he could think of was to use this indestructible Gushao to cut off the boundary stone. But even so, the remaining half was recycled by Lin Quan.
Void Demon Council.
He had a solemn face, squeezed Gushao tightly, and glanced up at the place where the few people disappeared.
Next time we meet, I won't let you run away again. Are they gone?
Bai Tao carefully poked his head out from behind the wall and confirmed repeatedly.
That's right.
Su also put Gushao back into the scabbard and read lightly.
It's really scary. Bai Tao breathed a sigh of relief and got out. I didn't expect to run away for them. Is this the battle of the Peak Realm? It's really terrifying. Horror.
Jolie, who had been leaning against the wall, sneered and straightened up. They didn't even use 30% of their strength. What kind of horror is it?
What? Bai Tao was suddenly shocked. This kind of momentum, not even 30% is used?
Yes, the real battle of the Peak Realm is much more terrifying than this. Su also spoke lightly, but his mind recalled the battle between Wan Rue and the Night Owl at high altitude. The ice as big as a meteorite shook the sound of 100 meters of battle. The fluctuations of the battle that took place in this museum today are not even half of what they were at the beginning. If a few Peak Realms fight here with all their might, it is estimated that half of the city will have to be destroyed. Su also continued, and several teachers have to be distracted to protect us from being affected by the battle, so naturally we have to restrain some strength. But why did those lawmakers suppress their own strength? Bai Tao was still a little puzzled.
This is an unwritten rule, or a default rule for everyone.
Lian Shou's face was slightly pale, and his breath was a little weakened by the old injuries. The members of the Void Demon Council used to be humans, so they naturally know where our bottom line is. If they dare to be the first to unleash all their power, we will definitely do our best to kill them in order to prevent the city from being destroyed. In this case, selfish people like them simply can't be as fearless of death as we are, and their winning rate is greatly reduced. Therefore, the existence above the Peak Realm, fighting in the city, using only 30% of the strength, has become the default rule between us and the members of the Void Demon Council. Such rules are acceptable to both of us. Of course, like those virtual demons and virtual beasts, they will never abide by this rule, so once we encounter them, we will immediately do our best to kill them. While explaining, Lian Shou had already walked to the front and picked up the half of the boundary stone. At this time, most of the luster had been lost on the black stone, but there was still a fluctuation of energy that kept flickering in it. This time I was a little careless. I didn't expect the other party to have the ability to live and die together. Fortunately in misfortune, that is, relying on Su Yi, you cut off this half of the boundary stone.
He looked at Su Yi, his eyes full of approval. You have done a great job.
In this case, it is better to destroy the boundary stone than to let it fall into the hands of the enemy. Although the cut will not make the effect of the boundary stone disappear, its power will definitely be greatly weakened.
We don't know what the enemy's purpose is in competing for the boundary stone,
but this move will definitely thwart their plans to a certain extent. He put away half of the boundary stone, and his eyes suddenly looked at Yang Yuan extremely sharply. Teacher Yang Yuan, can you explain now, why did you appear here? He and Song Wei had no idea about the boundary stone, but Yang Yuan seemed to have come for the boundary stone from the beginning.
You should also know that I stopped serving a few years ago and joined the board.
Yang Yuan sat on the ground with his stomach covered, smiling bitterly. The responsibility of the board of directors is not to hunt the void, but to maintain the order and balance between the hunters, and to deal with some special events. A month ago, this boundary stone was lost from the mountain city, and I was assigned to investigate the incident, but nothing was found. But you also know the importance of the boundary stone, so in order to find it, I went to find the hexagram master, gentleman.
Hexagram master? Su also looked over curiously. That's a mountain realm hunter, and his ability is S-level, asking for signs and asking for divination. Yang Yuan explained lightly.
Its ability can give answers or clues to the questions asked through the method of lottery. With his help, I learned a total of 3 clues. The first clue is, at 12 o'clock at noon, Haicheng Art Museum. The second clue is, Longxia Academy. The third clue is, the inner ghost. It sounds like some kind of ability to foresee the future. Su also touched his chin thoughtfully. Every time he came into contact with a new ability, he could feel a burst of novelty.
So you speculated through analysis and speculation about the time of the entrance assessment that we were going to Haicheng for the assessment?
Lian Shou frowned and asked. That's right. After I expressed my intentions to the principal arranged for me to join you. Yang Yuan nodded. I wanted to go to Haicheng alone to recover the boundary stone. But if you think about it carefully, the second clue may be hinting to me that I need to use the power of the 2 teachers. And because of the third clue, you are also wary of us, so you have been reluctant to
express your intentions. Song Wei looked at Yang Yuan a little unhappy. This guy always had a yawned expression on his face, and anyone who came would treat him as an insider. Yang Yuan smiled slightly apologetically. It's a pity that half of the boundary stone was still taken away by them. If it weren't for this classmate Su Yi, maybe all my plans would have failed. I didn't expect that in order to recover this boundary stone, the Void Demon Council would be so reckless. Thanks to me, that guy Yin Yuan deliberately left a voice mark on you. Lian Shou shook his head. If it weren't for this mark discovering your location, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep this half of this piece this time. At the mention of this, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he suddenly looked up into the distance. Wait, is it because the position that the parliamentarians moved away was on Yin Yuan's side? The originally flat yard has now become a trench. The invisible force continued to bombard and slap on the ground, and the ground of the entire yard moved down tens of centimeters. Don't make any more useless attempts, Your Excellency Tianyin. Xingyi stood there with a smile, not injured at all. Your voice can never be transmitted beyond me. Yin Yuan looked ahead coldly and felt a headache. The ability of the sixth counselor happened to restrain his ability. Unless he could kill this sixth counselor, he would not be able to suppress the fierce battle in the distance. However, suddenly at this moment, the battle sound that had been stirring in Yin Yuan's ears suddenly disappeared. He showed a look of surprise, but his eyes immediately froze. I saw a purple light suddenly lit up beside Xingqiu. Immediately afterwards, 4 figures drilled out of the light like this. Lin Quan, who was the leader, suddenly looked at the sixth counselor with a flash of inspiration, and shouted sweetly, "Teacher, we are here." Purple influence turns. Yin Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and instantly locked on the few people in front of him. He had already determined that the parliamentarians in front of him were the few people who had just fought in the distance. With their presence here, it also means that the battle is over. Teacher, I'm sorry, someone noticed our intentions, and the boundary stone can only be recycled in half a piece. Lin Quan poured out half a partition stone from the bamboo tube and stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. I didn't dare to stay there any longer, for fear that those teachers would be angry. It's okay, this operation is indeed very dangerous. Xingyi nodded slightly. Being able to recover half of the boundary stone is already considered a complete task. He glanced at the bee stinger 3 people lightly. His eyes were cold, without the slightest emotion. Since the primary task has been completed, we should also withdraw. There is no need to stay here. As he spoke, the air behind him blurred for a while, and a black hole appeared, and the stars in the cave were full of stars, dazzling. Want to leave? When Yin Yuan saw this situation, he immediately snorted angrily. The voice flew out of his mouth, and in an instant, it turned into a terrifying sound wave and rushed forward. But his attack was once again defused by Xingyi and rushed behind him. The walls of the small courtyard were shattered by the sound waves and spread for tens of meters. If Your Excellency Tianyin doesn't care about destroying the city, you can let go of your hands and feet and attack me. Xingyi had an elegant smile on his face, as if he had already grasped Yin Yuan. This time our goal is only this boundary stone, and we have not taken action against any civilians in the city. If Your Excellency Tianyin is determined to keep us, I don't care about fighting you here. In the face of the threat of star shifting, Yin Yuan's figure, which was already ready to go, suddenly froze. Taking advantage of this gap, Xingyi had already taken a few people into the black hole and disappeared in place. Thank you, Your Excellency Tianyin. How is it possible to leave safely? Tianyi's eyes flashed, and she suddenly opened her mouth gently. Although there was no sound, Xingyi, who had already disappeared in the black hole, changed his face drastically, and quickly stood in front of several people. Kula. The black hole dissipated in the air, and Yin Yuan stood in place uncertainly, but in the end he could only snort and turn around and return to the hut. This time the other party was fully prepared and almost perfectly infiltrated the city, and the ability of star shift was very restrained by Yin Yuan, which really made him quite helpless. Fortunately, his final attack was very swift, and he would definitely pay a great price. Hundreds of kilometers away, the air suddenly exploded, and several figures fell from it. Xingyi, who had been indifferent, covered his chest, spat out blood, and rolled to the ground. Lin Quan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly helped his teacher up. Worthy of being the defender of Haichang. Xingyi coughed up a large mouthful of blood hard. His body trembled slightly. He has been hiding such a method as ultrasound. If a main used such an attack from the beginning, he would definitely be wary. But Tianyin kept hiding his means until they finally left. Even though Star Shift had been turning on its ability, it could not resist this attack and was hit the spot. Xingyi's mouth was bleeding continuously, as if his internal organs had been impacted and damaged. Your Excellency, Sixth Counselor. Thorn's face changed slightly, and he looked over worriedly. Don't worry, this distance is not perceived by the defender. Xingyi hung on Lin Quan's shoulder and said weakly, get out of here quickly and return to the headquarters first. The top priority now is to recycle the boundary stone back. Yes, it's not a big deal, just treat it a little. After that, let's talk in person, so let's do it first. Lian Shou hung up the phone, and there was a little more sorrow on his frown. He turned to look at everyone. Just now, Tianyin told me that those counselors have fled. Didn't even Mr. Tianyin keep them? Song Wei was a little surprised. surprised. The Void Demon Council actually sent a sixth counselor to stop Tianyin this time. Lian Shou said coldly, in order to recover the boundary stone, they really spent a lot of money. I will sort out the incident report and hand it over to the principal. That instructor Lian Shou, this assessment. Bai Tao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news of the departure of the parliamentarians, and quickly asked, the assessment will naturally continue. Lian Shou naturally replied, the three of you have made meritorious contributions this time, but 1 yard is 1 yard. This time you will naturally be rewarded for your merits, but you still have to continue to complete the assessment. Now that those lawmakers have left, there should be no accidents during the assessment process. Humph, I know. Jolie sneered when he heard this, loosened his muscles and bones, and looked at Su Yi. Now that the matter has come to an end, it's time for us to talk about the remuneration we talked about before. Don't worry, I won't break my word. Su Yi had already walked to a corner inside the ruins at this time. Already in the previous battle, he sensed the faint energy fluctuations here. After rummaging, he successfully found a yellow spirit bead and threw it far away to Jolie. At the same time, he also calmly informed the other party of the 2 locations where the yellow spirit beads might appear. If you search for a place where the spirit orb is taken away in advance, I will give you enough points before the assessment is over. Su also read lightly, not planning to break the contract. It's not in vain. Jolie stuffed the yellow spirit bead into his arms, waved his hand casually, and left without looking back. After watching Jolie leave, Su Yi turned his head and looked at Lian Shou. Teacher, we were not only injured in the battle, but our energy consumption was over, and our teammates were gone. If we continue to assess, it will be a bit too unfair for me and Bai Tao. Oh, what do you mean by this? Lian Shou was suddenly happy and looked down. Su Yi's eyes were deep, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, instructor, you lied. There has always been only one white spirit bead in this assessment, and that is the one you showed us in your hand at the beginning. And this white spirit bead, only when all the other spirit beads have been collected, you plan to release it for us to compete for. So what do you want to do? Lian Shou did not refute, but looked at Su Yi with a smile. Although you have great merit, I can't give you this white spirit bead directly. That would be too unfair to other students. I do have a small request. Su Yi smiled and looked directly into Lian Shou's eyes. But please rest assured that this request is very simple and will never be too much. Except for Su Yi and the others, no one knew what was happening in the museum. Bai Shaoling seemed to have evaporated out of thin air and disappeared into everyone's memory. Not to mention, several members of the Void Demon Council fled from Haichang. After reaching an agreement with Lian Shou, Su Yi, and Bai Tao also quickly left the venue and began to quickly collect spirit beads. The assessment continued, and in the blink of an eye, the night passed in a blink of an eye, and it came to 4:20 in the morning. Phew, this is the last one. Su also cut off a red spirit bead from the wall and handed it to Bai Tao. The two of them were full of exhaustion between their eyebrows. After a brawl, he lost a lot of spiritual power, and then returned to the assessment non-stop. The energy consumption in their bodies was quite intense, and they never returned to their heyday. But in these few hours, the two of them collected 10 spirit beads. There are 2 yellow spirit beads, 2 blue spirit beads, and 6 red spirit beads. The total points are 36 points. This number is definitely at the top of all students. The remaining spirit beads are not found. It is estimated that it will not be long, and the last spirit bead will be taken away. Su Yi and Bai Tao left the mirror world, took a random taxi, sat in the car and drove away. He had specially designed the route to search for the spirit bead, so after calculating the time, he quickly rushed towards the final destination. Let's welcome this last carnival together. Calm words came out of his mouth, causing the driver to look stern and glanced at Su Yi through the rearview mirror. Today's young people are really getting more and more in the 2nd grade. It's 4:30. A violent white pillar of light suddenly rose from a corner of Haichang. This energy fluctuates with a special frequency, and only those who can comprehend and operate the energy can detect it. At the moment of its appearance, the freshmen all over the Sea City, whether they were in the mirror world or not, suddenly stopped the movements in their hands and raised their heads. They sensed this fluctuation, and their faces changed drastically. White spirit beads? The white spirit beads, up to 500 points, and special spirit beads worth up to 5 million dragon coins, finally appeared. At the moment it appeared, Lian Shou's voice came from all the students' student cards at the same time. 99 spirit beads have all been obtained. Now there is only the last white spirit bead left. Next, until the end of the assessment, you can all choose to compete for the white spirit beads. The acquisition of white spirit beads is different from other spirit beads. It is wrapped in a special energy within the mirror world. You can only get it by wrapping it in your own energy for 5 minutes. Good luck! Lian Shou's voice disappeared, and all the students went crazy. The vast majority of people stopped their movements and rushed towards the place where the energy fluctuations appeared without saying a word. As long as they can get the white spirit beads, they can become the well-deserved first place in the assessment. And the place where the white spirit beads appeared, it was the abandoned art museum in Haichang. At this time, in the art museum, a milky white spirit bead was suspended in the air,
surrounded by energy. A figure suddenly appeared in the rearranged mirror world. He didn't form a team and had been looking for the spirit beads alone. When the white spirit bead appeared, he was also the closest to the art museum, and it took less than 2 minutes to arrive here. I was the first to come here. He immediately noticed the white spirit bead in the center, and his whole face showed excitement. As long as I get the white spirit bead, I am the well-deserved first place. What Qinzhe Zhou has to be under me? Without saying a word, he quickly rushed to the side of the spirit bead and reached out to grab it. The white spirit bead was squeezed by him in his hand, and with the rotation of his energy, the energy wrapped around the white spirit bead immediately began to slowly dissipate. 3 minutes passed suddenly, and his eyes also flashed with excitement, nervousness, and anxiety. Faster, faster. It only takes 2 minutes and I can get it. Ha, there are people who are faster than us. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the mirror world, and at a glance they saw the boy who was trying to take away the white spirit beads. Oh no, someone is coming. The boy's face changed, but his palm still didn't want to let go of the spirit bead. Stop him, don't let him take the spirit bead. The trio waved their arms and immediately used their abilities. A fire dragon roared out and pounced on the boy. The boy shouted angrily. His body was covered with layers of scales, and his whole figure was raised by several points, as if he had turned into a monster and resisted this attack. His scales became charred, and before he could slow down, 2 bullets came from his side. The bullets shattered his scales, and his right arm suddenly bled, and he subconsciously let go of his right hand holding the white spirit bead. At the moment he let go, around the white spirit beads, the energy that had been consumed by most of them immediately filled up again, wrapping them again. This also means that if the next person wants to take the spirit orb, they must also hold on to its 5 minutes without being stopped. Just a little bit, almost I can get it. The beast-sized boy showed anger, ignoring the pain on his body, glared at the 3 of them, and pounced on them with a low roar. Do you want to deal with the 3 of us alone? You're too arrogant. The trio did not show weakness, their bodies surged with energy, ready to defeat this classmate. Ha! The white spirit bead is really here. Another voice sounded from the side. Several people's faces changed and they quickly stopped attacking. I saw 2 figures appearing from the other side, and they also noticed the white spirit beads. Several people looked at each other, and their hearts tightened, and they suddenly realized. This is the final content of the assessment. Unless everyone is defeated, they are qualified to hold the white spirit bead for 5 minutes. And the aura fluctuations that appeared in the white spirit beads rippled throughout the sea city at this moment. This is a huge brawl. Only the strongest can fight to the end. The sound of footsteps came and went. After a short pause for a few minutes, 2 more people stepped into the mirror world. After everyone appeared, they all noticed this incident, and they all didn't take action at the same time, for fear that they would consume their physical strength here and become a stepping stone for others. For a while, the entire art museum seemed to be in a stalemate, and everyone looked up at the white spirit beads with eager eyes. Not only that, but more and more people are coming to the art museum. Soon the number was close to half, and a full 20 people rushed here from all directions. Squads and squads were against each other, but no one dared to fight for the white spirit bead. Once whoever moves first, he will definitely become the target of public criticism and will be attacked by the group. I thought it had already started fighting. Suddenly, at this moment, a rough voice tore apart the world in the mirror and penetrated. Jolie appeared with domineering steps, and walked towards the white spirit bead with almost no hesitation. I didn't expect it to be a group of fools, staring at me here. Since no one dares to take it, let me accept it. Jolie, you dare! The moment they saw Jolie appear, everyone showed surprised eyes. But Jolie ignored everyone, rushed to the side of the white spirit bead with a step, and reached out to grab it. Don't be afraid, attack him together, and eliminate him first. I don't know who was the first to shout. Immediately afterwards, Jolie's surroundings rushed over with countless attacks. Ha, that's right. Jolie stopped moving, laughed fiercely, and stepped the ground. The stones under his feet were kicked and shattered, and the floor was lifted as if it had been lifted, turning into a barrier in front of him. The countless attacks shattered the floors, but Jolie's figure had already disappeared in place. Haven't you figured out the rules yet? When his voice reappeared, it was already behind the 3 classmates. Before these 3 people could react, their heads were held hard by Jolie and smashed together. The violent impact made them dizzy and fell unconscious on the spot. The rule of this final assessment is to let us distinguish the winner. Only those who stand at the end are eligible to obtain this white spirit bead. While knocking down the 3 of them, a figure appeared behind him, swinging a long sword and slashing down. But his attack was pinched by Jolie's backhand, and he smashed his fist in the face with a fierce smile. This figure flew out backwards like a broken kite, his whole face was blurred with flesh and blood, and he also fainted. Come on, fight! When I put you all down, this spirit bead naturally belongs to me. Jolie's ruthless methods and domineering expression immediately frightened everyone present, but they were also the pride of the sky, and they quickly cheered up and killed Jolie with anger. There are so many of us, are we afraid that he won't be able to do it? With such thoughts, countless people rushed over with a low roar, but the smile on Jolie's face became more and more intense. In this case, his abilities can be used to their full
full power. In an instant, he was like a humanoid beast constantly galloping in the crowd. Wherever he passed, almost no one could withstand his punch. His eyes were bloody, and he suffered large and small injuries on his body. But he seemed to be fine, and he rushed into the crowd with injuries. The curved wings flew in the air, constantly accelerating, increasing their kinetic energy to the extreme, and their figures were a little blurry. He broke through the air, crossed his arms in front of him, and rushed into Jolie, bound to completely explode the kinetic energy of his whole body, exchanging speed for the strongest blow. "It's good." Jolie pushed aside the two people in front of him, threw them out like throwing sandbags, and took a step forward with a fierce smile. Chuyi's arms smashed hard into Jolie's chest. Jolie's body shook suddenly, took a big step back, and the ground under his feet suddenly exploded into a depression. An X-shaped wound appeared on his chest, and the flesh and blood were blurred. But it only took him half a second to stabilize his figure, grabbed Chuyi's head hard, and smashed it towards the ground. "It's too slow." Chuyi was unable to resist and was smashed into the ground without any resistance, and the strong impact made him unconscious. There was a shaking from the earth. A boy was driving his ability with all his might at this moment, turning into a huge bear body 2 meters tall, with dark gold in his claws, and the earth trembled just by running. He took advantage of the kung fu between Jolie and Chuyi to rush over, and the huge bear paw slapped Jolie's back. Jolie's body was directly blown away by this blow and crashed into the rubble. Everyone cheered and looked ahead in surprise. The terrifying Jolie was finally knocked down, but only the next second later, their cheers came to an abrupt end. Jolie jumped up from the ruins with a jump, and the injury on his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He glanced up at the boy who had turned into a giant bear, laughed fiercely, and stepped on his steps. The next moment, he rushed to the giant bear in an instant and threw a punch. The giant bear flew out uncontrollably, embedded in the broken ceiling. While enduring the violent impact, he had already turned from a bear into a human and was forcibly scattered by his abilities. "The power is just like that," Jolie commented lightly, and then slammed his left fist behind him without looking back. But he saw a boy with pale yellow hair sneaking behind him and was about to attack. In the face of that domineering punch, his face changed slightly, and he actually made a strange movement. I saw him roll in place, very slowly, as if he had applied slow motion. Jolie's fist seemed to hit him, and it seemed to shuttle past his body, causing him no harm. "Oh!" Jolie turned his head, raised his eyebrows a little unexpectedly, and kicked out again. Huang Mao had just rolled over and stood up, and hurriedly rolled again. Jolie's attack was empty again, and it seemed that he couldn't hit this yellow hair at all. Huang Mao showed a hint of secret joy and shouted loudly, "I'll hold him back. You take advantage of now. If you have any big moves, hurry up." But as soon as his words fell, his body was hit by a cloud of blood and flew out. "Oh, what is it?" Jolie put away his fists and sneered disdainfully. "As long as you are fast enough, you can hit you in the gap of ability." However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a danger. Quickly turned his head. Even if it was him, his pupils shrank. A fiery light shone from the corner of the venue. Tang Xiaowan was sweating profusely and stood there with a pale face, and there was a cannon in front of him. There were two girls standing beside her, who seemed to be protecting her. Sensing Jolie's gaze, Tang Xiaowan's face changed, and he pulled the cannon hard. This cannon was built with her ability, and its power was naturally not as powerful as the real cannonball, so she didn't have to worry about Jolie being killed. Fire emerged from the muzzle, and the artillery fire was ready to go. But Tang Xiaowan's pupils suddenly shrank. But seeing Jolie's domineering figure, he swooped directly in front of her. "I can't let you play it." He opened his mouth lightly, and his right fist was stuffed directly into the muzzle. There was a violent roar, as if an explosion had occurred. At the next moment, Tang Xiaowan and the two girls beside him were directly blown away by the airwaves brought by the explosion. The two girls hit the ground and fainted on the spot. Tang Xiaowan kept flying backwards, and when he was about to hit the wall, he suddenly felt a thrust behind him. She fell to the ground, her face full of horror, but she found that she had not been hit violently. When I turned my head, there was only an ordinary wall behind me. "Look ahead." The fierce artillery fire naturally spread to Jolie, but the dust and smoke dissipated. Jolie's entire right arm was blurred, and the whole person was bathed in dust, but his scarlet eyes made him look like a monster. He seemed to have fought to the point of madness. His eyes were red, and he suddenly turned his head and swung his fist, smashing at the person closest to him. The domineering power of this punch was even more terrifying than every previous attack. The classmate suddenly went weak in his legs and fell to the ground. "No, don't." He could feel that if this punch fell, he would definitely die. A wind wall was born out of thin air, standing between Jolie and the classmate. The wind tugged at Jolie's fist, constantly slowing down. In the end, Jolie's fist was tightly pressed against the bridge of the classmate's nose, and all the strength was removed and he could not continue to fall. But the classmate still rolled his eyes and fainted in fright. No matter how much they all claimed to be the proud sons of heaven, but in front of a monster like Jolie, it still seems worthless. "Jolie, your emotions are out of control." Shinzei's indifferent voice came from afar. Behind him, followed by two classmates, a man and a woman, with his strength he actually formed a team with others. "Out of control?" Jolie smiled fiercely and turned around, and the blood light covering his eyes voice retreated a little. Then you probably haven't seen me when I lost control. It wasn't long before Qinze and the three of them arrived here. After he stopped Jolie, his eyes scanned for a week, and his expression froze slightly. Just 20 minutes. The whole mirror world has long become a mess. The number of people who were unconscious and seriously injured on the ground was close to 20. All of them were put down by Jolie. Nearly half of them were bloody and seriously injured, but fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Everyone, classmates, you are so ruthless, it's too much. Qinze calmly pushed down his glasses and looked directly at Jolie. After he appeared, more than 10 people who could still stay active in the field immediately cast hopeful eyes. Among all the freshmen, aside from Enlon, who did not appear here at all, the two in front of him had the strongest combat power. Just now, they witnessed Jolie's domineering and terrifying combat effectiveness, and at this time they were already afraid and had no intention of fighting again. In their opinion, Qinze seemed to be the only one who could stop Jolie. Does it matter? Jolie turned his body, and the blood-red energy on his body continued to rise and fall with his breathing. Even if you want to get this white spirit bead, you have to eliminate everyone else. As for the elimination process, is it important? At least I won't beat these classmates like you did. Qinze responded calmly. Women's benevolence. Jolie snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with Qinze. What I hate the most is a guy like you. Bang! You are different from this group of self-proclaimed geniuses, and you exude an aura of a good man all over your body, which is simply disgusting to me. Qinze glanced at Jolie with some surprise. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not praising you. Jolie stepped on the ground hard and pounced on Qinze. Since you want to stop me, then try it. You step back. Qinze suddenly flicked his sleeves, and the gentle wind blew the two people behind him back several meters. Then, his eyes were fixed, and his right palm was spread out in front of him. The storm rolled and turned into a wind net, colliding with Jolie. Just a moment of effort. The collision between the two rolled up a gust of wind. In an instant, more than a dozen students who were still in the mirror world suddenly swayed, stood unsteadily, and looked forward with horror. Is this battle fluctuation really something that the stone realm can release? Jolie's fist was pulled by countless winds, but he still waved his right arm indomitably. The blood-colored energy tore everything around his body, moving forward at an extremely slow speed. Ha! Suddenly at this moment, he shouted angrily, and a monstrous bloody light erupted from the tip of his fist, and his strength soared by 3 points again. With his force, the ground under his feet shattered instantly, and the rubble in the sky was swept away by the wind, shooting around irregularly. Several of the stones actually shot at the bodies of several classmates who had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Qinze noticed this picture, his face changed slightly, and he immediately waved it gently in that direction. A gentle air current rose from the ground, blowing the gravel away. But it was precisely because of this distraction that he was found by Jolie to find an opportunity, and his fist broke through the wind net with a punch, and his fist approached the torso. Qinze's abdomen was hit straight and flew out backwards. But in the process of flying backwards, several breezes appeared behind him, constantly acting as a buffer to drag his body. And there was also a swirling air current in his abdomen, which relieved the force brought by Jolie's impact. But even so, he still had a surge of qi and blood. In this case, do you also want to protect others? Jolie spat disdainfully, and looked at Qinze with a strong disgust in his eyes. Hey, Qinze! He did not continue the pursuit, but shouted loudly. Qinze had just landed at this time, barely stabilizing his figure, and raised his head. It's too boring to fight like this. Jolie said lightly, even if I defeat you like this, it won't be meaningful. Ah, no one else here is qualified to compete for this white spirit bead. As soon as these words came out, the remaining 10 or so people suddenly showed unhappy expressions, but they were all a little speechless. In front of these two monsters, their proud abilities are nothing at all. What do you want to do? Qinze raised his eyebrows, and vaguely guessed Jolie's thoughts. Let's clear the scene and clean up the irrelevant personnel. Jolie's voice had just fallen, and the figure had already caught up with Qinze, appeared in front of him, and fell with a fist. Qinze was silent, but he didn't want the classmates around him to get hurt anymore. He no longer hesitated, and a gust of wind suddenly stirred up on his body. The wind touched Jolie's fist, and suddenly spread out like an explosion. The attacks of the two hit each other like this. The wind turned into a tornado, spreading around them. In an instant, everyone who was touched by this tornado was uncontrollably dragged into it. A gentle wind enveloped their bodies, and the blood-red energy was constantly entangled, pinning them to the wind and immovable. The wind wrapped around the remaining more than 10 people, as well as the bodies of more than 20 people lying on the ground, and continued to spread outward. Tang Xiaowan was also uncontrollably swept away by this strong wind. She looked at the center of the wind incredulously, extremely unwilling, but she could only be carried away by this wind. Half a minute later, the wind dissipated with a bang. Except for Jolie and Qinze, everyone was blown out of the mirror world by this storm. Surge forward. The originally noisy and tragic venue suddenly became extremely quiet. Only Jolie and Qinze were left. They looked at each other and were preparing to decide the winner. A lazy voice suddenly sounded from one place. Finally, there is no one. Su also got out of nowhere and stood in the middle of of the field as if he appeared out of thin air. In order to wait for you to clear this field, I'm almost sleepy. Suye's sudden appearance made Zhou and Qinze look over. Behind him, Bai Tao hid behind the wall, only showing his head, looking extremely obscene. When did you come in? Zhou squinted and narrowed his eyes. Ever since he entered here, he has been sensing the fluctuations around him, but he didn't notice Suye's breath at all. I was the first to come here. Su also responded calmly. Just a few hours ago, he used his energy exhaustion and the recovery of half of the boundary stone as a bargaining chip to successfully get Lian Shou to agree to his request. That is to tell him in advance when and where the white spirit bead will appear, and allow him to enter the mirror world 5 minutes in advance. Lian Shou agreed to the request, but also made restrictions. That is, Su Yi was not allowed to touch the white spirit bead in advance before anyone appeared. Hiss. Therefore, he used Bai Tao's ability to hide until now. Oh, really? Zhou snorted softly, not caring, although I admit that you have a good mind. But when it comes to frontal combat power, you can't be an opponent for the two of us. He only had Qinze in his eyes, and he didn't take Su Yi seriously at all. You're right. Su also said lightly, in terms of combat effectiveness alone, I am not even half as good as you. It's just that many times, the key to victory or defeat is not the combat effectiveness at all. What really matters is whether you can find the other person's weaknesses. His expression gradually became serious, and he calmly looked at Zhou and Qinze in front of him. Today's white spirit bead, I am bound to win. Next, I will use the most direct method to eliminate the two of you. Weakness? Zhou laughed when he heard this. I would like to know what my weakness is in your eyes. Su also scratched his head, ignoring Zhou, but looked at Qinze, who was frowning. Let's start with you, Qinze. Me? Qinze didn't expect Su to also call his name. His eyes looked deep, and before he could speak, his pupils shrank suddenly. But he saw Su Yi stretch out his hand and pull a figure out from behind the wall where Bai Tao was hiding. It was a girl with short ears, and it was also the girl who had been standing behind Qinze before, and she was his teammate in this assessment. At this moment, her hands were shrunk in her sleeves, tied with ropes and sleeves, and her mouth was tied with tape, her face full of horror. In the previous strong wind, Qinze deliberately sent his two teammates out of the mirror world, not wanting them to be affected by the battle. Xiao Yun. Qinze's always elegant expression became extremely gloomy at this moment. Obviously, just as he pushed his teammates out of the field, Su also used some method to hijack her. It's just because the two of them asked you, you couldn't bear it, formed a team with them, and helped them get points. Su also mercilessly detained the female classmate named Xiao Yun and sandwiched it in the crook of his arm. The latter struggled desperately, with a woo-woo sound coming out of his mouth, tears flashing in his eyes, watching Qinze shake his head frantically, and a frightened look flashed in his eyes. And your biggest weakness is soft-hearted and overly kind. Su also looked at Qinze from a distance, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, like a villain. The next moment, he actually pushed Xiao Yun out directly and threw a stone over her head. Centered on stones, countless white silk threads spread towards a radius of 10 meters. Under the action of the repairer, half of the pillar that was broken by Zhou was quickly repaired, and then fell rapidly from the sky and smashed towards Xiao Yun's body. Zhou took a step back, but when he saw Qinze in front of him, he rushed out almost instantly. His eyes were cold, his whole body was wrapped in a strong wind, and regardless of the damage of energy, he quickly rushed to Xiao Yun's side, grabbed her and rushed out. Half of the pillar smashed down, smashing through countless dust. In the midst of the howling wind, Qinze quickly retreated, and his whole eyes flashed with anger. Su Yi, do you really want to kill her? If it weren't for his speed being fast enough, Xiao Yun would have been hit by that pillar, and his life would be in danger. Before his words fell, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen and looked down in disbelief. I saw that Xiao Yun was tightly pinched a dagger with only the handle of the knife tightly in his tightly bound hands. Under the cover of the sleeve, Qinze didn't even notice the handle of the knife. A white streamer wrapped around the hilt, extending to repair the blade and piercing his abdomen at an extremely delicate angle. Xiao Yun's tears welled up in his eyes, and he trembled desperately to pull out the dagger, but he couldn't do it at all. The Dantian is the source of energy operation and production. Su also looked at Qinze lightly, as if he had expected this ending. Now you have a damaged abdomen and energy disorder, and once you use your ability, you will be greatly backlashed. Qinze was half kneeling on the ground, and the pain made him sweat. The extremely high quality and cultivation made him not scold any words, but even so, he gently put Xiao Yun in front of him, and 2 strands of air blades shot out from his fingertips, crushing the rope that bound her hands and feet. At the moment of getting out of trouble, Xiao Yun immediately tore off the tape from his mouth with force, and rushed to Qinze's side crying, I'm sorry. She trembled and held the dagger in her hands, wanting to pull it out, but after seeing Qinze's painful expression, she became frightened and hesitant, not knowing whether to pull it out. Don't worry, I'm fine. Qinze spoke softly, comforted Xiao Yun, and stood up tremblingly. Xiao Yun hurriedly hugged him, looking at Su Ye's eyes full of anger and hatred. This is not a life and death battle. Qinze covered his abdomen weakly and looked at Su Yi. But you used this method to plot against your classmates. It's too despicable. He didn't say anything more, and just like that, with Xiao Yun's support, he walked towards the outside outside of the mirror world without looking back, I lost. Su also turned around, not even looking at Qinze who disappeared in the mirror world but focused all his attention on Jolie. Now, it's just the two of us left. Jolie had been standing quietly in place, watching Qinze being plotted by Su Yi and leaving here without any intention of making a move. Seeing Su Yi at this moment, he immediately grinned. Su Yi, you are even weirder than Qinze. Using such despicable means, you didn't even feel any guilt or embarrassment in your heart. He turned around and looked directly at Su Yi. You are really a pure and upright evil person. Su Yi looked calm and looked at Jolie coldly. You just said that you want to defeat me in the easiest way? Jolie's body was entangled with blood-red energy and had burst out, approaching Su Yi at an extremely fast speed. Let me see, what means do you have? At the same time as he left, Su Yi turned on the boiling blood and hid backwards. His speed was also extremely fast, and the two chased after each other. Jolie punched through, but Su Yi dodged sideways. Immediately afterwards, a kick flew up and Su Yi squatted down, as if he had foreseen the attack in advance. After squatting down, he quickly leaned back and propped himself on the ground with both hands, completing a backflip like a gymnast. As soon as he turned over, the place where he was standing before was trampled hard by Jolie, and a crack appeared. Su also turned over and stood firm, and with the help of Jolie's paws, he hit a bloody punch. Jolie did not dodge or dodge, and took this blow defenselessly. His chest suddenly collapsed for a few minutes, and while his whole body trembled, his left hand reached out like lightning and grabbed Su Ye's arm hard. Immediately afterwards, his right fist accelerated and hit Su Ye's body straight. Rumble! Su Ye's body flew out like a sandbag, and was directly hit more than 10 meters away and rolled to the ground. The blood mist floated all over the sky, and he staggered to his feet with his chest covered, and the severe pain spread all over his body. Although he had gathered the energy in his chest in time, he could not defend against Jolie's punch at all. Su also stood in place and coughed violently, and Jolie in the distance seemed to be tempering the blood rush he had just received. The two fell into a brief stalemate. Is it strange? Su also wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at Jolie with cold eyes. Without the blessing of fear, the speed of recovery from your injury has slowed down. He simply dissipated the boiling blood directly and just stood there facing Jolie from a distance. Seeing this situation, Jolie had no intention of continuing to pursue, and the energy on his body converged in his chest and began to recover from his injuries at a slow pace. He looked at Su Yi with a fierce smile. It looks like you have analyzed my ability. Yes, although I don't know the specific name, but the effect of your ability should be to control negative emotions. Su also spoke lightly and read in a lazy tone. Fear can speed up your recovery. Anger can increase your strength. Greed can make you faster. At the moment, these are the three negative emotions you are best at exploiting. You have wisdom that is completely inconsistent with your body type, and your usual actions seem domineering, but in fact they are to guide others to have violent mood swings in order to open up your abilities. You deliberately don't wear a shirt, and you'd rather hurt yourself than show a senseless appearance in the battle in order to arouse the fear of others. And the mocking words in your mouth, as well as the aggressive and domineering posture, are also meant to arouse the anger of others. These negative emotions will turn into your strength so that you can exert the effect of your ability and become extremely strong. And your ability does not seem to be limited to the number of people, so the more crowded the place, the stronger the negative emotions, and the stronger you are. He looked directly at Jolie, his eyes staring. I'm right, Jolie. The analysis of my ability is really good. Jolie grinned and shook his head casually. The injury on his chest had recovered at this time, but he was not in a hurry to attack, but stood leisurely in place and chatted with Su Yi. But there are three mistakes in your reasoning. The first mistake, the reason I don't wear a shirt is simply because I'm too hot. Jolie smiled and explained. The second mistake, I didn't deliberately pretend to be indifferent after the injury, but I didn't know what the pain felt like at all. And the third mistake, my ability was never activated by me, and it was activated from the beginning of my birth. He sneered. If you can help me turn off this damn and annoying ability, I will definitely thank you well. Su Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes flashed with shock and complexity when he looked at Jolie. But he quickly suppressed this thought and turned to look at Jolie. Originally, I was still thinking about how to lure you to take the initiative to turn on your ability, but now it seems that this step has been omitted. You just asked me what method I want to use to defeat you. Now I'll tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jolie's expression changed. Originally, he could hardly perceive any obvious negative emotions from Su Yi, but at this moment, countless dark, cold, evil, angry, sad, hateful and all kinds of negative emotions rushed towards his mind like a tide. Jolie knelt on the ground on one knee, and a wave of energy that far exceeded the stone realm actually rushed out of his body. At this moment, his blood-red energy actually turned a little black, constantly raging around his body. Just scraping the ground, it tore the ground apart and stones splashed. You! Jolie only said half a word, and then roared, his eyes wrapped in a wisp of black-red. Su Ye's eyes were extremely indifferent at this time, and there were no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. I have felt that your own emotions seem to be more or less guided by negative emotions. Once this negative emotion reaches a certain limit, you will be guided by it and lose control. Roar! Can you feel it? What would it be like for a person to suppress negative emotions for several years and burst out together? The negative emotions that he broke out alone were even stronger than the sum of dozens of people before. You are looking for death. Joly's voice seemed to have turned into the roar of a beast, and he almost completely lost his mind. The terrifying energy that wrapped around him almost turned into substance, enveloping his entire body. A few seconds later, he stood up suddenly, his whole body exuded an uncomfortable aura, and his eyes glowed with a black and red luster, like a beast, roaring repeatedly. His fierce eyes stared at Suyi, as if he was going to tear the only surviving person in this space to pieces and kill him. Suyi was fearless and said to himself, "No one can stop you in this state. If I attack, my life will definitely be in danger." At that time, several teachers will definitely not ignore it. There was a little madness in his eyes, and he regarded himself as a bet and put it on the scale of victory or defeat. In this situation of huge disparity in combat power, this is also the best way he can get it. The aura on Joly's body was extremely terrifying. Even though the aura was far away, it still made Bai Tao, who was hiding behind the wall, feel cold. He only felt as if he had been thrown into an abyss filled with countless emotions such as despair, anger, and unwillingness. This feeling made his neck shrink and he quickly stepped back more than 10 meters, clinging to the edge of the mirror world. Once any danger occurs, he will definitely escape from here as soon as possible. Su also looked at Joly silently. Once Joly is completely out of control, several teachers will stop it. At that time, he would be the only one left in the mirror world, and it would naturally be easy to obtain the white spirit beads. As for the rest of the people who can still act, they don't know what is going on at all. Joly's terrifying combat power just now had already frightened them, and no one dared to try to come in and take a look again. Once they are noticed and discovered by Joly, their fate can be imagined. Joly's mouth still let out a slurred roar. In the next second, he was like a wild beast rushing towards Suyi. The distance between the two became closer and closer, and soon there was only 3 meters left. At this moment, Joly fell in a heavy step but did not continue to move forward. "Do you think that after I lose my mind, I will be able to eliminate me with the help of the teacher?" Joly's low voice was accompanied by heavy gasps. "What?" Suya's expression also froze slightly. The development of things seemed to deviate from what he expected. When he raised his eyes, Joly's face had a fierce smile, and his eyes, which were already filled with dark red, actually receded like a tide at this time, revealing his fierce pupils. "Since I was born, I have felt 10 times or even 100 times more negative emotions than you. Just this little bit of negative emotion. Do you also want me to get out of control? Now you are making a cocoon and binding yourself. Suyi, thank you for giving me so much strength." He waved his right arm, and the energy wrapped around his body immediately wrapped his entire right arm, releasing extreme coercion. "If you don't want to die, just get out of here. Otherwise, what will you become? I don't care so much." On a dirt slope not far from the museum, the azure water curtain stretches across the air, reflecting the picture in the mirror world. Juabao, mirror flower water moon. This is a treasure in Lian Shou's hand, which can reflect the picture anywhere within the range like a monitor. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, watching the final battle with Song Wei Yang Yuan. "What do you think?" Lian Shou had a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, and he actually put a bag of melon seeds on his knees, and ate it very leisurely, without showing any nervousness. "What else can you see?" Yang Yuan smiled and spoke, and picked up a handful of melon seeds from Lian Shou's arms. Although Suyi is very smart, he also thought of this opportunistic method, but he would never have imagined how terrifying the S-class ability, 10 Deadly Sins, which is known as super dangerous, is. "I've heard of Joly, this little guy. I still remember the social news he caused more than 10 years ago." "Yes." Lian Shou sighed, with a little pity in his eyes. "A child who was born with this ability awakened and has been in a state that cannot be turned off. His personality has been distorted since he was a child, and he has been imprisoned for more than 10 years. The negative emotions he has received are unimaginable to ordinary people." But having said that, Suyi, this kid, can actually make Joly appear in this state, it's really hard to imagine what he has accumulated in his heart. "I have to say that the freshmen you brought this time, Teacher Lian Shou, are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Yang Yuan sighed. "It seems that the winner of this assessment has been decided, and now Joly is no one can stop him." "Is the winner decided?" Lian Shou showed a deep gaze, and a smile raised on the corner of his mouth. "That's not necessarily." "Oh, how to say this? Could it be that in this case? What other methods could Suyi not have?" Yang Yuan suddenly became interested, and his eyes lit up. Lian Shou waved his hand, and the blue light curtain in midair immediately split in half, revealing the map of the entire sea city. On the map, the light points are distributed all over the city, and most of the light points are gathered in front of the art museum. This is the positioning device in the students' student cards, marking the location of each person. Just last night, at about 11 o'clock, Su also went to find someone. Lian Shou smiled and pointed to the map, reading lightly. "I don't know what they talked about, but it's clear that this person is his backup plan." Yang Yuan's eyes flashed, staring at the map, and finally discovered the change. "But I saw a point of light, which was approaching the art museum at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. And and the person represented by that point of light surprised him. Could it be? Yan Yuan spoke excitedly, stood up suddenly, and all the melon seed peels in his hand flew out. If it's that guy, maybe you can really. I said you too. Song Wei twitched the corners of his mouth, holding the melon seed peel on his head, and finally couldn't help it, and angrily scolded. Can you have some quality? Don't throw the melon seed peel around. As the hunters of the void, we should have a basic sense of public morality. Outside the mirror world, dozens of students sat on the ground, looking at the hazy mirror world in front of them with mixed expressions, but none of them dared to step into it again. Jolie's domineering and strong just now had made them lose their heart to continue fighting, especially after Qin Zhe was seriously injured and walked out of the mirror world. Their fear was even greater. They didn't know that Su Yi and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world. They just thought that Jolie had already obtained the white spirit bead 9 times out of 10. Qin Zhe, are you okay? Xiao Yun was extremely distressed and treated Qin Zhe's wound. With the help of several classmates, the knife on Qin Zhe's abdomen has been removed, and the wound has stopped bleeding. I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Zhe showed a warm smile and comforted Xiao Yun, but his eyes looked at a piece of stone in his palm, thoughtful. This stone had fallen from Xiao Yun's arms before. Qin Zhe immediately noticed the fall of the stone and picked it up. He quickly judged that the source of this stone was a fragment of a floor tile somewhere in the mirror world just now. Put the stone in Xiao Yun's arms to ensure that she will not be hit by the stone pillar at the last moment. With his intelligence, he almost instantly deduced the origin of the stone and why it appeared in Xiao Yun's arms. And you took advantage of my heart to bet that I would not give up on Xiao Yun, thus calculating me to the point of injury. Qin Zhe smiled helplessly and squeezed the stone into pieces with his hand. I was really completely seen through by you, Su Yi. That damn guy, you should let Jolie beat him up. Xiao Yun naturally didn't know that Su Yi was putting his life-saving hand on her, and he hated Su Yi in his heart. I'm also curious about what means he can use to deal with Jolie. Qin Zhe touched his chin and looked at the world in the mirror intently. Even if he is not injured, the winning rate of winning over Jolie is only less than 40%. He really couldn't imagine how Su could deal with Jolie. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a clamor among the crowd gathered to rest and heal. They seemed to have seen something incredible and exclaimed. Qin Zhe looked back at the sound, but saw that the crowd naturally separated, leaving a road. And a figure walked over slowly like this, walking straight towards the world in the mirror. He actually appeared here. Qin Zhe's light blue pupils shone slightly, revealing an incredible gaze. Suya's body was pinched by Jolie in the palm of his hand, rubbing it on the ground at high speed like a plow, and then threw it out forcefully. The blood mist drifted, and Su also turned on the boiling blood, trying to stabilize his figure. But before he could stand firm, Jolie rushed up again, tilted his head back, and then hit hard. Su was also hit by this hit, and he was dizzy, and he actually felt dizzy for a moment. The impact he suffered on his body made him vomit blood. His consciousness slowly returned, but he couldn't even stand still, so he sat on the ground. He didn't have time to cushion the injuries in his body, so he hurriedly rolled on the spot. Where he was before, he was kicked and smashed by Jolie. This guy is really a monster, Suyi shouted in his heart, with a little anxiety in his eyes. The gap in ability is destined to prevent him from competing with Jolie head-on. Even if the boiling blood has been upgraded to sea level, he is not an opponent at all in the face of Jolie, who has exploded his ability. At this moment, he regretted that he had just released negative emotions. Instead of achieving the effect he expected, this move became a boost to Jolie's ability, causing his strength to skyrocket by several points. That guy, haven't you arrived yet? Even though Su had already arranged a way out for himself, the changes in Jolie's body caught him off guard, and he felt that his plans could not keep up with the changes. Jolie fell several feet in a row, destroying the foothold under Suya's feet. In desperation, he could only jump up quickly, but his body had just flown up, and Jolie's fist rushed over as if he had calculated. In desperation, Suyi only had time to protect his chest with his right arm, and the energy gathered. The sound of cracking bones sounded, and he screamed, and the bones of his entire right arm were shattered by Jolie's punch. Aren't you going to admit defeat yet? Jolie approached with a fierce smile, and the offensive was like a storm, with no intention of stopping. No, I can't hide it. Suya's steps were vain, and his whole body was constantly sweating due to pain, knowing that he could not avoid this blow. You can't fall here yet. In desperation, he could only silently use his first hole card. Fade away. Target, repair hand. A faint red light flashed over his body, and he immediately felt that the level of the repairman had been improved. D-class repairman. Can repair all non-living objects. The action distance is 10 meters, and it will return to its original state after one use. The concept of the repair hand in my mind was as simple as ever, and it seemed that there was no change after the ability level was increased. Su didn't have time to think about it, so he slapped the ground with his left hand, which was still intact. In the memory of this place in his mind, there was originally a ruined wall here, which had long since collapsed due to violent battles and collisions. Repairman. He used this opportunity given by Feng Fan to repair the wall in front of him. In an instant, the originally empty ground, countless gravel quickly gathered, and it was repaired into a complete wall in only half a second. There was a faint white light on the wall, and Su was also
little surprised to find that there was an arrow drawn with chalk on the wall. This arrow, he didn't have time to think about it, because Jolie's fist had already been blasted.
The terrifying impact shook the wall.
But the wall that was supposed to be shattered by his punch only appeared at this moment with only one fist mark and countless spreading cracks, and it was not directly shattered. At this moment, not only Jolie, but even Su Yi, who had restored the wall, showed a surprised expression.
I see. Suya's breathing was rapid for a few minutes, and he instantly understood the effect of the repairman's level increase.
Humph, is this your trump card? Jolie didn't bother to think about the reason, just thinking that this was Suya's method.
Since one punch can't be broken, let's punch again.
He raised his breath and concentrated, and another punch landed on the wall. This time, the already severely damaged wall finally couldn't hold on, exploded, and was beaten into countless powders. But Su Yi, who was originally hiding behind the wall, had already run out more than 10 meters away. As for Bai Tao, who was still in the mirror world, he disappeared long before the two started fighting.
I'm tired of it.
Jolie's speed was extremely fast, and he caught up with Su Yi just by stepping on the ground hard. Let this boring battle end. He didn't hold back, and his right fist turned into a blood shadow and hit. Suya's peripheral vision watched the fist shadow continue to approach, and his eyes showed a rare look of anxiety.
Can't catch up?
The success rate of the backup plan he prepared is not 100%.
Whether that person will come to his aid is also a completely unknown outcome.
But now it seems that even if it arrives now, it will definitely be too late. At this moment, Su Yi was helpless, and could only watch Jolie's fist get closer and closer to his body.
You can't hit him. An ethereal, and emotionless voice suddenly sounded.
Jolie's fist stopped straight half a centimeter in front of Suya's body, and it paused in the air as if it had been immobilized. The air kept buzzing, and his huge fist was covered with dark red energy, but it couldn't break through the half-centimeter distance at all.
Who is it?
Jolie's face showed a solemn expression, and he turned his head to look at the place where the voice came from. Suya's face also showed ecstasy, and he spread his buttocks on the ground. He's here. He got up quickly, looked at Jolie in front of him with a seriously injured body, and smiled confidently. I'm sorry, I won't give away the victory of this assessment. He also looked up at the boy who was not tall and stepped expressionlessly from the edge of the mirror world.
I've been waiting for you for a long time. And Lon? And Lon?
Jolie narrowed his eyes and put away his fists. As long as he didn't attack Su Yi, his body would not freeze in place. This taciturn, almost never communicating with people, even if he is as arrogant as him, has heard of it.
I see.
Jolie's face showed a fierce smile again, but he turned his target to Enlan's body. Is this your real trump card, Su Yi? Through Su Ye's words, he already understood. Enlan seems to have concluded a cooperative relationship with Su Yi in some way.
Interesting. Jolie was arrogant, his whole body was surging, and he laughed fiercely. I've long wanted to know what SS-level abilities look like.
The expressions of Jolie, Enlan, and Su Yi fell into the eyes of the three teachers through the water curtain.
Enlan only appeared once to stop Jolie's fierce attack.
This picture made Song Wei look shocked. He froze in a daze, but he had already recognized the name of the ability that Enlan had. SS-level ability dash. Good advice. Beyond the mirror world, almost everyone stared at the location where Enlan had just disappeared.
I was right just now. Is that Enlan?
It's him. You can't be wrong.
This guy actually wants to compete for the white spirit bead. SS-level ability. I haven't seen it until now. I really want to go in and take a look. What is his ability?
Are you crazy? Are you really afraid that Jolie will fly you away? Everyone listened to each other, and it was hard to hide the shock in their hearts. Shinzei's glasses also refracted light, looking at the world in the mirror with a surprised face. Based on his contact and understanding of other freshmen these days, he can be sure that Enlan is not the kind of person who has a strong desire to win. Even he had some doubts about how this awakener with SS-level abilities joined Longsha Academy. Enlan is not only indifferent and taciturn, but also seems to have no interest in anything. Since entering school, he has always been just hiding in a corner alone, never paying attention to anyone who tries to strike up a conversation with him. How could a person with this kind of personality come to compete for the white spirit bead? In other words, he will appear here, not of personal will, but for a certain purpose? Shinzei's mind changed rapidly, and he quickly reasoned the reason why Enlan came here. Su Yi, it turns out that this is your biggest reliance. There was a look of enlightenment in his eyes, but he became more and more curious. Su Yi, what means did he use to complete this cooperation with Enlan?
In the art museum.
In the face of the menacing Jolie, Enlan was expressionless, but looked at Su Yi not far away. Are you serious about what you promised me?
It can't be true anymore.
Su also smiled happily, sat on the ground completely relaxed, leaning against the wall. You should already understand what my level is. Enlan got Su Yi's affirmative answer, but he just nodded calmly and turned his head.
Ready?
Jolie rubbed his hands and grinned when he saw Enlan looking at him. The next moment, he burst out, and the whole person turned into a bloody light, and suddenly rushed in front of Enlan.
The fist is like a wave, and the fist is like lightning.
The air seemed to be torn apart by his power, producing a sonic boom. The power of this punch seems to be able to tear the world apart.
You can't hit me.
Enlan tapped his steps and whispered whispered in his mouth, as if stating some fact. Immediately afterwards, his body tilted slightly. The speed was not very fast, but it passed by Zhou Li's fist very naturally. Zhou Li's punch missed, and he flew up with a kick. But the distance Lan retreated was once again just outside his attack range. Watch your feet. He dodged the kick and spoke softly again. Zhou Li felt a trip under his feet, and the whole person fell forward uncontrollably. He quickly supported the ground with his hands and jumped up again in a forward rolling position. Only then did he realize that there was a bulge on the ground under his feet just now, which happened to trip him. And that bulge seemed to have existed on the ground from the beginning. Watch out for the top of your head. And Lan's voice sounded again. There was a squeak sound from the top of Zhou Li's head. Immediately afterwards, half of the ceiling slammed down. That ceiling happened to be the place where Zhou Li had smashed the classmate who could turn into a giant bear before. Countless stones fell to the ground, rolling up countless dust. And Lan's face remained unchanged, and he suddenly squatted down. Zhou Li's figure appeared behind him and waved his fist towards the position he had just had. Take care of your right leg. And Lan spoke extremely calmly, but Zhou Li suddenly felt that his right leg was weak, and he fell to the ground on one knee. No matter how powerful his ability was, the long battle also consumed his body greatly. At this moment, his right leg trembled uncontrollably slightly, and it seemed to have reached a critical point. And Lan jumped lightly and came to the rear, looking at Zhou Li expressionlessly. Zhou Li stood up from the ground with a fierce smile. He forcibly controlled the muscles in his right leg so that it no longer trembled, and his eyes were still extremely fierce. Just when Lan opened her mouth slightly, preparing to say something more, the energy on Zhou Li's body suddenly dissipated like a tide. Don't fight. And Lan's eyes flashed, and his face was still expressionless, but it seemed that there was still a little surprise. I probably know the principle of your ability. Zhou Li touched his nose. It's really a bit troublesome to crack your ability. If I continue to fight, I must have the heart to beat you to death to win this victory. But in that case, several teachers will definitely come out to stop me, or even forcibly interrupt my abilities. In just a few minutes, he had already calculated the account clearly. From the moment Lan appeared, Suye's victory was destined. And this SS-level ability does have a level of mystery that far exceeds his imagination. Then, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Suye with deep meaning. Your methods are indeed very clever. This white spirit bead is indeed dispensable for me. I'm happy today, so I'll let you go first. As he spoke, he actually put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the mirror world without looking back. Hey, wait a minute. Su also leaned against the wall, covering the position where he was beaten by Zhou Li, and shouted with bared teeth. Zhou Li stopped and turned his head slightly. Come in, Bai Tao. Su also shouted in a low voice. In the next second, Bai Tao poked half of his head out of the wall and nervously observed his surroundings. You guys finished fighting? Give me 2 yellow spirit beads. Su didn't respond, just spoke lightly. Oh. Bai Tao groped on his body for a while and took out 2 yellow spirit beads. Most of these spirit beads were found by Su Yi, and Bai Tao naturally did not dare to have any opinions. Su also grabbed a spirit bead and threw it towards Zhou Li. Thank you for your completion. Zhou Li caught the yellow bead with one hand, sneered, and threw it back with his hand. If you want to give it, give me that white spirit bead. He didn't say any more nonsense, and walked out of the mirror world without looking back. Su Yi shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly, and turned to look at Lan. Do you want one? Otherwise you shouldn't have any points for this assessment. No. And Lan replied expressionlessly, when I was walking, I accidentally picked up a yellow spirit bead. You just need to fulfill the agreement between us. After he finished speaking calmly, he left the mirror world without looking back. Ha, 2 arrogant guys. Su also barely supported himself and threw the 2 yellow spirit beads backwards. Bai Tao hurriedly got out and caught them in a hurry. The rest of the spirit beads belong to you. Su also propped up his body and came to the white spirit bead step by step, with a smile on his face. My trophy, just this one is enough. What's going on inside? The freshman gathered tightly outside the mirror world, looking inside nervously. There are only 6 minutes left before the deadline of 6 o'clock. Combined with the 5 minutes it took to obtain the white spirit beads, time was running out. As long as the battle inside is not over and the white spirit beads are not obtained, they still have a chance to compete for the first place. Suddenly at this moment, there was a wave of air in front of him. Zhou Li put his hands in his pockets and walked out of it. He didn't even look at the people in front of him, he just walked straight forward. Zhou Li, why did he come out? Could it be that Lan won? But Zhou Li didn't have any injuries on his body, and he didn't feel like he had experienced any fierce battles. With his personality, will he really leave like this? He won't have already taken the white spirit bead. There was a whisper in the crowd, looking at Zhou Li with a fearful face. His domineering fighting style just now really made everyone a little frightened. They were speculating and confused. The only explanation that felt a little more reliable was that Zhou Li defeated Lan and then took away the white spirit bead. However, only more than 10 seconds passed, and Lan's figure also walked out of the mirror world. He was expressionless and headed in the other direction without looking back. Why is Lan not injured on his body? Didn't they fight? Strange, if that's the case, who took the white spirit bead? Except for Qin Zhe and Xiao Yun, no one knew that Su Yi and Bai Tao were still in the mirror world. They looked at each other at this moment, their faces full of confusion.
But no one wants to enter the mirror world to see what is going on.
For them, when they were cleared by Zhou Li and Qin Zhe, the assessment that belonged to them was over.
Su Yi, I didn't expect you to really get this spirit bead.
Qin Zhe glanced ahead with a complicated face, showing a wry smile. It is not difficult for him to guess who the winner of this assessment is. It seems that college life in the future should be much more interesting. He stood up, not planning to stay here anymore, and was already ready to go home.
Qin Zhe, where are you going?
Xiao Yun hurriedly followed, his face full of worry.
Go back to the hotel to rest.
Qin Zhe spoke lightly, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth.
Next time, I won't lose to you again, Su Yi.
The light wrapped around the white spirit beads gradually dissipated.
With the last bit of energy dissipating,
Su Yi finally held the white spirit bead in his hand.
A cool feeling flooded into the body.
In an instant, he felt that the energy in his body was about to move, and he seemed to be a little more active, and his state of mind seemed to have become quieter under the action of the white spirit beads, and his thoughts became more transparent.
This is the effect of the heartwarming stone.
Lien Shou's voice sounded from behind him. How is it? It's magical.
I should thank the instructor for giving me this opportunity.
Su also put away his lute without looking back, turned his head and smiled. Even if you don't get here early, you will have other ways to win. Lien Shou shook his head and chuckled. The 5 minutes you entered early just saved you some physical strength.
Qin Zhe, Zhou Li, and even Enlan.
These recognized powerhouses have all been defeated or united by you. Lien Shou paused for a moment and showed off his pocket watch.
The time on the pocket watch at this moment happened to be 6 o'clock in the morning.
Congratulations, you have become a well-deserved first place in this assessment. Su also showed a relieved smile, and suddenly felt a burst of weakness in his body, and fell back. But at this moment, Bai Tao suddenly appeared and supported him. This time you have made great contributions, and the school will give you enough rewards afterwards. In addition, after you become the first place, you can also get 5 credits given by the school and a chance to put forward conditions. You're here. Lien Shou looked at Su Yi with a smile and continued to read. Whether it's a treasure, or some special material, or a large number of dragon coins, as long as the conditions you put forward are legal and reasonable, the school will try to satisfy you as much as possible.
Specifically, you can think about what conditions you want to mention.
Later, there will be an assistant who will take you back to the hotel to rest and treat, and when you return to school tomorrow, you can apply for this condition at any time. You will have 10 days off, and in 10 days, Longxia College will officially open.
I know.
Su also nodded casually, but his eyes kept sweeping around, and his attention was not on Lien Shou at all. In the previous battle, there was one thing he was very concerned about. At this moment, everything had settled, and he desperately wanted to investigate clearly. Lien Shou also noticed that he was a little absent-minded, but only thought it was fatigue caused by the battle. Therefore, he didn't say much, but turned his head and left. A special car will come to take you back to the hotel in 10 minutes, and you can leave here as soon as possible when you are rested. If you miss this car, you can only take a taxi back yourself. After saying that, he disappeared into the mirror world.
Hu Lao, give me a little energy.
Su also tapped his chest lightly and read in a faint voice. After the words fell, a mist floated out of his chest and poured into his body. This is the energy from the spirit vessel, and every time it is absorbed, his body will enter a brief stiffness, but it can effectively replenish his excessive energy. After some of the energy was restored, Su Yi gently pushed Bai Tao away and went straight in one direction. He gently placed his hand on the broken ground and activated the repair hand.
In an instant, a wall was repaired and erected under the entanglement of white light. Sure enough, it's that arrow.
Su also stared at the arrow engraved on the wall, looking extremely serious. I saw this arrow 3 years ago.
A memory suddenly came to his mind.
3 years ago, when he and Tang Tan came to this art museum together, he noticed the arrows drawn in chalk on the walls. At that time, the arrow caught his attention. He had thought that this arrow was a marker used by some kind of art museum to guide the direction, but he also felt that something was wrong. But before he could investigate, the art museum was invaded by the virtual beast and fell into chaos.
After that, he completely forgot about it.
But with the previous battle with Zhou Li, he accidentally restored the wall, but noticed this arrow again. This time, he finally knew where the wrong thing from 3 years ago came from.
If it's for directions, how can you draw arrows on the wall with chalk?
This kind of large-scale art museum can be replaced by signage.
Is this arrow guiding in some direction? For some reason, Su Yi's heart began to beat violently.
Many details that I had never noticed suddenly came to my mind at this moment.
No, it's impossible,
he whispered to himself, suppressing his suddenly restless heart. Then, he walked quickly in the direction indicated by the arrow. Here, Su also repaired another wall. Arrows are also drawn on the wall to guide the way forward. Su also pursed his lips tightly and kept moving along the arrow, but the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. Bai Tao not far away looked at his actions with a confused face, but did not dare to disturb him. He had never seen Su show such a flustered or nervous expression.
No, it may just be a coincidence,
Su also muttered to himself, but no matter matter how much he deceives himself, the reality is still in front of him. In his brain, he has a very detailed modeling of the entire art museum. At this time, he was very reluctant to admit it, and it was difficult to accept one thing. 3 years ago, when Tang Tan seemed to take him to the art museum, he almost completely walked in the direction pointed by this arrow. At that time, they were far away from the wall, in the center of the art museum, so Su did not see the follow-up arrow. But at this time, he was completely able to confirm that the position they were taking, and even the direction of the turn, was exactly the same as these arrows. Probably it was at this location that the virtual beast appeared. He stopped next to a wall with a solemn expression. The front pointed by the arrow happened to be the direction in which everyone fled after the invasion of the virtual beast. Su also walked briskly, constantly heading towards the depths of the museum. There are more and more things that make him suspicious. Even in the process of escaping, the position where the two turned and the direction they fled were exactly the same as the direction pointed by the arrow. Eventually, he slowed down and stopped in front of a ruin. This is the most severely damaged area. The ground was covered with rubble, the ceiling cracked, the walls collapsed, and countless crushed frames were scattered all over the ground. His steps slowed down, his eyes resting on the ground. Even if they are separated by 3 years, there were still dried blood stains on the earth. She was here, bitten by the virtual beast. Su also clearly remembered that because of saving people, Tang Tan and him fell at the end of the crowd. The virtual beast bit him. In order to protect him, Tang Tan pushed him out, and he was bitten by the virtual beast, and half of his body was directly bitten. When Su was also in a trance, the team of hunting void squad that had already been lurking in the crowd suddenly made a move and killed the virtual beast. The place where Tang Tan was standing was a disc-shaped ground. From the traces of these ruins, some patterns can be vaguely found. It definitely won't be what I think. Su could also feel that his palms were trembling slightly. Repair hand. As the white light flashed, the broken floor began to be repaired by energy, gradually returning to its original appearance. After a few seconds, a disc with a delicate pattern gradually emerged and reflected. But the moment he saw this complete pattern, Suyi was like being struck by lightning, and the whole person was frozen in place. This is impossible. His pupils had begun to tighten at this moment, looking at his feet in disbelief. The pattern on the disc formed a short-lived flower. This pattern is unique, and Su will never admit his mistake. The back of the sachet hanging around his neck had exactly the same pattern. This is a special mark belonging to Tang Tan, and only she can draw it. How can there be this pattern here? Who drew the arrow? Tang Tan brought me to the art museum because of a coincidence? Why is she walking in exactly the same direction as the arrow? Why did she happen to be attacked by the void beast here in the end? No, this must be a coincidence. Maybe the ephemeral pattern does not belong only to her. Su also never felt that his brain would be messed up like it is now. Countless thoughts surged in his mind like a tide, intertwined with each other, and entangled into an unbreakable thread. Su also. It seemed that there was a certain voice, coming from a very distant place. Su Yi, what happened to you? With a loud shout, Su Yi's consciousness suddenly shrank, and finally came back to his senses. Bai Tao grabbed his shoulder with slight concern and shouted loudly in his ear. From the beginning of restoring the disc on the soles of his feet, Su also stood in place as if he had lost his soul. Bai Tao almost thought he was possessed by a ghost. I'm fine. Su also pushed Bai Tao's hand away and spoke weakly. Then, he examined the surroundings extremely carefully, and after confirming that there was no other information, he kicked his feet. The disc floor, which had just been repaired, was kicked to pieces by him and cracked into countless pieces. Su also picked up a piece at random and put it in his arms, and then walked towards the outside of the mirror world. Let's go back. His expression gradually calmed down and slowly became expressionless. The mysteries surrounding this matter seemed to be increasing, but he also became more and more determined. In any case, this matter must be investigated clearly. When Su Yi and Bai Tao left the mirror world, the car arranged by the school also happened to drive next to the art museum. They followed the students into the bus and soon returned to the hotel. There were already several assistants in the hotel, as well as a doctor from the academy who had been waiting for a long time. The abilities of these supporters are basically D-level abilities that can be used for healing. Some can pull bandages out of the body, some can speed up wound healing, and some can perform blood transfusions in the air. The appearance of these assistants made the corners of Suya's mouth twitch for a while, and he almost thought that the academy was reluctant to spend money, so he hired people to save the purchase cost. Under Bai Tao's explanation, he understood that most of these assistants came voluntarily, although their ability is not much different from buying medical equipment directly. But in terms of recovery efficiency and speed, it is obviously a few points faster. And the doctor from the academy holds the C-level ability, Healing Power. This is a very good recovery ability, and when used, it can quickly alleviate students' injuries and help them heal quickly. With his help, most of the students who were injured in the battle were out of danger and recovered, until all the students are almost recovered. Lian Shou, San Wei, and Yang Yuan walked leisurely wrapped around bandages. Their abdomen was pierced by the disease, although it was repaired in time with energy and simple treatment. But if left
left untreated, it is easy to leave a hidden disease. Just after they appeared, Lian Shou also looked at most of the students sitting in the lobby and smiled slightly. Just now, I have finished counting the specific results of this assessment. He waved his hand, and a water curtain appeared in midair. This is the ranking of this assessment. Assessment ranking. Hearing Lian Shou's words, the students who had just recovered suddenly became excited and got up and looked over. They fought desperately and collected spirit beads everywhere, just to be able to achieve a higher ranking in the assessment. It is said that this ranking is very important to them. In the future, when conducting the assessment of the Void Hunter, it will also be determined whether to become a Void Hunter according to the order of ranking. If one day, there are vacancies in the 10 hunting teams belonging to Longsha Academy, the higher the ranking, the more likely they are to participate in the interview and become real Void Hunters. And what made them most curious was another point, that is, whether anyone got the white spirit bead this time. Jolie and Enlon walked out of the mirror world almost front and back. Whether they had won or lost, and whether they had obtained the white spirit beads, everyone was quite concerned. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the water curtain in the air. The water curtain rippled, and soon the water rippled, and countless water lines shuttled through it, turning into a form. Immediately afterwards, the names and rankings of the crowd began to be arranged in order from the bottom to the top. A total of 47 people participated in the assessment this time. Lin Quan's existence, except for Su Yi and Bai Tao, others have no memory of her at all. In their impression, from beginning to end, there were only 47 of their freshmen. There were 3 people at the bottom of the ranking, and they had already formed a team, but they parted ways because of the spirit bead rules. In the process of acting alone, several people were obviously very unlucky, and they couldn't think of the hiding place of the spirit beads at all, so they could only search for them like headless flies. Finally found the mirror world, and the spirit beads inside were taken away early. In addition, these people are relatively impetuous, and after looking for 4 hours and finding nothing, they simply gave up the assessment. For this whole day, they were almost all eating, drinking, and having fun in Haichang, and they were not seriously looking for spirit beads at all. They became the countdown, which is understandable, and it is also the result of their rottenness. Above the 3 of them, there were some people who only found 1 or 2 red spirit beads. The points of these dozen people are all in single digits, including Han Hao and the 3 of them. After they were severely injured by Zhou Li and took away the spirit beads, they spent the rest of their time recovering from their injuries and looking for other spirit beads. Even when the last white spirit bead appeared, the 3 of them didn't rush over at all because of their fear of Zhou Li and the reason why their injuries had not healed. It's a pity that they were unlucky, and they didn't find a few red spirit beads until the end. If the 3 of them are evenly distributed, each person will only have a few points. Damn Zhou Li. Han Hao looked at the water curtain with bared teeth, full of unwillingness, and that Su Yi, if it weren't for them, how could I only have this ranking? He didn't dare to stare at Zhou Li, so he could only glance at Su Yi viciously. Humph, if I wasn't careless, how could I lose to you? I want to see what ranking you can achieve with that kind of small means. The rankings continue to rise. Soon came to the ranking of more than 10 points. Reaching this ranking, it can already come to the middle of the table. Most of them got more than 10 red spirit beads, or 1 blue spirit bead plus several red spirit beads. These students basically guessed the place where the spirit beads might be hidden, and had a certain strength to compete for them. Surprisingly, and Lan's name also appeared in it. Many people looked at it unexpectedly, and there were many speculations in their hearts. Sure enough, that white spirit bead was obtained by Jolie. The rankings rolled one by one, and finally came to the top 10 positions. Everyone held their breath and looked at the rankings with focused expressions. Su also looked over curiously. Tang Xiaowan's name soon appeared in the 10th place. Oh, she's really not stupid. She should have guessed the location of the spirit bead. Su also blinked his eyes and glanced at Tang Xiaowan. Several names came up one after another, and the points earned were getting higher and higher. Shu Yi's name also appeared in the top 10. Soon the ranking came to the top 5. The existence of the top 5 is more than 20 points for each of them. They are not only strong, but also understand the rules of the assessment, and they are definitely the strongest among the freshmen. The needles in the lobby could be heard, and everyone looked at the water curtain nervously and waited silently. It seems that Lian Shou deliberately wants to whet people's appetites, and the emergence of names on the water curtain has also slowed down. 5th place, Hu Jing, 21 points. Su also looked at the crowd, his eyes resting on a burly boy. He was deeply impressed that this boy's ability was to transform into a giant bear, and among the material amplification types, it was also a very powerful transformation ability. The giant bear it transformed into was extremely powerful, but it was still defeated by Jolie and was punched away. Tisk! Hu Jing snorted unhappily. The defeat on the wrestling made him feel great frustrated and very dissatisfied. It's a pity that Jolie didn't seem to be interested in ranking at all. He didn't even come here for treatment, but slept soundly in his bedroom. 4th place, Xinzhe, 25 points. Xinzhe nudged the frame, smiled faintly, and shook his head. Is there only the 4th place? He has basically guessed who the top 3 are. What? Xinzhe is only in 4th place. There was a commotion in the crowd, and they were all a little surprised. Xinzhe's elegant and easy easygoing personality, as well as his powerful abilities, are familiar to almost everyone. In their minds, he should at least be in the top 3. Then who are the top 3? Most people will not investigate others like Su Yi. In addition, the water curtain rolls quickly, so there is not much time to think. For a moment, they didn't even notice who hadn't appeared on the list yet. Third place, Bai Tao, 36 points. Bai Tao? How could it be him? Seeing this name, everyone looked at them in disbelief. In their impression, Bai Tao is just a guy who is smooth and very good at escaping. To tell you the truth, I'm actually very good at fighting. Bai Tao jumped up, and his smiling mouth was almost crooked. He got the spirit beads collected by himself and Su Yi alone, and it was difficult to think of low points. Cut, just you? If you really want to be so good at fighting, wait to fight me head to head. Immediately, many people disdainfully spoke and even launched a war with them. Ha, I'll just use one finger to deal with you. Bai Tao stretched out a middle finger and mocked presumptuously. The man suddenly became angry, and just as he was about to speak, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, staring at the water curtain incredulously. The name of the second place above shocked them. Second place, Zhou Li, 40 points. Zhou Li is only second? Didn't he get the white spirit bead? When they left, there were still more than 6 minutes left before the end of the assessment. What's the situation? Was there still someone in the mirror world at that time? Everyone looked at each other, unable to understand the situation. Even the domineering Zhou Li is the second place, so who is the first place? Whose name hasn't appeared yet? Who is the first place? This is impossible. Han Hao's eyes were red, staring at the water curtain. He had been looking for Su Ye's name, but his name never appeared at all. In this way, there is only one possibility left. Why is he? This is absolutely impossible. In the eyes of everyone who was excited, puzzled, expectant, and unwilling to believe, the names at the top of the list finally emerged. First place, Su Yi, 500 points. What? Su Yi? How could it be him? 500 points. He got the white spirit bead. In the lobby, everyone's eyes were on Su Ye's body. Su Yi sat leisurely, his broken right arm was wrapped in bandages, his face was full of disdain, and he even naturally picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He had already known this result. Bai Tao noticed his expression and movements, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, showing a look of sudden realization. I see, it's still cool to pretend to be like this. Even if the teacup in your hand is out of water, you have to pick it up and put it on, and you have learned. Su Ye's results and rankings are what most people did not expect. They didn't find Su Yi in the mirror world at all. Could this term mean that Zhou Li and Enlon were both defeated by him? Impossible. Han Hao sat up from his seat abruptly, his voice extremely sharp. How could Su also get this white spirit bead? He must have cheated. Even if he didn't go to the scene in person, he listened to other students talk about the situation at that time. In his opinion, Su Yi was able to defeat him all by luck and his own carelessness. With Su Ye's strength, he could not be Zhou Li's opponent in any case. Other students exchanged ears one after another, their faces full of incredulity. In the few days of enrollment, Su also left a deep impression on them because of his gorgeous appearance, performance in the entrance test, and his amazing move in the follow-up class. But in the eyes of most people, Su is just a guy with a lot of ghostly ideas. It's no secret that he has 2D level abilities. No matter who sees it, he will never have the strength to defeat Zhou Li head-on. Su Ye's results are real and effective. Lian Shou lay on his back on the chair receiving treatment and said lightly. With his own strength, he successfully eliminated Qin Zhe and made Zhou Li and Enlon abstain. He is the well-deserved first place in this assessment. Hearing these words, Han Hao's face suddenly turned pale, and he sat down on the chair again, his face full of incredulity. Breaking his head, he couldn't imagine how Su Yi won the first place. The words that could make Zhou Li abstain from voting made him feel even more unbelievable. Many people looked at Qin Zhe and looked at him in surprise. They originally thought that Qin Zhe would withdraw from the mirror world because he was injured by Zhou Li. Unexpectedly, the real reason was that Su also eliminated him. He did knock me out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly and didn't explain too much. Tang Xiaowan, Shui and other people who were also familiar with Su also showed surprise. This assessment ranking is enough for everyone to discuss for a few days. At the end of the entrance assessment, you will be ranked. Lian Shou's voice came faintly. And this ranking will also accompany you in your future study career. The first place in the assessment will be rewarded with 5 credits. The top 10 except for him will each be rewarded with 3 credits. 10 to 20 students, 1 credit each. As for the students after the 20th place, there is no credit award. Teacher. Someone in the crowd raised his hand, his face full of curiosity. I wanted to ask a long time ago, what is the use of this credit? Can't we graduate if we don't have enough credits? Credits are an important basis for settling for you based on your grades and the quality of tasks completed. completed later. Lian Shou smiled slightly and replied, credits are very important to you because they determine whether you can become a void hunter. In Longxia Academy, as long as you want to become a void hunter, the most basic condition is that the credits must reach 30 points. People below this score, no matter how strong they are, cannot become real void hunters. Your performance on weekdays and your actions in tasks will affect your credits to a greater or lesser extent. When your credits reach 0 points at the end of the semester, Lian Shou paused for a moment and then continued, you will be expelled from school directly. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of exclamations. The amount of information in these words brought them great tension. Longxia Academy, which went through a lot of hardships to enter, would drop out directly because of insufficient credits. Sui also had a flash in his eyes, and he thought again and again in his mind. You know, he successfully fought against the nightmare and killed it, and the school gave him 2 points. According to his judgment, the credits given in this assessment are a number that is difficult to obtain through other means. Not to mention that there will be various deductions. It seems that his college life is destined to be very hard. The next 10 days will be your holiday. Lian Shou finally finished the treatment at this time, and Yu stood up. If you want to go back to school, there will be a special car to pick you up tomorrow morning. If you want to go out to play, you can do it yourself, as long as you return to school before school starts. As for your class schedule and course selection, you can check it in the student card. Everyone has worked hard these days. Then we'll see you in 10 days. After saying this, he left the hotel with Song Wei and Yang Yuan, who had completed the treatment. The rest of the people also looked at each other, scratched their heads, and walked towards their rooms in 2s and 3s. This sudden 10-day vacation surprised them a little and needed to plan well. Su Yi, do you have any arrangements after that? Bai Tao caught up with Su Yi, who was leaving, and asked curiously. I should go back to school. I have some things that I urgently need to go back to school. Su Yi replied lightly. A wisp of fairy mist surged in his ears, which made his expression show a little surprise. Well, it looks like we're not on the way. Bai Tao scratched his head. I also have some things that I need to deal with, and I guess I won't be able to go back before school starts. Okay, then goodbye to school. See you at the start of school. The two simply said goodbye and went into their own rooms. After entering the door, Su Yi quickly closed the door, closed the curtains, sat on a chair, and took out the jewelry pot from his arms. He opened the lid of the pot, and the whole person's consciousness was directly immersed in the world of the pot. In the land of birds and flowers, Hu Lao has been waiting for a long time. You just called me in, is there anything important? Su also went straight to the point and asked straight to the point. Hu Lao was full of seriousness. Little friend, the white stone you just sent in contains very pure energy. I just studied for a long time and confirmed one thing. If you use it as an embryo, refine it, and use the soul of the collapsed tiger as a glue, you have the opportunity to refine this stone into a complete treasure. Half a second after the doorbell of the villa rang, Su Yi opened the door. Yo, good morning. Lian Shou grinned and said hello to Su Yi. More than 5 days have passed since returning to school, and the wound on his abdomen has healed, and he looks alive at the moment. While saying hello, he walked towards the villa but was stopped by Su Yi. Change slippers. Su also pointed to the shoe cabinet and gestured, otherwise, Tang Xiaowan will go crazy. Oh, it looks like you and Tang Xiaowan are living very well. Lian Shou showed a sense of ridicule, but he still obediently changed into a pair of slippers and followed Su Yi in. Don't use such ambiguous words. Su also calmly took Lian Shou and sat on the sofa in the villa hall. She and I are just ordinary roommates. After returning from the assessment, the relationship between him and Tang Xiaowan has eased. Both of them tacitly refused to mention Tang Tan's affairs again, and the process of getting along was like roommates in a shared house, neither good nor bad. Why, isn't your cute roommate in the dormitory? Lian Shou looked around and did not see Tang Xiaowan's figure. She went to the capital to play, and she shouldn't come back in the next 2 days. Su also responded casually, picked up the kettle on the table, and poured a glass of water into the cup in front of him. What do you want to drink? Is there coffee? The coffee machine broke down yesterday, and I have applied to send someone to fix it. Is there any tea then? I don't usually have the habit of drinking tea. Understood, then bring me a glass of plain water. The last glass of plain water is already in my cup. Su Yi stared blankly and shook the empty kettle in front of him. If you want to drink, only tap water. The corners of Lian Shou's eyes twitched unnaturally, and he raised his eyes to look at Su Yi. You don't have anything, and you still want to ask me what to drink? And you can obviously use your ability to repair the coffee machine. Out of politeness, I subconsciously asked. Su also took a sip of water calmly, and the broken coffee machine is a warranty issue, and I have the right to fulfill my consumer rights and interests. Okay, then give me a glass of tap water. Su also put down the cup. The water is over there, pour it yourself. Lian Shou's veins burst out, and he almost lifted the table out of breath. He immediately understood that Su Yi was taking the opportunity to retaliate against his ridicule when he entered the door. He held back his anger, and actually walked aside honestly and poured himself a glass of water. Sitting back on the sofa, he drank his water, and then got straight to the point, taking out a sealed document bag from his briefcase. Although I don't know, why did you use a precious opportunity to ask for these documents, but the school still agreed to your request. He opened the package and took out 2 documents from it. This is a document printed from the national database. As for the originals you want, we have already applied to Nanyuan College. You also know that everything needs to go through the process now, so when the other side responds, it is estimated that it will be close to a month. I'm not bad for this month. Su also looked slightly stern and stretched out his hand to take the 2 documents. The first of them is the report document of the Sea City Rebellion. But I want to remind you that these 2 documents are confidential documents and cannot be left to you. I can give you time to read them, but in half an hour, I will destroy them. Lien Shou added. Enough. Suyi nodded slightly in understanding, and quickly picked up the document and looked at it carefully. The content of this document is much more detailed than the one Fang Xin sent to him at the beginning. It not only records the specific route of action and the names of specific members of the 31st team of Hunting Void, but also records the name and cause of death of almost every injured person, including the treatment after the incident and the time when the ambulance was dispatched. There were very detailed reports. The whole incident was characterized as a serious dereliction of duty by the 31st team of Hunting Void. After the incident, they were forcibly disbanded. The 4 people in the original team were all disqualified from being Void Hunters. But in their testimony, the 4 of them tried their best to defend, but their explanations were not recognized. This document does not record what their specific testimony was. Suya's attention was not on this, but he was staring at a certain content, with a solemn face. After the incident, Zhang Tianhu, the former captain of the 31st Hunting Void team, had his mobile phone confiscated and inquired. And in his call records that day, 2 phone calls were found. The first call record was received at 15:19 p.m. The second call record was made to the hospital at 15:29 p.m. But the phone number dialed at 15:19 seemed to be a virtual number, and there was no information about the caller at all. Afterwards, Zhang Tianhu was questioned, but the latter was vague and determined that it was a harassing call. It was this suspicion that led to his unreliable defense testimony, and he was eventually stripped of his identity as a Void Hunter and was greatly punished. Su was also keenly aware that this phone number is very critical. Maybe the disappeared ambulance is related to this call. The incident you want to investigate should have been experienced by you 3 years ago. Lien Shou's voice came slowly. This matter seems to have a great impact on you. Although I don't know why you suddenly want to investigate this incident, I can tell you a few things clearly. The first point is that the few Void Hunters involved in this matter can be judged after investigation that they have nothing to do with the Void Demon Council and the Void Demon. The second point is that all the evidence at the scene at that time should be stored in Nanyuan Academy. If the process over there is completed and the application is approved, you may have to go to Nanyuan College in person. After all, these things are very confidential and cannot be taken out at will. Well, I know. Su also silently looked at the last line of the document and memorized the entire document in his mind. After a while, he put down the document, tapped his eyebrows, and thought about the contents of the document. A few days ago, what he noticed in the Haichang Art Museum has also been entangled in his heart. After watching the document, some clues and strange things are also faintly connected. Art Museum, Art Exhibition. Time. He seemed to have caught some key clue, and suddenly raised his eyes to look at Lien Shou. May I ask Instructor Lien Shou, do you remember the art museum we were in when we were assessed before? I want to know, do you have any more specific understanding of that art museum? The art museum in Haichang? Lien Shou was stunned for a moment, and then thought about it seriously. When I chose the White Spirit Bead storage point, I did investigate it. This Haichang Art Museum is a privately built venue, which was originally used to hold some valuable famous paintings for some upper-class appreciation. But 3 years ago, the owner of this art museum, that is, its owner, suddenly launched an art exhibition for the whole country, and this is how that exhibition came about. After the Haichang Rebellion, the museum was destroyed, and the government proposed to rebuild the museum more than once, but it was never built for various reasons. Even these ruins didn't have time to clean up. You mean, the owner of the art museum suddenly held an art exhibition on a whim? Su also raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. That's pretty much the case, but I haven't investigated the specific reasons in detail. Then do you know, what is the name of the owner of the art museum? If I'm not mistaken, he should be called. Lien Shou recalled the information he had found before. Zhao Peng? It's different. Suyi subconsciously muttered to himself, and his whole face became extremely complicated. He finally caught what was wrong and weird. All the information about the art museum in Lien Shou's mouth, from the reason for the art exhibition to the name of the owner, is completely different from what he knows. 3 years ago, according to Tang Tan, this art exhibition is held once a year, and the name of its owner is not Zhao Peng at all, but a respected artist. He had never suspected Tang Tan, so in the process of investigating the Haichang Rebellion, he had never thought of investigating this aspect in detail. Suddenly invited me to an art exhibition. The strange arrow in the art museum, the ephemeral flower pattern, the name of the owner, the origin of the art exhibition and the reason for holding it. In Suya's mind, countless strange things
things appeared all at once, connected to each other, like a spider web connecting countless pieces of information together.
In the end, in this complicated clues, an answer is about to emerge. No matter how reluctant Sue was to accept it, this was the only answer. She lied to me?
Sue was also stunned in place, and his heart tightened suddenly.
Who lied to you?
Lien Shou keenly captured Suye's self-talk and immediately asked.
Nothing.
Sue also came back to his senses, and his expression suddenly stopped. His face showed indifference, as if the gaffe just now did not exist at all. Immediately afterwards, he stuffed the document of the Sea City Rebellion into the document bag. I have finished reading this document. If Nanyuan College approves it, please notify me in time.
He picked up another document and flipped through it.
Lien Shou noticed that Suyi didn't seem to want to talk about this matter in detail, so he just squinted his eyes slightly and didn't ask more.
He just showed a curious gaze, glanced at Suyi, and said casually, I'm a little curious about why you offered to check in Lan's personal information. Sure enough, you made some kind of agreement that night, right?
Well, yes. Sue also quickly flipped through Lan's information, checking his life experience and some personal information, but the content of the transaction between us cannot be disclosed to you.
Just 3 minutes later, he put down the document and showed a thoughtful gaze. I see. It seems that if you want to cure him, you can't use simple means.
He casually returned the documents in his hand to Lien Shou. Thank you, instructor. Lien Shou stuffed the two documents into the document bag, and energy surged in his palms. In an instant, the entire document bag turned into flying ash under the vibration of this energy, and dissipated into the air in the blink of an eye.
Don't thank me for anything. This is the reward you deserve.
He smiled slightly, stood up, and looked directly at Suyi.
I won't ask what exactly you want to do, but there's one thing I want to give you. I would like to hear the details.
Suyi looked calm and put on a posture of asking for advice. No matter what happens, I hope you stick to your heart. Lien Shou read solemnly with a face full of solemnity. Judging from your expression just now, it seems that someone who is important to you has deceived you. But what I want to tell you is that lies may sometimes be not just for deception, but as a last resort. His eyes became extremely lonely at this moment, as if he remembered something. The understanding and judgment of the other party in your heart is the truest conclusion. At this point, he didn't stop staying, turned around and prepared to leave. Sue also showed a thoughtful gaze and stood there in a daze. Do I understand and judge her? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and looked up at Lien Shou, who had already walked to the door. By the way, instructor, I forgot to tell you something just now.
The cup of tap water you drank was stepped on by the cat's feet. I finished drinking before you told me?
Lien Shou paused, turned his head suddenly, and the whole person was shocked.
And where did your cat come from in this dormitory?
I didn't intend to say it, but I think you are a good person, instructor, so I decided to tell you. Suyi was full of seriousness. That cat is a wild cat that ran in from outside the window yesterday and has walked away. You, Lien Shou's veins burst out, but he could only persuade himself not to worry about the students. Forget it, it's just a cat stepping on.
The cat has on its feet.
Suyi, I'm going to strangle you to death. Lien Shou's hair seemed to stand upside down, and he no longer had the demeanor of any teacher. Suyi flew up the stairs the moment he opened his mouth. Lien Shou clenched his fists hatefully and said angrily, I hope this kind of thing happens again next time. You should hold it in your stomach and don't tell me. After saying that, he turned his head and left, slamming the door.
Suye's smile disappeared with Lien Shou's departure. He touched his chin and said to himself, isn't a lie just for deception?
Tang Tan's frown and smile quickly flashed in his mind, as well as the memories of the brief known for dozens of days.
His expression gradually became serious and solemn. What is the reason that made you deceive me? Tang Tan, what is the meaning of these clues you left me? I'll definitely investigate clearly.
He then turned upstairs and entered his bedroom. He had vaguely noticed that Tang Tan's death was still wrapped in layers of clouds.
If you want to fully explore, you must have enough strength.
Just 10 minutes ago, the cooldown of Natural Selection's Special Effect 1, Evolution, had passed. He couldn't wait to use the Star Sea Meteorite to evolve the Repairman to sea level. Sue also took out the Star Sea Meteorite from the Jolie pot and put it on the table.
In the past few days, Hulao seemed to be busy refining the white spirit bead made of the warm heartstone.
According to him, this stone has very powerful energy, so even if the Jolie pot is incomplete at the moment, it can still be refined into a new Jueba with the help of the soul of the Bung Tiger.
This is different from the broken ancient night before, and it naturally takes a long time. I'll do it.
Sue also gently held the meteorite in the sea of stars and let out a long breath. Natural Selection, Special Effects 1, Evolution. The light blue Star Sea Meteorite, like a jewel, wrapped in the light red light of Suye's palm, began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly integrating into his body. This feeling had already been felt once before when evolving boiling blood. His whole body was filled with a wonderful feeling, and the whole person was extremely comfortable. After about 5 minutes, the red light on his body was finally absorbed into his body, and a pure and incomparable power gushed out of him.
He could clearly perceive that the Repairman had successfully evolved to C rank.
But the concept in his mind has not changed like boiling blood, and it is still a very brief introduction. But the previous experience of Faifan is vividly remembered, and Su also has a new understanding of the ability of repairman.
Let's verify my conjecture,
he whispered and took out 2 slabs. The 2 slabs were the same size, he took them from the same wall, and they have been stored in the Jolie pot.
The left slab was repaired by him as a D-level repairer, while the right slab was only half left and was broken.
That's right. He put his hand on the broken slab brick and silently activated his newly evolved C-class repairer. The white streamer wrapped around the fracture of the slab brick and quickly formed the other half of the fracture with energy.
Immediately afterwards, Suyi slapped the 2 bricks together.
The slab brick on his left hand was shattered, and stone chips were scattered all over the ground. The newly repaired slab tiles on the right side are intact. His expression remained unchanged, and he launched a repair hand with his left hand. The stone chips scattered on the ground flew upside down and reconstituted the appearance of the slab bricks. He exerted force again and smashed the 2 slabs together. This time, the 2 slabs were shattered at the same time, and both were blown open by this force.
Sure enough, Su also looked at the bricks on the ground and confirmed his conjecture.
After the repairman is upgraded to the level, he will not only repair, but also increase the repaired objects to a certain extent. This is also the reason why Jolie failed to punch through the wall at that time.
What a repairman can repair is indeed not just an object, but a concept.
Su also sat on the chair thoughtfully and restored the 2 slabs to prevent the stone chips from staining the house. It was precisely for this reason that I was able to restore the Jolie pot with the weak energy in my body at that time. To be precise, it should be to repair the power that originally existed in the Jolie pot. With the increase in the level of the repairer, the degree of repair it can give will also be greatly increased. In addition, the concept it can repair will also become larger. He was delighted with the evolutionary prospects that the repairman had. However, even if the repair concept possessed by the repairer seems to be very strong, it is not for nothing that it is listed as a D-level ability. First of all, the object it repairs cannot be too strong, otherwise its own energy will not be able to successfully complete the repair. At first, just repairing the fan blades of a helicopter made him weak. The more delicate the object, the more difficult it is to repair.
The second is the repair range, repair speed, and the characteristics that can only repair non-living beings.
Like other ordinary people who master repair hands, at most they use this ability to open a repair shop, or work as a senior repairman, occasionally going to the house of a divorced aunt in the neighborhood to repair water pipes.
There is almost no effect in combat. Like someone else's S-level ability, the sky is full of dust and the wind is blowing.
Even if the repairman uses it with all his might, he will restore a wall at most, and there must be ready-made materials next to it, which cannot be made out of thin air.
The gap can be seen.
Most of the reasons why Suyi can use the repairman to the extreme are also due to his advanced layout and brain. If the ability he masters is level B or higher, the effect he can exert will only be stronger. Like the previous half of the boundary stone, instructor Lianshou had asked him if he could repair it, and Su also gave his answer after feeling it a little. If the energy required to repair the boundary stone is 1,000 points, the total energy of my whole body is only 10 points. It belongs to the powerlessness. Otherwise, he would be the first to completely repair Gushao first, instead of only repairing it for a few minutes each time. After successfully evolving the repairman, Meifan was refreshed again and had a new opportunity to use it. In addition, Suyi finally had the patience to sit down and review the materials that upgraded the repair hand in boiling blood to B grade. After a slight perception, he showed a confused expression. Upgraded to B rank for the repairer, you need 10 special materials called Wild Star Ore. The material required to upgrade boiling blood to grade B is a spiritual grass called Manhwa Zhuhua. The shape and name of these 2 materials appeared inexplicably in his mind, which was quite magical. It's just that these 2 materials he has never heard of, and they must only be rarer than materials like Star Sea Meteorite.
In addition, there is another thing that surprised Suyi.
After successfully evolving the repairman, the third special effect, Wizard, which originally had a cooldown of more than half a month, also refreshed the cooldown. The 3 special effects of natural selection seem to be connected to each other, closely related, and can influence each other. For him now, the more ability is naturally the better. Although they are only D-level abilities, they have the prospect of evolution, and the more abilities he has, the more whole cards he can have and become more powerful.
Let me see, what are the trigger conditions for the wizards this time?
Su also tapped his right index finger on his eyebrows, and the red light surged on his fingertips, activating natural selection. Not long after, the new conditions for wizards to trigger also came to his mind. The moment he saw this condition, he suddenly showed a look of astonishment, because this time the trigger conditions for the wizard turned out to be limited, and this restriction surprised him greatly.
Natural selection.
Third special effect, Wizard, within 1 month, comprehend and master a taijutsu. If you fail to master it, enter a 2-month cooldown period. In his mind, although there are no specific words,
but what he can perceive is probably what it means. Master a kind of taijutsu within a month?
Suya's face became strange. This is wanting my life. The glimmer of the morning shone down, sprinkling from the gaps in the leaves. On the wide road, a few people occasionally pass by. Even Even though Longsha College occupies a large area, there are not many people staying in the academy on weekdays.
One is because the number of students enrolled is not large.
The other is because most students go out to work in order to earn credits on weekdays, and they don't spend much time in school.
Two sophomores, yawning and walking on the road, were about to go to class.
Suddenly, at this moment, a strong wind blew around them. A figure wrapped in blood mist passed by them almost instantly, and disappeared in place in the blink of an eye.
What was that just now?
The two looked at each other, quite confused. Today is the day when freshmen officially start school.
That freshman just now, was he too excited, so he chose to turn on his ability to vent?
Whoosh! The blood shadow shuttled through the woods with great skill. Countless fallen leaves were blown up by the strong wind, and the branches trembled. After a while, he suddenly stopped at the door of a villa, and the blood mist on his body dissipated.
Ha, ha, ha.
Su was also sweating profusely. His whole face was pale. He gasped heavily, and took out a stopwatch from his arms and glanced at it.
3 kilometers, 3 minutes, and 40 seconds. It's a full 15 seconds faster than the first day. He walked into the dormitory with fatigue and got into the bathroom without looking back.
Today is the first day after the break, and it is also the day when school officially starts. Since the third special effects wizard lifted the cooldown a few days ago, he has started the process of exercising every day. It is extremely difficult to master a martial art in a month. Not only does it require itself to have an extremely strong body, but it also needs to comprehend the essence of the 5 arts. Su also thought of a way to use boiling blood to quickly consume his own physical strength so that the body can enter a state of exhaustion, and then use energy to warm the tired body so as to quickly improve physical fitness. This training method works greatly, but it also takes a lot of money on himself. In just a few days, he felt like he was about to become anemic. It is indeed not easy to make your body withstand the load brought by the 5 arts in a month, but after waiting for so many days, I finally have the opportunity to officially start classes. He dressed neatly, walked out of the bathroom, pushed open the dormitory door and walked out. The learning process of Longsha College is not like normal college students, with a fixed class schedule.
Everyone can choose courses according to their own time. To put it simply, you can take any class you want.
After all, the most basic theoretical classes have been taken long before they are admitted to the entrance examination. The rest of the courses can only be regarded as the icing on the cake, and for them, improving their combat effectiveness and development capabilities is the most critical. As long as you study enough courses in a semester to prevent yourself from being expelled for insufficient credits. As for the rest of the time, most students choose to take on assignments to earn credit. After all, for everyone, becoming a void hunter is the ultimate goal. Tang Xiaowan seemed to have chosen other classes, and had already gone to class as early as when Su Yi was exercising.
Following the guidance on the student card, Su also quickly came to the familiar training ground.
This course was finally determined after he carefully selected it. Stepping into the training ground, more than a dozen students were already standing inside, communicating casually. Some of them are freshmen in the same class that Su was also familiar with. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, who looked like senior students.
Hey, Su Yi, here.
Bai Tao's voice came from not far away, and he noticed him at a glance.
Su also frowned slightly and walked over, and saw the latter excitedly saying,
I didn't expect you to enroll in the same class as me.
I'm not surprised that you appear here.
Su also looked at Bai Tao with empty eyes, and had already guessed that this guy would come here. Before the two could say a word, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
For a while, everyone's communication gradually slowed down and finally disappeared.
Song Wei's familiar figure appeared in front, looking at the students who had been waiting for a long time, and said with a smile, First of all, you are welcome to come and apply for this Flying Shadow Taijutsu course. I feel very pleased with this, and I hope that the content of the next course can effectively help you.
Su Ye's eyes lit up and he looked ahead intently.
Because the wizards needed him to comprehend a physical technique within a month. The courses of the 5 arts are taught almost simultaneously, and it is difficult to learn them at the same time. Therefore, after some selection, he finally decided to learn Fei Ying first. This martial art that can be attacked and retreated made him fascinated, and in terms of difficulty, it should be the simpler of the 5 techniques. I don't need to say much about the effect of flying shadows. You should have seen the demonstration when you were in your basic theory class.
Song Wei told it calmly, and quickly got to the point.
You should know the principle. It is to achieve the effect of high-speed movement by making energy or body burst into contact with the ground and air, and using the recoil force caused by it.
Now your body is not strong enough, so you can only use energy to assist.
And in this process, the most critical and difficult part is how to inject energy into your legs and generate this explosive recoil. The energy in our body can be transferred to various parts of the body through our manipulation.
What did you say?
But the energy input efficiency of different parts is also very different. For example, our arms and torso, the transportation of energy is very fast. And in places like our head and legs, the energy transmission efficiency will be very low. Normally, we concentrate our energy on our feet and legs, which at most makes it easier and lighter to run. And how to burst energy in the legs requires a special skill. He paused slightly, and then continued to read. That is the compression of energy.
Let's do a little test first. Please try to gather your energy in the same position in the palm of your hand.
More than a dozen students present spread their palms and tried according to Song Wei's request. Suyi was naturally no exception, silently controlling the energy in his body to gather in his palm. However, just a few seconds later, the energy he had been accumulating suddenly exploded uncontrollably in the palm of his hand, as if it had exploded the air, and exploded violently.
You say, what?
This feeling was like a balloon exploding in the palm of his hand, and the exploding energy hit his body, and it was a little painful.
Crackling explosions sounded one after another from all around. Almost all of them tried and failed to gather their energy.
Song Wei seemed to have foreseen this situation a long time ago, and smiled slightly. It seems that you should all feel it.
It's not a simple thing to compress energy. Su also tried continuously.
Every time the energy gathers to a certain extent, it will explode naturally and cannot continue to be compressed. This is the nature of energy, and it takes a little skill to compress it.
Song Wei's voice came. You can imagine that there is a ball in your palm,
and your energy continues to converge into this ball. When the ball is full, by contracting and squeezing the energy, some gaps are squeezed out, so that more energy can pass through. If you continue to do this several times, you can compress energy to a certain extent. While talking about various techniques for compressing energy, he pointed out everyone's actions. For a while, more than 10 people present made an attempt. Su also followed Song Wei's teachings, tried to conceive of a sphere, and tried to contract and squeeze the energy in it. After a while, he really felt that the original energy seemed to be denser and more constricted. He silently gathered energy towards this ball and repeated the cycle. A few minutes later, Suya's face changed slightly, and his right palm was immediately stretched forward. His palm seemed to have a violent air blast. A thrust was released from the palm of his hand, and he also staggered back a few steps because of the reaction, only to feel that his entire right arm became extremely painful. This feeling is like a person who has never held a gun before, shooting for the first time.
Bang 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 bang.
The same explosion began to sound from all directions. Not only Su Yi, but many people have such a situation. See, when the energy is compressed to a certain extent, it will explode on its own.
Song Wei nodded silently, feeling very pleased with the comprehension of this group of students.
And the principle of flying shadows is similar to this, compressing energy on the soles of your feet, and then suddenly exploding. He squeezed his 5 fingers and then released them forcefully, causing a recoil force that collides with the ground and air. After becoming proficient, you can burst out at a very fast speed, so as to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. But in this way, the load on your legs is also very large, so you need to temper your body with energy and improve your physical fitness before you can use it at will. But for you at this stage, if you want to practice flying shadows, there is also a little trick. I call it the 3-step method. As he spoke, he demonstrated it to everyone.
The first step is to gather energy on the soles of your feet.
He posed as if he was ready to start. The second step is to quickly burst open after compression to obtain thrust. The words fell, and everyone only saw a blur on Song Wei's body. With a short sonic boom, he appeared 3 meters away at a very fast speed. The third step is to use energy to counteract inertia and prevent yourself from falling because of too fast. At your current level, you can quickly accumulate experience with this method and try to control the range of each movement within 3 steps so that you can master your own energy more finely. When you become proficient, you only need to repeat this process over and over again, and the distance you can move will become farther and the speed will increase. And the criterion for mastering the flying shadow is whether your speed can reach the level of producing afterimages. In the next time, you can practice on your own, and I will point out your shortcomings. I have to say that the teaching mode of Longsha College is completely fast and efficient.
For a difficult martial art like feiying, Song Wei also told everyone the principles and methods in only half a class.
But the methods and principles are simple, and without the special skills provided by Song Wei, they cannot be displayed at all. For a while, everyone began to try with great interest. However, it is not easy to gather energy in the legs, and it is more troublesome to compress energy. For a while, the explosion sounds continued, but no one succeeded in releasing the flying shadow.
Su Yi naturally stood aside and tried.
In the process of gathering energy, he clearly felt a sense of stagnation.
The energy gathered under the feet is extremely difficult to compress.
After half an hour of trying, he barely found a feeling.
3-step method. According to teacher Song Wei's skills, Su also began to try to use flying shadows. Convergence. Compressed. Blast dash.
Su also felt like the soles of his feet were stepping on a spring, and the whole person flew out uncontrollably, and actually fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, supported it with his hands in time, turned over and jumped. In just one breath, he appeared 3 meters away,
and his right leg trembled slightly, taking on a lot of pressure.
Fortunately, he has been exercising these days, and his physical fitness has improved a lot under the near-limit exercise. Otherwise, his legs would be so sore that it was difficult to walk.
Bang 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 bang. There were explosions one after another around me.
Turning around, there were several others who also tried to succeed.
But there reaction speed was obviously not as good as Su Ye's, and they collided one by one. Counteracting inertia with energy is not that simple at all. It seems that if you want to fully practice and master the flying shadow, it cannot be done overnight. Song Wei looked at everyone with a smile, thinking of the picture he had when he was practicing flying shadows. The 5 arts are very advanced skills in taijutsu. How can you learn them in one class? After the flying shadow is proficient, there are more advanced usages, such as chain flying shadow, instantaneous, and other skills. No matter how genius you are, it will take at least a month to fully master the ability to produce afterimages. Oh, as soon as his words fell, there were bursts of sonic booms above the training ground. However, a series of afterimages erupted from behind a figure, and he used the flying shadow extremely skillfully, shuttling through the field. This is simply cool. Bai Tao's thieving voice spread in all directions, and after a while, he suddenly stopped next to Su Yi. Mastering this skill, I see who dares to chase after me to ask for accounts. Countless eyes focused on him. Song Wei twitched the corners of his mouth, although he was slapped in the face in seconds, but there was still a surprised look in his eyes. Is this guy really a genius? In the face of this skill suitable for escaping, Bai Tao obviously exerted a talent that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Su also felt a sense of frustration for the first time. If he wants to reach Bai Tao's level, it will take at least 2 or 3 months. In a way, it's also a gift. Let's go here for this lesson first. You can practice more when you go back. Sometimes maybe you are far from being proficient in using it, and you are just a little bit of a flash of inspiration. If you can master the technique, maybe you can also master the flying shadow soon. Song Wei opened his mouth with a straight face, ready to ignore Bai Tao's example to prevent causing frustration to others. After saying this, he seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at Su Yi. By the way, Su Yi, you stay for a while. There is a special mission that you were asked to go to. Are you interested in accepting it? Name my special mission? Su also heard this and showed curiosity. The rest of the classmates dispersed scattered, and he stayed in the training ground. Song Wei patted him on the shoulder and said casually, "Come with me, I'll explain it to you on the way." The two left the training ground side by side and walked on the road. You should know that for you, if you want to accumulate credits, the fastest way is to do tasks. Song Wei walked beside Su Yi and said lightly, "Well, I've heard about this." Su also nodded. We only need to complete 10 elective courses in a semester to get a little credit. The rest of the time, you can basically move freely and choose to complete the task. After the Void Demon was driven out of the Dragon Kingdom, the entire Dragon Kingdom entered a short period of peace. Countless Void Hunters suppressed the Void Realm everywhere, protecting the peaceful life of the city and ordinary people. In this slightly stable environment, the dark side of human nature will be silently magnified. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, except for the virtual realm that continues to appear one after another, there are still many security issues to be dealt with. Many awakened people are not willing to be ordinary and will use their abilities to do bad things. Or under the bewitchment and influence of the Void Demon Council, he worked hard for the Void Demon Council and became its lackeys or accomplices for his own selfish desires. Behind these security problems, most of them are some awakened people in the Stone Realm or Rock Realm acting secretly, using their abilities to do evil. Most police or public officials have a hard time dealing with these woken people, so if they encounter something like this, they will report it to the state. After the relevant state departments sort out the information, they will release the content of these events to the top 10 Awakened Academies. This is the mission received by the Awakened Academy. These tasks generally do not waste the manpower of the Void Hunters, and most of them will be distributed to the task board of the Academy, specifically provided to the awakened people of the Academy, so as to cultivate their practical ability. For Longsha College, the existence of tasks is also the most critical factor in accumulating credits. If you want to become a Void Hunter, each student must take at least dozens of tasks to accumulate enough credits. Actually, it's like this. Song Wei organized the language slightly and got straight to the point. Just yesterday, the school received a special task. This task was reported by Chu Yi and submitted to the school. Chu Yi? Su also raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. That's right. Song Wei nodded. Chu Yi did not return to school after the 10-day vacation. He went back to his home, but was involved in an incident. In the middle of the conversation, the two came to a building. This building Su has also seen on the map, and it is an intelligence building specially used to receive missions. You only need to hold your student ID card to apply for the task to earn credits. It would be better for you freshmen to take on the task 1 month after enrolling. Song Wei took Su Yi towards the electronic task board and then quickly operated it on the task board. But this incident is special. He paused for a moment and continued, Chu Yi, now involved in a murder case, and he immediately initiated a request for help from the academy and named him, hoping that you could help him. After the words fell, a task quickly appeared on the task board. D-level mission, orphanage. Credit award, 1 credit. Immediately afterwards, quite detailed task information appeared under the taskbar. 2 days ago, an orphanage in Jiangqing suffered a massacre. Song Wei had already seen the introduction of the task and introduced it to Su Yi in simple language. A total of
68 orphans in this orphanage, as well as 2 nurses and their director, all died tragically in the orphanage.
The police received the alarm and immediately went to investigate. But I only saw corpses all over the ground, and the scene was very tragic. And right in the orphanage, Shui was unconscious in it, his hands stained with blood. Not only that, but on the principal's body, Shui's fingerprints and traces of attack were also found. So, the police immediately took Shui under control as the first suspect. But during the investigation, it was discovered that he was a student of Longsha Academy, so he reported the case to us. Sui also read all the mission information and bloody photos at the scene in a blink of an eye, and couldn't help but feel nauseous. The corpses of more than 60 children fell in a pool of blood, like purgatory on earth. We also immediately sent some assistants with simple search capabilities to investigate. After seeing the photo, Sangwei's expression was also much more solemn. The information that can be confirmed now is that there is no aura of virtual beasts and virtual demons at the scene, but some residual traces of energy can be found. Therefore, it can be confirmed that this is an event caused by the Awakened One, and its strength should not exceed that of the rock realm. Judging from the camera near the orphanage, Shui was also the only suspect in the orphanage at that time. The other person is the uncle in charge of the orphanage's caretaker. But that uncle didn't happen to stay in the orphanage that day, but went out to play chess with the old people in the neighboring community, and someone could make an alibi for him. In other words, Shui is the only one who stays in the orphanage, and he is also an awakened person. Suya's expression became slightly solemn, and he muttered softly. According to the police's chain of evidence, Shui is the only suspect. Sangwei nodded, but as a student of Longsha Academy, the police gave him a chance to contact the school. What did he say? The contact content given to us by Shui is very simple. Sangwei said slowly. He said he was by no means a murderer, and I hope the school can help him prove his innocence. The school naturally believes his words, but everyone is equal before the law, and we can't protect him just because he is from Longsha Academy. Even if you want to prove his innocence, you need to find evidence that can clear his name, as well as find the real murderer. Therefore, with the approval of the principal, this incident was listed as a D-level task and posted on the task board. Originally, we planned to invite a student who was good at investigation to help with the investigation, but that student happened to be on a mission and couldn't return to school in a short time. And after learning about the situation, Shui sent us a request. Sangwei looked at Suyi and repeated Shuyi's original words. If I can, I hope to let Suyi help me. You said he named me to help? Su also showed an interested look and kept scanning the task. If you don't want to, you can naturally refuse. Sangwei nodded. This is not a mandatory task, I just convey his words to you. For freshmen, it is indeed a bit too hasty to carry out the task so early. It has just officially started for a day. I had to go on a task before the 2 classes started, which was indeed a bit too fast. Rumble. But Suyi just smiled indifferently, stretched out his student card and slapped it on the task board in front of him. Drop. Successful mission collection. The task board flashed, and the task information also appeared on his student card. Since he asked me to help, of course I wouldn't refuse. He had a good impression of Chui, and the two had a good relationship. Bang! The task can also increase his credits, so naturally there is no reason not to go. And the incident that Chui encountered also made him very curious and wanted to know the truth. In his cognition, although Chui is a little withdrawn, he is by no means the kind of person who will kill indiscriminately. I want to remind you, Sangwei didn't expect Suyi to be so decisive in taking on the task. If during the mission, you affect civilians or cause excessive damage to the city. In this case, even if you complete the task, your credits will be deducted. Su also nodded, already understood this, and asked another question. Let me confirm first, if I go out to take on the task, I shouldn't be ambushed by any virtual demon council, right? You know, I'm on their wanted list now. You can rest assured of this. Sangwei said, there are defenders in Jiangcheng, and the Void Demon Council does not dare to step into it at will. It is unacceptable for them to cost the lives of several parliamentarians just to kill you. The city of Jin where you used to live, for some reasons, still has no defenders. That's why the school sent Ruan Rue to pick you up. Understood. Su also put away his student card, turned to leave. When am I leaving? In an hour, there will be a car to take you to Jiangcheng. Dear passengers, Jiangcheng has arrived. Please pack your luggage and get off in order. The high-speed rail chimes sounded in my ears. Su also woke up from the bed in the business seat sleeper and couldn't help but yawn. I have to say that Longsha Academy is extremely efficient. Bang! An hour after he accepted the task, a special car took him to the high-speed rail station and got on a car bound for Jiangcheng on time. After several hours of traveling, it was 4:30 in the afternoon, and he finally came to Jiangcheng. He got into a taxi with lazy steps, sat down and said, "Take me to the police station, the southern suburbs branch." The driver was shocked and immediately glanced at Suyi vigilantly. How could someone go to the police station as soon as they got out of the car? Could it be that this is a fugitive who was ready to surrender? Fortunately, Suyi was also handsome, and he didn't look like a prisoner no matter how he looked at it. The driver looked Suyi up and down cautiously, and then started the car and drove towards the police station. Master, if you dare to go around in circles here, believe it or not, I will complain to you. Su also closed his eyes and leaned on the pillow, his eyelids not raised to open his mouth to read. The driver's expression suddenly froze, and he squeezed out a dry smile. What are you talking about? How can I take a detour? But this road is relatively close. 10 minutes ago, you got on this viaduct. Suyi still closed his eyes and said lightly, but 2 minutes ago, you came up through another opening in the viaduct. I think you are an old driver. You shouldn't deliberately take a detour to charge maliciously, right? You. The driver's face was slightly pale, quite embarrassing after being exposed. Are you a native of Zhongcheng? It's my first time here. Then you have your eyes closed. How can you know that I am? How do you know your driving route? Su also spoke lightly, opening his eyes slightly. Isn't it a simple thing to build a simple map in your mind through the speed of the car, the number of turns and the distance traveled? He glanced at the driver beside him. If you don't want to be complained, I suggest you send me to the door of your destination within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the taxi sped to a stop at the entrance of the police station. Su also casually took out a dragon coin, got up and got out of the car. It doesn't matter which city. There is always this kind of taxi driver who likes to kill people and take detours. He has long been accustomed to this, and he has the means to deal with them, even if the other party has his own set of methods. As soon as he walked into the police station, there were police officers who had been waiting for a long time. A young police officer stepped forward, looked him up and down, a look of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes, and said calmly, "You are the person sent by Longsha Academy to be in charge of this case? Please come with me. The director has been waiting for you for a long time." Su also noticed the other party's attitude and didn't care. He probably guessed why. After all, the police could not suppress the news of the orphanage's massacre, and it had spread throughout Jiangcheng, causing a great sensation. In this case, due to Chuyi's identity, the police could only hide his identity information until the case was completely closed. The pressure on the police station has doubled in recent days, and almost every police officer has not had much rest. As the first suspect, Chuyi bit himself to death and was not a prisoner. But when asked, he couldn't give any key information and clues at all. From the perspective of the chain of evidence, he is the only murderer. But just because he has an extra layer of identity as a student of Longsha Academy, the police cannot forcibly detain him. As grassroots police officers, they naturally have a lot of dissatisfaction with their Longsha Academy, thinking that they are exercising their privileges, and it is normal to have a bad attitude. Under the leadership of the young police officer, Suyi walked into the director's office, and at a glance he saw a slightly fat middle-aged man with a majestic demeanor, sitting at the table. Seeing Suyi appear, he raised his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Longsha Academy will send a young man like you to deal with this case? It's not that the older you are, the more experienced you are, right? Su was neither humble nor arrogant, but replied with a light smile. As long as the case can be solved, even if I'm just a first-grade elementary school student wearing a red tie, it shouldn't be a problem. It's interesting. The director looked Suyi up and down, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Your classmate is now in the detention room. You can visit him first. The visit time is 15 minutes. If you want to ask something, hurry up and ask. The young police officer took Suyi to a glass room, gave a few words of instruction, and walked out. In the center of the room, there is a huge glass panel, and there are telephones on both sides of the glass, which is exactly the same as the room used for monitoring on TV. At the same time, a police officer also brought Chuyi out of the glass room. It's just that at this moment, Chuyi's face was haggard, wearing a blue and white prison uniform, but fortunately, his hands and feet were not shackled, which was a little special benefit for him. After he noticed Suyi, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly ran to the chair and sat down. As soon as Suyi picked up the phone, Chuyi's hurried voice came from his ear. Suyi, I am not a prisoner. I did not kill anyone. I believe in you. Su also spoke lightly, and read extremely calmly. But the information I know comes from some photos of the scene and case introductions. I still hope you can explain it to me in person. He paused for a moment, waiting for Chuyi's emotions to recover, and then continued. Please tell me, what happened on the day you were arrested in a coma? Chuyi's eyes flashed with fatigue. He took a deep breath, and then said in his usual tone, I returned to Jiangcheng the day after the assessment. Judging from the information on my side, your parents died for some reason when you were 3 years old, and you don't know any relatives. Su also pondered and spoke. He had already memorized all the information contained in this mission in his mind as early as on the way here. This naturally also includes some personal information of Chuyi. I'm a little curious, why did you return to Jiangcheng this time? I'm here to worship a friend. Chuyi replied calmly. The anniversary of his death was 3 days ago. Originally, I was going to return to school after paying respects to him, but just as I was about to leave, I met a lost little girl. Lost little girl? Su also showed surprise. Yes, she told me that she couldn't find her family and wanted me to help her, so I followed her description and took her to find her parents. Why didn't you call the police? Because she told me that her home might be nearby. I thought that if it wasn't far, I would simply send her there without thinking about it so much. Okay, you continue. I followed the little girl's description and walked all the way to an orphanage, and then she told me that her family was in the orphanage. Speaking Speaking of this, Shuyi's brows were already furrowed tightly. He has said this response to the police many times, but no matter how much he mentioned this memory, he felt a burst of absurdity and confusion. At first, I thought that the little girl was the child of a nurse or director of the orphanage, so I took her into the orphanage at her request. But when I stepped into the orphanage, I found that the orphanage was very quiet, and the little girl who was originally following me disappeared at some point, and no matter how much I called her, I couldn't find any trace of her. I sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave directly. But at this moment, a person appeared in front of me. The person you are referring to is? Suye's eyes showed a luster of increasing interest. He became more and more curious about this case. The director of the orphanage. When Shuyi mentioned this, his breathing suddenly became a little shorter. I unexpectedly found that I know that dean. He was the director of the orphanage where I lived as a child. Wait, you said you know this dean? Suye's face changed slightly. He knocked on the table and asked, in other words, in the autopsy report submitted by the police, it is true that you beat him? Shuyi was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. That's right. He's a real scumbag who used to abuse me when I was little. After this meeting, he recognized me and said something about the past that made me angry. I couldn't hold back for a while, so I hit him. He seemed to have thought of something, raised his head and said, but what I can guarantee is that the punch at that time had absolutely no energy attached, and the force used was not great. I understand all those common sense, and naturally I won't do anything drastic because of my personal emotions. Ha 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 ha. At that time, I was just angered by him and couldn't control my emotions for a while. Suyi nodded calmly, did not comment on the matter, but continued to ask, what about after that? Shuyi's expression became very complicated, and his brows furrowed. After that, I felt that my head was hit hard, and that I passed out. When I woke up, I was surrounded by police and the ground was full of blood. Only then did I realize that the entire orphanage had been slaughtered, and the ground was full of corpses. And I was listed as the first suspect and has been detained until now. I expressed my identity to them and asked for help from the school until you showed up. That's all I know. Su also listened to Chuyi's narration, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly spoke. Do you know? The police investigated all the surveillance that you showed up along the road. In that surveillance, there is no little girl you mentioned. From beginning to end, you are in a hurry alone, and the purpose is very clear. And the surveillance in the orphanage has also been artificially destroyed, and there is no information displayed at all. This is completely inconsistent with what you are saying. The police told me about this during the interrogation. Shuyi grabbed his hair hard, his face full of confusion. But I'm not lying. You have to believe me. Jingle bell. The bell rang, and the young police officer walked in. It's time for you to go. Su also stood up, glanced at Shuyi with deep meaning, and suddenly grabbed the phone. I can ask you, why do you have to name me to help you? Shuyi was obviously stunned, but he still smiled bitterly. You are the only one I have in school. Friend, and you have a good mind. I can trust you, and you are the only person who can help me in my mind. He raised his head slightly and looked at Suyi through the glass window. Suyi, will you believe me? Don't worry, I'll help you prove your innocence. Su also smiled slightly, put up the phone, turned his head and left the room with the policeman. As soon as he left the house, he said to the young police officer beside him in an unquestionable tone, take me to see the director. I need you to let this classmate of mine out. Impossible. The director's voice was thick and powerful, and he resolutely rejected Suye's request. He is now the first suspect, and his testimony is completely inconsistent with the actual situation. The notice to Longsha Academy is only because his identity is relatively special, and it cannot be a reason to bail him. What if you ask you to take him out? What if you maliciously forge evidence? Falsifying evidence? Su also chuckled. You mean, the awakened people of Longsha Academy are the kind of people who need to use their abilities to falsify evidence to exonerate themselves? Longsha College is indeed a high-quality institution, and every student needs to go through layers of screening before entering, and it is also the main force among the Void Hunters. The director praised a few words, but the decision did not change in the slightest. But as a police officer, I've seen so much. The evil of human nature does not change due to identity and status. It's not that you are from Longsha Academy, so you won't commit evil deeds at all. He stared directly at Suyi and did not let go. Unless you have a way to prove that he has nothing to do with this incident, I will never be able to release him. Su also narrowed his eyes slightly and sat directly on the chair opposite the director. There are many doubts about this incident, and he must take Chuyi to the scene to investigate the scene in order to find clues and truth. In the face of the director's move of not intending to let people go, he just smiled. I can indeed prove that he is not a murderer. Su also leaned lazily on the chair and said calmly, 2 days ago, at 12 o'clock at noon, Chuyi had set a return ticket and was ready to take the high-speed train back to the capital an hour later. According to him, he went to the orphanage because he met a lost little girl and went to help her. He went from the location to the orphanage and shared 15 minutes, which can also be found in the surveillance investigated by the police. I declare in advance that the little girl in the suspect's mouth does not exist. The director interrupted Su Ye's words and interjected. When we called up the surveillance, we didn't see anything other bother than him at all. The little girl's affairs will be put aside and not discussed. Su also shook his head, not entangled in this statement. The first thing we need to make sure is that Chu-yi is indeed preparing to return to the capital at noon that day. From the time he bought the ticket, it is enough to prove this. I would like to ask the director, why does a person who is preparing to slaughter an orphanage buy a ticket? That doesn't prove anything. The director was very calm. Maybe he killed impulsively. According to our investigation, the suspect and the director of the orphanage had contact in childhood. On the dean's body, the suspect's fingerprints and traces of the attack were clearly collected. What was the cause of the dean's death? Su also interrupted. Cause of death? The director thought about it for a moment. It should be excessive blood loss caused by energy injury. By the way, the bodies of all the children present were killed in the same way. The blood content in their bodies is far lower than that of ordinary people, and you should have seen the tragic situation at the scene from the photos. This is obviously something that only awakened people above the stone realm can do. An ordinary awakened person like an uncultivated person will never be able to do this. He is the only one present who is awakened, and he is unconscious in the corpse, so he will naturally be regarded as the first suspect. Su couldn't help but laugh. He looked up at the director and said softly, "Director, with all due respect, if Chui really wanted to kill that dean, there would be no trace of that attack at all. At that time, if he used a little more energy, the dean would be killed in an instant, and the cause of death could never have been excessive blood loss, but violent injury. I have seen photos of the scene, and there are no obvious signs of damage on all the corpses. I can conclude that this is by no means caused by an energy attack, but an obvious ability effect. And the curved wing that you are imprisoned in, his ability cannot cause such an effect at all. In addition, if he really killed the people in the orphanage in some way, why did he deliberately leave him unconscious in place? Don't you think this is contradictory?" The director frowned slightly, but still said calmly, "It is not the most logical situation to form a chain of evidence." Rumble. Many times, human behavior is illogical. Maybe just a flash of inspiration will make them act completely unreasonable. Therefore, in the process of judging cases, we will use evidence as the most advantageous tool. Maybe the suspect is hiding some key information, or he uses some kind of juebao, or he wants to clear himself of the charge by coma, or there is a situation of fragmentary amnesia due to mental overdose. Whatever the logic of his actions, at least now in our opinion, he is the only awakened person at the scene after the crime. What you say is not enough to overturn that. Of course, we currently have no direct evidence that he is the murderer, so he must stay here until the case is investigated. I see. Su also nodded and smiled. Director, do you belong to this type? That's indeed much easier to do. Instead of continuing to say some emotional and logical reasoning, he took out his phone, swiped lightly, and showed a photo. The content of the photo is a picture of Chui comatose in a pool of blood. He was pressed under a cabinet covered in blood. At that time, the police appeared after receiving the report, and immediately took a video of the scene and found Chui in a coma. What's wrong with this photo? The director asked calmly. He had seen every photo at the scene more than 10 times. Su also pulled 2 fingers, enlarged the picture, and focused on the ceiling. On the ceiling directly above the curved wing, there is a not-so-obvious pit mark. Director, can you tell what this trace is? Su also asked lightly. It's like. The director frowned, and gradually recognized the outline of the pit mark, traces of the impact of the cabinet. This trace is almost identical to the outline of the cabinet pressed on the curved wing. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to find it at all. Even the forensic personnel at the scene did not find the existence of this trace. I can also give you a message. Su also said calmly, Chuyi's ability is an A-level ability, center of the earth. For a certain period of time, it can reverse the direction of gravity on itself or the object it touches. Regarding his ability information, you can ask Longxia Academy for verification. I think the existence of this trace should prove that he has nothing to do with this case, right? The director's pupils shrank, and he froze in place, staring at the photo, and his expression changed. After a few seconds, he looked at Suyi. I can give you 3 days. If you can't solve the case within 3 days, you need to send him back here. Su also shook his head. Up to 4 days. The director frowned. The longer this case drags on, the more insecure the people will be, and the more pressure we will have. No, I mean. Su also stretched out a finger. It only takes 1 day. The director's eyes flickered, and he immediately looked at the young police officer with a confused face next to him. Xiaolu, let him go. What did you say to the director? Chui and Su also walked out of the police station, changed into their own clothes, and moved their bodies a little uncomfortable. In the past few days, he has been living in the detention room, and the treatment is basically similar to that of a prisoner. He actually agreed to let me go? I just provided him with evidence that you can't be a prisoner. Su also spoke calmly, his tone leisurely. Evidence that I am not a prisoner? Chui seemed to be very confused about this. Su also glanced at him. Did your memory of entering the orphanage only stop at the scene of punching the dean, and then you were knocked unconscious? Yes. Shuyi's brows furrowed. No matter how he recalled, there was only such a fragment of memory in his mind. Do you think it's possible? Su also said lightly, even if if we are all stone realms, how can we be approached silently without any awareness through the perception of the surrounding environment through energy? Not to mention being knocked unconscious without any reaction, it's almost impossible. But in my memory, Shui naturally felt that something was wrong, but in his memory, he was indeed knocked unpretentious like this. In fact, you were in the orphanage at the time, and you should have had a head-on conflict with someone. Su also interrupted Shui and took out the photo he had just shown to the director. And the reason why you are unconscious is not at all knocked unconscious from behind, but by some force that you can't resist. Before you fell into a coma, you took out an insurance for yourself, and it was this insurance that successfully released you. Shui noticed that in the photo, the cabinet pressed on his body in the situation at the scene. His eyes were full of confusion. When he woke up, the cabinet on his body had already been moved away by the police, and he didn't feel anything else except that his back hurt. This cabinet, is it my insurance? Shui's eyes were full of puzzlement. Su also enlarged the picture to reveal the traces of the ceiling. Do you see the traces of this ceiling? This was caused by the cabinet hitting the ceiling. What can you think of based on this trace? Shui's eyes sparkled. I used the ability on it? This kind of straight up and down impact mark was obviously done by his ability, center of the earth. But he quickly frowned again. But does this prove anything? It's time. Su also said calmly, this cabinet is pressing on you, which is enough to prove that the death in the orphanage occurred after you fell into a coma. He pointed to the photo. In the photo, you maintain a movement of lying on the ground, hair, hands, abdomen, almost all over his body was covered in blood. And the top of this cabinet and the wooden boards on the sides are also covered in blood. What did you say? He pointed to the blood stains on the cabinet. Look here, the angle of the blood splash is the same as the traces on your shoulder, and it can be concluded that the cabinet has pressed on your body during the blood spraying. He swiped the photo to the right and opened the latter photo. The photo also shows Chewie lying on the ground, but it is a photo after the cabinet has been moved. It can be easily seen from the photo that his back is not covered with blood and is almost completely covered by the cabinet above his back. Chewie was not stupid, and after seeing the photo, he immediately came to the conclusion in his mind. So, when the murder occurred in the orphanage, I had already been smashed under the cabinet. The blood of the people they killed spilled on my body, and there was a deviation in time. That's right. Su also nodded, but this alone can't prove anything. However, because if you have some kind of special treasure in your hand, you can also use it when you are overwhelmed by the cabinet. So this mark on the top of your head is crucial. This means that you used the ability on the cabinet at that time, and the reason why the cabinet fell also shows that you have removed the ability. It can also prove, by the time the cabinet hit the ground, I was already unconscious. Shui muttered and connected Suya's words. Because of my coma, my ability is automatically released, and I will be pressed under me by the cabinet. That's right. Su also nodded. If you were smashed by the cabinet, it couldn't be just pressing on you. The reason why this happened can only mean that when the cabinet hit the ground, you were already lying on the ground and unconscious. And then there's the last piece of evidence. Su also swiped the picture again and came to the next one. This photo is a record of the scene photos after the police removed Chu-Yi from the blood. I saw that in the almost dry blood on the ground, a human outline clearly appeared. The traces of blood on the photo can see that your movements have hardly changed, which is enough to prove that after you were unconscious, you waited until the police arrived before waking up, and you didn't move too much in the middle. I see. It seems that I must have set up such an insurance, because I knew I would be unconscious. Shui groaned and grabbed his comb head hard. But why do I have no memory at all, and I have no impression of these behaviors at all? Among the cameras along the road, there is no little girl in your mouth. Su also replied calmly, and your behavior in the orphanage is completely different from what you remember. In the past few days at the police station, a doctor has already examined you, which can prove that there is no problem with your brain, which means that there is no possibility of amnesia. In this way, there is only one conclusion. Su also looked at Chui beside him and told his speculation. Your memory has been modified. Syllable. Has my memory been altered? Chui was stunned for a moment, and then his face suddenly became solemn. Of course, there is also the possibility of memory being replaced or cognition being replaced. Su also touched his chin and pondered. But as far as I know, there is only one person with the S-level ability, cognitive replacement. She belongs to the Void Demon Council, and she has just made such a big mess in Haicheng, and it is impossible to appear here again in a short period of time. And what you encounter is not at all like cognition has been reversed, but more like memory has been deviated. Of course, we still need more clues about the specific situation. Suyi stopped and looked up at the building in front of him that was isolated by a cordon and exuded a cool atmosphere. Angel Orphanage. The building in front of them was the orphanage where the curved wings were involved and an extremely serious murder incident broke out. At this time, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was still a little brighter on a summer evening, but it still couldn't dispel the gloomy atmosphere above the orphanage. No matter how clever a prisoner is, it is impossible not to leave a trace at all. And the prisoner didn't even notice the evidence left by the cabinet on you, which shows that he is not very clever. It is impossible for a
prisoner of this level to create a perfect crime scene. So the evidence and clues we are looking for must also remain in the scene. Sue also lifted the cordon lightly and got in from below. Let's go. I hope we can find something useful before dark. Sui and Shui crossed the cordon and walked all the way to the door of the orphanage. At this time, the orphanage had a large iron door in front of it locked, and there was a seal on the outside to prevent anyone from approaching. Especially some media and internet celebrities who do anything to make money. They have lost their basic sense of morality and will do whatever it takes to make money. Even if they know that this is a violation of the law, they will use their ignorance of the law as an excuse to do everything possible to make profits for themselves. Let's go straight in. The curved wing looked around, and there was no one on both sides. With his and Suya's physical fitness, it is also very easy to jump over this nearly 3-meter-high wall directly. No. Suya's voice sounded from one side. There seems to be a ready-made hole here. He was standing next to a low wall, pushing aside the messy grass. On the wall, there was a pit about 1 meter high. I just noticed that the grass here is different from other places. He looked down at the grass under his feet, lowered his body gently, and got into the low hole. Although you have temporarily gotten rid of suspicion now, you are still the first suspect, so we should keep a low profile. If we happen to be photographed by people in the neighboring community when we jump over the wall, it will also create a lot of pressure on the police. Why have I never felt that you are the kind of person who is afraid of causing trouble for others? Shui honestly followed Su Yi in and read casually. Don't say that. Su also smiled faintly. My politeness is also different. That police chief can be regarded as a conscientious person. He was able to agree to let you go this time, which shows that he is not the type of person who wants to do everything possible to avoid risks for fear of taking responsibility. He really wants to solve this case, and I will definitely give him some respect. Oh, Shui glanced at Su Yi a little surprised, and felt more and more that he was a very complicated person. Obviously, many times they will disregard the feelings or safety of others and act recklessly. But in many cases, there is an extremely special and strict bottom line, which is elusive. If you think about it carefully, there is quite a strange sense of morality that sees good as good and evil as evil. There is a very obvious gap with the traditional good people. That director is really good, he said softly. In the past few days in my detention room, he has taken special care of me and has not really treated me as a prisoner or suspect. And his body also gives me an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The two kept walking until they reached the door of the orphanage. The gate here is also sealed to protect the site. Poof. In order to prevent the seal from being broken, Su also took Shui to the side and climbed in through an open window. The inside of the orphanage is relatively dim, and with the help of the light outside the window, you can barely see the situation inside. But at this moment, the interior scene of this building is a little scary. The dried blood on the ground flowed almost all over the floor, and there were blood splatters on the walls, window edges, and floors everywhere. A full of 68 orphans, ranging in age from 3 to 15 years old, all died tragically in the orphanage. The fixed lines of the scene traces composed of white can be seen everywhere on the ground, that is, the kind of white lines that often appear in film and television dramas, like chalk smearing, circling one figure after another. Clang. By the way, try not to cover the recorder on your chest. Su also turned his head and looked at Shui, who was disgusted and covered his chest and was about to vomit. That's evidence of your innocence and can't be destroyed. Although the director agreed to release Shui, all the suspicions on him were not expelled. The current evidence can only prove that he was not the one who killed him, but he did not cooperate in the murder. Whether there were other accomplices, and many doubts that happened to Shui have not been clearly explained. Therefore, the director ordered a recorder to be placed on Shui's chest, and the whole process was recorded to prevent them from destroying the scene. Who the hell is so cruel? Shui let go of the hand on his chest, held the wall with his hand, and endured the nausea. No matter how many times he watched it, he couldn't accept this bloody picture. According to the photos at the scene, every deceased here has no obvious traces of destruction on his body. Sui seemed relatively calm, and there was no change in his expression in the face of such a bloody scene. The blood in their bodies was directly collapsed out of the body, as if it was sucked out by some force, resulting in excessive blood loss and tragic death. He pointed to the trace fixing line all over the corridor. What can you tell from these traces? Shui took a deep breath to calm down, looked down at his feet, and thought for a moment. They seem to be run away? That's right. Su also nodded and walked forward along the corridor. The children here also seem to be aware of the danger, so they are all desperately heading towards the gate. But without exception, they all died before leaving the door. The two of them continued on and eventually stopped at the end of the hallway. This is where you are in a coma. The cabinet next to you falls on you, and in front of you is the corpse of an adult. Su also pointed ahead, only to see a cabinet covered in blood on one side, leaning against the wall. This is also the key evidence to prove Chuyi's innocence. The blood on your body and the cabinet erupted from this adult, and he is the director of this orphanage, Xu Shang. At the mention of this name, Chuyi's expression instantly became a little unnatural, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Su also keenly noticed his changes and asked directly, I remember that in your testimony, there is indeed a record of you attacking this dean.
And your memories before you fell into a coma are also frozen after you hit him. The relationship between you and this dean should be more than just what you and I said, right?
Shui immediately fell silent, and after a long time he spat out, "Yes, for the past 10 years, I have been eager to crush him every day and kill him directly. But what I didn't expect was that I was so cowardly. Obviously, the enemy has appeared in front of me again, but I can't do anything at all." He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with anger.
However, killing to kill is against the rules in this society.
Su also said lightly, "Your identity and sense of morality are your limiters and control your behavior."
Bang, bang. Without these restrictions, you are just a puppet controlled by emotions.
You did the right thing. In that situation in plain sight, no matter how much hatred you have, you must not act excessively.
Shui glanced at Suyi, slightly weird.
How does it feel that Suyi means as if he is saying, as long as no one sees it, no evidence is left, you can do whatever you want? Su also patted Chui on the shoulder lightly, and said calmly, "Tell me, what happened between you and this dean?"
"My name is Chui.
When I was 5 years old, both of my parents died in an accident. Because I was too young at the time, I now even have a blurred appearance of my parents. According to the police, they were all astronomers." Poof. That day, they were on a ring road and were preparing to investigate a meteorite fall site. As a result, in the process of driving, a girl suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the car. In order not to hit each other, my father twisted the steering wheel hard but fell down the mountain road and died with my mother. Their dash cam and video function happened to be broken, and the police judged the situation based on the shouts of the two through the recording function. But in the investigation afterwards, there were no girls on the mountain road at all. Because of this absurd reason, they passed away and left me alone in this world.
After police investigations and interviews with many media, at the age of 5, I seem to have become a hotspot in the city for a while.
Countless people felt sorry for what happened to me and began to volunteer to donate money to me under the guidance of someone who called themselves my relative. There are even many self-media on the internet claiming to find someone to adopt me and find a new family for me.
3 months later, another new hot news appeared.
The media that had been constantly reporting on my situation seemed to have forgotten me and rushed to report on new events. The goodwill that people have emerged has almost all been transferred within a few days, and no one continues to pay attention to my situation. Those self-media that said they wanted to find someone to adopt me had no follow-up, as if I was just a tool for them to win hotspots. The person who claimed to be my relative also disappeared from the internet. So far, I have not received a single penny of money donated to me. After this ridiculous 3 months, the government sent me to an orphanage according to the process.
I will never forget the name of this orphanage, Tianjiang Orphanage. From the day I stepped into the orphanage, my nightmare began.
When the government staff sent me to the orphanage, I was greeted by a fat man with big ears and a rosy face. According to the staff's communication with him, I probably knew that he was the director of this orphanage and a well-known philanthropist in Jiangcheng, named Xu Sheng. Poof. He was chatting with the staff, and for some reason, he suddenly stuffed an envelope into the staff's hands. The staff member was still shirking with a serious face, and even scolded the dean a few words.
But I don't know what the dean said.
After seeing the contents, the staff member became silent. He left with the envelope, and before leaving, he asked me to live a good life here. When someone is willing to adopt me, or when I am 10 years old, I can leave.
But I found out later.
In this orphanage, there is no so-called adoption at all.
This is a cage, and we are all caged in a cage.
On the first day of admission, the dean called everyone out to welcome me. Each of them had a smile on their faces and looked very enthusiastic. But I don't know why, I just feel that these smiles are very hypocritical, as if they were forcibly squeezed out. And their eyes were full of a feeling that I couldn't understand. Obviously everyone was a child, but they didn't have any small movements, and they all stood very neatly. The dean took me to the dormitory, arranged a bed for me, and let me sleep by the window. But I have been afraid of ghosts since I was a child, and those monsters in ghost stories like to lie on the window and stare at people. As long as they wait for people to fall asleep, they will crawl out and eat people. So when I sleep, I never dare to lean against the window. I saw an empty bed next to it, so I offered to sleep on that bed. Then the dean's expression changed. His fat face flashed with indifference. After that, I was taken to a closed hut by him.
"Why do you disobey my orders?"
This was the first thing he said to me after entering the house. I told him the reason why I was afraid of ghosts, but the next second he kicked me to the ground.
"How dare you make excuses?"
He pulled me off the ground, put me on the only bed in the room, and secured my hands and feet with iron rings. The hoop was very narrow, as if it was specially made for children. I couldn't break free from the restraints at all, and I didn't know what he wanted to do, so I cried. However, the next second I cried, he flipped a switch.
I can't describe that feeling.
The current traveled through my body, and every inch of my skin began to tremble, and the pain spread throughout my body, a feeling I had never experienced before.
The severe pain made my crying louder.
But with it, there was even more intense pain.
"The frequency and battery here are specially made by me for you disobedient children."
He looked at me with a sneer, listening to my voice echoing through the closed room. "If you are still ready to disobey me, I will continue
continue to punish you.
Please remember, in this orphanage, I am the supreme god.
He said something I didn't understand, constantly releasing electricity. Pain, fear enveloped me.
In the end, I cried until my voice was hoarse and I couldn't shed a single tear.
And I chose to give in, not wanting to continue to suffer this pain.
I knelt on the ground, crawled under his feet, and called him Dean Chu as he requested,
and promised that he will never disobey any of his demands in the future, and absolutely obey every order he gives unconditionally.
Only then did he smile, pat me on the shoulder, and let me out.
By the time I left the room, it was already evening dinner time.
All the children lined up neatly, standing at the table honestly, seemed to be waiting for the dean to appear. The dean brought me to them and ordered me to stand at a table and wait for his orders.
This time I finally understood. The feeling that I couldn't understand in their eyes before was called sympathy. You can eat it.
After the dean spoke, the other talents sat down one after another and began to gobble up. I also sat on the chair, looking at the few greens in the bowl, half a piece of moldy steamed buns, and a bowl of soup that looked like vomit, which I really couldn't eat. Even the nanny who cooked for me, hired by my parents, had never cooked this much.
I even have some doubts about whether this can be called rice. Eat quickly.
A small voice came from my ears. It was a boy who was a few years older than me, and his hairstyle was very strange, and for some reason both sides were shaved, except for a tuft of hair in the middle.
If you don't finish eating, Dean Chu will put you in a small dark room. He smiled very cheerfully. If you don't have enough to eat, I can give you my dishes to eat.
His smile was different from what others forcibly squeezed out, full of sunshine, as if it came from the heart.
And I learned his name afterwards, Ku Liang.
I finished this meal with great difficulty and was also arranged to go back to sleep. That was the first time I slept next to the window, and I always felt that there were eyes staring at me outside the window, even though it was on the second floor, even if there was nothing outside.
This was my first day in the orphanage. I know what insomnia is.
Life in the orphanage was very boring, even torture.
I got up at 6 o'clock every morning and went for a run according to the dean's request.
This meaningless behavior, he enjoys it, and it is called to increase our physical fitness. When in the process of running, whoever has a wrong pace, or is different from others, will be taken out as soon as possible and taken into the small darkroom by him after the run. Not only that, if anyone does something they don't like, or if he is simply in a bad mood, he will punish people wantonly in this way. Everyone lived in fear, but they still had to squeeze out a smile under his persecution.
Rumble, rumble.
Even just because someone doesn't smile brightly enough, he will use it as an excuse to scold or punish severely. After that, we will eat some nutritious breakfast and then go into the classroom to study. It is said to be learning, but in fact it is for us to look through some books full of words on our own.
But without learning how to recognize words at all, how can we understand these books?
However, even if you can't understand it, you have to pretend to hold the book and continue reading.
Received.
Once the dean finds out who does not read well, he will also be punished.
As he said, in the orphanage, he is God.
Fortunately, Ku Liang helped me. Since I entered the orphanage, he has taken good care of me. His family died in the fire, and he survived by going out to buy things, and was sent to the orphanage. According to him, I was very similar to his dead brother. Ku Liang is very smart, although he is only a few years older than me, but his literacy is already comparable to that of a teenage child. During the morning study time, the dean does not stay in the classroom all the time, and Ku Liang seems to have been observing and recording the frequency of the dean's activities.
Bell.
Every day, when the dean was away, he would secretly teach me to read. With his help, I gradually became able to understand these books and learned a lot of knowledge. I also learned that Ku Liang's weird hairstyle is called chicken comb head, also known as mashi dry head. For some reason, I started to think that this hairstyle was pretty cool. Every afternoon, we were taken to the orphanage's yard for free time. There are many rides here, and a short 2 hours is almost the happiest time of the day. And at this time, the uncles and aunts of the neighboring community will also pass by here and take pictures of us through the gap in the gate with a smile. It seems that the director is using this way to make others think that we are very happy in the orphanage. Time passed slowly, and slowly, I would find that a few children in the orphanage would always disappear very suddenly. But within a few days, new children will join, just like me at the beginning.
The dean's explanation was that they were adopted.
At this time, I would be very envious, longing to be adopted and escape from this hell as soon as possible.
But Ku Liang's words brought me back to reality.
They were not adopted, they were sold. We sat on the swing, his tone was very cold, but he had the same smile on his face.
Click. Under his explanation, I finally understood. This so-called orphanage is actually a place to sell children.
Dean Chu seems to have a connection with an organization behind his back. He would look for all kinds of orphans in Jiangcheng and even several nearby cities, and take them to the orphanage in various ways. All children who disappear for no reason are shipped when they are 10 years old. As for some people who stab and anger the dean, they will also be dealt with in a special way. I don't know why Ku Liang knows these things so well, but his expression didn't look like he was lying, and I felt a deep sense of despair. However, at this moment, he suddenly looked at me with a serious face and asked me a question.
Shui, do you want to escape from prison with me? I was slightly stunned and looked around.
The entire orphanage is wrapped in a 3-meter-high wall, like a cage, which keeps us firmly here. The only iron door is closed all year round, and there is a security guard sitting at the door. I couldn't imagine how I could escape from here, although I am extremely eager to escape this hell, no matter what the cost.
But I hesitated and didn't answer him immediately. However, I can't imagine any way he can get me out of here.
That afternoon, government personnel suddenly came to inspect the orphanage.
Bang!
From these people, I saw the staff member who sent me here. In just a few years, his position seemed to have been promoted, and the few people next to him were fatally led by him. I gave him a pleading look, and he noticed me as well. I was sure he recognized me, but for some reason, he deliberately looked away and never looked at me again. We all gathered in the classroom, with the same hypocritical smile on our faces, holding the book and pretending to be it.
Those government officials took a camera and filmed our hypocritical appearance.
The dean, who has always been cold and domineering, also seemed to have incarnated into an extremely kind person on this day, greeting us warmly, and even lunch was much richer than before.
The photo of this meal should be the most real appearance of our day.
Looking at our gobbling up, every government official smiled with great relief.
This inspection ended very successfully, and just as they were about to leave,
a child suddenly rushed out and hugged the leg of the government official who had sent me.
He cried about what happened in the orphanage, but before he could finish speaking, he was dragged away by the caregivers in the orphanage.
He is the dean's loyal dog-legged, always doing some dirty work for the dean, and often beating and scolding us. The dean came out with a smile and explained, saying that the child had some mental problems. I noticed that several government staff members clearly showed serious expressions and wanted to pursue further, but their leader, the staff member who had sent me, stopped them. I don't know what makes a once warm-hearted and righteous person become what he is now. Maybe it was the envelope at that time, or maybe something else. But what I know is that after this group of government officials left, I never saw the child who rushed out again. This orphanage is a prison cage, entrenched by demons, and it is difficult to escape from it for the rest of its life.
That night, I took advantage of the gap between washing up to find Ko Liang.
This time, my eyes were very resolute, as if I was born to death, and I made a decision.
I want to escape from prison with you and get out of here. Ko Liang's prison escape plan is very simple.
That is, use the 2 hours of activity time in the afternoon every day to destroy the walls of the orphanage as much as possible and create a passage for people to pass through on their stomachs. He was really smart, using just a few waste batteries, a few matches and some strange materials, and a stone called pyrite to create a strange liquid. According to him, this thing is called sulfuric acid, which is a highly corrosive liquid. As for how the pyrite came from, according to him, he received it in an unsigned envelope before being sent to an orphanage by the government after his family died in a fire. The pyrite was sealed in a pendant and was not confiscated when it was admitted to the hospital and searched. Ko Liang told me that the concentration of this bottle of sulfuric acid was very low, and it was impossible to destroy the wall in a short period of time. It must be accumulated over time, through daily watering, to loosen the corrosion of the tightly sealed wall. And what I have to do is to cover him during the 2-hour activity every day, so that he can have the opportunity to go to the grass and pour concentrated sulfuric acid on the same wall. According to Ko Liang's observation of the dean, he basically stays in his office every afternoon, looking down through the window.
But there will definitely be 10 minutes to make tea, and it won't be moved.
These 10 minutes are the time for me to cover Ko Liang. According to him, it is not only the dean who needs to be guarded, but also other orphans and the caregiver who has been supervising us. We carried out the plan to corrode the wall for a total of 2 months.
It's the end of another day of activities.
Ko Liang found me with a serious face. Sulfuric acid is used up. He didn't seem to expect that the corrosiveness of the sulfuric acid he condensed would be so low. After all equipment is made up of patchwork, and there is no scientific and rigorous at all. A whole bottle of sulfuric acid was used, but the wall was still as solid as ever, as if it had not loosened in the slightest, only the wall skin wrapped outside had been corroded, exposing the bricks hidden in it. The two of us seemed to have ended our prison escape plan. I couldn't accept this situation, so I ran to the wall that had been corroded for months during the next day's activity time, pushing the masonry hard. After 2 months of hard work, the only hope of escaping, I couldn't accept failure like this.
I slapped the bricks desperately, even attracting the attention of several children. Ko Liang pulled me up hard and calmed me down.
If the action is too obvious, it may reveal our true intentions. I got up unwillingly. My heart was so eager for the bricks to fly out on their own, just like an apple would be pulled by gravity and fall from a tree. I also hope that there will be a lateral gravity that pulls the bricks to the other side. I don't know if my wish came into effect, or if Ko Liang's 2 months of hard work paid off.
I happened to notice that the bricks seemed to loosen for a moment.
I was able to confirm that I was not mistaken, so I immediately squatted down and slapped the brick again. This time, the brick flew out directly, revealing a gap.
Ko Liang also noticed this situation,
but he was much calmer than I was, but immediately covered the gap with grass and took me out of there. For a full week after that, we didn't get close to it anymore.
Ko Liang told me that my reaction that day was too eccentric and easy to attract the attention of others. It wasn't until a week later that we continued to work on the beginning. No matter how strong the bucket is, as long as a hole is broken, it cannot continue to hold water. The same is true for walls. After successfully blowing one brick away, the rest of the bricks are much easier. You only need to use tools to constantly loosen around it every day to pry other bricks. But it's easier said than done. It took us another 2 months to finally dig a small hole. The entrance to the cave was hidden by long weeds, and no one could find it unless they walked in. It is about the size of a dog hole, and only by lying on the ground can you crawl out. But in any case, at least we managed to create an escape route. An escape route that only the two of us know. I couldn't wait to climb out of the hole, but was stopped by Kuliang. He told me that he couldn't run away now. The dean also has certain resources and connections in the government. If we escape penniless, we will be quickly discovered and caught by him by any means. Then what should we do? I didn't think about what to do after the escape passage was dug out. In my cognition, it seems that as long as you get out of here, you can escape. We have to make the movement bigger, and we must find a way to make the dean tired and have no time to take care of us. Evening is the best time. Kuliang had already thought about all the backup plans and was already prepared. That being said, there are 2 caregivers in the orphanage. Every night, they would patrol each other alternately, staying awake almost all night, watching us the whole time. If you want to make any noise at night, it is as difficult as ascending to the sky. But Kuliang seems to be very patient. He wanted to make the success rate of escaping the highest and didn't want to miss the slightest. We've been in this orphanage for a few years and don't care about these months. As long as you can successfully escape, everything will be worth it. We started to live a normal life, although we would be beaten and scolded by the caregiver from time to time, or we would be upset by the dean, so we grabbed the small black room CLP a few times. But when I thought of the passage to escape, I endured everything. But a bad news came 2 months later. Kuliang is about to be shipped. In the orphanage, we can hardly see anything with a date and can only spend each day in a daze. However, that day, when I was going to the toilet, I suddenly heard an exchange between 2 caregivers. Another day, it turned out to be Kuliang's 10th birthday. Every child who disappears in the orphanage suddenly disappears into the orphanage when they are 10 years old. They discussed the steps of how to take Kuliang away. I didn't dare to make any noise until they left, and then I frantically found Kuliang and told him about it. Bang! After listening to my words, Kuliang's expression was extremely serious, but he quickly made a decision. Don't wait, we're going to escape tonight. His eyes were extremely serious, staring at me tightly. Trust me, no matter what happens, I will definitely let you get out of here. On a dark night, I lay in bed with my eyes closed, but my heart was filled with excitement and nervousness. This has been a prison for several years, and today I finally have a chance to get rid of it. The footsteps gradually sounded, and it was the nurses' patrol every hour to check if anyone was sleeping. If they are discovered, they will be taken out and punished. I didn't dare to make the slightest sound, so I could only keep suppressing my excitement and continue to pretend to sleep. I'm waiting for Kuliang's signal. I believe in him, he definitely has a way to get me out. Hissing, there was a faint sound of the nurse gasping. Why does my stomach hurt so much? He seemed to be talking to himself, hesitating in place, as if hesitating to leave. But he had just inspected the dormitory once, and he had already confirmed that no one was awake, so he finally couldn't hold back, quietly left the dormitory, and walked towards the toilet. Shortly after he left, a voice sounded almost close to my ear. Get up, Shui, let's withdraw. I opened my eyes instantly and saw Kuliang squatting next to my bed neatly dressed. I got dressed at a very fast speed, and under the leadership of Kuliang, I tiptoed open the door and walked out along the crack in the door. What did you do? I lowered my voice, a little curious about how he let the caregiver leave. I stole a potato a few days ago, and it sprouted. Kuliang replied easily, I put a piece in his bowl at night. I remember that potato. Because of the loss of potatoes in the cafeteria, all of us were punished by the dean to stand for 3 hours. Unexpectedly, it was stolen by Kuliang. The two of us came to a window. About a few days ago, this window suddenly broke for some reason, and it has not been repaired until now. Dean Shu must not have imagined that in order to prevent what he had done from being exposed, he deliberately did not install surveillance in the orphanage, but created an opportunity for the two of us. In the absence of the caregiver, even if we move in the corridor like this, no one will find out. Kuliang took out a match from his arms, suddenly slid it towards the window and lit it, and threw it directly out of the window. Directly below the window, there is a green plant planted by Dean Chu and a large grassland. The moment they touch Mars, they are quickly ignited and begin to spread at great speed. The fire surged up, but Kuliang pulled me directly and ran towards the window on the other side. He took out a ball of fabric from his arms, which turned out to be strips of cloth tied together with tattered curtains and clothes. The doors of the entire orphanage building are blocked, even the door from the second floor to the first floor is locked tightly, and if we want to leave, we have to find a way to jump from the second floor. Kuliang tied the cloth strip to the pillar next to him, and then pulled the locked window open very easily. I noticed that there was a piece of transparent glue attached to the lock of the window. It seems that he prevented the window from being locked in this way. Immediately afterwards, he threw the long strip
strip of cloth down the window, turned to me and said, "Grab the cloth strip and jump down." I had never done such a dangerous thing before, and I hesitated for a while. But thinking of our hard work in the past few months and this hard-won opportunity, I still endured fear and jumped down holding the cloth strip.
The height of the cloth strip is still 1 meter from the ground.
I fell to the ground with my butt and felt excruciating pain. But soon Kuliang jumped down along the strip of cloth and helped me up from the ground. At the same time, there were already shouts from inside the orphanage. The fire has reached the sky, and the thick smoke and light have woken up countless children who sleep lightly. I also noticed that the lights on the 3rd floor were also on. That was another caregiver's room. But for some reason, the lights in the dean's room on the 4th floor seemed to be lit early. They woke up.
"Don't be stunned, let's go quickly."
Kuliang grabbed me and ran forward.
"Now is the only chance, we must hurry and escape. Our power is too small to save everyone.
But as long as you get out of here and take advantage of the night, you will definitely be able to successfully escape before dawn." We ran all the way to the event venue, but froze in place and found something unbelievable.
The road to the event venue was blocked by a fence with spikes.
This incident was beyond the expectations of the two of us.
None of us expected that the fence here would be movable.
Every day before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we would return to the orphanage building, and we had no idea that the dean would send someone to seal it off at night.
What should I do?
The sudden situation put me in a panic.
But Kuliang quickly calmed down.
"You step on my shoulders and turn over." He crouched on the ground and motioned for me to climb over the fence.
I didn't think so much and did as he instructed.
With his help, I managed to climb over the fence, only to notice a problem.
"I'm here, what should Kuliang do?" But he quickly told me the answer.
He has good physical fitness and is much stronger than others. With a quick run-up, he stepped directly on the fence, kicked up suddenly, and successfully turned over. But the spikes of the fence cut a hole in his waist. His clothes were torn and blood was left down the wound.
"Don't worry about me, it's just a minor injury."
Kuliang shook his head. "As long as you can escape from here, this injury is nothing at all." Although I was still worried about him, I also understood the importance of the matter and followed him towards our escape passage. But what I didn't expect was, next to our escape passage, there was a figure standing. It was a fat demon that seemed to devour our hopes.
"Humph, you really want to come here?"
Dean Chu stood next to the grass and looked at us with a sneer. His eyes flashed with angry flames, as if he was watching the hunter whose prey was about to escape, full of murderous intent.
I actually set fire to my territory and even wanted to run away.
He took out a stick from his arms, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. "Two little rabbits, I will let you know what you are wrong."
"How do you know we're here?" Kuliang protected me behind me, as if he wanted to delay time.
But Dean Chu was blocking our escape route, and if we wanted to escape, we had to cross him.
"Do you think I am not there, so I don't know about your activities?"
"There is a very cute, loyal child who has been helping me monitor the whereabouts of each of you. He had already come to inform me when you slipped out of the dormitory today, deliberately ignited the fire to try to induce my attention, and then escaped in the opposite direction.
It's not difficult to guess where you want to escape."
He kicked the grass next to him, exposing our escape route. "How dare you dig such a passage behind my back?
You guys really damn it." He grabbed the stick and walked towards us.
"Today, you two, don't even think about leaving." Although the dean is obese, he doesn't exercise much, and Kuliang and I are exercising silently every day for today's escape plan, and our strength is much stronger than that of our peers. Especially Kuliang, he is only 10 years old, and he has grown to more than 1.7 meters, and his body is even stronger. Although I am only a little over 1.6 meters, I am also much stronger than my peers. In order to supplement nutrition, the disgusting meals we eat every day will be eaten by both of us, and there is not even a single left.
But the stick in the dean's hand is still a very lethal weapon.
I didn't dodge for a while, and my right arm was hit by a stick. There was a burning pain in his entire right arm, as if he had been whipped, and the pain was unbearable. I admit that my tears were beaten out at the time.
"Do you dare?"
The dean's angry roar came from his ears.
I looked up and looked ahead. Kuliang rushed to the dean's side and clasped his shoulders hard.
His arms were exposed with blue veins, and he tried his best to control the fat body of the hospitalized director. Although the dean is an adult, he does not exercise all year round, and his strength is suppressed by Kuliang for a while. But his strong weight still slowly pushed Kuliang away.
"Shui, help!" Kuliang called out to me with difficulty.
Without hesitation, I immediately rushed up and grabbed the dean's wrist with all my strength. The stick in his hand was successfully caught by me. I had never used a throwing stick, but I was afraid that the random attack would hit Kuliang, who was hugging the hospital president hard, so I kicked the stick out to prevent the dean from holding it in his hand again. Then, I also rushed up and held the dean tightly. I quickly lifted one of the dean's legs, and Kuliang successfully pressed him to the ground.
However, as an adult, the dean almost broke free from our shackles with the strength brought by his weight alone.
The two of us struggled to control him, but we also found a problem.
We locked the dean, but the dean also locked us up.
In this case, as long as we let go, we will be quickly subdued by the dean. Barely controlling him has exhausted all our strength. Where is the chance to attack him or escape?
Shui, use that. that?" Ko Liang said with difficulty. "Can you do it alone?" I was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized what Ko Liang was referring to. The books that the dean placed in the classroom were all bought wholesale from the second-hand market, and there were all kinds of strange books from all walks of life. One of them is a book called Professional Fighting and Fighting Techniques. In this book, many fighting techniques are recorded in detail, as well as some special lock techniques. Just a few months ago, Ko Liang specially showed me this book, asking me to carefully study the above techniques, saying that I might have the opportunity to use it in the future. Use Boston. Ko Liang exhaled in a low voice, then hesitated for half a second, and looked at me. "Can you do it alone? Just hold on for 30 seconds. Trust me, I'll take you away." A hint of hesitation flashed in my eyes, but I nodded. Then, Ko Liang made eye contact with me, and then let go of his hand at a very fast speed. Without Ko Liang's restraint, the dean's fat body lay on the ground and was about to get up. I rushed up, sat on his waist, hugged his legs hard, and pulled up hard. The full name of this move is Boston Crab Fixation, which is one of the lock techniques. As long as the posture is completed, even if the strength is different, it can limit the opponent's actions to a certain extent. I could feel the dean's terrifying power struggling, and I tried my best to hold him down. It was just that something happened to me. After Ko Liang let go of the dean, he did not hesitate to turn over the grass and get out of the safe passage. "You idiot!" The dean roared and scolded me. "Do you know that you were deceived by him?" I don't believe the dean's words. How could Ko Liang lie to me? That little bastard planned to use you as bait from the beginning and run away by himself. Now he has already thrown you down and fled. The dean's voice was like a demonic whisper, constantly ringing in my ears. I shook my head desperately, clapping him with all my might, believing that Ko Liang would definitely come back. "How many things he has done behind your back, don't you know in your heart? If he really wants to save you, why is he hiding it? Do you know what he's going to do when he crawls out? Don't be stupid. Let me go now. As long as I can chase that little bastard back, I will never care about your fault this time." Listening to the dean's words, I felt my brain buzzing. His arms were already a little numb from his frantic struggle, and his brain was buzzing. Yes, Ko Liang seems to be hiding a lot of things from me. We were searched and checked by the caregiver every day. Where did he hide the stolen potatoes? Where did he put those lighters and matches? And why could he avoid being searched? Why did he get out? Did he really want to throw me down and escape? This is the thing I regret the most in my life. Under the bewitchment of the dean, I had a momentary suspicion and distrust of Ko Liang. Although there was only a pause for a second, the dean keenly seized this opportunity and slapped my body hard. There seemed to be a suction force in his palm, taking advantage of this gap to directly stagger my power points, and he took advantage of this opportunity to turn over, break free from my restraints, and knock me to the ground. Little bastard. There was a hideous expression on his face. I swear, today I must make you two worse than death. He was like a beast, pounced on me. My strength was almost exhausted, and I could only watch it all in despair. Poof! Blood flowers burst out from the dean's waist. His movements paused and he looked behind him in disbelief. Ko Liang came back, grabbed a pair of scissors in his hand and stabbed the dean's back hard. The dean turned around angrily and slapped Ko Liang to the ground. Ko Liang shouted, pounced desperately, and actually hugged the hospital director and kept rolling on the ground. "Go quickly, Shui!" He almost roared at me. "Don't look back, don't stop, keep going. Even if I want to die, I will kill this old bastard." I have never seen him look so crazy, and he hugged the hospital director and did not let go. The dean was also enraged at this time and punched Ko Liang in the waist. His waist, which was already injured, suddenly cracked, and blood poured out. I froze in place, not knowing what to do. "Let's go!" Ko Liang endured the pain and bit the dean's body hard, as if he was going to tear off the flesh on his body, and his waist was hammered by the dean again and again. "Do you want me to break my promise? Don't you want to leave this hell?" Ko Liang's voice was thunderous and exploded in my ears. Eventually, I ran away. After listening to Ko Liang's words, I got out of the safe passage and kept running without looking back. At this moment, I seemed to give up thinking. My brain went blank, and I only knew how to keep raising my legs, falling, running, and repeating. I kept running. My breathing began to become difficult, and my steps became heavier and heavier. I don't know what happened to Ko Liang, nor how far I ran. All I know is that it's dawn. The dawn of the morning shone on me, and I felt like a person who had crawled out of a dark hell and saw the sun for the first time. There is a field around it, as if you have come to the suburbs. With the last step falling, I felt that my eyes were dark, and I fell into a coma. When I woke up, it seemed like I was in a family's house. They saw me in the field and picked me up home. The first thing I thought of when I woke up was Ko Liang's safety. With the help of this family, I searched the internet for information about Tianjiang orphanage. Bang! However, I saw something that shocked and surprised me. The Tianjiang orphanage caught fire for no reason, and a 10-year-old child was burned to death, and the Dean Chu Sheng said he was very sad and willing to take responsibility for the incident. Teacher, this is news that has only been uploaded for a few hours. In the video in the news, I saw a charred body, although the face is no longer clear. But I can be 100% sure that this is Ko Liang's body. Not only did he die, but his body was also burned by Chu Sheng. But the Beast Dean put on the
appearance of a victim, and even the injuries on his body could be explained as being scratched by saving people. I sat in bed dazed and panicked, unable to believe this fact. If it weren't for my lack of complete trust in Ko Liang and the hesitation of that second, I wouldn't have been freed from the shackles of the Dean.
If the Dean hadn't broken free from the shackles, Ko Liang wouldn't have died to save me. Why is he dead and I am alive? Why didn't I stay to help him, but ran away? I am a coward.
I am selfish in my heart, and the choices I make at that moment are only for myself to escape.
If I had fully trusted Ko Liang at that time, would the ending have been completely different? My heart was in a mess, and I was in so much pain that I wanted to vomit it, but I quickly reacted. This matter cannot end like this. I can't let Ko Liang die in vain, that old bastard. He must be retributed. I borrowed a new outfit from that family and walked towards Jiangcheng again. I have seen in books that as long as these things are reported to the government, the bad guys will definitely be punished. I returned to Jiangcheng and stalked to work in a black-hearted restaurant that was willing to accept child labor, and took the opportunity to send several report letters to the government's mailbox. But my letters sank into the sea, and I waited for a whole month without any feedback. A month later, a strange note suddenly appeared on my desk. It says, "Get out of here." Although I didn't know who wrote it, I chose to believe it and left the restaurant. Shortly after I left, I saw a team of urban management enter the restaurant. They appeared to be searching for shops that employed child labor, as well as some children without identification. My heart died in an instant. Even if I'm not as smart as Ko Liang, but I also understood one thing. In the government, there is obviously a backer of the Dean. In other words, if he didn't have a backer, the hellish orphanage would not have been able to open until now. This time the urban management department is obviously looking for me. I escaped from the restaurant and fell into a state of dazedness for a while. In this case, who can I go to? Could it be that Ko Liang died in vain, and the murderer is still at large? I was walking aimlessly down the street, but suddenly I noticed the three big characters, police station. At this moment, I recalled. It seems that after the death of my parents, it was the police who helped me deal with the funeral affairs and took care of me for a long time. It seems that in Ko Liang's mouth, he will often say, if the police are here, they will definitely be able to arrest this old bastard in prison. I walked into the police station. The police officer who received me was a man with serious eyebrows but wearing a mask. He seemed to have a cold and kept coughing, but he still went to work with illness and was very conscientious. He asked for my name and intention. I didn't want to tell him my real name, but I felt that if I wanted others to believe in me, I should first choose to trust others. I want to try it once and don't want to repeat the same mistakes again, so I told him my real name. After hearing my name, for some reason, his eyes flashed with astonishment. I then told him everything that happened in the orphanage. His expression became more and more serious, and his eyes seemed to be about to spew fire. "Give me time, I'll definitely deal with it." He sent me away and even gave me 1,000 dragon coins to find a place to live first. What I didn't expect was, in just 1 week, the orphanage was sealed. According to the news, the police received a report and immediately searched the orphanage, seizing a large amount of equipment and evidence of mistreatment of orphans. Not only that, but a large number of traces of attack were also found on the burned body of the child. All the evidence points to a caregiver in the orphanage. He seems to have interests in a high-ranking government official and has won over many officials through various bribery methods such as gifts and stuffing money. And all this turned out to be done by him, behind his back Dean Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng mercilessly gave up the caregiver and personally reported several officials during the police investigation. A shocking incident occurred in Jiangcheng. Many officials fell from their horses, and the nurse was also arrested as a prisoner. The Tianjiang orphanage was also sealed down, demolished by the government, and all the children were released. Ko Liang's body was also buried in the cemetery, which attracted countless people to pay homage to him for a while. As a philanthropist, Chu Sheng donated tens of millions of dragon coins to reflect on his lack of supervision, which led to such an incident. Some people also identified Chu Sheng as the mastermind behind it. However, none of the existing evidence can successfully identify him. After this donation, Chu Sheng disappeared directly, and I could no longer find out his information. The police station and the government also sent me to the next city, compensated me with a lot of dragon coins, and bought me a student status and a school. My life has calmed down, but I have always been unwilling. If I can, no matter what the price, I want to find that bastard Chu Sheng and tear him to pieces. If possible, I want to inherit Ko Liang's will and become a hero, so that everyone will no longer be bullied and bullied like us. I heard that the Void Hunter is the tallest and most powerful profession in this society. They are like heroes, burning themselves, protecting peace and protecting all people. On the day I left Jiangcheng, I went to the barbershop and asked them to shave me with a coxcomb head, also called Mashi dry head. This is Ko Liang's favorite hairstyle and my favorite hairstyle. I walked out of the barbershop, gently touched my new hairstyle, stood in front of Ko Liang's grave, and decided on my next goal in life. I want to become a Void Hunter, the most powerful Void Hunter. I also want to trust others and no longer want tragedy because of my own hesitation and doubt. I heard that Longsha Academy is the most powerful Void Hunter academy. If I join there, there, will I be able to become stronger? But if I join Longsha Academy and find traces of Chu Sheng in the future, can I still take revenge on him at will? I don't want to think about it so much. I swear that if I meet Chu Sheng again, no matter what the price, I will definitely let him die. Certain, your childhood was really miserable. Su also took Chu Yi to search along the road, and at this time he had already come to the second floor of the orphanage. In Chu Yi's narration, he knew what Chu Sheng had done and the death of Chu Yi's friend Ku Liang. No matter how you listen to it, in this story, the Dean Chu Sheng is a complete scumbag. Su Yi didn't have any special expression on his face, but he understood a little in his heart. Why did he choose to believe in himself like that when he and Chu Yi cooperated for the first time? This seemed to be a compensatory atonement, and he could never get out of that remorse. Bang! Although from the perspective of an outsider, this sentence is not suitable for saying, but I want to tell you, maybe you don't understand Ku Liang. Su also casually scanned every room on the second floor, checked everything here, and said casually, "You mean, what?" Chu Yi was slightly stunned. "I mean, you don't understand Ku Liang's purpose." Su also said lightly, from the beginning, he never thought about leaving the orphanage. I think all his plans are just to take revenge on that Chu Sheng, or to kill that scum, and the reason why he has been busy for several months is just to be able to send you out. What did you say? Chu Yi had never thought of this kind of thing, even if it was a little incredible. The reason is simple. Su also said lightly, if he really wants to escape, there is no need to set that fire that night. If you want to attract other people's attention and make people ignore the two of you escape, there is obviously an easier way. For example, trigger a fire alarm device, or a smoke alarm. This kind of alarm is easier to control than fire, and it is more likely to cause panic. Even at night, this sound can affect the surrounding community and is more conspicuous than the fire. I just checked the map of Tianjiang Orphanage, and there is a night market street nearby, which is brightly lit even at night, and there must be a few barbecue stalls. The fire and smoke caused by the fire in the orphanage are easily hidden by the night market, and it is not as easy to attract the attention of people next to them as the harsh sound of the siren. You said before that your friend is very smart, and he can't think of this, and the reason why he caused a riot by setting fire was for only one purpose. Su also stopped and glanced at Chu Yi beside him. He deliberately wanted to attract the dean. I think before you are usually searched and your luggage is checked, he should have hidden some special materials and props behind the secret passage you dug in advance. Of course, the time when the dean appeared was obviously beyond his expectations. I think his purpose at the beginning should be to coax you away first, and then use the scissors hidden in advance to fight the dean desperately. Whether it succeeds or not, he has no intention of leaving with you. Impossible? How is this possible? Chu Yi's expression changed drastically, and the memories of the past flashed rapidly in his mind, and he couldn't accept this matter. What reason does he have to fight with the dean? We can obviously get out of there together and start a new life. The reason is that Su also took out his mobile phone and turned on a piece of news. His parents and the whole family died because of that dean. The news is a report from more than a decade ago. A family in Jiangqing caught fire for no reason, and the fire was so fierce that it burned 3 people in a family in a short period of time, and only his eldest son survived because he went out. Chu Yi was able to determine that the person who died in this news was Ku Liang's former family. This is not an accident, let alone a fire for no reason. Su also operated on his mobile phone for a while and quickly opened a link. The content on the link is a title deed contract. This is a contract record from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Just when you told me about the past, I used some means to investigate that Dean Chu Sheng. Before he founded Tianjiang Orphanage, he was a real estate tycoon and a well-known philanthropist in Jiangchang. More than 10 years ago, a year before you entered the orphanage, he suddenly announced the creation of the largest orphanage in Jiangchang and served as its director. But his original real estate business is still running. This contract is a robbery contract. Chu Sheng's former company tried to buy the community where your friend's home used to be at a low price and convert it into a commercial plaza. But among the tenants in the community, there are a few who firmly disagree. The head of these families is your friend, Ku Liang's parents. He calmly switched to another link in web page. Just the day before the fire, there was a natural gas overhaul in their community. But the time of this overhaul is nearly 2 weeks earlier than the previous routine inspection. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it's what they did at that time. In other words, the death of Ku Liang's family was not an accident, but a deliberate murder. Ku Liang, who survived afterwards, also entered the Tianjiang orphanage under the arrangement of the government. He may have learned the truth in some way, so he began to prepare a revenge plan. However, he met you, who was very similar to his brother. Su also clicked on a photo, which was Ku Liang's family photo. The family of 4 smiled happily at the camera, and next to Ku Liang, there was a young brother. Whether it is eyebrows or temperament, they are actually somewhat similar to Chu Yi. So his revenge plan was changed to a prison escape plan. He wants to stay and seek revenge on the dean, but he wants to send you out of this hell because he doesn't know if he can succeed. Chu Yi muttered and froze in place, and his brain buzzed. He quickly recalled every word Ku Liang had said to him. Whenever he mentions escaping from prison and escaping, it seems that what he says is, "I will
definitely let you get out of here. In his escape plan, it was never we, but you. Sue also turned around and patted him on the shoulder and read in a comforting tone, so, you don't have to blame yourself too much for the situation at that time. He didn't die because of you. From the beginning, what he wanted to do was to do his best and die with that Dean. The only thing you should hate and blame is the scumbag like Dean. Shui stood silently, as if digesting Suye's words. But I also admire you. After meeting the enemy again, you can hold back your emotions and not kill him directly. Suyi shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Shui with a slight meaning. I can't wait to tear him to pieces. Shui's eyes flashed with anger and murderous intent. Although it has been more than 10 years, that old guy has lost a lot of weight compared to before, but I will never forget that face. But at that time, he was surrounded by children. How could I do it? With the character of that old bastard, once I make a move, he will definitely use others as a shield to stand in front of him. So I didn't dare to use my ability at the time, so I could only give him a punch. It's a pity that this old bastard was killed before I could do it. You're right. Sue also nodded. If I were you, I would probably do the same. But I found his traces, and I will never let him go. I guess he will find an opportunity, arrest him, and torture him to death. Bang! His tone was an understatement, and he actually said quite scary things in a very relaxed tone. Hello. Shui was shocked on the spot and pointed to the recorder on his chest. This thing will record your words. What does it matter? Not to mention whether they will watch this recorder word by word. Even if I read it, I just said it casually and didn't put it into practice. Do you have to control what you say? But, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked at Shui. You just said, is there anyone else around him? Yes, that's right. Shui nodded. The old bastard is surrounded by children here and recognizes me. He even mocked me and deliberately told me about Ko Liang. Anger welled up in his eyes. I almost couldn't hold back and used my ability on him. No, that's not right. Su also spoke calmly, and his tone became quite serious. Your previous testimony was obviously that the orphanage was very quiet and empty, and the director suddenly appeared in front of you. He stared at Shui, but now you say that the dean is full of children behind him? Ha! Shui also seemed stunned. His eyes were full of confusion, and he suddenly felt a headache. Frowning and covering his head. Yes, when I came in here, there was obviously no one right. He only felt as if his memory was distorted. Countless pictures overlap each other. For a moment it was an empty corridor. After a while, Xu Sheng's face was full of mockery, and behind him were pictures of children. In his senses, both images seemed to be what he had experienced. But they contradict each other and cannot coexist at all. Why is this happening? Shui murmured, his head about to split. It seems that your memory is really off. Su also paid attention to his movements and expression, and turned around calmly. From this point of view, the testimony you provided before may not be true. He pushed open a door and looked inside. It seems to be a dormitory where orphans live. There are 60 or 70 beds inside. Each bed is very neat and clean, and even the quilt is folded into tofu blocks. Judging from the traces here, the orphans were not in the dormitory at the time of the incident. He closed the door and looked to the other side. There was a room without windows, and if you closed the door, it seemed to be pitch black. There was nothing inside. Suyi and Shui began to walk upstairs. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the dim lights and moonlight shone in from the window, and the view was very limited. The orphanage's circuit also seems to have been cut off, and it is impossible to turn on the lights at all. Rumble. The third and fourth floors should be the areas where the nurses and the dean live. Shui rubbed his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I have found out from before that the layout here is almost exactly the same as the orphanage I stayed in before. It looks like this dean is still very nostalgic. Su also smiled lightly and walked up to the third floor. He noticed that a door was actually open, and when he quickly approached, he saw that among the bloodstains on the ground, a human figure was enclosed by the fixed line of the traces. 68 orphans died on the first floor, and in addition, among the corpses on the first floor, there were the bodies of Chu Shang and a caregiver. Another nurse in the orphanage was found dead in the bedroom on the third floor. Su also pondered the scene record he saw, and looked down at the room. There is still a little time. Let's go to the dean's office and take a look. They quickly went up to the fourth floor and entered the dean's office. I have to say that the place where Chu Shang lives is quite luxurious. The entire fourth floor seemed to be his palace. Private pools, deerskin carpets, and furniture that are worth a lot of money to look at. On the wall of famous paintings, there are also many antique vases. In his office, there are bookshelves attached to the wall next to the desk on both sides, and various certificates and trophies are placed on the bookshelves. It seems that they are all praising and appreciating his identity as a philanthropist. Suyi had just scanned the place briefly and roughly, and the sky completely darkened. It seems that today's investigation can only end here. He shrugged his shoulders. His expression was not nervous, but quite relaxed. Although you can continue the investigation with a flashlight, it is inevitable that you will lose a lot of details and clues. I think we'll go back first. But don't you only have one day to investigate? Shui frowned slightly worried. I have figured out the general situation, only the last detail is missing. Suyi looked at ease. Even if I come back tomorrow morning to continue the investigation, there will be more than enough time. He left the dean's office with
Chu-yi and closed the door himself. Then, the two jumped out of the window on the first floor of the orphanage. As soon as he came out, Su-yi made a move that Chu-yi couldn't understand. I saw him circle around the entire orphanage, constantly looking up at the 4-story building. About 10 minutes later, they circled back to the main entrance position. Su also touched his chin and thoughtfully said, "Sure enough, it's a little less." "What's missing?" Chu-yi asked. "It's nothing, let's find a place to rest for the night first." Su didn't explain too much, just pulled the gap he had been through and drilled out. "By the way, where have you been living these 2 days? In terms of inheritance, I have a house from my parents." "I understand, I'm not used to living in the same house with men, so I'll just rent a hotel near where you live." The two were discussing where to go while preparing to leave here. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from their side. It was a slightly old voice, with a little nervousness in it. "Hey, you two, could it be that you just came out of this orphanage?" Su-yi and Chu-yi's footsteps paused and turned their heads. "I saw that in the grass next to the gap." A plainly dressed uncle slowly walked out. His face was vicissitudes. He was wearing clothes sold at street stalls, cloth shoes under his feet, and his whole expression was very restrained. However, he was quite strong, and under his open shirt, his round belly was exposed, looking like an uncle next door. "Are you?" Shui looked at this uncle. His pupils dilated slightly, and he actually recognized the other party, Uncle Zhao. This uncle is clearly the uncle who was once in charge of the janitor of Tianzheng Orphanage. However, this uncle is basically only responsible for opening and closing the door, and his place is not in the orphanage at all, and there is no communication with Chui. But he still knew the identity of this uncle. Unexpectedly, he followed Chu Sheng and came here to watch the door again. "Do you know me?" Uncle Zhao was obviously stunned, and looked at Chui. "Are you a child from Tianzheng Orphanage before?" "I guess so." Chui frowned and spoke, and responded lightly. This janitor was different from those caregivers and had not done anything to him, so he had no hatred for him. "Oh, it turns out that you are the janitor." Sui showed an interested look and looked at the other party up and down. "You called us? Is there something wrong?" I see you came out of the orphanage." Uncle Zhao rubbed his hands and said nervously, "You too, you should be from the police." "I guess so." Su also responded lightly, not denying it. "In a way, they are indeed solving the case for the police. I want to know, have you found any clues?" Uncle Zhao swallowed his saliva and asked urgently, "I can guarantee that I am definitely not a suspect. At the time of the incident, I happened to be playing chess with Lao Wangtu and the others next door, and I was not in the orphanage at all." "Your testimony has been said many times, we know." Su also glanced at the uncle. Judging from his words, this Uncle Zhao didn't seem to have received any education, and thought that the suspect meant the prisoner. "Don't worry, uncle, the suspect just means that you may be related to the case, not that you are a prisoner. If you have an alibi, the police will naturally not make things difficult for you too much." He spoke calmly and explained to the uncle. That's good, that's good." The uncle patted his chest. "Ever since I was taken by the police for questioning, I have been terrified when I came back. I was planning to go back here today to see the situation, but I didn't expect to meet the two of you coming out of it." He touched his head and smiled, looking honest. Suyi raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, "By the way, uncle, there is something I want to ask you. What time did you go out on the day of the crime? What time do you go out?" The uncle was stunned for a moment, then touched his head and thought, "I remember you didn't ask me. I left the orphanage at about 11 o'clock at noon that day. Because there is usually no one in the courtyard, and Lao Wangtu and the others call me. I went to the park in the community over there to play chess. We went down until noon, and Lao Wangtu called me to go to his house for dinner. I wasn't going to go, but when I think about my sister-in-law's cooking skills, I feel very, no, it's particularly white. It was especially delicious, so I went." Suyi and Shui cast contemptuous glances at the uncle in his 50s. The uncle suddenly coughed dryly and continued, "By the time I finished eating, it was already past 1:40 in the afternoon, and I was the one I returned to at that time. But that day was really strange. Obviously at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the children would go to the front yard to play for 2 hours, but no one came out that day." His brows furrowed, his face full of confusion, "But I didn't care much at the time. It wasn't until about 6 o'clock in the evening that I was about to lock the door and go home from get off work, and I realized that something was wrong. There are no lights in the orphanage." "As you wish. At this time on weekdays, the lights in the corridor and the lights in some rooms will be lit up, and I also felt that the orphanage was too quiet that day, so I couldn't hold back for a while, so I wanted to go and see the situation." He seemed to recall something terrifying, and his whole face turned a little pale. "I found that the door of the orphanage was open. As soon as I opened the door, I saw that the ground was full of blood. Those children and the dean were all in a pool of blood. I've never seen anything like this, and I was so scared that I ran away and called the police." "Wait, did you call the police?" Suya's eyes flashed, and he immediately stared at the uncle and asked. "Yes." Uncle Zhao seemed to recall the picture he saw at that time. His face was so pale that he wanted to spit it out. "Not long after I called the police came. After that, they took me back to the police station for questioning, and I told them everything I knew." "After you returned to the orphanage, did anyone pass by in the middle?" Su also continued to to ask. No, I can guarantee it. Comrade police, please believe me, I am absolutely innocent.
Uncle Zhao rushed forward and grabbed Suya's hand hard, his face full of sincerity. Su also frowned slightly, pulled his hand away very naturally, and took a step back. Don't worry, we don't regret catching a good person by mistake, let alone let go of any bad guy. According to the autopsy report, the presumed death time of the children and caregivers in the orphanage was between 12:15 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. Although the dean's body is a bit special and it is impossible to confirm the specific time of death, the deviation is not too big, and it should have died at the same time. And if you really have an alibi, at this time, you will naturally not be the murderer.
Really? That's great.
The uncle showed an excited gaze and slapped his chest continuously. If I am arrested because of this kind of thing, the old king will definitely not let me go to his house in the future. Su also twitched the corners of his mouth and said a few more perfunctory words casually, and finally sent the janitor away.
Watching him leave, Su-yi and Shui also went in the other direction, ready to find a place to live. The two walked side by side for a few minutes before Shui frowned and spoke. You just said that the dean's body is a bit special. What's going on? Didn't the police tell you?
Su also glanced at him. There are almost no signs of damage on the rest of the children's bodies, but the dean's body, in addition to the traces of the attack you caused on his chest, also suspected to have some traces of heating on the body. This temperature difference is very likely to cause a deviation in the time of death, but because the traces are not obvious enough, it is difficult for forensic doctors to infer the specific time of death.
Chuyi's brows furrowed. If Uncle Zhao hadn't seen anyone pass by the orphanage, did the murderer really kill and leave before he went back? Don't believe the janitor's words.
Suye's words were calm and his eyes were deep.
He's lying. Lying? Shui was stunned. Could it be that he was just lying to us? It's not enough to lie to us.
Suyi seemed quite calm, but he obviously hid some content from us, and what he said was mixed.
For example, his initial explanation was completely lying.
He said he was worried that he would become a suspect and come back to see the situation. He didn't come back for this reason at all. Suyi kept walking and described lightly. The orphanage is surrounded by walls, almost completely enclosed, and the only place that can see the inside from the outside is the big iron door at the main entrance.
If he wants to see the situation, the first thing he should choose is near the iron gate, not the low wall with a gap.
Secondly, he appeared behind the grass next to the low wall. This shows that he has been squatting there for a long time.
What do you mean?
When Shui heard Suye's analysis, he immediately noticed the timing of Uncle Zhao's appearance. Is he the murderer?
Not necessarily.
Su also touched his chin and said, there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer, and his role in the case is unknown.
Judging from the police testimony and what he just said, at least he didn't lie about the time of the crime. But there are a few things that bother me a little about his testimony and statements just now.
He didn't explain too much, just stretched. Do you have any impression of this janitor in your memory? Or in other words, what is the difference between him now and the one you know? Shui recalled seriously for a while. He should be regarded as a pretty ordinary uncle, and there is no communication between the dean and him. I come to the orphanage at 6 o'clock in the morning every day and leave at 6 o'clock in the evening, almost all year round. His clothes have always been so simple, and there is nothing special about him.
But when you mentioned the difference, I think he should be a little healthier than before.
He gestured with his hand. He didn't know if he was sick or what. His body looked quite weak. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it is normal for my figure to change a little. Su also nodded casually, as if thinking about something else.
Let's stop here for today's investigation.
He suddenly said, send me your address, and I'll go find you tomorrow morning.
Where are you going? Shui was stunned for a moment and asked puzzled.
Go to an internet cafe. I want to investigate some things and find a place to live by the way.
Su also waved his hand and went directly in the other direction. See you tomorrow.
Although Shui still had a lot of questions in his heart, he didn't say much, just took a taxi and returned to his residence. Whether it was the development of the case or the chaotic memories in his mind, he urgently needed time to sort it out.
9 o'clock the next morning.
When Shui looked at Suyi standing in front of him, he almost thought that he hadn't woken up and was still in a dream.
Are you Suyi? Rumble.
Nonsense, otherwise who else could I be? Su also calmly walked into Chuyi's room, took off his rimless glasses, and threw them aside at will. He sat down on the chair, picked up the water glass and drank it all. There was a little emergency, and I was a little late.
It doesn't matter if you come late or not.
Since Suyi entered the door, Shui has never taken his eyes off him. I'm just curious. Did you say that there was something wrong last night? Did you sign up for the circus? At this time, Suyi was dressed very strangely. His hair seemed to be coated with wax, all combed backwards, meticulously, and he had rimless glasses on his face just now. In addition, he was dressed in extremely red clothes and pants, like a clown running out of a circus full of age. Even the shoes are very old-fashioned cloth shoes, and the conspicuous white socks show out of the shoes, making people want to step on them. You know a fart, this is called retro style, and it is very popular with uncles and aunts. Su also coughed twice and stood up again. Okay, let's go.
Are you going to go like this? Shui looked at him squintingly. What else can I do?
Su also looked at him emptily. Now that time is running out. I don't have time to change clothes.
Do you have any opinions about my clothes? Although you can help me, I am very grateful. Shui replied with a serious face, but it's too embarrassing to walk on the road with your look. Having said that, Shui still honestly returned to the vicinity of the orphanage with Su Yi. Along the way, Su Ye's style attracted the attention of countless people, and the turnaround rate was full. Some young girls couldn't help but laugh out loud, and even took out their mobile phones to secretly take pictures. And at this time, Su not only did not have any shame, but even turned his head to gesture. This behavior made Shui extremely embarrassed, and he only felt that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. As if standing next to Su Yi, his taste was questioned. Fortunately, as it gets closer and closer to the orphanage, there are fewer and fewer pedestrians around. Most of the people living near this angel orphanage are elderly people, as well as some migrant workers. At this time, few people walk outside. Returning to the orphanage, the two came to the small hole yesterday again. Su Ye's eyes stayed at his feet, and after looking at it for a while, he said with a natural expression, "Let's go in. If you're lucky, it may not be long before I can settle the case for you. Have you found the murderer?" Shui followed Su Yi through the small hole, and when he heard this, he suddenly showed an excited expression. "I guess so." Su also touched his nose, "But we still need a few pieces of evidence now. Today's investigation is mainly to confirm my conjecture. Thank you for the compliment." As he spoke, he and Shui came to the door of the orphanage and climbed in through the window. "Where do we start our investigation today?" Shui walked in front and asked casually. "There is nothing worth investigating on the first and second floors." Su Ye's purpose was very clear: go directly to the fourth floor, the dean's office. The two quickly came to the fourth floor. Su Yi crossed Shui very naturally, came to the door of the office first, and gently pushed the door open. The same scenery came into view, but Shui was a little puzzled. Didn't the murder happen on the first floor? Why are we investigating here? To find the murderer of this case, you must find out what happened that day. Su also responded leisurely, and did not investigate anything, but sat directly on the dean's office chair. And before that, he put his legs on the table folded, but his eyes were fixed on Shui. "I want to first expose the lies in your testimony." "Shui, lie?" Shui was stunned at first, and then his expression suddenly became urgent. "Do you suspect that I lied to you? I can guarantee that I am not a murderer." "How can you be a murderer?" Su also showed an idiot gaze. "If you are a murderer, why would I have to work hard to get you out of the police station? Do I look very idle?" "Ah, is that so?" Shui touched his nose awkwardly. "Then what are the lies you are telling?" "Ahem, cough. In your testimony, there are lies that you don't even know about." Su also sighed and lay on his back on the chair. "I have to say that the chair of this philanthropist is extremely comfortable to sit on. And the appearance of these lies is not what you actively constructed, but the part of your memory that is deviated. Let me sort out for you now what happened on the day of the crime." Shuyi's face was suddenly serious, and he looked at Su Yi with great concentration. Even he himself couldn't figure out what was going on, and his brain was in chaos. "First of all, on the day of the crime, I checked your ticket purchase time. You bought this ticket about a day ago, but you didn't refund the ticket until the next day. This shows that you were originally expected to take the high-speed train at 12 o'clock at noon and return to the academy. But while you were preparing to return, something happened that made you change your mind about going back and go to the place where the crime occurred, which is the Angel Orphanage, where we are now. So you went alone in the direction of the orphanage, and the cameras along the road recorded this. The surveillance video near the orphanage disappeared for no reason, and the last time you appeared on the surveillance was at about 11:20 noon. According to the distance and speed, you will arrive at the orphanage at 11:30. As for the little girl you remember and the reason for going to the orphanage, it didn't happen to you. But why did I suddenly go to this orphanage?" Shui frowned. If he hadn't met the little girl, why would he come here? The way to get you here should be simple. Su also said calmly, "I just need to say 5 words to you." He paused for a moment and looked at Shui. "Chu Sheng is here." Hearing this, Shuyi's pupils suddenly shrank. In order to find the disappeared Chu Sheng, he searched for more than 10 years, but there has been no news. "I would like to hear the details." Indeed, as Su Yi said, once someone tells him about Chu Sheng's traces, regardless of whether the source of the information is true or not, he will definitely go to see it. After Chu Sheng was seized in the Tianjiang orphanage, he disappeared in Jiangcheng. Su also continued. He doesn't do any charity activities in his name anymore, so you can't find his whereabouts at all. And just 5 years ago, he founded this angel orphanage on the outskirts of the city under the cover of a leather bag company and continued to serve as its director. But except for some records from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, as well as insiders of the orphanage, no one knows his intelligence here. That's why you haven't been able to find him. Let's go back to what happened that day. You were induced back to the orphanage and saw Chu Sheng again in the orphanage. And Chu Sheng is also most likely aware of your identity. Su also looked at Chu Yi. "Here, it is the second lie you told because your memory is deviated. In your testimony, Chu Sheng was the only one who appeared in the orphanage at that time, and the orphanage was very quiet and empty. But when you recalled before, you mentioned that Chu Sheng was full of children behind him, and you were worried that the burst of energy would accidentally hurt someone, so you restrained restrained your energy and gave him a punch. Rumble. There seems to be a contradiction between your memories, and even you can't tell which is true and which is confusing. Shu-yi nodded. Until now, he couldn't tell why these two memories were so contradictory. Su also snapped his fingers gently. It's very simple to judge which memory is true. He looked at Shu-yi. I just need to ask you a question. What would you do if you found Chu Sheng alone in the orphanage? I will kill him recklessly. Shu-yi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said with murderous intent, even if he pays the price for this, he will definitely take revenge on Chu Sheng. So the situation you experienced at that time was the second type. Su also nodded and said, Chu Sheng threatened with children, causing you not to dare to use your energy at will. But he forced you with words, causing you to lose control of your emotions and punch him in the chest. After that, something happened that was unexpected. Maybe someone appeared, or maybe Chu Sheng did something to you. Judging from the results, you were forced to use your own energy, but you were not the opponent's opponent at all. In a hurry, you made an insurance for yourself, that is, you used your ability to push the cabinet to the ceiling. After that, as you fell into a coma, the cabinet hit your body, and you completely lost consciousness. Suya's narration was all over. He lowered his leg from the table, supported his chin with one hand, and said softly, this is the whole process of the incident you experienced that day. Shuyi's face was full of astonishment, but I don't have these memories at all. He had no impression of what Suyi said about using energy and making insurance at all. Su also nodded. I said before that your memory has been modified, or more precisely, it was replaced with another person's memory. That's why there are so many inconsistencies in your memory, because it is a memory that does not belong to you. Another person's memory? Shuyi stood up suddenly, a little incredulous. Who is that person? I'll tell you about that person's identity later. Su also stood up and read in a lazy tone, if my speculation is not wrong, all the evidence is in this room. Here? Shuyi looked around, but we have already checked this place yesterday, and there is nothing unusual. I observed the entire orphanage's architectural structure yesterday. Su also said calmly, by comparing the building area in the house, you can easily find. He gently stepped on the floor under his feet. The room we are in now is 20 square meters less. That is to say, there is a secret room here. Shuyi's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Su also smiled and nodded. Where will the secret room be hidden? Curved Wing quickly turned his gaze, trying to find any location where the secret room might be hidden. No need to look for it, the switch is here. Suyi gently fiddled with an inkwell on the left side of the desk. The next moment, the bookshelf on the right side of the two of them immediately heard the sound of the mechanism. Looking at Chuyi's somewhat surprised expression, Suyi was very calm. Judging from the layout on the desk, Dean Chu Sheng's dominant hand is his right hand. Things like pens, teacups, books, etc. are all placed on the right side, but there is only a bottle of ink in front of the left side, which is very inconsistent with the habitual characteristics of people who use their right hand as their dominant hand. As for why he put it like this, it is estimated that if the mechanism linked under the table is placed on the right side, it will easily affect the placement of the usual objects. With the rotation of the mechanism, the bookshelves finally pushed into the sides. The walls on both sides turned out to be movable, just enough to accommodate bookshelves stuck into them. A metal door appeared behind the bookshelf, and there was a very old turntable combination lock on it. The password has a total of 5 digits, ranging from 0 to 9, and the password display above is also 00000 at the moment. Shuyi stepped forward and tried to pull the door, shaking his head. The door is locked. Actually, that door should have been pushed open, Su also said lightly. Shuyi hurriedly grabbed the doorknob and pushed it inward, but the door still didn't move. He cast puzzled and confused eyes. It does have to be pushed away, but I didn't say I didn't want a password. Suyi walked to the door seriously and said in a natural tone. The corners of Chuyi's mouth twitched suddenly, and his lips moved several times, but finally he still didn't say anything. Su also held back a laugh and observed the structure of the gate and the nearby pattern. Soon he noticed a few books on the bookshelf next to the gate. A few seconds later, his eyes flashed, revealing his original gaze. I know, is it the Caesar code and the Virginia code sheet? He stepped forward and began to turn the password. 21585. How do you know this? Shuyi was shocked again. Haven't you paid attention to the contents of this bookshelf? Suyi explained while pushing the combination lock. Most of the books on this Chu Sheng bookshelf are arranged according to their initials, and Chinese books and English books are placed on different shelves, but the books on these two shelves that can be pushed and pulled are not placed according to this rule. As he spoke, he looked up at the book on it, and these books are all English books, except for half of the bookshelf on the wall. There are a total of 5 books left outside on the left, taking the initials as ciphertext. The books on the right, take the initials, should belong to the key part. You only need to push backwards to get the 5 letters of the original plaintext. Convert these 5 letters into corresponding numbers through the alphabet, and you can get a 5-digit password. As he spoke, he turned all the combination locks. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the password door opened. Su also pushed the door open, and Shuyi on the side was already shocked to the point of speechlessness. You were an agent before entering school? Why did he leave the password hint
hint here.
Maybe it's because the password changes frequently.
Su also guessed casually. It can be seen that he is a very cautious person. Every time he changes the password, in order to prevent his memory from being confused, he will deliberately change the position of the book so as a hint to avoid the situation that the password cannot be remembered.
Then why doesn't he use a smarter door lock like a fingerprint lock or a voiceprint lock?
Because I'm worried about being found by the police.
Su also said calmly, as long as it is an electronic device, it may be discovered.
If I remember correctly, when the Tianjiang orphanage was seized before, there was a hidden darkroom with a fingerprint combination lock.
But during the police search, its electronic signal was found, thus exposing the location.
In order to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, he chose to use this mechanism style, an older method for masking. The incomparably heavy iron door was slowly pushed open by Su Yi. Surprisingly, there was a light inside, which looked very bright.
It seems that there is an independent power supply here.
Su also glanced over his head and walked in with Chui. But as soon as they entered the door, their eyes were slightly frozen. I saw the two of them directly in front of me. A figure actually leaned against the wall, his face withered, and his whole body was shriveled. Its appearance is like a dry corpse that has been dead for several days.
Sure enough, it's the same as I thought.
The moment Su Yi saw the corpse, his eyes flashed with brilliance. He looked at the shocked Chui next to him and said calmly, "The memory you were replaced, if I'm not mistaken, comes from this benevolent brother." As if he knew the other party, he read out the name and origin of the corpse. Lu Zhongjing, 42 years old, incapacitated, works at a construction site. About 10 years ago, he started a company, which originally had a happy family and children. But because of the merger and acquisition of real estate by Shengtian Group, there were some conflicts with the other party. Just a year later, his company went bankrupt and his wife took her children to file for divorce, but they had a car accident on the way back to their parents' home, and both died. And he was burdened with a lot of debt and could only go to the construction site to work to repay the money.
And this Shengtian Group is Chu Sheng's former real estate company.
Su also calmly narrated, having already investigated the identity and experience of the person in front of him.
Wait, you say that part of my memory comes from him?
Shuyi's face changed slightly, staring at the corpse, and the confusion in his eyes became more and more increasing. It's not something incomprehensible, you're just being taken advantage of. Su also waved his hand casually, and suddenly flipped his hand to grab the big iron door when they came in.
But before explaining this, let's invite another protagonist out. He slammed the iron door hard.
Immediately afterwards, in the gradually dilated pupils of the curved wings, behind the iron gate, a familiar figure appeared.
Uncle Zhao, who is the gatekeeper.
He actually hid behind the door all the time, hiding his figure with the help of the iron door. At this time, his eyes were stunned, and he didn't expect that Su Yi would have discovered his existence long ago. Su also smiled slightly and looked at Uncle Zhao behind the door.
Do you have anything to explain, Uncle Zhao?
Uncle Zhao squeezed out a smile with an extremely reluctant look and walked out from behind the door.
Comrade Police, this is a misunderstanding. This person is not the one I killed.
His expression was a little flustered, and he felt a little at a loss. I admit that I wanted to take advantage of the orphanage being seized this time to find something valuable to take away. But you guys came in before I started taking things.
Two comrades, am I breaking the law? Breaking the law?
Su also looked at him with a smile. From the perspective of laws and regulations, you are called an attempted crime, which is naturally a crime. But why do you have to pretend to be stupid here? He looked directly at Uncle Zhao and said calmly, if you just come to steal things, why haven't you touched half of the valuable mural treasures outside?
And how did you appear in this secret room? Don't tell me, you cracked the code here. Comrade Police, I am a good citizen.
Uncle Zhao knelt down on the spot, his face full of horror. I just want to steal something. As for the password here, I accidentally saw it from a note on the dean's desk when I was receiving my salary half a month ago. When I was searching for something valuable today, I accidentally touched the mechanism and opened this secret room. Then I just randomly tried the numbers I saw at the time, and I didn't expect it to come in. Which good citizen would go to the scene of the crime to steal something?
Shui stared at Uncle Zhao, and then lowered his voice to Su Yi. You already found out that he was here?
The soil near the hole we came in was very clean, and there were no footprints left. Su Yi said lightly, after only one night, the traces we left yesterday disappeared.
This shows that someone has been in and out of here and deliberately erased the traces.
It can be judged from the fallen leaves nearby that the cleaning traces will not take more than an hour.
And yesterday when we were leaving the office, I had a leaf in the crack of the door.
He suddenly took out a leaf from his fingertips and looked directly at Uncle Zhao in front of him.
I obviously put the leaves back.
Uncle Zhao looked at the leaves and was suddenly a little surprised. You did put it back, but there is a slight deviation in the position in the front and back. Su also smiled slightly and casually threw the leaves aside. But you can't hide it from me, so I already knew you were here. Since there is no one in the office, the only place you can hide is this secret room. Uncle Zhao's face turned pale. He leaned against the wall, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and barely squeezed out a smile. You're right, I did enter here more than 10 minutes before you came.
You can even remember the position of the leaves in the front and back?
like? Shuyi's pupils fluttered, and he looked at Suyi in some shock. How is it possible? I just cheated on him. Suyi replied expressionlessly. Hey! Uncle Zhao's eyes widened. You said it in front of me. Su ignored him, just looked around the secret room and said calmly, in this secret room, the original win was to store some important evidence, but obviously, the safe that was originally placed there has been destroyed in advance. He pointed to a square trace on the ground, where something was originally placed, but it was no longer in place at this time. And this device, if I'm not mistaken, should be some kind of special electrotherapy device. He walked to the other side of the room and patted a machine that looked like a bed. Only then did Chui notice the machine. His body twitched subconsciously, and anger appeared in his eyes. That bastard, he is still using this kind of thing. This instrument is the kind of machine that Chu Sheng used to punish them when he was young. As long as you connect to the power, you will be able to release an electric current and torture them without leaving a trace. Do you remember that empty room? This instrument was obviously originally placed on the second floor, but at this moment it is here. But obviously, if you want to carry this kind of thing, you need a lot of movement, and it is not that convenient. Ha! Combined with the disappearing safe, what can you think of? Su also looked at Chui and asked. Chui thought seriously for a while, and muttered, someone is destroying the evidence, don't you want the police to find out? And he knew the police would come here. That is, long before the case, he completed the moving work and eliminated the evidence by the way. That's right. Su also snapped his fingers. This also means that the reason why you appeared here and was accused of being the first suspect is not accidental, but inevitable. Someone deliberately set up a game to try to scapegoat you as a way to cover up their crimes. And he is also the real culprit in this case. So, who is the prisoner? Chui was breathing rapidly, and he felt that there was suddenly a bunch of information in his mind that was intersecting indiscriminately, and he couldn't discern the truth at all. It is the memory tampered with, and it is the person who died inexplicably in the secret room. Now the other party deliberately designed him, and Dean Chu Sheng died again. He really couldn't imagine who would be so vicious and want him to be a scapegoat. Isn't it obvious that the prisoner is here? Su also spread his right hand and pointed to Uncle Zhao with a frightened face. Didn't he just stand in front of us? What are you talking about? Uncle Zhao looked at Su Ye's gesture and immediately became anxious. I can admit that I came back today to steal something. But you want to identify me as the murderer of more than 60 people in the orphanage? I wasn't here at all during the time of the crime. If you don't believe me, ask. Go ask the old king in the community next door? Su also smiled and took his words. Buzz. Wang Junchue, the person in charge of the community, is 63 years old, plays chess in the community every day, and has a wife who is 20 years younger than him, which is the envy of countless old men. How do you know so clearly? Uncle Zhao was stunned for a moment. Because I've been to investigate. Suyi said as a matter of course, you only need to wear a pair of glasses, wear red clothes, plus old-fashioned dress and hairstyle, and you can easily have a good relationship with these old people. In their eyes, people dressed in this outfit are all intellectuals, worthy of respect, and will be inexplicably close. So you are dressed in a fancy costume to find out the news? Shui suddenly realized and finally understood why Su also dressed like this to meet him. By the way, the reason why I was an hour late was because I was entangled by a few ants. They coveted my appearance and tried to let me be a guest at their house, but I righteously refused. Su also covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, you refused for a full hour? Shui looked at Suyi with empty eyes. Ahem, back to the point. Su also coughed twice and looked at Uncle Zhao in front of him again. According to the old king's head and several old people nearby, you did go to them to play chess that day, and you went to Lao Wangto's house. But the time you arrived at the community was not after 11 o'clock, but 10:50. And at 11:10 noon, you also claimed to go to the toilet, left for a while, and didn't come back from the toilet until 11:50. I have calculated on foot that the time it takes for a person with no legs and feet to reach the orphanage from the community only takes 10 minutes at most. Shui arrived at the orphanage at 11:30. In other words, if you want, you can walk back and forth from the orphanage within these 40 minutes. His eyes were sharp, staring at Uncle Zhao like a sharp arrow. I want to ask you, where did you go in the less 40 minutes? Or what did you do? Say what? Uncle Zhao's forehead was sweating. My abdomen is not very comfortable, and I am constipated, so I have diarrhea. Plus, I saw a flower I liked on the way back from going to the toilet, so I stopped for a while. The 40 minutes you said may be spent here. What kind of flower do you see? Su also spoke very quickly, quite aggressive. It should be jasmine. There is not a single jasmine plant planted around here. I may have read it wrong. I can't call that flower by name. I just think it's beautiful. Do flowers have any characteristics? I remember it's a red. Under Suya's series of questions, Uncle Zhao's forehead sweated more and more. For a while, he was a little hesitant and couldn't describe the appearance of flowers for a long time. Is the only impression of a flower that can make you stop for 40 minutes is color? Su also looked at Uncle Zhao with a smile. Why don't I tell you where these 40 minutes have gone? He spoke calmly, slowed down his speech, and said word by word, you returned to the orphanage at 11:20, and the time you leave the orphanage again is 11:40. In other words, before
Chui arrived at the orphanage, you were already in the orphanage. When you left, Chui was still in the orphanage. Do you mean that I am the murderer and killed everyone in the orphanage? Uncle Zhao suddenly became anxious. What ability do I have to kill them in such a short time? And I'm an incompetent person. I don't believe you go to check my information. I'm going to kill everyone in a short period of time. I'm going to return to the community, and I even have to call the police in person. Am I crazy? You're right. Su also nodded. The original Zhao Yangzhu was indeed an incompetent person. It's simply impossible to kill so many people in a short period of time. In addition, you asked the old king to make an alibi for you, and older people are not so sensitive to time, so they don't pay too much attention to the time you leave. In addition, you don't have the ability to commit crimes, and the police don't suspect you much. But the premise of all this is dash. He looked directly at Uncle Zhao, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. You are the real Zhao Yangzhu himself. What? Shu Yi, who was standing next to Su Yi, was the first to be shocked. If the person in front of him is not Zhao Yangzhu, then who can he be? He can clearly remember the other person's face, and it should be impossible to admit his mistake. Has my memory been modified again? Don't worry, there is no problem with this memory of yours. Su also smiled and said, the ability you hit is just a simple rearrangement with other people's memories. In this case, there will be no such thing as recognizing the wrong person. And the sense of confusion and contradiction you have is also caused by the deviation between different memories. To be precise, the Zhao Yangzhu standing in front of us is just a face that is the same as the Zhao Yangzhu you know. Uncle Zhao's face was cloudy, and he didn't say a word, and his eyes looked at Su Yi with shock. Su Yi looked at Chu Yi and said lightly, Uncle Zhao in your memory should be a relatively weak person, right? And according to my investigation of Zhao Yangzhu, he has no children under his knees, no wife, and has always been alone. The place where he usually lives is a very cheap affordable house, and he only needs a few hundred dragon coins a month, which is very frugal. Coupled with his simple clothes on weekdays, it is enough to prove that his salary is not much. Even though you haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, it's clear that his quality of life hasn't improved much. But do you think such a person might be like this in 10 years? He pointed to Uncle Zhao's belly with his open chest. The appearance of that fat waist and round waist did not look like a poor uncle should have at all. After Su Yi reminded him, Shui also felt more and more that something was wrong. Although he hasn't seen him for more than 10 years, Uncle Zhao can only have the opportunity to eat like this if his income increases and his food improves. But judging from his clothes and residence, it seems that there is no sense of income increase. He immediately looked at Uncle Zhao suspiciously. Then who is he? Rumble. He must be a person who knows Zhao Yangzhu very well. Su also said calmly, in this way, he can disguise himself as Zhao Yangzhu in a short period of time, and stay here to wash away his identity. In the entire orphanage, there is only one person who can do this. Chu Shang. Curved Wing almost roared the name. Can. But Chu Shang, that old bastard, isn't he dead? Su also took out a photo from his arms. The photo shows the content of the first scene in the orphanage. Except for the curved wing that was pressed under the cabinet, there was the body of Chu Shang right in front of him. Shui looked down, and then he realized that something was wrong. In the photo, Chu Shang's body is lying on the ground, but his figure is obviously much thinner than 10 years ago. In the case that the face of the dead man has not been damaged, and Chu Shang's identity is also a public figure and is very well known. Naturally, the police will not spend any effort to collect DNA from the body, let alone suspect his identity. And this is also the reason why he can disguise his identity and hide until now. Since all the corpses at the scene were almost depleted of blood in their bodies, they were much more shriveled than the original appearance, so they were not obvious at first glance. But after Su Ye's reminder, Chui suddenly realized that the Chu Shang he met in his memory was much thinner than 10 years ago. But that fat head and big-eared face still impressed him. In other words, Chuyi's breathing became rapid, his eyes showed gushing anger, and he stared at Zhao Yangzhu not far away. At this time, Uncle Zhao had already lowered his head and couldn't see his expression at all. Juebao, thousand-faced knife. Su also looked forward and said extremely calmly, just yesterday, I asked a friend from the technical department and told me the name. This is a treasure that appeared 20 years ago, which can cut off a person's face and fit seamlessly on another person's face, and there will be no pain in the process. This treasure was once used by a thief to steal a lot of precious treasures by disguising his identity. But after he was successfully captured by a void hunter, he failed to find the existence of the thousand-faced knife in the follow-up investigation. This Juebao disappeared, as if it had suddenly disappeared, and there has been no news, only a few words of text introduction. But now it seems that you may have used this Juebao to make people think that you are dead and exchanged your identity with Uncle Zhao. That's right. Chu Shang. Su Ye's words were like thunder rolling, echoing throughout the secret room. Uncle Zhao, or Chu Shang, who lowered his head gloomy, slowly raised his head at this moment. His face no longer had the cowardly, humble, and flustered look he had before, but became extremely ruthless and indifferent. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Yi, and said in an indifferent tone, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mean that I disguised myself as Zhao Yangzhu, and the real Zhao Yangzhu appeared in front of Chu Yi and was punched by Chu Yi? Even Even if I am really Chu Sheng, what ability do I have to disguise Zhao Yangju as me and even voluntarily attract Chu Yi's hatred for me? Su also chuckled. Your ability really doesn't support you to do this. After all, the ability you have is just a C-level ability, resistance power. But you have an accomplice. Accomplice? Chu Yi's mind quickly flashed the picture of the little girl in his memory. That's right, it's the little girl you mistakenly thought brought you here. Su also nodded, as if he had guessed what Chu Yi was thinking now. That little girl should have some kind of means of modifying or replacing memories. Just a day before Chu Yi went to the orphanage, Lu Zhangjing, who had become a construction worker, met this little girl by chance. The little girl told him that she was lost, so Lu Zhangjing, who recalled her child who died in a car accident, chose to help her. Under the leadership of the little girl, he came to the orphanage and met Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng had long known the news that Lu Zhangjing would come, so he let all the orphans stay on the second floor in advance. On the empty corridor, Lu Zhangjing found the enemy who had ruined his family, and he was immediately furious to the extreme. So he angrily attacked Chu Sheng, but was easily killed. Then his body was carried to this secret room. This is the picture that appeared in my memory. Chu Yi showed a look of suddenness and understood what happened. That's right, this memory of yours was replaced with Lu Zhangjing's memory, making you mistakenly think that it was something you experienced, so there will be a deviation in your testimony. Su also nodded. By the way, your memory is very cleverly replaced. In your memory, the route you walk is the memory of your own experience, but what happened belongs to Lu Zhangjing. Because of this, when the police called up the surveillance, they did not find any trace of the little girl. In fact, Lu Zhangjing and the little girl went to the orphanage from the other direction. Just last night, I retrieved the surveillance video from the city a few days ago, and then I found this video from another street. He took out his phone and turned on a surveillance video. In the video, Lu Zhangjing held a little girl's hand and passed under the camera. It's just that it bothers me. The little girl seemed to be deliberately using Lu Zhangjing's body as a cover to avoid the camera. Even in the video, her face could not be seen clearly at all, and only half of her body could be vaguely seen. After Lu Zhangjing's death, Chu Sheng and that little girl quickly set their sights on you. In other words, Lu Zhangjing's death was prepared to design you. They have long investigated or learned about your situation in Jiangcheng, and plan to use you as a scapegoat to cover up a crime for them. That is, the tragedy that occurred in the orphanage. They first used Chu Sheng's clues as an excuse to fool you into the orphanage. And the person who went to the next community to play chess that day was also Zhao Yangju himself. It's just that when he was playing chess, he was called back to the orphanage by Chu Sheng with a phone call. This information was told to me by Widoli, who was watching the chess game at the time. By the way, she also told me the information in those 40 minutes. She seems to have some special feelings for Zhao Yangju, so she cares about his behavior. At that time, most of the people watching the chess game were the uncles in the community, and their attention was on the chess game, and only Widoli did not go to watch the chess, which noticed this. Su also added 2 sentences calmly, only to hear Chu Sheng's cheeks twitching continuously. Zhao Yangju returned to the orphanage at 11:20, and after returning to the orphanage, he was called into the orphanage by Chu Sheng. Immediately afterwards, with the help of Chu Sheng's helper, that is, the little girl, Chu Sheng did something to Zhao Yangju. Su also looked at Chu Sheng not far away coldly, and said calmly, he used his own memory to cover Zhao Yangju's original memory, and used the thousand-face knife to replace the faces of the two. What? When Chu Yi heard this conclusion, he was shocked on the spot. The existence of memory and different experiences has shaped one person after another with different personalities, Su also said lightly. And when the original memory is overwritten and replaced, and the face is replaced, Zhao Yangju, you will mistakenly think that you are really Chu Sheng. Chu Yi muttered, and finally caught up with Su Ye's thinking. Of course, due to the difference in everyone's genes, IQ, physical strength, and other comprehensive factors, even after replacing the memory, there will be many strange and incongruous things. Su also added, but it is easy to make Zhao Yangju believe that he is really Chu Sheng in a short period of time, and make you believe that he is Chu Sheng himself. After all, you haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and the difference in body shape seems normal to you. Under the influence of memory, Zhao Yangju recognized you and launched a mockery and ridicule on you according to the character of Chu Sheng. But in order to prevent being hurt by you, he deliberately called all the orphans to his side so that you could throw rats and not dare to use your energy. Obviously, your character was controlled by him, and really because of the children around him, you didn't use your energy, you just gave him a punch. But inducing you to throw this punch is exactly what Chu Sheng is doing. After throwing this punch, you were attacked. I don't know what method he used, or what method the little girl used. Your consciousness and energy may have been affected and you find yourself unable to control your body. So you fell to the ground, but with your last instinct, you used your ability to the nearest cabinet beside you, setting up an insurance for yourself. Then you passed out. It wasn't until you were in a coma that Chu Sheng himself finally appeared. He killed everyone in the orphanage, including Zhao Yangju, who was wearing his own face. But he spent a little time reading Zhao Yangju's memory, so his death time was also a few minutes later than than that of other orphans. So he heated Zhao Yangzhu's body a little and advanced the time of death a little. After that, he can perfectly replace his identity with Zhao Yangzhu and quickly return to the community to create his alibi. And you will be the only suspect found by the police to stay at the scene, difficult to clear the charges, and take full responsibility for this incident. Sui sorted out all the details of the case in one go, and finally let out a long breath and looked at Chu Sheng with a mocking expression. As for the evidence, all you need to do is ask the police to collect your DNA to identify your true identity. Do you have anything else to explain, Dean Chu? Chu Sheng's mouth burst into laughter, from small to big, like crazy. He stood there and applauded, looking at the two with a sneer. Wonderful reasoning. Shui, I didn't expect you to find such a great detective at all. His voice was no longer vicissitudes, but became rough and cold. The moment he heard this sound, Shui's face suddenly sank and his eyes seemed to be spraying flames. This voice, even if it takes decades, he will never forget it. It was the voice of Chu Sheng's old bastard. What do you want to do now? Chu Sheng spread his hands, looked at the two wantonly, and pointed to the recorder on Shui's chest. As a student of Longsha Academy, under the record of the law enforcement recorder, do something to a civilian? Think about it, since I can easily put you down once, then there will be a second time. Do you really think you can deal with me? He looked at Shui with a sneer, provoking the latter with his words. Shui clenched his fists, his murderous intent awe-inspiring. He originally thought that Chu Sheng had died in the orphanage, but now it is discovered that the other party is not only not dead, but even designed to frame him and play with him. This sense of anger made it difficult for him to control himself for a while. Civilian? Su also laughed out loud, his expression gradually cold. A guy who is a lackey for the Void Demon Council is also worthy of calling himself a commoner? If you want to kill Chui, you can only use physical means, but that will definitely leave a lot of clues, and you will not be able to hide your identity. If you really had a way to kill Chui like other children, you wouldn't have bothered to design such a play. Obviously, although you have mastered the way energy works, you can develop your own abilities, but you can't work your abilities on him at all, can you? He looked at the angry Chui beside him and said directly, don't worry about the recorder, beat him. The tense anger in Chuyi's heart was completely vented under Suya's words. He roared angrily, his whole body was wrapped in energy, and he directly activated his ability, rushed to Chu Sheng's side with a rapid rush, and smashed it out with a punch. This punch wrapped his anger, and at this time, he didn't care about the consequences, and just wanted to beat Chu Sheng to death like this. Chu Sheng's pupils contracted, and he didn't seem to expect Chui to be so reckless. His fat body immediately rolled to one side and slapped his right hand towards Chui. Chui only felt as if he was being pushed by a certain thrust, and his movements froze for a moment, but his fist still hit Chu Sheng's stomach. Chu Sheng was directly punched 2 meters away, and his back hit the hard wall of the secret room, and the room continued to echo with trembling sounds. Chui staggered 2 steps and killed Chu Sheng again. Chu Sheng's painful face twitched a little. He didn't care about the pain, quickly rolled up from the ground, and slapped the ground with his right palm. The powerful repulsion drove his body to dodge to one side. Chuyi's fist hit the wall, and he dodged it. He hurriedly picked up something in his arms, and his face was urgent. At the same time, the curved wing accelerated again. Driven by anger, his killing intent almost filled the entire room. Found it! Chu Sheng's face was happy, and he took out a glass bottle from his arms. According to that adult, as long as there is external energy acting on my body, I will take it again. He didn't care about checking, so he squeezed his right hand suddenly, took out a small red pill from it, and swallowed it into his mouth. At the same time, Chui also caught up, and his right fist burst out with strong kinetic energy, and he fell with a swing. A figure immediately flew out. It's just that the person who flew out this time was not Chu Sheng, but Chui. Chu Sheng stood in place panting, and the 5 fingers of his right hand spread out and landed in front of him. Faint energy fluctuations converged in his palm and spread out. This is Rock Realm. Suya's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt Chu Sheng's realm from this energy fluctuation. Humph, ha ha ha. Chu Sheng looked at his palm excitedly. Power, this is the power I dreamed of. His ability, resistance power. After reaching the Rock Realm, the repulsion that erupted already had extremely strong destructive power. What is that pill? Chui slid off the wall, staring at Chu Sheng intently. Although the original Chu Sheng had awakened his abilities, he knew nothing about the use of his abilities, and he could not perceive the essence of energy at all. Therefore, even with sea-level ability, he had no chance to become a void hunter at all, and could only live like an ordinary person. In fact, most awakened people are in this state. Even if the ability is awakened, if the perception of energy is not sensitive enough, the effect of the ability cannot be exerted at all. For example, Suya's high school classmate Wang Peng awakened the sea-level ability, Metal Mastery. This ability is placed on ordinary people, and at most it can attract some metal parts, nails, screws, etc. The effect is not much different from that of magnet. However, if energy operation can be sensed, the ability to develop rationally is developed. The existence of this ability can even develop in the direction of Magneto. However, no talent means no talent, and most awakened people cannot perceive the operation of energy after the awakening day, so they can basically only
only be ordinary people with a little special function. It's like if a person is not good at math, it is almost impossible for him to suddenly become a mathematical genius one day. But now Chu Sheng has broken this phenomenon. Not only at this age, he could suddenly sense the operation of energy, but even broke through to the rock realm, bursting out with an unusually powerful ability. It is not difficult to guess that this must be the effect of the mysterious pill. It turns out that you use this method to repel the blood of those children out of the body. In front of an awakened person who has comprehended the operation of energy, ordinary people have no power to resist at all. Shui gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Sheng, and rushed forward again. I'm going to kill you, you old bastard. Are you dreaming? Chu Sheng smiled fiercely and waved his palm. The ability that erupted under the realm of the rock realm seemed to have turned into many obstacles, repelling the curved winged figure from a meter away, and it could not get close to his body at all. Do you think I will appear here waiting for you without a whole card? I knew you would be here. Please take my secret and die here. Just like that little bastard Ko Liang at that time. He laughed wildly, enjoying the sense of control that came with his strength. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. It seems that your repulsion can only act in one direction at the same time. Why? Sui held a brick in his hand and called straight towards his head. The brick hit Chu Sheng's head and was smashed. Sui didn't hold back this blow, and even briefly opened a moment of boiling blood. Chu Sheng suddenly staggered, his whole body seemed to have been smashed and fainted, and he staggered forward 2 steps. There was a brief stagnation in his energy operation. Shui also immediately seized this opportunity, broke through the blockade of repulsion, and bullied himself. Newton's apple fist. Gravity kick. After he activated his ability, he added a little gravitational potential energy between his fists and feet, and the kinetic energy and power were amazing. And these 2 strange names are also the names of the moves he gave himself. Between the punches and kicks, Chu Sheng's chest and abdomen were violently impacted, and the whole person crashed towards the ceiling, making a shocking sound. The hard ceiling was hit with some dents at this moment. Surprisingly, Chu Sheng's body didn't have the slightest intention of falling. The curved wing exerted the force of the center of the earth on his body, reversing his gravity. Then, Shui bent his knees on the spot, and the energy gathered all over his body, and he was immediately ready to release a powerful blow. 2. Small mongrel. Chu Sheng groaned in pain, and his head, which was almost knocked unconscious by Sui, finally recovered somewhat. He roared angrily, his body bursting with energy. The right palm was aimed at the curved wing from a distance, and a repulsive force pressed down horizontally. Shui knelt on one knee uncontrollably. He only felt as if there was a weight weighing hundreds of pounds on the top of his head, and no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to push away this repulsive force. Chu Sheng leaned against the ceiling and tried his best to activate his abilities, even if his development and mastery of abilities are far inferior to Chu Yi's. But he is a real rock at the moment. Even if the brainless energy is output, the strength caused by the ability has far exceeded that of the curved wing. Lift. Shui struggled to clasp his ring finger with the middle finger of his right hand. The next moment, Chu Sheng, who was still leaning against the ceiling, suddenly fell to the ground. His figure swayed, and the angle of the repulsive force was also offset. Shui kicked the ground and pounced on him. He had already figured out that as long as he could grab Chu Sheng's body closely, no matter how much force he repulsed, he would not be able to push him away. Otherwise, it would be Chu Sheng himself who was injured. Su also looked like a ghost, turning on boiling blood and approaching Chu Sheng. Under the attack of the 2 from front and back, Chu Sheng could only stop one side from attacking at most. However, Chu Sheng showed a sneer in the face of this situation. Energy exploded in him. Shui, who had just approached Chu Sheng, only felt 4 repulsions coming from all directions. He felt like he was locked in a shrinking grid, and his whole body was under great oppression. Suya's footsteps did not stop, turning into a bloody shadow and killing directly behind Chu Sheng. The other party has shown the ability of the rock realm and committed the crime of slaughtering civilians. This shows that this case is no longer a normal criminal case. No matter if they beat Chu Sheng to death or whatever, they would not take any responsibility, and they would even be appreciated and rewarded by the school. Suya's eyes were cold, and his fists were like the wind. Blood rush. As for you, Chu Sheng maintained the action of restricting the curved wings, turned his head suddenly, and showed a fierce smile. If you continue to use energy like this, you will. Before his words fell, the energy on Suya's body suddenly escaped, and he fell directly to the ground as if he had lost his strength. He could feel that the energy on his body seemed to be unable to gather, and his whole body became extremely weak, unable to exert any strength. This is how Chui was controlled by you at that time? He barely raised his head, still maintaining a hint of calmness. When did I get caught? It was when you grabbed my hand yesterday. His brain was running extremely fast, and he quickly judged the timing of the opponent's attack. Really smart. Chu Sheng laughed and waved his palm. Although Chui kept struggling, he could never break free from his repulsive cage. Under the crushing of realm and energy, it is difficult to break through this gap with the strength of the ability level. Chu Sheng controlled Chuyi's body, placed him on the hospital bed with electricity, and kicked Su Yi on the ground. Su
Su was also kicked out uncontrollably, his whole body collapsed on the wall, and the pain spread throughout his body. When I went back, I obviously checked my palm and cleaned it. Why did I still get caught? He reluctantly spoke, trying to buy time through constant communication and think of ways to break the situation. Transforming spirit powder. Xu Xing suppressed Chui with one hand, and with the other hand, he shackled the shackles on the electrotherapy bed towards Chui's hands and feet. Have you ever heard of this kind of thing? At the same time, he actually answered Suya's question. This is a powder that has been refined and can effectively limit the ability of the awakened to use it. For the awakened person, the existence of the spirit powder is like poison. It will quickly integrate into the body of the awakened person, and it cannot be detected and discovered at all. Once the awakened person begins to use the ability, the energy around the body bursts, and the spirit powder will begin to take effect, causing the energy in the awakened person's body to fluctuate violently, making it difficult to control. Not only that, but due to the riot of energy, the awakened person himself will also fall into a state of weakness and make it difficult to move. For an awakened person in the stone realm, only a small wisp of spirit powder is needed to incapacitate you. Xu Sheng grinned, his eyes were extremely cold. Just such a small pinch of spirit powder is priceless. I spent a lot of money to buy this little from that adult. During the conversation, he had successfully buckled Chuyi's limbs to the shackles and suppressed him with his ability. You two can rest assured, I will extract all the blood and energy in your body, and I won't let you die too painfully. You killed more than 60 people here, the purpose is to extract their blood? Suyi looked solemn and spoke heavily. I found out that the purpose of your establishment of the orphanage seems to be to sell those children. The one who traded with you has always been the Void Demon Council, right? Why do they want 10-year-old children, and what is their purpose? Since you're so smart, why don't you guess it yourself? Xu Sheng smiled and did not smile, and the energy in his hand intensified. Chui suddenly roared in pain, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. It's an experiment. Right. Su also said calmly, and the reason why you want to fake your death and kill more than 60 people in the orphanage this time should be regarded as a clinical trial? As for the pill you swallowed just now, it is an experimental product. Xu Sheng raised his eyebrows lightly, glanced at Suyi, and grinned. So what? What's the point of you doing this? Su also continued to ask, as the chairman of Shengtian Group, you can't be short of money. As a well-known philanthropist in Zhangcheng, you are not short of fame. Why did you choose to cooperate with the Void Demon Council to establish this orphanage? What good is it for you? It's the body. Xu Sheng seemed to have found an outlet and said with a crazy face. In his opinion, Suyi and Chui are already turtles in the urn, and let him handle them. While suppressing Chuyi's energy, he laughed wildly and vented. Even if you have a lot of wealth, what's the use? Even if I awaken my sea-level ability, I will be at most a Qigong master who can bounce off objects less than half a meter in the air. If you can't understand the laws of energy, you can't act energy on your body. Those void hunters, each of them can maintain an extremely strong body, have powerful physical functions, and even grow old much slower than normal people. And I have so much money, but I can only watch my body get older day by day. Tell me, what does this money mean to me? So the Void Demon Council found you and promised that as long as you help them conduct experiments, you will be able to become a powerful awakener and understand the laws of energy operation. Suya's face froze, and he said heavily, 10-year-old children, the energy circuits in their bodies are basically fully developed, so you choose to send orphans to the Void Council when they are 10 years old. Even after Tianzheng Orphanage was seized, you even did not hesitate to go incognito in order to continue to cooperate with them, and refounded this angel orphanage. The promise or transaction conditions they give you are to allow your ability to reach the stone realm smoothly and master the laws of energy operation, and promise you that after the successful test, you can successfully reach the rock realm, or even a higher realm. And after years of experiments, the Void Demon Council finally developed a method of condensing a certain pill by squeezing blood. His analysis was accurate, and Xu Sheng only sneered at this and did not reply. I see, the motive is established. Suyi pondered and spoke, and raised his head weakly. I have one last question. I'm not an AI who always answers questions. Do I have any obligation to answer your questions? Xu Sheng sneered disdainfully, and the energy in his hand intensified. There was a tremor from Chuyi's body, and finally he couldn't support the oppression of this repulsive force, and the energy in his body was completely suppressed back. Xu Sheng smiled fiercely and took out a needle from his arms, then took out a strange liquid and sucked it into the needle. I've been curious since I was a child. Since I am powerless to resist, then I don't want to die unclearly. Su Ye's weak voice came again, attracting Xu Sheng's attention. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, but his eyes were full of urgency. I want to know, how did you trade with the orphans in the Void Demon Council? If I'm not mistaken, you are transporting the orphans out of the city and handing them over to a specific council member. But when I investigated the shipping route, I found that there are 3 routes you may choose. They are in the east of the city, the south of the city, and the west of the city. I want to know, which route did you take in the deal they completed? If I can, I want to die to understand. The effect of the spirit powder is not something that Su can also lift at all, and Xu Sheng can be 100% 100% relieved of this. Just in the face of Suya's problem, he just sneered in return, showing an extremely evil expression. But my favorite thing to do is to let other people's hopes fail. Just hold on to your confusion and curiosity and die here. When I finish dealing with him, you'll be next. He nudged the needle to expel the air, and then stabbed it towards Chuyi's neck. It's the west of the city, right? Suya's indifferent voice came from afar, which directly made Chu Sheng excited and stopped the movements in his hand. He turned his head abruptly. How do you know? But his pupils shrank at this moment, because he sensed something was wrong from the strange smile on Suya's face. Oh no, obviously, this is Suya's temptation. But his reaction exposed the real situation. Ha, that's true. Suya's eyes lit up. The next moment, the weakness on his face disappeared, and he stood up directly from the ground and took out the mobile phone that had been on the phone from his arms. Did you hear that, senior? The destination has been confirmed. Please implement plan next. On the other end of the phone, a dull man's voice came. How is the situation over there? Don't worry, it's still under control. Su also smiled slightly. I'll help you when I solve the matter. The man spoke lightly, and then the phone was cut off. You are not affected by the spirit powder. Chu Sheng's face changed drastically, showing an unbelievable expression. How is this possible? The situation changed suddenly, and he inexplicably felt a sense of crisis, and immediately fell the needle in his hand towards the curved wing without saying a word. But at this moment, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the room. There was a loud noise in his ears. In just the next moment, Chu Sheng's body seemed to have been hit by a truck, and he was directly knocked out. I only heard a muffled sound. Su also staggered next to the electrotherapy bed and almost fell to the ground. Sure enough, it's not that easy to master the flying shadow. He turned on the boiling blood and flying shadow at the same time, and burst out with extremely fast speed and kinetic energy, directly knocking Chu Sheng out. However, he almost fell because it was difficult to eliminate inertia. With Chu Sheng's flying out, the repulsion that had been suppressed on Chuyi's whole body suddenly disappeared. Chuyi was like a drowning rescuer, his eyes widened suddenly, and he began to gasp heavily. At the same time, Suya's palm fell rapidly, and all the shackles restraining Chuyi's limbs were shattered, successfully helping him get out of trouble. Impossible, this is impossible. Chu Sheng covered his abdomen and got up from the ground, still full of incredulity. What the hell are you doing to remove the effect of spirit powder? Want to know? Suyi grinned, his expression extremely evil. My favorite thing to do is to let others die with insolvent puzzles. Wow! He screamed and compared a Bruce Lee-like fighting posture. The situation has been reversed. Let's die, Chu Sheng. Jiangchang, the western suburbs of the city. On a hilltop, two figures were squatting in place, looking at the city ahead. My lord, do you think that Chu Sheng's waste can really kill the Void Hunter and extract the energy essence? A man wearing sunglasses and a suit stood upright on the spot, looking worried. And the person he called adult was actually a little girl with a lollipop in her mouth. Maybe. Although the little girl's voice was immature, her tone was quite old-fashioned. I wrote his memories, lent him the 1000-face knife, and even sold him 2 rubbing spirit powder. If he can't complete the task under these conditions, then he is really a waste. According to his report, there are 2 people who are investigating this case, both of whom are students of Longsha Academy. The man in sunglasses pondered and spoke. If nothing else, he will be able to extract the essence of these 2 people today and send them over. But I still feel very uneasy about him. Do you really think that we stayed here this time to wait for him to get the essence of those 2 void hunters? The little girl suddenly chuckled, her tone quite disdainful. Isn't it? The man in sunglasses was suddenly a little surprised. Humph, he has only one real role. The little girl was holding a lollipop, and indifference was revealed in the depths of her eyes. That is the new experimental object to test. Weitian. What we have to do is to record the results of the experiment and hand it over to the guy who returned to the sky. As for whether those 2 void hunters will die or not, it doesn't matter to us at all. New experimental object. The sunglasses man's face changed slightly, as if he thought of something. It's the red blood you left for Chu Sheng? That's natural. He has now swallowed the red blood, and now what we have to do is to test the side effects and specific effects of this experimental product. The little girl spoke leisurely. There was a small tablet in the palm of her hand, and on the tablet, there seemed to be a picture similar to an electrocardiogram, constantly fluctuating and undulating, as if recording Chu Sheng's body data in real time. Obviously, what happened in the city was in the hands of the 2 of them. If Chu Sheng uses a new experimental product, won't the energy fluctuations that erupt attract the attention of the defenders? Don't worry. The little girl smiled and read. Not every city defender can always listen to the movements of the entire city like the one in Haichang. It's just the energy fluctuations of the rock realm, and he will never find it unless he starts to sense the energy fluctuations of the entire city on a whim. Besides, even if we find out, at most it will kill Chu Sheng's waste and it will not affect us. I see, it looks like I've been underestimated by you. A voice joined the conversation between the 2 extremely abruptly. Who is it? Almost instantly, the little girl and the man in sunglasses jumped up, and while jumping backwards, strong energy fluctuations also erupted on their bodies. Where the sound came from, it seemed to have endured a violent explosion, and it was suddenly covered
covered with smoke and dust. But just half a second later, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a man dressed in a robe with long hair, as if he had traveled from ancient times, stood calmly in place, looking at the two quietly.
Void Demon Council, Counselor Number 8, Editor.
He first looked at the little girl and calmly revealed the other party's origin, the owner of the A-level ability, memory editing. Then he looked at the man in sunglasses next to him, and Senator Number 12, Wormhole.
As the little friend said, "You are really here."
He looked at the two of them lightly, his eyes were ethereal, and there was not a trace of murderous intent on his body.
Two counselors, acting in Jiangcheng so openly, "Don't you take me too seriously?"
His calm words were silent, but when they fell in the ears of the two people opposite, they seemed to be thunderous.
The editor of City Defender
bit the lollipop in his mouth hard, his whole body was tense, and his expression was shocked. Collapse, Li Shang. You are walking wantonly in Jiangcheng, indirectly causing the deaths of nearly 100 civilians, which is a major dereliction of duty on my behalf. The man known as Collapse was still calm, but his eyes were quietly on the two people in front of him.
"I'm sorry, just ask you two to stay here forever."
Su also waved the bricks with both hands and slapped Xu Sheng's body hard. Xu Sheng staggered and slapped his hand.
The strong repulsion pushed Sui out.
But in the next second, Shui accelerated to Xu Sheng's side and punched him in the abdomen. Xu Sheng couldn't avoid it and rolled over and hit the solid iron door, even though he already had the power of the rock realm. But when it comes to actual combat experience and his mastery of his own abilities, he is not as good as the two of them at all. After Su also saw through his flaws, he only needed to attack from two opposite directions with Chui to make Xu Sheng look at his head and tail. He was like a child holding a knife, with no weapons, but no skills and strength to be able to use them skillfully. Hiss! Su also gasped and stood up from the ground. He was hit by Xu Sheng's ability from the front and suffered a lot of impact. Even if he has no combat experience, Xu Sheng is still an opponent in the rock realm and should not be underestimated. Two little cubs. Xu Sheng gasped, and the strenuous exercise made his body, which was already exercise, feel tired. He leaned against the iron door, facing the two of them, and suddenly raised his right hand.
"Don't think I can't deal with you.
This move will cost your life." The words fell, and a powerful repulsive force gushed out of his hand. "Be careful." Su also shouted lowly, and quickly used his hands as a defense and pressed in front of him.
Shui followed suit and made defensive movements.
However, the repulsion from this impact was not as strong as the two imagined. Squeak! The heavy iron door was suddenly pulled open, and the sunlight shone through the door. Xu Sheng turned over and jumped out, pretending to fight for his life, but in fact he took the opportunity to escape from this secret room.
"Oh no, I was fooled."
Shui reacted, using energy to disperse the repulsion in front of him, and immediately wanted to catch up.
Su also lowered his arm, his eyes flashed with a cold light, but he didn't seem to be in a panic. Want to escape?"
He put his hand in his arms, took out a dark yellow talisman without saying a word, and threw it forward.
"What is that? The world in the mirror?" Shui noticed the yellow talisman and immediately showed a look of surprise. "It's a little more convenient than that."
During the conversation, Suyi had already rushed out of the secret room. This is called dash.
Fog rises mountains and seas. Huang Fu flew out lightly and stuck to the wall of the dean's office outside. In an instant, a stream of extremely pure energy gushed out from the talisman.
These energies converged into a fog and rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire orphanage was filled with this fog. The uncles and aunts in the neighborhood were cooking lunch in the kitchen at this time.
The fog that suddenly surged from the orphanage suddenly covered even their community.
An aunt rubbed her eyes and looked out the window with a confused face. "Does the weather forecast say it will be foggy today?" The thick fog enveloped the entire orphanage, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. At the same time, a fat figure rushed out of the door of the orphanage with a seal.
"Damn two little bastards."
Xu Sheng cursed angrily in his heart, and pain came from all over his body, even though he has wrapped his body in energy for protection. But Su Yi and Shu Yi's alternating attacks still made him painful, and he was not at all skilled at using the energy that he suddenly ascended to the rock realm. The spirit powder is invalid, and you can't take them down in a short time. Retreat first, find those two adults, and then find a way. Xu Sheng himself is extremely afraid of death. Because of this, his personality is cautious, and he reveals caution everywhere. After noticing that Su Yi and Shu Yi were investigating the case, he took the initiative to appear in order to apply the spirit powder to Su Ye's hands to limit their actions. However, after the plan deviated, the first thing he thought of was not to revise the plan, but to escape. In the blink of an eye, Xu Sheng had already fled to the gate of the orphanage. A lot of fog appeared around him at some point, but he didn't care, but slammed into the door and prepared to leave. His body seemed to have hit a ball of cotton, and his whole body was immersed in the fog, shaking up a series of fog. Immediately afterwards, he was pushed back by a soft stretch.
"Obviously there is a realm beyond us, but we chose to run away."
Su Ye's voice came slowly from behind him. Xu Sheng turned his head, but saw him and Shui emerge from the fog unhurriedly, walking towards him step by step.
"Xu Sheng, you are really a waste."
Su also mocked mercilessly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Only when you
you have an absolute advantage can you dare to show off? He claims to be a god, but when he encounters something he can't control, he becomes flustered and even runs away. With your extremely obscene appearance and personality, you are simply garbage in garbage.
He and Shui stopped in place together, stepping on the ground, shaking a fog with awe-inspiring intent.
You can't leave this field. Please bury here with the 68 lives on your back, as well as the countless lives of orphans killed by you.
The terrifying roar resounded throughout the suburbs. The originally undulating hill, as if it had been swallowed out of thin air, directly collapsed and disappeared into a large piece.
Two figures rolled down from the roar, rolling several times on the ground, and blood rushed to the sky. How is this possible?
The editor's petite and exquisite body was continuously tapped on the ground, and his immature face showed a look of horror. Her entire left arm disappeared into the collapsed space, and blood was pouring out at this moment. Screams and screams sounded from the other side.
The wormhole of Senator number 12 was even more miserable. His legs disappeared into collapse, rolling in pain, and screaming continuously.
Is this the strength of collapse? The editor showed panic and horror. Even among the defenders, you can rank among the top 3 terrifying beings.
This monster, how could I be his opponent?
Why is our whereabouts exposed? Could it be that Chu Sheng is a waste?
Countless questions flashed through her heart in an instant.
Although she is the 8th counselor, her abilities are not suitable for head-on combat. Between the 3 moves and 2 styles, she was almost killed by collapse and directly killed.
I can't stay here. I have to find a way to escape.
She made a quick decision and shouted at the rolling counselor number 12. Quick, activate your ability, let's go. Member of Parliament number 12 was sweating profusely, struggling to raise his head and wave his right hand into the air.
In an instant, the void began to twist, and it seemed as if a huge round mouth had appeared.
The giant mouth is surrounded by sharp fangs, like a worm with sharp teeth, waiting to devour everything.
Will I let you go?
Li Sheng's voice suddenly appeared, and his figure appeared in front of the 2 of them as if teleporting. His face was indifferent, and he stretched out a finger lightly. In an instant, the entire air seemed to collapse, and the wormhole full of fangs, along with the surrounding air, shattered directly.
Ha, I know.
The editor's delicate voice sounded abruptly, and suddenly appeared behind Li Sheng. She slapped at his head with her palm and immediately activated her abilities.
Memory is confused.
Li Sheng suddenly froze in place, and the whole person fell into an extremely dazed state, and his eyes kept flashing countless pictures, full of his past memories.
Cold sweat constantly dripped from the editor's forehead.
Forcibly manipulating the memory of a strong person in the Ridge realm was also an extremely difficult thing for her.
Don't use too much, just mess up this small piece of memory.
However, at the next moment, Li Sheng, who was originally facing away from him, suddenly turned his head slightly.
I didn't expect this to be calculated by him. It's really terrifying.
He seemed to be talking to himself, and a white spirit bead floated in his chest. It's just that the brilliance of the spirit pearl at this moment was dim, as if the energy had dissipated and it fell from midair.
This is... what?
The editor's pupils contracted rapidly. She didn't expect that her attack would be blocked by a small spirit bead. The ability was broken like this, and she suddenly snorted and had a splitting headache. Li Sheng gently caught the spirit bead, but the index finger of his right hand pointed on the editor's petite forehead. Although I know that your real age and appearance are completely inconsistent, but if you want to start, you really have to do a good job of psychological construction.
Collapse.
As soon as his words fell, a force of collapse erupted from his fingertips.
In the next second,
the editor didn't even spit out half a word, and the whole person directly disappeared in place.
Next, it's...
Li Sheng didn't even look at the editor who was killed by him, but turned his head to look at Congressman number 12 who fell to the ground.
But at this moment,
the location where the editor was eliminated before suddenly lit up a pillar of light, as if it had the power to destroy everything, and spread in an instant, directly involving the closest Li Sheng. Chu Sheng's body was knocked off the wall of the orphanage and screamed. But before he could remove his strength, a figure approached again, hitting his chin with a move of the ascending dragon fist, raising his body high. Chu Sheng slapped his hands indiscriminately, and the repulsion gushed out of his body, pushing the person in front of him away. But he also endured great pain, staggered and fell from the air and fell to the ground. Not far away, Su Yi and Shui were panting frantically at this time. They successfully suppressed Chu Sheng, but they were all impacted by Chu Sheng's ability, and their bodies were also scarred. Keep attacking and clean up this old guy. Su also rolled to the ground, turned over, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a rough voice. Shui immediately turned into a sharp arrow, and his whole body seemed to fly horizontally, straight towards Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng sat slumped on the ground, gritted his teeth, a look of horror flashed in his eyes, but he made a decision. The impact of the curved wing fell from the air as if it had been bounced off. However, he saw that with Chu Sheng as the center, a faint aura of energy appeared in all directions, covering his body into it. He opened his hands forcefully, placing them horizontally at 180 degrees, maintaining this repulsive field and blocking all things. At this moment, he was like a turtle that had burrowed into a turtle shell. No matter how Su Yi and Shui attacked, they could not invade his repulsion field.
Damn!
Su Yi and Shui tried for a long time, both of panting and standing near the repulsion field. No matter how they attacked, once they approached this repulsive field, they would be pushed away inexplicably. "Old bastard, if you have the ability, come out." Shuyi's eyes were red, and he angrily slapped the invisible repulsive force field in front of him, shouting loudly, "If you have the ability, come in." Chu Sheng stiffened his neck, gasping for breath as well, standing in the repulsive field not to be outdone. The two looked at each other and their eyes collided in the air. On the other side, Suyi simply dissipated the boiling blood directly, sat on the ground and began to recover his strength. He had already seen that Chu Sheng obviously wanted to use this repulsive field to delay time first, so as to find a way to get out. But the good news is that it seems that the opponent cannot move at will while maintaining this move. Otherwise, Chu Sheng would have opened the repulsive field and ran away from here. "You old bastard who was greedy for life and afraid of death." Seeing that he could not break through the repulsive field, Shui simply stood in place and cursed, releasing a mental attack. Chu Sheng just sneered disdainfully, "When it comes to greedy for life and fear of death, I don't think you are much better than me. If you hadn't abandoned your friend back then, Ku Liang wouldn't have died so miserably." His eyes flashed with a fierce mocking luster, and a fierce smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Do you want to know how he died? That little bastard dared to poke me with scissors, but he was just a 10-year-old cub after all. He was a hard bone, and until I smashed his injured abdomen, he didn't cry out in pain, and even tried to continue attacking me. But such a thing as pain doesn't exist if you don't pay attention to it." The expression on his face became more and more crazy, and he sneered presumptuously. "I kicked him to the ground, tore his wound with my hands, and grabbed his intestines. He was in so much pain that he was rolling on the ground, and I should have recorded it for you to take a good look at. After that, I threw that little bastard's body into the fire, watched his whole body burn, and slowly swallowed his breath." "Shut up for me!" Chui roared angrily, almost losing his mind, and immediately burst out of energy with his whole body, rushing in regardless. "Wait!" Sui suddenly grabbed his body. "Don't fall for his trick. If you really rush in, you will be suppressed by his ability." Shuyi's body struggled instinctively twice, but after hearing Suye's words, he barely regained his composure. Chu Sheng's plan was seen through, and his face was obviously displeased, and he suddenly became cold. "But are we just watching him shrink into his abilities?" Shui took deep breaths continuously, trying to stabilize his emotions. Suyi was just about to say something, but suddenly his face changed slightly and he looked into the distance. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation seemed to be rolling in from the outskirts of the west of the city. Even though they only had the stone realm, they could still feel the horror of that power. "It seems that the senior is in some trouble." Su also pondered and spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chu Sheng was obviously also shocked and suddenly looked in that direction. Could it be those two adults? "Ha, that's just right." Unexpectedly, Suya's face suddenly showed an evil smile. "It seems that in a short time, we will not be disturbed. Then you can go a little further." His voice was very small, and Shui only barely heard what he was saying, and couldn't help but be surprised. Immediately afterwards, Suyi actually put his hand into his arms and walked towards Chu Sheng's repulsive field. Like this turtle shell, he grinned, took out a broken blade from his arms, drew the sword out of its sheath, and held it in his palm. Under the activation of the repairer, Gu Shao recovered as before, shining with Juebao's energy fluctuations. "What is it?" He swung his sword and fell. Then, in Chu Sheng's disbelief gaze, his repulsive force field was directly cut in two, and he was abruptly smashed by Su Yi from the middle. The next moment, blood splattered, and his right arm, which he used to maintain the repulsion field, flew directly high and was cut off by Su Yi like tofu. The repulsive force field dissipated, and Chu Sheng covered his broken and blood-spurting right arm, letting out a terrible scream. All this happened between lightning and flint. Whether it was Chu Sheng or Chu Yi, they didn't expect things to develop like this. Then Su Yi swung his sword again, ready to remove Chu Sheng's limbs. But at this moment, a growing energy fluctuation burst out of Chu Sheng's body. The strong airflow turned into a ring of fluctuations and vibrated. Su also staggered back, waved Gu Zhao's hand and slashed hard forward. Wherever the blade passed, all the surging energy was cut off. But Su Yi was also shocked to find that the energy attached to Gu Zhao was being consumed rapidly. Just 10 seconds later, Gu Zhao broke in response, and Gu Zhao, who could have lasted a full minute, was exhausted and returned to its original state. At the same time, the volatility finally dissipated. "This is what?" Su Yi and Chu Yi stabilized their bodies and looked forward, but they saw an amazing scene. I saw Chu Sheng covering his broken right arm and roaring continuously, and the voice in his mouth became hoarse and rough, and gradually came out in a low voice like a beast. A stream of inhuman flesh and skeleton quickly spread out from the fracture, covering his whole body in a blink of an eye. Chu Sheng's whole body was wrapped in this flesh and blood, and his body became bigger and bigger, and his roar turned into a beast cry, swinging in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a familiar and unbelievable fluctuation spread out from his body. "Void beast." Su Yi and Shui both changed their faces slightly, and they sensed the origin of this aura. How can a person become a virtual beast? Is it the effect of that pill, or is it? Su Ye's thinking didn't last long. After his whole body was covered with flesh and blood, Chu Sheng no longer had any human form at all. His body continued to grow, and in the blink of an an eye, he became more than 3 meters tall, turning into a four-legged flesh and blood monster. He let out a slurred roar from his mouth, and the beast claws tore the air and shot it from the air. Suyi immediately launched a boiling blood and jumped backwards. However, a force in the air hit him and pushed him out. His body was smashed into the wall like a cannonball, and it directly smashed through the ruined wall of the orphanage. Chu Sheng, who maintained his virtual beast form, was actually able to release his original ability. Suyi, seeing this situation, Chui immediately shouted lowly. However, he didn't have time to care about Suya's situation, because the virtual beast transformed by Chu Sheng seemed to have lost his mind at this time, and it was killing him. The inner world of the earth. The curved wing activated its ability, and the whole person's body began to shake irregularly in the air. Sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. He constantly changed the direction of his gravity, moving through the air at high speed. Relying only on instinct, Chu Sheng failed to hit him with several attacks in succession. With the help of the dodge, Chui finally approached the side of Chu Sheng's huge body. Bang! He was shocked to find out when he got closer. This statue was full of virtual beast fluctuations, and it was impossible to identify what form of monster it was, and most of Chu Sheng's body was immersed in flesh and blood, only the part of his chest was exposed. All the clothes on his body disappeared, his eyes were extremely empty, and his whole mouth kept making low roars and whimpers. At the same time, this voice also came out of the mouth of the flesh and blood monster, resonating symphonically. What is this? Is it his body? Chui didn't have time to think so much, so he directly twisted the gravity downwards and quickly kicked towards Chu Sheng's head. Gravity kicks. However, just when he was about to kick Chu Sheng's body, Chu Sheng's half of his body seemed to have discovered his existence, and suddenly raised his head with the whites of his eyes rolling, and reached out to grab his feet. Immediately afterwards, Chui was grabbed by his arm, and was thrown away by a strange force and blasted into the ground. After successfully knocking both of them away, the monster transformed by Chu Sheng seemed to be crazy. It turned into an irrational beast and began to attack indiscriminately around it. The play facilities in the orphanage yard were suddenly destroyed. The swing slide floated into the sky like a toy and then smashed down. Has this guy's reason also been taken away? Su also grinned and crawled out of the ruins. At this time, his clothes were tattered by the violent collision, and the big red clothes looked extremely funny, and even his hair coated with hairspray became messy and covered with dust. He was a little bruised, but he still observed the movements of the monster transformed by Chu Sheng. It was different from the virtual beasts he had encountered before. The monster transformed by Chu Sheng, although it had the aura fluctuations of the rock realm virtual beast, it seemed to be irrational, and only knew how to attack everything around it. This fool, was it used as an experimental subject? Su didn't even have to think about it. He had already guessed why Chu Sheng became what he is now. It must have something to do with the pill he had taken before. Putting aside the matter of the virtual beast first, the top priority now is how to stop this guy's actions. Su also observed the surroundings, his brain running rapidly, thinking about a way. Thump! But at this moment, at the gate of the orphanage, there was suddenly the sound of someone falling. Suya's pupil shrank slightly, but he saw that in the thick fog, an ant in her 50s was slumped on the ground, looking forward in disbelief, and her voice was filled with trembling. Old Lao Xiao. She looked at the tall and constantly raging monster in disbelief, and actually caught a glimpse of Chu Sheng, who was on top of the monster's head. At this time, Chu Sheng was still facing Zhao Yangzhu's face, and was obviously mistaken for Zhao Yangzhu by this woman. Widow Li? Su also saw this ant at the same time. His face changed drastically, and he secretly shouted that it was not good. The effect of fog up mountains and seas cannot independently open up a mirror world like the world in the mirror and block ordinary people from entering. Its only function is to open the barrier and prevent the people in the barrier from leaving. Compared to the world in the mirror, it will be more convenient and faster to cast. To put it simply, this is a one-way enchantment that doesn't care about getting in and out. This Widow Li, for some reason, actually broke into the barrier at this time point, and the sound of her sitting and screaming also attracted the attention of Chu Sheng, who was raging wildly for the first time. Chu Sheng's fat and strong monster body turned his head suddenly, and his scarlet eyes stared at Widow Li as if he were looking at his prey. The next moment, it stepped on all fours and rushed towards Widow Li with murderous intent. Oh no! Oh no! Chui barely got up from the ground, endured the extreme pain, and immediately wanted to rush out to save people. But his face changed, and he felt a sharp pain in his right leg and immediately fell to his knees. However, on the other side, a figure wrapped in blood mist burst out the moment Widow Li appeared. 20 meters away. Can't you catch up? At this moment of life and death, Suya's brain was extremely calm, and the time around him seemed to slow down. To be precise, it's not that time has really slowed down, but that the speed of his brain has become faster. His mind was like a volcano erupting, and countless strategies erupted, filling his entire brain, but they were rejected by him one by one. Using fatty yin to strengthen boiling blood, can you rush forward in this instant? No, at this distance, unless you can raise the boiling blood to S level or above, you will definitely not be able to catch up, and you can't gamble on this probability. What if you use a repair hand to perform
the displacement. The distance of 20 meters is absolutely too late in terms of time and distance. It is obvious that Chu Sheng is faster. What if we use the spirit drawer to increase energy and forcibly break through the existing realm? No, in the process of using the spirit drawing device, the body will stiffen, and Widow Li will die before I can improve my realm. Do you want to give up on her and choose to attack Chu Sheng? If you do this, what's the difference between it and that group of guys at that time? These thoughts emerged almost at the same time, and were also rejected by him at the same moment. Countless thoughts shattered like bubbles, and in the end, only the last method remained in his mind. The only way to cross this 20-meter distance in an instant and save Widow Li before Chu Sheng's attack landed, there was only one. The time around Suyi began to pass again, as if it had been a dream for 1,000 years, and his high-speed brain also returned to normal. With a loud sound, the location where he was originally suddenly left with an afterimage. Taiju, flying shadows. The flesh and blood monster transformed by Chu Sheng slammed its huge claws on Widow Li's body. Smoke and dust billowed, and where the claws slapped, a huge paw print with a radius of 1 meter suddenly appeared. Not to mention a woman. Even if there is a piece of steel alloy here, it will have to be smashed by this claw. Damn it! Shui was unwilling to roar. He rushed forward against the pain in his legs, but he couldn't save Widow Li in time. Feelings of unwillingness, regret, and helplessness come to mind. I see. However, at this moment, Suya's voice sounded from the other end of the school gate. Shui's eyes widened, and he saw two figures appearing in the dust and smoke. Su also turned on the boiling blood, grabbed Widow Li in his hand with one hand, and appeared in the position 5 meters away from the claw pit, successfully rescuing the person. His legs seemed to tremble slightly, a faint red glow flashed in his eyes, and a red arc seemed to cross the air. Is this the real Fei Ying? At this moment, Su Yi had a feeling of epiphany. At that moment of life and death just now, he only had the idea of saving people in his heart. With absolute concentration, his adrenaline soared, as if a drowning person suddenly learned how to swim, and a person sliding down a high slope on a bicycle suddenly mastered how to ride a bicycle. He actually displayed a perfect flying shadow, crossed the distance of 20 meters, and successfully rescued Widow Li from Chu Sheng's claws. The feeling of having just successfully cast the flying shadow was deeply remembered in his mind. In the past few days, he has also been researching and trying to use Fei Ying. At this moment, all his experience and thinking were integrated, and he thoroughly mastered the skills and methods of using Fei Ying. Although the forced release of force was still a heavy load on his legs, a light green light covered and wrapped around his legs. This is his reward, and it is also the power that Fei Ying brings to him. Roar! With a blow missed, the huge beast head possessed by Chu Sheng roared again and turned his head to slap it. Suya's afterimage was scattered, and the hard wall was shattered by him. In the next second, Suyi stepped on the flying shadow and appeared on the other side, gently placing Widow Li, who had already been frightened to the point of fainting, on the grass. The surprise in Shuyi's eyes almost turned into substance and rushed out. It's only been a few days, and Suyi has actually mastered one of the 5 techniques, flying shadow. Its speed is staggering, and with boiling blood, it can cross a distance of 20 meters in an instant. This is not the only thing that surprised him. Originally, after the previous battle, Suyi was already covered in bruises, but at this moment, the dense wounds on his body seemed to be wrapped in pale green energy, and began to slowly heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is that? The power of Juebo. The afterimage flashed continuously, and the red light in Suye's eyes gradually dissipated, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he quickly approached the top of Chu Sheng's head. Chu Sheng's monster body slapped randomly, and each blow was accompanied by the repulsion of the rock realm, pushing away everything it passed. But Su should also rely on his extremely fast speed to shuttle between his attacks. The occasional pause was to step on its randomly slapping claws, and with the help of pedaling, it continued to climb up. The sonic boom in the air continued to sound, 3 flying shadows in succession, and an irregular blood mist trajectory seemed to appear in mid-air, zigzagging upwards. The 4th time he flew into the shadow, Suya's figure suddenly appeared, and finally stepped on Chu Sheng's huge beast head, looking at his body with only half of his body left, unconscious. It seems that the limit is 6 times. Suyi glanced down at his trembling legs. Even though the green light covered his legs, it was still difficult to remove the load caused by the flying shadow to his body. He didn't care, he just looked at Chu Sheng with a smile on his face, covered his right fist with boiling blood, and suddenly blasted his outstretched palm back. At the same time, the upper body of the huge monster also seemed to have suffered a great impact, staggering backwards. If you pursue power, you will be swallowed up by power. He threw a second punch, wrapped Chu Sheng in flesh and blood, and successfully smashed his newly grown right arm again. Chu Sheng roared, immersed in half of the body of the monster's head, and suddenly poked out the tentacles transformed by countless flesh and blood, and grabbed Suyi overwhelmingly. Uncontrollable power, even if it is a rock realm, is not to be feared. Suya's body burst out with boiling blood, and his fists seemed to turn into phantoms, shattering every tentacle that approached him. The severe pain made the body of the monster transformed by Chu Sheng constantly shake. Chu Sheng rolled the whites of his eyes, his unconscious body, and groaned, as if he had regained a little consciousness. He wailed in pain, and the energy fluctuations of the
rock realm erupted again on his body. This time, these fluctuations turned into countless scattered air blades, rushing in all directions without any rules. The ground was hit by the air blade, and an extremely sharp dent suddenly appeared, and Su also bore the brunt of it, almost instantly overwhelmed by the countless air blades. Su Yi. Witnessing all this, Chu Yi immediately shouted urgently, desperately rushing towards the sky. An air blade grazed his chest, and it smashed the recorder he hung on his chest, and even left a scar on his chest. But he couldn't care about so much, he just kept pushing his ability and rushing upwards. In just one breath, Suya's clothes seemed to be cut by countless blades, and the flesh and blood bloomed and burst, appearing countless dense wounds. But a crazy smile appeared on his face, and his pupils shone red again. Fade away. A dazzling green light covered his body. The shocking thing happened again. Under the cover of this green light, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, and for a while, the speed at which the air blade cut his body was not as fast as the speed of his recovery. After half a second, all the air blades dispersed, and the green light on Suya's body disappeared. He didn't retreat at all, and his right fist wrapped in blood mist and quickly reached out. This time, he grabbed Chu Sheng's sparse hair without any obstruction, buckled his head in the palm of his hand, and pulled it out forcefully. Chu Sheng screamed bitterly, his body immersed in flesh and blood, and Su Yi pulled it out inch by inch. The meaningless roar in his mouth gradually turned back into a scream, and his consciousness continued to return with Suya's movements. This first punch is the resentment of the 69 people who died in the orphanage and the countless orphans you killed. Su also punched Chu Sheng's chest, raising his body from the flesh and blood by 3 points again. This second punch is the anger of countless people who have been harmed by your greed and caused the death of countless people. Bang! He punched Chu Sheng hard in the abdomen that was pulled out. The strong momentum knocked Chu Sheng's whole person out of the flesh and blood. The moment Chu Sheng broke away from the flesh and blood monster, the four-legged monster that was originally roaring suddenly turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, scattered all over the ground from the sky. The flesh and blood under Suya's feet dispersed, and he had no place to stand, so he directly took Chu Sheng from the 3-meter-high air to the ground. And this third punch, he grabbed Chu Sheng and spun around in the air, using his last strength to throw Chu Sheng's whole person into the air. At the same time, Chu Yi, who had been shuttling rapidly towards the sky, happened to pass by Su Yi. Venting all your anger for more than 10 years. Curved wing. Suya's body fell heavily to the ground. Whether it is energy or strength, he is now in a state of exhaustion. But he still showed a faint smile and looked up at the sky. But I saw Chu Yi flying straight into the sky like a javelin, approaching Chu Sheng rapidly. At this moment, in front of Chu Yi's eyes, it seemed that countless memories of the past appeared. The fear when I first entered the orphanage. The beatings and oppression I have received. That dark life. Bang! However, even in that extremely dark place, there was still a beam of light illuminating him. Ko Liang's appearance was like a touch of light falling from the darkness, constantly warming his gradually cold body. If it weren't for him, I am afraid that Chu Yi would have lost his dream like other orphans, lived to be 10 years old, and then was sent to the Void Demon Council to become an experimental subject. However, it was such a faint light, but in order to protect him, he was crushed by Chu Sheng, an old bastard. Chu Sheng! Chu Yi's mouth let out the most angry roar since he was born. In the middle of the sound waves, Chu Sheng's scattered consciousness was suddenly recovered. He looked at his uncontrollable body with horror on his face, and also noticed the rapidly approaching curved wings. This third punch is the grief of the person whose dreams were erased by you and blinded by revenge. It's Ku Liang's unwillingness. Chu Yi swung his fist out, and his speed doubled, and even created an afterimage in the air. A punch containing the strength and kinetic energy of his whole body hit Chu Sheng's abdomen with great accuracy. Chu Sheng's entire body was bent like a bow, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and his consciousness, which had just been restored, was almost shattered by this punch again, and his body was also carried by this force and continued to rush towards the sky. It's the fear that all orphans are born of because of you. Chu Yi's speed increased again, and he immediately caught up with Chu Sheng and smashed his fist in the face. The latter's entire face was beaten to bloody and fleshy, his teeth flew wildly, and the bridge of his nose was even broken. Chu Sheng's whole body rotated like a spinning top, flying backwards towards the top of the orphanage building. At the same time, Chu Yi quickly caught up with him and appeared directly above his flight path. No, don't kill me. Chu Sheng coughed up blood, and fear made him shout loudly, I'll give you whatever you want, I'll apologize to you, give me death, old bastard. Chu Yi turned a deaf ear to Chu Sheng's plea for mercy, exhausted all his energy, and released the strongest attack he had mastered. Fall. At this moment, a hallucination appeared in front of Chu Sheng's eyes. He seemed to see behind Chu Yi, and the figure of Ku Liang, who rushed towards him with a mortal heart that night, appeared. Chu Yi's fist carried Chu Sheng's body, as if he was being pulled by several times the gravity. The two fell to their feet at an extremely terrifying speed. With a deafening roar, the solid exterior wall of the entire orphanage was pierced, and countless bricks and stones were splashed in all directions, with a huge momentum, with the destructive force that nearly destroyed half of the orphanage. This battle has finally come to an end. Su Yi dragged his body, which had barely recovered a little physical strength and energy, and
and came to the fourth floor of the orphanage. At this moment, the ceiling of the entire orphanage seemed to be blasted through by shells, and the secret room that was originally hidden in the hard alloy wall was revealed as if it were open air. But I saw Chui standing in place, watching Chu Shang, who kept shaking on the ground and constantly muttering "Don't kill me," was in a daze. Is this the end? How is it? Are you having fun? Sui sat on the ground and asked with a faint smile. It's a bit unreal. Chui turned his head when he heard the sound, his face extremely complicated. For more than 10 years, he has been able to dream of the memories of that night every day. As long as Chu Shang lived for one day, the anger in his heart would be difficult to extinguish. Bang! With Suya's help, he finally avenged Ko Liang and personally beat up the old bastard. Although Chu Shang relied on the remaining rock energy in his body, he still had a breath left undead. But under this injury, there is no difference between death and death. Thank you. Chui looked at Sui solemnly and said sincerely, if you can use my place in the future, just open your mouth. Su also waved his hand and looked at Chu Shang, who was constantly twitching on the ground, almost bloody. I was just asking you, are you going to end it like this? What? Chui was stunned for a moment, but Suya's face showed a strange smile. He stood up staggeringly, grabbed Chu Shang's hair directly, lifted his trembling body, and threw him onto the only electrotherapy bed in the secret room. You, what are you doing? Chu Shang felt a sense of danger and shouted in a low voice, but he was unable to resist at all. The white energy surged slightly, and the 4 shackles that had been broken by Suyi before were quickly repaired at this moment. He calmly clasped Chu Shang's limbs with these shackles, and then pressed the switch. The control screen of the electrotherapy bed suddenly lit up. Although the school and the Void Hunters believe in the creed, they uphold the principle of refusing to kill. But I have always thought that the existence of this garbage, if he is allowed to die like this, it will be too cheap for him. He looked at Chui with a smile on his face. The recorder on your chest seems to be broken, and no one knows what happened here. Do you need me to teach you how to use this machine? Chui was stunned for a while, and then looked at Chu Shang, who was struggling hard and looking frightened, and his frowning brows began to stretch slightly. His eyes gradually became cold, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. No one is more familiar with it than me. Let's vent all our emotions here. Su also ignored Chu Shang's frightened and crying for help, got up and left the secret room. As he locked the door of the secret room, a voice also came, see you later. Su also put his hands in his pockets and walked to the gate of the orphanage casually. After standing for about 2 minutes, he suddenly asked without looking back, you didn't seem to tell me at the time how to relieve the fog of the mountains and seas. Use energy to walk along the circuit on the yellow talisman, and you can take it off normally. A calm voice sounded abruptly. Immediately afterwards, Li Shang, who was dressed in a robe, walked out of Suya's side as if he appeared out of thin air. It's just that at this moment he was a little tired, and the robe on his body was a little broken. He patted the dust on his body and looked at Suyi. As you thought, they are indeed there. But there may be a little surprise in the result. It seems that your side ended very smoothly, and it seems that you don't need my help. Did something happen? Su also put his hand on Li Shang's shabby clothes, and his palm swelled with white light. After a few seconds, the damaged clothes were repaired and restored to their original state. I have to say that in addition to repairmen are also very suitable for being seamstresses. I did find 2 members of the Void Demon Council as you guessed, and the 8th council editor was successfully killed. Li Shangwei frowned and said, but what I didn't expect was that there seemed to be some kind of disposable treasure sealed in the editor's body. At the moment of her death, that Juebao created a powerful explosion. In order to prevent the explosion from hitting the city, I used my ability to withstand all the impact of the explosion, but I let another counselor go. He shook his head regretfully, quite unwilling. Being able to kill a top 10 parliamentarian is already a great achievement. Su also smiled and spoke. Even standing in front of this defender of the Ridge Realm, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was indifferent. If you are really a young man, you can have a student like you. It is worthy of being the first awakened academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Shang was full of appreciation and glanced at Suyi deeply. He took the white spirit bead out of his arms and gently placed it in Suya's hand. When you found me yesterday, you said that this Juebao could help me, but I didn't believe it at the time. I didn't expect that it really came in handy as you said, but it seems to have run out of energy. It's okay. Su also casually recited, its energy will be restored in a few days. He took the white spirit bead into his arms. This is exactly the spirit bead he got during the entrance examination. Just a few days ago, Hu Lao used the soul of the Bung Tiger as a glue and successfully refined it into a complete Juebao. Spirit bead. This is the name given to it by Hu Lao, which can protect the spirit of the holder and has many strange effects. You are indispensable to eradicating a parliamentarian this time. In addition, you also successfully removed a hidden danger for Jiang Chang and solved this death case. Regarding your credit, I will give feedback to Longxia Academy afterwards. Li Shang said to Suyi with a sigh. That fog will be given to you when the mountains and seas rise. This treasure can be regarded as an expression of my personal gratitude to you. It and the world in the mirror have their own advantages and disadvantages, although they cannot form an independent space, but
they are better in terms of layout speed and inherent enchantment. The sounds and battle fluctuations in the enchantment will be shrunk in the fog and will not spread.
When everything here is taken care of, you can put it away and take it away.
Then I'll thank my seniors here, Suyi replied with a smile. This fog rises from the mountains and seas, and it is definitely a superior treasure.
Funny little guy.
Li Shang took a deep look at Suyi.
Suyi.
Shuyi's voice suddenly came from behind him. He looked tired and seemed to have finished the matter and walked out. But suddenly at this moment, he noticed Li Shang next to Suyi. After seeing his clothes and appearance, Shuyi's eyes gradually enlarged, revealing an incredible luster. The defender of Jiangcheng, collapse, Senior Li Shang. Then we're destined to see each other again, little guy. Li Shang just glanced back at Shuyi, and his figure disappeared from the spot like teleportation.
Shuyi rushed forward and grabbed Suyi's shoulder. Hey, the one just now is Li Shang Sr., right?
This is the defender of Jiangcheng, and he can also rank among the top 3 among the defenders of the city, the strong man of the Ridge Realm.
How did you know him? Could it be that you called him before?
After solving the haze in his heart, he didn't seem to be as autistic as before, and the problem was like a barrage of cannons.
Suyi grinned and broke free from his restraints, his face full of helplessness.
Don't worry, I'll explain it to you on the way.
Everything over there is solved?
Shuyi then put down his hand and nodded slightly. He insisted on the 5th level of current and died. His expression was obviously much more cheerful, and he obviously vented all his negative emotions on Chu Shang. Su also chuckled, returned to the 4th floor, successfully recovered the fog of the mountains and seas, and confirmed that Chu Shang was completely dead, and disposed of all the traces of the scene, and then left the orphanage with Chu Yi. The fog that permeated the surroundings gradually dissipated, and the unconscious widow Li also woke up leisurely. She looked around blankly, and her previous memory became very blurred.
Why am I here? By the way, Lao Zhao.
She stood up and looked at the guard desk at the entrance of the orphanage, but she didn't see any figure.
Didn't he come today?
Widow Li sighed regretfully, then shook her head and turned to leave. Watching her walk away, Suyi and Shui walked out of the shadows.
Don't we have to tell her the truth?
Shui showed a look of pity. That's the job of the police, let's go. Su also stretched his waist and didn't care about it. There are still a few hours, it's time to close the case. I promised the director that I would overturn the case for you within a day. By the way, what did you do? Shui walked side by side with him and headed in the direction of the police station. I'm really curious about how many things you have done since you separated from me yesterday.
I haven't done much.
Su also touched his chin and recalled, I first went to an internet cafe and recharged for 4 hours. After that, I investigated a few news things that I was interested in, found Lu Jiangjing, who disappeared a few days ago, and followed the clues to inquire about his past. From this, I determined that the memory you were replaced came from him, so I called the city surveillance within 7 days. It took me an hour to do these things, and I managed to find the video of Lu Jiangjing with the little girl, and from this presumed what happened on the day of the crime and the identity of the little girl. After that, I spent another hour looking for a friend from my technical department to roughly analyze Chu Shang's past and his route to transport orphans. After doing these analyses, I have a general guess and understanding of the whole picture of the case and the people behind Chu Shang, and then there are only some key pieces of evidence. So I spent another hour to find the contact information of the defender Li Shang, and ordered this outfit from the clothing store by the way. As for meeting with Senior Li Shang and persuading him to eradicate those members of the Void Demon Council, it was this morning. Su also touched his chin and recalled, because of the plan, and he took a little time to remove the spirit powder from my body. After that, I went to pick up my clothes, got my hairstyle, and went to the community next to me to inquire about information, and because of my excessive charm, I was entangled by several ants.
So when I arrived at you, it was an hour later than I expected.
Suye's narrative was very simple, but Shui heard that his eyes were dull, and his mouth grew slightly, enough to stuff an egg.
You don't do much?
Wait, you just said that you recharged in the internet cafe for 4 hours. What about another hour? Su also touched his nose calmly. I have finished investigating all the things that should be investigated, and I think the time is quite rich, so I played the game for an hour. You're such a pervert. Shui turned his head blankly, but in the end he could only give such an evaluation.
You can also repair the data in it?
Looking at the recorder whose chest was repaired by white light, Shui's eyes flashed with curiosity.
Theoretically, there is no problem. After all, although the recorder is destroyed, there are still some remaining fragments of the SD card inside.
Su also pondered and spoke, the video should stay at the moment when it is finally destroyed. He blinked at Chui. I also helped you deal with the scene afterwards. As long as you don't say it, no one knows how Chu Sheng died. During the conversation, the two had returned to the police station. Under the leadership of Xiao Wang, they walked into the director's office.
Su also tore off the recorder on Shuyi's chest and told everything that happened in the orphanage with very concise content.
I see. The director also had a strong understanding ability, and with several evidence sampling points given by Su Yi, he immediately sent someone to collect evidence. Then, he suddenly stood up from his chair and bowed solemnly to Su Yi with a solemn face. Thank you too for being able to solve this case for us. I only thank you on behalf of the Jiangqing police station. After this this case, the entire Jiangchang was panicked and everyone was in danger. After all, the deaths of more than 60 people are involved, and if the truth cannot be investigated in a short period of time, it is impossible to give an explanation to the people. It has nothing to do with me, it's basically his credit. Shui shook his head and stood aside, unwilling to be courteous by the director. Sui stood there carelessly and waved his hand casually. The director is serious, you can give me this opportunity as a classmate, which is the key to solving this case. And if it weren't for the director who led people to seal down the Tianjiang orphanage 10 years ago, Chu Shang would not have gone incognito and hid here. From this point of view, you have also made great contributions to this case. As soon as these words came out, the director's expression and movements suddenly froze. And Chui on the side was also shocked on the spot. What was seized 10 years ago? Haven't you noticed it yet? Su also smiled and turned his head. The chief in front of you is the same sheriff who helped you 10 years ago after you reported the case to the police station. What? Chui looked at the director in front of him suddenly. He hadn't noticed it before, but at this moment, under Suye's reminder, the two figures in his memory seemed to slowly overlap. Ding dash. 10 years ago, he went into the police station to call the police. At that time, he met a sheriff wearing a mask, and it was after he told the sheriff everything about the orphanage that the Tianjiang orphanage was seized. You? Director showed a stunned look on his face, and couldn't help but touch his increasingly sparse hair. Why did you know about this? When I was investigating the information of Tianjiang orphanage 10 years ago, I accidentally noticed your name. Su also said indifferently, before I came out with Chui that day, I saw your name on the job board. So I did a little research and found that you didn't serve as the director here 10 years ago, but the sheriff of a sub-bureau in the city. I think this may be the reason why you know Chui, so take good care of him. But I'm a little curious, why are you deliberately hiding this? He. The director showed a wry smile, turned his head and sat back in his chair. Where am I embarrassed to report my home? 10 years ago, I clearly promised him to take care of the orphanage. But in the end, due to insufficient evidence, the culprit Chu Sheng escaped the charge and went unpunished. Do you know how unwilling it is to be a police officer? He clenched his fists tightly. It's just that I didn't expect that. Instead of stopping there, Chu Sheng intensified and continued to do this kind of thing. Half an hour later, thanks to your appearance, his evil deeds were stopped. You are already the most righteous person I have ever seen. Shui was breathing rapidly, looking directly at the director, and muttering, fate is so unpredictable. He didn't expect that the chance encounter 10 years ago would bring the two together early. I don't dare to reveal my identity to you, there is another reason. The director looked at Chui with a kind face, and a hint of hesitation and entanglement flashed in his eyes. Actually, 12 years ago, when you were 5 years old, we met briefly. These words not only shocked Chui, but also surprised Suyi on the side. He didn't expect that the fate of these two people would be so deep. The director said to himself, although I am a criminal policeman, I was briefly transferred to the traffic management department for reflection because I made some mistakes 12 years ago. That day, I received an accident report, and there was a case of a vehicle crash on Yudao River Mountain. The victim of that accident. He looked at Chui. It's your parents. I rushed to the scene of the crime as soon as possible and found your parents' crashed car at the bottom of the mountain. At that time, your father still had a breath left, and I wanted to save him, but he gently grabbed me. He kept asking me, how is that girl? Only then did I understand that they seemed to be trying to avoid a certain girl, which is why the vehicle slid sideways and fell off the cliff. I followed his finger upwards and actually saw a young girl, dressed in white, standing halfway up the mountain. Although I can't see her face clearly, I can faintly sense a sad emotion. But in the next moment, she disappeared from my eyes, as if she never existed at all. Your father died of serious injuries and failed to be sent to the hospital. However, in the investigation of the incident afterwards, neither the dash cams of other vehicles passing by at the same time, nor the surveillance cameras originally attached to the mountain road, captured any traces of the girl's appearance. Although I provided my testimony, there was no evidence to prove whether what I saw was true. That girl is like a ghost, as if she doesn't exist in this world. I didn't directly participate in the follow-up of this accident, but when other colleagues took you to claim the body, I had a relationship with you, so I remembered your name. The director seemed to be talking about some kind of supernatural event, only to hear Chui froze in place, his face full of confusion and shock. Sui frowned slightly, only feeling that these experiences between the two of them were too coincidental. And then what I want to talk about is another strange thing. The director also seemed to feel that the story he was telling was too outrageous, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In fact, I shouldn't have been there the day you met me at the police station 10 years ago. I always thought that our meeting was a coincidence, because that day, I stayed home with a bad cold until I received an unsigned letter. Unsigned letter? Suye's curiosity was completely aroused, and he looked at the director with interest. If this is the case, the encounter between this director and Chui does not seem to be a coincidence at all, but it seems to be being manipulated by someone to meet with a line. That's right, I still keep that letter. The director's eyes also flashed with incredulity, and he stood up, came to the glass display case where the documents were stored and began to rummage. I've always kept it by my side just to know who sent me this letter.
letter that day. The content of the letter is only a very simple sentence: please go to the police station, someone needs your help, and wrote my name in the letter. At first I thought it was someone's prank, and I had a bad cold that day, so I didn't want to pay attention. But I still went. Found it. He took out a yellowed envelope from a blue file bag. Gently opening the envelope, a letter that had been folded once was taken out. Because I'm thinking, even if it's only 1 in 10,000 possibility, if someone needs my help, I can't let the other party's request fail because of my own reasons. It's your duty as a police officer. He opened the letter and spread it on the table. The letter had a very beautiful font, written exactly the same as what he said. But until the end, I couldn't find out who sent me this letter. But it was precisely because I went to the police station that day that I happened to meet Chu-yi and sealed the Tianjin orphanage. Unexpectedly, when Chu-yi saw the letter, he couldn't help but let out a whisper. He turned the letter in his direction, looked at the words on it, and his eyes widened slightly. This handwriting. Immediately afterwards, he groped around for a while, took out a wallet, and took out a plastic note from the bag. On the day I went to the police station, it was also because I received a note that I was not caught by the urban management and passed by the police station. If it weren't for this note's reminder, I wouldn't have met you at all, let alone eradicated Tianjin orphanage. He carefully took out the note and spread it out, with only 5 words written on it: get out of here. But the handwriting of these 5 words turned out to be exactly the same as the handwriting on the director's letter. After seeing the contents of the note, director also widened his eyes, only feeling a burst of absurdity. Could it be that the two of them met by chance, but in fact they were guided to meet? If so, who was the person who sent the note and letter? How could this? Suddenly at this moment, Su-yi, who had not spoken for a long time, walked to the table muttering to himself. He seemed to have seen something incredible, and his hands stretched out tremblingly, holding the letter and note in his hands. His pupils were trembling slightly at the moment, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This handwriting is very familiar to him. This is a font that belongs to Tang Tan uniquely, with her unique mark. Each stroke of her hook will be circled like a semicircle, such as vertical and horizontal, and it will never be written very straight, but will have a little curvature. Su also once complained about her way of writing. But in Tang Tan's view, this is a cute font that belongs to her. Su-ye's mind flashed through such a question, and his breathing slowly became rapid. He can be 100% sure that the handwriting on this letter and note is Tang Tan's handwriting. But the time when the letter and note appeared was 10 years ago. How old was Tang Tan at that time? 8 years old? Would an 8-year-old girl go to Jiangchang and send a letter with such content to Chu-yi and the director? In other words, how did she know what happened to Chu-yi, and why did she let the director come to meet Chu-yi? A bolt of lightning seemed to split in Su-ye's mind. He put down the things in his hand, raised his head suddenly, and looked at the director. You just said that 12 years ago, you saw a girl on Daojiang Mountain? Right. The director only felt that Su-ye's eyes had become quite cold, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But I don't know now, is it an illusion or? It can't be an illusion. Su also interrupted him and became expressionless. If it's a hallucination, did Chu-yi's father see the same hallucination as you? Can you describe the characteristics of that girl? Characteristic. Director recalled seriously. Although I couldn't see her face clearly at the time, I probably remember that she was wearing a pale white dress, about 1.65 meters tall, and had black mid-length hair, which was about the back. Oh yes, and on her body, there will be a very sad feeling. It's hard for me to describe why I can feel this emotion so far away, but I can guarantee that I feel it. 1 meter and 6'5", black medium-length hair, light white dress. Su also listened to the director's description, and his heart beat like a war drum. 3 years ago, on the day Tang Tan died in the art museum, it was this dress and dress. 12 years ago, she was only 6 years old, and she showed me pictures of her childhood. At that time, she had short hair and was only 1.3 meters tall. In other words, the person who appeared in Jiangcheng at that time could not be her at the age of 6. But how could she appear 12 years ago at the age of 15? No, without seeing the face clearly, based on these characteristics alone, it is not certain that it is Tang Tan. No matter how you think about it, it's ridiculous. Oh, right. The director seemed to recall something. There is another feature that impresses me very much. On the side of her neck, there is a birthmark that looks like a flower. Because her skin is very white, this birthmark is more obvious. Su-ye's hand slapped the table, and he was a little gaff for a while. That birthmark, no one can forge, is almost Tang Tan's unique feature. An absurd conclusion welled up in his heart. Could it be that Tang Tan did not die, but through some means, he went back 12 years ago? What is this? Some kind of ability to travel through time? Or some kind of treasure that can go back in time? Does this fit the energy rules? How much energy does it take to travel through such a long time? Why did she go back? What is the purpose? Countless questions kept pouring in, and Su-ye's thoughts were chaotic, but he suddenly cleared away the countless mysteries in front of him and grasped a key clue. If I remember correctly, 12 years ago, Chu-yi's parents went to Daojiang Mountain to investigate the meteorite fall point? He looked directly at the director, who was a little stunned in front of him. Where is Daojiangshan? Can you take me there? Just now. This This is the country.
Police officer Xiao Wang, who once showed contempt for Su Yi, was driving a police car, constantly going up along the mountain road. However, his attitude has changed 180 degrees now, and the eyes he looks at Su Yi are full of respect. I'm sorry, the director can't bring you here in person because he is busy with official business.
If you have any requirements, just tell me.
Su also sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window, without responding to Xiao Wang at all. His mind was now confused and completely immersed in his own world. Su Yi also seemed to be aware of Su Ye's gaffe, so he could only chat with Xiao Wang one by one to prevent embarrassment. After about 15 minutes, several people finally drove to the top of Daojiang Mountain.
This is also a scenic spot in Zhangcheng.
However, since there are really no outstanding features, it is off the beaten path and few tourists come here. Especially now that it is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there are no vehicles or pedestrians on the entire mountain.
It's here.
Xiao Wang stopped the car, pushed open the door and walked down. 12 years ago, people at the planetarium observed a meteorite falling. At that time, it attracted the attention of a lot of media and the masses, including two well-known astronomers, that is, Shu Yi's parents. Speaking of this, he quietly glanced at Shu Yi.
I would like to hear the details. Shu Yi didn't show any expression.
For him, what he wants to know more is the real cause of his parents' death. He also wanted to know what the origin of the girl in white was. Judging from Su Ye's performance, he seems to have an understanding of the girl's identity. After Su Yi got out of the car, he kept scanning around expressionlessly and asked lightly, "Where is that meteorite?"
If his speculation is correct,
the appearance of that suspected Tang Tan should be for the meteorite that fell on the top of the mountain.
Maybe if he finds a meteorite, he will be able to get the answer he wants.
In fact, the day after the meteorite fell, someone went up the mountain to look for it. Xiao Wang showed a wry smile, but unfortunately, in the end, people only found some meteorite fragments. That meteorite seems to have shattered in the process of falling.
But when the meteorite fell, it left a trace on the top of the mountain, which is also one of the attractions of Daojiangshan.
Under the leadership of Xiao Wang, several people came to the center of the top of the mountain. It is surrounded by a guardrail that encloses a clearing. The open space was more than 3 meters deep and more than 5 meters wide, as if it had been hit by an object.
This is the fall point of the meteorite, Xiao Wang introduced.
Su also stared at the pit and couldn't help frowning.
How many meteorite fragments were found at that time? About 100 pounds. Xiao Wang replied, "It's impossible."
Su also said categorically, "According to this impact trace, the size of the meteorite is at least 300 pounds. How can it be so much less?"
"I don't know about this."
Xiao Wang shrugged his shoulders. At that time, experts came to identify and found and excavated so many fragments. According to them, the meteorite may have solved the problem during the fall, and with the collision of the final landing, many fragments were scattered from the top of the mountain, making it difficult to collect them later. Su also circled along the crater, and his thoughts became more and more intense. If the meteorite collapsed after landing, then the traces on the ground could not be so complete, but should be diffuse. But the actual crater was extremely intact, with no trace of diffusion. But in the end, no complete meteorite was found, only meteorite fragments were found.
This also means, was the meteorite artificially broken?
There were more and more puzzles, and Su also climbed over the guardrail, wanting to get a closer look at the crater.
Xiao Wang wanted to stop it,
but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. Su Yi fell to the bottom of the pit with a sliding shovel, and just as he was about to search, a cloud of fairy mist came out of his arms and lingered in his ears.
"Little friend."
Hu Lao's voice came out of the fairy mist and fell into Su Ye's ears.
Su Ye's expression moved slightly, and he opened his mouth gently without a trace. "What's wrong?"
"I can feel that there is the aura of Jolie pot fragments near this pit."
"What did you say?"
Su was also slightly stunned.
"There are fragments of the Jolie pot here?" "It's not fragments, it's breath."
Hu Lao corrected. "The fragments are no longer here, but there must have been fragments here."
"Can you find the trace of that fragment based on the breath?"
"I can't do it at the moment, but if you can find the spout of the Jolie pot and repair it, I can trace it through the traces of this breath."
"I know."
Su also frowned, saying that he already understood. The fairy mist in his ears suddenly dissipated and disappeared.
The information brought by Hu Lao is undoubtedly quite critical.
If there were traces of fragments of the Jolie pot here,
so did this fragment come from inside the meteorite, or was it the person who broke the meteorite?
As he walked at the bottom of the pit, he thought, but suddenly kicked a stone at his feet. The stones kept rolling along the ground and eventually hit a small pit and stopped. Su Ye's gaze spread forward and stayed on the pit. "Why is there a pit here?"
"It is located on the top of Daojiang Mountain. The crater is surrounded by rocks and is extremely hard.
Although there is a lot of dust, it cannot accumulate into a pit at all. The appearance of this pit is quite strange." He crouched down and pushed the pit apart, not noticing anything unusual.
"Did I guess wrong?"
Su was also stunned for a moment, and then noticed the scattered mounds of earth around him. Or rather, they are not scattered, but
a conjecture came to his mind and he quickly tried it.
He gently placed his hand on the pit in front of him, and white threads of energy spread out and covered the surroundings of the pit.
Repair hand. Wow! Countless sand and soil gather under under the traction of energy silk threads. Su also silently looked at his feet, and the process of these dusts gathering rapidly seemed to restore a sand painting with exquisite workmanship. After 30 seconds, the sand painting was restored and reflected on the ground, forming an exquisite pattern. Xiao Wang and Shui were both shocked by this scene, and their eyes widened. Looking down from the top of the crater, they were extremely surprised. Only Suyi stood there in a daze, staring at the pattern under his feet. Ephemeral flower. It's short-lived again. This pattern at his feet coincided with the ephemeral flower in Haicheng. It is Tang Tan's unique mark. In this mission, you not only perfectly proved Chuyi's innocence, but also helped the defender collapse his seniors to kill the editor of the 8th counselor of the Void Demon Council, and severely damaged the wormhole of the 12th counselor. In addition, you also prevented the philanthropist Chu Sheng from swallowing the Void Demon Council medicine, forcibly elevating his realm to the rock realm, and making his crimes public. The director of the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng has strongly commended your behavior, and the defenders of the city have also praised you for their. Song Wei stood in front of the task board, his face full of complexity, reading the handling report of this task, and his eyes were full of incredulity. He raised his head and looked at Suyi strangely. You guy, go on a D-level mission, and you can still create such a big movement? It's easy to say. Su also touched his nose innocently. I accidentally followed the vine and found some content, and then there was something later. Then I really hope you come a few more times to be careless. Song Wei laughed dryly twice, and continued to bow his head and read the task report. To sum up, the school board of directors agreed to adjust your task level to C level this time, and give you a task reward of 500,000 dragon coins, as well as 3 credits. In addition, due to your excellent performance in the mission, you assisted the collapsed senior in killing the members of the Void Demon Council, and you will be rewarded with an additional 500,000 dragon coins. Well, there is also a pennant sent to you by the Jiangcheng Southern Suburbs branch. He finished reading all the task rewards, and suddenly took out a crimson pennant from behind and immediately unfolded it. Gift, Suyi, a freshman at Longsha College. Before Song Wei's words were finished, Suyi snatched the pennant over. At this moment, there were also several students walking back and forth in the entire intelligence building, and they all noticed the movement here. Teacher, don't read here. I'm sorry. Su also looked serious and took the pennant into his arms. Okay. Song Wei shrugged his shoulders. You insert your student card into the task board, and your rewards will be automatically credited to your account. By the way, at this stage, the school's requirement is that you can only accept 1 task a month at most. Performing too many tasks as soon as you enter the school is not necessarily a good thing for you. Many times you still need to settle well. So if you want to carry out the next mission, you need to wait until a month later. Got it. Su also inserted the student card into the task board, and soon the credits and dragon coins rewarded by this mission were transferred to his account. In addition to the money he spent on buying the Blood Lotus and some things, his dragon coins had accumulated another 3.2 million. By the way, teacher. Su also put away his student card, suddenly thought of something, and called out to Song Wei, who was about to leave. Have you ever heard of the name by Luo Hua? He had searched in the trading house, but he was not able to directly find any information about this material like Blood Lotus. By Luo Hua? Song Wei stopped, frowned slightly and thought. After a while, he seemed to think of something. I remember. This is a special material that exists in a certain virtual realm, and it seems to be a special plant with very strong vitality. In that virtual realm, Bai Luo Hua is everywhere, and the medicine refined by it also has strong resilience. But that plant has a very special characteristic. That is, once you leave the space where the virtual realm is located, the green falling flower will quickly wither within half an hour and lose any vitality. So it is almost impossible to have a Biluoa transaction on the market. If you want it, you must go to that virtual realm to pick it yourself. I see. Su also pondered. By the way, I wanted to ask before, how are these special materials in the virtual realm collected? The Void Realm is a special space opened up by the Void Demon by some special means in order to invade us. Song Wei simply explained for Su Yi. They cannot directly enter the Dragon Kingdom, so they will use this special space as a medium and interaction point to establish 2 channels, which are set up between the Void Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, once a Void Realm appears, we will immediately send a Void Hunter or a Void Hunting team to suppress it. Some small virtual realms will annihilate themselves after not being maintained for long, and occasionally, there will be some medium-sized and large virtual realms, which will not disappear with time, but will always exist. When we finish cleaning up the virtual realms, we only need to destroy the passage of the virtual country, and we can leave these virtual realms for our own use. There are special materials and substances in these virtual realms that Blue Star does not have. Even the energy fluctuations inside are much stronger than the outside world, and their importance and value are very precious strategic resources for the entire country. Including many of the treasures made the day after tomorrow, they can only be refined through special materials in the virtual realm. If you want to pick the green flower, I can help you ask which virtual realm it is in and the conditions required to enter. Then troubled teacher Song Wei. Su also showed gratitude and bowed quite solemnly. If there is news, I will inform you. Song Wei waved his hand, turned around and left the intelligence building. It's a headache. Su also shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the outside of the intelligence building. I originally thought that Bai Luohua would be the same as the blood lotus, and it was a material that could be easily obtained. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to obtain. Like the Wild Star Mine and the Mandale Zuhua, it is not something that can be bought simply with dragon coins. That's right, Bai Luohua is the new ability he learned through the wizard, the material he needs to upgrade from D level to C level. Ah! Suyi had just walked out of the door when a delicate body crashed into his arms. Bang bang! I saw a piece of paper scattered on the ground, and with one of them, there was a short-haired girl. Are you okay? Suyi was just hit and took half a step back, quickly stabilized his figure, and stretched out his hand towards the girl on the ground. No, it's okay. The girl seemed to be very introverted, but she let out a low cry timidly, and did not grab Suye's hand, but got up from the ground herself. I didn't pay attention to the road myself, I'm sorry. Su also saw that the other party seemed to be very afraid of life, so he simply squatted down and packed up the documents scattered on the ground for the girl. Suddenly, he gasped slightly. The documents appear to have just been printed, and although they are a pile of paper, their edges are very sharp. He didn't pay attention for a while, but his finger was scratched, and blood dripped from the wound, staining his hands red with Chinese pieces. Sorry for staining your documents. Suyi was a little embarrassed and handed the document in his hand to the girl in front of him. The repairer can only repair the broken object. This document has stuck to his blood, and even with a repair hand, this fact cannot be reversed. Otherwise, it cannot be called repair, but time is retrospective. The girl obviously noticed the bloodstains on the documents, but she just shook her head again and again. It's my fault that hurt your hand. She took the documents and began to scramble to find handkerchiefs and tissues from her arms, wanting to treat Suye's wounds. But when he looked up, Suyi was already far away. This little injury healed quickly. He had already walked out more than 2 meters away and waved his hand indifferently. On his cracked fingers, a faint green light lingered. Under the green light, all the broken wounds have healed. This is exactly the new D-level ability that Suyi obtained after mastering the Flying Shadow. Regenerative power. The Void Kingdom, the Red Feather Forest. The white and slender legs lightly touched the water, making waves. I saw this graceful figure stepping on the water and walking to the shore step by step. The hair tied up high spread slightly as you walked, spreading behind you like seaweed. This is an extremely good-looking woman. There is a light red gem in the center of her eyebrows, which slightly refracts a light red luster under the sunlight. It's very different from where we used to live, isn't it? A charming and lazy voice suddenly sounded. The woman with seaweed-like hair immediately stopped and looked up at the tall tree in front of her. I saw a sexy red-haired beauty, leaning on a tree branch with a shallow smile, looking down at her. Lord Hong Yu. The woman immediately bent down respectfully and bowed to Hong Yu. I've said it many times, you don't need to salute me. Shili. Hong Yu chuckled twice. I wonder if Lord Hong Yu is here this time. Is there anything important? During the conversation, Shili was already wearing a light veil on her body, which was originally not an inch of hair. That little guy Xiaji opened the instantaneous virtual realm without authorization and ran to the Dragon Kingdom. Hong Yu smiled slightly, explaining his intentions. What? Shili was obviously shocked. Instantaneous virtual realm, isn't that a technology that Lord Xiaozhong just developed not long ago? If she is discovered by the strong people of the Dragon Kingdom, she will be in danger. At present, it seems that she should not have been discovered yet. Hong Yu read softly, but if you stay too long, it will always be very dangerous. Go bring her back. With your ability, it should not be a problem to enter the Dragon Kingdom silently. Red Rain's voice gradually became ethereal. When the last word fell, she had disappeared in place. Yes. Shili bowed gently and bowed towards the position where Hong Yu was before. I will bring her back. The September breeze, with the afterglow of summer, blows from the window. Su also supported his head with one hand and couldn't help but yawn. It has been a month and a half since he returned from Jiangcheng. In the past month and a half, he did not choose to carry out the task again, but honestly stayed in the academy to take classes and study all aspects. After yesterday's final test, the specific effect of regenerative power has almost been figured out. Su also looked out the window and turned the pen in his hand, his thoughts drifting. The third D-level ability he acquired, called regeneration, is an energy transformation type ability. The effect is to stimulate cells with energy to heal wounds quickly. This ability sounds strong at first glance, but its practical use is relatively tasteless. First of all, the injuries it can recover from are basically only some trauma. For example, internal losses or slightly more serious wounds will greatly reduce the recovery efficiency and have little effect. Secondly, this ability cannot be used for others, but can only improve one's recovery speed. Therefore, the existence of this ability cannot assist others in battle. Although there is another use of regenerative power, it can be used to obtain an efficient recovery by outputting a large amount of energy. But if you do this, you will also fall into a state of extreme weakness after recovery, and the side effects are very obvious. In general, the effect of this ability is very average. At most it is to deal with some
trauma, and its effect in combat is mediocre.
However, after this month and a half of testing, Suyi discovered another advanced use of regenerative power. That is, activating this ability, in addition to repairing wounds, it can also relieve the load and fatigue of the body to a certain extent. After noticing this, Suyi immediately felt a burst of joy. This means that he can carry out physical cultivation and taijutsu exercise in a more efficient way. For most people, if you want to practice taijutsu, you need to exercise your body first and increase the strength of your body. The way to improve body strength is nothing more than to let the body enter a state of high load, and after being tired enough, use energy to flow in the body so that the muscles in the body and energy can combine with each other so as to improve the strength of the body. But this will undoubtedly keep the body in a state of exhaustion, so how to allocate the time for recovery and rest is also a high-level skill. But Su can also use regenerative power to recover his physical fatigue at high speed. In this way, his physical cultivation efficiency would be more than twice that of others. After a month and a half of high-intensity training, his physical strength was much stronger than before, and even in addition to Fei Ying's practice, he also deliberately went to learn another 5 techniques. It's a pity that the cultivation of the 5 arts is not easy. This second 5 arts, he can only be regarded as a first glimpse of the doorway. He has just started, and he can't even be said to be proficient. This time, the wizard's cooldown is directly as long as 2 months. It seems that with the increase in the number of uses, this time will get longer and longer. Just when Suye's thoughts were mixed and he was wandering outside the sky, but suddenly there were several shouts in his ears. Suyi, Su also, Suyi. With a shout, Suye's scattered thoughts instantly condensed, and he stood up abruptly and looked at the podium. I saw a teacher with glasses and a little fat, standing on the podium and looking at him with a smile. Tell me, what did I just call you for? There was a chuckle in his ears, and more than 20 people in the classroom were scattered and looked at him with a smile. Even if he was caught distracted, Su did not panic, and his eyes quickly swept on the blackboard in front of him. Soon, he noticed that he had written halfway through and had not yet had the following title: How to Improve the Energy Realm. There are 2 ways to improve the energy realm. He had almost no hesitation and talked directly. In the past few months in the academy, he has not wasted time. He has read all kinds of knowledge early and remembered it deeply in his mind. The first is the way to improve below the mountain. We only need to constantly hone our own energy and maintain the cycle of consumption to continuously increase our energy intensity. And when the strength reaches a critical value, we can complete the breakthrough in the realm, and then our own ability will also be improved with the growth of the realm. The second is the way to improve above the mountain. Once you step into the mountain realm, you can't break through the realm by increasing your energy. At this time, if you want to improve your realm, you must develop and understand your own abilities. Only when you have developed your own abilities to a certain extent and have a sufficient understanding of the principles of your own abilities can you successfully step into the peak realm. Su also stopped halfway through, because he noticed that the students around him all maintained a smiling expression and looked at him strangely. The slightly blessed teacher pushed down the frames of his glasses and smiled slightly. Although you told me in advance the knowledge points I haven't talked about yet, but I just called you, just to get you to close the window. He looked at Suyi, whose hair was ruffled by the sudden wind, and couldn't help but laugh because it's going to be windy outside. In a burst of laughter, Su also reluctantly closed the window, silently slandering in his heart. Fortunately, the teacher didn't make things difficult for him, but just continued. What Suyi said just now is right. We want to improve our own energy realm, and the way below the mountain realm is to increase the energy intensity. Above the mountains, it depends on the understanding and development of one's own abilities. It can be said that above the mountain realm, every realm leapfrog and the development of one's own ability will undergo earth-shaking changes. And once you step into the ridge realm, your ability will also undergo qualitative changes. No matter what your ability level is, as long as you step into the ridge realm, the gap between your ability levels will become very small. Even the weakest D-level ability, if there is a chance to step into the ridge realm, the nature of the ability will change drastically. Of course, according to the records so far, there is only one person in history who can rely on D-level abilities to step into the ridge realm. This senior, once. Su Yejing was full of interest and was fascinated by listening, but the teacher's words were suddenly drowned out by the bell of the end of class. The story of this senior will be told to you in the next class. The teacher calmly stopped the story and did not continue to tell. Class is over. Then, he packed up his things and left the classroom at great speed. Su also looked at the departing teacher, his heart itching to scold. This feeling is like being pinched halfway through the poop, and the whole body feels as if it has been pricked by a needle. He stood up with empty eyes and silently gave the teacher a middle finger in his heart. I can only wait until it's okay to search for the story of that D-level Ridge Realm powerhouse. There are only 100 people who can step into the Ridge Realm in history, and it must not be too complicated to search. Su also stood up and walked out, planning his itinerary for the next few days. Teacher Sanwei also told me the specific situation of Bai Luohua. If you want to enter that virtual realm, you must complete a B-level or higher task or achieve major merit before you can apply to the country. Tasks above level B are all tasks that can only be performed by mountain hunters. Let's not talk about whether I am qualified to receive this task. Even if I can receive it with my strength, I will definitely go to death. In a short period of time, it should be more troublesome to increase the level of regeneration. It seems that we should pay more attention to the information of the Wild Star Mine and Manhwa to see if we can find their information and clues in the trading house. He was still thinking here, and suddenly felt a shock. Someone called him. Who will call me at this time? Su also took out his mobile phone and looked down. The caller was Bai Tao. If I remember correctly, about a few days ago, Bai Tao accepted a D-level mission and went on a mission. I didn't expect him to call himself at this time. Hey, Su Yi. Su Yi had just connected the phone when Bai Tao's panting cry came from his ears. His voice kept rising, as if he had just finished a long-distance run of several kilometers, very low and a little intermittent. You just finished running a marathon? Su also asked with a joke. Ahem, almost. Bai Tao took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. Down to business, are you free these past 2 days? He asked in a hurried tone. It's okay. Su Yi still maintained a calm tone and walked leisurely towards the dormitory. After all, there is nothing important. Great. Bai Tao seemed to be very excited. Can you help me? Help you? Su also doubted. What are you doing? That's right. Bai Tao lowered his voice and quickly read. Didn't I take on a D-level mission a few days ago? But now this task. If there is a small accident, I may not be able to cope with it alone. So I want to. I refuse. Su didn't even think about it and directly rejected Bai Tao. Hey, you refused too quickly. Bai Tao was directly shocked. At your level, even if you can't complete the task, there won't be any danger, right? That being said, I'm in trouble right now and it's hard to complete this task within the time limit. Bai Tao spoke in a hurry. Although the failure of the mission will only deduct a few credits, my mission completion rate will be reduced, which will affect the selection of the Void Hunter. And I encountered some very bizarre things, which are really hard to figure out. Oh, Su was also a little curious about the bizarre things he said. But you have already taken over the task. Isn't it a day job for me to help you? Do I look like the kind of person who is selfless? D-level missions can be shared, and up to 2 people can do it together. Bai Tao hurriedly said, when the time comes, the reward will be shared by the 2 of us. Of course, the credit is a little bit of each of us. I can give you all my dragon coin rewards. I don't like that little dragon coin. Su also shook his head. For an ordinary D-level mission, most of the dragon coin rewards are between 50,000 and 150,000, depending on the task situation. He still has more than 3 million dragon coins on his account now. How can he still look at these tens of thousands? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Bai Tao seemed to be a little anxious, and his voice was a little higher, but he was quickly lowered by him. Do you remember the Wilderness Star Mine and Manhwa you asked me to find last time? In fact, I have the means to contact some illegal transactions on the black market. Although it's a bit dangerous, if you can help me solve the trouble this time, I will find a way to help you contact the black market over there. Oh, Su Yi was a little moved this time. For these 2 materials, it is difficult to find the source of goods by ordinary means, and these underground transactions are different. Hey, it's that kid. Suddenly, there was a shout from the mobile phone. Catch him. This was followed by a series of noisy footsteps. Then, Bai Tao seemed to be running, and a gust of wind came from his mobile phone. You guy, could it be that you are being hunted down? Su Yi widened his eyes, listened to the voice coming from the mobile phone, and couldn't help but speak. Only, it's just a small accident. Bai Tao's voice was messy in the wind, and it seemed that the signal was interfered with, becoming intermittent. That's it, Su Yi. You must help me. I am I'll share the task with you. The phone was hung up like this. Sichuan City, with beautiful scenery, is backed by 2 rivers and is located in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Its scenery is beautiful and the mountains are majestic. There is an ancient poem that says, 9 days open at Chengdu, thousands of households and thousands of doors enter the picture. The grass, trees, clouds, and mountains are as brocade as brocade. Xinchuan has no place to compare to this. Although after the disaster day, the so-called Sichuan City is very different from the previous sections. However, its core area still retains the original customs and habits. Young man, where are you going to play? You can't take a car. Su Yi had just walked out of the airport when an enthusiastic driver rushed forward, speaking with a local accent and a courteous face. How much does it cost to go to Jinho District? He asked casually. 100 dragon coins. The driver suddenly smiled and responded enthusiastically. After some bargaining, Su also successfully got into the car at a price of 85 dragon coins. He sat in the back row, playing with his student card in his hand, looking at the specific information about the mission. Under Bai Tao's repeated requests and the temptation of the benefits he promised, he still chose to accept this mission. D-level mission, exploration. About 5 days ago, on a mountain in the southern suburbs of Sichuan City, there was a strange energy fluctuation. Its energy is so strong that it almost turns into substance, producing a vision similar to the aurora, which has attracted the attention of many people. Although the vision lasted less than 2 minutes, it also caused quite
a stir. The next day, the assistants in the middle of the river city followed the traces to explore the source of the energy. In the end, they found nothing, and they did not find anything with energy at all. But among these assistants, there was an awakener who could observe traces of energy. On the hill in the southern suburbs, in addition to the energy traces that were extremely messy, spreading everywhere, and difficult to find the root, he also saw another abnormal energy fluctuation. The energy fluctuations of the vanity. Void demons, virtual beasts, and ordinary human awakeners, the energy traces are completely different. It is precisely because of this that a treasure like the mirror world can accurately envelop the virtual demon and virtual beast. The assistant submitted his findings to the major awakened academies almost immediately. According to the survey, the energy fluctuation of the void demon appeared within 2 days, and the realm should be below the mountain realm. But the entire Sichuan city did not notice or perceive any energy fluctuations opened by the virtual realm. Due to the bizarre situation, after learning of this, the country quickly dispatched the 25th Hunting Void Team to search and probe the situation. The exploration mission that Bai Tao and Su Yi received was based on the secondary mission derived from this mission. What they were responsible for was to find and explore the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations, and to assist the Hunting Void 25 team in their investigation. So, it's just a mere investigation mission. Why is Bai Tao so anxious? Su Yi had already read this mission information several times on the way here. He put away his student card, and he was quite confused. Since the last time he made a phone call, Bai Tao's mobile phone has been in a state where he is not in the service area. The only time he connected, Bai Tao only left the 3 words, Jinho District, and quickly lost the signal. How can I say that it is also a district? Where can I find him? Even if it was Su Yi, in this situation without any clues, he felt a little helpless. Suddenly, at this moment, a cloud of fairy mist suddenly rushed out of his clothes and quickly attached to his ears. Little friend, Hu Lao's voice has never been as excited as it is now. I can feel that there are fragments of the Jiuli pot nearby. Ha! Su Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then excitement surged. He didn't expect it. The fragments of the Jiuli pot that he had been thinking about would actually appear in Sichuan City. Can you sense the specific location? Only when I get close to within 100 feet can I sense the specific location. Hu Lao quickly read, at present, I can only feel a little breath in general direction. Probably in the south. Southern. Su also whispered in this direction, his eyes lit up. He also vaguely remembered what Hu Lao had said. Once the fragments of the Jiuli pot are born, they will cause extraordinary visions. Combined with the breadth of the fragments he sensed and the general direction. In other words, the fluctuation of abnormal energy this time is because of the fragments of the Jiuli pot. Su Ye's eyes flashed with excitement at the same time, and his phone rang. Hey! Slowly. Bai Tao's voice was still very low, as if he was very worried that his voice would be heard. At the same time, Su also seemed to hear the sound of water flowing from the other end of the phone. The sound of this water flow seemed to come from a long distance, but it was clearly visible. At the same time, there were also very noisy bang sounds one after another, which sounded very noisy. I've arrived in Chuancheng, and now I'm going to Jinho District. Where is your specific location? He asked calmly. 2 shapes in 1, 4 branches and 8 heads. 4818, the flying spring flows upwards. Bai Tao suddenly read an anagram inexplicably, and then quickly said, Su Yi, be careful of that. His voice was again affected by a strange string of electricity, and then the phone was interrupted again. This kid, why can't you even understand the words? Hu Lao's consciousness did not dissipate, and he listened to the whole process of the call. But Bai Tao's words made him feel a bit foggy, and he couldn't help but jump a little. Where do we go to find this? First of all, it's not us, I'm the only one who went to find him. Su Yi gently patted the fairy mist in his ears and complained indifferently. Secondly, the answer to the riddle is basically placed on the riddle, and it is not difficult to find out what he wants to say. While hanging up the phone, he had already opened the map of the entire Sichuan city. Then he began to quickly filter the conditions, constantly zooming in and out of the map. About a minute later, he had already determined his destination. Master, please go to this location in Jinho District. He held his phone over the map and showed it to the driver in front. Alright, the driver is already familiar with the map of the entire Sichuan city, and he knows the destination with a random glance. If you go here, you need to give me an extra 10 yuan. I'll give you 30. Can you arrive in 40 minutes? Su also had a feeling that Bai Tao seemed to be really involved in some kind of incident. More than enough. When the driver heard the price, his eyes lit up, and he put the sunglasses that had been on his head on his face. Do you know, when your uncle and I were minors, we already drove my father to the mountains to deliver tofu. What is this little road? The taxi made a magnificent drift on the ground and came to a sudden stop. Su also got out of the car after paying, and his eyes swept in all directions. The roar of the water came from afar. Looking far away, I saw a waterfall rushing down on a peak that stood upright in the clouds and was like a cloud. This is the biggest attraction in Sichuan City, the Tianshan waterfall. It is said that this is a waterfall that suddenly appeared after the disaster day. Its majesty makes every resident of Sichuan City feel extremely proud. For example, in the ancient poem, The the water flows down 3,000 feet. It is suspected that the Milky Way falls for 9 days can perfectly describe the appearance of this waterfall.
So you know where that kid Bai Tao is?
Hu Lao still did not disperse, but with the help of a wisp of fairy mist floating in Su Ye's ears, he asked curiously. As a lonely pot spirit, he stayed in the Jiuli pot every day, which was also quite boring. Today, he suddenly sensed the breath of the fragments of the Jiuli pot, which made him a little unable to calm down. Of course, Su also observed the nearby terrain and began to walk around according to the position on the map. As he walked, he explained to Hu Lao,
the riddle left by Bai Tao is actually an anagram. The answer to the riddle is a well word.
And the flying spring in the second half of the puzzle not only represents the characteristics of the well, but also hints at the Tianshan waterfall on the side. The sound of water can be heard in the mobile phone, and through its size and the distance the sound travels, this effect can only be heard in the area located in the southern part of Jinho district.
In addition, there is the sound of construction site decoration in the mobile phone.
You only need to investigate the southern area of Jinho district, all the sites under construction, combined with the anagram of well, to find his specific location.
Hu Lao was silent for a few minutes. He couldn't have imagined that Su could analyze so many things in just a phone call of less than 20 seconds. But he quickly said, but isn't this thing a long time ago eliminated? Where are the wellheads in the city now?
Therefore, the well does not refer to a real well, but to a certain building with the word well. While Su Yi was explaining, there was already a bang of local construction in his ears.
100 meters away, a building is under renovation.
And in an alley in front of Su Yi, there was a shop called Jingtian Nightclub. It was morning, and the doors of the shop were closed and not open. Its appearance is deliberately made into an ancient architectural style, which has a kind of ancient charm, but it is so incongruous with the word nightclub. He walked in along the alley, but did not notice Bai Tao's figure nearby. Strange, there is a tic-tac-toe and related to the decoration site. This should be the only one.
Why didn't you see that guy Bai Tao? Su also touched his chin, slightly confused. Could it be that my analysis is wrong?
He stood there and lost in thought. In the shadows in all directions, more than a dozen guys with sticks quietly walked out and quietly surrounded Su Yi. It's this guy, he's the accomplice of that little bastard. Catch him, and you'll know the whereabouts of that little bastard. A bald head jumped up, appeared behind Su Yi with an iron rod, and slammed it towards his head. At the same time, two people rushed out from the left and right sides of his body, and rushed towards him at the same time. The iron rod in the bald head hit his companion's body, and he also fell into the mud because of inertia. The two people who rushed to capture Su Yi also bumped into each other. They seemed to have seen a ghost, only to see Su Yi, who was originally standing in place, turned into an afterimage and disappeared. At the same time, the three people who collided together heard screams and screams one after another.
Just over 10 seconds passed, and a voice full of jokes sounded from behind them. Is it that you have been chasing Bai Tao? Tell me, what did he do?
Su Yi half squatted behind the three people lying on the ground, smiling. The three of them got up from the ground in embarrassment, but their pupils contracted instantly. I saw more than 10 people lying scattered in all directions, all of whom were their companions.
In just 10 seconds, the young boy in front of him put down so many of them? I don't have any idle time to talk nonsense with you. Give you 10 seconds to tell me Bai Tao's location and your identity. Otherwise, I will let you end up the same as the people on the ground.
Su Yi's smile did not change, but his tone was like urging the king of hell, and he immediately began to count down.
Our boss is here.
10 minutes later, the three of them, who were still domineering and fierce just now, respectfully led the way for Su Yi and walked in the nightclub. They walked to the end of the corridor, and the three of them immediately pointed in front of them and signaled. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Su also leisurely passed the three of them, and then pushed the door in. When he passed the three of them, the bodies of the three people trembled together, and then they fell straight to the ground as if they had been knocked unconscious halfway.
Did you bring Bai Tao?
As soon as he entered the door, he heard a calm voice coming from the very center of the room. It was a man with his back to the leather boss chair. Judging from his back and hair volume, he is the owner of this nightclub at the age of about 30 and close to 40.
That's not true.
Su also smiled slightly. After all, an illegal usury organization like yours, if I were Bai Tao, I would definitely not pay you back.
Ha!
The boss seemed to notice that Su Yi's tone and content were wrong, and turned around abruptly, glaring ahead. Are you?
Who? His pupils contracted, and his imposing voice suddenly fell.
Because Su Yi was already holding a piece of brick against his head.
Tell me, when was the last time your people saw Bai Tao?
Su Yi's face was calm, but there was a hint of indifference and chill in the depths of his eyes.
I see.
Even if the boss was threatened by Su Yi like this, he didn't panic at all, but calmly lit a cigarette on the table. Are you the helper called by Bai Tao? He took a deep puff of smoke and slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
His eyes glanced at Su Yi domineering and indifferently. Do you think you can threaten me with such a small brick? Under Su Yi's astonished gaze,
the slab bricks in his hand shattered directly, as if they had been cut, turning into countless tiny squares and suddenly falling to the ground.
The boss snorted coldly, slapped the table, and stood up with a rubbing. Do you think I can sit in this position without my own ability?
As soon as he finished speaking, speaking, a brick was pasted on his face. Suyi looked at the bricks in his hand that had been restored by the repair hand with a strange face, and then looked at the boss who was smashed down and stunned, fell back on the chair, and shrugged his shoulders. I think a brick is enough. Wang Taiju, 38. Gender. What do you think? In the office, Su also stood in front of the nightclub owner Wang Taiju, like a police officer questioning a prisoner. And Wang Taiju, who was still full of pressure just now, had a blue nose and swollen face at this time, and his face was full of brick marks. He is one of the smarter among the awakened and can slightly sense how his abilities work. And the C-level ability, decomposition, he mastered was an ability that could break down matter into countless fragments. It's a pity that this ability met Suyi, and it was almost completely restrained, and it was not of any use at all. He can sit in this position now. Naturally, he is not an ordinary person. To put it simply, it is to give full play to the four big words of being able to bend and stretch to the extreme. Realizing that he was not an opponent at this moment, Wang Taiju suddenly squeezed out a flattering smile, became honest, and didn't want to resist. Honestly, otherwise I will let you change your gender. Su also slapped the table and glared at Wang Taiju. Male. The gender is male. Wang Taiju was suddenly excited and quickly replied. Occupation? The owner of Jingtian nightclub. Jian Jingshan loan company owner. Ha! Su also let out a soft sigh. He is also a loan shark. Wang Taiju quickly changed his words. Su also circled around Wang Taiju, hummed softly. You started by giving usury to others, and I think you should know how many people have been ruined behind your back. Tell me, what is the grudge between you and Bai Tao? Bai Tao, that bastard. When it came to Bai Tao, Wang Taiju immediately became angry, and his nose seemed to be about to spew smoke. But after seeing Su Ye's eyeing appearance, his anger suddenly relaxed a little. That bastard. Guy, a few months ago, he coaxed us that he was the general manager of a miracle company and borrowed 5 million dragon coins from us. It was supposed to be paid off within a year. As a result, by the second month, we couldn't contact that bastard. The certificates he gave us as collateral were all forged. A few days ago, my men found his traces in Chuancheng, so they notified me as soon as possible. That's why I will send people to search and find him. Oh, Su also raised his eyebrows lightly. He had the impression that Bai Tao had given a business card at the beginning, and the identity written on it was the position of general manager of Miracle Company. Unexpectedly, Bai Tao's identity was not only forged, but also used this identity to go to the loan shark company to gather wool. In other words, you are the ones who have been chasing him for the past 2 days. Su also asked coldly. Chase? Wang Taiju was stunned for a moment. What chase? He put on an innocent expression. It's unjust. I did send someone to find him, but that little bastard, like a loach, disappeared in the blink of an eye every time he found it. Not to mention chasing him, we haven't even touched his clothes so far. Yesterday, his men almost caught up with him, but he still escaped. My subordinates thought you were that kid's accomplice, so they would attack you. Su was also stunned for a moment. Because he had been in Longxia Academy for too long and had seen too many awakeners, he almost forgot something. With Bai Tao's level of escape, even people who are one level higher than him will be difficult to catch him. This group of incompetent people, or awakened people who only have the most basic abilities, are even more likely to catch him. In this case, he couldn't have been chased like that, let alone chased to the point of panting. He was misled by Bai Tao's first call. In other words, it was not Wang Tieju's men who chased Bai Tao at the beginning, but something else. Wait, did I guess wrong? Su also frowned, walked quickly to the window, and looked down. There should be nothing wrong with distance and range, so where did? His gaze was slightly condensed. I actually saw a well from the middle of the backyard of this Jingtian nightclub. What is that well? He turned to look at Wang Taiju and asked. That's what our nightclub specially found someone to dig in order to match the atmosphere of the ancient style. Wang Taiju patted his chest proudly. But don't worry, this is a decoration, and the city sewer is connected below, not a real well. You like ancient style so much, this place should be renamed a brothel, not a nightclub. Suyi couldn't help but complain, and finally confirmed one thing. Bai Tao may not have thought so much at the time, he simply hid in the well, so he left himself such an anagram. But why didn't he say it directly, but left an anagram? As soon as such a question flashed through Suya's mind, he heard a sky-high explosion bursting out of the well. The dazzling explosion rolled up layers of airwaves. In an instant, all the glass near the well of the nightclub shattered and scattered all over the ground. Wang Taiju was just about to lean over the window to take a look, but he was frightened by the broken glass and fell to the ground. No one answered his question, because as early as the moment the explosion broke out, Su also jumped from the broken window. Don't chase me! Bai Tao's scream sounded from the smoke and dust of the explosion. Even after suffering such an explosion, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Big brother, how did you find me? You've been chasing me for 3 days. You're not done. In the smoke and dust, Bai Tao stepped on the flying shadow and staggered out, cursing continuously. When he landed, his legs suddenly sank into the ground, and the whole person seemed to be going into the ground. But at this moment, another figure came out of the smokescreen and slapped a palm on the ground. Kula! Invisible ripples spread and spread from the palm of his hand. Bai Tao suddenly screamed, and the whole person was
was bounced off the ground. He was in midair at the moment, his posture was extremely awkward, and it was difficult to activate the flying shadow, so he could only watch the figure rush towards him. Oh no! Oh no! Seeing that he was about to be hit, the figure transformed by a cloud of blood mist suddenly rushed out from one side and kicked the figure out. Yo, it looks like you need help. Su also landed leisurely, with a faint smile. Su Yi. After seeing the comber clearly, Bai Tao suddenly showed great excitement and the expression of the rest of his life after the disaster. But before he could say anything, he heard a noise in the distance. The figure that was kicked by Su Yi actually twisted his lower body in the air with movements that were difficult for humans to do, stopped retreating abruptly, and rushed forward again. Do you want to fight for strength? Su was also fearless, and the blood rush was ready to go, and he swung his fist out. However, Bai Tao's face changed and he shouted loudly, "Don't collide with him head-on. This guy can eliminate abilities." When Su Yi heard Bai Tao's words, it was too late to stop the move. At this moment, he finally saw the figure's appearance clearly. This is an expressionless man, his expression cold like a machine, but his flexible eyes do not look like dead things. The two fisted each other. At the moment of touching his body, the blood mist wrapped around Su Ye's body suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a hard touch came from the end of the fist. Su Ye's body flew out upside down and hit the ground directly. The figure kept walking, and as soon as his right foot stepped on the ground, he chased after him again and fell with his fist. However, his fist only scattered an afterimage and did not hit Su Yi. I see. Su Yi activated the flying shadow to appear on the other side, and his entire right arm drooped at his side like a dislocation. Is the strength at this level? The green light of the regenerative power slightly wrapped around the right arm, and the originally dislocated and injured arm began to recover quickly. Long ago, when Bai Tao was forcibly terminated and beaten out of the ground, he guessed that the person in front of him might have some kind of ability that disables his ability. If you are strong enough, you won't let Bai Tao hide and be chased for 3 days. This is Su Ye's judgment of this person's strength, so he personally tested the strength of the opponent's attack. But this guy's physical fitness, how can he be so hard? He doesn't look like a human body at all. He stepped on the flying shadow and dodged backwards, and was constantly approached by the figure, but his mind was thinking about it again and again. The brief collision just now made him realize that something was wrong. In terms of physical strength, the opponent's ability is like a material amplification type ability. But if that's the case, what does he rely on to erase the abilities of others? Test it. Su also landed behind the man with a flying shadow, no longer continued to dodge, but turned on the boiling blood, and kicked the ground with his right foot. A piece of shattered gravel was scattered on his face, but the man immediately turned his head, didn't dodge, and attacked Su Yi. The rubble hit his body, breaking like raindrops, causing no damage. However, taking advantage of the gravel to block the view, Su Yi had already made a squatting motion, kicking the opponent down with a sweeping leg. The blood mist filled the air, and Su also kicked the opponent's right leg heavily. But then his face changed slightly, and he only felt like he had kicked a steel plate. The man didn't move at all, but grabbed Su Yi. Su also hurriedly waved his fist in front of him, but his boiling blood once again dissipated suddenly when it touched the other party's palm. A strange force contracted violently, and the man in front of him wanted to crush Su Ye's hand directly. However, at this moment, countless gravel behind the man suddenly appeared with a white light and quickly shrank back in Su Ye's direction. Repairman. Delay repairs. Su also showed a smile, even though at this moment he felt that his energy was as if it was sealed and could not be used. But the energy of delayed repairs has been released long ago. After being promoted to sea level, the repaired objects can gain a certain degree of strength increase. The originally non-lethal gravel now had a momentum and landed on the man's back. The white silk thread passed through his body and connected to another piece of gravel on the ground under Su Ye's feet. With a series of muffled sounds, the man's chest and abdomen were all slapped by the rubble, and his movements were also smashed and frozen. Su also took advantage of the situation to withdraw his hand and retreated. The rubble happened to be repaired into a hollow stone tube, sealing the man in the middle of the stone tube. As he moved away from the man in front of him, the stagnant energy in Su Ye's body began to operate again. "Brother, are you from that hill?" He looked at the man who was trapped in place and couldn't move, and tentatively made a cliché. "I think your realm should be the stone realm. Why are you attacking us? You should know that the awakened cannot hurt people at will like this, right?" His 3 consecutive questions were like stones sinking into the sea, and he didn't get half a response. The man was expressionless even when trapped. Immediately afterwards, a strong energy fluctuation erupted from his body. In an instant, the stone tube turned into gravel began to be covered with cracks. The stones splashed, and the man got out again, like a tireless machine, and pounced on Su Yi again. "Bai Tao!" Su Ye's expression did not change, and he suddenly shouted lowly. Bai Tao, who had long disappeared, had a voice coming from the ground. His hand drilled out of the ground and pulled the man's feet hard. The man, who was still maintaining the momentum of rushing forward, suddenly smashed his face to the ground and knocked a deep pit directly on the ground. He didn't let out any screams after falling, but slapped his palm towards the ground under his feet as soon as possible. Bai Tao's face changed, and he immediately let
let go of his hands and took the initiative to jump out of the ground.
What should I do, Sui? He was in the air and asked urgently. They tried for a long time, but they couldn't cause the slightest harm to the man in front of them. The other party also has means to limit ability. If the battle drags on, they will definitely lose. However, a blood shadow appeared in front of the man at the same time. Ah, leave it to me.
Suya's voice became a little lazy, as if he had found a way to defeat the man in front of him.
He smashed out with his fist and released a blood rush. Suya's attack was blocked by the man again.
The fist covered with boiling blood power was once again broken abruptly. But this time, Suyi grinned, and his fist did not dissipate at all.
Although I am not skilled yet, I can still try this trick.
There was no energy on his body, but the whole right arm suddenly burst into blue veins, as if it had become a circle.
5 techniques dash. Collapse.
The explosive power surged out of Suya's right arm wildly. The man's palm failed to resist this force, and was smashed by Suyi on his chest.
Whoosh.
His body was smashed out directly, and it directly smashed through the wall on the first floor of the nightclub and fell into the building. This time, there was no movement in the wall, and it seemed that Suya's punch completely caused him to lose his ability to fight.
Hurrah!
In the case of unskill, forcibly releasing the collapsed Suyi in exchange for a tragic situation where the entire right arm almost exploded. The flesh and blood right arm, shrouded in green light transformed by regenerative power, began to slowly repair. However, this kind of injury is by no means something that can be healed in a short time.
Go check on that guy. Su also endured the pain and spoke, ordering Bai Tao. Oh! Bai Tao showed excitement and rushed into the first floor of the nightclub.
At the same time, next to the window on the second floor, Wang Taiju muttered at the tragic situation under his feet how he wished he was dreaming now.
My nightclub. White energy alternates with green energy.
Su also spent 2 minutes restoring his torn clothes and arms to the point where he could barely move, and then walked into the nightclub along the gap in the wall. At this time, Wang Tieju's subordinates scattered everywhere also came back one after another, but everyone looked at him in awe, lined up on both sides, and did not dare to approach at all. Not long after, Su also saw Bai Tao squatting next to a pile of rubble, seemingly in a daze. He asked softly, Su Yi. Bai Tao turned his head when he heard the sound. His whole face seemed a little complicated and weird. You beat people to death. He stood up and pointed to the corpse in front of him. I saw the person just now, lying on the ground expressionlessly, with a slightly sunken chest, and the whole person had no vitality or movement. Su Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse.
This guy is not human, he said calmly. Isn't he a human and a pig?
Bai Tao laughed dryly twice, and complained on the side, although this guy looks strange, it is obvious that he was once a living person.
I mean literally. Su Yi was already squatting next to the corpse during the conversation and examined it carefully.
He first knocked on the other person's body.
A rock-hard feeling came. Subsequently, he did something that made the onlookers gasp.
I saw him take out a fruit knife from his arms and slash at the wrist of the corpse without saying a word.
This man, even the corpse will not be spared.
The nightclub brothers standing on both sides looked awe-inspiring, and their expressions were full of fear when they looked at Su Yi.
As expected of a ruthless man who even the boss has to give up 3 points. Today's young people are really getting more and more fierce.
Only the sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Not only did the fruit knife in Su Yi's hand fail to cut off the man's wrist, but even the blade was blown out.
However, he did not panic and activated the repairman almost the moment the blade flew out.
Under the increase of the repairer, the fruit knife returned to its original state and split again. This time, the corpse's wrist was cut off by Su Yi. He grabbed his wrist and immediately verified his conjecture.
This guy is indeed not human.
Su also showed Bai Tao the broken wrist. His body is completely smelted from ores and metals. There are no blood vessels or flesh tissue at the fracture of the wrist, only the outer skin is coated with a layer of artificial skin. There seems to be a substance similar to the spirit powder in this palm, and it is this thing that seals our ability. Bai Tao looked at this scene, his pupils tightened. He didn't expect that this man on the ground was really not human. He's dead. He suddenly looked at the soles of his feet. Then what the hell is this guy? This guy is... Su Yi was about to say his guess, but a wisp of fairy mist suddenly lingered in his ears. He showed a slight look of surprise, and then changed his words. This guy is a puppet. Puppet? Bai Tao was stunned for a moment. So, I was chased by a puppet for 3 days? If it's a puppet, who is it who manipulates it? Su Yi's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, and he looked at Bai Tao. The person who manipulates it must want to prevent you from doing something, or want to kill people to silence them.
Do you remember how you met this guy?
When Bai Tao heard this, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he began to recall. I arrived in Chuanqing 4 days ago.
My hometown is actually Sichuan City.
I accidentally noticed that there was a D-level mission for Chuanqing on the task board, so I thought about going home and taking a look, so I accepted this task. The content of the mission is for me to assist the 25th team of the Hunting Void from the Chuyuan Academy to search for traces of the Void Demon and the sudden energy fluctuations, but they and I only met briefly, and we were arranged to go to the southern suburbs to investigate.
I took action 3 days ago. I woke up at an aunt's house that day I met at a bar, and we played chess late into the night. Because her husband suddenly came home from a business trip, I was worried that he would misunderstand our relationship, so I was forced to climb out of the window very early. You guy really deserves to die. Suyi looked at Bai Tao with empty eyes, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, "It's a miracle that you can live until now without being hacked to death." Ahem, cough, cough. Bai Tao quickly coughed twice and led the topic away. After leaving that aunt's house, I went to the southern suburbs to start the search. But speaking of searching, I am actually far from the source of energy generation and the mountain where I noticed the traces of the void demon. The captain of the hunting void team doesn't seem to want me to get close there, worried that I will be in danger during the search. I'm sure it's impossible for me to run to such a dangerous place, so I'm happy to search the edge area casually. Anyway, when their investigation is over, my side can be counted as a task completed. But in the process of random investigation, I saw a child walking alone in the suburbs. It was a child who looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. I think she may have been separated from her family and lost, so I wanted to step forward to help her. Bai Tao couldn't help but frown when he mentioned this. But when I got closer, the child suddenly disappeared. She appeared in a position further forward like teleportation. So I chased after her again, only to find that she had gone away again. After walking and chasing like this for about 10 minutes, I realized something was wrong, because the child seemed to be leading me to the peak of the mission site. I also reacted, how could a child walk so fast? But when I noticed something was wrong and was about to leave, I noticed something strange. I seemed to see something flashing on the top of that mountain, and the child who had been walking in front of me suddenly disappeared. And yet, at this moment, this guy suddenly appeared and started chasing me. Bai Tao seemed to remember something bad, and looked at the puppet on the ground with a pale face. His fists can neutralize my abilities, and no matter where I hide, he can quickly find me within a few hours. I was hunted like this for 3 days, and I can only take advantage of the opportunity to contact you and ask you to help me. So that's. Su also looked at the puppet under his feet with a deep thought, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. It seems that this mission is more interesting than I imagined. It seems that the key point of the problem lies in the child you found. Su also pondered and spoke. Do you remember what he looks like? Is he a man or a woman? Bai Tao shook his head. I can only see one of his backs. He doesn't walk fast, but no matter how fast I accelerate, I can't seem to catch up with him. I don't understand why I keep chasing him. He held his forehead, extremely confused by his actions the other day. It feels strange, as if I am in a very strange state. At that time, I had an inexplicable feeling in my heart, that is, I must catch up with her. It may be the effect of some ability. Su also touched his chin and analyzed. The identity of that child will be put aside first. You said you were led to the vicinity of that mountain and then attacked? Yes. Bai Tao was angry when he mentioned this. This bastard puppet. I don't know that the god killer is controlling behind my back, and he has been chasing me. I haven't even slept peacefully these days, and basically escaped all the way back here. If I hadn't been so skilled, I'm afraid I would have been killed by this bastard guy. He rushed to the side of the puppet and kicked it up, but then he jumped up with his feet in his arms. Why is this guy so hard? However, Su also thought for a moment, came to the side of the puppet, and squatted down. He said in an invisible voice to the fairy mist lingering in his ears, Old Hu, are you sure this guy is the puppet you mentioned? 100% sure. Hu Lao's voice seemed quite excited. This is definitely refined from the fragments of the Jiuli pot. There is a puppet house in that part of the fragments, which can refine puppets with various substances. You only need to put the soul of a creature into it, and you can control it. I'm not sure if this puppet was just refined or if it was originally a puppet in the puppet house, but what is certain is that someone has definitely obtained the fragments of the Jiuli pot and is trying to refine it. Refining? Su also snorted softly. That's right. Hu Lao explained. The complete Jiuli pot is much more powerful than you imagined. Even if it is a fragment, if you want to fully master it, you need to use your own energy to constantly cultivate it. This process of cultivation is called refining. And the reason why you didn't go through this step in the first place is because in the process of using the repair hand, you directly activated the energy originally stored in the Jiuli pot. The combination of this energy and your own ability is equivalent to directly completing the process of refining. In other words, someone got the fragments of the Jiuli pot in advance and is trying to refine it. Su also pondered and spoke, and in the process of refining, he sensed Bai Tao's approach. So he used some of the fragments of the Jiuli pot that he refined and released the puppet to hunt him down. Well, it's very likely to be like this. Hu Lao replied. Then who will this person be? Su also kept checking the puppet's body, trying to find any useful information. Is it the trace of the virtual demon that appeared by chance? Is it the mysterious little girl? Or is it a certain void hunter or awakener? I have to say that this puppet is almost exactly the same as a real person in terms of appearance and body structure. Su also opened his eyes and found that the puppet's eyeballs were extremely realistic, like a real person. The collapse of the punch just now obviously destroyed the energy circuit in its body. If it weren't for this, it would be a very difficult thing to suppress or destroy this puppet. However, at the same time that Suyi checked the puppet for a while, sudden change. The puppet, which had been silent to the point of death,
breath, actually opened its eyes by itself. Its eyeballs began to turn, and quickly locked on Suya's body. This sudden fraudulent corpse caused the younger brothers in the nightclubs around to exclaim, "No, want to die." The puppet opened its mouth for the first time and made a mechanical electronic synthesized sound. "Get away. A little." He said these words intermittently, and his realistic pupils actually shone with a fiery red light. Immediately afterwards, a wave of energy fluctuated from small to large, and it began to expand from the puppet's body. "This guy wants to blow himself up?" Bai Tao's face changed drastically. He jumped up instantly and shouted loudly. He quickly retreated backwards and kept exclaiming, "Suyi, don't stay there, go quickly." Under his exclamations and shouts, the younger brothers, who were still watching around, suddenly had a sense of déjà vu that the bomb was about to explode, and they all ran in all directions in exclamation. However, not long after they ran out, the expanding energy began to gradually shrink and then disappeared. Su also pressed his hand on the puppet's head, and there was a wisp of fairy mist floating in his palm, and his expression was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Hu Lao still had such an ability to end a puppet that was about to blow himself up. "Humph, in front of the old man, you still want to self-destruct." Hu Lao's voice came out of the immortal fog with disdain. "It's just a part of the world in the pot. As the core spirit of the Jiuli pot, he seems to know how to deal with the puppet. Why didn't you help me clean him up when I was fighting him just now?" Su also asked with empty eyes. Cough. "The old man's ability is limited now, and he can't limit a puppet that can move freely." Hu Lao, who was still full of momentum just now, suddenly felt a little guilty. Bai Tao, who was halfway through the run, seemed to have noticed the disappearance of the self-detonating energy. He poked a head out from behind the wall and asked cautiously, He won't explode? Come back, it's okay." Su also waved his hand and read casually, and at this moment, the group of nightclub brothers who had already run away in the distance let out a series of shouts and exclamations. "Is the energy fluctuation coming from here?" A calm and powerful voice sounded from afar. "Humph, how dare you make such a big movement in the city? I want to see which awakened person it is." The second person who spoke had a slightly frivolous voice and a very aggressive tone. "It's really troublesome to have to deal with tasks and take care of these awakened people." The third voice was a woman, and her voice sounded extremely irritating. "Since he disappeared 2 days ago, we still haven't heard from him, so where is the time to deal with things here?" During the conversation, 3 figures appeared on the first floor of the nightclub together, looking towards Su Yi and Bai Tao. At the same time as seeing the 3 of them, Su Yi looked awe-inspiring and recognized the identity of the other party from the nameplate on their chests. The 25 Hunting Void Team from Chuyuan Academy. They are the Hunting Void Team in charge of this mission. Those 3 Void Hunters obviously also discovered the existence of Su Yi and Bai Tao. They had seen Bai Tao before and quickly recognized him. "You are Bai Tao from Longxia Academy." The person at the head was obviously the captain of the Void Hunting Team, and it was also the man with a calm voice. He stepped forward and noticed the mess here and the puppet on the ground at a glance. "Longxia Academy, Su Yi." Su also calmly stretched out his hand. The captain nodded slightly and shook hands with him. "Captain of the 25th Team of Hunting Void, Tao Pan, is this caused by you?" He pointed to the core-like puppets on the ground. "As an awakened one, you have caused destruction and casualties in the city for no reason. I hope you can give me an explanation." Su Yi and Bai Tao looked at each other and then told what they had encountered in a relatively brief way. The venue for several people to communicate was also moved from the first floor of the dilapidated nightclub to Wang Tieju's office. This big boss who had once shown off his martial prowess stood aside like a minion at the moment, looking at the few people in front of him respectfully. "The main thing is that there is no place to sit. After all, the sofa and chairs in the office are so big, and they are all occupied by Su Yi and a few people. In other words, you were bewitched by a little girl with her abilities, approached Nanchang Mountain, and then was chased by this puppet?" Tao Pan looked at Bai Tao and asked lightly on the table. "Nanchang Mountain is the destination of this mission, the source of the energy burst, and the location where the traces of the void demon appear." "Yes, so I asked my friend in the academy to help me, that is, this Su Yi classmate next to me. The 2 of us defeated this guy, only to find out that it turned out to be a puppet." Bai Tao nodded repeatedly and responded, "I just don't know if this puppet is someone's ability or some kind of Juebo effect." Regarding the Jiuli pot, Su naturally couldn't tell others, so several people were guessing the origin of the puppet. "Hiss." Tao Pan gasped and fell into deep thought. "It seems that this mission is not as simple as we imagined." He pondered and spoke. "Maybe there is really a virtual demon on this Nanchang Mountain. I think that the person who controls this puppet is not necessarily a false demon." Su Yi suddenly interjected. "What do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to say that the person who controls the puppet is an awakened person?" The girl named Chi Shu immediately frowned and spoke. "Very likely." Su also shrugged his shoulders. "If you can appear in the Dragon Kingdom without being able to detect the Void Realm, then the strength of the Void Demon will definitely not be lower than that of the Rock Realm. In that case, why did he need to send puppets to hunt down Bai Tao? Obviously, his own shooting efficiency will be higher, and it is impossible for Bai Tao to escape from the range of Nanchang Mountain." "Hey,
Hey, do you want to curse me to death like this? Bai Tao immediately complained on the side. You're guessing randomly without evidence.
Another boy who spoke frivolously snorted coldly, showing a disdainful expression, as if he wanted to stand up for Chi Shu.
Then what is Senior Fan Chi's opinion?
Su was not annoyed, but looked at the other party with a smile. Maybe the virtual demon sent puppets to chase people in order to prevent himself from being discovered. Fan Chi immediately expressed his opinions.
Since he is afraid of being discovered, why should he do this?
Su also smiled and said, he can completely hide his breath. This is the best way to hide.
Since you decided to make a move, and you didn't make a decisive move, don't you think this is very contradictory?
Fan Chi was suddenly a little speechless, his face was slightly red, and he wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of anything to refute for a while.
Okay, Tao Pan interrupted the two and relieved Fan Chi.
As expected of a student of Longsha Academy, he has only been enrolled for a few months, and he can have such keen analytical skills. He gave Suyi a sentence without a trace, and then continued, no matter who released the puppet. What we can be sure of is that the other party must be somewhere on Nanchang Mountain. Actually, to tell you the truth, we have entered Nanchang Mountain more than once to search in the past few days. He frowned slightly, and his expression became serious. For the sake of search efficiency, our entire team was slightly separated for a while. But just when we gathered yesterday, a member of our hunting void team did not return to the team, and we couldn't contact him. When it comes to this member, Fan Chi and Chi Shu's expressions also changed.
Thank you for the information, but then you will end the mission and stand by in the city. Tao Pan looked at Su Yi and Bai Tao lightly and gave such an order. Don't worry, when our mission is over, we will count it as a mission success for you. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Bai Tao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Being able to complete the task without danger is something he dreams of.
But Su Yi on the side suddenly spoke, our task is to assist you in searching.
But obviously, things on Nanchang Mountain are not that simple. Why don't we go together to assist you in exploring? He didn't forget the Jiuli pot fragments. According to Hu Lao's description, the fragments of the Jiuli pot are on Nanchang Mountain.
At present, the fragment seems to have the function of refining the original puppet of the Jiuli pot. But he couldn't be sure if there were any other unturned functions in it besides the puppet. The Jiuli pot aura felt on Daojian Mountain must be repaired to find out the whereabouts of the fragment.
And the whereabouts of this fragment are closely related to Tang Tan. No! Tao Pan's voice suddenly became louder, and his eyes became extremely domineering. He said in an unrefusable tone, if you don't want to die, don't come near there at will. This is an order. Otherwise, the task of the two of you, I will directly count it as a failure for you.
Being yelled by him like this, Su also fell silent, no longer spoke, but looked at the captain with more and more strange eyes. We already understand the situation, and there will be assistance to retrieve the puppet's body afterwards. Since it was the two of you who defeated it, this body will also be sent to Longsha Academy. Tao Pan stood up and pushed the door out with his two team members. We will continue to Nanchang Mountain and take our leave.
I'll see you off.
Seeing that they were finally ready to leave, Wang Taizhu, who was submissive on the side, suddenly showed a look of joy, wishing that these plague gods would leave quickly. The business he was originally doing was not very bright, for fear that the few void hunters in front of him would be upset and smash the nightclub directly.
Are you an off-road enthusiast? Downstairs in the nightclub, Tao Pan looked at Wang Tiezhu's car covered in dirt, and couldn't help but speak. I went out 2 days ago, and I haven't come to remember to clean it up.
Wang Taizhu touched his head and laughed twice, and then drove the three of them towards the country. It wasn't until he watched a few people leave that Bai Tao looked at Su Yi carefully.
Wait, do you want to listen to them stay in the city? What do you think? Su also looked over with a smile. Bai Tao's face suddenly collapsed.
With his understanding of Su Yi, this guy is definitely not the kind of person who will give up his own decisions casually.
Hey, didn't you hear that?
He leaned forward and looked at Su Yi eagerly. The captain said that if we go, we will be counted as failing in our mission.
It's just a D-level mission.
Su Yi touched his chin and read casually.
But you're right, we really can't go too ostentatious. He thought for a moment, let's go into the mountain at night. Can I not go?
Bai Tao showed a hopeful gaze. Su also smiled and said nothing, just patted him on the shoulder. It's okay if you don't go.
But if I'm not mistaken, there should be more than one puppet.
He must have used some method to lock your position. When the time comes, if you stay in the city, if you are chased by the puppet,
I'll go.
Bai Tao's expression changed suddenly, and his face was full of obligation and firmness. How can I let you go alone for such a dangerous exploration? The two of us live and die together. Even if there is any responsibility, I will bear it with you.
Su also looked at Bai Tao, who changed his face faster than turning a book, and pointed to the ground. Your things have fallen. What is it?
Bai Tao looked down, but found nothing.
Integrity. At 6:30 in the evening, Nanchang Mountain.
Su Yi and Bai Tao took advantage of the night before it was completely dark to quietly touch the top of the mountain.
Do you remember where you chased that child before? Su Yi also held a flashlight in his hand, slightly illuminating the mountain road ahead, and asked. It's around here.
Bai Tao
looked around with a thief's head, his eyes kept sweeping, and he planned an escape route. Oh, Su also looked up at the top of his head, that is to say, when you saw a light flashing, it was on this mountain? He took advantage of the light of dusk and looked towards the mountain, but did not see any light. Yes, but because it's only for a moment, I can't remember where it is. Bai Tao nodded. I see. Su also nodded, then turned on the flashlight and walked towards the mountain. It seems that if we want to know what is hidden on this mountain, we have to go in and take a look. Bai Tao followed him nervously, his toes pointed to the ground, and his whole person seemed to float up, full of vigilance. Suyi walked extremely calmly, and the flashlight kept sweeping on the ground, as if looking for some traces. The two walked along the mountain road for 15 minutes. Suyi suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. I found it. What did you find? Bai Tao poked out half of his head curiously, only to see the light of the flashlight shining on a footprint. This footprint should be the footprint of the missing member of the hunting void team. Suyi half squatted down, observed it carefully, and came to such a conclusion. How do you know this? Although he had had such an experience many times, Bai Tao was once again shocked by Suyi's horse-like reasoning that day. We haven't even seen that guy. The reason is very simple. Su also pointed to the footprints. This footprint is about 26 centimeters. Normally, 6.9 times the length of the footprint is a person's approximate height. That is to say, he looked at Bai Tao like a teacher looking at a student, giving an encouraging look. I'm not good at math. I can't understand it. Bai Tao looked up at the sky, and the corners of his mouth twitched. In other words, this person's height is about 1.8 meters, but the three void hunters we saw before, the tallest Captain Tao Pan, is only 1.75 meters. Su could only shrug his shoulders and say the conclusion himself. To sum up, 9 out of 10 of these footprints were left by the team member they missed. But there are so many people and media going up and down the mountain these days, why are you so sure that this is that team member? Bai Tao asked. You are in Sichuan City, don't you even know this? Su also said casually, 4 days ago, there was a heavy rain in Sichuan City. After the heavy rain ended, the government sent people to block the mountain and did not allow anyone to approach. In other words, the footprints here may only be left by the people behind them. And just yesterday, only the members of the 25th team of the hunting void were walking around the mountain. They were searching in all directions, and there was no trace of vehicles passing at the foot of the mountain just now, so it was obvious that the location of the mountain was not ours. Let's follow the footprints to find it, and maybe we can find the team member one step ahead of them. If I'm not mistaken, the traces of this team member are absolutely inseparable from the puppet's manipulator. During the conversation, he had already taken Bai Tao up the mountain road. Through the traces under their feet, the two quickly went deep into the mountains. After stopping and walking for 15 minutes, Suyi suddenly stopped and frowned. From here, his footprints began to become messy, as if he was being chased. Maybe it's here that he encounters some danger. His eyes narrowed slightly, stood up and swept the flashlight around. Soon, the light of the flashlight focused on the tree trunk next to it. There are traces of trampling on the trunk, which shows that the person chasing him is displacement achieved by jumping back and forth between the trunks. Is this some awakened person, or is it just another puppet? He didn't think about it for too long, but continued to walk forward. The footprints here are starting to get messy and unevenly distanced, and there are dried bloodstains on both sides. This shows that this member of the hunting void team seems to be injured. What are these potholes on the ground? Is it some kind of attack or a trace from an ability? Was it left by this void hunter, or was it left by the person who chased him? Suyi analyzed the traces of the scene while scanning the surroundings back and forth. I don't think you should go to Longsha Academy, you should be a detective. Bai Tao complained in a low voice on the side. Even if he put these clues in front of him, he was just confused and couldn't see anything. But Suyi can analyze so many things with these clues. In fact, the main job of a detective is to investigate affairs and stalk, and it is the job of the police to investigate cases. In the face of Bai Tao's complaints, Suyi just replied calmly. In my opinion, a detective is more like a professional molester. His complaint stopped abruptly, and his face changed drastically. But I heard a sound of breaking the air from behind me, and a sense of crisis instantly filled my body. Suyi, be careful. Bai Tao's reaction was faster than Suyi's, and almost the moment the voice sounded, he shouted, "Put!" And when Su also wanted to dodge, it was completely too late. But seeing blood splashing, his right shoulder was directly pierced by an invisible attack. Su also covered his right shoulder, which was shot into a bloody hole, gasped and rolled to the side, hid behind a tree, and quickly turned off the flashlight. At the same time, he also shouted loudly, "Bai Tao, on the tree!" Almost at the same time as the enemy attacked, Bai Tao had already burrowed into the ground and disappeared. And Su also judged the direction of the enemy through the angle of the attack. He leaned against the tree to hide his figure, and at the same time, he was using his regenerative power to quickly recover from his wounds. It's a pity that this hole runs through almost his entire right arm. Therefore, the recovery efficiency of regenerative force is also greatly reduced, and it is impossible to heal all wounds, at least in a short time. In the dense woods, there seemed to be a figure beating on the branches and trunks. It's a pity that the night is too dark, and the moonlight is hidden by the leaves, so Su can only barely see a black black shadow threw a little light. Is that guy a human, or is he a puppet? At this distance, he couldn't judge the other party's true identity, and Suyi naturally did not dare to show his head easily. I can only hide behind the tree trunk and think silently about countermeasures. Swish! On the branches, several energy shocks were shot out again. This time Su finally saw clearly. These energies are emitted like beams of light, extremely fast, and have extremely strong penetrating and destructive power. Just now he was hit by this attack. The other party also seemed to be looking for traces of Su Yi and Bai Tao, constantly attacking indiscriminately. Several attacks even penetrated the trunk of the tree where Su Yi was hiding, causing his scalp to tingle slightly. But soon he sensed that something was wrong. Why is most of this guy's attacks strafing the ground? His face changed slightly, and he almost instantly came to the conclusion, this guy is destroying the footprints and traces on the ground. Obviously, this figure did not want Su Yi and Bai Tao to follow it. Its several attacks almost pierced through all the surrounding soil, and the footprints that were originally exposed on the outside of the soil had already been scattered and disappeared by these attacks. No, the clues will be broken if this continues. Su Yi looked awe-inspiring, and in the next second he actually got out from behind the tree and shouted loudly, "Don't wait for Bai Tao, hurry up and do it. You can't let this guy continue to destroy the traces." Almost the moment he showed up, a beam of energy shot from the branches. However, this time Su Yi was already prepared, and almost at the same time he stepped out of the flying shadow and jumped on the branch of the tree. He vaguely saw the dark shadow from among the leaves. However, the next moment, another attack flew quickly. After shooting this attack, the figure also began to move rapidly. How can I let you go? Su Ye's eyes suddenly became cold, and at the same time he launched the flying shadow, dodging the attack while chasing towards the figure. The figure fought and retreated, constantly blocking Su Ye's path with beams. But when he was prepared, Fei Ying still had to be a little faster than this attack. In just a few breaths, Su was getting closer and closer to the figure. The continuous use of the flying shadow made his legs sore and trembling, but Su Ye's eyes were awe-inspiring, and he stepped out of the last flying shadow and suddenly appeared directly above the figure. The strong wind that moved at high speed blew up all the leaves around it. The bright moonlight fell and was reflected on the face of the figure. This is an expressionless man. His whole face is extremely indifferent, but his eyes are extremely agile and constantly turning. Sure enough, this is also a puppet. This thought flashed quickly in Su Ye's mind. He was about to fall and subdue the puppet, but his pupils shrank slightly. Because the puppet's speed was even faster than him, he directly raised his right palm and aimed it at him from a distance. Its palm opened and closed slightly, as if revealing something like a miniature cannon barrel, and the energy converged on the muzzle of the cannon, accumulating strong light energy. Oh no! You can't borrow power in midair, and you can't use flying shadows. Su Ye's heart shook slightly. Even though he had mastered the flying shadow, wanting to move in the air without borrowing power was already a high-level skill for flying shadows. At least for now, he can't do it yet. Ugh! The blazing beams converged in an instant, and then they were about to shoot towards Su Yi. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, a figure jumped out of the ground abruptly and hugged the puppet. Escape and fish leap over the dragon gate. Bai Tao hugged the puppet tightly, drew an arc in the air, and smashed it to the ground with a bang. At the same time, a beam of energy that had been accumulated also shot into the air due to the deviation of the angle. Su also landed on the ground, and saw Bai Tao and the puppet in the distance at a glance. I saw that the puppet's hands, as if they were stuck in a swamp, were directly submerged in the ground. Bai Tao pressed the other party hard, and the energy in his palm surged, as if trying to limit the puppet's movements. However, the next moment, the puppet's right leg suddenly lifted up and pushed towards Bai Tao's crotch. Bai Tao sensed the danger behind him just by perception, and jumped up almost without hesitation. It's broken! At the same time as he jumped up, the puppet whose arm was originally on the ground instantly pulled out his hands, his left hand clenched his right wrist, and the energy in his palm burst out. Bai Tao, who was in midair, seemed to blur for a moment. The beam pierced the air and shot into the distant hills. A piece of gravel was directly blown up and slid down. The air seemed to be penetrated, and a series of ripples appeared. Where the beam passed, countless branches and leaves were destroyed. Moonlight spills down the ground from these gaps. However, at this moment, whether it was Bai Tao who barely landed, Su Yi not far away, or the puppet who had just completed an attack, they were all stunned in place. A sense of grimness surged up on their backs almost at the same time. This breath is. The two looked out through the gap pierced by the puppet. On the hillside in the distance, at some point, there was a little girl sitting. The little girl, shaking her little feet, seemed to have been there for a long time. Her gaze looked over from a distance of nearly 100 meters. Her eyes were ethereal, and she was smiling. Yes, it's her, Bai Tao muttered and said to himself with great certainty, the child I saw 3 days ago is her. But Su Ye's eyes were tightly on the little girl's forehead. At the center of his eyebrows, there is a pale red gem that blends into the skin. At this moment, the gemstone was reflected in the moonlight, reflecting an extremely beautiful luster. But this luster brought a chill from the soles of Su Ye's feet to the heavenly spirit, as if the blood was frozen. Void Jade. This little girl is a false demon. The girl not far away is not only a virtual demon,
demon, but also a virtual demon with a very high status. Could it be that she released the puppet? Why is this, if not for killing, maybe some kind of test? Will the fragments of the Jolie pot be on her body? What is her realm, and is there a chance to escape? Countless thoughts came out at once, and Suye's back was directly soaked inadvertently. There are puppets in the back and virtual demons in front. No matter how you look at it, this is a mortal situation. Even if it was Su Yi, he didn't expect this to happen at all. Hu Lao used the spirit. He quickly pressed his hand on the Jolie pot on his chest and whispered quickly. But before he finished speaking, his pupils shrank again. The little girl who was originally 100 meters away disappeared. Where is she? Su also noticed that a figure seemed to appear behind him. Turning his head suddenly, the little girl appeared behind him like a teleporter. The aura on his body was like a prison, and under the close perception, the unique energy fluctuations of the void demon were like a dark cloud pressing down on him and Bai Tao. Su, slowly. Bai Tao's voice began to tremble slightly. He didn't even dare to use his ability to escape for fear that it would attract the dissatisfaction and murderous intent of the false demon in front of him. Wrong. A crisp and pleasant voice came out of the little girl's mouth. This sound is extremely pleasant, like the tinkling of spring water, like a natural sound. Wrong? What is wrong? Suya's brain turned quickly, and he didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Click. The puppet's eyes turned rapidly and locked on the little girl in front of him. He didn't say half a word of nonsense. His palm suddenly raised, and the energy accumulated instantly. The energy beam did not explode as expected, but exploded directly in the palm of his hand. The little girl just gently stretched out a finger and blocked the puppet's energy burst. Just kidding. Suyi had cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew how strong that energy beam was. Just by rubbing it, you can break through the rocks and shatter the earth. But the little demon girl in front of her actually blocked this energy back with just one finger? This kind of strength is definitely above the mountain realm. The puppet didn't seem to feel any pain, and even though his entire right arm was shattered, he quickly raised his left arm, and his palm gathered energy again. Wrong, wrong. The little girl just repeated this sentence gently. This time, her fingertips touched the eyebrows of the puppet man in front of her. It's all wrong. The puppet man's body, like a broken block, was directly cut into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. This extremely domineering strength made Su Yi and Bai Tao silent like cicadas, and their pupils trembled. With the strength of this little girl, if you want to kill them, I'm afraid you only need to move your fingers. She destroyed the puppet, that is, this puppet was not released by her? This seems to confirm Su Ye's original speculation. If the void demon wants to kill people to silence them, they don't need to release the puppets at all, they just need to do it themselves. But how did this demon appear, and what is its purpose? After the little girl broke the puppet, she just glanced at Su Yi and Bai Tao lightly. She stayed on Su Yi for a while, and then turned around and left, as if she was not interested in the two of them at all. In this high-pressure atmosphere, Su Yi actually raised his head and shouted to the other party, "Wait a minute. Hey!" Bai Tao on the side was shocked. This virtual demon didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to them, but Su also shouted like this. Was he afraid that he would not die fast enough? What he didn't expect was, under Su Ye's shout, the little girl who was about to leave actually stopped and tilted her head to look at Su Yi. Why don't you do it to us? Su also looked directly at the other party and asked. Killing, there is no point. What Bai Tao didn't expect was that the little girl actually answered Su Yi. Killing is meaningless? Su also repeated this sentence, only feeling extremely absurd. This kind of remark from the mouth of a false demon who wantonly slaughtered mankind and tried to invade the entire blue star was too outrageous. What you just said is wrong. What do you mean? The idea is wrong. The little girl looked at Su Yi and said calmly, the direction is wrong, and the goal is also wrong. Then, she actually stretched out her finger and pointed in a certain direction on the right. Your compatriots are over there. If they go late, maybe they will die. Su also followed her finger and looked over there. Compatriots are referring to the three people of the 25th team of Hunting Void quickly appeared in his mind. But when he turned around, the little girl who was still in front of him disappeared as if evaporating out of thin air. The aura of false demons lingering around dissipated. The pressure on the two of them suddenly dissipated. Bai Tao sat on the ground even more, so frightened that he couldn't relax. That's really a false demon? What a terrifying aura. I almost thought I was going to die. Su also had a sudden feeling of relaxation, but his brows furrowed tightly, and he looked down at the puppet shattering to the ground beside him. The direction is wrong, and the thinking is wrong. Wait, this means that I shouldn't follow the traces to find the missing void hunter. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and some clues in his mind seemed to be connected in an instant. If that's the case, the person who is really trying to refine the fragments of the Jolie pot and manipulating the puppet is. Su also stood up, turned on the flashlight again, and lifted Bai Tao who was sitting on the ground. After continuous recovery, the wound on his right shoulder has barely healed. Dry. Bai Tao was shocked by Suya's movements. Are we still going inside? There are virtual demons here. If you want me to say, we should quickly notify the academy of this matter and ask them to send someone to. The void is not the key. Su also carried Bai Tao and walked
walked in the direction the little girl pointed out just now without looking back. Those few void hunters are in trouble. We must go and rescue them first. Rescue? Bai Tao was carried by Su Yi, staggering in his steps, and exclaimed, "Are you kidding? Do you believe what the void demon said? And they are all void hunters in the rock realm. Even if they really encounter any danger, how can our two stone realms help? If you want me to say, our top priority now is to find reinforcements first and ask if the academy can send someone." Hey, isn't it, Su Yi, are you serious? Nanchang Mountain, the top of the mountain. The light figure landed leisurely, floating like a fairy. But at this moment, a tall and graceful figure suddenly appeared from behind it, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. "Xia Ji, you have overdone it this time." Chili spoke softly and called out to the little girl named Xia Ji in front of her. "Your traces have been discovered by the Void Hunter, and if you attract the attention of the defenders here, you are no match for him." "Sister Chili." Xia Ji turned her head. Her voice was sweet, but her tone was not surprising. She turned around and hugged Chili, raising her little face. "But that trace was deliberately left by me." "Deliberately left?" Chili touched Xia Ji's head, but she was slightly stunned. "Yes." Natsuki tilted his head to look in a certain direction down the mountain, because there are very interesting things happening on this mountain. The trees on the ground were uprooted, as if they had been bombarded by bombs, and a mushroom-like cloud of smoke rose from the ground. In the smoke and dust, 4 figures shuttled and moved rapidly, colliding with each other. One of them is on the left, and 3 are on the right. In just a few seconds, they fought with each other countless times, and the trees on both sides were blown through, and the battle was fierce. "Les, you wake up." Tao Pan roared low, and his right arm was pulled forward. When he made a move, his right arm glowed with a metallic luster, and he punched the figure opposite him suddenly. The ground where the two collided suddenly sank, making it difficult to bear the force of the impact. Their figures are all stagnant. At the same time, the two people behind Tao Pan also ran out left and right. Current shock. Fan Shi clapped his palms, and his right arm suddenly wrapped around a circle of lightning. He quickly approached Xiao, palm pushed out, and beat on his chest. Xiao Yu's body suddenly stagnated, and his body seemed to be affected by the current for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Qi Shu also quickly approached Xiao Yu, and said with an urgent expression, "Xiao, what's wrong with you? It's us. Are you controlled by the ability?" "Qi Shu, be careful." Fan Shi, who had just finished attacking, changed his face drastically, turned his head and rushed towards Qi Shu, hugged her hard, and rushed to the side. He had just made this flying action, and the position of Qi Shu was pierced by a spike rising from the ground. "Les, do you really want to kill her?" Tao Pan rushed over angrily and shattered the spike with a slap. On the other side, Fan Shi rolled on the ground with Qi Shu in his arms. Qi Shu, who had just stabilized his figure, was held in his arms, and directly pushed him away and stood up. What happened to Xiao Yu? Her attention was now all on her former companion. Could it be that he was attacked by a false demon? "Do you think that Xiao Yu now looks like the puppet described by the 2 freshmen of Longsha Academy before?" A hint of loss flashed in Fan Shi's eyes, and he also leaned over. Even though he sacrificed his life to save him, Qi Shu didn't want to look at him again. "What did you say, puppet?" Qi Shu's face changed slightly, and he immediately looked forward. Their former companions were smaller, but at this time, they did maintain an expressionless demeanor, just constantly waving their fists and fighting with their captain Tao Pan. The two fisted each other, and the ground under their feet kept cracking and flying, and they were a little indistinguishable for a while. If it's a puppet, doesn't it mean that he is younger? Qi Shu's delicate face turned slightly white, and he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. "Captain, he has already noticed this." Fan Shi stepped forward and spoke in a heavy tone. Otherwise, with his realm, he would have been able to subdue him long ago. But now the captain is deliberately holding back his strength for fear that he will be injured less. People are creatures that like to deceive themselves the most. Countless couples in love obviously find that their other half is uncertain and do not return home at night, but they will deceive themselves in their hearts. She just went out because of something, or went to live at a friend's/girlfriend's house. Countless students who are in school usually don't study hard, but before each exam score, they expect to be able to perform extraordinarily and score more than 10 points more than the normal level. Countless men with kidney deficiency and stomach nourishment will also deceive their other half before receiving their physical examination reports, not because they are not in good health but because they have been in bad shape recently. Countless brainless fans in the fan circle, even though they know that their idols have been bad, they are still desperately defending their idols before their idols are arrested and imprisoned for breaking the law. Only when they see the puffs bursting in front of them can some people truly recognize the reality. And the other part, no matter how much evidence there is, will continue to deceive themselves, unwilling to accept some conclusions and facts that are as conspicuous as ink on a white shirt. Tao Pan's current state is similar to this. Even though he had faintly noticed the abnormality of Xiao Yu's state, he was still deceiving himself, and Xiao Yu might have only been temporarily controlled, but he still had a chance to wake up. He constantly limited his own energy and tried hard to block every attack of the opponent. "Les, you wake up. Have you forgotten about us? Do you remember the oath we made before entering the hunting void team?" Xiao Yu was expressionless, and he didn't have any emotional fluctuations about Tao Pan's words, but he punched the latter several times in succession. Tao Pan's attacked part immediately glowed with a metallic luster, and although his clothes were broken, he resisted these few punches. Tao Pan, on the other hand, took advantage of this gap and suddenly stretched out his hand and hugged Xiao Yu's arms hard. His eyes were red, he stared at the other party, and roared, "Give me a little more awake. Don't you remember our memories, past experiences, and tasks completed together?" His roar echoed in the mountains and forests, filled with extremely surging emotions. What the hell is going on? Shishu, who was not far away, burst into tears, staring at Xiao Xiao, and his voice choked up a little. "Xiao, wake up!" Fan Shi, who was beside him, obviously showed a touch of distress in his eyes, and pursed his lips several times to speak, but he could only sigh deeply. Ba-bang! Two spikes protruded from the ground, and they directly pierced Tao Pan's metal-like feet. Immediately afterwards, countless spikes rushed out from all directions, constantly attacking Tao Pan. But Tao Pan still hugged Xiao Xiao, his eyes red, and continued to roar, "Quickly recall to me, we dash." A cloud of blood mist, with fiery kinetic energy, appeared from behind Xiao Xiao, smashed his head with a punch, and directly interrupted Tao Pan's unfinished words. In an instant, the audience was silent, and Tao Pan, who had been firmly bound by Xiao Xiao, was even more pupil-constricted. Unbelievable. "I said you." A lazy voice sounded behind Xiao Yu. "In front of a puppet whose soul has almost dissipated, what kind of emotional card is playing here? Do you really think this is some kind of hot-blooded anime that can wake up your old friends by escaping with your mouth? What was done?" Tao Pan muttered loudly, unable to believe what he saw. "Isn't this obvious?" Su also withdrew his hand, and Xiao Yu, whose head was shattered, suddenly lay straight on the ground. In the burst of his head, countless solidified and dried viscous suddenly exploded, scattered all over the ground, and even sprinkled on the face of Tao Pan, who was closest to him. "I killed him and saved your life. You bastard!" Tao Pan was furious, and instantly rushed up, his eyes red, and grabbed Su Ye's collar. "That's my teammate. Since he is your team member, why didn't you protect him?" Su also looked at Tao Pan calmly, his eyes were filled with a touch of coldness, and he did not give in at all. "Don't deceive yourself anymore, he's already dead thoroughly. This is not controlled by the ability of the psychic influence class, but the soul has been integrated into this puppet." Su also slapped the truth and facts on Tao Pan's face. Tao Pan's breathing became more and more rapid, and it was more like white smoke was spewing out of his nose. After a few seconds, he finally calmed down and slowly loosened Su Ye's collar. As the captain of the hunting void team, he naturally knew which was lighter and which was heavier. He had already discovered that Xiao Xiao might have died, but as the captain, he found it difficult to accept the fact that his team members died in just one day, and were even refined into puppets. Who is it? What is the ability? And what kind of ability has refined Xiao Xiao into what it is now? Tao Pan covered his face in pain and whispered continuously. Fan Shi and Shishu, who were not far away, also had complicated expressions, scanning back and forth at Su Yi, who suddenly appeared, in Xiao, who had no breath on the ground. Tao Pan spent 5 minutes to stabilize his emotions. He finally calmed down, stood up from the ground, and looked at Su Yi. "Why are you here? Didn't I order you not to come in? First of all, it's not me, it's us." Su also turned sideways, and Bai Tao, who was hiding behind him, was suddenly revealed. Bai Tao was stunned for a moment, then quickly touched the back of his head and nodded to everyone repeatedly. "Second," Su also continued, "there are 2 reasons why I came here. First, I don't like to obey other people's inexplicable orders, even if you are the captain of the hunting void team. Second, I have reason to suspect." Speaking of this, he paused slightly, and his expression became a little sharper. "The one who killed a void hunter and refined it into a puppet is among you." Ridiculous. Hearing this conclusion, Tao Pan, who had just calmed down, almost didn't jump. He glared at Su Yi, and the coercion of the mountain realm permeated out. "You first damaged the bodies of my team members, and then questioned whether any of us killed Xiao Xiao?" Su also took a step back, only to feel that his whole body seemed to be pressed down by an invisible pressure. But his face did not change, pointing to the headless corpse on the ground. "He is different from the puppet he met in Xuancheng. He is a puppet directly refined from the body of this senior. The whole body is made of flesh and blood, but the part of the head that was broken by me did not have any blood flowing out, only the brain splattered out." He lifted the body and showed it to several people. At the bloody and blurred fracture, the internal structure of the corpse could be clearly seen, but the blood in its body seemed to have dried up long ago, almost turning black, and the body was also stained with a solid brain plasma mixture that had just exploded. Normally, an hour after a person dies, the blood in the body will gradually coagulate. Judging from the stiffness of the corpse and the drying of these brain plasma, he has been dead for at least a day. He casually placed the body in his hand on the ground, which immediately attracted the angry gaze of the 3 people not far away. In other words, long before yesterday, this senior had already been killed and his body was refined into a puppet. His soul is the driving force that connects the energy circuits in his body, thereby prompting him to move freely and even attack you. This can only mean that he has been framed. How can you prove that he is a puppet refined by one of us? Tao Pan's voice became cold, and he looked directly at Su Yi, as if he had accepted Xiao Zhao's death. "The reason is simple." Su also lifted the body again and showed
showed it to the few people in front of him. The corpse has a total of 3 penetrating wounds on its body, located on the left leg, abdomen, and left shoulder. This shows that he was chased by something or someone before he was alive. In fact, on the way here, I did find the footprints and traces of the senior when he escaped. What? Suyi suddenly gave the information, which shocked the 3 void hunters. Su didn't explain too much, but simply answered, the puppet that chased and killed Senior Yu has been eliminated by me and by Tao. It is a puppet that can release penetrating attacks, and the attack is very destructive, and it can also correspond to the wounds on Senior Yu's body. Bai Tao stood aside, looking at Suyi with empty eyes, and his heart was complaining frantically. What does it mean that the 2 of us destroyed the puppet? Did our attack cause any fatal wounds to the puppet? The one who shot was obviously a false demon, right? And can you respect the corpse, carrying the corpse back and forth like this? I'm really not afraid that those 3 void hunters will beat you up. He moved lightly and quietly took a few steps away from Suyi, for fear that when Suyi was hammered, he would also be hammered with himself. Su also didn't notice Bai Tao's movements at all, just carried the corpse and continued to explain. But obviously, the wounds caused by these 3 attacks are not fatal wounds. From the blood stains on the corpse, it can be judged that both the depth of the wound and the amount of bleeding are far from the level of serious injury. And apart from these 3 wounds, there are no injuries on his body. That puppet has the strength to force him to escape and force him into a desperate situation, but it only caused these 3 minor injuries. What do you think is the reason? Want to push less somewhere? Tao Pan's face changed slightly, and he actually followed Suye's thinking and came to such a conclusion. That's right. In fact, this is the death of the senior. I think it has most likely nothing to do with that puppet. Su also nodded and pointed to the corpse's eyes. Pay attention, although his facial expression has stiffened, his eye muscles are obviously in a state of expansion. This is a physiological reaction that only occurs when a person is in a state of panic or surprise. This also shows that before he died, he definitely saw something incredible, or someone who makes him unbelievable. Obviously, Senior Yu successfully escaped the pursuit of the puppet and met someone he trusted or knew well. Su also said calmly, but he didn't expect that this person he trusted would become the one who took his life. There was no unnecessary trauma on the body, which means that he was killed by an internal impact without any defense. Maybe it's some kind of energy attack, or maybe some kind of ability. Of course, if you want to get more clues, you can actually dissect the body and do it from the internal injuries. The body in Suye's hand fell to the ground, and he was pulled up by the collar again by Tao Pan, who suddenly approached. If you dare to insult the corpse again, even if you are a student of Longsha Academy, I will not let you go. I didn't intend to insult the corpse. Suye raised his hands with a smile, and I have no experience in dissecting corpses, but my conclusion remains the same. He smiled and looked at the 3 people in front of him. At least 90% of the murderers are among you. Tao Pan's face was uncertain, and he suddenly let go of Suyi. He had to admit that Suye's analysis was tight and traceable, and it was the only reasoning that could clearly explain the cause of death. We are all void hunters, and we are comrades in arms of the same void hunting team. How can we do something to murder our teammates? But even so, Tao Pan still didn't want to doubt his companions. Trust is a fragile thing. Once it is poked, it will usher in endless suspicion. As the captain, he can't doubt his teammates anyway. Really? Suye's expression was smiling, and he looked at Tao Pan. Then who can say for sure? Man is a very selfish creature. Once his reason is covered by greed, hatred, and obsession, he will do something irreparable. One wrong step, maybe just to cover up a small mistake, it will go to a darker abyss, and thus get out of control. Even if several seniors are void hunters, it is not impossible to do things that harm teammates for personal thoughts. Bai Tao broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. No matter from which point of view, Suye's words are too sharp. But Suyi had no intention of stopping his mouth, and his tone was even more aggressive. For example, Senior Tao Pan, who is the captain, between you and this senior, there should be some ulterior secrets. Maybe it's because of this secret that you killed him. Nonsense. Shishu on the side finally couldn't help it, and was furious. You actually suspect that the captain killed Xiaoye? I've been putting up with you for a long time. And you? Su was unmoved, and turned his head to look at Shishu. You should be secretly in love with this junior senior, right? But obviously, you are not a couple. Maybe it's because of love, so it's not impossible to do this kind of murderous act on impulse. Shishu's face suddenly turned a little red, and his whole face was full of shyness and anger. What did you say? Hearing Suyi slander Shishu like this, Fan Chi on the side couldn't sit still and angrily scolded him. Captain, this guy has been disrupting our relationship, which is already a serious interference mission. And the matter of encountering the puppet is only his one-sided word. That puppet has been destroyed by them. Who knows if it can really emit a penetrating beam? Maybe the injuries smaller than his body were caused by someone else, and this guy is covering for the real culprit. If you want me to say, we might as well. In the end, it's you. Su also glanced at Fan Chi coldly and interrupted the other party's words. You have been pursuing this senior sister Chi Shu, but she obviously didn't pay attention to you, but all her attention was on the senior. From a certain point of view, this can be regarded as the sadness of licking a dog. As a poor licking dog dog, you can't love the goddess, so you have the urge to kill the goddess's crush and carry it out. Believe it or not, I'll be impulsive here first and slaughter you? Suya's words pierced his heart every word, and Fan Chi's temples suddenly burst with blue veins, and an electric current surged in his palms. Bai Tao was even more stunned. In just 3 sentences, he ridiculed the 3 people present one by one. If the taunting ability is materialized as a level, Su is at least a holder of S-level ability. Compared with the 2 people who were excited and angry on the side, Tao Pan was obviously much calmer. He looked at Suyi coldly and snorted coldly. So the reasoning in your mouth is to doubt the 3 of us one by one, but you can't come up with any evidence? If you're a person who only talks nonsense, I don't think I need to talk to you either. Isn't that what so-called reasoning is? Suyi still maintained an extremely casual demeanor. Make a hypothesis first, and then make inferences and supplement the chain of evidence. My reasoning just now wanted to tell you that all 3 of you have enough motivation to kill your teammates. This has nothing to do with the identity of the Void Hunter, just because you are all human. As long as there is desire, there will be sin, which is not something difficult to understand. He patted his trouser legs, stood up straight, and said in a calm tone, as for the evidence, I also know where to look for it. For example, he looked into Tao Pan's eyes and said word by word, the place of Senior Yu's death, there will definitely be evidence left by the real murderer. Do you know where he died? Tao Pan's pupils trembled slightly, and he spoke in surprise. I probably know. Su also touched his nose indifferently. In addition, the place where I want to make a puppet should be there as well. But I haven't been to the scene yet, so I don't know the specific situation of the scene. But when we get there, who is the real culprit? I think it should be ready to come out. Captain, he's just a kid in the stone realm, don't believe his words. Shishu spoke with a slight annoyance, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at Suyi. Lead the way. Unexpectedly, Tao Pan spoke coldly and looked at Suyi. If you deceive us, or don't find the real culprit, I will report to Longxia Academy in the name of your interference with the mission. There can be no traitor among my teammates. Ah, if you can't find the real culprit, I'll do it with you. Su also spoke lazily, and then took the lead and headed towards the depths of Nanchang Mountain. Bai Tao hurriedly chased after him, walked side by side with him at the front, and asked nervously, are you really sure that the murderer is among the 3 of them? Do you think their motives are enough for them to kill their teammates? How is that possible? Su also looked at him like an idiot. Those words just now can't even be called reasoning, it's just that I'm testing them. Then did you test what the result was? Although Bai Tao was despised, he still asked with the corners of his mouth. The corners of Suya's mouth curled up, of course. Didn't the murderer already blow himself up? Bai Tao's face was confused. He was obviously at the scene just now, but why didn't he hear anything? The murderer blew himself up. Where is it? He glanced at the 3 people behind him ghostly. Suya's words made him feel like he was standing on pins and needles, and he always felt that everyone looked like a murderer. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Suyi suddenly thought of something, suddenly hooked Bai Tao, lowered his voice and muttered something. Bai Tao listened for a while, and his eyes couldn't help but enlarge slightly. Are you serious? Is there really that kind of thing you mentioned? 9 times out of 10. Su also let go of him and pretended to be calm. With your level, it shouldn't be difficult to do, right? I always feel like you want to kill me. Bai Tao rubbed his hair and put on a bitter gourd face. For the next period of time, everyone was much quieter, and they followed Suyi thoughtfully, and everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts. Suyi walked in front of him while looking down at his phone, not knowing what he was rummaging through. Slowly, they also went up the mountain road, and the road on both sides gradually narrowed. How do you know where Shao died? Tao Pan walked behind Suyi and suddenly frowned and asked. I just said that on the way here. I found the footprints of Senior Yu when he escaped. Su also replied with his head slightly tilted. But just when I was about to gain something, the puppet that was chasing Senior Yu appeared and attacked me. Not only that, but it also destroyed all the subsequent footprints at the scene, making it impossible for me to continue the pursuit. But judging from the direction in which the footprints finally disappeared, it seems that he was walking towards the mountain. This mountain is so big, how do you know where he went? Shishu frowned and asked. Judging from the footprints alone, I really don't know which direction he went in on the mountain. Su also said, but I have another clue. That's the strange thing Bai Tao saw 3 days ago. At that time, he was attracted by a mysterious little girl and came all the way to the bottom of Nanchang Mountain and accidentally noticed a light flickering on the top of the mountain. It was after he sensed that ray of light that he began to be hunted down by the puppet. We can boldly speculate that the light Bai Tao saw at that time was not accidental, but the mysterious little girl who deliberately guided him to see the— What are you talking about? Fan Shi let out a sneer disdainfully. According to your statement, what is the identity of that little girl? Why did she know what was happening on the mountain, and what purpose did she have to guide her? We can discuss the identity of the little girl later. Su also skipped this part of the narrative lightly, which surprised Bai Tao. Only he and Su Yi knew the true identity of the little girl. But is there really reason to believe what a false demon does and says? Assuming my guess is correct, then the light Bai Tao saw at that time was a key hint. But, Bai Tao raised his hand weakly, his face full of innocence. Even I don't remember which side of the mountain the
light was on at that time. Not long after I saw the light, I was chased by the puppet and fled all the way back to the city. No, you know. Su also smiled and continued. Do you remember what time you appeared in Nanchang Mountain? Bai Tao frowned slightly and began to think and recall. That aunt's husband should have come back at 5 o'clock in the morning. From the time I climbed over the window and slipped all the way to the suburbs, it was just dawn, that is, it was close to 6 o'clock. Hearing Bai Tao's words, the contempt in the eyes of the three void hunters behind them almost turned into substance. Especially Qi Shu, he muttered in a low voice, scum. In other words, you appeared at the foot of Nanchang Mountain before 7 o'clock in the morning. Su also took Bai Tao's words, and the sky was dark at that time, but you could see the light. This also means that you were in the position on the east side of Nanchang Mountain. The sunlight shines on a certain place, so it refracts the light. You wait. Tao Pan interrupted Su Yi and frowned slightly. How can you conclude that this is the light from the sun's rays? Energy, Juebao, or some kind of electronic device can all create light. Suppose you are controlling a puppet or creating a puppet and intending to kill your own team members. Will you let your energy, or something you are using, leak light? Su also rolled his eyes and asked. Tao Pan was stunned for a moment and quickly closed his mouth. There were no wounds on Xiao Yu's body, indicating that his death was a premeditated murder, not an impulsive murder. In this case, the person who does it will never commit such a stupid thing of exposing energy and exposing his position. 3 days ago, Xiao Xiao hadn't disappeared, and around 6 o'clock in the morning, we should still be resting in the city. Qi Shu pondered and spoke. So the murderer must have come to Nanchang Mountain behind your back. Su also shrugged his shoulders, and he is obviously making some preparations for the murder of Senior Yu. He returned to the topic. To sum up, the light Bai Tao saw at that time was obviously natural light. The sun shone in a certain position and refracted the light, which happened to be captured by Bai Tao. And the murderer who discovered this also noticed Bai Tao's existence, so he immediately released a puppet to hunt him down. So you said for a long time, where are we going? Fan Shi asked impatiently. Don't worry. Su also smiled meaningfully and suddenly stopped. It's here soon. He stopped on the mountain road near the top of the mountain and suddenly swung his punch at the woods on the side. The fist wind shook a leaf next to the cliff, revealing the mountain wall on the side. Tao Pan and the others were all void hunters, and their eyes were extremely keen, and they noticed the strangeness on the mountain wall at a glance. Cave? They exclaimed in unison, a little surprised that there would be a cave here. Remember, it rained here a few days ago. Therefore, many potholes on the mountain have left puddles that have not dried up. The light that Bai Tao saw was reflected by the sun's light on the puddles, and the only place that can accumulate puddles and not be obscured by trees is the cave located on the mountain wall. Sui jumped up, directly crossed a distance of about 3 meters, and jumped into the cave entrance close to the mountain wall. He tilted his head slightly and looked at a few people not far away. Don't be stunned. Senior Yu went up the mountain from the other side of the cave and entered this cave. And this is also the place where he died, and it is also the place where the murderer refined him into a puppet. Next, I will also be here, so that the real murderer has no place to hide. Su Yi and a few others walked in the silent cave. The entrance of this cave is extremely flat, and it is obviously artificially made. The inside is twisted and spreading. The cave is incomparably deep, pitch black, and the width on both sides is about 5 meters, although it is not spacious, but it is definitely not narrow. Su also walked at the front with a flashlight and led everyone forward. After walking about 5 meters like this, he suddenly stopped and pointed the light of his flashlight at the ground. At the location where his flashlight shone, there was an obvious footprint, and there were dried bloodstains on both sides. This footprint was left by Senior Yu, which shows that he did enter this cave after he was injured. Footprints continue to spread in the morning. Sui continued to lead everyone forward. After walking about 10 meters, the footprints that had been moving forward disappeared. But I saw a large area of messy struggling traces on the ground, which looked messy, and I didn't know what had happened here. It was here that Senior Yu found someone who was unbelievable. He accidentally discovered the other party's secret, but was attacked by someone he trusted and almost killed him in one blow. He didn't leave any trauma, but before he died, he struggled or convulsed frantically, leaving these messy traces. Snap! They had almost reached the deepest part of the hole, and Su also pointed to the traces on the ground and analyzed them for everyone. This is obviously the place where the murderer refined the puppet, and there are still some traces of energy left around. So you've been talking for a long time. Who do you want to identify as the murderer? Tao Pan looked calm, put the flashlight on Suya's body, and looked at him quietly. Captain Tao Pan, what do you think? Su also smiled slightly, turned around and asked. There can be no one in my team who mutilates his teammates. Tao Pan's tone was as firm as ever. I believe in each of them. Belief is a subjective consciousness that does not change facts or results. Su also said indifferently, this is just a feeling of self-deception. As he spoke, he took a few more steps into the hole and sat on a raised stone. For example, Captain Tao Pan, you hid one thing from your team members. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shu and Fan Shi next to him looked slightly at their captains. Bai Tao felt a tense atmosphere and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Tao Pan did not change his expression and looked at Sui silently. For example, the dead senior Yu actually liked men and liked people. It should be Captain Tao Pan. Suyi was not amazing, and the words he said directly made a few people except Tao Pan almost glare. Bai Tao almost choked to death by his own spit and stood there again and coughed violently. For example, he has many characteristics that are unique to G-Star. Su also looked calm and took out several things from his pocket, like the membership card of the big asterisk turning bar and some kind of dating software in the mobile phone. These things were all found in the pockets of his corpse. When did you take these things away? Bai Tao couldn't hold back and let out a low voice. The password on his mobile phone is his birthday, and it's not difficult to crack. Su also put Xuanlai's ID card on the ground and showed it to everyone. By the way, from the analysis of his mobile phone search engine and the browsing content of these software, he should be regarded as a 0. Who cares about this? Hey, and you are already an invasion of privacy. Apologize to my dead seniors. Bai Tao finally complained in a low voice. Shi Shu and Fan Shi also showed shock and couldn't help but look at their captain. Bang! But Tao Pan still maintained an expressionless expression, just looking at Suyi quietly. What then? What evidence do you have to prove that the person he likes is me? Evidence? Su also showed a smiling look and opened the senior's mobile phone album. An amazing scene was unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. I saw that in the photo album, Tao Pan's photos were densely taken from various angles. There are scenes in battle, and there are many life photos, which at first glance are quite ugly, like a candid photo of a stalker. Tao Pan's expression finally changed slightly, and his eyes became slightly complicated. So do you want to identify me as the murderer? Bang! Of course not. Su also shook his head and put down his phone. You are not his murderer. Because no matter how perverted the behavior is, Senior Yu is still secretly in love with you, Captain Tao Pan, after all, and he has not done anything excessive. Such perverted behavior alone is not excessive enough. Bai Tao's complaining heart seemed to be activated, and he kept whispering in his heart. Captain Tao Pan, the secret you hid is that after he confessed to you, although you rejected him, in order not to damage the relationship between the team, you helped him hide the matter of sexual orientation. But that's not enough reason for you to kill him. What? Less than what he liked. It turned out to be the captain. After hearing Suya's words, Shi Shu on the side had already lost his face, and the whole person muttered to himself, unable to accept this fact. Who is that murderer? Bai Tao's curiosity was also aroused, and he couldn't help but ask. Why did you report an anagram to me when you were being chased by the puppet, instead of telling me where you were? Suyi suddenly turned his head and asked Bai Tao. Ha! Bai Tao didn't expect that Su would suddenly ask himself this question, but he still replied honestly, because I feel like I'm being watched. Actually, before contacting you, I also tried to contact the assistants in the city to help me. Rumble. But every time I report my hiding place, I will be caught up by the puppet within half an hour, and I can only continue to escape. In the end, I have no choice. I want to ask you for help. I can only think about whether I can tell you my specific location in this implicit way. You're right, you're indeed being monitored. No, to be precise, it was monitored. Su also smiled and looked ahead. Like senior sister Chi Shu, she is nothing more than a poor person who can't be loved, and this motive is not enough to kill Senior Yu. And there is only one person who can have enough motivation, put it into practice, and have a way to listen to your cell phone signal. His gaze finally stopped on Fan Chi's face, which was full of shock, and his expression was slightly stagnant. It's you, Senior Fan Chi. Fan Chi was like a named prisoner in a film and television drama, and squeezed out an extremely reluctant smile. You said I killed Xiao? What are you kidding? First of all, your motivation. Su also ignored his defense, but said to himself, at first, I thought your motive was just to love, and you wanted to get rid of your competitors and take the opportunity to win the heart of this senior sister Chi Shu. But when I think about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. After all, being able to become a void hunter, at least in terms of mind and execution, is outstanding, and it is not like ordinary people who kill teammates for the sake of love and love. So I thought about it carefully and roughly guessed your motives. He looked into Fan Chi's eyes and said lightly, you want to get strength. If I'm not mistaken, in the search of Nanchang Mountain, you found a treasure that can create a puppet, right? But after you found it, you didn't choose to notify your teammates, but checked it yourself. But this act of checking made you discover an amazing thing. That is, in this treasure, there are extremely extraordinary puppets, and the puppet-making technique. The appearance and acquisition of puppets give people strength that far exceeds their own realm, so your desires are amplified, and an idea is born. You want to swallow this thing all to yourself, you don't want to hand it over. He paused slightly and observed Fan Chi's expression. I saw that the latter was expressionless at this time, and his eyes flashed with an elusive feeling. And you are also quietly hiding in this cave, trying to study the method of making the puppet, as well as the specific techniques of using it, and use it for your own use. 3 days ago, in the process of studying the puppet, due to the reflection of the light reflection of the puddle at the entrance of the cave, you accidentally noticed the appearance and approach of Bai Tao. In order to prevent your identity from being leaked, and to prevent Bai Tao from becoming suspicious, so that your behavior will be exposed, for the first time, you were affected by desire, released the puppet, and launched a hunt hunt for Bai Tao. As for how you find him, it's very simple. That is by releasing electrical signals, so as to sense and listen to his mobile phone signal. That's why no matter where he hides, he will be discovered by you quickly. Impossible. Tao Pan spoke calmly and interrupted Su Yi directly. Fan Shi's ability is a B-level ability, arc burst, and the ability effect is simply to release electrical energy. How can there be a means to listen to mobile phone signals? Even at this time, he still believes in his players. It seems that Captain Tao Pan's physics is not very good. Su also chuckled. Since he can release current, he can manually create an electrical signal through the change of current. As long as the use is reasonable enough, the conversion and monitoring between signals is by no means difficult for him. Obviously, his development of his abilities is by no means as simple as simply releasing energy. Tao Pan fell silent and turned to look at Fan Shi. But Fan Shi was silent, his expression was unpredictable, and he didn't know what he was thinking at all. It's just that what you didn't expect is that Bai Tao's ability to escape is so strong. Su Yi looked at the other party and continued. After 3 days of chasing, you didn't succeed in killing him, and you obviously don't want to make too much noise in the city to prevent yourself from being exposed. So you can only hunt him down while continuing to research and refine the treasure you get. But just 3 days ago, something happened that you didn't expect. The other puppet you sent out to prevent anyone from approaching you chased the senior by mistake. And Senior Yu, who was being chased, happened to escape to the mountain and inadvertently hid in the cave where you were. He found the puppet you are researching in the cave, as well as the items you need to find for this mission. And he also noticed that you have been whereabouts for the past few days. You wanted to hide it from the sky and fool the past, but Senior Yu obviously wanted to ask questions, and even proposed to notify Captain Tao Pan of this matter, and even report it to the academy. The fact that Bai Tao is still alive, you have not been able to refine the treasure for a long time, plus the sudden appearance of Senior Yu who noticed your secret. Countless troubles wrap around you and make you irritable. So, under the influence of greed and delusion, you did an impulsive thing. Su also clapped his hands and then gently separated. You used your ability to kill the injured Senior Yu in one blow. Because of your ability, rush the current directly into his body, so there is no wound on the surface of his body. But if you check the inside of the body, you will definitely be able to detect a lot of traces of electric current impact. Because of this, when you fought with Senior Yu, who was refined into a puppet, you deliberately attacked him with your abilities. In this way, even if the puppet is destroyed and something is found wrong during the autopsy, you can use this attack as a cover to prevaricate. After you killed Senior Yu, you knew that you had done something irreparable. But what you think about is not atonement, but continuing to enter the abyss and never return. Therefore, you chose to refine your senior into a puppet and plan to take the opportunity to kill all your remaining 2 team members and refine them into puppets. Su also finished narrating the whole process of his analysis in one breath, let out a long breath, and then smiled and looked at Fan Chi again. Am I wrong? Senior Fan Chi. Poof. Fan Chi's expressionless face showed a disdainful sneer. Nonsense. Your story is really interesting. I advise you not to think about being a virtual hunter, drop out of school to become an author, and write novels. If this kind of reasoning without even evidence can be used as evidence, who said I had no evidence? Su also interrupted Fan Chi and looked at the other party with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Didn't you already blow yourself up? What did you say? Fan Chi's face changed slightly, but he didn't think of any flaws in him. I have analyzed the source of the wounds on the senior's body for you before. At that time, I said that he was injured by 3 penetrations, but I never mentioned that he was penetrated by something. But in your previous words, why did you know that he was penetrated by 3 penetrating beams? Su Ye's voice was like a hammer drop, making the entire cave quiet. Fan Chi. Even Tao Pan sensed something was wrong at this moment. He looked at Fan Chi in disbelief, his eyes flashing with grief. Senior Fan Chi. Yu Chishu was also surprised and dazed, unable to accept this fact. Hum. Fan Chi's expressionless face gradually showed a wild laugh and finally became crazy. Ha ha ha. He no longer continued to hide it, but laughed loudly, and his expression became fierce. I didn't expect that I would be planted in this kind of thing. He scolded viciously. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let go of the puppet that could automatically track and defend. If it hadn't been for chasing that idiot who was smaller than that, he wouldn't have broken into me, let alone what happened later. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, but it quickly dissipated. At this point, he had already planned to go all the way to the dark. Senior, are you really smaller than the other? Chishu was bloodless, and the successive blows made it difficult for her to recover. Yes, I killed it. Fan Chi snorted coldly and looked at Chishu with disdain. I don't even know what you like about that. Is there anything worse about me than him? You said you like oatmeal. I get up at 5 o'clock every morning and send breakfast and oatmeal downstairs to you. You said you were sick, and I delivered the medicine to the door of your dormitory in the heavy rain. You said you were rejected by Xiao Xiao. I walked 30 kilometers with you to relax, and my leg was about to break. But what about you? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes almost burst into flames. I've paid so much. Don't even look at me. You haven't even let me touch your hand once. You. Shishu's face turned slightly white and his eyes gradually became cold. I am indeed very grateful to have friends like you around me, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. See, this is the end of licking the dog, only knowing the self-touching giveaway, but in fact it can only move itself. Su also turned his head and looked at Bai Tao, who was already stunned, and said. Bai Tao had a complicated expression, looked at Fan Chi with pity on his face, and muttered, so, licking a dog must not die well. Shut up for me. Fan Chi seemed to have been poked in the pain point and immediately scolded Bai Tao angrily with red eyes. Bai Tao shrank his neck and the whole person took a big step back, his face full of vigilance, as if he wanted to escape from this hole at any time. So I told myself. Fan Chi raised his head with a crazy face. Strength. As long as you have enough strength, a woman like you can only kneel in front of me and bow her head in the end. God favors me. I didn't expect that just a random search would allow me to discover magical fragments that I had never heard of. Powerful puppets. The methods of making puppets are all recorded in the fragments. As long as I have a strong enough puppet, even if I don't leave home, I can override everyone. He jumped in place as if he were crazy, sometimes laughing, sometimes waving his hands. Fan Chi. Tao Pan's low roar stopped Fan Chi from laughing out loud. The captain of the hunting void team was completely enraged. He didn't expect that the team members he had always trusted would make such a person who would betray his teammates and betray the promise of the void hunter. Give me a little less then. Apologize. He stepped out and came to Fan Chi in an instant. His entire right arm was covered with a metallic luster, and he punched out. But Fan Chi still stood in place and danced, as if he didn't notice the danger at all. Kula. The light blue electric current suddenly burst out from Tao Pan's body. He trembled, his knees went weak, and he knelt on the ground uncontrollably. At the same time, several people in the cave burst out with fiery electricity under their feet and fell down one after another. You won't think that I let you enter here easily, and I am completely unprepared, right? Fan Chi stopped laughing, the corners of his mouth raised, and looked at the few people in front of him with a sneer. The dark cave was lit up by a pale blue current almost instantly. In an instant, with Fan Chi's legs as the center, the entire cave seemed to turn into a sea of electricity. Even Suyi was weak in his legs at the moment, only to feel that the current was constantly rushing into his body. His whole body was paralyzed, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Obviously, since they entered the hole, Fan Chi has been saving and preparing for this trick. Was attacked without defense. Even Tao Pan in the mountains was shocked by electricity at this time, and his whole body trembled and he couldn't move. He struggled to stretch out his arm and grabbed Fan Chi's ankle slammed. You want to? What do you want to do? What are you doing? Fan Chi sneered and kicked away the hand of his former captain, with a cruel face. Of course, I refined you all into my puppets. Don't worry, when you die, I will put all the blame on the virtual demon who doesn't know if there really exists. No one will doubt me, and you will also become my slaves and subordinates, accompanying me as puppets. I will rebuild the void hunting team and become the strongest void hunter. During the conversation, he gently patted the wall around him, a wall located deep in the cave. The wall skin was suddenly torn to pieces by the burst of current. At the same time, a strange male puppet came out of the wall, and it seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. The disadvantages of this large-scale current attack seem to be very obvious. That is, he cannot move and needs to maintain the electric field by constantly outputting energy. Under normal circumstances, in the process of releasing his ability, he cannot attack the target controlled by him, and the attack does not distinguish between friend and foe. These currents are difficult to hurt people, and can only cause some paralysis and control. But the existence of the puppet completely makes up for the shortcomings of this trick. First of all, let's start with you, a self-righteous and arrogant guy. Under Fan Chi's command and manipulation, the puppet suddenly began to move, walking towards Su Yi, who knelt on one knee and couldn't move. As a puppet, it naturally would not be affected by these currents, and within 2 or 3 steps, it appeared in front of Su Yi. Then, the puppet waved its fist and smashed it down. It was accompanied by a deafening roar. The smile on Fan Chi's face suddenly froze. Because the puppet's attack only shattered an afterimage in the ground where Su Yi was originally located. Su Yi's own figure suddenly disappeared in place. Then you wouldn't think that I found out that you were the murderer after entering the cave. His lazy voice sounded from behind Fan Chi. Do you think I'll wait for you to make a move unprepared? Fan Chi shouted out the villain's unique lines before being defeated, and his face changed drastically. How can you escape my electric sea? The smell of blood came from his nose. In the next second, his back was hit by a powerful impact. Cough. The fierceness of the impact made Fan Chi, who could not move, feel his internal organs roll and vomit a mouthful of blood. Su was also behind him. Blood burst out, and he swung his punches. However, even though Fan Chi couldn't move, he could still use energy to protect himself. Therefore, the damage caused by this punch is only to the extent that it makes it vomit blood. If one punch isn't enough, just another punch. Su also expected this. After all, Fan Chi is also a rock realm hunter, and his strength is much stronger than him. Even if it cannot act, its energy intensity is above itself. He gathered his energy into his fist and burst out with another punch. However, this punch was steadily caught by a palm. You guy. Fan Chi looked angry and flipped his palm to grab Suye's fist. It's not over, right? He couldn't leave the place just because of his ability, but his upper body was still able to move normally. At this moment, below his legs was a sea of electricity, filling the entire cave. Because of this, he was also unable to use his hands to release his abilities, and could only fight purely with his own physical body and basic energy. Even so, he was still able to catch Suye's punch that opened the boiling blood. It's just a mere stone realm. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Fan Shi used all his strength to throw Suye's entire body out. Suye's whole person flew out like a fog. He quickly twisted his figure in the air, and then barely stepped on half of the rock wall and stabilized his figure. Only then did Fan Shi see clearly that on Suye's arms and legs, there were circles of insulating tape. That is, from the very beginning he was not affected by his own current. Impossible. When did you wrap the tape? Fan Shi's face changed slightly. Since they met just now, Su has been following them, and there is no time to make the action of winding the tape at all. Why don't you guess? Su also smiled at the corner of his mouth but did not explain. The principle of being able to do all this is quite simple. He only needs to apply a piece of tape to his hands and feet, and then repair it with his repair hand, so that he can directly extend the complete tape to protect himself from the invasion of his body by electric current. Of course, the length of this tape repair cannot exceed its original total length. However, it is completely enough to wrap hands and feet with it. Guess? Fan Shi snorted coldly. I won't do that kind of meaningless thing. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just die here for me. The wall where Suyi stepped on was smashed through by the pursuing puppet, revealing a fist mark. He stepped on the flying shadow and dodged to the side, but his pupils immediately shrank. I saw a fist smashing head-on and hitting his body. Whoosh! Su was also smashed into the rock wall, and suddenly felt severe pain all over his body, and slipped down the rock wall with cold air. He didn't expect that the speed of this puppet would be so fast. Turning his head and glancing at Fan Shi, he saw that the latter's eyes seemed to have a pale yellow light flashing, as if he was personally controlling the puppet's actions. I see. Is the puppet directly controlled by me? Su also quickly jumped to the side, and the puppet that came crashed once again shattered the rock wall behind him into a cobweb-like crack, and he began to use flying shadows, trying to get closer to Fan Shi. However, in the next second, Suya's pupils shrank slightly, and the flying shadow that was originally moving towards Fan Shi was forced to run behind him. The place where he stood was crushed by the puppet and approached quickly. How could I let you come close to me at will? Fan Shi sneered, constantly using energy to repair the injury he had just suffered. At the same time, he also manipulated the puppet to hunt down Suyi with all his might. For a while, Suyi and the puppet chased and fled, and began to move around in the cave. Once he tried to get close to Fan Shi, the puppet appeared on his trajectory like an uncertain prophet, forcing him to retreat. There were a few people lying on the ground who couldn't move, and they could only see the strong wind inside the cave, and the puppet stood in the center, blocking everything. Suyi tried to get close to Fan Shi. Meaningless action. I want to see how long your energy can last. Fan Shi sneered again and again, ready to fight a protracted battle. Suyi moved at such a high speed, and the loss of energy was much greater than his. The two are separated by a realm. As long as they drag on, Su will undoubtedly lose. Ha, ha, ha. As Fan Shi said, such a high frequency of using feiying, whether it is physical or energy damage, has already made him quite tired. He gasped heavily, stood by the wall, and looked up at Fan Shi. You're right. If I continue like this, my energy and physical strength will definitely be the first to run out. He let out a long breath and straightened his body. But there is one thing you misunderstood. What I do is not meaningless. I don't know if you've heard of it. There is a trick in magic called misguidance. That is, use a conspicuous big action to cover up the small action, so as to achieve the purpose of deceiving the audience. Ha! Fan Shi sneered again and again. Is your head abnormal? On this occasion, you and I perform magic? Are you going to do a magic trick for me and then be beaten to death by me? No, no, no. Suyi shook his head. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm just reminding you. When your attention is all on me, are you ignoring something? What did you ignore? Fan Shi subconsciously repeated this sentence, and actually began to scan the surroundings. This cave is so big, I can still ignore. His voice stopped abruptly, and his pupils contracted instantly. It's gone. There were 3 people who were supposed to be covered by the sea of electricity and couldn't move, but now, there are only 2 people left on the ground. The smile on Suya's face was even worse, and he exhaled with relief, finally persevered. He had just used feiying one after another, not to try to get close to Fan Shi from the beginning. It is to attach the insulating tape to someone's body. The person who disappeared is. Fan Shi's scalp was numb and he reacted quickly. Tao Pan, Captain? At the same time, a thick and powerful hand also clasped his head at the same moment. Fan Shi, you really disappointed me. Tao Pan's voice was like a volcano about to erupt, low as thunder, because there is too much current impacting the body. Therefore, even if Su had already put insulating tape on Tao Pan, he would not be able to resume his actions at the first time. Because of this, Suyi kept using the flying shadow to attract Fan Shi's attention until Tao Pan dispersed all the current in his body. Team, Captain? Fan Shi's head was grabbed, and his whole whole body suddenly shook, and he almost flew out of the sky. In front of Tao Pan in the mountains, he was almost powerless to resist. The current that covered the cave dissipated in an instant. Bai Tao and Shi Shu, who had been in a state of pain and were paralyzed, both looked relaxed and fell to the ground at this time. Their bodies were still twitching, and they couldn't get rid of the effects of the current for a short time. Tao Pan grabbed Fan Shi's head and lifted him up, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. "I trust you so much. I didn't expect you to be really ruthless and kill Xiao." His palm was covered with metal, and with absolute crushing force, he lifted Fan Shi in front of him. "Captain." Fan Shi frowned in pain and struggled to speak. "I know I was wrong. I am willing to bear all the faults, and I have no objection to putting me in prison." A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and his right palm suddenly surged with lightning, slapping it towards Tao Pan's chest rapidly. Kula! The clothes on Tao Pan's chest were torn apart by lightning, revealing his chest covered with metal. The violent current rushed around him, but the power on Fan Shi's head was not weak at all. When he looked up, the disappointment in Tao Pan's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a touch of sadness. "I think you seem to have misunderstood something." Su also gasped and spoke abruptly on the side. "In fact, from the beginning, Captain Tao Pan already knew that you were the murderer." "You say what?" Fan Shi opened his mouth with great difficulty, his eyes full of horror. "But he chose to believe in you, and even put no defenses against you, just because you are his teammate." Su also continued to read lightly. "Even if I don't make a move, he can break free from your control with his own strength. The reason why he has been lying on the ground is just to give you one last chance to atone for your sins. But it's a pity that you didn't cherish this opportunity. What's the situation?" As soon as his words fell, Tao Pan was full of anger, sadness and disappointment, and slammed into Fan Shi's stomach. Fan Shi only felt that his consciousness seemed to go blank for a moment, and then he was filled with severe pain covering his whole body. The puppet, who was still trying to get close to help him, suddenly trembled as if he had lost contact and stopped in place. Su also immediately took the opportunity to approach the puppet and slapped his palm on its head. A wisp of fairy mist poured into the puppet's body along the palm of his hand. Fan Shi was shocked to realize that the connection between himself and the puppet had been broken. "Captain." He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his whole body was slammed to the ground by Tao Pan. 3 punches fell in succession. Fan Shi spat out blood, and his whole body trembled. Under Tao Pan's attack, all the energy in his body was scattered, and his whole body convulsed and trembled like Parkinson's, and the pain was uncontrollable. Just as the 4th punch was about to fall, Sui suddenly stretched out a hand to block the angry Tao Pan. "That's enough, Captain Tao Pan. If you keep fighting, he will die directly." Tao Pan's fist stopped in the air and did not continue to fall, and his emotions became a little calmer with Suya's mouth. "Void hunters who mutilate teammates should be sent to prison for punishment. If you beat him to death like this, it will be too cheap for him." Su also said calmly, "In addition, I have some other things to ask him." Tao Pan loosened Fan Shi's collar, panted slightly and took a step back, looking at Suyi with a complicated expression. "Bang! I'm sorry, I've caused you a lot of trouble. My players will behave like this, and it is completely because of my poor supervision. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask." He stood there as if disheartened and began to calm down. Suyi squatted next to Fan Shi and pulled up his twitching upper body. "Where did you put the things you used to refine the puppet?" "You?" Fan Shi's voice trembled slightly, obviously not recovering yet. Snap! Su also bowed left and right, and gave him 2 loud slaps directly, but there was still a smile on his face. "Let me ask you, where did you put the things?" Snap! "Where is it?" Snap! In just 2 minutes, Fan Shi's entire face was a little swollen, and he looked at Suya's eyes, as if he was looking at a demon. Boom! Seeing that 2 more slaps were about to fall, his trembling body was excited, and finally shouted in a slurred voice, "Stop hitting! You let me say it!" His whole face was wrinkled, as if he was about to cry. All his arrangements and plans have been cracked cleanly, and now his trump cards are gone, and the energy in his body has been scattered, so he can't be arrogant. Su also paused slightly, and still slapped him in the face twice. "Why are you still beating me?" Fan Shi wanted to cry but did not cry. "I'm sorry, it's easy." Su also shook his slightly red hand and apologized unapologetically. Even though Fan Shi had 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart, he didn't dare to show it, so he could only curl up in the corner in frustration. Seeing Suyi glaring over, he no longer dared to talk about him, but quickly said, I found the fragment in this cave 3 days ago. It's like a fragment on a certain bronze. There is a surge of energy around the fragment, and you can detect it as long as you get close. When I try to touch the fragments and inject energy, my spirit feels like it has entered a separate space. The puppet, and the way to refine the puppet, I obtained it in that fragment space. But I can't fully grasp that piece, so I don't dare to take it away. I can only hide it here and quietly accumulate it with energy, trying to cover up its energy fluctuations. I was almost successful, but I didn't expect it to be a basket of failures. Sure enough, it was a fragment of the Jiuli pot. After hearing Fan Chi's description, Su also immediately confirmed this. He looked stern and immediately asked, "Where did you hide that piece?" Although Fan Chi was unwilling, he was forced by others at this moment, so he could only trembling and stretched out his right finger, pointing to a boulder deep deep in the cave. There is a pit in the rock wall behind that stone. The debris is crushed in the pit. Su also stared at Fan Chi carefully for a while, and preliminarily judged that he should not have lied. Then, he turned on the flashlight and shone forward along the cave, and soon found the boulder in Fan Chi's mouth. On the other side, Tao Pan, who had calmed down a little, also lifted Chi Shu and Bai Tao, who were still in a state of paralysis, and gently let them lean against the wall. With the physique of the two of them, it is estimated that it will take 5 to 10 minutes to relieve the paralysis. When he heard Fan Chi's words, he immediately raised his head and looked forward with the light of the flashlight. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Captain Tao Pan," Su also shouted softly. "Ah, leave it to me," Tao Pan responded calmly. At this time, his mood was extremely complicated. As the captain of the hunting void team, his team members killed each other, and he neither protected the team members nor noticed something wrong with Fan Chi in advance. Even in the end, he had to rely on a freshman from Longxia Academy to catch the murderer. Frustration permeated his heart, and a ray of admiration for Su Yi followed. Although the realm is not high, this kind of judgment, action and calculation ability alone cannot be imitated by anyone. He can be determined, and if time is slow, he will become a great talent. Tao Pan came to the boulder deep in the cave. Then, he slowly stretched out his right hand, and a layer of metallic luster suddenly covered it. With a seemingly effortless random slap, the entire boulder directly turned into 8 pieces and shattered. Suya's pupils shrank slightly, and he once again experienced the strength of the mountain powerhouse. Its use of energy far exceeds the existence of rock realms. Fragments of boulders are scattered all over the place, and the rock walls hidden behind the rocks are also revealed. As Fan Chi said, there is indeed a square pit on the rock wall. But when Su Yi shot the light of the flashlight into it, he found that there was nothing in the pit. "There's nothing here." Tao Pan also frowned, stepped forward, checked it carefully, and shook his head. "Are you lying to me?" Su also immediately grabbed Fan Chi's neck, his eyes flashing with a warning. "No." Fan Chi's expression was also extremely stunned, as if he hadn't thought of this situation at all. "No. Impossible. When I came yesterday, it was indeed inside." His expression was surprised, not at all pretending. For a while, Suya's brows furrowed, and he couldn't judge the real situation. At this moment, Hu Lao's voice was accompanied by a wisp of fairy mist, which came to his ears. "It's really strange. Since I entered this mountain, I have been able to feel the existence of fragments. But there seems to be energy obscuring next to the fragments, and the specific location cannot be determined at all. Get away. But I can be sure that the fragments are still on this Nanchang mountain." Su also narrowed his eyes. The fragments are still on the mountain, but Fan Chi said that he didn't know where the fragments went? He lied. Or, did the fragments really be taken away by someone else? "Fan Chi, where did things go?" Tao Pan asked in a deep voice. I really don't know." Fan Chi's expression seemed to be about to cry. His head was covered in sweat, and he looked forward in horror. He was afraid that Su would also beat him up again because of this incident. "Poof. Let's ask another question." Su also did not continue to attack Fan Chi, but picked him up and asked in a cold voice, "How did you control the puppet, and how did you refine it into a puppet from your senior?" Although Su Yi didn't do anything, the chill in his eyes still made Fan Chi tremble. He didn't dare to hide it, and immediately confided to him, "I found a total of 3 puppets in the fragment space. I only need to connect my spiritual power with the puppet, and I can control the puppet as if it were one mind and 2 purposes. The first puppet I control is the one who chased that kid." He pouted angrily and pointed his mouth at Bai Tao. "The second puppet is the one you destroyed. But this is only an autonomous control type. I can't control it. I can only give it orders to prevent anyone from approaching the cave where I am. I didn't expect that instead of driving Xiao away, he let him break into my cave. The third puppet, the one in the cave now, is also controlled by me with mental power. As for the method of refining the puppet," his voice became a little quieter, and he hesitated for a long time before speaking. "After I kill him, I will put his body into the puppet house in the fragment space. According to the manual, his body will automatically turn into a puppet. And I also secretly went to Nanchang Mountain in the early hours of this morning to connect with the puppet that was smaller than the one I transformed." His voice became quieter and quieter, and his eyes gradually darkened. "Actually, I didn't want to kill him at the time, but he kept saying that he wanted to tell the captain what I did, and the puppet who hunted Bai Tao had no results. I was worried that I would be discovered, and I ended up on impulse." "So you went all the way to the dark, and even your captain was ready to kill?" Su also interrupted him, not intending to listen to his quibbles. "In fact, every prisoner will regret it as much as he does after being exposed. It's just that this regret is not regretting what you did. Instead, he regretted that he did not handle the details well, resulting in the regret of being captured, which is not worthy of sympathy at all." These methods of manipulating puppets, as well as the means of creating puppets, are all understood from the manual? Su also frowned and continued to ask. "It is just a fragment of the Jiuli pot, and it is impossible for a vessel spirit like the old pot to exist. But why there is an instruction manual in the space inside the fragment, this is too strange." "Yes, that instruction manual is in my jacket pocket," Fan Chi whispered. Su also quickly rummaged through his pocket and took out a paper instruction manual. manual. The manual details how to control the puppet and how to refine it. Its content is exactly the same as what Fan Shi said, and there are almost no mistakes. No, that's not right. However, after Su Yi read the manual, he frowned. The Jolly pot has long been broken. How could there be such a paper instruction manual among the fragments? This instruction manual is definitely artificially put in. And how can this method of refining puppets be so simple? Little friend, something is not right. At the same moment, Hu Lao's confused voice also sounded in his ears. The puppet's control method has never been said to be autonomous control. All puppets must be controlled by themselves with mental power. And the puppet house can never automatically create a puppet just by putting a corpse in it. This fragment is controlled by someone else. This kid is being used. Almost at the moment when Hu Lao's voice fell, there was a violent roar above the heads of the cave where everyone was. In an instant, the entire cave began to tremble slightly. Su Yi and Tao Pan were both stunned for a moment, and then immediately retreated, clinging to the rock wall next to them to prevent stones from falling overhead. The roar lasted for about 5 seconds, and then there was silence. Is there anyone on this? Tao Pan spoke in a deep voice and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi frowned slightly, and just as he was about to speak, another loud noise came from overhead. This time, the entire rock wall above his head turned into countless square fragments and fell neatly. A passage to the top of the mountain was abruptly opened. The cave is only more than 10 meters away from the top of the mountain. The bright moonlight fell along this square passage, and the cave was also covered with dust rolled up by smashed stones. Someone attacked. Su also shouted loudly through the dust and smoke. In the next second, a gust of wind rushed from the other side. Tao Pan waved his right fist, and the energy burst shook the airwaves, blowing out all the smoke and dust in the cave along the entrance of the cave. At this time, the moonlight is shining, and even if you don't need a flashlight, you can see the situation in the cave clearly. Su Yi and Tao Pan both shrank their pupils and noticed one thing at the same time. In the cave, 2 more people. I saw a man in a suit and leather shoes squatting next to Qi Shu and Bai Tao, who were still paralyzed. Behind him, a hooded man stood upright. Who are you? Tao Pan's expression was awe-inspiring, and he immediately drank lowly. I see. Are you the one who really got the fragments and made the puppets? Su Yi recognized the other party almost instantly and muttered. I should have thought long ago, why there is dirt on your car. It's because you have been to the mountain before and after the heavy rain, that is, when the aurora appeared in Nanchang Mountain. At that time, you should have been the first to find the fragments. The energy fluctuations generated in the cave were also deliberately perceived by Fan Chi. You put the manual in the fragment space, and the puppet was specially given to Fan Chi for use. The so-called self-controlled puppet is actually controlled by you. Because of this, Senior Yu was inexplicably forced into the cave, and all this was calculated by you in advance. Even, the person who will be refined into a puppet by a senior is also you. What, do you know this person? Tao Pan's heart jumped, and he only felt a chill penetrating the heavenly spirit. Could it be that everything Fan Chi did was designed by others? If that's the case, this person is too terrifying. I'm right. Su also stared at the figure and spoke slowly. Nightclub owner, Wang Taizhu. So I already felt that I should change my name. A soft sigh came out of Wang Taizhu's mouth. A smile appeared on his face and he turned his head slightly. But I do want to thank you for being able to create such a perfect situation for me. He didn't even give any unnecessary explanations, but directly reached out to grab Qi Shu, who couldn't move. Don't touch my teammates. Seeing this, Tao Pan immediately rushed forward, his body shining with a metallic luster, and he waved his fist and smashed it at Wang Taizhu. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he couldn't watch his team members being touched at will. The hooded man who had been standing behind Wang Taizhu actually spread his 5 fingers directly, abruptly blocking Tao Pan's attack in the air. The strong wind blew his hood away, revealing an expressionless face. Obviously, this is also a puppet. It's just that what shocked Tao Pan was that the power that erupted in the hooded puppet's body was not inferior to him at all. Is it surprising? Wang Taizhu's calm voice continued to sound, without the submissive and panic look he had when he was in the nightclub. This puppet of the mountain realm doesn't seem to be worse than you at all, Mr. Captain. In between conversations, his palm had already fallen on Qi Shu's head. Qi Shu stared at his beautiful eyes, his face was full of unwillingness, but he was powerless to resist at all. But I saw that in Wang Taizhu's palm, a dazzling light suddenly shone. A stream of energy gushed out of Qi Shu's body. In just a few seconds, her body trembled, and the energy in her body seemed to be squeezed out, and she collapsed against the wall and fell unconscious. Wang Taizhu ignored her, just stood up, turned his head with a wicked smile, and looked at Fan Chi, who was gradually sluggish on the ground. I have to say, you are really a good guy. Without your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The so-called void hunters are just ordinary people with 7 emotions and 6 desires. There was a continuous roar and battle sound from the cave. Roar! Tao Pan and the hooded puppet combined their fists and feet, and the battle was inseparable. But Tao Pan had already consumed a lot of energy in order to get rid of Fan Chi's electric sea before. At this time, he was facing a puppet no less than him, and he could not successfully break through in a short period of time. You, what do you want to do? Su also threw Fan Shi aside and looked at Wang Taizhu with a solemn face. Now in the cave, he is the only one who still has the ability to act. But Wang Taizhu, who was supposed to be just a stone realm, was filled with energy fluctuations that he couldn't see. Didn't that guy already tell you what I was going to do? Wang Taizhu smiled and pointed to Fan Shi on the ground, his tone relaxed. Of course, that is to refine all of you into my puppets. After the words fell, the energy fluctuations of the stone realm erupted on his body. Then, his fingertips shot out a cloud of invisible energy, covering and rushing towards Suyi. Suyi immediately kicked Fan Shi, who was already unable to move, and quickly jumped to the side. Almost at the moment he dodged, the ground where he was standing suddenly broke into countless pieces like a split chessboard. Fan Shi's body hit the rock wall and was immediately knocked unconscious by the impact. If Su hadn't kicked him away, I'm afraid he would have to be split into countless pieces of flesh and blood now. No need to struggle. Wang Tiezhu's face was calm, and his fingertips kept chasing Su Yi. Although it is both a stone realm, his energy is full. With each attack he unleashes, he destroys a rock in the ground. Su Yi was already a little exhausted in the previous battle with Fan Shi, and at this moment, he already felt extremely tired after only a few dodges. It's a bit troublesome now. He thought about countermeasures in his heart and took advantage of the situation to dodge Wang Tiezhu's attack again. But this time, before his dodging body could stand firm, he was smashed into the wall by a body that flew out backwards. A pit mark appeared on the rock wall, and Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his back, slipping off the rock wall, and finally saw clearly that he was smashed away by something. This body in front of him at this moment. It was the captain of the hunting void team after being blown away. Tao Pan! Roar! Tao Pan supported his body and climbed up, a little shocked in his eyes. This energy, is it Qi Shu's? He looked at Wang Taizhu in shock. Obviously, all the energy that Qi Shu had been forcibly sucked away just now was transferred to the puppet's body. The puppet, which already had the strength of the mountain realm, suddenly became a little more ferocious after receiving the blessing of this energy, and was even able to punch him away. Whoosh! The hooded puppet did not give Tao Pan any chance to recover, and almost instantly climbed up close to him, exhaling with a dragon. Tao Pan's face changed slightly, his chest and abdomen were immediately covered with metal, and he resisted this punch with his body. The deafening hum echoed in the cave, and Tao Pan was beaten to take a step back, and there was a muffled snort. Let's go! He gritted his teeth and spoke angrily, urging Suyi behind him to leave. I'll stop this guy. As he spoke, his body was hit by several punches from the hooded puppet one after another. The B-level ability, metal covering, can indeed make your body as hard as steel. Wang Taizhu looked over with a smile, looking relaxed and happy. But while turning the body into metal, it also has the characteristics of metal. For example, metal fatigue. His words had just fallen, and the hooded puppet's punch wrapped in energy hit the same position on Tao Pan's body again. When this punch fell, the originally hard steel body suddenly shattered, spreading countless cracks. Tao Pan spat out blood, and the breath and energy on his body suddenly languished. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his arms hard, clasped the hand of the puppet in front of him, and roared with all his strength. Didn't you hear that? Get out of here! Su also finally moved under his shout. It's just that he didn't listen to Tao Pan's words and run away, but got up and walked in the direction of Wang Taizhu. Even if I want to leave, I guess he won't let me leave easily. Suya's voice became indifferent again. He lowered his head slightly, and his words showed exhaustion. It seems that you understand. Wang Taizhu smiled. None of you can leave today, all of you have to die here. Do you know how much preparation I have made to wait for this opportunity? Yes. Su also nodded in agreement. In order to wait for you to take the initiative to appear, I have made a lot of preparations like you. What did you say? Wang Tiezhu's expression froze slightly, but he saw Suyi slowly raising his head on his face, and a smile was hanging. Come back quickly. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in Wang Tiezhu's heart, and he didn't dare to bet that Su was not bluffing, but immediately made a judgment and manipulated the hooded puppet to defend. Under his control, the hooded puppet threw a powerful punch, and then quickly approached his body. Tao Pan was beaten to the ground by the force of this punch, and his body that was cracked could not bear the load, and he fainted directly. At the same time as the hood flew back to defense, Su also stepped on the flying shadow and disappeared in place. As a puppet of the mountain realm, its speed was extremely fast, and with a breath, it appeared and blocked Wang Tiezhu's presence. At almost the same moment, Su Yefeng dissipated and actually came to Wang Taizhu. Be smart. Seeing this scene, Wang Taizhu suddenly showed a disdainful sneer, and controlled the hooded puppet to attack Su Yi. But the puppet's punch hit a curtain of light. Su Yi's chest shone with white light. A pure white spirit pearl was circulating, and it actually blocked this attack for him. Juaba, Ding Ling Zhu. This is a treasure made by Hu Lao using the soul of the collapsing tiger and the use of the warm heartstone. In addition to being able to perform passive mental defense, it can also actively release to create a defensive barrier and block an attack. The strength of the block attack is determined by the user's energy. Normally, the defensive barrier that Suyi's stone realm could create could only block one attack from the rock realm at most. But in this spirit bead, there was a ray of energy from Li Shang, the defender of Jiang. Xiangchang. This can also be regarded as his thank you to Su Yi. After the successful recovery of the spirit bead, this wisp of energy has also been stored in the spirit orb, but it came in handy at this time. With the luster of the spirit bead quickly faded, the barrier in front of Su Yi also shattered. The disadvantage of this Juebo is also very obvious, that is, after each use, it takes time to recover energy and cannot be used continuously. But taking advantage of this gap, Su Yi had already swept past the hooded puppet and tried to get close to Wang Tieju's body. The reason why the other party chose to use Fan Chi and he has been hiding behind the scenes is also very simple. That is, his own strength is very weak, although he hid some of his true strength in the nightclub before, but he is still a stone realm after all. He dared to stand here, and he was all relying on the hooded puppet. Once you can bypass the puppet and attack him as the controller, you will naturally be able to end this dispute. Are you underestimating the mountain realm? As Wang Tieju's words fell, Su Yi was shocked to notice that a fist was constantly enlarging in his pupils. Wang Taiju smiled fiercely, as if he had seen the picture of Su Ye's head being blown up. However, the next second, his smile froze, because Su Ye's body turned into an afterimage and was punched apart by the hooded puppet. Fortunately, Wang Taiju also reacted quickly, and almost in the next instant, he controlled the hooded puppet to attack the left side of his body. The wind suddenly rose, and Su Yi, who had just landed after using the flying shadow, was directly hit by the flying fist, but his body turned into an afterimage and dissipated again. How is this possible? Wang Taiju couldn't help but exclaim. This move is called double flying shadow. Su Ye's voice sounded almost close to Wang Tieju's face. The surging blood mist exploded and spread on him at the same moment. No, can't let him get close to me. Wang Taiju was frightened by the figure in front of him, and subconsciously wanted to flee backwards. At the same time, the hooded puppet, which failed both attacks, launched a third attack towards the back of Su Ye's head. As long as you can delay for a second, no, half a second, he will be blown out by my puppet. Wang Tieju's last thoughts and hopes were cut off by two hands that suddenly stretched out from behind him. Bai Tao's slightly trembling voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Su Yi, you have to be lighter, you must not hit me. He actually appeared behind Wang Taiju, used his arms, and stuck Wang Tieju's body so hard that he could not retreat and could not move. The dazzling bloodlight was reflected in Wang Tieju's shrinking pupils. And this trick is called blood rush. The blood mist seemed to turn into a torrent of blood, pulling Wang Tieju's body and rushing backwards. Almost at the same time as the blood rushed down on him, Bai Tao's whole body burrowed into the ground like a loach. His ability, escape, has the effect of assimilating himself and his environment. To put it simply, he can integrate into any substance that can accommodate his body. Floor, walls, trees, almost any substance, he can get into it. Of course, this ability may seem simple, but it is very complex to operate. Not only does he need to have a sufficient understanding of the energy operation of the assimilated environment, but he also needs to maintain his own assimilation state at all times. But after his hard practice, as well as his instinct to escape, he has developed his abilities to a certain extent. Not only is the assimilation speed extremely fast, but it can even bring other people's bodies into the environment, or briefly assimilate with the air to avoid some fatal injuries. As soon as Bai Tao drilled into the ground, Wang Tieju's body rushed out like an arrow off the string, smashed through the rock wall, and was directly embedded in it. With the explosion of the rocks, there were also gusts of wind behind Su Ye's head. The fist wind swept up the dust on the ground, and rushed forward with the blood mist beside Su Yi. Hula! Su Ye's hair was blown crazy and shaked. The hooded puppet's fist stopped 5 centimeters away from the back of his head. If he was half a second late, he might be hit directly by this punch. Ah! The light in the puppet's eyes gradually dimmed and dissipated. This also means that Wang Taiju, who has established a spiritual connection with it, can no longer maintain a state of control. You, cough. Wang Tieju's body staggered out of the broken rock wall, and as soon as he opened his mouth, blood couldn't stop gushing out of his mouth. Su also walked straight towards him with steady steps. As he walked, he put his hand in his arms and took out a brick. Don't come here. Wang Taiju trembled and stretched out his right hand and activated his ability. However, Su Yi just calmly blocked the slab in front of him, and easily blocked the opponent's ability. The scattered slabs were repaired by repairers almost in the next second, and Su Yi finally walked in front of him, and exhaled as soon as he got a brick. Did I tell you that one brick is enough to deal with you? The brick smashed Wang Tieju's head to pieces, and completely made him lose any ability to resist. In the rock wall on one side, Bai Tao poked his head out and exposed his eyes, nervously observing the situation in the cave, and did not dare to get out for a long time. In his mind, he suddenly recalled what Su had instructed him on the way here, more than half an hour ago. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Su also suddenly hooked Bai Tao's shoulder and pulled him over. Tell me, what's up? Bai Tao was obviously a little confused, but Su Ye's next sentence almost made his eyes bulge. The person who killed Senior Yu and sent puppets to hunt you down was the Fan Chi behind him. What did you say? Bai Tao almost didn't exclaim, but before he shouted, he was covered by Su Yi. Quiet, don't make a sound, listen to me. Su Ye's tone was calm, and only Bai Tao Tao could hear his lowered voice. At this time, the three people following them were still thinking about Suye's previous words, and they didn't pay attention to the small movements of the two at all. I'll expose his motives and behavior in the hole later. His ability is electricity, and he must be prepared in the hole, so we have to be prepared for him in advance. As he spoke, he put 2 pieces of insulating tape on Bai Tao's hand without a trace. Tear these 2 pieces of insulating tape and stick them on your hands and feet. Bai Tao immediately complied. His movements were extremely smooth, and he had already pasted all the insulating tape with just 2 lifts. At the same time as he pasted it, Suye's palm had already emerged the white light of the repairman. The light flashed by, and Bai Tao suddenly noticed that the insulating tape on his hands and feet spread and expanded rapidly, covering his hands and feet in the blink of an eye. Their attention won't be on you, plus the insulating tape is black, so no one knows what you're doing. And what I want to tell you is, if Fan Chi releases some kind of large-scale current attack later, you have to pretend that you are electrocuted and take advantage of the situation to make immobile movements. Bang! I have a way to subdue him, but even if he is subdued, you still have to stay like this. Ha! Bai Tao's face was puzzled. Why is this? Because he was not the initiator of this incident, he was just used. Su Yi replied indifferently. Only by using him as bait can we lure out the real people behind the scenes. So I would deliberately create a critical situation to prevent the guy from sensing the danger and taking the opportunity to escape. Only when he sees that we are all very weak, he will show up and try to wipe us out. But by that guy's side, there should be a powerful puppet to protect him. I'll find a way to get around the puppet and get close to his body. And what you have to do is to take action at a critical moment and try your best to limit that guy for me. Bai Tao listened for a while, and his eyes couldn't help but enlarge slightly. Are you serious? Is there really that kind of thing you mentioned? 9 times out of 10. Su also let go of him and pretended to be calm. With your level, it shouldn't be difficult to do, right? I always feel like you want to kill me. Bai Tao rubbed his hair and put on a bitter gourd face. Back in time, Bai Tao looked at Suye's movements, and his heart became awe-inspiring again. Everything seems to be extremely thrilling, but in fact it is all in Suye's calculations, including making Tao Pan fall into a state of weakness, and even he himself became extremely weak. It was all deliberately calculated. If such a situation is not created, Wang Taizhu will not be able to appear. Rumble. And the final double flying shadow and the magical bead treasure also completely broke up Wang Taizhu's plan and ended this puppet incident. I didn't expect to be reminded by a false demon. Su also gently picked up Wang Taizhu, who was already unconscious, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 10 minutes later. Although he had long noticed Wang Taizhu's abnormalities, including the dirt on his car and other abnormal things, but what really confirmed that the person behind the scenes was Wang Taizhu was what the little girl reminded him at the beginning, and her act of cutting the puppet that can shoot lasers into countless pieces with energy also hints at Wang Taizhu's ability. Hu Lao, can you still sense the location of the Jolie pot fragments now? Under his questioning, Hu Lao's voice also sounded. The perception is clear. The fragments are on this guy's body. Nanchang Mountain, the top of the mountain. 2 figures, one high and one low, were staring in the direction of the cave from a distance. The moonlight poured over their heads, drawing the shadows elongated. It looks like it's over. Shili said softly. How is it? Have you seen enough? Well, it's really interesting. Xiaxi sat on the edge of the cliff, her little feet swaying gently, and there was an inexplicable smile on her face. You don't hesitate to use the instantaneous virtual realm just for this matter? Shili asked. Of course not. Xiaxi stood up gently and stretched. I just wanted to test whether Uncle Skillful's new creation is good or not. After all, this is the treasure that Lord Hongyu has been longing for. The second purpose is to observe these humans. It's just that I didn't expect that I had just shuttled over and saw wonderful things. You mean that the human named Wang Taizhu found the fragments of the Jolie pot? Shili's beautiful eyes flowed, and she looked at Xiaxi curiously. Yes. Xiaxi nodded. These humans are really interesting. Obviously my own strength is very weak, but just because of a treasure, I can be bred by desire, take risks, and dare to do many things that far exceed the upper limit of my ability. However, perhaps it is this kind of compulsion that allows them to become the apex of this planet. So in order to observe, you deliberately left your traces, lured those who hunted the void to come, and prompted them to meet each other. Shili continued to read, already understanding the role of Natswari in this matter. Human beings are intertwined with desires and emotional impulses, which are really very different from us. Xiaxi replied with a smile, as Lord Red Rain said, they are a creature full of sin. But among these sins, there is also a light that is hard to ignore. But what I care about the most is the human named Su Yi. Among humans, he is indeed very smart. Shili naturally witnessed what Su Yi did and thought so. This kind of resourcefulness made her feel very amazing. If I remember correctly, Lord Mingzhou's younger brother seems to have been killed by him. I must tell Lord Hongyu about what I saw and heard this time. Natswari was smiling like a flower, jumping with her hands behind her back. This is definitely useful for her plan. In addition to this, I also found a key thing. The spirit of the Jolie pot is on him. Jolie pot. As a virtual demon, how could Chili really not remember this name? After all, 300 years ago, even His Majesty the Void King was injured by this thing. Poor guy. Chili's eyes flashed with pity, and she silently glanced at the cave. Okay, Sister Chili, it's time for us to go back. Xiaji jumped to Chili's side and spoke obediently. If you continue to stay, it will not be good if you are discovered by the strong of humans. Chili touched her head dotingly, and then swiped her left hand in the air. The air suddenly cracked a gap, revealing a pitch-black space like a starry sky. Since you've had enough fun, it's time for us to go back. The two stepped into the gap and disappeared to the top of Nanchang Mountain. Bai Tao, Su also shouted at the wall. Bai Tao, who only showed two eyes, suddenly poked his head out. Is it safe? Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Su also spoke calmly, but the figure of the little demon girl suddenly flashed in his mind. If there was anything that confused him about this mission, it was only the little demon girl. Until now, he hadn't figured out what the other party's purpose was when he appeared in front of him, or what was the purpose of guiding Bai Tao. The only conclusion that can be reached may be that the other party has some special purpose. But the little girl's previous mouth of killing, meaningless, made him a little confused about the other party's thoughts. Could it be that there are factions in different positions among the virtual demons? Su didn't continue to think about it, but said to the rock wall, please move these wounded people and the two initiators over there. Okay. After Bai Tao got the signal of safety from Suya's mouth, he also suddenly got out of the wall. He did almost nothing on this mission, but now he is happy to clean up the mess. Just as Bai Tao was busy moving, Su also reached out to grab Wang Tieju's tattered suit top and held him in his hand like garbage, rummaging through it for a while. Soon he found a bronze fragment in the hidden pocket lined with it. This fragment is covered with patterns and has an irregular shape, the size of a palm. A faint wave of energy continued to swallow and spit on his body. In the past few days, Wang Taizhu has been using Fan Qi to refine this fragment, but even Fan Qi, after refining for several days in a row, failed to completely refine this fragment. This is the fragment of the Jiuli pot. Hu Lao's voice seemed quite excited. Each fragment can repair the Jiuli pot. In addition to the original function contained in the fragments, it can also increase the strength of the Jiuli pot to a certain extent. Do I need to refine it too? Su also played with the fragments in his hand, slightly investing his consciousness into it. In his mind, a separate space suddenly appeared. This place is similar to the world in the pot. There is this new world, but the length and width are 3 feet, and the space is extremely small. A wooden house stood in this space, and there was a sign marked by a puppet at the door. Of course you don't. Hu Lao proudly recited. After all, with me, the instrument spirit, I can directly skip the process of refining. Little friend, you just need to use the repair hand to repair me and this fragment. We are one, and we won't lose a lot of energy for you. When the restoration is completed, this puppet house will be able to return to the world in the pot. Besides the puppet house, is there any other function in this fragment? Su also asked the question he was most concerned about. This is why he chose to take risks and go up the mountain. I'm sorry. Hu Lao's voice was slightly regretful. There should be nothing else in the fragments except for the puppet house. Okay, I know. Although he had expected this result, Su Yi still sighed softly. He gently pressed the Jiuli pot in his arms, ready to urge the repairer. An inexplicable sense of uneasiness flashed by. Suya's movements paused slightly, but in the end he was still placed on the Jiuli pot. Only by completely repairing the Jiuli pot could he have enough ability to find Tang Tan's traces. Repairman. Fix. This is the so-called puppet house? Suya's consciousness body stood in the restored world in the pot, looking up and down at the wooden house in front of him. The repair of the Jiuli pot is not complicated, and in the case of having the fragments, he only needs to urge the repairer to be able to easily connect them together. And the existence of Hu Lao also made him directly skip the process of refining. That's right. Hu Lao appeared beside Su Yi, his eyes full of excitement. Many of my functions have been scattered with the shattering of the Jiuli pot. As long as you can keep finding fragments, my function can continue to improve. At this moment, the shape of the Jiuli pot where the old pot was resided has also changed. Wisps of wonderful patterns are all over his body, very different from before. Then let's talk about the specific functions of this puppet house first. Su also stood on the side in his leisure and asked with interest, although there is no spout part in the fragments this time, but he had seen the strength of the puppet before, so he was naturally very interested in it. I just checked it and found that there were originally 4 puppets in this puppet house. Hu Lao touched his beard and pondered, explaining for Su Yi. If there is no mistake in judgment, it is the one that chased Bai Tao at the beginning, the one that was broken by the void demon, the one used by Fan Qi, and the one that Wang Taizhu controlled in the end. 2 of the puppets have been destroyed, and I have also transported the remaining 2 to the world in the pot. Hu Lao flipped his palm and waved his palm, and the immortal mist filled the air, and the 2 puppets who were still in the cave just now appeared in front of Su Yi. Oh, Su Yi immediately showed an interested look and looked at the 2 puppets in front of him. If he remembered correctly, the realms of these 2 puppets should be rock realms and mountain realms. Compared to him now, he is much stronger. These 2 puppets are both made of special spiritual materials, and the degree of damage is in an acceptable
state. Hu Lao continued to introduce, and their characteristics are fast and steel.
Characteristics? Su also wondered. This is an additional feature of the spirit house in the world in the pot.
Hu Lao replied, if the spirit house is still there, whether it is a treasure or a puppet, it can randomly attach a characteristic to them to obtain different effects. But now that the spirit house has also been scattered, the characteristics attached to these 4 puppets are all spirits that were possessed a long time ago. For example, the puppet that tracks Bai Tao has the characteristic of chasing, which can capture the energy of the target object within a certain range and track it. Presumably, Fan Chi used the characteristics of this puppet and cooperated with his own ability to constantly find Bai Tao's position. And the puppets you attack in the mountains and forests have the characteristic of cannon, which can use energy to launch long-range attacks, which is quite powerful. The characteristic speed can greatly increase the movement speed of the puppet. The characteristic steel can give the puppet extremely strong physical strength, not even weaker than the captain of the hunting void team in the mountain realm.
I see.
Su also nodded, becoming more and more curious about the various mysterious functions of the Jiuli pot.
How was this level of Juebao shattered in the first place?
But Hu Lao's memory seems to be defective, and every time he asks about it, he doesn't get any useful answers.
Then how should the puppet be controlled?
Su also continued to ask. You only need to connect energy and spiritual power to the puppet, and you can directly control it. As soon as Hu Lao finished speaking, Su also walked to the hooded puppet in the mountain realm and put his palm on its head.
He tried to connect energy and mental power to the puppet.
Just 10 seconds later, the hooded puppet, which was originally silent, suddenly opened its eyes. Su Ye's eyes also glowed with a faint yellow light, and a mysterious feeling surged into his heart. At this moment, it seemed that a split-screen picture appeared in his mind, and he was observing everything from the perspective of a hooded puppet. He moved his right hand tentatively, and the hooded puppet's right arm was immediately raised. This feeling is like playing some kind of brain-computer game, and you can control the game character with only your consciousness. For a while, he was playful and immediately began to try to manipulate the puppet to make many moves.
I have to say that Su Yi has a strong learning ability.
In just 2 minutes, he was already able to control the puppet to the point of his fingers, and he was even able to do many unreasonable actions. And the physical fitness and ability of the puppet itself are also displayed in his hands. The body of this steel puppet is even harder than the fully capable Tao Pan.
A random punch can open mountains and split rocks, and the power is good. It's a bit interesting.
The puppet stopped abruptly and returned to its original place. Su Yi groaned and spoke, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Well, the general way puppets are used is like this. Hu Lao was smiling on the side, as if he was very proud of the puppet's function. But normally, a person can only control one puppet at the same time, and in the process of controlling, the consumption of mental power is also very large. Su also thought so. After manipulating the puppet like this for 2 minutes, he felt a surge of fatigue. However, he still came to the side of the disease puppet curiously and put his hand on it. He wanted to try to control 2 puppets at the same time. With the influx of spiritual power and energy, the perspective picture of the disease puppet also appeared in Su Ye's mind. However, Su soon understood why Hu Lao would say that a person can only control a puppet at the same time. In front of him, not only did he have his own perspective, but there were also 2 puppets at the same time. Whenever he tries to move or make a movement, he often does the same with another puppet. If the way of controlling a puppet is compared to drawing a circle with the left hand and drawing a square with the right hand, anyone can barely do it with a little practice. Controlling 2 puppets at the same time is equivalent to drawing a circle with the left hand and a square with the right hand, and at the same time, you have to draw a triangle with your mouth. Its difficulty skyrocketed. Even Su Yi couldn't do it at all, and the consumption of mental power was also great. Very good. With the help of these 2 puppets, I can have a few more whole cards. Su also released the control of the puppet with satisfaction, and nodded slightly.
Can the puppet house still make puppets now?
Subsequently, he asked one of the questions he was most concerned about. Theoretically, low-level puppets can be made from some materials, but their realms will vary slightly depending on the strength of the material. Most of these puppets can only be used as cannon fodder, and it is difficult to reach the rock realm because they have empty shells and no core. And if you want to create a puppet above the rock realm, there are 2 methods. The first method is to stuff the biological soul absorbed by the Jiuli pot into the puppet for fusion, so that the puppet has a part of the strength and ability of the original soul.
And the second method?
Hu Lao's voice suddenly became serious and looked at Su Yi. Putting human corpses that have died for no more than 3 hours into a puppet house, with a continuous supply of energy, can also be directly refined into puppets. The puppet refined in this way will have all the power of the original body. You're awake. When Su Yi opened his eyes and returned to his body, Bai Tao had already waited for a long time. He stood up slightly and rubbed his eyebrows gently. How are they? The life characteristics are stabilizing, but these 2 guys are not lightly injured. Bai Tao spoke softly and kicked Fan Chi and Wang Taizhu, who were seriously injured. If it weren't for these 2 guys getting in the way, their D-level mission wouldn't have been so complicated this
this time. But the two puppets in the cave just now suddenly disappeared, which is, with you. Bai Tao looked at Sui tentatively. Ah, I put it away. Su also admitted this matter calmly and did not explain much. Okay, I know. Bai Tao shrugged his shoulders. The only people who can still move in the cave are him and Su Yi. In this case, the disappearance of the puppet must be related to Su Yi. But after all, everyone has their own secrets, so he didn't ask in detail. The treasure on Wang Tieju's body was also taken away by you? Bai Tao squatted next to Su Yi and asked without hesitation. Yes, that piece is very important to me. Su Yi didn't hide it. After all, he also took the fragments in front of Bai Tao. Then how are you going to explain this? Bai Tao said, from the perspective of the mission, in addition to searching for traces of the virtual demon, this mysterious treasure that releases the aurora is also part of the mission goal. Don't worry, I'll explain this for you. A weak voice suddenly sounded from not far away, inserting into the conversation between the two. The two looked at the situation, but saw Tao Pan, who had been severely injured in his chest and abdomen, slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He exhaled weakly, stood up on his knees, and his eyes stayed on Wang Taiju, who was seriously injured all over his body. It looks like you beat him. Tao Pan looked at Su Yi with a complicated expression. As the captain of the hunting void team, his mind is definitely not bad, and then he realized that Su Yi seemed to have designed everything a long time ago. Even his own coma was in his calculations. Therefore, he didn't ask Su Yi how he defeated Wang Taiju at all. He was the captain of the hunting void team in the mountain realm, and was completely calculated by a freshman in the small stone realm. Even if you ask, it's just self-inflicted. Tao Pan looked around the cave, and after seeing the unconscious Qi Shu and the seriously injured Fan Qi, a trace of loss flashed in his eyes. As the captain, not only have I failed to protect my teammates, but I can't even be behind the task to stop this mission. He showed a wry smile. It seems that I am not qualified to continue to serve as the captain of this hunting void team. You can't say that. Su also smiled indifferently and answered from the side, Captain Tao Pan, you have done well enough. In the hunting team, the most important thing is trust and unity. You still believe in the behavior of your teammates until the end, which is the best thing a captain can do. Even if I don't make a move, you will definitely be able to stop Senior Fan Qi with your own strength. At least from the level of the hunting team, you are completely qualified. Do you think so? Tao Pan looked up at the gap with a big hole and let out a long breath. Soon, his expression calmed down and he looked at Su Yi. This mission, it all depends on you to catch the murderer behind the scenes. So if you want to take that treasure fragment, just take it. I'll explain it to the above afterwards. Then thank you, Captain Tao Pan. Su also smiled and saluted. Being able to get Tao Pan's help, he naturally didn't have to bother to explain. But in order to explain this matter, I have to make some appropriate cuts about you in this mission. That's natural, I can understand. Su also nodded. He didn't care what the mission reward was. This time he was able to get the fragments of the Jiuli pot, which was already a great gain. Those two puppets alone could make his strength improve more than one step. But there is still one thing I can't figure out. Tao Pan thought for a moment, and finally asked, why does the owner of a mere nightclub dare to take risks to calculate me and other virtual hunters? He looked at Su Yi, trying to get a reasonable explanation from the latter. However, after Su Yi heard this sentence, he also frowned slightly. This incident did make him feel a little confused. As a lone company and nightclub owner, why could Wang Taiju find the fragments of the Jiuli pot so coincidentally? And his design of Fan Qi from beginning to end is enough to be called ingenious. Not only did he take advantage of the weaknesses of human nature to the extreme, but he even dared to take risks to design Tao Pan and others with a higher realm. This feeling is as if he has a meticulous and orderly plan, designing everything to fit perfectly. It was only because of Su Yi's appearance, or the interference of the little demon girl, that Wang Tieju's plan had a lot of uncertainty, which led to his complete loss. If it weren't for the sudden guidance of the little demon girl, even if Su Yi could detect the truth, it would never be possible to make a layout in advance like this time. Maybe we have to ask him about this. Su Yi suddenly looked at Wang Taiju on the ground with deep meaning. Since you're awake, don't continue pretending, otherwise you know what I'll do to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Taiju, who had been lying on the ground in a coma, suddenly trembled slightly, slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you. He whispered a little unwillingly, and the injuries on his body made his expression quite distorted. I'm just going to test you casually. Su Yi said calmly, I didn't expect you to really wake up. Hearing this, the corners of Wang Tieju's mouth suddenly twitched, casting a resentful gaze. Tell me, are all your plans in mind? Why? Su Yi half squatted on the ground, looked at Wang Taiju, and asked with deep eyes, how is that possible? Wang Taiju sighed, leaned against the rock wall, showing a look of regret. All my plans are written in a letter. That was a letter I received 5 days ago. The letter told me to go here and find items that would change the course of my life. In addition, there are very detailed plans in the letter, including the appearance of the hunting void team, and how I will get Fan Qi to get that fragment, how to let him kill his teammates, and use his mind to design you. The implementation process of all my plans is strictly in accordance with the teachings in the letter. He glanced at Su Yi unwillingly. If it weren't for your appearance
appearance to disturb me.
The plan in the letter is seamless. You say, letter?
Su also heard Wang Tieju's words, and his heart suddenly shook as if he had been hit by a hammer. He subconsciously reacted that he had seen the letter received by the director at the Jiangqing police station.
Could it be that this is Tang Tan, again?
Su also suddenly grabbed Wang Tieju's collar and shouted, "Where is that letter?" Wang Tieju's face was ashen, and he was a little out of breath by Su Yi. He hurriedly struggled and said, "In my trouser pocket." Su also threw him on the ground, quickly rummaged through his pants pocket, and found an envelope. Inside the envelope was a letter folded in half and looked very neat. Su also opened the letter slowly with a hint of nervousness, but was quickly stunned. The handwriting on the letter was an unfamiliar font he had never seen before.
But the content is quite amazing.
Not only did he predict the time and place of the appearance of the Jiuli pot fragments, but he also accurately pointed out the hunting void team that would appear in Sichuan City, which was the hunting void 25 team. This is followed by a series of meticulous steps and specific content.
This is not so much a letter as a guidance on a criminal plan.
From how to use the fragments of the Jiuli pot after obtaining them, to how to guide Fan Chi to find the fragments alone and try to take them for himself. Even the instruction manual that was originally placed in the fragment space was recorded in this letter.
When Wang Taiju received the letter, he only thought it was some kind of prank. Bang!
But after seeing the content, he felt a little surprised. So he held the idea of going to see it and not suffering losses, and came to Nanchang Mountain according to the time recorded in the letter, and indeed found traces of fragments of the Jiuli pot in the cave. After that, he was convinced of the instructions of the letter and acted strictly according to what was recorded on it. All developments are exactly the same as planned in the letter. But Suya's appearance, as well as the incident of Bai Tao being chased and killed inexplicably close to Nanchang Mountain, became variables. Who wrote this letter? Tao Pan also saw the contents of the letter next to him, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his expression was shocked. The letter writer not only had insight into the personalities of everyone in their 25th team of Hunting Void, but also accurately judged their reaction after encountering something. This kind of thing, as long as you think about it carefully, you will feel chills.
There is a signature on the back of the letter,
Wang Taiju said cautiously. Su also immediately turned the letter upside down, and sure enough, in the lower right corner of the blank back he saw a name.
Heavenly Strategy. What? Tao Pan exclaimed when he saw the name. Do you know him? How can you not know each other?
Tao Pan took a deep breath, his face instantly solemn. Void Demon Council, the third counselor, Tian Su. According to rumors, he is an extremely intelligent being who can calculate the heavens and the earth. He appeared in the government's records twice, each time causing great damage, and he was extremely good at layout, planning, and manipulating people's hearts. Even I didn't take action, and I turned the two cities upside down.
He glanced at Suyi deeply.
From a certain point of view, he is the same type of person as you. Until now, we have not been able to confirm the location of the false demon council's stronghold, half of which is due to this guy. I didn't expect that he planned this whole event.
Wait, could it be that the traces of the virtual demon left on Nanchang Mountain were also left by that guy?
Tao Pan had many thoughts in his mind and began to walk around and think. Obviously, the importance and amount of information contained in this letter were extremely great, and even if he was the captain of the Hunting Void team, it would take time to digest it.
Suyi was holding the letter as if he was thinking.
After confirming that this letter had nothing to do with Tang Tan, the tension in his heart disappeared, and in his place was a touch of interest.
Can you remotely control this whole incident by playing with people's hearts?
Not only does he have an extremely powerful intelligence network, but he can speculate that the 25th team of the Hunting Void will appear here through geographical location and specific personnel distribution.
In addition, Wang Taiju will be chosen as his doll because he masters the use of energy and his own greed.
Every plan recorded in the letter is interlocked. The reason why Fan Chi chose to kill his teammates was all because of this guy's calculations.
It's interesting.
Suyi was not flustered at all, but even had a strange smile on his face.
If the positions are reversed, if I am him, can I make a similar criminal instruction book? Su also asked himself in his heart, and quickly got the answer. Ha, what an interesting conclusion.
The next second, he threw the letter in his hand at will and threw it to Tao Pan, who was walking beside him.
Heavenly Strategy. I remember the name.
One day, I will definitely make you regret trying to calculate mine. Tao Pan hurriedly took the letter, looking at Suya's back as he was leaving in confusion. Suya's voice also came slowly. I think the trace of the false demon probably has nothing to do with this congressman. Use the letter as a clue to check. Maybe you can find some clues. He picked up Bai Tao, who was standing at the entrance of the cave in a slight daze, and the two jumped out of the hole. It was already very late, and after a night of fighting, both of them were a little physically and mentally exhausted, and they urgently needed time to rest. As for the follow-up handling of the incident, it is enough to leave Tao Pan to be responsible.
Let's just walk back like this? Bai Tao asked while removing the insulating bandages on his hands and feet.
This is the outskirts of the southern city, and it is also nearly several kilometers away from the city. With their current physical strength, by the time they walk back to the city, they are afraid that it will be dawn.
Don't worry. worry, let's drive back. Su also calmly took out a car key from his pocket. Car keys? Bai Tao was stunned for a moment. Where did you get the car? That nightclub owner's car. Su also shook the key ring. I just touched it when I searched him. Don't we care about that, Captain? He is a real mountain realm, and he is also the first person in charge of this mission, so of course he has to stay at the scene to collect evidence. By the way, Su Yi, are you free tomorrow morning? Why, is there something wrong? We have completed our mission this time, but before we go back to school, I want to take you to a place. Well, I don't have anything important to deal with, and it doesn't matter if I go with you. While talking, the two gradually drifted away and walked down the mountain. About 20 minutes later, a car set off crookedly from the foot of Nanchang Mountain and galloped towards Chuancheng. Along with the sound of the engine, there was also a long wail. Hey, I just remembered, you guy doesn't have a driver's license at all. Aw. Su also yawned and walked out of the hotel room, exhausted. This is a hotel prepared by Chuancheng for the awakeners of various graduate schools and the hunting team, and you can check in for free with just your own identity certificate. Is it already 11 o'clock? After a night's rest, the fatigue and injuries of last night's battle have recovered. Su also glanced at his phone, his face speechless. Yesterday, driving without a license was stopped by the traffic police on duty at night, and it took a little time for the vehicle to be seized. Among them, he was almost considered a car thief by the police, but fortunately, he relied on the student card of Longsha Academy to prove his innocence. By the time I came back to rest, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. He rubbed his messy hair and leaned sleepily against the pillars in the hotel lobby. After about 10 minutes, Bai Tao finally came over. However, today's Bai Tao is very different from usual. The thief-eyed temperament on his body no longer existed, and he was wearing a suit, and even his hair was combed with hairspray, looking like a successful person. He came to Su Yi with a briefcase in his hand, his tone was calm, and he said, "Let's go. Where are you going to deceive?" Su also looked at Bai Tao with empty eyes and couldn't help but complain. Bai Tao didn't seem to have any heart to ridicule and fight, but just laughed twice in response. Soon, he took Su Yi into a taxi and headed towards his destination. The two stopped in front of a hospital and walked in under the leadership of Bai Tao. Before entering the hospital, Bai Tao also went to the supermarket next to the hospital to buy 2 boxed lunches and a bunch of fruits. Su also seemed to have noticed something, and the playfulness on his face dissipated a little, and he looked at Bai Tao thoughtfully. He had vaguely guessed why Bai Tao brought him here. The two were speechless all the way, and under the leadership of Bai Tao's familiarity, they walked into a ward. This is a single ward, and as soon as he entered the door, Su Yi noticed a middle-aged woman lying on a hospital bed and a little girl sitting next to the bed and falling asleep on the bed. It seemed to hear the sound of the door opening. The little girl raised her head sleepily and muttered to herself, "Is it time to change the dressing?" But when she turned her head and saw Bai Tao, her eyes slowly enlarged, and she stood up excitedly. "Brother Bai Tao." She quickly pounced on her and hugged Bai Tao's arms. Bai Tao touched the little girl's head with a doting face, which was completely different from her usual loose appearance. "I'm sorry, I've been busy with my studies and work lately, and I haven't been able to come to see you." He showed a little apology and a soft expression. "I haven't eaten yet. I brought you and your mother food." He put down the fruit and lunchbox in his hand and took the little girl to the bedside. The middle-aged woman who closed her eyes slowly woke up at this moment. Her eyes were full of fatigue, and she was paralyzed on the bed, slowly stretched out her hand and leaned towards Bai Tao. Bai Tao quickly grabbed her hand and showed a gentle smile. "Mom, I'm back to see you." The woman noticed Su Yi standing behind her and showed a confused look. Bai Tao immediately introduced her. "This is my good friend Su Yi from the academy. He came to visit you with me today." Seeing this, Su also stepped forward and showed a gentle smile. "Hello Auntie, Bai Tao, and I have mentioned you many times. This time we went out on a mission and came to visit you." The woman showed a look of relief, and although she couldn't say anything, she still gave Su Yi a gentle look. Immediately afterwards, Bai Tao sat on the edge of the bed and chatted with the woman about his current situation without saying a word. The little girl also sat aside obediently, always with a smile on her face, and seemed to enjoy her time with Bai Tao. In Bai Tao's description, he had excellent grades and a perfect personality, and he shined in Longsha Academy. In addition, his company is also booming. Su also couldn't help but twitch his cheeks when he heard this. Being able to tell fake things so truthfully is the only one for Bai Tao. They chatted like this for half an hour, and then Bai Tao stood up and looked at the two of them apologetically. "I can only accompany you here today. We also need to go back to the academy as soon as possible to turn in the task. I have already handed over my mother's treatment costs to the hospital, don't worry." The woman and the little girl were a little reluctant, but they still smiled and looked at him and nodded. "Brother Bai Tao, walk slowly." The little girl waved her arms vigorously. "Brother Su Yi, I hope to see you next time. I will come to see you often." Bai Tao smiled and waved his hand. Su Yi walked to the little girl's bed and touched her head. "We will meet again." Then, he got up and walked out of the ward with Bai Tao. With the moment the door closed, the smile on Bai Tao's face suddenly converged, and in its place was a touch of bitterness. He and Su Yi walked side by side, silent for a full 5 minutes, before he suddenly spoke. "The person just now is my adoptive mother and sister. sister. They adopted me when I was 3 years old and have always been nice to me. When I was 10 years old, my adoptive father chose to take out a loan in order not to default on the workers' wages because the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Unexpectedly, he was deceived by a friend and owed a high loan shark. Because of this loan shark, his company went bankrupt, everyone betrayed his relatives, the house and car were mortgaged, and we became impoverished. The house leak coincided with overnight rain, and at this time, my adoptive mother had incurable cancer and could only survive through high treatment costs. My adoptive father couldn't bear this pressure, and when I was 12 years old, he chose to jump off a building. He paused, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. At that time, my sister was only 3 years old, and my adoptive mother was seriously ill. So in order to be able to treat her and let my sister live a normal life, I chose to leave home. I used all my means to deceive, forge documents, and even defraud to get money to treat my mother's illness. Because of this, I have been chased by many people, and over the years, I have been in a state of exhaustion and escape. But this money can only extend her life, and it can't cure this disease at all. Although most of the targets I defraud are some usury companies, or unscrupulous companies and capitalists, what I do is undoubtedly illegal. Even if I awaken my ability, no matter how much I can run, I still can't avoid the pursuit and was captured by a senior hunter of Longsha Academy. But he didn't punish me for it, but thought I had a lot of potential. So under his recommendation, I joined Longsha Academy. Suyi, I brought you here today. In fact, actually, you want me not to expose you to the school, take out usury but don't plan to pay it back, right? Su also smiled indifferently, and actually said what he wanted to say one step ahead of Bai Tao. After all, if this kind of thing is exposed, it will not only affect your college life but also your reputation. What are you thinking? He stretched his waist. It's just such a trivial matter. Is it necessary to talk to me specifically? He overtook Bai Tao directly, walked in front, and turned his head slightly with an indifferent smile on his face. We are friends, aren't we? Go back and pack your things. It's time for us to go back to the academy to deliver the task. Ah! Bai Tao's eyes were full of emotion when he looked at Suyi, exhaled deeply, and changed back to his previous thief-eyed appearance, and a smile appeared on his face. It's great to get to know you. Somewhere in a building. In the bright conference room, there is a rectangular, wooden conference table. Next to the table, there are 10 chairs. However, at this moment, only 8 chairs were occupied, 2 of which were empty. The 8 people present, some men and women, old and young, their movements were either frivolous or steady, and some even slept on the table. But they were all silent, as if waiting for something. A solemn and oppressive atmosphere, accompanied by the aroma of tea in the teacups in front of their tables, slowly spread. This atmosphere lasted until a man in a purple suit hummed a light tune and pushed the door in. He wore a half-lilac fox mask, his steps were as brisk as the wind, and he exuded a happy aura around him. The humming tune in your mouth, just falling into your ears, can make people smile and recall the best things that have ever happened. He walked in from the end of the conference table, hummed softly to the front, and sat on his main seat. The people he passed by invariably put down the movements in their hands, sat upright one by one, and followed the man until he sat down. Their eyes were filled with awe, respect, and adoration, because everyone present knows that the man in front of him is the actual chairman of the Void Demon Council, and he is also the first counselor, the founder of the Void Demon Council. Bliss. Hiss. It's been a long time since I summoned you all to a meeting. The blissful voice is as light as his music, and there is an extremely magical power. Everyone, are you okay when you don't come back? Judging from the voice, he was extremely young, his whole body was tall and extraordinary, and the fox mask only covered the part above his nose. Although only the lower half of his face is revealed, anyone who has seen him will assume that he is a man of high spirits and dignified appearance. What do you think? At the table, the first person to take over was an old man with white hair and beard. After all, compared to the last meeting, we have lost an important companion. Although he is an old man, his body is strong, whether it is his arms or back, he is extremely strong, no worse than some young people, and his voice is also full of energy. In front of him, there was a pitch-black number plate with starlight flowing on it, with the word 2 written on it. Ha ha! Bliss laughed softly. Indeed, I also felt very sad when I heard about the death of editor. But her death is worth it. After all, if it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to use human experiments so easily to let Huitian conduct experiments and make potions like scarlet blood. He looked in the direction of the number plate 4. Sitting there was a middle-aged man wearing depth glasses and a white coat. The top of his head was slightly open, obviously only in his 30s, but he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. Vermilion blood? Huitian gently pushed down the frame of his glasses and replied calmly, indeed, the experimental human body that the editor is looking for me is really good. But I want to state one thing. The production of Zhu Shui is all developed by me alone. Even without her, I can still complete it. Ha ha ha. In the direction of the 10 number plate, there was a burst of laughter. It was a young man with yellow hair laughing loudly, as if he had heard some big joke. You are referring to the medicine that has been studied for nearly 10 years, and the effect is only to turn people into virtual beasts? This kind of artificial virtual beast not only has no self-awareness, but even has an Achilles heel such as ontology.
psychology, which is simply tasteless.
Bipolar, do you want to die? Hui Tian suddenly slapped the case and glared at the other party.
It's just that you rely on your cleverness to become the 10th counselor and make your identity and status clear to me. And after the data collected last time, Zhu Shui has approached perfection. If there are enough samples, we will definitely be able to mass-produce extremely powerful artificial virtual beasts.
Okay, you all calm down.
In seat 3, a man who kept smiling and had an aristocratic temperament smiled and comforted him.
Tian Su, are you embarrassed to call me?
Hui Tian was obviously still angry and directly threw his temper on the third counselor who was trying to appease him.
If it weren't for the mistakes in your plan, how could the editor die?
If she is still alive, Zhu Blood's research progress can go further.
That's right.
In seat 7, the woman who had been sleeping yawned and sat up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and read casually, "You also failed in that matter in Sichuan City. In just a few months, there were 2 mistakes in a row, which is not like you at all." Even though he was blamed, Tian's expression was as gentle as ever, and the smile on his face did not change at all.
My plans have always been results-oriented.
Judging from the results, the marquee I stored in the editor's body in advance successfully limited the pursuit of the defender collapse, thus ensuring that Zhu Shui's research materials were sent back. And in the incident of Chuansheng, the plan to make the Jolie pot fragment obtained by the Void Hunter has also been completed. In terms of these 2 points alone, my plan did not fail, but it is true that the emergence of an uncertainty has caused a little deviation in the plan. At the mention of this, he suddenly showed a smile and gently touched his chin, having said that, "It seems that this little guy was also involved in the incident in Haicheng.
It looks like there will be a very interesting guy among the future Void Hunters."
Okay. The bliss of listening to everyone's quarrel quietly suddenly knocked on the table with a light smile.
In an instant, the congressmen who were still arguing instantly quieted down.
The face under the bliss mask smiled, looked forward quietly, and placed a pitch-black square on the table in front of him. Lord Craftsman has just developed a new technology not long ago, called the Instantaneous Void Realm. This thing is the key used to open the instantaneous virtual realm.
The main purpose of summoning you all today is to ask you all about. He smiled and looked around everyone's faces. Is anyone willing to volunteer and use this key to enter the virtual realm of Longsha Academy and retrieve something?
As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 7 lawmakers except Tianzi changed significantly. The danger level of Longsha Academy is no lower than that of cities with defenders.
Don't worry, Tianzi has made extremely careful arrangements for this infiltration plan. No one in Longsha Academy can threaten your lives.
Bliss waited for a long time, but no one answered, so he smiled and snapped his fingers, and a lottery tube appeared in front of him.
Then it's the same as before, let's draw lots to decide. October.
Half of autumn has passed, but the weather in the capital is still so unpredictable.
The air after the rain is damp.
On the sparsely populated sheep intestine path, a bird flew out of the air, spinning and paddling in the air, moving lightly and flexibly. It spiraled and circled between the branches of the dense trees, but fell sharply after cutting through the trunk at the end of the road, hitting the ground. If you look closely, you can notice that this bird is made of wood. Just more than 10 seconds after the bird fell to the ground, a bloody shadow galloped from a distance and stopped here abruptly.
Is the limit distance only 300 meters?
Suyi gasped lightly, relieved the boiling blood, and gently picked up the puppet bird on the ground.
Nearly half a month has passed since he returned from a mission in Sichuan City.
In the past half month, in addition to daily exercise and study, the most he did was to study the function of the puppet house. This puppet bird is a new type of puppet that Suyi used to buy and asked Hu Lao to refine it for him. The physical strength is limited, but the flexibility is extremely strong, and many sensitive movements can be done. If it is used for reconnaissance, it is a very good choice. Su also smiled slightly and put the puppet bird away with his hand. After all, humanoid puppets are too large to be easily spotted, and it is difficult to explain the origin of the puppet.
This small puppet bird is much stronger in terms of concealment. It has been almost 4 months since I entered the school.
During these times, the energy in Suya's body was also much stronger than when he first awakened. Coupled with his physical training day after day, the energy circulation in his body became more and more surging. It doesn't seem so far away from the energy strength breaking through the rock realm. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air came from behind him. Suyi flipped his hand without looking back, and immediately had a bottle of water in his palm.
Yo, a good news, a bad news, which one do you want to hear first?
Almost at the same time as he grabbed the water, Bai Tao's figure stood beside him as if it appeared out of thin air, also holding a bottle of water in his hand and gulping it down.
You will come to me specifically, it should be the news of the black market.
Suyi looked calm, squeezed the water and took a sip, and guessed Bai Tao's intentions very easily.
I really can't hide it from you.
Bai Tao wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, his face full of frustration. In front of Suyi, there seemed to be no secret that could be hidden. The good news is that I managed to contact the black market and successfully found the source of Mantua Zhuhua that you were looking for. He said this sentence in a slightly passionate tone, which immediately made Suyi's eyes shine. Mantua Zhuhua, this is the key material material needed to upgrade boiling blood from C level to B level. Once you step into the B level, your abilities will improve by leaps and bounds.
What about the bad news? Su also did not lose his cool and continued to ask.
The bad news is, Bai Tao sighed and said, that seller didn't indicate the price, and we need to conduct offline transactions. And because he has something to deal with, the earliest transaction time will have to wait until the end of October. What I can be sure of is that there is definitely no problem with the supply, but about offline transactions. He shrugged his shoulders, his face full of helplessness. You know, transactions like this that are not clearly marked are either extremely expensive or some more special transaction content. It is even possible that there are situations such as black eating black, buying and selling.
It's okay.
Su also nodded slightly. If the seller really has Manhwa Zhuhua in his hand, even if there is a little risk, it is not impossible to go to see him. Since you said so, then I'll go back and start helping you prepare for the meeting.
Bai Tao nodded in response.
During the conversation, the two had already finished drinking the water in their hands.
After throwing the water bottle in the trash can, they followed the path in the direction of the dormitory. By the way, in addition to this matter, have you heard of one other thing? Bai Tao's news is always so well known, and suddenly he lowered his voice and asked, "What's the matter?"
Su also raised his eyebrows and asked,
"In mid-October, that is, a week later, we may have a midterm test."
Bai Tao whispered.
Midterm test.
Su also showed a thoughtful look. No wonder the college has not allowed us to accept the task since half a month ago.
So,
he looked at Bai Tao with a faint smile. You told me this, you should have already found out some news.
Clever.
Bai Tao gave a thumbs up. As far as I know, the so-called midterm test is only an assessment for freshmen. I don't know exactly how the assessment will be carried out, but it is said to be in the form of group battles.
Group battles?
Su also raised a little interest.
That's right.
Bai Tao nodded, but I don't know much about how many groups are divided into groups and how the number of people in the team is different. The specific purpose of the test is also to check our mastery of energy, the degree of cooperation with the team members, and the ability to arrange troops and mobilize troops.
In addition, I also found out the location of this quiz.
He looked around, and after confirming that there was no one nearby, he quietly recited, I heard. We are going to enter the virtual realm for a test this time.
Void realm? Su Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Where is the virtual realm?
Longsha Academy's own virtual realm. Bai Tao said, a place called Long Yulin.
This virtual realm is in the academy, and only some critical moments will open.
I heard that the energy concentration inside is very high, not only suitable for our cultivation, but also able to carry a strong energy impact, which is very suitable for combat. In other words, this is not only a test, but also an opportunity to improve our strength. It is said that in previous years, many students made breakthroughs in Long Yulin and stepped into the rock realm.
That's a bit interesting.
The corners of Suya's mouth were slightly raised, and an inexplicable luster flashed in his eyes.
And, Bai Tao continued,
I heard that if you can get a place in the test this time, you will also have a chance to enter the Pure Fall Garden Void Realm, which is said to have a magical hot spring called Biluo Pond, and you just need to soak in it too.
Biluoyan?
After Su Yi heard these three words, he no longer cared about what Bai Tao was saying behind him, because the name of this virtual realm happens to be a special material whose regeneration power has been upgraded from D level to C level, the virtual realm whereby Luo Hua is located. It seems that this test should be more serious.
Very good, everyone arrived on time.
On the training ground, Lian Shou pinched his watch and looked at Jolie, who finally arrived, and recited loudly.
47 freshmen stood in line in numbers, staring ahead.
Nearly 4 months after entering school, this is the first time they have reunited since returning from Haicheng. In the past few months, everyone has been taking different courses and busy with their own tasks. Many students have not seen each other for months. I haven't seen you for a few months, and everyone seems to be much stronger. Lian Shou stood in front of the scattered line, smiling and looking at everyone. Although he was not very tall, he just stood there, without even using any ability, and a majestic aura spread out. The previous freshmen were just entering the school, and their mastery of energy and ability could only be said to be the first glimpse of the doorway. In the past few months of learning and training, everyone's strength has been improved.
At this moment, they could more deeply perceive the strength of instructor Lian Shou.
Lian Shou's eyes crossed the faces of each freshman one by one, and then he slowly spoke. I summon everyone here today. I think some people already know why. It's the midterm test you've been waiting for.
No one is expecting this kind of thing at all.
There was a whispered complaint in the crowd, but Lian Shou turned a deaf ear and still said to himself, the so-called midterm test is not only an assessment of you, it's still a reward for you. I think after these months of training, everyone should already know the origin and knowledge of the virtual realm. This time our test will be conducted in the virtual realm owned by Longsha Academy.
Void realm?
There was a noise in the crowd. Not everyone is as well informed as Bai Tao, and many people are the first to know about this virtual realm. This virtual realm is called Long Yulin, which is a unique virtual realm of the academy.
Lian Shou calmly explained to those students who didn't know what was going on.
After this test, you can also familiarize yourself with the battle in the virtual territory in advance. If you can become a void hunter hunter in the future, it is very common to enter and exit the void realm, and you need to get used to that feeling in advance. But before that, I'll tell you about the specific rules of the midterm test. He calmly walked to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat slightly, and then began to introduce. The name of this midterm test is called Capture the Flag. In this test, I roughly divided the virtual realm into 4 areas. You 47 people will be divided into 8 teams, and you will be divided into these 4 areas in pairs. Every team has a main flag, and this main flag is a special treasure. Just insert the main flag into the ground and stand within 2 meters next to it, and you will be able to have twice the energy. But once the main flag falls to the ground, it must not be pulled out again. In addition, every half hour, in the center of the area where each of your teams is located, a kind of ore unique to the void realm will appear. If you want to win, there are 3 conditions. Lien Shou slowly stretched out his finger. The first condition: defeat all your opponents. The second condition: pull out the main flag of the opposing team. The third condition: the team that takes the lead in obtaining or will win directly. When you win in the same area, the losing team will be sent out of the virtual realm. When all teams have successfully eliminated their opponents or are eliminated, the void realm will redivide the area and once again randomly group the 4 winning teams to fight, and the last 2 of these 4 teams will determine the final winner. He stretched out 3 fingers one by one and then quickly put them away. Very good. The rules are probably like this. Do you have any questions? Instructor, I have a question. In the crowd, Shinzei suddenly spoke and stretched out his hand. Please speak. Lien Shou nodded. Shinzei gently pushed his glasses and said, there are only 47 of us in total. If it is divided into 8 teams, there will inevitably be one team with not enough people. How should the number of teams be divided? His question is undoubtedly a doubt in the hearts of most people. Lien Shou naturally expected that someone would ask this question, but he smiled calmly and replied, yes, as you said, 47 people are divided into 8 teams, and the number of people is unbalanced. Therefore, if you divide it according to the number of 6 people in each team, there must be only 5 people in a team. Faced with this situation, my answer is. He suddenly took out a box from his pocket and said with a smile, let's draw lots. There are a total of 47 balls in this box, each divided into 1 to 8 numbers. There are 6 of the numbers from 1 to 8. There are only 5 small balls in number 8. In the end, the problem of unbalanced number of people has not been solved at all. Bai Tao couldn't help but complain in the crowd. Lien Shou obviously heard Bai Tao's complaint and suddenly stared. Do you remember the second test of the entrance test? Everyone present was stunned and immediately remembered it in their minds. Luck? That's right. Lien Shou forcefully put the box in his hand for the lottery on the ground. There are too many unfair things in the world. Some people stay up late and study hard, but they are not as efficient as geniuses who turn 2 pages of books. Some people are tired of making money, and some people were born in Rome. Some people are born with high myopia, and some people do not lose half of their eyesight no matter how they use their eyes. Including in the future, when you become a void hunter, when encountering the same danger, some people will die directly, while others will be able to survive. Although we all often talk about our efforts, everyone has to admit one thing. Sometimes, things that are innate cannot be caught up no matter how hard they try. And in my opinion, the so-called talent, what can be obtained by nature, can only be called luck. But luck is a characteristic that no one can ignore. And in my assessment, all unfairness will also be determined by your luck. Because luck, from a certain point of view, it is also part of the strength. Just when everyone was complaining about Lien Shou's robber-like logic in their hearts, Lien Shou suddenly changed his mind, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Of course, the team that draws number 8, although the number will be 1 less, can have a chance to make a request to me. If you can make reasonable use of this opportunity, maybe drawing number 8 is a sign of good luck. Number 8. When Suyi looked at the small ball in his hand, his eyes were obviously dull for a moment. He always thought he was lucky, but he didn't expect to draw this number 8 ball by chance. Cheating daddy. He squeezed the small ball in his hand hard and returned to the crowd slightly low and heavy, his face slightly blue. In the battle between the awakened people, each additional ability can have a great impact on the situation. Not to mention that this quiz is still a team battle. This kind of operation that requires team cooperation is the most test of the ability of the team members to cooperate with each other. Although there is also the possibility of having the ability to clamp down on each other. But according to the 3 ways to win just described by instructor Lien Shou, the ability to mobilize troops and generals is obviously the most important point. The more such moments, the more important the number of people becomes evident. It's good. Everyone has already drawn their own number plates. Lien Shou watched the last person take the ball away, casually grabbed the box at his feet, and read aloud. Now please find your teammates in turn from left to right, according to the number plate in your hand. In this half hour now, you can communicate with each other to understand each other's abilities and formulate tactics. In half an hour, I will be back on time and send you into the void. After saying this, Lien Shou's figure disappeared directly from the spot. There was an uproar in the crowd, but everyone was not slow to react, and soon they dispersed and stood in search of their teammates. When Suyi followed the crowd to the position belonging to team number 8, he directly bumped into a familiar person. He and Tang Xiaowan looked at each other and stared at each other for about 5 seconds. After both sides realized that the other had no intention of moving forward, both of them changed their faces and raised the ball with the number written on it in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. Too bright, 8 numbers are written on the ball, which is very dazzling. The corners of Suya's mouth twitched instantly, and Tang Xiaowan's face also changed slightly. In the past few months, although they live in the same dormitory, but because of the previous quarrel, the words the two said in the follow-up were no more than 20 sentences. Even Tang Xiaowan deliberately chose a course schedule that was completely different from him in order to avoid Su Yi. Except for the occasional meeting at dinner at night, they almost never communicated at all. Tang Xiaowan has been secretly sulking, and Su is also having a headache about how to get along with her. As a result, they never expected that they would enter the same group on top of this test. Su also touched his head. What a coincidence, you. He was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere when footsteps and whispers of broken thoughts came from his side. It's too unlucky this time. I actually drew the 8th team. It's over. The first team has Jolie, the second team has Qinzhe, and the third team has Enlan. Their strength is already very strong, and now we have drawn the 8th team with the smallest number of people. Isn't this the end of the calf? Turning his head to look, he saw 2 people, one fat and one thin, one tall and one low, walking together, their faces full of distress. They walked all the way to Su Yi and the two of them, and then their eyes suddenly widened. Su Yi, Tang Xiaowan, you are also of Team 8-inch. The loss in the eyes of the two of them dissipated a little, and the place that replaced it was a touch of joy. If we talk about the most mysterious and memorable existence among all new students, most people's answer will be Su Yi. His posture that fell from the sky when he entered the school, his record of defeating the instructor in the entrance test, and then he achieved the brilliant result of first place in the entrance examination of Haichang. No matter which point is brought out, it is eye-catching. The most surprising thing is that he only has D-level abilities, which has become his most dazzling label. As a D-class ability, it is above all A-class and S-class awakeners. His resourcefulness and calculation ability are breathtaking for every freshman. As for Tang Xiaowan next to Su Yi, he was even more dazzling than Su Yi. The reason is simpler. Simply because she is beautiful. Her appearance is the kind of existence that is hard to forget at first sight. In addition, whether it is grades, abilities, or one's own personality conversation, they are all the top existences, and it is difficult for people not to remember them. That's right. Su also turned his head and looked at the 2 people in front of him, one tall and one short, one thin and one fat, and their names and abilities quickly flashed in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, you should be called Zhao Feng and Zhao Man. These 2 people are brothers. The tall and thin one is the elder brother, called Zhao Ling, and the short and fat one is the younger brother, named Zhao Man. The abilities of the 2 are very compatible, and they belong to the type that can achieve 1 + 1 greater than 2 after being used together. That's right. Zhao Ling nodded repeatedly, looking at Su Yi with excitement in his eyes, and showed the number ball in his hand. If this exists, maybe they still have a chance in this midterm test. Then we are 4 people now, and if we have a teammate, what is? It's me. A yellow hair rubbed his messy hair like a chicken coop, inserted it into the conversation of several people from one side, and showed the number ball in his hand. Oh, it's you, Wu Jin. Zhao Man seemed to be very familiar with this yellow hair. His eyes lit up, and he immediately called out the other party's name. Hello. Tang Xiaowan also smiled very quietly at a few people and said hello. It seems that the 8th team this time is the 5 of us. Su also put away his eyes looking around and looked at the few people in front of him with a little helplessness. Just now he had carefully observed the people of the remaining 5 teams. Among them, the curved wing he was familiar with was in the 2nd team, and Bai Tao was in the 3rd team. And in his impression, the few people with strong abilities were also scattered among the other teams. It's not that the few people in front of them are not strong, but their abilities are indeed a little less firepower than the members of other teams. Then, Su also lengthened his tone, drawing the attention of the people in front of him to himself before making a tactical plan. Let me ask you about the ability of a few of you. He investigated everyone's abilities, but all he knew was the approximate effect of the ability. Regarding the specific ability effects and some details of the ability, it still needs to be known from their mouths. S-level ability, the power of creation. Although Tang Xiaowan was still a little angry with Su, she was not the kind of person who would be petty, so she still readily reported her ability. My ability is? Wu Jin didn't know where he got a comb and tried hard to straighten his messy hair. B-level ability, invincible frame. Invincible frame? Zhao Rong was obviously the first time he heard the name of this ability, and he couldn't help but show surprise. Although the top level of the state holds the name and effect of most of the capabilities. But generally speaking, except for some common abilities, the specific effects of many abilities are not disclosed and displayed to the public. After all, once the ability effect is exposed, it is easy to expose weaknesses. And obviously, invincible frame is also a very rare existence among B-level abilities. That's right. Wu Jin tried for a long time but couldn't straighten his hair, so he simply
simply gave up. What is the effect of this ability? Zhao asked curiously. It's a very defensive ability, man. Zhao Man obviously knew Wu Jin's ability very well. He flew up without warning and kicked towards Wu Jin, but he saw that his right leg seemed to turn into an afterimage, and a roar erupted in the air, hitting Wu Jin's body in an instant. However, Wu Jin was like an uncertain prophet, rolling in place at a very ordinary speed. Zhao Man's kick seemed to hit the afterimage, and it seemed to shuttle past Wu Jin's body, kicking directly to the ground. The hard cement floor exploded instantly, and Wu Jin also ended his rolling motion at this time and stood up from one side. This is the specific effect of my ability. He shook his messy hair and said with a little confidence, as long as I make a rolling motion, I will be invincible during the time I roll. No matter what kind of attack, it won't do me the slightest harm. And just now it was my ability. Zhao Man also took advantage of the situation to stand up. A-level ability, afterimage. Bang! Ouch! I was able to make my body attack as fast as it could produce afterimages. In terms of speed, no one is faster than me. My ability. The effect is also simple and straightforward. Zhao Tong spoke slowly and calmly introduced himself. No! He slowly stretched out his right hand and slapped it towards Suya's left arm. Su also frowned slightly, and immediately turned sideways to avoid this shot. Zhao Ren's slapping speed can be described as very slow. Even if there is a 70-year-old man standing in front of him, he can easily dodge his slap. Suya's dodging right arm was hit by Zhao Ren with great accuracy. He looked down at his wrist, a little incredulous. Obviously, in his perception, he successfully dodged the shot, but he was still shot. A-level ability, Tarsus. Zhao Ren's introduction was still so slow and easygoing. My attack will definitely not fail. This is probably the effect of my ability. It's a bit interesting. Suyi grinned at the corners of his mouth, probably understanding the specific principle of this ability. Looking at it this way, their team doesn't seem to be as weak as imagined. Think about it, after all, this is Longxia Academy. How can people who can become students here be bad? 10. But the two brothers in front of me are really interesting. One is fast, the other is slow. One is fat, the other is thin. But their abilities are diametrically opposite to their own body size and even their names. Zhao Jin seems to be thin and tall, but his personality is very slow in terms of ability. And Zhao Man is short and fat, but his ability is extremely fast, and his personality is even more stormy and impatient. You should all know my abilities. Su also shrugged his shoulders, and the introduction was very simple. D-level ability, Repairman, and D-level ability, Boiling Blood. It's no secret that he has two D-class abilities, but no one dared to underestimate him. Relying on only two D-level abilities to mix among the freshmen, this alone is enough to make everyone admire. Now we all know each other's abilities. Su also spoke calmly and looked at everyone. Then it's time for us to make a plan for the future. Do you have any thoughts on the rules of this test? I think this is a very classic choice quiz. Zhao Jin slowly expressed his opinion. If we want to win, we not only need to have the strength to defeat the opponent, but also have a very reasonable plan and layout. Click. The next moment. For example, whether we want to insert that main flag or not, who will defend it after inserting it? Are we going to aim to defeat the other party or to pull the flag? If these choices go wrong, we will most likely lose the test. Although his speech speed was not fast, the content was very organized, and the head of the analysis was the Tao. And the most important thing now is that we only have 5 people. Zhao Man spoke in a hurry. Under these conditions and rules, one less person has too much impact on us. In other words, if we want to win, the easiest way is to capture the flag. Wu Jin touched his chin and joined the discussion. Name. But our opponents can definitely take this into account. Tang Xiaowan blinked his eyes and inserted into the conversation. Age. Once they find out that we only have 5 people, then they can leave 5 people to guard the main flag and then send the strongest person to attack and harass our main flag. Even the most reliable way is for them to drag it out until the ore appears for 30 minutes and then send 5 people to fight for the ore. If we want to keep people to protect the flag, we will definitely suffer in terms of numbers. As the school flower who once ranked first in high school, Tang Xiaowan's brain is naturally very smart. She quickly judged the overall disadvantage of their team and the winning strategy that her opponent might adopt. Hearing Tang Xiaowan's analysis, the other 3 looked stunned. That's true. According to Tang Xiaowan, no matter which strategy they choose, it seems that they will be at a disadvantage because of the difference in numbers. It seems that their luck in drawing the 8th squad is too bad. I don't think you need to be so anxious. Su also listened for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. He smiled and looked at several people. Actually, it's not difficult to win the test. Even if we have one less person, there must be a winning method. For example, I have a simple way that might make it easy for us to win. Oh, Su Ye's words obviously aroused the interest of other squad members. As he slowly narrated, the eyes of the other people gradually enlarged, all showing shock. This kind of plan is too bold. The slightest carelessness will make them fall into a fiasco. But if you can succeed, it is indeed the same as Su Yi said, and you can easily win. Just as Su Yi was about to explain further, the figure in the training ground flickered, and Lian Shou, who had been away for half an hour, also returned to the field. Coming back with him was a teacher he had never met. It's almost time, we're going to prepare to set off into the virtual realm. This is Mr. Webb, and he is also the teacher who accompanied the test this time. Lian Shou gave a brief introduction to everyone. The teacher known as Weber had a miserable face and his skin was as white as a zombie. He had a hedgehog head on his head, standing upright, showing his white teeth, and waved to the students. You guys, ahem, cough. Good. He coughed and spoke, making the hearts of the students beat violently. Teacher, are you okay? Bai Tao poked his head in the crowd and muttered in a low voice. Don't worry, I didn't. Cough. Webb suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, grinned at his blood-stained red teeth and continued. It's okay. It's not okay no matter how you look at it. Bai Tao almost didn't jump up. Why don't you go to the hospital first, teacher? No, it's just some minor injuries. Weber wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his right hand weakly. Students, please don't resist. I will take you to Longjialan. His palm had a tornado-like ripple turning and then quickly expanded, showing a semicircular aura that enveloped everyone in the training ground in an instant. Turn. With a whisper, everyone only felt that the picture in front of them suddenly changed. They were still on the training ground a second ago, but they actually appeared in a trough surrounded by mountains. This is... Su also looked around in surprise. Judging from the nearby terrain, this place should still be within the scope of Longsha Academy. But this seems to be the back mountain area of the college, and students are usually prohibited from entering and exiting here. I didn't expect that the entrance to the virtual realm would be in this position. Moreover, this Weber teacher's ability seems to belong to the space-time guidance type, and he can lead everyone to change space on such a large scale, and the ability rating is estimated to be S-level. What is that? There were exclamations from the crowd, and many people noticed a special energy fluctuation not far away. This fluctuation is very similar to the energy fluctuations on the body of the Void Demon and the Void Beast, but it is more profound. Suyi looked at the situation and immediately saw that in the air not far away, there was a constantly twisting and changing opening. The opening was about 2 meters high, and its interior was filled with mixed space turbulence, like an entrance to a different dimensional space. Okay, this is the entrance to Long Yulan, and it is also the location of your quiz. Lian Shou's voice came, suppressing everyone's whispers. You can carefully perceive this special energy fluctuation. If you can become Void Hunters in the future, there will definitely be many opportunities to enter and exit the Void Realm. After entering the virtual realm later, you will also have a completely different experience from here. It's also helpful for you to get used to this feeling in advance. Then without further ado, please enter the entrance of the virtual realm one by one. Pay attention to saving the balls on your body, which are the key items that identify you. How do you get in? As soon as Lian Shou's words fell, a student immediately asked with a little apprehension. This space entrance always feels very strange, as if it is about to enter the turbulence of space. Boom! The classmate cautiously approached the entrance of the virtual realm, trying to get a closer look. However, the next moment, a force suddenly came from behind him, pushing him directly in. As soon as his body touched the opening, he seemed to be sucked in, directly immersed in the hole, and disappeared. What happened? That's probably how it entered. Lian Shou calmly put away his hand and took out the mirror flower water moon. In the water curtain that unfolds in the air, everyone seems to be watching some kind of movie, and the picture looks down from a high altitude and continues to zoom in, and finally freezes in a dense forest. The student who had just entered the entrance stood on the ground. At this moment, he looked around blankly, as if he hadn't adapted to this feeling of traveling through space. Seeing that he entered the virtual realm safely and unharmed, the rest of the students were no longer nervous, and they walked into the entrance of the virtual realm one after another. By the time it was Suya's turn, there were no others around, only his last one. He slowly came to the entrance of the virtual realm, and suddenly turned to look at Lian Shou. Instructor Lian Shou. Ha! Lian Shou obviously noticed the number ball of the number 8 team on Suyi, and couldn't help but smile. What you said before, that the person who drew team 8 can make a request to you unconditionally? Is it okay to ask for anything? Requests like "let me help you eliminate your opponent" are definitely not allowed. Lian Shou replied with a smile, leaving no flaws. As long as it is within a reasonable range and does not directly help you eliminate your opponent's requirements, I can meet you. When you want to make a request, you just need to inject energy into that number ball, and I will appear in front of you. I see. Su also seemed to have captured some key point, and an inexplicable smile immediately rose on the corner of his mouth. Instructor Lian Shou, what do you say? Drawing the number 8 team, is it lucky or bad luck? After he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated, buried himself at the entrance of the virtual realm without looking back, and disappeared in place. Ha 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 ha. Lian Shou looked at Suya's disappearing back and couldn't help but laugh out loud. How will you complete a breakthrough when there are few people? Let me wait and see. He stopped smiling and looked at Weber beside him. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Weber. No trouble. Cough. Webb calmly raised his right palm while coughing up blood. Turn. Long Yulan. As a small and medium-sized virtual realm, the scope here is about the same size as the county town that still existed before the disaster day. It can't be counted as big, but it's definitely definitely not small. There are 4 terrains in the Void Realm, namely forest, desert, wetland, and snow. These 4 terrains were juxtaposed in the virtual realm without conflict, as if dividing the entire virtual realm into 4 areas. After a burst of gravity, Suyi only felt the world spinning, and suddenly appeared in a shaded area. He was empty around, and just when he was a little surprised, an invisible semicircular barrier came from nowhere, wrapping his body. In the next second, the picture in front of Suyi changed sharply, as if he had been transferred out of thin air, and appeared at the other end of the forest. Bang! And this time, he also clearly sensed the aura of someone around him. Turning around, the members who originally belonged to the 8th squad had all gathered here. I see, use the number ball as a mark to separate the team members. Su also quickly figured out the principle, and immediately began to observe the surroundings. It seems that our battle area this time is a forest. Then what squad will our opponent be? Lianshou didn't know where he moved 2 folding chairs and a table, placed them in place, and asked casually. They have already divided the areas according to the team. Weber coughed and replied, looking up at the water curtain. At this time, the water curtain was divided into 8, showing the picture of each of the 8 teams. Under the influence of his ability, all the students in the Void Realm were randomly assigned to 4 areas according to their respective teams. The 8 main flags were also placed beside them. The 2 of them came to the recliner and looked up at the water curtain in the air. This is the first time Mr. Webb has seen this group of freshmen, right? Lianshou looked into the air with his hands on his pillow, with a smile on his lips. Do you want us to make a bet? Ahem. What to bet on? Webb also seemed to be a little interested, scanning the picture on the water screen back and forth. Let's bet on which 4 teams can successfully win in this first round of the test. Longjialan, desert area, south side. The 6 members of the first team gathered here, looking blankly at the surrounding environment. One of them observed for a while and muttered, we seem to have been teleported to the desert area. How about it? Do we want to make a plan and tactics? I think. Before he finished speaking, a tall figure had already stepped out. Jolie, where are you going? The student who had spoken before immediately changed his face slightly, and he had a headache about Jolie's undiscussed personality. Why do you want to make it so troublesome? Jolie spoke disdainfully, and kept walking, just beat all the 6 people on the opposite side down. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared in front of several people. Longyu Forest, wetland area, north side. That's probably what I planned. Shinzei nudged the frame and slowly arranged his tactics and plans. Do you have any objections? The other 5 people in the team all shook their heads with admiration in their eyes. Even Shui looked at Shinzei with a slight surprise. In terms of planning and layout, Shinzei's ability is no worse than Suyi. Very good, then according to the predetermined plan, Shui will first inquire about the information on the other side. Shinzei nodded and began to command. Longjialan, snow-capped mountain area, west side. Wow, this hellish place is too cold. Bai Tao shrank his neck, couldn't help rubbing his hands, and jumped a few times on the spot. Do you have any specific tactical strategies? He turned to look at his teammates, but the rest of the people looked at each other and then invariably focused their gaze on the strongest of them, in Lan. As the only SS-level ability holder among the freshmen, as long as he is willing to make a move, he can easily win this test. And Lan's eyes were ethereal, and suddenly he lay on the ground, resting his head on the back of his hand. This negative attitude obviously expresses that he does not intend to cooperate with everyone. Bai Tao was stunned, and looked at the other people with a bitter face. Then what should we do now? Longjialan, forest area, east side. After Su also confirmed that the 4 team members were by his side, he also began to stand up and observe the situation around him. 30 seconds later, he walked back from the forest, looked at the few team members who had come to his senses, and said, the location we are in now should be the boundary area of the forest area. Oh, how do you know? Wu Jin asked curiously and with interest. Rumble. I just checked that 10 meters away, there was an invisible barrier that prevented me from moving forward. Su also said casually, judging from the terrain outside the barrier, the other side should be a wetland area. This also means that the area we are in now is on the east side of the forest area. It's coming. Then our opponent. Hey, wait. Suya's self-analysis made Zhao Man's face full of confusion, and his mind couldn't keep up with Suya's thinking at all, so he hurriedly interrupted. How do you know that we will be on the east side of the forest area now? Didn't instructor Lianshou just use mirror flower water moon to show us the general picture of the inside of Long Yulan? Su also responded as a matter of course. From that top-down view, the entire Longjialan is almost evenly divided into 4 areas. The upper left is the snow-capped mountain, and the upper right is the desert. The lower left is the forest, and the lower right is the wetland. Since I just saw the wetland on the edge of the area over there, it means that we are now on the east side of the forest. His seemingly easy and simple analysis directly stunned the 3 people except Tang Xiaowan, and they were immediately shocked in place. The picture of the mirror flower and water moon just now was almost a flash, and Suyi actually directly noticed the terrain of the entire Long Yulan, and less than 2 minutes after landing, he analyzed their current location? What kind of metamorphosis is this? this. The two brothers Zhao and Zhaoman looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement. Maybe they really hugged their thighs this time. Zhaoman swallowed his saliva and said with awe, You keep talking. Since we are located on the east side of the forest, in order to keep the quiz fair, our opponent will definitely be on the west side of the forest area. Su also continued to read and quickly stretched out his finger, pointing in the other direction. As he spoke, he grabbed a huge flag about 3 meters high that was quietly lying on the ground not far away. This is our main flag, and it only needs to be planted on the ground to have twice the energy. Do you remember the plan I told you before? What we have to do now is to confirm which squad the opponent is in, and then we will decide what strategy to use to fight them. During the conversation, Su also opened his hands, and a bird fluttered its wings, flew out of his palm quickly, and headed towards the high sky in the west. But before that, I think we should familiarize ourselves with some things first. After releasing the puppet bird, he turned around leisurely. Familiar with things? Tang Xiaowan spoke puzzledly. What do you want us to be familiar with? You use your energy to try it, Su Yi said calmly. Tang Xiaowan stretched out his right hand and tried to turn the energy into operation, but his face suddenly changed. It looks like you feel it. Su also looked at Tang Xiaowan. In this virtual realm, the energy intensity and the feeling when using it are very different from the outside world. Simply put, our actions and energy attacks should be more or less compressed. If we can't get used to this matter as soon as possible, I think we will suffer a big loss in the subsequent battle. Longyu Forest area, west side. 6 students gathered around a main flag and looked at each other. They are the opponents of Su Yi and others, and they are also members of the 6th squad. It seems that we have been divided into forest areas. Among the 6 people, a burly boy was the first to speak. He is Hu Jing, who once won the 5th place in the entrance examination. Its ability is an A-level ability, Dark Golden Bear. Once activated, it can transform to a certain extent, greatly increasing its strength. Do you have any thoughts and opinions? How is it? The few people next to him didn't seem to be the kind of people who were good at using their brains, but their intuition is still very sharp. One of the thin boys suddenly stretched out his hand and said, I think intelligence is the most important thing. First of all, we need to know which direction the enemy is in and which squad our opponent is, so that we can arrange the follow-up battle plan and strategy. Why don't you let me investigate first and see if I can find out the other party's information? Under Su Ye's reminder, the rest of the team members sensed their current physical condition. There was nothing serious about the action, but once the energy was used, the original energy intensity seemed to be compressed. Not only has the power decreased, but the distance and range seem to have been attenuated to a certain extent. They can sense the energy surging in all directions. The energy density in the virtual realm seems to be several times that of the outside world. Very good. There are 3 variants of the rough plan. At the same time, Su Yi has already told the team members all the rough plans he has conceived. From now on, we will divide our troops into 3 routes. Tang Xiaowan and I will advance from the right, and you 2 brothers, Zhao and Zhaoman, will probe from the left. As for Wu Jin, you carry the main flag and stand by in the rear. If I have a specific plan later, I will put the code for you. Bell. Crypto? Wu Jin seemed a little confused. Don't worry, you'll know then. Su Yesan waved his hand mysteriously, and then took Tang Xiaowan towards the right. The forest was so dense that the light was almost completely obscured by the leaves. After parting ways with the team members, the 2 continued to move forward in silence, speechless all the way. Bell. There was another muffled sound. Why do you want to come with me? Tang Xiaowan finally couldn't hold back, looked at Su Ye's side face and asked. Ha? Su also replied casually, otherwise, who will I go with? Is it possible that I have to break up the 2 brothers who cooperate tacitly? You can obviously call Wu Jin together. Tang Xiaowan continued. I said the eldest lady. Su also looked over with empty eyes. Are you making trouble with me? Hoof. Tang Xiaowan snorted softly. I haven't forgiven you for my sister's matter. These months. She spoke to herself, but as soon as she said the words, a palm suddenly reached out and covered her mouth. Su Yi covered Tang Xiaowan's mouth with his left hand, turned around and clung to the giant tree beside him, and lowered his voice and said, someone is coming. The puppet bird he released before had a limit range of only 300 meters. However, 300 meters cannot be explored in an area, or even 1/10 of the area. So he released the puppet bird high into the sky to watch the forest under his feet from the air. A few seconds ago, he sensed that there was some kind of extremely fast object moving in the forest, and it was moving in the right direction, and it happened to be him. Almost 2 seconds after Su also pulled Tang Xiaowan into the tree, a figure shuttled past where they had just stood at an unstoppable speed. It can be vaguely judged that this seems to be a thin boy. But before the 2 of them could see clearly, the figure had already disappeared into the jungle. Su also waited for about 5 seconds, and after confirming that the other party had completely left, he let go of Tang Xiaowan's mouth. Okay, that guy. Tang Xiaowan broke free from Su Ye's arm hard, stood aside and gasped. She took a few deep breaths suddenly, then raised her head and looked at Su Yi with a slight resentment. Do you want to suffocate me? If you cover your mouth, why cover my nose too? Because of the difficulty of breathing, her whole face turned red. Ahem. Su also also touched the back of his head with a little embarrassment. The situation was urgent just now, and I didn't think so much. So what? Tang Xiaowan wiped the corners of his mouth and straightened up. It should have been an enemy team investigator just now. Why don't we stop him? Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Su Ye's face showed an evil smile. The other party sent an investigator, which means that they don't know that the opponent is us. Then we can take advantage of this opportunity to attack the yellow dragon and launch a surprise attack on them. You mean? Tang Xiaowan's face changed slightly, as if he was aware of Su Ye's plan. The direction that person came from just now is most likely the direction of the other party. Su also clenched his fists and made an attacking motion. We just gave up the defense, and the 5 of us rushed over and caught them off guard. You're crazy. Tang Xiaowan was taken aback by Su Ye's bold plan. Even if we go over, it's 5-5. Do you have the confidence to take down the opponent in a short period of time? No, our goal is just the main flag. Su also shook his head. If they want to take care of both the main flag and defend against our attack, they will definitely show flaws. That said, this is a great opportunity to raid. In this quiz, whichever side's main flag is discovered first, which side will fall into an absolute disadvantage. Whether the main flag is stored or not, the degree of concealment and protection. Whoever grasps the situation of the other party's main flag first will have the absolute initiative. Time is limited. We must rush to the enemy camp before that guy returns to defense. Get ready to send a signal. I see. Is this your plan? As soon as Su Ye's words fell, an abrupt voice appeared from behind the two of them, interrupting their conversation. Who? Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan turned around almost at the same time, their hair standing upside down, as if they were about to explode. They were quietly approached without any awareness. On the branches behind him, there was a thin figure, the same person who had walked away before. He half squatted on the branch and touched his chin. Su Yi and Tang Xiaowan. I didn't expect our opponent to be the 8th squad. This is so lucky. Are you, Yingji? After Tang Xiaowan saw the person on the branch clearly, he immediately recognized the other party. It turns out to be the 6th squad. Su also quickly recalled the composition of the other party's team. He quickly glanced at Tang Xiaowan, and immediately the two of them started to act. Now that the enemy has appeared in front of them, they are 2 against 1. No matter how you look at it, it is an excellent opportunity to attack. If they can take this opportunity to subdue Yingji, then the difference in numbers between them and the 6th squad can be smoothed out. A blood shadow flashed in the air, and Suyi appeared next to the branch with boiling blood and flying shadow almost in the next second, and stretched out his hand towards Yingji to grab it. But his palm that fell quickly only shattered an afterimage. It's a pity that I also happened to learn Feiying. Yingji's voice sounded from the other side, with a smile on his lips. However, before he could stand firm, he was hit by a kick in the back, and the whole person fell to the ground. Su also put away his right foot, spat out a blood mist, and was about to pursue when he saw Yingji, who had fallen to the ground, turn over and get up. The latter was slightly embarrassed and looked at Su Ye's direction in surprise. Double flying shadow? Kula. Yingji suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind him. Suddenly turning his head to look, his pupils instantly contracted. But he saw Tang Xiaowan holding a handheld gun in both hands, and the gun was accumulating fire in the muzzle, ready to go. The blazing flame energy erupted into a ball of fire. Even though Yingji mobilized the energy in his body in time, he was still directly blown out. His body broke 2 giant trees one after another and fell into a cloud of smoke. After more than 10 seconds, he got up from the ground in embarrassment, and his clothes were bombarded to tatters. Ahem, cough, cough. He kept coughing up black smoke from his mouth, looking like he was injured a lot. Just kidding, you two guys. He stood up on his knees and looked at Tang Xiaowan. Everyone is a classmate, and you actually use such a destructive method. No way. Who made us opponents now? Su didn't give him any chance to react, and almost instantly approached his body, and the blood burst out. But Yingji's face had a strange smile. But it's a pity that you can't keep me. The fist wind brought by the blood rush rolled up the dirt on the ground and pierced a tree in front of it. Yingji's figure disappeared in front of Su Yi like teleportation. This is different from Feiying. It is completely the effect of his ability. At the same time, 100 meters away, Yingji seemed to appear out of thin air, flashing out of the air and falling to the ground. B-level ability, stress teleport. In case of danger, you can use a single teleport to avoid damage. It was precisely by relying on this ability that he dared to come to investigate alone. Although I was in some trouble, I overheard their battle plan. Yingji gritted his teeth and smiled, rubbing his aching body. Where was I teleported? Hurry up and find the direction. Go back and tell them the other party's plan. He walked forward along the road, trying to identify the direction. But just as he pushed aside some leaves in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw something very eye-catching at the end of his sight. That's! His breathing began to become rapid and agitated. I saw a clearing in the distance. A main flag was inserted into the ground, and some energy fluctuations spread around it. And right next to the main flag, a yellow-haired Wuzhen sat cross-legged beside the flag, silently guarding his main flag. My luck is too good. Yingji took a few steps back excitedly and did not step forward directly. His ability
body is not suitable for frontal combat, let alone now he is still injured.
But once the main flag is inserted into the ground, it cannot be moved. The situation he discovered was undoubtedly an extremely critical clue for their team. You must leave as soon as possible and report back the situation here. Yuingji shrank back, quickly judged the direction, and immediately galloped away. We are sure to win this test. Is he really gone this time? Tang Xiaowan looked at Su Yi and asked. This time it should really be gone.
Su also silently sensed the puppet bird's vision and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth.
So you deliberately asked me to stay and let him go, just to let him report our plan to the opposing team? That's just one of the reasons.
Su Yi had already dissipated the boiling blood at this time and stretched his body vigorously. His ability, stress teleportation, if turned on passively, will teleport his body a long distance in the direction of the attack.
Normally, the distance is about 200 meters in the stone realm, but now that we are in the void realm, this distance will be cut by about half. That is to say,
he pointed in the direction where Yuingji disappeared. He will appear 100 meters away in that direction.
Isn't it? There, Tang Xiaowan looked in this direction. His face changed slightly. The direction we came?
That's right. Wu Jin and the main flag next to him are all in that direction.
Su also nodded.
And what I have to do is to tell the other party about this situation.
This is the first step in the plan.
As for the second step, it is to notify the other people of the plan we want to implement. He looked at Tang Xiaowan and briefly explained how to send a signal. Tang Xiaowan was stunned for a few seconds, then twitched the corners of his mouth and casually grabbed a piece of sand from the ground. After a few seconds, the sand turned into 3 fireworks, which were quickly ignited by her.
Whoosh! 3 clusters of fireworks exploded high in the forest, extremely brilliant.
The 2 brothers Zhao and Zhao Man, who were still moving forward, and Wu Jin, who was guarding next to the main flag, all saw these 3 clusters of fireworks. Their faces all changed, showing surprise and shock.
Oh, to implement Plan 3? Is that guy crazy?
Their main flag is probably in that position, and their plan seems to be to come over and compete for our main flag. Yuingji, who ran all the way back, gasped slightly, and told everyone in the 6th squad what he heard and saw. In just a short while, he was able to bring back so much information, which amazed the rest of the people.
In other words, their goal is to come over and capture the flag with us?
One person touched his chin and pondered. In that case, we just need to wait here for the rabbit and wipe them all out.
If you think like this, you're in for a trick.
Hu Jing suddenly snorted coldly, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't forget,
that guy Su Yi, how tricky he is. Ha! Yuingji was stunned for a moment, and looked at Hu Jing in surprise. What does this mean?
I mean, the plan you thought you heard by accident was actually that guy Su Yi deliberately let you hear it. Hu Jing spoke categorically.
If you think about it, you know, who would tell their plans so openly? And the formulation of this kind of plan is usually completed at the beginning. In other words, their plan to gather 5 people to attack our main flag is false? Soon someone suddenly spoke with enlightenment. Then what is their purpose? The purpose is probably to trick us into guarding the main flag.
Hu Jing sneered, thinking that he had seen through Suya's plan. They are already small in number, and they definitely want to use this method to let us all guard the main flag.
And their real purpose is for the or half an hour later. But they would never have imagined that the original perfect plan would be exposed because of Yuingji's ability. He patted Yuji the shoulder. You did a great job.
Being able to find the location of the opponent's main flag and the guards in time has already announced our victory. He stood up leisurely and read in a domineering tone. We must not fall for Suya's scheme and be led by his nose.
Since we have discovered the opponent's main flag, we must choose to take the initiative to attack. He waved his hand and pointed to the 2 people in the team. You two, now immediately cooperate with Yuingji to go to the vicinity of each other's main flag and find a way to pull out the main flag. If they neglect to defend, or go for this is your chance. And the 3 of us are guarding next to the main flag to prevent the other party from trying to sneak attack. Don't worry, they can only send 4 people to attack at most. And we only need to stand next to the main flag to get the amplification. They will never cross us to destroy our flag. Oh,
Yuingji's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly excited. Perfect plan. The rest of the people also showed excitement, thinking that Hu Jing's plan was simply seamless. Then, Yuingji took his 2 teammates and left in a hurry, galloping towards the main flag of Su Yi and others. It was about a minute after Yingji and the 3 left. Hu Jing, who was originally sitting cross-legged next to the main flag and closing his eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side.
There was a rustling sound in the woods. Immediately afterwards, a figure came out like this.
Yo! Su also drilled out of the forest and saw at a glance the 3 people led by Hu Jing guarding the main flag. He grinned and greeted a few people quite easily. For the situation that there were only 3 people on the other party at this moment, he was not surprised, and even had a feeling that he had expected it. Su Yi. After Hu Jing saw Su Yi, his eyes immediately flashed with a cold light, and he stood up from the ground. You guy, sure enough, you're here. What I didn't expect was that you dared to swagger in front of me like this.
Don't say that.
Su also shrugged his shoulders and replied with a smile. I just think people should know how to be polite. So I showed up and wanted to apologize to you.
Oh,
Hu Jing sneered disdainfully. Even if you apologize to us, we can't let you go.
No, no. Su also bowed slightly. The reason I want to apologize to you. He raised his head slightly, but the depth of his eyes flashed with an extreme sense of oppression. It's because I'm sorry that you were eliminated in the first round of the test.
Ha! Hu Jing seemed to not hear clearly. His tone lengthened, and his eyes showed suspicion. Are you kidding?
It's up to you two.
His voice stopped abruptly, and his face changed slightly, because at the same time as he blurted out this sentence, behind Su Yi, 4 figures walked out one after another. There are a total of 5 people in the 8th squad, and they are all gathered here.
You gave up the main flag?
Hu Jing's face sank, and he immediately judged this conclusion. What he didn't expect was that the plan brought back by Yuengji turned out to be real. He faintly felt regret. If he had known this, he only needed to send Yuengji alone to easily pull up the main flag. But his clever command greatly reduced the number of people guarding the main flag. For a time, the offense and defense reversed, and they became the side with fewer people. However, even so, his face was still calm, and the voice in his mouth suddenly sounded like thunder rolling in the sky.
I want to see. How do you want to break through me?
As he spoke, his body began to swell wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant bear more than 2 meters tall, his palms covered with dark gold luster, and his energy fluctuated surgingly. The 2 people behind him also had solemn faces and released their abilities. It's a pity that only 2 meters within the main flag range can you enjoy the energy blessing brought by the main flag. At this moment, Hu Jing, who had transformed, had already occupied almost the entire range, and the 2 of them could only take a few steps back, looking at Su Yi and the others vigilantly from a position 2 meters away.
It's not difficult to break through you.
Su Yi's voice came from the front 1 second, and the next second it actually appeared behind Hu Jing. He reached out to grab the main flag and was about to pull it out. But his movements were not completed yet, like an uncertain prophet, and he suddenly completed a backflip and jumped backwards. Almost at the same time as he rolled back, a tongue of fire surged out of thin air on the ground where he was originally located.
Immediately afterwards, a strong wind hit.
Hu Jing's huge bear claws were also photographed in the air, with an absolute sense of power and speed.
Repairman.
Su also quickly threw out a stone, and the dazzling white light wrapped around it, and quickly repaired a small rock ball of more than half a meter. However, the rock was shattered by Hu Jing almost instantly. Su also took advantage of the gap to dodge from the spot, which can be regarded as successfully dodging this shot. At the same time, 2 figures finally rushed over. The 2 brothers Zhao and Zhaoman walked in unison, and even the timing of the landing of their left and right legs was almost exactly the same. The 2 of them surged with energy in their palms, activating their abilities almost at the same time.
After image,
Zhaoman's right fist instantly broke through the limit of speed and rushed out.
Tarsus.
Zhao Ren's movements were unhurried, waving his left fist and shooting with Zhaoman. Although the 2 had completely different speeds, the attack actually hit Hu Jing's huge bear body at the same moment. In an instant, the dark golden bear's body suffered 2 impacts at the same time, and it actually roared low, and was beaten backwards. Zhao Zhang and Zhao Man's bodies were also shocked and retreated by the energy on Hu Jing's body. Under the increase of the main flag, the energy intensity and upper limit of energy on Hu Jing's body were twice as high as the original.
This also makes him much stronger than usual. Leave it to me.
Wu Jin took the opportunity to shuttle between the figures and quickly touched the main flag. Energy fluctuations surged. A tongue of fire burst out from under his feet. This is obviously the ability of one person behind the main flag, but Wu Jin was unhurried and rolled on the spot. The tongue of fire brushed past his body, causing no harm to him. He also touched the main flag with the help of the rolling distance.
Very good. 1. Wu Jin's face showed excitement, and he immediately prepared to pull up the main flag with all his might. But a dark shadow quickly enveloped his body.
Wu Jin's entire body was pinched in his hands by Hu Jing, who had been cushioned. The latter's bare eyes released a chill, and he roared, "Don't think about crossing me and touching the main flag."
Immediately, he threw Wu Jin out hard.
Wu Jin was like a sandbag, flying out of the air and being smashed directly into the forest.
What? Hu Jing's terrifying power made Zhao Rong and Zhao Man's faces change.
They thought that the attack just now could limit Hu Jing's time for longer.
The 2 reacted quickly, took another step forward, and swung their fists out.
The terrifying impact was abruptly blocked by Hu Jing with a bare paw with a dark gold luster.
Is that all?
After being prepared, Hu Jing took only half a second to remove the impact and let out a disdainful snort. His bare paw slapped the ground. In an instant, the ground was shattered. The cobweb-like cracks continued to spread and soon affected the 2 brothers Zhao and Zhao Man. They suddenly felt a burst of imbalance in their bodies, so they jumped up in place to dodge the attack. But when they jumped up, they all saw the ridicule that flashed out of the corner of Hu Jing's mouth. 2 arcs of light appeared in front of the 2 at the same time. Subsequently, their bodies were hit by these 2 attacks and were immediately smashed out. Behind Hu Jing, another member of the 6th squad held a marble between his fingers. The attack just now was released by him and achieved great results.
What about the 5 of them?
Hu Jing grinned, and his voice was as majestic as thunder. The dark golden bear claws kept waving, as if tearing through the air. Just
just by virtue of your group of guys, why fight with me? A-level ability, Dark Golden Bear. Su Ye's voice suddenly sounded on one side. Since he was forced back by the tongue of fire, he had not tried to get closer, but observed from a distance. B-level ability, Fire Tongue Hell. A-level ability, Pinball Man. No wonder you think that you can hold the main flag with the strength of the three of you. In terms of the nature of the ability, these are indeed three abilities that are very suitable for defense. While he was pondering, Wu Jin, who had been blown away before, and the two brothers Zhao and Zhao Man, who had been blown away, also reunited. Although they were a little messy, fortunately they were not seriously injured. Ha! Hu Jing sneered, seeing you say this, could it be that you have found a way to break through us? How? In fact, it has been there for a long time. Su Ye's face was calm, and he suddenly took a false step and shouted lowly, widen your eyes. He took the lead, the boiling blood flying shadow opened, and rushed forward in an instant. Almost at the moment Su Ye left, the other three followed closely. I told you, you can't break through me. Hu Jing waved his giant claws and slapped Su Ye, but only scattered the afterimage. But his movements kept moving, just turned around on the spot, and he was bombarded with Su Ye, who had used the double flying shadow. The blood mist was blasted backwards by the fist wind, and Su Ye's blood rush collided with Hu Jing's giant claws, suddenly rolling up a tyrannical wind. However, with the blessing of the main flag, Su Ye only lasted for 3 seconds before he was beaten to the point of losing his balance and flew out. Hu Jing's face also changed slightly, and he was taken a step back by the power of the blood rush. Su Ye's body surged with pale green light, and he shouted in the air, do it. After image. Zhao Man had already rushed to the soles of Hu Jing's feet and waited for a long time, and suddenly flew up and kicked out. His attacks combined with extreme speed brought terrifying momentum, and the timing and angle of his shot seemed to have been calculated, and it happened to hit Hu Jing's unevenly stressed right leg. Hu Jing, who was already staggering, suddenly lost his balance, lifted his feet off the ground, and smashed to the ground. Wu Jin and Zhao Man passed by and rushed to the main flag without looking back. As soon as he rolled on the spot, he dodged the tongue of fire under his feet. But as soon as he stood up, 5 marbles broke through the air, turning into 5 arcs and blocking him in front of him. At this moment, Wu Jin had just completed the rolling action, and there was no time to carry out the next roll. Seeing that the 5 marbles were about to hit his body, a figure interjected from the side, and his 5 fingers were spread out. Tarsus. The 5 marbles that originally blocked Wu Jin's path were all blocked by Zhao Jin, but he also rolled out backwards due to the impact of the marbles. Wu Jin kept walking, rolled, and dodged the spitting tongue of fire again, and finally touched the main flag again. Hu Jing, who fell to the ground, and the other 2 members of the 6th squad, who were anxious but didn't have time to release the attack, were all pale and could only watch Wu Jin pull out the main flag. The main flag inserted into the ground moved up inch by inch under Wu Jin's struggle. The 2 members of the 6th squad had their hearts in their throats, but at this moment, Wu Jin's excited expression suddenly froze. The veins on his arm burst out, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't continue to pull out the main flag. Looking down, a touch of dark golden luster spread along the ground, as if there was a strange force that violently pulled the main flag from the ground. Ha 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 ha. Although Hu Jing was lying on the ground, he suddenly burst into laughter. His dark golden bear claws suddenly stuck into the ground, an array of dark golden light spread along the ground to the main flag, firmly locking the flag. Under the amplification of the main flag, his energy doubled. No matter how much Wu Jin exerted his strength, he could not resist this strange force. Even pulled out the main flag a few inches and was reinserted back into the ground by this force. I told you. Hu Jing got up from the ground while maintaining the action of inserting the bear's claws into the ground. Just the 5 of you want to pull out our main flag is simply a fool's dream. He was not in a hurry to attack, so he sneered and sat on the ground. Count the time. My players should be almost at the position of your main flag. Your unguarded and desperate decisions have doomed you to failure. Ha ha ha. Su Ye's laughter actually came from one side. He was also sitting cross-legged on the ground at the moment, and even supported his head with his left hand and tilted his head to look over. You said there are 5 of us. Then have you noticed that since just now, only the 4 of us have been the ones who launched the attack? Hu Jing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked forward. When Su Ye appeared before, he clearly saw 5 figures. But in the end, there were only 4 people who attacked. And at this moment he realized it in hindsight. The attack path of Su Ye and the other 4 people has been kept in a straight line. This feeling seems to be covering up something with the body. Cover? Is there enough time? Su Ye suddenly asked loudly. Ah, a slightly weak female voice said faintly, it's done. Okay, brothers, you can get out of the way. Under Su Ye's shouting, Zhao Jin, Zhao Man, and Wu Jin immediately ran away, and in the blink of an eye, they dispersed to both sides. At the same time, after their figures were covered, Tang Xiaowan's hair flew away, and he stood in place with a somewhat heroic posture, facing Hu Jing and the others. Tang Xiaowan. Hu Jing immediately recognized Tang Xiaowan, but his eyes, after seeing the things around him, his pupils contracted. That's a cannon. The cannon body is slender and powerful. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun seemed to flash with fierce murderous intent. Even the awakened have extremely limited resistance to modern weapons. As long as the distance is
is close enough, such as sticking the muzzle to the temple. Even if you use a pistol, you can easily take the life of a rock awakener.
Of course, as long as the awoken can keep their distance and protect them with energy, the lethality of ordinary bullets to them is extremely limited.
However, weapons with wide-range lethality such as cannonballs and grenades can still break through the protection of energy and cause a lot of damage. However, these damages can only threaten the awakened in the mountains and below at most.
And the flexibility of the awakened person is also something that modern weapons cannot chase.
Once you step into the peak realm, the body's surface will generate energy protection on its own, and even if you do not actively defend, you will not be hit by any artillery fire and other attacks. The only thing that can cause damage to them is an attack that contains energy. Hu Jing and the three of them were just awakeners of the stone realm. When they saw the cannon beside Tang Xiaowan, they almost flew out of the sky, and they were immediately frightened, and their hair stood on end.
Are you kidding?
Hu Jing's huge bare body seemed to be exploded at the moment, and the dark golden energy was constantly surging.
In the virtual realm, how can you bring out a cannon? This must be a bluff, don't try to lie to us. Tang Xiaowan, play up.
Su also yawned, ignoring the other party's doubts. As soon as his words fell, Tang Xiaowan immediately took out a cone-shaped shell from his side and stuffed it into the chamber.
Hu Jing, what should we do?
At the same time, the two people who had stood in the back before were also shocked and ran over, all hiding behind Hu Jing's huge bare body.
Don't hide behind me.
Hu Jing's scalp was numb, and he immediately scolded in a low voice. He turned around, looked at the muzzle of the cannon that was ready to go, and squeezed out a smile. His previous domineering and self-confidence were gone. Everyone is a classmate. There's no need to be so stiff, right? This is just a test. If we get hurt because of it, it will affect our relationship. Hu Jing tried to retreat, but found that his legs were hugged by the two people behind him, and he couldn't move.
Load, ignite. Suyi was indifferent, knowing that this was Hu Jing's way of delaying time, and he didn't pay attention to the other party at all. If the time is delayed a little later, their main flag may also be in danger.
Tang Xiaowan also pulled the cannon chamber next to him very obediently, and then the gun barrel rotated, aiming at the position of Hu Jing and the enemy's main flag from a distance.
Fire! Long Jialan, forest area, east side.
Yuengji and the other three ran quickly through the mountains and forests, galloping in the direction he had seen before.
It's right in front.
He judged the surrounding terrain and suddenly spoke. The opponent should have only one person to defend. We will quickly subdue it, pull out the main flag, and we can win this test steadily. All three had confident smiles on their faces.
Ugh!
Then, their muscles were tense, and their energy was running to the extreme, breaking through the mountains and forests and drilling in.
Hands on! Wei, Yuengji took the lead, shouted loudly, and was about to attack.
But after getting out of the mountains and forests, he found that there was a main flag on the ground in the distance, and he couldn't even see a figure around.
What is this? Pitfall?
The two people who rushed out with him were also a little confused and looked at each other. I'll go take a look. If there are any traps, my ability can also keep me safe. Yuengji did not hesitate and immediately rushed up in 3 steps and 2 steps. He carefully approached the main flag, but nothing happened.
Did they give up the main flag?
Yuengji's face was confused. He didn't expect their task to be so simple this time.
He easily held the main flagpole and a hint of unreality flashed in his eyes. Just win like this?
The next moment, he pulled the main flag out of the ground without any obstruction.
This is too easy.
Almost at the same moment when he pulled out the main flag, the voice of instructor Lian Shou sounded in unison in the number ball on their bodies. Forest area, the first round of quizzes is over. Yuengji and the three of them looked excited and almost cheered. I was so lucky to win the first quiz so easily.
Winner, 8th squad. Ah, did you hear that?
Yuengji and the other two jumped high and collided with each other to celebrate. Our 8th squad won.
Ha!
He seemed to notice something was wrong. Wait,
8th squad?
Forest area, west side. The smoke of artillery fire filled the air. The blazing fire burned everything in its path. Hu Jing and the other two sat slumped on the ground, already recovering their bodies, and their whole faces were pale with fright. The main flag they inserted into the ground, even with the dirt under their feet, was bombarded and flew out by Tang Xiaowan's artillery, and they didn't know where they flew. Hu Jing was frightened, and looking from a distance, he saw the cannon in front of Tang Xiaowan flashing, turning into a pile of stones and scattered on the ground, and she actually let out a long breath, finally relieved. Winner, Team 8. Lian Shou's voice came from the number ball in the arms of several people. Hu Jing pursed his lips and was about to say something, when a pillar of light rose from the number ball in his arms, wrapping his body. Wrapped with him were 2 team members sitting paralyzed beside him. The white light dissipated, and Hu Jing realized that the members of their 6th squad had all returned to the valley before entering the Void Realm. There was no one in the valley, only Lian Shou and Weber who were resting on the recliners not far away. Yo, you are the first team to be eliminated. Lian Shou spoke in a relaxed tone, and pointed to the water curtain in the air. But don't worry, another team will accompany you soon.
Dragon Jade Forest, desert area, north side.
Jolie sat on a piece of sandstone and inserted a student upside down into the desert, his face calm. His naked upper body was covered with countless wounds, but at this moment he was rapidly rapidly recovering under the wrap of blood-colored energy. At the same time, a student who was 5 meters away from Jolie had weak knees and sat directly next to his main flag, looking forward in disbelief. Just in front of him, around the sandstone where Jolie was sitting, 5 bodies, neatly inserted into the desert like javelins.
What kind of monster is this?
The student swallowed his saliva, and this scene was enough to become his nightmare. Single-handedly, only one person rushed in front of them at the beginning, and with an absolute crushing attitude, he brought down 5 members of their squad. And it seems that there is almost no damage on the body, which is simply terrifying.
Hello.
Jolie suddenly spoke calmly, raised his eyes to look at him. If you want to do it, hurry up.
You may not have a chance after a while.
The student trembled all over, and without saying a word, he turned his head and pulled out the main flag of his team, holding it in his palms. Please smile at me.
Longjialan, wetland area, south side. Newton's apple fist. Bang.
Shui flew and punched, and the strong kinetic energy involved a person and flew straight out. The battle around the opponent's main flag has entered a white-hot stage at this time. The opponent faced by their second team was quite strong, and between several collisions, the main flag was guarded airtightly, and it was impossible to get close at all. However, suddenly at this moment, a gust of wind rolled up on the flat ground, and the splashes on the wetland under his feet were rotated and rolled up.
I see.
Shinzei was in the center of the wind, and with the help of the power of the wind, he floated up, nudged his glasses, and looked at the 6 opponents under his feet extremely calmly.
I have almost figured out your strength and ability effect.
It seems that if you want to break the game, it is better to use the simplest and most direct method. While groaning, he slowly stretched out his right index finger and aimed it at his feet. At the same time, the energy fluctuations in the rock realm actually rose from his body. As a recognized genius among the freshmen, Shinzei actually successfully broke through to the rock realm in just a few months.
Kwanglan, tornado, click, Longjialan, snow-capped mountain area, west side. The wild sand in the sky almost covers the entire sky.
In this icy and snowy area, Han Hao's red hair flew with the wind, and he single-handedly suppressed several other people.
Hello. His expression was a little difficult, but he shouted loudly to his teammates, don't forget the agreement between us.
If I take you to win this quiz, then you will have to listen to my orders once.
Okay, Brother Han. No problem, Brother Han. Lu Tian and Sun Mao drilled out from both sides of Han Hao's body and shouted loudly. By chance, they were in the same team as Han Hao again. If you can really win this victory, why don't we listen to you once?
Behind those 2 people, Han Hao's 3 teammates this time also frowned slightly and agreed to Han Hao's request.
Very good.
After being affirmed, a smile suddenly appeared on Han Hao's face. Then, regardless of the loss of his own energy, he slapped his hands the ground.
Sand-flowing waterfall.
Large areas of snow turned into quicksand at this moment and began to roll up everyone who was still standing on the ground. Just 30 seconds later, several people who still insisted on guarding the main flag were all swept into the quicksand and lost their ability to act. Only Bai Tao struggled to shuttle through the quicksand, his face full of anxiety.
And Lan, Brother Lan, are you moving?
He looked behind him without tears. Even though the 5 members of their team had already resisted hard, they still couldn't resist Lan, who was lying motionless next to the main flag. This guy with SS-level abilities doesn't seem to be interested in this battle at all. Seeing that Lan ignored him at all, Bai Tao also turned around suddenly, his teeth itching angrily. This is what you forced me. Oh, what other means do you have? Just use it. Han Hao's eyes were cold, and the energy in his hand intensified a little again. Bai Tao, who had been following Su Yi, made him dare not underestimate him. But the next moment, Bai Tao made a move that almost made his eyeballs fall out. I saw that he turned on his ability, and he actually got out of the quicksand waterfall directly and stepped on the rock next to him. Then, he bowed sharply and read in an extremely respectful tone, please ignore me and fight at will.
Hey, Bai Tao, you traitor.
The other members of the original 3rd team were still struggling. At this moment, they suddenly saw Bai Tao retreating in battle, and when they became deserters, they suddenly jumped a little. Only Bai Tao looked up at the sky, his face full of sighs. I would have turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines on the ditch. And Lan didn't make a move, and their 3rd team had almost no means to resist Han Hao. You are a hammer moon dash. The voices of the team members were gradually drowned out by quicksand.
At this point, the battles in the 4 major regions have all been divided. Bai Tao, you traitor.
When the team members strangled Bai Tao's neck and were teleported back to the deep valley, more than 20 people had already gathered in the originally quiet deep valley. They were all eliminated in the first round of quizzes, each of them disheartened and helpless.
I'm going to die. Bai Tao waved his arms indiscriminately, stretching out his hand as hard as if he was about to suffocate. Ha 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 ha.
Lian Shou looked at Bai Tao and the others who were teleported and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He propped himself up, sat up from the recliner, and looked at Weber beside him with a smile. It seems that Mr. Weber, your prediction is biased.
I won this bet. Ahem cough.
Cough. Weber's face was full of helplessness, and he looked at the picture in the mirror. Flower water moon. The level of these children is much stronger than I imagined. Count me as if I lost. If you have a chance, please have a big meal.
Then what's next? He sat up slowly and looked at Lian Shou.
How are we
going to divide the competition in the next round of tests? In the capital, somewhere in the rental house. Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, walked from both sides of the room. Are they all arranged? A figure sat in the living room, cutting his nails and asking. The arrangement is complete, and now no matter how we act, half of the energy will not leak out. The person on the left nodded, affirming the matter. Very good. The man in the living room put away the nail clippers and took out a small square black box from his arms. Then you two are also prepared. We must capture the moment of the second space change in the Dragon Jade Forest Void Realm, so as to open the instantaneous virtual realm and sneak in. For the Parliament. 4. Your Majesty the Void King. When the spatial change ends, Su also noticed that they had already appeared in the wetland area. It seems that our venue for the second round will be here. He groaned and looked around, and quickly judged the location in the same way. Directly above is the desert, which means we are on the north side of the wetland area. Look at the muddy water at your feet and the depressions that can be seen everywhere. Wetland areas and forest areas are very different. Everything is extremely open. Just standing in place, you can see the situation 200 or 300 meters away at a glance. Brother Yi, what should we do this time? Zhao Man looked at Su Yi with reverence, as if he had already regarded him as the backbone. Yes, do we still want to continue the previous method? Zhao Jin also asked slowly. How is that possible? Su also shrugged his shoulders and smiled. With the openness here, as long as the other party sends someone to take a look at us, we will soon be able to get the information that we are undefended. During the conversation, he had already released the puppet bird again. Observing from a high altitude area can always anticipate the enemy's advance and detect the enemy's movements in advance. In that case, why don't we just hide the main flag? Wu Jin suddenly shook his hair and put forward his own opinion. Since the main flag is pulled out, we will be judged to have failed, so why don't we plant the main flag? There is no opportunity to exploit loopholes so easily. Tang Xiaowan shook his head and directly vetoed Wu Jin's idea. The so-called main flag is pulled out, and the test failure is judged to be just a superficial rule. But in fact, regardless of whether we insert the main flag or not, as long as the main flag is taken by the enemy, we should default to failure. Moreover, above this main flag there is a full of energy fluctuations. No matter where we hide it, there will definitely be a time when the other party will find out. Then what are we going to do? Are we going to use that opportunity to make a request to the instructor? Zhao Man asked hurriedly. Don't worry, before that, we should still determine which squad the other party is. Su also touched his chin and pondered. Knowing yourself and knowing your opponent will win every battle. In fact, gurgling. Before Su Yi finished speaking, several people heard the water surface of the wetland not far away at the same time, as if boiling, and there was a sound. They all stopped talking and looked back abruptly. I saw the water surface boiling and undulating, suddenly exploding, rolling up a column of water that shot into the sky. In the next second, in the misty water mist, two figures actually drilled out of the water and stood in front of them. You are. At the same time as seeing this figure, the five people, including Su Yi, all showed surprise. Long Jialan, snow-capped mountain area. Two figures quickly swept through the snow, and snowballs splashed up in the sky, as if turning into a blizzard, enveloping this area. With an extremely fierce punch, the figures staggered, and they all took 5 steps back. At the same time, the blizzard behind them was suddenly torn open by the fist wind. Not bad, it's much stronger than before. Jolie laughed fiercely and shook his fist. At this moment, the ground behind him seemed to be torn apart by the strong wind and mottled and cracked. I didn't expect that after stepping into the rock realm, I couldn't suppress you. Shinzei gently lifted the frame, and his light blue hair was not messy even in battle. It seems that you are only one step away from the rock realm. The ground behind him seemed to have been cut in half by a train, splitting a long ravine. If you're really just here to decide the outcome with me, I'm willing to accompany you. Jolie suddenly spoke, but there was a little mockery in his eyes. But the act of trying to hold me back and try to do small movements makes me a little upset. There is a saying that goes well. He stepped on the ground heavily, turned around, and planned to leave. Why don't you let me clean up the scum first, and then deal with you? However, his body had just jumped less than 5 meters when it was abruptly blocked by a wind wall. Since I am here, it is impossible to let you go. Shinzei's voice was calm, as if he had already expected this step. Come on, Jolie, defeat me, you can leave. Oof. Jolie stopped, grinned, turned his head to look over. Since you are in a hurry to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Snow-capped mountain area, deep. Kula. In the cold wind in the air, a circle of cracks suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a black teleportation channel spread out around the rift. 3 figures drilled out like this. At the same time as they appeared, the teleportation channel was immediately closed. Ha! A slender man, like a bamboo pole, immediately shrank his neck, looked at the wind and snow, and let out a long breath. Is this the virtual realm of Longsha Academy? It's too cold, right? Humph, little dog. Next to him, a woman in black silk snorted disdainfully. You're embarrassed to say him. See your legs shaking. The third person looked at the woman's trembling legs and couldn't help but recite. Look again, take off your eyeballs. The woman's face changed when she heard this, and she immediately covered her
her chest and showed a perverted look. You respect your seniors. The bamboo pole man complained loudly, and the senior of the ninth counselor is obviously looking at your legs. What's the use of you covering your chest? Okay, let's be quiet. The ninth counselor sighed helplessly, stepped on the snow-capped mountain, and looked down through the blizzard, his eyes deep. Although my luck is not very good, as long as we follow the plan, we can still successfully complete the task and go back. It's just a group of little ghosts in the rock realm. The woman walked with slender legs, her eyes sweeping proudly. Wouldn't it be better if we killed them? Before you kill them, those monsters of Longsha Academy will definitely kill you first, the bamboo pole man muttered in a low voice. That's right. The ninth counselor nodded. We can't act rashly until the entrance to the void realm is blocked. Then are we just watching like this? The woman was a little anxious. Don't rush. If you want to hurry, you won't be able to get there. The ninth counselor seemed quite calm, and before that, we still have more important things to do. Suppress the energy. He spoke lightly, and the bamboo pole man and woman immediately obediently put the hood behind them on their heads. The energy fluctuations that originally lingered on their bodies disappeared immediately. We must first find the location of the mission objective. Let's take action. Three figures jumped down from the top of the snow-capped mountain and disappeared into the blizzard in the blink of an eye. Longyu Forest, wetland area, north side. Suyi and the others looked at the figures floating on the water in front of them in a daze, quite surprised. Between the water and light, the appearance of these two figures finally emerged. Han Hao, Su Mao. Zhao and Zhao Man's faces changed slightly, and he recognized the identities of the two. Han Hao and the man known as Su Mao. The splash on his body slid down his body, and he stood on the water like this, and he also saw the few people present clearly. I was thinking, if we are on the south side, the enemy will be on the north side. Han Hao's eyes stared at Su Yi, and the corners of his mouth were raised high. I didn't expect to win the jackpot now. Su Yi, you can pass the first test with just 5 people, and you really can't underestimate you. You are also extraordinary. Su also quickly calmed down, knowing that this means of crossing the water must come from Su Mao's ability. He looked at Han Hao and smiled slightly. As a user of sand, you will actually cooperate with water. Are you really afraid that your sand will be flooded by water? You don't have to bother. Han Hao ignored Su Yi's sarcasm and just sneered. Xiaowan's classmate is so unlucky. He is on the same team as you. He looked straight at Tang Xiaowan, showing a sad look. Everyone knows that he is Tang Xiaowan's #1 suitor. Oh, is it? Su Yi chuckled softly. I think she will definitely be very happy to be on the same team with me. When Tang Xiaowan heard Su Yi's words, he couldn't help but frown and felt a headache. Han Hao has been pursuing her, but she has always kept her distance from him. Now that Su is so excited, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Sure enough, after hearing Su Yi's words, Han Hao's expression suddenly sank. How could she be happy just because she was in the same team as you? Su Yi, don't take an inch. I have investigated everything about the last time, although you and Xiaowan live in the same dormitory, but you were just roommates. Hiss dash. As soon as Han Hao's words fell, several teammates besides Su Yi gasped and looked at Su Yi with envy. As expected of brother Yi, he can be in the same dormitory with a beauty like Tang. Han Hao. Tang Xiaowan's face was slightly red, and he frowned and scolded angrily. All along, she has tried her best to hide that she and Su are also roommates. Unexpectedly, Han Hao shouted out like this in public. Ah no, I. Seeing that Tang Xiaowan was angry, Han Hao immediately knew that he had lost his words, and immediately became a little at a loss. Tsk tisk. Su Yi smacked his mouth as if it was none of his business, wishing to make the situation even more chaotic. In fact, Xiao Tang is at Sundara. Our relationship is much more complicated than yours. Su. Tang Xiaowan endured his shame and glared. But before she finished speaking, her hand was directly grabbed by Su Yi. To tell you the truth, we are actually like this. This sudden action directly stunned everyone present. Tang Xiaowan didn't think that this kind of thing would happen at all. His brain seemed to freeze, and he couldn't react for a while. Su Yi. A few seconds later, Han Hao reacted and shouted out almost like a broken voice. Don't shout, I can hear you. Su Yi was calm and let go of Tang Xiaowan's hand. Tang Xiaowan's face suddenly turned red, and he withdrew his hand and took a big step back. I just wanted to observe the situation. Han Hao's face was solemn at this moment, as if he was about to drip water, and his breathing was extremely rapid. But I've changed my mind now. He viciously stretched out a finger and pointed it at Su Yi from a distance. Su Yi, do you dare to go head-to-head with me? Just in the middle of the wetland, 5 minutes later, I'll be waiting for you there. The losing side automatically abstains. How is it? Oh, Su Yi's eyes flashed with a light. The development of things seems to be going in the direction he is trying to lead. What qualifications do you have to make decisions for your teammates? Oof. Han Hao snorted coldly. This is not a good thing. You don't bother. My teammates will agree to my request. Su Yi, I have captured your location and the specific situation. In the case of a difference in numbers, you cannot be our opponent. I think you can understand this even if I don't say it. Brother Han, the time is coming. Su Mao, who had been standing next to Han Hao, suddenly tugged at his sleeve and said in a low voice, Su Yi, I'm waiting for you in the middle line. Han Hao glared at Su Yi viciously. I want to
to settle the account in Haichang with you one by one. After he finished saying these last words, he and Su Mao were directly like dissolved water, slapping into the pool on the ground again. D-level ability, reflection in the water. Wu Jin muttered and said Su Mao's ability, you can use the water surface to project the reflection of yourself and the object you touch. The closer the distance, the stronger the object or person that can be projected. I didn't expect him to be able to project to us across an area. He turned to look at Su Yi and said, what should we do now? Do you want to believe him? What if he pretends to duel with you, but actually ambushes you with his own teammates? No, he won't. Su Yi waved his hand calmly, since he said he wanted to go head to head with me. It must be just the two of us. I think their strategy should be to guard the flag with 5 people, and then Han Hao will go to the middle line alone to challenge me. Every word and every action he said just now was simply to provoke Han Hao. In fact, Han Hao's act of launching a heads-up was right in Su Yi's arms. Then do you have any plans? Zhao Man also looked at Su Yi. Why don't the 5 of us rush over together and beat him down first? No. Unexpectedly, Su Yi shook his head. He is right. This account is not difficult to calculate. Our current position has been exposed, and in an open area like a wetland, some means cannot be used at all. So I would like to ask for your consent. He turned to look at his 4 teammates. I decided to go head to head with him to decide the outcome of this second test. But if I lose, maybe we'll just lose this quiz. If you're sure, go for it. Zhao Rong thought for a moment and was the first to make a statement. Yes, if it weren't for your plan, maybe our first round of quizzes would be over. Zhao Man didn't have any objections, but I'm also curious, are you really sure to beat him? They have no opinions, and I have no opinions. Wu Jin also shook off his yellow hair, and his tone was relaxed. Su Yi finally looked at Tang Xiaowan again. Tang Xiaowan was holding a handkerchief at the moment, wiping his hands hard, as if he wanted to wipe Su Yi's fingerprints clean. Facing Su Yi's inquiring gaze, she wrinkled her nose and threw the handkerchief directly. Hooligan. Su also took the handkerchief, and Tang Xiaowan's second half of the sentence also came over. Since you have decided to bear the victory or defeat of our team, then don't come back with a loss. This quiz, I'll leave it to you. Collapse. The snow on the ground burst and exploded layer by layer. Zhouli's fist slammed into a rotating wind field. The destructive power brought by the collapse actually penetrated through the wind field and hit Qin Zhe hiding behind the wind field. The snow behind Qin Zhe suddenly collapsed diagonally behind him like water that had been splashed out, and he himself stood there unscathed. Oh, did you actually master the flower transfer? Zhouli stood with his fists closed, looked down at Qin Zhe, and laughed fiercely. If I don't master this move, I'm afraid my body won't be able to withstand the power of your collapse. Qin Zhe exhaled a breath of white air and nudged the frame. The two seem to be touting each other, but in fact they are cautious in their hearts. Whether it is collapse or flower transfer, it is a type that is more difficult to master among the 5 arts. Now their opponents are not only proficient in mastery, but also very easy to release. After perceiving this incident, they needed to think carefully about the subsequent battle. Then again, Zhouli opened his mouth dully, looking at the wind field that was wrapped around Qin Zhe and always wrapped around him, and laughed fiercely. You bastard shell is really in trouble. In the next second, the snowmass under his feet suddenly exploded, and his strong body crashed into the wind field like this, and smashed it out with his fist. The soft and inclusive wind field was abruptly punched into a fist-sized gap under his punch. Qin Zhe's brows jumped, and Zhouli's punch just now actually improved his punch speed again, and he didn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. If there is no protection from this wind farm, I am afraid he will have been tricked. This is a greeting to you. The wind blades that turned into wind fields around him had already scratched countless scars on Zhouli's body, but Zhouli still smiled fiercely, as if he couldn't feel the pain at all, and his other fist also smashed into the wind field. Then, he actually turned his palm into a fist, as if he was going to tear something, and he abruptly tore apart the wind field around Qin Zhe. What? Seeing this scene, Qin Zhe was immediately shocked, and immediately turned a gust of wind under his feet and was about to retreat, even though he had been promoted to the rock realm. But in the face of Zhouli, he did not dare to have any negligence or carelessness. But just when Qin Zhe was about to retreat, Zhouli, who was tearing up the wind field, burst into fiery blood on his body. In the blink of an eye, his speed surged, directly penetrating the wind field, and grabbed Qin Zhe's right foot. This, we got you. Just between the fierce battle between Zhouli and Qin Zhe, 3 figures wearing hoods happened to pass by the two of them. Their hoods seem to have some kind of presence-reducing function, even if the distance is only more than 20 meters. Zhouli and Qin Zhe were stunned and unaware of their existence. Wow! The thin bamboo pole sensed the fierce battle between the two, and couldn't help but whisper, this is the combat power that can erupt between the stone realms? The Awakeners of Longsha Academy are of too high quality. 21. Don't attract their attention. The woman next to him snorted coldly and reprimanded. This is our only way, pass as soon as possible. If they find out, it will be very troublesome. What's the matter? The thin bamboo pole, that is, the 21st counselor, smiled and didn't care about this matter at all. 20. Are you too nervous? It's just a group of little guys. How could they be aware of our presence? I don't know if it's a crow's mouth or if it's bad luck. The words of the thin bamboo pole had just fallen, and a figure actually cut through the void directly and fell rapidly in the direction of the three of them. The thin bamboo pole screamed, but the back of his neck was suddenly pulling away a distance. At the same time, Jolie's body smashed heavily to the ground, smashing the heavy snowmass directly and smashing a huge humanoid snow pit. The snowmass fell down, covering the three parliamentarians who were hiding aside. Cough. Jolie jumped up from the snowdrift with a carp upright. His chest, as if passed through by a drill, was sunken, and his skin was surrounded by traces of wind scratches, which looked extremely tragic. But he stood up as if nothing had happened, and there was a little excitement in his eyes. Okay, that's it. Immediately afterwards, he stepped hard with both feet, like an arrow off the string, and rushed towards Qinzhe in the distance again. With his departure, the three people covered in snow dared to shake their bodies quickly and shake off the snowflakes on their bodies. At the same time, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of all three. The student just now. What is the ability? The thin bamboo pole muttered, as if he was shocked by Jolie's fierce and unafraid of death, as if he could not detect any pain. Stop talking nonsense, you were almost caught just now, you know? The woman directly picked up the ear of the thin bamboo pole and shouted almost close to his ear. You two, stop making trouble. The ninth counselor let go of the hand that was holding the back of the thin bamboo pole neck, and faintly felt a little uneasy. The task is important, let's get out of here quickly. As soon as he spoke, the two who were still arguing immediately fell silent. The three of them looked at each other, their steps were fast, and they quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. In midair, Jolie and Qinzhe fought together again, fists and feet against each other, and their momentum was extraordinary. For a while, the two were a little inseparable. The strong wind and fist wind kept tearing the snow masses around him, as if he was in a snowstorm. After attacking each other for about a minute, they suddenly punched in unison, and retreated backwards in great tacit understanding, so as to separate. Are they gone? Jolie suddenly stood with his fists closed, looked at Qinzhe and asked calmly. It's already gone. Qinzhe also pushed down his glasses, but his eyes looked extremely deep in the direction in which the previous three counselors left. Both of them have very special abilities. Even those three counselors have tried their best to hide their presence with the help of their hoods, but he was still noticed by Jolie and Qinzhe for the first time. Whether it was an inexplicable surge of unfamiliar emotions, or a deviation in the direction of the wind flowing in the air, it was enough to make the two perceive abnormalities. The snowdrift I just hit was not at the right angle and range. Jolie stood up straight, as if he had a sense, and chose a truce with Qinzhe. It seems that there are insects that have broken in without permission in this virtual realm. He grinned, and his eyes flashed with curiosity. How about it? Do you want to go see it with me? I think we should report this to the instructors first. Qinzhe frowned slightly and put forward his own opinion. Fool. Without saying a word, Jolie directly scolded Qinzhe. How dare they break into here so openly? How can they not be prepared? Once we notify the instructor now, we will inevitably startle the snake and force the other party's follow-up methods. If they go berserk at that time, we will be the most dangerous. So, he turned his head directly and walked in the direction where the three counselors had just left. Our best choice now is to get close to them and observe their purpose when they think no one is found out. Only in this way can we defeat the enemy and kill in one blow. What you said makes sense. Qinzhe stepped on the strong wind and landed beside Jolie, and actually agreed to his plan. But I can't approve of that fool. Longjialan, wetland area, middle line. It looks like you've been waiting for a long time. Su also took a relaxed step and looked at Han Hao, who had been waiting for a long time, with an indifferent smile. At this moment, Han Hao was closing his eyes, and his expression looked extremely calm. Hearing Suya's voice, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. I didn't expect you to really dare to come over alone. I originally thought that with your moral bottom line, you would pretend to come by yourself, but in fact you would take your teammates to beat me. It's not that I haven't thought about this kind of thing. Suyi shrugged helplessly, but after thinking about it, even if I send someone to surround you, you still have a way to leave. Once that happens, the only way for our two teams to win or lose is to fight each other. But the difference in numbers is always a little more disadvantageous for us. It looks like you have calculated the account very clearly. Han Hao dared to propose a heads-up, naturally with absolute confidence. He can also be sure that Su will definitely agree and accept his proposal. Han Hao's eyes were cold, and the ground around him suddenly turned into sand, rolled up out of thin air, and wrapped around his body. Let you take a look at the results of my cultivation in the past few months. The wild sand was entangled and spread in the air. Accompanied by a continuous, dull sound of breaking through the air, two spears turned into sand cut through the air and intertwined. After several months of no contact, Su Yi naturally understood that with Han Hao's talent, his strength would only be stronger than that of Haicheng. Therefore, he was not careless, and almost instantly turned on the boiling blood, jumping backwards to dodge. However, just after he turned into a blood shadow and successfully dodged the attack of these two sand spears, his foot that fell to the ground suddenly lost his balance and fell backwards. But seeing that his foothold turned into a quicksand sandpit, it continued to fall to the ground. Su Yi was secretly shocked. Han Hao's speed of creating and transforming sandpits was several times
times faster than he had known before. Almost at the same time that Su also lost his balance, Hanhao pointed in his direction and squeezed his 5 fingers hard. In an instant, the sand on the ground seemed to turn into a wolf's head with a huge fanged mouth, frantically biting towards Su Yi. The wolf teeth were intertwined, but they just bit off a piece of sand. The afterimage dissipated, and the explosion sounded, and Su Yi's figure appeared on the oblique side, dodging this attack with the help of the flying shadow. Hanhao didn't expect to be able to suppress Su Yi by such a simple means from the beginning. His face was calm, but the depths of his eyes flashed with absolute confidence. I practiced hard for months, just to defeat you. Su Yi, you will definitely lose to me today. The words fell, and in all directions of Su Yi's body, the sand was manipulated to rise, and they were reorganized in the air, changing into sand spears all over the sky, and it seemed that Su Yi had already expected the location where he would appear. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. Hanhao swung his fist and fell, and the sand spear in the sky suddenly stabbed towards Su Yi airtightly. For a while, the rolling sand and dust rose into the sky, accompanied by countless splashes that were shaken, and the scene was magnificent. Where is this an arrow? It's clearly a spear. Just half a second later, Su Yi's complaint came from the other side. Double flying shadow? Hanhao's 2 consecutive attacks failed, but he was not in a hurry. The ground under his feet lifted a layer of sand waves, and it dragged him like this, galloping in the direction of Su Yi. How many more times can you release a dodge like this? His eyes were awe-inspiring, his energy was constantly surging, and he kept shuttling and shooting sand spears behind him, as if he wanted to pierce Su Yi into 1,000 holes. Continuous use of flying shadows for a short period of time is also a great load on the body. Therefore, Su Yi could only turn on the boiling blood, run frantically to the other side, and dodge the continuous attacks behind him. It's a bit troublesome now. While dodging, Su Yi's brain was still running wildly. This guy seems to have made enough preparations to deal with me. Faced with this situation, how to break the game? Longjialan, snow-capped mountain area, southeast corner. It looks like these surroundings are blocked by barriers. The 9th counselor reached forward with his hand, but only touched an invisible barrier. See, from his perspective, the scene of the remaining 3 areas of Long Yulan was unobstructed. This is the junction of 4 areas, all surrounded by invisible barriers. Through the field of vision ahead, it was clearly perceived that in the center of the 4 areas, that is, in the middle of Long Yulan, there was a black area with a circular shape and a radius of about 30 meters. That black area seemed to be able to absorb all the light sources, and it was impossible to see what was inside. This should be an acquired barrier, not something that this virtual realm originally had. The woman stepped forward, also touching the invisible barrier, and gave her conclusion in contemplation. Our goal should be stored in that void room, right? The thin bamboo pole stared at the black area in the distance, but how do we get in? Wait, the 9th counselor only calmly gave a one-word answer. When the space here changes again, the barrier here will disappear for a short time. At that time, we can enter the void and take away the mission target. Oh, the thin bamboo pole nodded, and suddenly looked up at the air. I found out from just now. The entire virtual realm seems to be under some kind of surveillance. Won't we be discovered? That's the effect of Juebao, mirror flower water moon. The woman replied coldly, don't worry, as long as we don't get close to that group of students, we won't be discovered. And on the way here just now, the 9th counselor has already used means to block Jinghua Shuiyue's probe. Ha! The thin bamboo pole was obviously stunned for a moment. Won't they be noticed by this? It's just a means of replacing the picture. The woman chuckled. Now in the observation of the group of void hunters, the picture in the mirror flower water moon should be a repeated video that goes back and forth. The 3 lawmakers stood on the edge and kept talking. And just a few hundred meters away from them, behind a snowdrift somewhere. It's a bit bad now. The breeze blew and sent the sound into Qin Zhe's ears. He frowned and whispered, what are their identities? Jolie glanced at him and asked casually, member of the Void Demon Council. Qin Zhe whispered, they somehow lowered their sense of presence and hid their figures, but the voices they communicate with are real, and the teachers seem to be unable to see our actual picture because of their interference. This is not a trivial matter. Let's find a way to report the situation here to Instructor Lian Shou first. However, when Qin Zhe raised his head, Jolie, who was standing next to him, had disappeared. Just as his eyes widened and uneasiness welled up in his heart, Jolie's fierce laughter had already come from the front. You group of false demon council miscellaneous pieces, are you really bold enough? How dare you break into the virtual realm of my Longsha Academy? Do you want to seek death? Seeing Jolie who got out without permission, Qin Zhe was suddenly shocked. The other party is a member of the Void Council. In other words, their strength is at least above the mountain realm. In the face of such an enemy, are they not looking for death when they rush out so recklessly? Sure enough, almost at the same time as Jolie got out and shouted, there was a wave in the originally blurred air. What? We were discovered? Damn, I know this doesn't work. The thin bamboo pole and the woman stared wide-eyed, looking at Jolie who suddenly appeared with a vigilant face. Students of Longsha Academy. The 9th counselor also had a solemn expression and turned to look at Jolie. But none of the 3 of them had any intention of taking off their hoods. They just held their breath and looked at Jolie from a distance. Under Under the influence of the hood, Jolie could not see the figures of the three parliamentarians, but his ability kept reminding him that there were three enemies directly in front of him.
"Humph, don't you dare to come out if you are smart?"
Jolie laughed fiercely and stepped on the ground with his right foot.
The snow under his feet was suddenly shaken high.
At the same time, he swung his right fist, and the snow suddenly burst out of the air, heading in the direction he sensed. The snow mass exploded, and the thin bamboo pole slowly lowered his right hand to block the attack. At the same time, the exploding wind also blew off the hood on his head.
"Isn't it a bluff?"
Seeing this, the woman and the ninth counselor also took off the hood on their heads, looking serious. It is not a good thing that their plan has not yet begun to be implemented, and it has been detected.
Two classmates.
The ninth counselor took a step forward. A smile slowly appeared on his face. "It is indeed a bit rude for us to step into the treasure land of your academy without permission. Why don't we each take a step back? You pretend not to see us. We won't take action against you. What do you think?" With his strength, after realizing Jolie's existence, Qinze, who was hiding behind the snowdrift, naturally couldn't escape his perception. "I didn't expect the members of the Void Demon Council to be so polite." After Qinze was noticed, he no longer hid and walked out from behind the snowdrift. The luster reflected on his lenses, and he looked quietly at the three counselors in front of him. "But in my opinion, you should be worried that releasing energy here will affect your plans, right?"
He reacted with a little hindsight. Jolie's seemingly reckless behavior is actually an action that hits the nail on the head. Attack Lao Tzu?
Jolie sneered when he heard this. Three mice with hidden heads and tails dare to speak wildly? Ha! In the next second, he actually stepped on the ground directly, and the whole person rushed out in the direction of the three counselors like an arrow off the string. "It's just a mere stone realm kid."
The woman's face turned cold and she immediately prepared to make a move.
She was in existence in the mountain realm, and she was actually insulted by a stone realm pointing at her nose. Jolie's rudeness angered her on the spot.
"Wait, I can't make a move yet." The thin bamboo pole was quick-eyed and quickly grabbed the woman.
Once they unleash energy fluctuations beyond the stone realm, their previous disguise will be in vain. Lian Shou and the others, who were monitoring and observing the internal situation outside the virtual world, would definitely be able to detect their existence at the first time.
"Let me come."
He pulled the woman behind him, and the energy fluctuations of the stone realm surged in his palms, and he immediately activated his ability against Jolie. The energy between his palms converged, and soon merged and formed a turquoise rabbit.
Rabbit?
Qinze had been watching the situation here, and after seeing the rabbit, he was obviously stunned, vaguely impressed, but he couldn't remember what kind of ability this was for the first time. At the same time, Jolie had already burst into front of the three parliamentarians. His fists swung like the wind, and he fell. However, at this moment, the rabbit released by the thin bamboo pole suddenly tilted its head, and its crimson eyes were aimed at Jolie. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in Zhou's centrifugal. In the next second, he gave up directly, continuing to attack, but stepped on the ground hard and jumped backwards. The turquoise rabbit looked harmless to humans and animals, and could even be said to be a little cute, but it made Jolie dare not be careless. After seeing Jolie retreat, the rabbit kicked his feet and quickly chased after him. Jolie's face did not change, and he continued to step on the ground and keep turning, but the rabbit followed him like a shadow, chasing him at a very fast speed. "What the hell is this?" He was a little irritated by the chase, and finally stopped with a backslide, turned around and punched out.
After seeing his action, the corners of the thin bamboo pole in the distance couldn't help but outline a smile.
The sound and wind generated by the explosion spread almost instantly. Qinze's short blue hair was blown away, and the expression on his face changed slightly. The power caused by this terrifying explosion, even if he resisted hard, he would definitely be seriously injured, and Jolie is at the center of the explosion. At the same time, Qinze finally recalled what the ability of the thin bamboo pole was. S-level ability, Chasing Rabbit. This is an extremely terrifying ability. Once released, the rabbit made of abilities will begin to hunt down the target to the ends of the earth at any cost, and once caught up by this chasing rabbit, it will release a variety of attacks with different effects according to the mood of the chasing rabbit. Poof! The thin bamboo pole laughed triumphantly. "My understanding of ability is not something you little devils can imagine. Even if I use the same energy as you in the stone realm, the power is definitely very different." As if he had found confidence, he opened his palms and aimed at Qinze from a distance. "In order to prevent our plan from being destroyed by you, please die here too." Qinze's sleeves seemed to be stretched open by the wind, and the wind suddenly rolled up around his body. His pale blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the eyes under his glasses were also extremely cold.
"Chase the rabbit." The thin bamboo pole smiled lightly and once again activated his ability.
However, the energy was flowing, but nothing appeared in his palm. Even he himself was a little confused.
There is and can only exist at the same time as the chase rabbit. But didn't the one just now complete the self-detonation and blow up the student?
The sound of breaking the wind suddenly came from his ears. In the next second, the body of the thin bamboo pole was hit in the chest by a rabbit head, and the whole person was smashed out by this huge force. Spit! In the wind and snow, the flesh and skin of his whole body
bloomed, and the figure of Jolie, who had been blown to the point of being blown up, appeared, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm towards the ground. He grabbed half of the headless rabbit body with his left hand and smiled fiercely. This power also wants to up? What are you dreaming about? Syllable. At this moment, the thin bamboo pole hit the invisible barrier behind him, and he got up in a little pain, his eyes full of shock. He looked at the rabbit's head that was smashed on his abdomen, and his expression changed drastically. You guy, you actually crushed my chasing rabbit in advance? The energy that exploded just now was obviously the energy in the body of the chasing rabbit, which was forcibly pinched and exploded by Jolie. But after Jolie withstood this kind of impact, he was able to move at will. Ah, I sensed your fear. Jolie smiled fiercely, and the injuries on his body immediately began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stepped on his footsteps, like a hungry tiger pounced, and once again killed the 3 parliamentarians. Hoof! The thin bamboo pole obviously felt underestimated, and his eyes flashed with annoyance. He crushed the rabbit head in his hand hard, and a brand new chasing rabbit flew out of his palm again. But the rabbit had only rushed out less than 2 meters when a wind blade flew from a distance and directly cut it in half. Shinzei stepped on the wind, his fingertips surged with cyclones, and his eyes were indifferent. The moment the chasing rabbit's body cracked, countless air blades burst out of its body, including 3 counselors. Ah, what a hassle. The woman's complaining voice came from the air blade wrapper. Immediately afterwards, a huge slashing wave burst out from it, shattering the wind blade in the sky. The woman stood with her legs closed, temporarily relieving the predicament. But at this moment, Jolie had already killed in front of the 3 of them and smashed out with a punch. The woman's eyes were slightly cold, and she immediately wanted to raise her leg to pick it up. But a hand suddenly grabbed him. The 9th counselor dragged the woman hard behind him, slapped his palm horizontally, and faced Jolie's fist. Collapse. Jolie grinned, and his fist released bleeding red energy. The 9th counselor's body was smashed out directly, and his chest seemed to have suffered great damage and was slightly sunken. The woman's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned around. Your Excellency, the 9th counselor. If she hadn't been pulled away just now, it would have been absolutely uncomfortable to bear Jolie's collapse head-on. However, before she could take a step, several wind blades grazed her body, blocking her path of action. Shinzei was full of firepower, and they all burst out with the strongest force, wanting to suppress the 3 parliamentarians in place. Cough! The 9th counselor got up from the ground leisurely and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of helplessness, and he scratched his hair. It seems that if we continue to suppress energy, our lives will not be guaranteed. Count the time, the guy outside should be almost there. Alas! He sighed lightly, and suddenly his figure disappeared. I said long ago that this is a troublesome errand. When he reappeared, Jolie smashed his fist into the woman, and he was easily blocked in the air with one hand. Oh! Jolie raised his eyebrows. This punch already contained the energy of his whole body, but it was all taken down by the person in front of him. At the same time, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation actually pulled up from the 9th counselor's body. Rock realm, mountain, peak realm. A vast sea of smoke, surging coercion, permeated the 9th counselor. Even though it was Jolie, his expression at this moment was a little more solemn. Outside the virtual realm, a group of eliminated students were staring intently at the picture in the mirror flower and water moon. Teacher Lianshou, it doesn't seem right here. But suddenly at this moment, Bai Tao frowned, spoke in the crowd, and pointed to a picture. What's wrong? Lianshou replied slowly, looking relaxed. It's a picture of the snow-capped mountain area. Bai Tao looked at several scenes in countless pictures with slight confusion. The pictures near Qinzei and Jolie. I always feel like I'm constantly looping. I always feel like I've seen their fighting movements countless times. Under his shout, many people looked at the picture. In the picture, Qinzei and Jolie are fighting fiercely, their fists and feet are facing each other, and the battle is extremely fierce. But soon someone also noticed that something was wrong. It seems that this is really the case. They have been fighting like this for more than 10 minutes, and I feel as if I have seen several movements. Oh! Lianshou sat up from the recliner, and his expression was a little more serious. As an instructor, he has been watching and listening to all directions, paying attention to multiple pictures. The battle between Su Yi and Han Hao was also fierce, so he failed to notice the anomaly found by Bai Tao and others. At this time, under the reminder of several people, he also focused on the battle picture between Qinzei and Jolie. Just 10 seconds later, he sensed something was wrong. The picture of Jinghua Shuweiwa has been replaced? An inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, and Lianshou stood up and immediately prepared to check the situation. However, in the next second, a compelling energy coercion spread out along the entrance of the void. All the students changed their faces and exclaimed. Weber, who was sitting on the side, jumped up with wide-eyed eyes. What is this? The coercion of the peak realm. He and Lianshou looked at each other, and their hearts trembled. Teacher Weber, activate your ability and teleport all the students. Lianshou made a decision on the spot and immediately roared loudly. The moment he shouted, the whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the entrance of the void realm. I'm already doing it. Weber rolled his palm and shouted, and the power of teleportation was carried in the palm of his hand. For a while, the picture displayed by
the high-altitude mirror flower water moon immediately began to be subverted. All the students in the field were wrapped in the light of teleportation, and they all showed surprise. Beep. It's like all the lights that go out after a sudden power outage. The picture of the mirror flowers and water moon in the high sky dissipated together, turning into a black and white chaos. Kula. The strong energy exploded from the entrance of the void realm, blocking the body that Lianshou was trying to enter. Lianshou was forced to take a step back, and his expression changed drastically. Entranced to the void realm. Sealed? He immediately shouted, "All the students gather and stand behind me." Teacher Weber, haven't you completed the teleportation yet? Weber was sweating at the moment, and he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession. My ability was blocked by something, and the teleportation was disordered. What? Lianshou's heart jumped, and the feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Under what circumstances someone can enter Longsha Academy without being noticed? Ugh! The piercing sound of space shattering sounded from high in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 2 people came out directly in a pitch-black passage. They are a man in a tuxedo and a sleepy-eyed woman. Almost at the same time as he appeared, the man threw a small pitch-black ball towards the ground. As soon as the ball landed, a layer of light black light curtain immediately spread out, covering and wrapping the entire valley. This is Fengru? Lianshou looked at the rapidly spreading black curtain of light, and his face changed drastically. Even among the one-time treasures, this is the most precious prop, which can isolate the space within the range for a limited time, completely isolating the internal energy fluctuations, breath, and any interaction with the outside world. I'm sorry, time control, Lianshou. The man in the tuxedo bowed elegantly. During this hour, please stay here honestly. Void Demon Council, 6th Counselor, Star Shift. Lianshou's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water. And the 7th Counselor, Dream God? Sending 2 parliamentarians at a time. What is your purpose? Quicksand River. Hanhao once again used the same trick he had used in Haicheng. The soil and puddles on the entire ground turned into a wild sand and began to flow. In this case, let alone move normally. Even if you just stand in the sand, it is difficult to stabilize the balance of the body. What? Hanhao stepped on the flying sand and moved at high speed as if he were walking on flat ground. Suyi looked quite embarrassed, staggering in the sand, reluctantly looking for a foothold. There was also a sand spear chasing behind him, and after just a few pauses, his shoulders were pierced by the sand spear, drenched in blood. Fortunately, after the sand spear was inserted into his body, it quickly turned into flying sand and dissipated. But the blood hole that penetrated was still bleeding. Tisk. Although Suyi was injured, he was still extremely calm. He first covered the wound with regenerative power and began to repair the injury, and his expression became more and more focused. Even if the feet are full of wild sand, after the sand blends with the puddles of the wetland, it will immediately become wet soil and compact a lot. With the help of these wet soils, Suyi slowly stabilized the balance of his body. It seems that if you want to break the situation, you have to find a way to get close to him. No way, although I'm not skilled yet. Do you want to try that trick? He immediately made a decision, suddenly stepped on a piece of wet soil and rushed forward, and turned quickly in the air. His left hand clasped his right wrist. A fiery energy gathered in his palm. Break. Before his attack was released, a terrifying coercion suddenly spread from afar. At this moment, Suyi and Hanhao's faces changed, fluctuations in the peak realm? However, before they could calm down, a transmitted light fell from the sky and fell on them all together. Suyi. Seeing that his body was shrouded in light, Hanhao suddenly became a little anxious. He stepped on the ground hard and pounced on Suyi. We haven't decided the winner yet dash. His voice stopped abruptly, and the whole person was pulled by the white light and disappeared in place. At the same time, the picture in front of Suyi also underwent earth-shaking changes. The familiar gravity pulled, and the feeling of the world spinning surged again. What happened? There was a fluctuation in the peak realm just now, indicating that someone invaded the void realm? Who can ignore the defense of Longsha Academy and break in here? Instructor Lianshou and the others also found out about this, so they asked Teacher Webb to teleport us out? Will the test be interrupted here? Even though it was still in the process of teleportation, Suya's brain was still running rapidly. Time seems to have passed for a long time, and it seems that only a moment has passed. A sense of weightlessness suddenly came, and the picture in front of Suyi suddenly emerged. He was actually in midair, falling rapidly towards the ground. Hey, what is the situation? Suya's face changed slightly. With his current mastery of the flying shadow, he still can't use it in the air. Without a foothold, he couldn't stop his body from descending. Half a second later, he fell into a patch of sand, stirring up countless sands. Suyi coughed up the sand in his mouth while getting up slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, the position where he was teleported was not too high, and with the help of the sand cushioning, he was almost not injured. What's going on? He shook off the sand off his body and began to look around. The desert area is still within the scope of the Dragon Jade Forest. After encountering the energy fluctuations of the peak realm, it did not transfer us out of the virtual realm, which means that the teleportation is interrupted? Suya's mind changed sharply, and he immediately judged the specific situation, and the reason why I was teleported
teleported to a high altitude was also because the teleportation was interrupted. Then will the others be the same as me and will be teleported to different locations in Long Yulin? What exactly was the energy fluctuation just now? Questions came to his mind one after another, but he couldn't get an answer for a while. After a few seconds, Suyi took a deep breath and began to walk forward. There are too few clues and information. The top priority now should be to find other students first. Longjayulan, wetland area. The white light on the ninth counselor's body dissipated and fell from mid-air. He lightly landed on the ground with a backflip. As expected of the teachers of Longsha Academy, what a quick reaction. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. The teacher who could move in space immediately reversed his ability after realizing that the virtual space was blocked. Not only did it disrupt the positions of all the students, but even the three of us were included. The ninth counselor looked beside him, and the other two counselors were obviously teleported to different areas and disappeared beside him. It's really a bit troublesome. He didn't care, patted his clothes casually, and walked forward. But it's okay. Since you chose to separate us, it means that this is the best way that the teacher can come up with. This also shows that they have no other means to interfere with this virtual realm. And the spatial change just now also made the barrier between the four areas disappear. In that case, even if I am the only one, I can easily complete the task. The ninth counselor walked like this for a while, and suddenly thought of something, stopped abruptly, and rummaged through his clothes for a while. After a while, he successfully took out more than 10 thumb-sized red balls from his pocket. I don't know if these artificial virtual beasts studied by Hui Tian will be as powerful as he said. To prevent those annoying students from harassing me, use this to stop them. He threw more than 10 hidden balls into the air at will, accompanied by a flash of brilliance. More than 10 virtual beasts with different shapes and hideous faces suddenly drilled out of the ball. However, most of the strength and realm of these virtual beasts are only in the rock realm. Like an artificial virtual beast in the mountain realm, even for the Void Demon Council, it is not so easy to create it. Cubs. The ninth counselor smiled and looked at the virtual beasts in front of him. Let's make a big fuss here. Receiving the order of the ninth counselor, all the virtual beasts looked up to the sky and roared. The next moment, they moved their thick and powerful limbs, or flapped their huge wings, and headed in all directions of Long Yulin. After doing all this, the ninth counselor hummed a pleasant tune, put his hands in his pockets, and swayed in the direction of the void. It takes a lot of energy to take out that thing. Before you arrive, save some energy. False Demon Council, you are playing with fire. In the deep valley, Lian Shou's body was surging with full energy, and his eyes seemed to burst out with flames. Behind him, more than 20 students looked forward nervously with bloodless faces. Two members of the Void Demon Council of the Peak Realm, just standing there made them feel immobile, as if they were in the deep sea. Teacher Lian Shou, you are too nervous. Xingyi spoke elegantly, still with a smile on his face. We don't want to have any conflict with you, that's why we use this method. If we can, I hope we can sit down and have a good talk. Don't worry, as long as we take what we want, it will leave soon. His words had just fallen, and the ground behind him exploded as if it had been bombarded by a rocket launcher. Oh, Xingqi raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. As expected of the ability of the spacetime guidance system, I didn't even notice it so quickly. At that seemingly calm moment just now, Lian Shou had stopped time and launched a fierce attack. It's a pity that this attack was blocked by Starshift's ability. Tisk. The annoying ability of star movement made Lian Shou quite unhappy. Longsha Academy is not a place where you can come and go if you want. It takes so much force to invade Long Yulin. Is your purpose really that key? The energy on his body rose layer by layer, and even the expressions of Xingqi and the sleepy dream god became a little solemn. Xingyi took a step back slightly, blocking the front of the dream god. Teacher Lian Shou, before you make a move, you'd better pay attention to the students behind you. Student? Lian Shou's face darkened, and he turned around suddenly, but his pupils shrank suddenly. But I saw that the students who were still standing behind him were all scattered and fell asleep. Are they in a dream? When? Lian Shou's heart jumped violently, and he didn't even notice when the dream god made a move. The seventh counselor of Lian Shou, known as the god of dreams, yawned lazily. Why do you think you are awake? What did you say? Lian Shou was stunned for a second, and the picture in front of him suddenly changed. With a whirlwind of the world, he actually appeared in a dark canyon. This is... The moment he saw the surrounding canyons, Lian Shou's face changed drastically in an instant. The wound that almost ran through his body began to ache faintly again. In the real world, in the deep valley, all the students lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Lian Shou and Weber were still lying on the lounge chairs, both with hideous expressions, as if they had had a nightmare. Located near the mountain wall in the distance, the dream god and Xingqi actually leaned against the cliff and closed their eyes and fell asleep. This is exactly the ability of the seventh counselor Yun Shun. S-level ability, Sweet Dream. From the end of the teleportation, the energy fluctuations of the peak realm disappeared. Su also walked in the desert, holding the number ball in his palm, constantly injecting energy into it. In other words, did Teacher Webb notice the anomaly here and also teleport the enemy away? He looked down at the unresponsive number ball in his palm, and his face
face darkened. Unable to contact the outside world, Instructor Lianshou and the others are really in trouble.
In that case, the enemy's target is Long Yulin. Is it a false demon, or a member of the Void Demon Council? In the Long Yulin, what do they want to get?
Just as he was thinking, a strange sound suddenly came from his ears. When I looked up, I saw wild sand in the distance.
It seemed that in the sand, there was some kind of giant creature rushing in his direction at an extremely fast speed. Along with it, there was also a fluctuation of virtual beasts. The virtual beast of the rock realm? Suya's heart sank, and he immediately felt a sense of uneasiness.
With his current strength, it was not that easy to deal with a virtual beast in the rock realm. The void beast was getting closer and closer to him, and in the blink of an eye, there were only more than 50 meters left.
He tensed his body, his energy was ready to go,
and he was about to attack, but a gust of wind suddenly pulled his body and pulled him aside.
The sky was full of sand, like a huge wave that had been broken and fell to both sides.
The virtual beast that was buried deep in the ground and kept swimming seemed to be completely unaware of Suya's existence, and just galloped past. After more than 10 seconds, the loud sound gradually disappeared.
Suyi,
who had been holding his breath and restraining his energy, let out a long breath and turned his head to look at the figure behind the sandstone.
Xinzhe,
since you appeared here, it means that we were indeed randomly teleported to different areas.
Not bad.
Xinzhe pushed down the frame and responded calmly.
For smart people, some simple greetings are not needed. If normal human communication is from A to B, and then from B to C.
For Suyi and Xinzhe, they can directly talk about C, and then use C's conclusion to counter the process of pushing A and B.
And the reason why you pulled me here is because you think the top priority now is not to fight these virtual beasts.
Su also pondered and said, that is to say,
you have clues on your enemies and know their purpose.
The other party is a member of the 3 Void Demon Council, one of whom is the 9th counselor.
Xinzhe didn't talk nonsense with Su Yi, and directly told the information he knew.
Their purpose is something in the Void Room,
and the location of the Void is located in the center of the 4 major areas.
Suya's eyes flickered, and he subconsciously answered, the virtual beast was released by those counselors. The purpose is to interfere with us and prevent someone from stopping their plans. At present, Instructor Lianshou and the others are also in deep trouble, and if we want to stop the enemy's actions, we can only do it.
In other words,
the two spoke almost in unison, and after exchanging information, they reached the same conclusion at the same time. Integrate other students to prevent their lives from being in danger, and gather combat strength.
Find the location of the 3 counselors and find a way to stop their actions. While ensuring your own safety, find a way to enter the void before the enemy and take out what they want in advance.
The two of them reached a high degree of consistency in their thinking, and at the same time sorted out the best way to deal with it. They looked at each other and stood up from behind the sandstone in unison. Suyi, I set off to the west, find a way to enter the snow-capped mountain area, and gather manpower. Xinzhe, I set off from the south, entered the wetland area, and gathered students from the southeast. They knew that time was running out, so they passed by the wrong way and went in the direction they were going to.
Then, see you later.
The blood shadow and the wind exploded almost at the same time. 2 figures run against each other at an angle of nearly 90 degrees. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of the desert.
Long Jialan, forest area.
The low roar of the virtual beast seemed to shatter the air.
Lu Tian.
Sun Mao, who looked like a nerd, sat on the ground, all his clothes were torn, and his face was full of horror. What should we do? Next to him, Lu Tian, who had freckles on his face, his arms were covered with blood, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment, and got up with great difficulty. He and Sun Mao were teleported to the forest area at the same time, and because they were not far apart, they quickly converged. However, before the two of them could figure out the situation, the virtual beast that suddenly broke in directly suppressed the two of them.
Woo-hoo.
This virtual beast looked like an ape, and after the low roar, it began to jump in place and slap its chest, looking extremely excited.
Its tail is like a palm, with 5 finger-like knuckles, which are extremely flexible. Rock Realm Void Beast, strange ape. Damn it, why are there virtual beasts in the Rock Realm here? Sun Mao half knelt aside, with horror in his eyes. Where is Brother Han? Why are we being teleported here? Where is the teacher? Why don't you come to save us?
Under the crisis of life and death, his emotions collapsed a little, and he grabbed the ground tightly and roared again and again. They have only been enrolled for a few months, and they are no match for the strange ape at all.
Roar, woo dash.
The strange ape kept beating in place, and his eyes were full of indifference. As if hearing Sun Mao's horrified roar, its movements suddenly froze, and then a cruel smile appeared on the corner of its mouth.
In the next second, the sound of breaking the sky sounded.
The tail behind the strange ape, which was like a palm, quickly poked out and grabbed Sun Mao's head. Sun Mao sensed the danger, his pupils tightened, his mouth widened, his whole body was cold, and his brain was blank. A figure suddenly blocked in front of him, crossed his arms, and blocked the blow of the strange ape. Lu Tian, who was also seriously injured, actually blocked in front of him and used his ability to save him.
Boom.
His ability is a B-level ability, block. As long as you cross your arms, you can block a powerful attack within a certain period of time.
What kind of man man is crying. Lu Tian's face turned pale and he roared loudly. Don't forget, we will become void hunters in the future. We are beings who save others. How can we be like you, only knowing how to wait for others to save? Even though he was also afraid, Lu Tian's eyes flashed with stubbornness. However, in the next second, the strange ape slapped him and knocked him out directly. His ability could not be used continuously, and his whole body was blown away like a sandbag, breaking 2 trees one after another, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Lu Tian. Sun Mao looked at Lu Tian, who was blown away, and his eyes suddenly turned red. I don't know where the courage came from, so he suddenly stood up from the ground, and his eyes were red and rushed towards the strange ape. I fought with you. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the strange ape. The corners of its mouth raised a mocking smile, and its tail flicked like a whip behind it. But at this moment, whoosh, a huge black shadow flew through the sky in the distance, and in just an instant, it crossed a distance of tens of meters and hit the strange ape. A deafening roar sounded. The whole body of the strange ape was smashed out, directly breaking more than 10 trees, and was smashed to the ground. The terrifying wind blew Sun Mao's body away and knocked him down. He looked forward with a shocked face, and vaguely recognized that the black shadow thrown from afar seemed to be a virtual beast. Roar, whoa! The roar of the strange ape suddenly sounded. It forcefully tore away the corpse of the virtual beast on its body, jumped up from the ground, and looked angrily at the place where the attack came from. In the next second, a red light fell from the sky and hit the head of the strange ape. The strange ape's head was stepped on the ground heavily, and it exploded instantly, and blood flew everywhere along with the brain pulp. In a cloud of smoke, Sun Mao was stunned to see that it seemed to be an extremely rough and domineering figure. One virtual beast after another. It's really noisy. Jolie shook the bloodstains sprinkled on his body vigorously, and calmly walked out of the corpses of the 2 virtual beasts. After walking a few steps, he noticed Sun Mao, who was slumped on the ground with a sluggish face. Hello. Jolie frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't remember Sun Mao's name. I'm going to slaughter the chop that released these virtual beasts now. Do you know where the north is? I said how I feel that the aura of the virtual beast has disappeared here. Before Sun Mao could reply, a strange voice suddenly interjected. It turns out to be you, the little guy. Jolie frowned and turned around, but in his sight, a figure like a thin bamboo pole appeared. It's you, bastard. Jolie was not surprised but happy. A fierce smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his eyes to look over. Just right, I haven't had a lot of fun just now. Slaughter you first, and then deal with the other choppy pieces. Shawan, don't worry, with me here, I will never let you be hurt in the slightest. The crazy sand fell from the sky with Han Hao's figure. In this desert area, his ability was like a fish in water, and his power increased greatly. At the same time as Han Hao landed, a corpse of an 8-legged virtual beast fell from the sky, smashing a wave of sand. Serious. Terrible. Behind Tang Xiaowan, the 2 students were shocked and couldn't help but applaud. They also didn't expect that a virtual beast in the rock realm would be solved by Han Hao so easily. Tang Xiaowan frowned slightly, a little helpless at Han Hao's excessive enthusiasm. She let out a light breath and responded very calmly. Everyone is a classmate, and they should help each other. Our top priority now is to quickly assemble other students. These virtual beasts that suddenly appeared always made me feel uneasy. That's right, Xiaowan is right. A classmate thought so deeply and quickly held it up. Ha! And standing next to him, another simple-looking boy suddenly made a soft sound. Who is that? He looked forward and saw that next to the corpse of the virtual beast, there was an extra woman at some point. Hey, hello, are you also a freshman? Why don't I remember seeing you? The boy walked forward with confusion and tried to talk to the woman. Tang Xiaowan looked at the woman in front of him, but an extremely dangerous feeling inexplicably appeared in his heart. Don't get close to her. Her face changed suddenly, and she suddenly shouted and ran forward, trying to stop the boy. Put! A slashing wave passed through the middle of the boy's body. The boy still maintained a forward motion, but when he took the next step, his body split in half directly from the middle and fell on the sand, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The slash continued to move forward, cutting a long ravine in the desert. The woman put down her right foot in disgust, her eyes full of indifference. Disgusting man, don't approach me casually. Yan Fei? Tang Xiaowan muttered, his pupils dilated, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The classmate who was still alive just now died on the spot in the next second, and his body was cut in half. What's the situation? After the sluggishness, her heart began to beat wildly, her face turned pale, and a feeling of nausea surged upwards. You? Han Hao roared, his eyes also showing disbelief. You actually killed Yan Fei? He glared at the woman in front of him, his brain was buzzing, but his reaction was fast. Shalang. The desert under her feet turned into waves and rushed towards the woman. Rumble. This blow was so heavy that Han Hao almost exhausted all his strength. I hate you men who like to pester the most. The woman's cold and disgusted voice came from the sand waves. Immediately afterwards, a slash across the sky was cut out of thin air. The airtight sand waves were cut out of a gap. The woman's face was indifferent, and the energy fluctuations of the mountain surged out of her body. At this moment, the Void Realm had been blocked, and she no longer needed to continue to hide her strength. Void Demon Council, member number 20, Killing G. The sand waves fell from both sides of the woman's body, and her cold voice gradually gradually came out. I hope that after you die, you can remember my name. Another boy behind Tang Xiaowan suddenly let out an angry roar.
Yan Fei, who had just died, was his friend, and the two had a good relationship since they entered school.
At this moment, he finally realized the cruelty of the awakened world. Relatives and friends who were talking happily one second may be in a different place the next. The extreme anger made him lose his mind a little, and he rushed directly towards the woman. I'm going to kill you.
Xia Yimu, calm down. Han Hao noticed his actions, immediately changed his face slightly, and shouted loudly. However, Xia Yimu seemed to not hear his words, and his body changed as he ran rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a black leopard. Its speed was so fast that it was like a black lightning bolt crossing the air, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A-level ability, Shadow Leopard. Zhanji's face was indifferent, the corner of his mouth sneered, and he turned around and kicked out. But her right foot had just been raised, and a black lightning bolt crossed the void, and the Shadow Leopard transformed by Xia Yimu appeared on one side and slapped her right foot with a palm. The powerful slash fell to the ground, and it went directly into the sand under his feet for several minutes. Xia Yimu's leopard pupils flashed with murderous intent, and his other paw pounced directly towards Zhanji's face. However, a trace of mockery flashed in Zhanji's eyes, and the fingers of his right hand waved lightly. Put! The leopard's body was directly slashed by her fingertips, cutting off half of her body, and blood flowed like a flurry. Xia Yimu screamed, turned back into a human form, and lay on the ground wailing. Half of his body was shattered, pain covered his body, and the sand under him was quickly dyed red. You wouldn't think that I could only release slashes with my legs, right? Zhanji looked at Xia Yimu on the ground coldly, and waved his arms behind him without looking back. Dozens of sand spears that came straight in were easily cut and smashed by her. Han Hao's eyes were red at this time, and he released his own abilities regardless of energy loss, desperately attacking Zhanji. A ball of sand arched from under Xia Yimu, wrapped him up, and quickly went in Han Hao's direction. Zhanji noticed this, but his face was just indifferent, and he had no intention of stopping it. Belle, the so-called geniuses like you Longsha Academy have always been just flowers in the greenhouse. She waved her fingers lightly and cut off Han Hao's attacks one by one. I always shout about meaningless things like friendship and blood, but I can't even understand the most basic strength gap. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. This is the way to survive in this world. Han Hao was shocked to find that even though he was in the desert and used his ability with all his strength, he still couldn't even touch Zhanji's body. Not only that, but the speed of his control of the sand was somewhat unable to catch up with Zhanji's slashing speed. Die! Zhanji's face was cold, and she suddenly raised her right leg high. A huge cyan slashing wave came out, smashing the sand that Han Hao had not yet accumulated, and rushing towards his body at high speed. Oh no, I can't hide it. Han Hao desperately retreated with sand surging under his feet, but he could only see that the slashing wave was getting closer and closer to him, as if he was going to be separated in the next second. And yet, at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flew from the side and was placed horizontally in front of him. The slashing wave landed on a piece of fabric about a meter long and wide, and it couldn't continue to slash. The cloth was slashed until it shrank, but it never broke through. A few seconds later, the slashing wave took the piece of fabric, knocked Han Hao's body flying away, and dissipated into the air. Han Hao turned over and was surprised to find that there was no scar on his body. Zhanji also seemed a little surprised. His attack was blocked in such a way. She quickly turned her head and saw Tang Xiaowan sweating profusely and panting at a glance. Tang Xiaowan's eyes were firm at the moment, and there was still some energy surging in his palms. Seeing Zhanji looking, she immediately pursed her lips. Kevlar fabric. This is a special fabric made from a new type of aramid fiber composite aramid 1414. This material has high strength, high wear resistance, and high tear resistance. Not only can it resist slashing, but it can even be placed on tanks as composite armor, and it can resist armor-piercing anti-tank missiles with a thickness of 700 millimeters. However, the manufacture of this material is also quite laborious. She has consumed a lot of energy to make such a piece of Kevlar fabric, but fortunately, she blocked this attack for Han Hao. I know how to be clever. Zhanji's expression sank. Her proud ability was actually blocked by a little girl from the stone realm. In the next second, there was a noise in the air, and Zhanji appeared beside Tang Xiaowan like teleportation. Taijutsu, empty movement. You can block my blow for him, so what about yourself? Zhanji's face was indifferent, and he pointed out, Xiaowan classmate. Han Hao shouted, rushed out from one side, and knocked Tang Xiaowan out. In the next second, blood rushed to the sky. In Tang Xiaowan's gradually shrinking pupils, Han Hao's right arm was directly cut off and thrown high. That layer of Kevlar cloth could only protect most of his body, and it couldn't protect his whole body at all. No! Tang Xiaowan fell heavily to the ground, let out a low cry, and his pupils and whole body began to tremble. What is this? A hero saves beauty. The corner of Zhanji's mouth showed a disdainful sneer, and there was no wave at all because of Han Hao's actions. No! Han Hao had his arm cut off, and he didn't scream or wail, but his eyes were red, and he was still standing firmly in place. This is the duty of the Void Hunter. Rumble. Protect everything around
around you. His only remaining left arm slapped hard. Countless sand gathered in his palm, and it began to spin wildly, gushing out like a drill. It's our obligation. This sudden method caught Janji off guard. In an instant, her right shoulder was pierced by this wild sand. The incomparably white shoulders were exposed, and a small wound appeared. As the blood flowed out, her expression also sank. Disgusting man, don't touch me casually. She kicked out with her right foot quickly, and the slashing wave seemed to cut off Han Hao's body. But this slash hit the Kevlar fabric that Han Hao was blocking in front of him. The powerful impact took his body flying, and he crashed directly into the sand and fell unconscious. Bell. The strong shelling hit Janji's body almost at the same moment. Tang Xiaowan half-squatted on the ground, holding the handgun he was most familiar with, and fired a shell. The confusion and panic in her eyes have disappeared, and the place in her place is a touch of firmness. If my sister were here, she would never be as scared as I am. She will definitely use all her strength to save everyone she can save. After firing this shot, Tang Xiaowan immediately rolled to the side, and the handgun in his hand also changed rapidly, quickly turning into a pistol. A mere shot would never seriously injure a member of parliament in the mountains. She quickly raised her muzzle to aim, fired 3 shots in a row to her side, and quickly retreated backwards. The foot pedaled in the air, and the flying body flashed out of Janji, and immediately suffered 3 gunshots. TSK dash. Janji raised his arm to block it, and the energy on his arm eliminated the kinetic energy of the bullet. But when she put down her arm, Tang Xiaowan's figure had already appeared more than 10 meters away. It's really annoying. Janji groaned, his footsteps touched the ground, and he rushed out directly. Obviously, let me kill it directly, and there will be no pain at all. However, she had only taken 3 steps out when her face changed. Strong fire and roar sounded from this desert. The exploding air flow blew the sand all over the sky, like a mushroom cloud rising on the flat ground. The rolling smoke and dust almost covered the area within 100 meters. Janji, who was in tattered clothes, coughed violently, her body tightly wrapped in a layer of energy. Her whole body was affected by this explosion head-on, and although she was protected by energy, she was not injured too much, but the clothes on her body were not so lucky. With the scenery of spring light, Janji's eyes were also full of anger. Why are there mines here? You buried it here? She cursed in a low voice, looking up into the distance, but her pupils shrank again. A ball of fire seemed to converge into a ball, and with a strong airflow and explosive sound, a rocket flew straight over. Ha! Ha ha! Not far away, Tang Xiaowan gasped heavily, and his whole face lost its blood. With so many weapons that killed a wide range of people one after another, the energy in her body had almost been exhausted. The rocket launcher on her shoulder turned into a pile of sand and scattered on her shoulder, and her gaze only followed the rocket, looking forward to using it to seriously injure the distant Janji. Pull! A slashing wave that quickly broke through the air split the rocket in 2, grazing Tang Xiaowan's body and slashing through. With a few strands of hair floating up, the rockets that were cut off in the air also exploded together, lighting up 2 sparks. I said. When Janji's voice sounded again, it had already appeared 1 meter behind Tang Xiaowan. Do you look down on me too much? Yes? Her appearance at the moment is like a female ghost. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and his eyes were filled with anger. As a mountainous realm, she has been deflated to such an extent one after another. She waved her right arm angrily, and a slashing wave flew horizontally, heading towards Tang Xiaowan's body. Click! Is it over? Tang Xiaowan had run out of ammunition and food at this moment, and his whole body was slumped on the ground, with a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. She still has many regrets that have not been resolved. Sister! She muttered to close her eyes and meet death. But at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black shadow suddenly flashing. The slashing wave was split in 2 from the middle, rubbing Tang Xiaowan's body and cutting it down into the sand, drawing 2 long ravines. A familiar figure stood in front of her again, holding a long bronze ancient sword in his hand, and the blade was forward. It seems that your situation is miserable. Su also changed his casual appearance in the past, and his tone seemed a little low. He held Gu Xiao in his hand, and naturally noticed the tragic situation in the distance at first sight. Yan Fei split in half, Xia Yimu with only half of his body left, and Han Hao who lost an arm. All these tragic situations tell the current situation. This is not a joke, nor is it a drill. It's a real life and death battle. Even if he came 1 step later, Tang Xiaowan would be killed by the parliamentarian in front of him. Is there another ant? Although Zhang Ji was a little surprised, he only smiled contemptuously at Su Ye's appearance. It's just a little ghost in the stone realm, and no matter how many times she comes, she will not be her opponent. I'll kill you here. Su also turned over the sword flower with Gu Xiao, as if he was pronouncing a fact, and spat out such a sentence softly. In the next second, he actually put Gu Xiao away directly, turned around, and hugged Tang Xiaowan, and quickly threw 2 black shadows in the direction of Zhangji. Ha! Before Tang Xiaowan could react, he was sandwiched under Su Ye's armpit and quickly headed into the distance. She was stunned for a moment. Su Yi, who was clamoring to kill Zhangji 1 second, actually started running away in the next second. What kind of way is this? Zhangji was also stunned for a moment, and then a hint of anger appeared on her face. I only know the yellow-mouthed child who
who was clamoring. With a flick of her index finger, two swords she smashed what Suyi threw out. Poof! Two fishy and viscous liquids rushed out directly with the wind and smashed into her face. In an instant, a stinking smell like a saddle kept rushing towards her nose. In an instant, Janji seemed to be ignited and let out a scream. What is this? Rotten egg? Bastard! I'll kill you! The counselor of the mountain realm has the ability to use his whole body to release powerful slashes, and the attack range is at least 30 meters or more. Su also sandwiched Tang Xiaowan, shuttling rapidly through this desert, and his mouth was muttering. Above his head, the puppet bird was constantly tossing and spinning, observing the situation behind him. As a woman, the most taboo thing is smelly and sticky objects, and the rotten egg that Suyi threw out just now not only perfectly met these 2 points, but also stained Zhangji's face inexhaustible. The stench continued to pour into her nasal cavity, causing her anger to reach its peak. The sound of air trembling sounded, and Zhangji chased after Suyi almost like a teleportation, waving his 5 fingers one after another. The dense slashing wave was overwhelming, and all the sand on the ground was smashed in an instant. Rumble! Su also sensed this attack early. These dense slashing waves, each of them has the power of dividing gold and splitting stones. If he is cut off, at least it will be the end of a broken arm and leg. Therefore, while the slashing wave approached him, Suyi had already stomped on the ground and disappeared in place. Flying shadows, looking for death. Zhangji's eyes were cold, and his right hand and fingers were like swords, slashing to the side from top to bottom. At the same time as he rode, waves suddenly appeared in the air, and a huge slashing wave flew out vertically, rushing behind Suyi, who had just landed almost half a second later. Kula! Suya's body was split in two by this slashing wave, but it quickly shook in the air for a moment, turning into an afterimage and dissipating. Double flying shadow plus. Su also rolled over and appeared from one side, pressing his right hand hard to the ground. Collapse! While his right arm was churning with flesh and blood, the powerful impact also hit the desert. The sand in the sky rose into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, covering Suyi and Tang Xiuwan's bodies in it in an instant. Be smart! Zhangji's eyes flashed with coldness, and her right leg kicked out more than 10 times like lightning. A slashing wave roared out, cutting all the sand and dust into pieces. But the figures of Suyi and Tang Xiaowan disappeared in front of her. Zhangji looked forward with some surprise. Obviously a second ago, she could still clearly sense the energy fluctuations on Suyi and Tang Xiuwan's bodies. Why is nothing perceived now? The desert land is extremely open, and you can see it everywhere you look. How could the 2 little ghosts of the stone realm disappear in such a short period of time? She followed her steps and soon appeared at the location where the sand and dust had just broken out. They can't get out of here in such a short time. That is it underground? Zhangji is also very experienced in battle, and as soon as her eyes are cold, she is ready to attack the sand under her feet. However, at this moment, the sand behind her suddenly shook. The sand and dust rose into the sky, and Su also took Tang Xiaowan and jumped out of the soil suddenly, and with his bloody right hand, he suddenly spilled a piece of sand in the direction of Zhangji. Repairman! The white light was shrouded on this piece of sand, and it was quickly combined and repaired into a large piece of sand, which slapped at Zhangji's body. Do you really think you can hurt me with this kind of childlike attack? Zhangji was upset by Suya's annoying operation like a gopher. She shouted low and stomped her foot heavily. In an instant, with her body as the center, countless slashing waves appeared 360 degrees, rushing in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sand cracked, the air was torn apart, and the yellow mist in the sky was cut through it. This slashing wave continued to spread, and no grass grew wherever it passed. Suyi and Tang Xiaowan, who were not far away, naturally found it difficult to avoid this slash without dead ends. Are you ready? However, in the face of this dangerous situation, Suyi is still very calm. My energy can only do this little. Tang Xiaowan's face turned pale, and between the surging energy in his palm, he finally barely made about 3 centimeters of Kevlar fabric. Suyi quickly took the finger-sized fabric from her palm, and the white light instantly covered most of her body. Repair hand. The strong impact took Suyi and Tang Xiaowan's bodies backwards, but he used the Kevlar fabric in front of him to successfully block the slash that rushed towards the two. With the help of the repairer, this small piece of fabric was quickly repaired to cover the size of the two bodies. After successfully blocking this attack, the piece of fabric quickly turned into crushed sand and flowed away from Suya's palm. Not far away, the boredom in Zhangji's eyes became more and more intense. In her opinion, these 2 little ghosts in the stone realm were just like Xiaoqiang, who could not be killed. Even though their energy was almost exhausted, they were still holding on to resist her attacks. What's the point of you delaying time unnecessarily? How many times can you block my attack? Zhangji spoke coldly, and her fingertips were aimed at the 2 of them again. It's enough to block the one just now. In the face of the threat of Zhangji, Suyi actually sat on the ground, let out a long breath, and threw Tang Xiaowan aside with his armpit. This look seems to have been captured, waiting for death. I'll make you die a little happy. Zhangji spoke coldly, and the energy on her fingertips had already gathered. However, at this moment, the violent sound of breaking ground sounded from behind her. What? Zhangji's attention was immediately attracted behind him, and his heart jumped. She didn't
didn't even realize that there was someone behind her. Poof! In the raised sand and dust, a hand actually reached out like lightning, instantly breaking through her protective energy and penetrating her abdomen. Are you? Zhang looked at the expressionless hooded man in front of him in disbelief, and a large mouthful of blood spat out directly from his mouth. Ooh! She could feel that her vitality was rapidly draining. When was he here? Was that kid just shaking up the smoke? Why can you break through my body protection energy so easily? This guy is also a mountain realm. Wait, why did he listen to that kid? Is this guy really human? Countless thoughts swirled in Zhangji's mind like a marquee. She gritted her teeth and slapped the hooded man behind her with all her strength. Such a close-range slash hit the hooded man. However, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the hooded man was still unharmed, as if he had not been damaged at all. I said it. I'll kill you here. Suye's eyes flashed with a little fatigue, and a light yellow light flashed in his pupils. I have always talked and counted. In the next second, he directly controlled the steel puppet and smashed Zhangji's head with a punch. Zhangji's headless corpse fell to the ground with a bang. The blood flowed down the broken head and soon stained the sand under his feet red. Tang Xiaowan sat on the ground and looked ahead with a surprised face. That's what? She could keenly sense that there seemed to be no breath of life on the hooded man in the distance. Puppet. Su also spoke calmly without explaining too much. You just understand it as some kind of special treasure. This puppet of yours has the power of the mountain realm? Tang Xiaowan's beautiful eyes turned, and there were still countless questions in her heart. Zhangji, who was able to blow up the mountain realm with one punch, even resisted the slashing wave head-on but was unscathed. A puppet of this strength is too strong. If that's the case, why didn't Su release it earlier? You know, just now, in order to avoid Zhangji, the two fell into danger several times, and they would be killed if they were not careful. Suyi seemed to have seen through Tang Xiaowan's thoughts, and replied directly, that guy is a real mountain counselor, and this puppet of mine is just the strength of the mountain realm. If it is released directly, the woman will immediately notice that something is wrong. The collision between the two mountains is bound to evolve into a protracted battle, so whether she can be killed depends on the strength gap between the puppet and her. Tang Xiaowan was quick-witted and quickly reacted. So you deliberately provoked her and began to run away, inducing her to chase you. Then take advantage of the chaos to create a view obstruction and bury this puppet in the ground, just for this fatal blow. Lions fight rabbits, but also with all their might. Suyi had already come to the side of the steel puppet at this time, and with a light pat of his palm, he took it back into the puppet house. In addition, he also took away the body of Zhangji. According to my judgment, this is the only way to kill with one blow. Su didn't continue to talk nonsense, but went directly towards the place where Han Hao and the others were injured. Give the two of them a simple treatment and temporarily place them here. We must gather the students who still have combat power as soon as possible. The explosion into the sky blasted more than 10 trees out. In the midst of the firelight, a figure fell with black smoke and slammed to the ground. Zhou. Sun Mao's face changed drastically. Looking at Zhou, who was scorched all over his body and his flesh and blood rolling over, he was extremely worried. A series of laughter came from the smoke screen. Immediately afterwards, the thin bamboo pole stepped out of the smoke and dust and looked at Zhou on the ground with a sneer. Boy, you don't really think that my hunting rabbit will be as powerful as before, right? During the conversation, the energy in his palm converged, and an extremely cute turquoise rabbit came out again. The rabbit is vivid and lifelike, and even constantly arches his hand with his head, looking extremely intimate. No matter how you escape, no matter how far you escape, the chase rabbit will chase you endlessly until you die. That's me. Member of the Void Demon Council number 21, the ability of soul chasing. Hey, Zhou. Sun Mao trotted all the way to Zhou's side, trying to check on his injury. At this moment, Zhou suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. Since just now, there have been insects in your ears? Even though he was covered in injuries, he was still domineering. With just one look, Sun Mao was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Who do you think is a bug? The soul chaser's expression suddenly sank, and his eyes became cold. Hey, get away from me. Zhou ignored him, twisted his neck and stood up, glancing at Sun Mao coldly. If you dare to insert into Lao Tzu's battle without authorization, I will tear you apart first. Yes. Sun Mao was frightened by his terrifying eyes, stood up, turned his head and ran away. Although he was still very worried in his heart, he also understood that with his strength, he could not be mixed in this level of combat at all. Are there any other bugs here besides you? Zhou looked up with a fierce smile and looked at the soul chaser from a distance. I only know how fast to speak. The soul chaser snorted coldly, and murderous intent shot out of his eyes. Your ability is nothing more than that. Zhou laughed fiercely. I've seen it all. See through everything? The soul chaser seemed to hear some joke. What are you talking about? For example, if you haven't made a move now, you're actually waiting for your abilities to converge, right? Zhou's next sentence directly made the soul-chasing voice stop abruptly, and his face changed suddenly. The so-called hunting rabbit, before each release, needs to have two conditions. First, the previous rabbit must completely disappear and run out of energy. Second, each release requires a 2-minute interval. Even if you can quickly gather the chasing rabbit, you can't release it. The expression of the
soul chaser has become solemn like water at this moment. Judging from this expression, Jolie's analysis seems to be extremely correct.
The soul chaser pretended to be calm and snorted angrily. What if you know these two conditions? He let go of his palm, and the rabbit in his arms immediately bounced his legs, and his eyes were red and rushed towards Jolie. Now 2 minutes have come. No matter how peculiar your ability is, it is absolutely impossible to stop this pursuit. Hiss! A strange cry came out of the chasing rabbit's mouth, and between the kicks and flicks of his legs, he rushed to Jolie's face, opened his mouth, and bit it in one bite. Jolie showed a strange smile, stepped on the ground hard, and the terrifying recoil force directly took his body into the woods behind him. The chasing rabbit failed and immediately stepped on both feet and chased away quickly. In an instant, the two figures shuttled through the forest at high speed. The soul chaser looked at all this in front of him with a sneer, just waiting for the moment when Jolie's body was blown through. No matter how far he fled, he would never be able to escape the pursuit of the rabbit. The trees in the forest fell one after another, and the leaves and dirt flew around. The figure of the chasing rabbit came out of the forest, suddenly braked sharply, and stopped in place, and in the scarlet rabbit eyes, a confused expression flashed. Jolie, who was originally being chased by it, disappeared in front of it like this. The soul chaser's expression instantly froze, and he looked forward in disbelief, blurting out, "How is this possible? His ability actually failed. This is the first time since he woke up that such a situation has occurred." He took a sharp step and began to look around, and a touch of fear surged in his heart inexplicably. What did that little ghost in the stone realm rely on to avoid being chased and killed? His ability is by no means without the effect of spatial change. Where? The soul chaser kept twisting his body, trying to find Jolie's breath. The chasing rabbit in the distance also stood upright, his crimson eyes kept sweeping, and there was a little confusion in his eyes. Is it some kind of spatial change, Juebo? The soul chaser couldn't help but purse his lips and began to guess randomly. Maybe he has left here by some means. No, wrong. The space of this virtual realm has been blocked. As long as it is still in the same space, the chasing rabbit will never lose tracking. Wait, I want to calm down. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he was a little puzzled. The other party is just a little ghost in the stone realm. Even if it disappears, what does it count? I'm a mountain realm. Why should I be afraid of him? I felt the aura of self-deception. A mocking voice suddenly sounded from behind the soul chaser. In an instant, the soul chaser only felt his hair standing on end, and his body instinctively turned around and threw a punch. His fist was grabbed by Jolie, who jumped out of the soil with one hand and stopped in the air. Sure enough, your level of martial arts is a piece of shit. Jolie grinned, his eyes full of wildness and domineering. How did you get close to me? The soul chaser's face changed drastically, and he twitched his hand vigorously. But no matter how much he used his energy, he couldn't break away from Jolie's strange power, so he could only protect his hand from being crushed. What puzzled him the most was the hunting rabbit he released with his ability. Obviously Jolie was standing in front of him, but the rabbit was still standing there in a daze, with no intention of chasing him. Did I say that I have seen through your ability? Jolie smiled fiercely, pinched the soul chaser's hand, and spoke in a low voice. Tick-tock. The sound of blood spilled on the ground sounded. The soul-chasing pupils contracted, and then he looked down along Jolie's body, and suddenly saw a terrifying scene. But I saw that Jolie's entire abdomen was made with a big hole, and blood was gurgling out of his body, almost dyeing the ground into a blood-red color. Judging from the angle and size of the opening of the blood hole, it was obviously Jolie who fought it himself. Wait, are you? An unbelievable conjecture instantly hit the mind of the soul chaser. Your hunting rabbit is tracked according to vital signs and body temperature. Jolie's voice was low and he calmly told a conclusion. As long as the lock is completed, no matter where I escape, it will chase after me. I only need to lower my body temperature, and it will judge me dead, thus falling into a state where I can't choose a target. You madman. A chill rushed straight from the soles of the soul-chasing feet to the heavenly spirit cover. He never expected that someone would use this method of self-harm and bloodletting to lower his body temperature, so that the chase logic of chasing the rabbit would produce a bug. Without saying a word, his left palm gathered energy and slapped Jolie's body hard. Jolie frowned slightly and took a step back. With the help of this gap, the soul chaser pulled his right hand away forcefully and rushed in the direction of chasing the rabbit without looking back. But before he could run out 2 steps, a big hand pressed on his head and pressed him hard to the ground. But you can't cancel the ability directly from the air, you have to touch it yourself to dissipate it, and then re-release the ability. Do you think I'll give you this opportunity? Jolie smiled fiercely and grabbed the soul chaser's head, and his right fist fell heavily. Your self-deception emotions can double the power of my next attack. The explosive punch shattered all the ground under the soul chaser. The soul chaser even spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, his eyes full of shock. It's just a stone realm. How can it release such an attack? Faintly, he felt extremely regretful. The ability he was proud of couldn't protect him at the moment. He gritted his teeth, gathered all his energy in his palm, and slapped it at Jolie. Even if the ability cannot be used, this is also an energy attack of the mountain realm, which is enough to make the seriously injured Jolie lose his ability to fight. His palm was like slapping on steel. Jolie just snorted and was unscathed, and even threw a punch suddenly, breaking the soul chaser's arm. The emotion of regret can enable me to resist a powerful attack.
He smiled fiercely, as if he was completely immersed in the battle, and his fists smashed down like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The soul chaser was beaten and screamed repeatedly, and roared continuously, "Stone Realm! How could the Stone Realm possess this power? What kind of monster are you? Stone Realm?" Jolie raised his right fist high and sneered, "Take a closer look. What kind of state am I?" The energy fluctuations of the rock realm burst out from his body, accompanied by the right fist falling at high speed. This punch directly pierced the soul chaser's body protection energy and punched a blood hole in his right shoulder. Not far away, the chasing rabbit seemed to have sensed something again, and suddenly began to sniff its nose, tilting its head to look in the direction of Jolie.
"Your fear is too dense."
Jolie naturally sensed the movement of the pursuing rabbit. Under the extreme fear of chasing souls, his abdomen was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it had begun to produce granulation buds and connect with each other. Without saying a word, he almost didn't hesitate and punched his abdomen again. With the splash of blood, the temperature of his body dropped again, and the injury was so severe that it was difficult to look directly at it. Even compared to chasing souls, his injuries were more serious.
But there was no fear, or pain in his eyes, just excitement.
The chasing rabbit, who had raised his ears, lost his sense again and continued to stand in place with his head tilted.
"Monster! Monster!"
Seeing this, the soul chaser roared, fear wrapped around his body, trying to retreat. He had never practiced any taijutsu, but after his ability was cracked, he was not Jolie's opponent at all. He racked his brains and couldn't imagine that there was such a nonsense way of fighting in the world like Jolie, who did not care about his own life at all. Sudge! Jolie didn't give the soul chaser a chance to escape at all. He laughed fiercely, grabbed the latter's hair violently, and lifted it vigorously. Immediately, he closed his fist to his waist, and there seemed to be a swirling airflow around his fist. "Give me death." The next moment, his right fist exploded like a cannonball, directly piercing the chest of the soul chaser. Collapse! The power of terror continued to spread along his arm. The soul chaser's eyes widened, and his whole body began to expand like a balloon, and then, with the rain of blood falling all over the sky, Jolie also exhausted his last bit of energy and fell to the ground on his back. The excessive blood loss made his eyes black and his consciousness became dazed. "Oomph, enjoy." He grinned, shouted lowly, then rolled his eyes and passed out.
"That's right, there is no other reason."